Dear family, I have traversed to an extraterrestrial realm. I have just escaped the clutches of death in a battlefield operating room, only to find myself parachuting into an ancient forest, encountering a multitude of bizarre creatures. I was pursued by a black marten, assaulted by flying fish, and confronted by a scaled monster intent on devouring me. At the critical moment, a white tiger came to my rescue, yet sustained grave injuries. I am determined to save it, but inadvertently touched an amber that drew me in. What is happening here? I must tell you, I was a mere 0.01 centimeters from death. A creature resembling a distant relative of Godzilla, adorned with black scales and menacing fangs, charged at me with a cavernous maw. The stench was so overwhelming, I nearly succumbed on the spot. My mind raced with a singular thought. Is this it? I've just crossed over only to become a feast? Just then, a white shadow darted past me, striking the creature's head askew with a powerful claw, swiftly moving in for the kill by locking its throat. Who can comprehend this? Mere moments ago, I was saving lives on the battlefield, and now I find myself embroiled in a surreal version of Beauty and the Beast, complete with wings. Let me recount the tale from the beginning. I, Qi Xiaoxing, a battlefield medic, was but a moment ago fighting against death in a makeshift operating room. Amidst the cacophony of artillery outside, I was drenched in sweat, having just extracted a shard of shrapnel from a soldier's chest when a nurse screamed, "Dr. Qi, run. The front line has collapsed." My sole thought was to save lives to the very end. Just as I finished suturing the wound and was helping the injured out, a tremendous explosion erupted behind me, propelling me into the air, pain surging through my chest, and then darkness enveloped me, marking my demise. When I next opened my eyes, I found myself plummeting into an ancient forest. Towering trees, some higher than a 20-story building back home, loomed around me, and the sky was an unreal shade of blue. I touched myself miraculously. I bore no injuries, and even my once bloodied lab coat appeared pristine, as if newly purchased. My medical backpack, containing all my belongings, lay quietly nearby. As I stood there in bewilderment, a chilling breeze swept past me, accompanied by a low growl. My scalp prickled with alarm. Without a moment's thought, I instinctively reached into my pocket for my surgical knife. I dashed forward and, relying on instinct, swung the blade behind me. Roar! Came a pain cry. I turned to see a half-meter-long black marten, fierce in appearance, now bearing a gaping wound, writhing on the ground. Without hesitation, I rushed over, retrieved my backpack, and pulled out a silenced pistol, aiming it at its forehead. To my astonishment, it emitted no sound. Ensuring the creature was lifeless, I immediately set to work, skinning, butchering, and disassembling its ribs. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. Do not inquire, such skills were honed on the battlefield, and the art of dissection remains unchanged. I wrapped the meat in my lab coat, stuffed it into my backpack, and hastily fled. Who would linger amidst the scent of blood, waiting to become the next meal? As I ran, I pondered the marten's peculiar appearance. It was undoubtedly an alien species. Looking up at the sun, I was struck by the sight of a crimson halo encircling it. In that moment, it dawned upon me his was not merely a journey across realms, but a passage to an alien world. To speak candidly, I am filled with trepidation. Each day, on the battlefield, I witnessed the lifeless forms of the fallen, and though I once believed myself unafraid of death, it was only after experiencing it firsthand that I realized how dearly I cherish my life. The heavens have bestowed upon me a second chance, and I cannot simply resign myself to fate without understanding the circumstances. I, Qi Xiaoxing, must survive. In the forest, I moved with the vigilance of a special forces soldier, my senses heightened to the maximum. After nearly an hour of cautious traversal, I discovered a location that appeared relatively safe. Appending my treasured backpack revealed my possessions: a silenced handgun, 3 magazines, and a total of 6 rounds, including those already chambered, a Swiss Army knife, and a folding entrenching tool, both practically divine instruments. Additionally, I had anti-inflammatory medication, vitamins, bandages, alcohol, several packs of compressed biscuits, and half a bottle of water. In a hidden compartment, I found a vest, a new pack of underwear, a lighter, and a mechanical watch. I was well equipped. This arsenal was truly a survival kit for the apocalypse. After treating the freshly hunted meat with sulfur powder and burying it, I climbed atop a withered tree, gnawing on compressed biscuits while watching the sunset in this unfamiliar world. As the wind caressed my face, I truly grasped the reality. I could not return. At the break of dawn the following day, I ascended to the treetop for reconnaissance. All I could see was an expanse of greenery, a sight that filled me with despair. The one glimmer of hope was the reflection of a river shimmering in the northeast. Where there is water, there is hope. I hastily descended, retrieved my meat, wielded my entrenching tool in one hand, and clutched a pack of biscuits in the other, setting off guided by the makeshift compass on my watch. By 1 in the afternoon, I finally laid eyes on the stream, its crystal-clear waters nearly bringing me to tears. Even more astonishing was the pristine bank, devoid of any footprints, and teeming with plump, oily fish, albeit with horns that gave them an intimidating appearance. I thought to myself, this place is quite remarkable, akin to a novice's paradise. I followed the stream upstream, pondering the possibility of encountering a native tribe, yet I found no signs of life. Never mind, I needed to address my hunger first. As I prepared to wash a piece of marten meat at the water's edge, calamity struck. The horned fish, drawn by the scent of blood, erupted from the water in a frenzy, leaping towards me like missiles. To my astonishment, these fish exhibited a remarkable coordination of land, sea, and air. Grabbing my entrenching tool, I swung wildly in defense, akin to a game of whack-a-mole. Yet one of the creatures still collided with my arm, its horn slicing a deep gash, blood gushing forth in a torrent. After I managed to subdue the entire onslaught of these flying fish suicide squad, I found myself wounded, my clothes tattered, and my arm marred with lacerations. What fortune is this that I must endure? This is no mere stream, it is clearly a basin for the king of hell's footbath. In agony, I hastily rummaged through my backpack for alcohol to disinfect my wounds. At that moment, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse that nearly sent my soul fleeing. A colossal white tiger, standing approximately 4 or 5 meters tall, adorned with a pair of magnificent wings, was limping toward me. In that moment, my CPU nearly overheated. Its formidable physique and wings defied even the most imaginative tales of the Shanghai Jing. Covered in blood, one of its hind legs appeared grievously injured, yet those golden vertical pupils exuded an overwhelming sense of authority. Upon noticing me, it seemed momentarily stunned. To my astonishment, it let out a low growl and even wagged its tail. Good heavens, at such a size, its tail wagging felt akin to an earthquake. Who would dare move? My legs turned to jelly as I cautiously retreated. Observing my fear, it growled again, seemingly attempting to rise. That very motion became the last straw that broke the camel's back. My mind buzzed, fear overtook reason, and with a scream, I raised my entrenching tool and lunged forward, driving it forcefully into its abdomen. It emitted a deep roar of pain, jolting me back to my senses. I swiftly withdrew the shovel and scrambled away into the woods. After fleeing a considerable distance, I leaned against my knees, gasping for breath, relieved to have escaped. However, upon lifting my gaze, I spotted another creature less than 300 meters ahead. Larger than the previous white tiger, it was covered in black scales, resembling an alien, with exposed fangs dripping saliva, its enormous eyes fixated on me. My mind raced with 1,000 expletives. Was today some sort of monster convention? The creature let out a roar and, in a flash of black lightning, lunged toward me. 300 meters were but a mere trifle for it. In a moment of despair, I shut my eyes. At that critical juncture, a white shadow darted past. It was the very giant tiger I had just wounded. With a mighty paw, it swatted the black beast's head aside and lunged, sinking its fangs into the creature's neck, blood gushing forth like a fire hydrant. The giant tiger had saved me. Yet before I could fully comprehend the situation, the now deceased black beast, in its final moments, clamped down viciously on the giant tiger's already injured hind leg. With a heart-wrenching cry, the giant tiger collapsed under the weight of its agony. I stood there utterly dumbfounded. After what felt like an eternity, one monster lay lifeless while the other gasped for breath. I exhaled in relief and turned to leave, uncertain if it had fought the black beast to protect me or to consider me a source of sustenance. Just as I turned, a heart-rending whimper echoed behind me. I glanced back to see the giant tiger on the ground, tears flowing from its golden eyes. A shiver coursed through me, and I felt as if my feet were rooted to the spot, unable to move. It struggled to drag its injured hind leg from the creature's jaws, the limb nearly hanging by a thread. Then, astonishingly, it began to curl up, opening its mouth as if to sever its own wounded leg. In that moment, my heart ached profoundly. This was no mere monster, this was a true warrior. I didn't know where my courage came from, but I dashed forward, standing beside it, feeling as insignificant as an ant. I reached out and gently patted its massive back, inexplicably uttering, "White tiger, be still, don't move." To my amazement, it actually ceased its movements. Then, a more fantastical scene unfolded. It gazed at me, its immense form beginning to emit a radiant glow, gradually diminishing until it transformed into the size of an ordinary tiger. Only then did I truly comprehend the extent of its injuries: a wound on its belly, a significant patch of its wings stripped bare, and its hind leg shattered below the knee, held together only by skin and sinew. Its golden eyes were filled with sorrow and despair. Determined, I rolled up my sleeves and declared, "Listen, I shall save you. You spared my life, and I shall repay you with a leg." I emptied the contents of my backpack, cleansing, disinfecting, applying ointment, and bandaging the wounds, fashioning a splint from a piece of wood to stabilize the broken leg. As I completed this battlefield first aid process, dusk approached. Exhausted and drained, I collapsed onto the ground, my blood-stained hands inadvertently resting upon a piece of amber mingled among the medical supplies. In an instant, the blood was absorbed, and the amber erupted with a blinding brilliance. The next moment, the world spun around me, and I was drawn into a powerful force. I fell face first onto a soft patch of grass. When I lifted my head, I was completely stunned. In front of me was an independent space with a stream, a wooden cabin, fruit trees, vegetable fields, and even a medicinal herb garden. Isn't this the kind of portable space described in novels? I was getting ready to explore that small cabin, but the wound on my arm hurt so much that I winced. Forget it. I should bandage myself first. After treating the wound, a wave of fatigue hit me, and I lay down right there, falling asleep immediately. When I woke up, there were lines of glowing words floating in the air. The general meaning was to congratulate me for arriving at the medicine spring space, saying that I performed well, didn't rush to pick the fruit, nor hurried into the cabin, which indicated that I had a pure character, meticulous thoughts, and was not greedy for small gains. I was speechless at the time. Come on, I had just finished 2 tough battles and was completely exhausted. How could I have the energy to pick fruit? This misunderstanding was simply too much. However, the text at the end said it decided to give me a chance to become the heir of the medicine immortal. A golden opportunity handed to me. I couldn't refuse. Without hesitation, I pressed my hand down. And guess what? This space actually had a bit of a temper. Let me tell you, it complained to me that previous owners treated it as a tool for leveling up and farming resources, coming in to exploit it and causing it significant psychological trauma. So now it's learned to assess people's character. From the look of it, I didn't pounce on it like a hungry wolf as soon as I entered, so I passed its interview. Family, who understands? Just over this little matter. And I become the chosen one all day? However, this golden finger is simply tailor-made for me as a medical student. The water in that stream is not ordinary water. It's a spiritual spring. I filled my water bottle with some, applied it to the wound on my arm, and wow. It was like watching it heal at 5 times the speed. Scabs formed quickly, and the pain lessened instantly. The fruits on the tree nearby are also treasures. I ate a couple, and my stamina bar instantly filled up. I felt like I could run another 800 meters. I must get some for my life-saving big tiger too. I picked a few fruits and filled my water bottle with the spiritual spring water, murmuring a phrase before heading out, and in a flash, I was back by the side of that big white tiger. The big guy was still unconscious. I first tried to cut the fruits into small pieces to feed him, but hey, his mouth was tightly shut and he wouldn't cooperate at all. Fine, plan B. I crushed the fruits, squeezed out the juice, and mixed it with the spiritual spring water. After thinking for a moment, I also took out 2 anti-inflammatory pills from my first aid kit, crushed them, and added them in, aiming for a combination of Eastern and Western medicine for better efficacy. I pried open his mouth and slowly poured it in. By the time I finished, the big tiger finally woke up slowly. Let me tell you, he must have been completely bewildered when he woke up. Huh? Why am I bandaged? Huh? Why does my once frenzied spirit feel suddenly peaceful? He definitely didn't know that it was me, the divine doctor, who saved him. While he was pondering, I came back with a bunch of wooden boards. I had found a cave nearby earlier and thought to move him to a new den. This guy was surprisingly well-behaved. Seeing me bustling around, he just stared at me with wide eyes, like a big silly sweetheart. I quickly made a simple cart with grass rope and loaded his huge body onto it. At first, I was worried he might resist, but then I found out he was as docile as a kitten, so I got bold and handled him a bit more roughly. After a tremendous effort, I finally dragged him into the cave before dark. Coincidentally, this cave turned out to be his secret base. I left him some fruits and spiritual spring water and then disappeared back to my space to sleep. For the next dozen days, we lived this bizarre cohabitation life of one person and one tiger. During the day, I went out to change his bandages and find food, and at night, I returned to my space. His injuries healed quickly, but my anxiety grew heavier. I couldn't stay in this forest forever. I had to find someone. One day, After changing his bandage for the last time and seeing that he could stand on his hind legs, I laid it all out. Big tiger, you're healed, and I should leave now. Farewell. But this guy got anxious and directly hooked my clothing with his claw, looking at me with the most pitiful expression. Just as I was preparing to muster my resolve to pry his claw open, then, family, you won't believe the explosive scene that unfolded. With a flash of white light, that imposing big white tiger transformed into a stunningly handsome guy, standing at 9 meters tall, with 8-pack abs and a clearly defined V-line. Completely naked. The only things on him were the bandages I had wrapped around his waist and legs. I was completely dumbfounded. My CPU was on fire. We stared at each other in confusion, with me frantically outputting bilingual English and Chinese. Hello? Who are you? Where am I? On his side. It was just, we were speaking different languages and not on the same wavelength at all. In the end, he found a way, gesturing that he wanted to take me somewhere. The next second, he transformed back into a big tiger. And the key point was that a pair of wings suddenly sprouted from his back. Wings! He wrapped his tail around me and tossed me onto his back. And with a whoosh, we took off. Let me tell you that feeling. The wind howled in my ears. The entire forest was beneath my feet. Freedom. This was true emotional value at its peak. Not long after flying, we landed under a tree that was shining with golden light. He transformed back into a handsome guy, gesturing at the tree as if casting a spell, and then, with a plop, a small golden fruit fell on my head. He urged me to eat it, and I thought, since I've come this far, what else could I do? Eat. As soon as the fruit hit my stomach, wow, it came with a simultaneous interpretation function. Instantly, I could understand what he was saying. It turned out his name was Ling. He asked me why I was alone in the forest, and I could only lie and say I had amnesia. He didn't ask further and sincerely invited me to return to his tribe with him. How could I refuse? Come on, having a local to protect me was definitely better than being an unarmed modern person trying to survive in the primitive forest, right? I nodded immediately. To prepare food for the journey, we spent another 2 days grilling meat. At night, I still habitually asked him to turn into a fluffy big tiger, and then I would curl up on his warm belly to sleep. It was simply too blissful. The next day, we officially set off. Those 2 days of flying nearly turned my butt into 8 pieces, but at night, he casually found a cave, violently drove out a family of local brown bears, and we comfortably moved in, making ourselves at home. Finally, on the 3rd day, I saw a patch of yellow land and a bunch of mud houses from afar. Goodness, that scene looked just like the primitive tribes depicted in historical documentaries. My heart sank. It was over. My modern civilized life was gone for good. As soon as we landed, several people surrounded us. One of them, a handsome guy named Lance, is Ling's good friend. And another one, let me tell you, is even prettier than a girl, named Xiong. He came up and grabbed my hand to get close, incredibly enthusiastic. As a result, Ling, the jealous type, immediately flipped over and pulled me into his arms, keeping a wary eye on Xiong. Lance was laughing hysterically on the side and shouted at me, "Xiaoxing, don't be fooled by him. Xiong is a guy." I was like, Xiong even provocatively said to Ling, "This is the first time I've liked a female. If you're not good to Xiaoxing, I might just take her away." Ling surprisingly replied very seriously, "I won't be bad to her." Help! What kind of crazy development is this? I quickly broke free from Ling's embrace, my face red enough to fry an egg. As I followed Ling into the tribe, I realized that every orc here was over 8 meters tall, and only Ling, the tiger, had wings. He proudly told me that he was a mutated white tiger and the strongest in the tribe. As we walked past those simple mud houses, I began to think about how to leverage my advantages as a time traveler to improve infrastructure and enhance our living conditions. Just as I was thinking about it, Ling stopped, pointed at the largest and most impressive mud house, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Mother, I'm back." I tell you, after he shouted with that voice, the curtain was suddenly pulled open. A young-looking ant came out, her eyes filled with tears. She grabbed my hand and, wow, directly announced that I was Ling's future partner. Family, who understands? I was so awkward, standing there not knowing where to put my hands. It was Ling who quickly saved the situation, saying, "Mom, this is Qi Xiaoxing. She's here to register her identity." As soon as his mom heard that, her expression changed to one of instant understanding. She turned around and took out a red leaf from the inner room. Let me tell you, that thing looked like a ruby, really beautiful. Then the ant's expression turned serious in an instant, asking me if I was sure I wanted to join the Qingshi tribe. I took a deep breath and said, "I want to join." As soon as I finished speaking, the excitement came. She waved her hand, and a burst of golden light appeared, turning into a needle that pricked my finger with a pop. A drop of blood fell onto the leaf, and the golden light exploded, almost blinding me. All right. The aunt said, from today on, you are one of us in the tribe. I was thinking that once the paperwork was done, I could ask if I could find a place to build a house myself. I was just asking casually, but guess what happened? Ling's handsome face instantly fell, looking so aggrieved. His mom also had an expression that said she understood, and with a smile, she said to me, of course you can. But don't you want to live with Ling? I was completely stunned. Huh? Live together? In the end, he decisively said I should build near Ling's place for safety. I glanced at Ling, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom, and asked him, you don't want to? As a result, this guy immediately switched like a light and loudly said, I do. Wow, that speed of changing his face. He would be wasting his talent if he didn't go into acting. He probably thought that as long as he lived nearby, he could take advantage of the situation and eliminate all the other beastmen. Just as we were talking, a 15 or 16-year-old girl rushed in like a whirlwind, directly throwing herself into Ling's arms, shouting, brother, you're back. Following her were two strong men. One was his brother named Lon, and the other was a middle-aged man holding a dead white ferret. When I saw that white ferret, I thought, oh, isn't that the same one I killed when I first arrived? My eyes lit up. Ling leaned over and quietly asked me, do you like eating white ferrets? I squeezed his hand. Was I being greedy? I was just seeing a familiar species. After all that introduction from his mom, I managed to recognize the whole family. But my head was buzzing. Wait a minute. I just came to register. Why does it feel like I'm meeting the parents? Just as I was about to find an excuse to slip away, his mom directly shot down my words, saying that before the house was finished, I should live with little sister Xiaoxing. I originally thought I could just sleep in space, but they were so enthusiastic that I couldn't refuse. I secretly glanced at Ling, and fortunately, this guy was decent enough not to mention my situation. When he saw that I agreed, he finally relaxed, probably already planning how to build my house for the next 10 or 8 years. The next day, Xiaoxing dragged me to pick some small greens. I was thrilled at the thought of having vegetables to eat. I was about to collapse from eating meat every day. But guess what I saw? A bunch of crooked, deformed wild weeds on the ground. Does anyone understand? This pathetic stuff is something that only a cow with some issues would nibble on back where I'm from. I also learned that their only cooking method is roasting. I tentatively asked, do you put salt in your cooking? The little girl looked confused. What's salt? We only have salt rocks, which are bitter. We occasionally lick them. At that moment, I felt like my worldview was undergoing a grand collapse. This isn't just low productivity. This is prehistoric civilization. No, for the sake of my stomach, I have to take charge of today's meal. I walked up to Ling's mother and offered to make dinner. She was quite surprised and asked if I could cook. I could only modestly say that I could do a little bit. I looked at their kitchen, a stone fire pit, a stone pot, and a few bone knives, which was simply a challenge to the limit. I rolled up my sleeves and first instructed Ling to carve me a wooden spoon, then set the pot over the fire to boil water, preparing to make a vegetable soup. Over by the roasting meat, I dissolved coarse salt in water and evenly rubbed it on the partially cooked meat. I tell you, as soon as that aroma wafted out, everyone's eyes went wide, and Xiaoxing was nearly drooling. When the dishes were served, the scene was like opening the door to a new world. Xiaoxing took a sip of the soup, her eyes bulging. Wow, it's not bitter at all. Her brother, Lon, was devouring his food like a wolf, exclaiming that the roasted meat actually had flavor, watching them eat like they had never had a meal before. I felt a mix of emotions. At that moment, the chief, who is Ling's dad and had been silent, suddenly spoke up, looking at me with an X-ray-like gaze. Xiaoxing, do you know how to make what we had today? Ling immediately stood up, glaring at his dad with a wary expression. I quickly held him back and confidently admitted, I know how to make salt, and I can teach the tribe. The chief's expression softened instantly, and his mom looked grateful, saying that there had been other females from outside before, but that person treasured her own things and mocked them, saying the tiger tribe was a lowly beast tribe. Ling whispered in my ear, asking if this would affect me. My heart warmed, and looking into his golden eyes, I seriously said, I am a member of the Qingshi tribe. This is nothing. Suddenly, this guy pulled me in his arms tightly, and in the next second, he dashed away. I even saw his fluffy tail wagging behind him like a propeller. His brother was laughing so hard he could almost crow, making my face feel incredibly hot. That night, I slept with Xiaoxing, experiencing what it meant to live like our ancestors. To use the bathroom, I had to go to the public area behind the tribe, and when my period came, I had to use animal skins. Honestly, I could survive only because I had a strong will. I also learned that there are two types of people in this world. Shapeshifters are beastmen, and those who cannot shapeshift but can soothe their mental energy are called females. The next morning, Ling came with a wild chicken, saying he wanted to make me chicken soup. When I saw it, I thought, isn't that walking protein and future eggs? I quickly told him not to kill it. saying we should raise it for eggs later. Ling looked confused, saying that eggs were fishy and slimy and couldn't be eaten. I was speechless and explained for a long time that eggs needed to be cooked before eating. The way Ling looked at me was so gentle it could melt water. And he said, "All right, I'll do as you say. I feel like the atmosphere is a bit off, and my face is a little hot." Just then, Xiaoqing is fanning the flames beside me. "Sister Xiaoxing, your face is so red." I quickly found an excuse and dragged Ling outside to build a nest for the chickens. After we finished, I took out the last piece of chocolate from my pocket, made him lower his head, and stuffed a piece into his mouth. Wow, his soft tongue accidentally brushed against my finger. My heart skipped a beat. As a result, we both spoke at the same time as if we had agreed on it. He looked serious. "Let me be your follower." I blurted out, "Are you feeling better?" The atmosphere became quite awkward, but seeing his serious expression, I inexplicably nodded. The next second, he tightly hugged me, and I heard him swear in my ear with a hoarse yet magnetic voice, "Xiaoxing, I will definitely treat you well. If I go against this, I will be abandoned by the beast god." Later, I followed Ling to see the place where they were building my house and ran into his brother Lon and his partner, Xiaolu. Xiaolu was very friendly and immediately linked arms with me, jokingly saying that if I didn't like Ling, she could introduce me to several single orcs from her family. Ling's face darkened, clearly jealous. During the conversation, Xiaolu inadvertently said something that left me speechless. She said, "Our females have an average lifespan of 500 years, and we only come of age at 30. 500 years. I am a human who can live up to 100 years at most." At that moment, I felt like it was over. I was done for. If I really ended up with Ling, would he have to guard my grave for over 400 years after I die? That would be too cruel for him. The more I thought about it, the more upset I became. In a rush of anxiety, my vision darkened, and I fainted. When I woke up, there was a deity in front of me whose face was painted like a Peking opera mask. She was the shaman of the tribe. As soon as she opened her mouth, she hit me with a bombshell. "I know you are not from this world." I was stunned at that moment. She then said that she was a messenger sent by the beast god to save them. She also handed me a notebook left by the previous messenger, saying that that guy had betrayed them, which caused their tribe to suffer so badly. I didn't faint from illness. My body was undergoing mutation to adapt to this world. I held that book of notes that was like a heavenly scripture, and with mixed emotions I thanked her. As soon as I stepped out, I bumped into a hard chest. It was Ling. He was holding a bowl of soup in his hand, just staring at me in a daze. His expression worried to the point of breaking. I couldn't help but laugh, looking at his nervous expression, and my heart melted completely. I took the initiative to hug him and whispered in his ear, "I promise you, once I'm better, I'll prepare to teach everyone how to cook salt." The clan leader gathered all the tribe members in the square, and the scene was bustling with people. Of course, with supporters, there were also troublemakers. A beautiful girl who had been secretly in love with Ling, named Chunman, was there making sarcastic comments, saying that I was just trying to show off. I can't be bothered to pay attention to her. Rumors stop with the wise. Once I produce the salt, the facts will slap her in the face. I won't waste any time, and we'll get straight to it. In front of everyone, I set up a large stone pot, and once the water boiled, I threw in the salt stone and stirred it vigorously with a specially made large wooden stick. A few minutes later, white salt appeared at the bottom of the pot. Folks, those women had their eyes wide open. There was a lively girl named Jujia, who was the boldest among them. She directly took a pinch and put it in her mouth. She exclaimed on the spot that it really tasted like salt stone, but 1,000 times better. "Thank you." In the end, an old lady came out to give her stamp of approval, saying that in other tribes, a small jar of this stuff costs 5 crystal stones. An exorbitant price. I tell you, when the price was announced, all the females in the crowd turned green with envy, like wolves that hadn't eaten for 3 days. But guess what? There's always that one attention-seeking person who has to stir up trouble. That one called Chun Man, hiding in the crowd. Her gaze was like poison, fixated on the spotlighted Xiaoxing. I thought to myself, this girl really can't handle it. Her jealousy was almost distorting her face. It's no wonder. Ever since Xiaoxing arrived, the young men in the tribe stopped flocking around her and now pretend to run into her at the chief's door every day. How could she not be angry? Just then, a lady in charge of the tribe's trade, named Xiao, stepped forward. Oh, that fake demeanor. First she praised Xiaoxing. Then she switched the subject, saying, "What a pity, our tribe has 2 little salt stone, otherwise we could make a big profit." Listen to that, such subtle insinuations. Then she said, to reward Xiaoxing, the tribe decided to give her an extra month of rations. Xiaoxing was just about to nod and say thank you when my family member Ling directly stood up, positioning himself next to Xiaoxing, his aura towering at 2 meters 8. He raised an eyebrow, his voice deep enough to drip water. Qiao, you should tell Xiaoxing that there's another kind of reward. Wow. As soon as those words were spoken, Chen Man exploded. Just her? Does she even deserve to get a level 1 crystal stone? Her voice was so loud it made my ears buzz. How could an outsider who's only been here for half a month deserve that? Xiaoxing was confused. What was going on? Level 1 crystal stone? It was her first time hearing about it after being here for so long. Chen Man didn't care about anything. She rushed up to Ling, looking all wronged, tears welling up instantly, reaching out to grab Ling's arm, but he sidestepped smoothly. It was so decisive. Ling, I thought we were supposed to be a couple. She's just a third party. Her voice trembled. And now you're speaking for her? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Xiaoxing looked at her with an expression that said, Are you out of your mind? And said, Sister, what we're discussing now is crystal stones. What does it have to do with your personal grievances with Ling? In response, Chen Man, like a broken record, cried to Ling, How is it not related? If you cared about me, you wouldn't make such a request. Unbelievable. Is this girl living in her own world? Ling showed no mercy at all. Her golden eyes were blazing with anger as she coldly looked at Chen Man, every word sharp as ice. Chen Man, I don't recall any relationship between us. I've lived for 27 years and have only liked Xiaoxing. Absolutely insane. Folks, this is simply the best confession of 2022, featuring a public slap in the face. Xiaoxing was stunned on the spot, her face flushed red, probably thinking, wow, is this how primitive people confess their feelings? Chen Man completely broke down. In her mind, Ling was her possession. She thought that as the most beautiful woman in her tribe, settling for Ling, who was a half-waist with unstable mental strength, was a step down for her, yet he completely ignored her. Seeing this situation, the woman named Qiao quickly stepped in to mediate, pulling out a stone the size of a goose egg from a little bag and handing it to Xiaoxing, saying, This is a level 1 crystal stone. You can choose between this and a month's worth of rations. Without a second thought, Xiaoxing directly took the crystal stone. The moment it was in her hands, I saw her expression change. She must have felt the energy inside, warm and comforting. This matter was settled, and Chen Man was dragged away by her 2 friends. The others asked about the details of cooking salt and then dispersed. In the evening, Ling and I were cleaning up the square. Watching his toned muscles at work, Xiaoxing's heart must have been racing. This man, looking silly, spoke sweet words effortlessly and was incredibly proactive. Just as we returned to the chieftain's house, we heard a woman's crying from inside, sounding truly tragic. She was saying that her husband was inhuman, that he changed after marriage, only knowing how to ask for things from her family every day, and even threatening her with the child in her womb. I stood at the door with Xiaoxing, unable to enter or retreat, feeling so awkward I could scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. The woman inside had sharp eyes and directly shouted at us, Aren't you two my lovely sisters-in-law? Coming quickly. Sisters-in-law? Who's your sister-in-law? I turned my head and met a pair of calculating eyes. This woman, speaking so pitifully, was wearing high-end animal skin and sparkling jewelry. What a joke. Ling's face instantly darkened as he coldly called out, Sister, why are you back? Oh, it turned out to be Ling's sister, who married into the neighboring Haishi tribe, Xiaoling. My friendland's girlfriend, Xiaolu, quietly complained to me, saying this woman was a pure, white-eyed wolf, always bending her elbows outward, just coming back to her family to reap benefits. Sure enough, Xiaoling quickly wiped her tears and turned her attention to Xiaoxing, starting to play the victim. Xiaoxing, your brother-in-law heard that you can cook salt and insisted I come back to ask you. Otherwise, he would betroth our little Bao to the worst orc. Please have some pity on your 1-year-old niece. Xiaoxing was speechless and couldn't explode due to Ling's face. It was Ling who couldn't stand it anymore, stepping in front of Xiaoxing and looking coldly at his sister. Seeing this tactic didn't work, Xiaoling began to morally blackmail. Ling, have you forgotten who took care of you when your mental powers went haywire? This time, Xiaoxing couldn't hold back and directly retorted, Sister, how come I remember you weren't around when Ling was about to die? Now you come out to take credit. Isn't that a bit excessive? Also, one moment you call me sister-in-law for benefits, the next you say I'm an outsider. Your ability to change faces is so fast, you'd be overqualified for acting. Xiaoling was left speechless by the retort and had to resort to her old trick, crying her mother, and in the end, she left with a small bowl of salt, shooting a fierce glare at Xiaoxing as she left. It was truly unbearable at home, with family drama unfolding every day. That night, Ling's mother, Aunt Ling, pulled Xiaoxing and Xiaolu aside for a heart-to-heart, saying that Xiaoling was actually their adopted daughter, but they couldn't get her to warm up, always feeling that they had wronged her by not finding her a good family. In short, she was a pure white-eyed wolf. The most ridiculous part was that Aunt Ling actually wanted to teach Xiaoling how to cook salt. Xiaolu was immediately anxious. Aunt Ling, how can this work? Uncle the Chief won't agree. Just as she finished speaking, a deep voice came from the doorway. Xiaolu is right. I don't agree. The chief had returned, exuding a fierce aura, throwing the prey to the ground, and glaring at Aunt Ling. You want to give away the tribe's resources to your white-eyed wolf daughter again. Isn't the lesson from the last salt mine enough? Wow, that was a lot of information. The atmosphere in the room was tense to the point of explosion, and Xiaoxing quietly stepped back, only to bump into Ling's solid chest. Ling smoothly pulled her outside and gently explained to her that his mother was obsessed with this adopted daughter because she had lost a daughter in the past. So she shouldn't take it to heart. Let me tell you, where can you find such a thoughtful man? At that moment, Xiaoxing probably thought the same thing. She got a little carried away and directly said, I'm planning to move out. To live with you. Is that okay? Ling was stunned on the spot. His ears perked up, and he stammered, sure of course. Xiaoxing, don't worry. I absolutely won't do anything before we hold the ceremony. Seeing his earnest and innocent expression, Xiaoxing couldn't help but laugh. Ling's house was bare, just a big room and a yard, with a storage room that was pitifully small. Looking at the shabby house, Xiaoxing's eyes probably showed her desire to start some construction work. When the two were packing their things, the atmosphere was quite ambiguous. Ling slowly leaned closer to Xiaoxing, his beast ears and big tail uncontrollably popping out, and it looked like they were about to kiss. Just then, his brother Lan and Xiao Lu suddenly appeared like 200-watt light bulbs. Oh, you two are moving fast. Why didn't you call us to help? Xiaoxing was startled and tried to push Ling away, but her foot slipped, and she was about to fall. Ling caught her in his arms, and the pose was quite something. Xiao Lu covered her mouth and laughed at the door, pulling Lan away. Come on, let's go, don't disturb them. You two continue. Now it was even more awkward. Xiaoxing's face turned bright red, and when she turned around, Ling was staring at her with his honey-colored eyes. She didn't know what got into her, relying on Ling's affection for her. She mischievously jumped into his arms and then reached out her naughty little hand to grab his fluffy big tail. Wow! Ling jumped back as if electrocuted, his face as red as a boiled shrimp, covering his tail, and his voice was hoarse. Xiaoxing, don't grab my tail next time. I'm afraid. I'm afraid I won't be able to help myself. Who understands, family? This pure-hearted big cat is just too easy to tease. Xiaoxing became bolder and playfully touched his soft ears. Now it was completely out of control. Ling let out a low growl, directly pinned her against the wall, gave her a solid kiss, and then, with a face as red as a tomato, he fled in a panic. Xiaoxing was left alone in the room, touching her hot lips and grinning foolishly for a long time. After laughing, she began to reflect, feeling like a freeloader lately, eating and drinking at Ling's without doing anything. No, she had to start some career. She pulled out the parchment given by the shaman, and oh my, what a shocking discovery. It turned out to be a diary left by another traveler from her hometown, although the most crucial page was missing. The rest detailed how to build a kong, a traditional heated bed, and burn coal. This is a winter essential. The future is promising. When Ling came back in the evening, he boiled a big pot of water in the yard for her to wash up. Xiaoxing looked at the lonely big stone pot in the middle of the yard and fell into deep thought. This thing. Isn't it for cooking and bathing in one pot? Forget it. I won't think about it. Anyway, there was only one bed in his house, and they had to sleep together. Xiaoxing had a clever idea and directly patted the bed. Ling quickly turned into a white tiger. I haven't seen one in a long time. Ling. Then a huge, fluffy white tiger obediently lay on the bed. Xiaoxing excitedly let out a scream, rolled into the big cat's embrace, and buried her face in his soft belly fur, so happy that she was about to faint from joy. She slept soundly that night. However, the next morning, when she woke up, the physiological need hit her, and Xiaoxing wobbled to get up, suddenly realizing, there's no toilet in this place. Just when she was about to burst, Xiao Lu came with a bee skin bag, smiling and asking her, Xiaoxing, you're awake. Do you want to wash up? Xiaoxing felt like she had seen a savior and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I want to go. Wait for me a moment. I told you. This time I followed Xiao Lu to the tribe's public washing area. Goodness, the scene was like pouring dumplings, crowded with people everywhere. I just took out my precious toothbrush, and my little green-eyed friend came over and asked, Xiaoxing, what is that thing in your hand? I proudly lifted my chin and said, brushing my teeth can get them sparkling clean, way better than you all with that broken twig. As soon as the words left my mouth, I was instantly surrounded by a group of curious females. Little Green reached out to touch the bristles of my toothbrush and suddenly exclaimed this isn't Ling's hair, is it? My face turned red in an instant. Who understands this among my family? This toothbrush was indeed made by me secretly while I was in the forest, taking advantage of the white tiger's distraction to pluck its fur. Even Ling doesn't know about it yet. And guess what happened? A sarcastic voice interrupted. Oh, you just live in Ling's house. What's there to be proud of? Without a background or support, all you can do is make some little trinkets to please men. I turn around, and sure enough, it was that girl named Chen Man. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, piercing right through me, and the meaning couldn't be clearer. If you get together with Ling, it just won't do. At that moment, I thought this person was crazy. I was in a mutual affection with Ling. What business was it of hers? But I was too lazy to argue with this sour person, so I wiped my face and prepared to leave. However, I didn't want to cause trouble. Yet trouble came to me. Just as Xiao Lu was about to return my toothbrush, Chen Man rushed up in a flash, snatched it away, raised her hand. And with a splash, my limited edition big white tiger toothbrush was thrown into the creek, instantly disappearing from sight. I tell you, no matter how good-tempered I am, I can't stand it anymore. Xiao Lu exploded on the spot, directly blocking my way and shouting, Chen Man, you're going too far. I used to see you as gentle and soft, but it turns out it was all an act. That Xiaoxing stuff. Who do you think you are to throw it away? The people around began to look at Chen Man differently, making her face turn pale and then flush. I tell you, this girl is completely broken. She used to rely on her decent looks, being the center of attention in the tribe, dangling with Ling while enjoying the flattery of other orcs. Now that I'm here, she can't handle it at all. Several orcs who used to chase after her are now thinking about how to pursue me instead. See, she's completely broken down. I looked at her coldly. Chen Man, I have no grievances or grudges against you, so why are you trying to pick a fight? She probably didn't expect me to be so direct and stubbornly replied, I slipped my hand. I almost laughed out of breath. All right, you slipped up, huh? I dragged Xiao Lu away and said to the people around us, you all saw it, right? I wasn't the one who started the trouble. Xiao Lu was still fuming. Xiaoxing, why didn't you scold her? It's clearly her fault. I laughed. Argument with her? That would be too small-minded, right? To deal with this kind of person, you have to cut off the source. I directly told Xiao Du, don't be angry. I'll make another toothbrush in no time. That way, you could go find lawn for some stiff bristles, and I'll teach you how to make it. Xiao LV's eyes lit up. Really? You can teach me how to make straw sandals too? Of course, I winked at her, and you can invite a few more good friends to join, but I only have one condition. What condition? I smirked and said word by word. No one is allowed to teach Chen Man once they learn it. Xiao Lu immediately understood, jumping up in excitement. Xiaoxing, you're amazing. This move will definitely infuriate her. After saying that, she darted off like a little cannonball, saying she was going to gather people and would directly meet at the Ling family later. I shook my head with a smile and quickly turned back. As soon as I entered the yard, a strong aroma of barbecue hit me. Ling Zheng was there, sweating profusely while grilling meat. My eyes twitched. Ling, are we really going to make barbecue this early in the morning? Ling nodded proudly, as if showing off, and pulled out a few green fruits and bird eggs from the animal skin bag. I even picked some fruits and collected eggs for you, but I don't know how to cook. Looking at his slightly embarrassed and somewhat wronged expression, I really had no choice but to laugh it off. I pushed him aside and took over, filling the stone pot with water. By the way, Ling, I said while busy, I promised Xiao Lu that I would teach her and a few others how to weave straw sandals and make toothbrushes. They are coming over later. Before I finished speaking, I saw Ling furrow his brows. My heart sank for a moment. He wouldn't be unhappy, would he? I was just about to say that if he didn't want to, it was fine, but then this guy nervously said, but my hair can only be used by you. Puffed. I almost laughed out loud. It turned out that was what he was worried about. I quickly assured him, don't worry. I won't let them use your hair either. Seeing his ears turn completely red was just too cute. All right then, breakfast was decided to be vegetable and egg drop soup. I secretly added a bit of my spring water to the pot, then cracked the egg in, tossed in the vegetables, added some salt, and stirred it up. Let me tell you, even though there was no oil or seasoning, with my spring water added, the flavor was incredible. It was so fresh that my eyebrows almost fell off. I served 2 big bowls, one for myself and one for Ling. Now, this is a proper breakfast. Ling took a sip of the soup, and his eyes instantly lit up, his expression like he had discovered a new continent. I finished 1 bowl and had some roasted meat, feeling full. But Ling looked at the half pot of soup left and with a worried expression said, Xiaoxing, are you only eating this much? In his eyes, my appetite was simply a disgrace among the females of the tribe. I waved my hand. I can't eat anymore. You can have a rest. As a result, he shook his head and said very seriously, save it for later, eat it when you're hungry again. My heart skipped a beat, and I instantly softened. How important food is to them, with such delicious soup. The first thought that came to him was to save it for me. I scolded him, "Idiot." Then I stood up, filled another bowl, sat down opposite him, and said, "Don't move, I'll feed you." His face instantly turned red, and he obediently opened his mouth. Just after feeding him a couple of bites, Xiaolu knocked on the door with a group of girlfriends. I had to shove the bowl into Ling's hands and ran to open the door. Wow. Xiaolu came in with 5 or 6 girls, followed by Lan and an excited Xiaoqing. As soon as Xiaolu entered, she sniffed and exclaimed, "Wow, it smells so good, Xiaoxing. What delicious food have you made again?" Another girl named Jia quickly pulled her back and said, "Sorry, Xiaoxing. Did we come a bad time?" I smiled as I welcomed them in. It's okay. Come in quickly." Ling seemed a bit uncomfortable being surrounded by so many females, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. I quickly helped him out. "Ling, we need tools to make straw sandals. Can you and Lan go get some vines and dry grass for us?" Ling gave me a deep look, and that gaze was just too alluring. He nodded and went out with Lan. As soon as they left, the atmosphere in the yard instantly became lively. Xiaolu was the first to burst out, rushing to the pot and serving herself a bowl of soup. After taking a sip, her eyes brightened. "This is so good. I want to learn this." Xiaoxing. Xiaoqing also nodded vigorously. "Sister Xiaoxing, you are amazing." I felt a bit embarrassed by their compliments, so I casually made up a lie, saying it was taught by my mother. Through their introductions, I also got to know a few new friends who came today. Besides Jia and Xiaoqing, there were a pair of seemingly frail sisters, Lily and Nana, and an older sister with a hint of sadness in her eyes, named May. After a while, Ling and Lan returned, carrying a big bunch of vines and dry grass. I directly pulled Ling over to sit beside me. "Come on, stretch out your feet." This guy's face turned red again, and his toes instinctively wanted to pull back. I slapped his foot. "Don't move. I can't measure it accurately." I used Ling's big foot as a model, demonstrating while explaining to them. First, I measured 6-foot lengths with a rattan strip, then showed how to make circles and how to use the toes to hold and tighten it, since it was made according to Ling's size. The rattan circle was quite large, making it inconvenient for me to operate, so I almost ended up diving into her arms. Next came the most critical step, weaving back and forth with another rattan strip between the 2 circles. I moved slowly to ensure everyone could see clearly. In no time, the prototype of a shoe sole took shape. Xiaoqing looked at the crooked shoe sole in her hand, her little face scrunched up in a frown. I ignored their playful antics and continued to teach them how to twist grass ropes, and then how to thread the grass ropes through the shoe soles to tie knots. I must say, orcs are indeed smart. I only taught them once, and they basically all learned it. May was the fastest and did it the best. Her skills were amazing. Xiaolu excitedly put on the sandals she made herself and ran several laps around the yard. Xiaoxing. This thing is definitely going to be a hit in the tribe. I thought the same, so I just said, "Tomorrow at this time, if you're still free, I will teach you how to weave baskets." Jia and Xiaolu screamed on the spot, just about to ask what a basket was, when May, who had been very quiet, suddenly spoke up. She looked at me with a particularly serious expression. Xiaoxing, you can't keep teaching us for free." As soon as May spoke, she silenced the whole room. "You should be compensated, for example, by becoming an elder with decision-making power in the tribe." Xiaolu slapped her forehead. "That's right. May's right. Xiaoxing, you still don't know the rules of the tribe, do you?" I was completely confused and turned to look at Ling, only to find that he also had a bewildered expression on his face. Little Green, without any hesitation, started talking. "Don't look at Ling like that. He often has mental energy surges when he yes out, and he probably doesn't even realize it himself." Mental energy surge? That term hit me like a ton of bricks. What on earth is that? Does Ling often have this kind of thing happen? Why have I never heard him mention it? I felt like he was hiding a lot from me. I was a bit angry, but remembering that I was also hiding the matter about space made me feel a little guilty. I want to see Ling again. Goodness, he was completely frozen, his lips tightly pressed together, radiating the vibe of a little dog abandoned by the whole world. Seeing him like that instantly made my anger dissipate. Jia quickly shot a glare at Xiaolu, came out to smooth things over, saying she would explain it to me later. And then she hurriedly took a group of females away. Suddenly, it was just me and Ling left in the yard. The atmosphere was so awkward it felt like it could fill a 3-bedroom apartment. Just as I was about to say something to break the silence, my body suddenly fell into a scorching embrace. Ling held me tightly, his strength as if he wanted to merge me into his bones. "Are you going to leave?" His voice was trembling. I was almost breathless from his grip. What should I do?" He raised his head, and I was startled. His golden eyes had turned blood red, filled with madness and possessiveness. "Don't leave me. I have a gut feeling that something is off with him. He feels terrifyingly hot to the touch. It seems like the whole world has faded away for him, leaving only me, and his soul is filled with the clamor of destruction and acquisition. I'm startled by his state, and just as I want to push him away, I feel a wave of intense heat on my lips. He kisses me like he's gone mad, and it's making me almost choke. I let out a whimper from the pain, and that sound seemed to awaken him. He instantly released me, his gaze shifting from madness to confusion, and the next moment, his eyes were filled with tears. Then, I watched in shock as he suddenly transformed into a huge white tiger and ran away without looking back. Me, who understands family? My lips are burning and painful, and my waist feels like it's about to break from his grip. I haven't even cried. So what does that wounded little gaze of his mean? I'm the one being taken advantage of. Okay. Not long after, Xiao LV returned with a guilty look and confessed everything to me. It turns out that in this world, orcs have something called mental power. The stronger the innate skill, the more likely the mental power can go out of control, which is known as a mental power riot. When it goes riotous, it doesn't recognize anyone and is extremely terrifying. Females, especially those with a high compatibility with orcs, can help soothe their raging mental power. Ling is one of the strongest warriors in the tribe, but he is also the one with the most unstable mental power. Once he goes berserk, there's no one in the tribe who can stop him. The tribe has tried getting other females to help him, but none of them were compatible with him. After listening, my mind buzzed. My heart ached with anger. Why didn't Ling say a word to me about such a big issue? Xiaolu also explained about the elders. It turns out that making significant contributions in the tribe allows one to accumulate merits and become an elder, which is a high status. After she left, I sat alone in the yard, feeling increasingly wronged. I kicked the pair of large sandals I made for Ling several times, but in the end, I resigned myself to sitting down and making one for myself. I admit I might really have developed feelings for Ling, otherwise, I wouldn't feel so miserable over such a misunderstanding. Clearly, I could still live well without him. Yet my eyes couldn't help but feel sore. Just when my vision became blurry, I seemed to see a tall shadow standing at the door. I rubbed my eyes hard, but the doorway was empty. That night, Ling didn't come back. I lay alone on the cold stone bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. So I thought about it, and suddenly, I swooshed into my personal space. Let me tell you, I'm taking off right here and now. This isn't just space, it's my personal newbie village starter pack. Inside, there are not only various crops, but also a small wooden house. When I pushed the door open, wow, 3 walls filled with treasures. One wall is a huge bookshelf, packed with all kinds of books on forging, medicine, and life skills, even cultivation techniques. The other wall is filled with small compartments, all containing rare plant seeds. The craziest part is the third wall, which is completely covered in shiny raw crystals. Family, who understands the experience of transforming into a dragon soaring in the sky in an instant? With these, I can walk sideways in this world. But just thinking about Ling makes my excitement fade away. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the mountains and forests outside the tribe, Ling wakes up from his fury. He transforms back into human form, looking at the destruction he caused, his face full of self-mockery. He knows everyone in the tribe is afraid of him. He waited so many years for Qi Xiaoxing, only to scare her away himself. With a glimmer of hope and immense fear, he returns home, gently pushing the door open. On the stone bed, there is no one. He feels his mental power about to go berserk again. She really left. And when I came out of the space, it was almost dawn. There was still no sign of Ling in the yard. But the stone bed had a pile of fresh fruits and a piece of warm roasted meat. Looking at these things, I felt both amused and exasperated. This fool, why won't he meet me? Actually, I'm not that angry anymore. Yesterday, I found a book in the space specifically about mental power surges. If I can understand it, maybe I can help him. I'm just struggling with whether to tell him the secret of the space and my time travel. Trusting him and revealing all my cards are two different things. My thoughts have drifted far away, and in frustration, I picked up a piece of meat and took a big bite. I'm so annoyed. I'm telling you, this man Ling is driving me crazy. He disappeared for over a week, just like ordering takeout. He leaves a whole day's worth of food at my door in the morning and then vanishes. I went from shock at first to searching everywhere for him, and now I'm just feeling depressed. Well, I haven't found my husband, but my career has been thriving. Since I've been idle these days, I've been teaching the sisters in the tribe some handicrafts. I made everything from woven sandals, storage baskets, wooden buckets, wooden spoons, to even a wooden bed. In just over a week, I've raised the living standards of the Qingshi tribe by a whole notch. To thank me, they even made me an elder. Now, not only am I the sweetheart of the tribe, but I've also become the most sought-after woman for the orcs to marry. Truly a golden single woman in primitive society. And just like that, my luck in romance has arrived. I was standing at the door when a burly guy, red-faced like a big golden retriever, stood in front of me, holding some kind of tusk necklace. Xiaoxing, I like you. Can I pursue you? I was really at a loss. This guy is named Muley, just an adult, looking very honest, with sincere eyes. But right now, in my heart, there is no room for anyone but that dog of a man, Ling. As I was thinking about how to refuse him, I caught sight of a little girl hiding in the corner, looking over here with sad eyes. Who understands family? This is such a glitch drama. I cleared my throat and said loudly, Muley, I'm sorry, but I already have someone I like. He was stunned, his face turning beet red, and after a long pause, he stammered, Who is it? I want to duel him. I sighed, thinking, come on man, give a break. I pointed in the direction of the corner and said directly, Even if you beat Ling, I wouldn't choose you. I appreciate your feelings, but look over there. Don't miss the person who truly likes you. Muley was greatly affected, clutching his precious tusk necklace, and left with red eyes. Just as he walked away, the little girl from the corner ran over, tugging at my clothes, her blue eyes sparkling. Thank you, Xiaoxing. After saying that, she chased after Muley. Watching their backs as they ran toward happiness, I felt even worse inside. They're heading for a happy ending, but where is my male lead? The missing person hasn't returned yet. I pondered that I couldn't wait any longer. Tomorrow, the female members of the tribe would go out to gather resources, and I had to follow them to find an opportunity to sneak out and catch someone. I had to find Ling and then pin him down and give him a good beating. However, the next day, before I could sneak out, things happened first. In the gathering team, besides the familiar Xiao LV, there was also Chun Man, who had always looked at me unfavorably. Today, though, she was unusually quiet, not saying a word, and I thought she had changed her ways. Upon arriving at the location, everyone scattered to search for their own things. Xiao LV pulled me, wanted to go deeper into the forest, saying that the good stuff on the outskirts had already been gathered. Just as I hesitated, a sudden scream pierced the sky. A female member, covered in blood, was running towards us, shouting, Four-winged beast. It's a four-winged beast. Damn. Instantly, chaos erupted. Everyone started running for their lives, and the beastmen immediately transformed into giant tigers, fighting while covering our retreat. I pulled Xiao LV and ran desperately, but suddenly my foot got caught on something, and I lost grip of her hand, falling out. At that critical moment, I heard Chun Man's voice ringing in my ear. Qi Xiaoxing, go die. Then a powerful force pushed me from behind, and I fell forward uncontrollably, my forehead hitting a rock hard. With a buzzing sound, my vision turned blood red. Struggling to open my eyes, I saw a hideously ugly monster that looked like a pterosaur diving down towards me. My legs turned to jelly, my mind went blank, and I thought it was over. I was going to die here today. The life Ling saved would end here. But then, the imagined intense pain didn't come. Instead, a warm flow splashed on my face. I opened my eyes and saw Ling's face, handsome enough to enrage both gods and men, right in front of me. It was him. He came to save me. He tightly hugged me, and I was buried in his chest, surrounded by deafening screams and sounds of battle. But all I could hear was the powerful thump of his heartbeat, steady and strong, like the sound of heaven. Before I could fully feel moved, he suddenly tossed me into the air. I was dumbfounded, spinning like a top. The next second, I landed steadily on his transformed tiger back, a big tail wrapping around me, charging straight up into the sky. He took me to the entrance of a cave where many females were already hiding. He rubbed his massive tiger head against me, then, without looking back, dashed back to the battlefield. Watching his imposing figure, my heart raced, and a tide of fear instantly engulfed me. Inside the cave, it was chaotic. Soon, bloodied beastmen were being carried in. I looked and saw Muley among them. The guy who had been lively just a few days ago, confessing to me, was now out of breath. The tribe shaman began using a glowing spell to heal him, and I panicked, thinking this was ridiculous. The external wounds might heal, but what about the broken bones and internal bleeding? This was just superficial. If infections occurred inside, people would still die. Sure enough, another severely injured beastman died on the spot, a rib piercing his heart. His partner cried out in heartbreak, and in front of everyone, took the beastman's tusk and committed suicide. At that moment, seeing their tightly clasped hands felt like something stabbed deep into my heart. Ling's face instantly flashed in my mind. That moment when he rubbed against me before rushing out. Was it goodbye? If something happened to Ling, would I also? I was startled by my own thoughts, and it was at that moment that I clearly realized I was doomed. I had fallen in love with Ling. In such a short time, I had fallen for this dog of a man. The sounds of battle outside grew more intense, and as several more beastmen were brought in, I couldn't think much longer. I quickly took out my precious surgical tools and rushed to save lives. While treating wounds, I grabbed Lan and asked, "Where's Ling? How is he?" Lan's face was pale, and his voice was hoarse. "Ling is fighting 3 4-winged beasts alone. He might have to use his special skills. It's very dangerous." It dawned on me, then, that all the beastmen fighting outside had retreated into the cave. So they had left Ling outside to face the last monster alone. I looked at the numb faces of the beastmen in the cave, and a surge of anger shot up. I understood. They were afraid of Ling's power, treating him like a tool that could be summoned and dismissed at will. After finishing the last stitch, under the shocked gazes of everyone, I dashed out of the cave without looking back. I had to watch over him. As soon as I exited the cave, I saw Ling being slammed to the ground by a 4-winged beast that was clearly a boss-level monster. I was so scared that I covered my mouth tightly, not daring to make sound. I saw Ling struggling to stand up, his golden eyes slowly turning a deep blood red. He was about to unleash his ultimate move. He silently chanted something in his heart, and dark golden light suddenly enveloped him. Then the entire sky turned dark. Holy crap, the sky turned dark. It was like being swallowed by ink. The only source of light in the world was that proud and arrogant white-winged tiger. The wind kicked up dust, and I desperately widened my eyes, only able to see a massive black mist that seemed to have a life of its own, instantly swallowing the fire-breathing 4-winged beast. In the blink of an eye, the black mist dissipated, and the sky brightened again. That once mighty monster had vanished. My mouth dropped open, able to fit an egg. What was this? Was this my boyfriend? The dimensionality-reducing strike? I didn't know when the chieftain had stood behind me, looking worried as he said, "This is Ling's talent, darkness. This power is too terrifying, if not controlled. It could consume everything, which is why the people in the tribe fear him." I looked at the white tiger in the sky, swaying and about to fall from exhaustion, feeling a heart-wrenching pain, and rushed towards him. I wouldn't leave him, I told the chieftain, not out of sympathy, but simply because I loved him. It was that simple. The white tiger landed and transformed back into human form, but he didn't seem right. He was wrapped in black mist, his eyes red as if they would bleed. Exuding a violence. As I got within a meter of him, I felt like my blood was being drained, and the pain almost made me kneel. "Ling," I called out to him. He lifted his head and suddenly grabbed my chin with a grip so strong it was frightening. "It hurt. Ling, wake up. It hurts." I shivered in pain, pressing my hand against his chest, trying to awaken him. Unexpectedly, the pressure of his hand actually loosened a bit. I took a deep breath, going all out. I climbed onto his shoulders, stood on tiptoe, and pressed my lips against his tightly pursed ones. I was enveloped in the black mist surrounding him. My skin scratched and bleeding, but I wouldn't let go. I could feel his body stiffening. If this continued, if he didn't wake up, I would be the first to go cold. Just as my consciousness was about to blur, the pain on my body suddenly vanished. "Thank you for your hard work." Ling's hoarse voice, tinged with a hint of choked emotion, reached my ears. I looked up and met his gentle eyes, now back to a honey color. "You bastard. You finally came back." I cursed inwardly, and just as I finished that thought, everything went black and I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, wow, let me tell you, 3 days of time had fast-forwarded. Ling was sitting by my bed, his voice deep like a cello, asking if I was awake. I woke up. Not just awake, but my mind was clear, looking at his face, handsome enough to enrage both gods and men, and that perfect figure with golden highlights. My heart started racing wildly. What food? Wasn't this the most top-notch feast for the eyes, right in front of me? I sat up directly and beckoned him with my finger. "Ling, come here, I have something to say to you." He walked over step by step, his expression and eyes resembling a big golden retriever that had done something wrong and was waiting for its owner to judge, looking both nervous and wronged. Family, who understands? My little wicked thoughts suddenly surged up. I rested my shoulder against his, feeling his whole body tense up. I grinned mischievously and asked, "Are you ready?" "No resisting la terre." "Okay." He actually nodded seriously, closed his eyes, and looked like he was ready to be at my mercy. "Fine, you asked for it." Instantly, the memory from the medicinal spring space flashed in my mind, and I directly recalled the part about forming a contract with a partner. The first step, exchange fingertip blood. I grabbed his hand and, without hesitation, bit into his ring finger. "Hey, let me tell you, I put in a lot of effort, fueled by a bit of wickedness. Just as revenge for him ignoring me a few days ago. It felt so satisfying. But when I looked again, he didn't even frown, making me feel childish all of a sudden. Sigh, never mind. I resigned myself to biting my own fingertip. Ouch, that really hurt. I just couldn't be harsh on myself. It took several bites before I broke skin, and it hurt so much I bared my teeth. Frustrated, I grabbed his hand and pressed our injured fingertips together, The next second, there was a buzzing sound and blinding white light exploded from where our fingers touched, instantly engulfing the two of us. By the time I reacted, we had fallen from the cave into a place filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, almost like a fairyland. Ling was completely stunned, with a look on his face of who am I? Where am I? I chuckled and directly pushed him down onto the soft grass, then straddled him and pecked at his lips. Welcome to my happy hometown, the medicinal spring space. I squinted my eyes and smiled, feeling so proud. This was what I wanted to tell you. I laid my cards on the table with him. No more pretending. I was actually from another world, not a part of this one, and this space was my golden finger. After hearing this, he showed no fear at all. Instead, his gaze deepened, and he pulled me tightly into his arms with such strength that I nearly bumped my nose. He said he was willing to tell me his greatest secret and would have no regrets. Xiaoxing. His voice was hoarse as he lowered his head and kissed me. Let me tell you, as someone who had been single for over 20 years, I couldn't withstand this. At that moment, I felt like I was exuding the smell of love. While we were lost in our kiss, he suddenly pushed me away a bit, his face turning as red as a tomato, and managed to say, "Could you stay a little farther away from me?" I looked down and, oh my goodness, under his bee skin skirt, a proud little tin had already popped up. My face instantly flushed, and I quickly coughed twice to cover my embarrassment. Right then, I spilled all about the future of the tribe, including seeds, medicinal herbs, and cultivation methods. I was so nervous, but he gently interrupted me, holding me and saying, "I believe in everything about you. If you wish, I will follow you for eternity." Family. When he said this, I completely broke down and cupped his face, kissing him. We were so engrossed in our kiss that we didn't notice the spirited medicinal herbs in this space had already started to watch the show. Some covered their eyes with leaves, some burrowed into the ground. And that old ginseng who had lived who knows how long calmly explained to the younger ones, "Don't be afraid. This is just a way humans express friendliness. I really can't thank you enough." Just at this critical moment, I suddenly sensed someone approaching from outside the space. I quickly pushed Ling away, and with a thought, we instantly returned to the bedroom. Just as we steadied ourselves, there was a knock on the door. A somewhat familiar voice came from outside. "Sorry to interrupt, I'm Wu." I opened the door to see Wu dressed very simply today, looking like an ordinary female forger. As soon as she walked in, her gaze swept over us and landed on Ling's face. Ling's expression was complex. He nodded and managed to say, "It's nothing, Auntie." "Huh? Auntie?" I was instantly petrified, looking between Wu and Ling, realizing they did somewhat resemble each other. "No, buddy, you have such an impressive relative. Why didn't you say so earlier?" I puffed my cheeks in anger, glaring at him. Seeing that I was angry, he quickly hugged me from behind and rested his head on my shoulder, acting spoiled. "I was wrong. I'll explain it to you tonight." His warm breath tickled my neck. I elbowed him hard. Wu watched us flirt with a knowing expression, then shifted to a serious tone. "Xiaoxing, I'm here to find you. I know this request is quite unreasonable, but I want to ask you to use your knowledge to help the tribe." She then dropped a bombshell, saying the tribe was now just a shell, and if things continued like this, 1/5 of the population would die this winter. The tribe's promotion competition next spring would definitely fail, and without the protection of a large tribe, within 5 years, the Qingshi tribe would completely disappear from this continent. I was completely stunned. What a hellish start. She took us to a temporary shelter behind the tribe, which, to put it plainly, was just a waiting to die place. I took one look inside, and all I saw were old orcs lying on stone beds, missing arms and legs, with expressions I was all too familiar with. Eyes filled with no hope for life, just waiting to die. Wu said this was only part of it. The situation of the tribe was 1,000 times worse than I imagined. She begged me to see if there was any way to save them. At that moment, looking into her eyes full of guilt, I agreed. That night, I sat in the courtyard, staring at the starry sky, worrying my head off. Food, warmth, medicinal herbs, defensive fortifications. There were holes everywhere. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I said to Ling, "Why don't we gather those scattered tribe members? That would solve the population problem, right?" But Ling's one sentence silenced me. He said, "In this world, there was a cruel rule. When a tribe is defeated, all survivors become the slaves of the victors. 4 generations, never to rise again. Want to escape? Doing so means betraying the beast god, and being caught would be even worse. Therefore, many defeated tribes would rather kill all survivors than let their people face such humiliation." My worldview shattered at that moment. This was too barbaric, too raw. Before I could recover from the shock, suddenly there was an uproar at the tribe's entrance. A patrolling orc shouted, "An injured orc has arrived at the entrance. It seems to be a slave from the Blackstone tribe." My friend Xiaolu excitedly pulled me over, Xiaoxing, come quick, it's a slave. Following her out, my heart felt heavy. When I squeezed into the crowd, I was nearly sickened by the sight. Lying on the ground was a lion, so thin it was just skin and bones. Its belly completely ripped open, with a piece of intestine hanging out, the wound rotting, with maggots crawling on it. Ling was also there, his hands covered in blood. I felt a surge of anger rising in me. This was not a slave. This was outright torture. Just as I was gritting my teeth, trying to figure out what to do, the dying lion slowly opened its eyes. It had a pair of murky, lifeless eyes filled with a despair so thick it was suffocating. It turned its head and glanced at Ling, letting out a cry of despair, then slowly closed its eyes. It died. Among the crowd, a female named Chun Man was still chattering, complaining about the bad luck. Looking at the cold body on the ground and recalling what Wu had said earlier in that moment, I fully understood her profound despair and helplessness. So, the so-called destruction was not simply death, but a more brutal way of living as a slave, right? Let me tell you, Ling is just a big cat with an overflowing saintly heart. After we buried that orc from the Lion Clan, he actually confessed to me that he was the one who let the human in, and that Sister Lan was covering for him. I asked him why. He lowered his head, looking like a guilty golden retriever, and quietly said, he seems so pitiful, like he was abandoned. Who understands this reasoning, huh? What could I say? I was both angry and amused at the time, so I went up and roughly pulled his hair, but of course I chose to forgive him. I told him I would always stand by his side, but I felt a bit uneasy inside. Then he suddenly hugged me from behind and sighed in my ear, saying he didn't want me to see the cruel side of the world so soon. I thought to myself, don't worry, buddy, I've seen my fair share of storms. It's just slavery. I've worn out history textbooks on that. But this incident also reminded me that I needed to speed up my plans. Then, he changed the subject and suddenly asked me if I knew which tribe that orc from the Lion Clan belonged to. When I heard that, I thought Blackrock tribe. Wow, isn't that the tribe where his adopted sister got married? I just realized that our Qingstone tribe and the Blackstone tribe are practically sworn enemies, despite being related. They've been fighting over territory and resources for decades, creating more grudges than I have hair on my head. Moreover, I heard that the shaman of their tribe is a tough character, causing the whole tribe to go berserk, especially lacking in martial ethics. I was pondering what he meant by suddenly bringing this up, and then he directly covered my mouth with his hand. The look in his eyes, let me tell you, was as bright as if he had turned on high beams, full of ambition. He said he wanted to form a combat team, a team that could take down all intruders, the strongest battle team. I had only one thought at that moment. Cool, my man is about to start his career. Of course, I wholeheartedly support it. What he said makes perfect sense. Talking about strengthening cooperation awareness, systematic training, it's completely the mindset of a modern army. Let me tell you, just based on his vision, he will definitely not be able to be satisfied as just a small tribal chief in the future. In the following days, it rained heavily outside, and I was at home crazily working on plans. Ling, this big cat, was also considerate, braving the rain to go hunting for me, just to let me eat something fresh. While I was munching on roasted meat, I was doodling on paper, and my heart was so passionate. I have to set up a simple kitchen, a cellar, and a heated calm. Before winter, I must achieve a leap in living quality. I wrote down 3 core tasks with great enthusiasm. First, we need to get universal healthcare up and running, providing everyone with health checkups and stockpiling medicine. Second, we must ensure we have enough winter supplies, cellars, pickled vegetables, cured meats. None of these can be missing. Third, for the defense project, I'll just be hands-off. I'll throw the blueprints over and leave everything to my big cat to handle. Just as I was getting into the planning, Xiao Lu called me to go have dinner at his mom's place. I was a bit puzzled, as ever since the last incident with the salt, his mom had been avoiding me. Was the sun rising in the west today? As it turned out, dinner was calm and harmonious, which was a bit disappointing. I was expecting some family drama, but the real drama happened later. On the way home, I ran into Chun Man, the same White Lotus who tried to push me to feed the monsters before. She actually came over to apologize. The expression on her face, the tone of her voice, so heartfelt. What a shame she won TB participating in the 2025 editions for actor self-cultivation. I rolled my eyes directly to the sky and thought, what benefits do you want to gain from me? I could see through her little schemes at a glance. She just wanted to come over and ride on my coattails, learn some skills to sell to the Blackstone tribe for original crystals. Dream on. Ling was too lazy to waste words with her and directly said, you hurt her, and you'll never be forgiven by Yuan in this lifetime, which was so cool. Then, before I could react, he picked me up and threw me up into the sky. I was almost scared out of my wits at that moment. Then, in the next second, he suddenly spread out a pair of huge, snow-white wings behind him. Each feather glimmered with the golden light of the sunset, and with a flap, we flew up. Family, that scene was simply like a divine being descending. He held me as we wove, through the evening glow, the entire Qingshi tribe beneath our feet. Of course, while flying, the atmosphere became a bit off. I felt something behind me, pressing uncomfortably against me. Goodness, this big cat really doesn't know the occasion. After landing, for the sake of soundproofing the tribe, I decisively dragged him into the space. As for what happened, it was a long time. Anyway, by the time I recovered, it was already 3 days later. During these 3 days, Ling didn't idle either. He went to find his good buddy, Lance, and as soon as he mentioned forming a team, Lance agreed without a second thought. Now, the core team is taking shape. As soon as I felt better, I immediately got back on my feet. I exercised my elder privileges and announced, "Meeting. Everyone gather." On the day of the meeting, the weather was fantastic, and the tribal square was crowded with people, all craning their necks, waiting to see what the newly appointed elder, was going to do. I saw Lily and Nana, those two little girls, with bright eyes and eager faces. I tell you, there are always some people who are naturally unable to see others do well. I had just steadied myself when I heard a sarcastic voice next to me. A flamboyantly dressed female was rolling her eyes at Lily and Nana, the two little girls. "Oh, not working and coming here to join the fun? Is your lame dad? Sickly mom? And two little burdens going to have to drink the northwest wind today?" Wow. The sense of superiority was almost overflowing from the screen. Nana, the little firecracker, immediately got angry, her eyes wide like a little leopard. "Lien, and mind your own business." The one called Lien and quickly covered her mouth and, in a high-pitched voice, said, "Oh, you're so fierce. I was just concerned about you. Family, who understands at times like this? I just want to give her a good shake." Lily quickly pulled the about-to-explode Nana back. Her little face was full of weariness that didn't match her age, and it made my heart ache. I know their family situation. They rely entirely on these two half-grown kids, and they really don't have the resources to go head-to-head with the elder's daughter. "All right, since I'm here, let's get started." Ling and the clan leader managed the situation well, and I stood on the high platform in the center of the square. "Everyone, I am Qi Xiaoxing." I cleared my throat, looking at the sea of heads below, and my heart calmed down instead. Without further ado, I went straight to the point. The reason I called everyone here today is for one thing. Starting today, I will lead everyone to a better life. I will teach you how to dig cellars and store food. I will teach you various methods of preserving food to ensure that we won't run out of meat and vegetables all winter long. I also want to reduce the number of sick people in the tribe. My KPI is that this winter, our tribe will have 0 casualties. As soon as I threw out these few sentences, the comments section exploded, buzzing like I had poked a hornet's nest. There were all kinds of reactions, from disbelief to skepticism, with people saying things like, "If only it were true." At that moment, an old man with a white beard stood up and shouted firmly, "Little girl, you can't just say whatever you want." Even the clan leader wouldn't dare to make such bold claims. As soon as I looked, I saw Jejia supporting him and winking at me. "All right, this should be your grandfather, Elder Mu. I'm not afraid at all." And I look him straight in the eyes. "Elder Mu, don't be anxious. Give me some time, and you'll see my performance then. It's one thing to talk, but we need to show what we can do, right?" Ling, standing beside me with her arms crossed, had a look in her eyes that clearly says my wife is the best. I seized the opportunity and laid out my entire plan. I know everyone doesn't believe me, so let me explain in detail. First, dig a cellar. Second, build defensive fortifications to prevent the beast tide. Third, and most importantly, technology transfer. I will select 10 females from those who sign up, set up a small training class, and teach them how to cure meat, make dried vegetables, and make jam. Step by step. Once they are trained, they will go on to teach more people. As soon as I said this, I saw a girl named Chun Man in the corner go pale. She had offended me before and probably feared I wouldn't choose her out of personal vendetta. The girl next to her, Lien, and was gloating and poking at her. I tell you, these two were simply a pair of hidden talents. Finally, I dropped a bombshell. There's one last thing. Starting tomorrow, for a whole week, I will offer free medical consultations at the entrance of the shelter. Anyone who feels unwell can come to me for a checkup. At this point, the entire square erupted in excitement. After the meeting, everyone was discussing my plans. I noticed a slave girl named May. Her eyes suddenly lit up with a glimmer of hope, as if she had grasped a lifeline. The next day, I set up a stall at the entrance of the shelter. No, a free clinic. I had Xiao, Lu, and the others help me brew a large pot of ginger tea, and I secretly added some of my spatial spring water for double the effect. Ling went to survey the terrain to find clay for making bricks, while Lan, that silly girl, stayed here and was bickering with Xiao Lu about this. Those two are quite the characters. As soon as the door opened, Lily and Nana rushed in. Sister Xiaoxing. Nana cheerfully extended her hand to me. Come on, let me have a look. I told her not to call me elder, just call me sister. As soon as I laid my hand on her, it felt like I had opened my third eye. I frowned and looked at her. Are you secretly overworking again behind your sister's back? You're going to wear yourself out. Nana's mouth was agape, big enough to fit an egg, and Lily next to her looked pale. I checked Lily's pulse again and sighed. Your worries are too heavy. They're almost suffocating you. The family matters are not solely your fault. Don't bear it all by yourself. My godly skill instantly stunned the people waiting outside. Goodness. The line that was somewhat orderly just moments ago turned chaotic, with everyone shoving forward as if competing for the first spot. Elder, look at me first. I came first. Fortunately, Lan has a loud voice and managed to restore order. The first few were fine. No major issues, just a bowl of ginger tea to send them off. Until the seventh one, a female named Connie. I took her pulse and exclaimed, "Oh, it's a slippery pulse. Isn't this a sure sign of pregnancy?" I immediately smiled and congratulated her, saying, "Congratulations, you're expecting." However, the woman's face turned pale, and the people around gasped in shock. Her friend quickly said, "Elder, are you mistaken? Connie's partner died a year ago. How could she be pregnant?" The scene froze for 3 seconds, and then a shocking sensation filled the air. I examined her pulse again, and sure enough, it was a sign of pregnancy. I stared at Connie's face, which was filled with guilt and fear, and said meaningfully, "The pulse doesn't lie. Only people do." She trembled, and it seemed she could no longer hide the truth. The angry orc started shouting, "Shameless! Your partner, Kelly, just died a year ago, and his bones are still fresh." It turned out that her partner had died while picking fruit for her, and this stirred up a hornet's nest. Everyone was incensed and demanded to know whose child it was. Guess what happened next? This woman burst into tears, crying like a flower in the rain, and said that 2 months ago while picking fruit, she had been, you know what I mean by stray orc? This plot twist left everyone dumbfounded, and those who had just been the most vocal in their accusations quickly apologized. I hurried to say sorry as well, admitting I had been too abrupt. But for some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Her acting seemed Oscar-worthy. Anyway, because of this incident, my reputation as a miraculous healer was firmly established. Now I had become the village's guanine of childbirth, with people lining up every day, saying, "Elder, look at how hard I worked last night. Do you think I will conceive today?" I was truly overwhelmed. These past few days had been so busy that I felt like I was about to collapse. I wonder how Ling was doing. As for Ling, the one I've been thinking about, he was on his way back. Not only had he found clay for making bricks, but he had also discovered a vast expanse of golden, wild wheat. On the 5th morning after Ling left, I woke up with 2 dark circles under my eyes. Little Green and Jejia came to see me, bringing gifts of gratitude from the tribe, and said we needed to finalize the list for the 10 training classes. I felt warm inside and shared half of the gifts with them. But when Jejia spread out the sheepskin parchment with the 3 lists in front of me, I was dumbfounded. What is this, hieroglyphics? I couldn't recognize a single word. In the end, it was Xiaolu, holding back her laughter, who read the list to me. Xiaolu, Jejia, Lily, Nana, Lianin, Mei, Kenny, Bebe, Linda, Chenman. As soon as I heard it, Xiaolu's tone clearly indicated that she was unhappy with a few people. I asked the 2 of them to introduce me to those I wasn't familiar with. My reliable friend, Jejia, started to explain. That Lian and is definitely a little princess of the tribe. Her family is wealthy and powerful. And the key point is that she used to want to steal Xiaolu's boyfriend and marry Lan. Oh, a rival in love? No wonder. And what about Coney? That's what I'm most curious about. Jejia pouted. Coney is about our age, under 40. My mouth twitched a bit. Fine, you all live long, you decide. Her partner, Kelly, just passed away last year, quite pitiful. But, Jejia changed the subject, we all don't like her. She's particularly vain. She married Kelly just for his status. And she's very selfish, with a terrible reputation among females. To put it bluntly, she doesn't have much genuine affection for the partner who died for her. Isn't that right? Xiaolu was nodding furiously beside her, so angry that her cheeks puffed up, saying the chief and the shaman chose her purely to save face for a certain elder. It was simply infuriating. I laughed directly and said, "Then just don't choose her, it's not a big deal." I immediately took up the pen. I still have this right? As an older sister. Xiaolu and Jejia panicked at that moment, asking if I did this. Wouldn't he the elder get furious? I said, "What is there to be afraid of? If he dares to come and argue, I'll just say Connie is pregnant and can't do physical work. Is that reason strong enough?" Besides, with her current life, who knows how much trouble she has. I tell you, I never paid any attention to those tribal elders. The technology is brought by me, and I can teach whoever I want, focusing on doing as I please. I stared at the list, and with a swift motion, crossed off 2 more names, Chunman and Lianen. They are out too. Jia seemed a bit worried and said, Xiaoxing, Lian, and's mom is Qiao. If you cross her off, it won't be easy to get by in the future. Little Green was nodding vigorously beside her, saying it's not worth it for her. I waved my hand dismissively, saying it's fine. What I want is a team with a wolf-like mentality that can roll up their sleeves with me. Not a young lady here to enjoy life. She doesn't meet my hiring standards. Just like that, the list of 10 was finalized. I looked at the clock and saw it was already 10:30, so I decided to let them stay for dinner. When Little Green heard this, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed that she finally got to have a meal with me. Jia still wanted to take the list to get it stamped first, but Little Green stopped her, saying to let the men run errands. Xiaoxing is cooking, and this is a rare opportunity, so we must make the most of it. I laughed and asked them what they wanted to eat, stone slab meat or stir-fry dishes. As soon as I finished speaking, a deep voice at the door responded. I want to eat stone slab meat. I have to tell you, that voice made my hair stand on end. I turned around abruptly, and there he was, a tall figure standing at the door, backlit. The outline was so handsome, it almost took my breath away. It was Ling. He was back. That stunning face, capable of making gods and men envious, wore that gentle smile, and his golden eyes were fixed on me, filled with longing that seemed about to overflow. My heart melted at that moment, and I hurried over to ask if he had gotten hurt during this trip and how the reconnaissance went. Xiao Lu and Jia exchanged a knowing glance and immediately understood, making an excuse to go pick vegetables, leaving us some space. As Jia left, she wore a face of despair, lamenting that among us, the ones in relationships, she was the only single dog, pitifully. Suddenly, the courtyard was left with just the 2 of us. I rubbed my little hands together, my eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked him, Ling, what gift did you bring this time? I was so looking forward to it, thinking that after being away for so long, he must have brought something nice. Maybe some gems or something to let me experience the feeling of being pampered by a CEO. And guess what? He carefully pulled out a handful of grass. I was puzzled when he, a bit nervously, said that it was found at the bottom of the cliff and looked like the wild wheat I had drawn before. I exploded at that moment. Gems, romance, all of it can go away. Who understands the family? This is wild wheat. It's the hope that can fill the stomachs of the entire tribe. I was so excited that I couldn't speak clearly, holding on to him and asking where he found it, how much there was, and if it was enough for next year's seeds. After I finished speaking and looked up, I realized he hadn't been listening to my rambling at all. He was looking at me with a gaze that could drown someone, and gently said, as long as you like it. My heart skipped a beat as I hugged his waist and stood on my tiptoes to give him a quick kiss on the lips. I really like it. I'll make you something delicious for lunch. But then this guy took the initiative, held my head, and deepened the kiss. He didn't let go until my legs felt weak, and then he licked his lips and said, I'm looking forward to it. Wow. Did he take a course on how to flirt? Half an hour later, Xiao Lu and the others returned with lawn and a bunch of ingredients. Let's get started. The wild meat Ling brought back was incredibly tender, with a perfect balance of fat and lean, sliced like snowflake beef. I took out my precious stone slab, set it over the fire, and began my performance. Xiaoxing, what is this? Jia pointed at a small jar of yellowish substance I had taken out, her eyes filled with curiosity. I smiled mysteriously, scooped a spoonful, and smeared it on the hot stone slab. With a sizzling sound, the aroma exploded instantly. It's made from animal fat and fatty meat. Want to learn? I'll teach you after dinner. Those who had never seen such a thing were almost drooling. I arranged the slices of meat one by one. The fragrance of the meat mixed with the aroma of the fat was simply torturous. When I picked up the first batch of grilled meat and looked up, wow, 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on me like hungry wolves. I wrapped 2 slices of meat with vegetable leaves and brushed my special sauce on it, then fed it directly to Ling's mouth. At first, he was a bit shy, but his body was very honest. He took a bite and devoured it like a big cat being fed. Xiao Lu and the others also learned to wrap it up, and when they took a bite, it was so hot that they exclaimed, so delicious. After the meal, it was a whirlwind. Not even a leaf was left. Once they all left, only Ling and I remained in the yard. I was just about to ask him if my skills had declined when he walked up to me in 2 steps, directly pulled me in his arms, and whispered, Xiaoxing, I want to kiss you. I was stunned at the time. How did this guy change so much after going out? Is he really this straightforward? I hadn't reacted yet when he gently pinched my chin, and then I felt the soft touch of his lips. My mind went blank. and all I could do was wrap my arms around his neck, letting him take over. His kissing skills must have been perfected with his friend Lance. When he finally released me and saw my flushed face, he even gave me an evaluation. Very delicious. Damn, I forgot everything I wanted to say before, and I was so angry that I could only glare at him. As a result, this person not only didn't back down, but also leaned close to my ear and whispered, "I want everything related to you." My ears turned red in an instant. I couldn't let him have the upper hand. I forced myself to stay calm and push him away, clear my throat. Got it. I need to go prepare the materials for tomorrow's training. The next day, the scene was spectacular. All 10 selected females showed up, but there was an unexpected guest at the back of the line, Lian and the young lady I had kicked out. She stormed over with a dark expression, snatched the list from Xiao LV's hand, and immediately demanded, "Did you tell Qi Xiaoxing? Is that why she won't teach me?" Xiao LV was stunned and hadn't even had a chance to speak when Lian slapped her. I heard a noise in the house, and suddenly the fire reached the top of my head. Goodness, someone was hitting me right at my doorstep. They've gone too far. Jia exploded on the spot, rushing up to argue with Lian and saying it was her who reported the situation, claiming that Lian and the young lady couldn't handle hardship. Lian's face turned red with anger, and she directly made a harsh remark. "My mother is Chiu. I'll go back and have her find Qi Xiaoxing. Let us see if she teaches her. No need to look for her." I pushed open the courtyard gate and walked out with a cold face. I saw Xiao Lu covering her face and crying, which only fueled my anger even more. If I didn't come out now, my friend would be bullied to death right at my doorstep. I crossed my arms and provocatively looked at Lian, thinking that today I would see what tricks she could pull. This young lady, seeing me come out, surprisingly changed her face in an instant, starting to apologize to me, saying it was just a moment of impulse, hoping I wouldn't misunderstand, and that she also wanted to contribute to the tribe. What a performance. Isn't she just afraid of being completely isolated and not enjoying the benefits of technology in the future? I don't buy into her act at all. I said directly, "If you want to learn, there will be opportunities in the future. But right now, the person who should apologize is not me, it's Xiao Lu." My gaze turned cold, and I directly invoked the authority of the elder. As a tribal elder, I demanded that you immediately apologize to Xiao Lu. Lian's face instantly changed from red to white, then from white to green. It was quite a sight. She bit her lip tightly, but in the end, she reluctantly said sorry to Xiao Lu. That silly girl Xiao Lu, just because someone softened up, she became soft-hearted too, and waved her hand saying it was okay. "I don't care about those two," I directly announced. "Since Xiao Lu has forgiven you, your punishment is over." Lian shot me a resentful glance and ran away. I knew that this feud was established, but so what? If I don't use my power, it will expire. I can't even protect my own friends. So what am I doing as an elder? The storm was settled, and the class officially started. For the first lesson, I gave him a tough task, rendering animal fat. I demonstrated how to cut fatty meat, how to put in the pot, and how to add salt, while also telling them about the benefits. This thing not only makes the food taste better, but it can also be used as fuel and for medicinal purposes. The female onlookers were all ears. When I poured the cooked oil into the pot and tossed in a handful of vegetables, with a sizzling sound, thick smoke mixed with the aroma of meat came out, scaring them to jump 3 feet high. I smiled as I let them taste the freshly cooked stir-fried greens. Lily, the little girl, was the first to grab a chopstick full, and in the next second, her eyes squinted with happiness. So delicious. In an instant, a group of people finished off a whole plate of greens. I felt a bit embarrassed. After all, this was just the most basic stir-fry. Yet in this beast world, it had become a top-tier skill. Wasn't this just a pure dimensionality reduction blow? I casually handed over some oil residue for them to try. And the result was that these people devoured it like they had never tasted good food before. They polished off a whole bowl of oil residue. Not a scrap was left. I tell you, the effect was immediate. In just one afternoon, the entire tribe went crazy. Every household was filled with a tempting aroma that could lead one to ruin. Children were running everywhere, and everyone had a handful of crispy fried bits, eating with grease dripping from their mouths. If someone didn't know better, they might think our tribe had achieved culinary freedom ahead of time. When Ling returned with his group of brothers from training, he was dumbfounded by the smell. From a distance, Lance shouted with his loud voice, "What smells so good?" As Ling pushed open the gate to my yard, I had just set the dishes on the table. He naturally came over to take over, and I asked him how training went and if the bizarre book I gave him, which featured a giant cat fighting, was useful. He said it was very useful. When Lon got home and saw the fingerprints on Xiao Lu's face, he exploded, hugging Xiao Lu with a mix of pity and anger. Xiao Lu coaxed by him. spilled everything, and their relationship warmed up immediately. The next morning, the yard was packed with orcs sending their females to school, each of them wearing a look that said, "My family has light." I was glad that someone woke me up with a kiss earlier that morning. Otherwise, I would have definitely been late. Xiaolu was brought over by Lon, blushing, and when Jia and I exchanged glances, we couldn't help but laugh mischievously. Once everyone arrived, Ling was ready to head out. He strode over to me with his long legs and, right in front of the crowd of orcs and females, suddenly pulled me into his arms and kissed me fiercely. I tell you, my mind just exploded on the spot. Goodness, I was completely dazed, you know? A whole yard full of people was staring at me. I was still wondering, according to the rules here, does this count as being underage for me? But then these people were laughing like it was New Year's. Who understand my family? I'm just a pure and innocent corporate worker from the 21st century. And I was just kissed to the point of weakness. My CPU was almost overheating when Ling finally let go of me. I couldn't even touch the ground with my feet. He rubbed his rough thumb across my lips, and I felt like my soul was flying away. He just said, "I'm leaving," in a voice so hoarse it was almost unbearable. And then he disappeared, leaving me alone in the wind, all confused. That girl Jia, her eyes were shining like searchlights, and she came over to say, "Xiaoxing, Ling is declaring his sovereignty. Did some blind beastman confess to you again? You." I hadn't even had the chance to deny the 3 consecutive claims when I noticed that all the females around me were wearing those knowing anti-smiles. Where am I supposed to put my old face? And I still have to teach everyone how to make salted meat later. Don't I care about my dignity? That guy Ling is really inexplicable. All right, deep breath. I am an elder. I am a teacher. I cleared my throat, blushing, and began the class. Today, we will learn how to preserve meat. My voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz, but fortunately, their ears were sharp. As soon as they heard it was about meat preservation, everyone's interest peaked instantly. As for the orcs who came along, they were directly deemed as irrelevant and all sent away by their own females. With fewer people around, I felt much more at ease. I asked them how they spent the winters before. Nana said that females mainly gnawed on potatoes since they can be stored. Jia said that orcs would go catch snow rabbits, but those are quite clever and hard to catch. Most of the meat was hunted in the autumn and buried in the snow. I frowned as soon as I heard that. Does the female not get to eat any meat in the winter? An older sister gave a bitter smile and said that food is already scarce in winter, and the orcs have to guard against the beast tide. They can't even fill their own stomachs, so how could there be meat for the females? I felt a pang in my heart. A whole quarter without meat? Who can stand that? I immediately patted my chest and promised, no worries. This year, I'll make sure everyone has meat to eat in winter. Once I decided to do it, I started with the simplest method, pickling salted meat. I poured half a pot of salt into a large stone pot and began to stir it while everyone looked on in shock. I told them, the salt needs to be heated, and if you want to be fancy, add some spices for better flavor. As I spoke, I fished out some Sichuan peppercorns from my space and tossed them in, and the aroma instantly filled the air. Now, take the heated salt and rub it evenly on the meat, really massage it in. Rub for 10 minutes, I shouted while demonstrating. I had notified everyone yesterday, and most of them had brought meat, so they were doing quite well. But I noticed right away that Nana and Lily, the 2 sisters, were standing there. At a loss, they didn't have any meat. I immediately called out, "Nana, Lily, come help me with these 2 pieces. I can't manage on my own." Lily, being smart, pulled her sister over, her eyes full of gratitude. I understood. The key was to be emotionally intelligent and help them out. 10 minutes passed quickly, and everyone had massaged their meat just about right. The next step was to sprinkle another layer of salt to seal it in. I was straightforward and sprinkled a generous amount. I thought to myself, a bit saltier is better. A small piece of meat could make a big pot of soup. And you could fill up on the soup, right? All right, put in a container, press something on top, let it marinate for 4 or 5 days. Remember to turn it over in between, and finally string it up to dry. I finished in one breath, only to find everyone staring blankly at me. A girl named Xiaolu timidly spoke up. "Xiaoxing, you spoke too fast. We're afraid we won't remember." I slapped my forehead and thought, oh, I was too anxious. I said, "How about this? Everyone go back and work on it. And if you have any questions, feel free to come find me." Only then did they feel relieved, each of them thanking me. I waved my hand and said, "What's this? Let's talk about how to store vegetables." Vegetables can be stored. Little Green's eyes were about to pop out. For them, being able to eat vegetables in winter was simply a fantasy. I nodded with a smile. Of course. Today I'll teach you 2 kinds, dried vegetables and pickles. I'll first talk about the simplest one, which is dried vegetables. Wash the vegetables clean, remove any rotten leaves, find a sunny day to soften them in the sun, then blanch them in boiling water and take them out to dry. Little Green pouted, Xiaoxing. This is not simple at all. I was amused and helpless and demonstrated it to them once more. When I saw that they had almost learned it, I said I would teach them how to make pickles tomorrow. Only then did everyone leave satisfied, discussing excitedly along the way about finally being able to eat vegetables in winter. After everyone had left, I was tidying up the yard when I noticed Mei still standing there. She was the priestess whose tribe had been destroyed and who had been sold here as a slave. When she saw me looking over, her voice trembled a bit. Xiaoxing, can I talk to you about something? Seeing her like that, I knew it was not a trivial matter. I pulled her into the house, closed the door, and handed her a piece of dried fruit I had made. She didn't eat it and lowered her head to begin telling her story. She said she was originally a priestess, her tribe was gone, and she was sold here, bought by an old elder named Candela. Although Candela was her master, he never treated her as a slave. As time went by, she, who had not felt any human emotions for more than 300 years, unexpectedly fell in love with this old orc who was on the brink of collapse from years of warfare. At that moment, I could only think one big wow. Over 300 years old. This isn't shipping a couple. It's a living fossil. Sure enough, May continued, I want to be with him openly, but I am a slave. She looked up, her eyes full of pleading. I want to ask for your help. Here, for a slave to regain their freedom, 3 elders must agree. Candra is one of them, and now she has come to me, making this the second. I asked her, even if I agree, we still need one more, right? She clenched her fist and directly unleashed her big move. I'll trade you a secret. Please help me. Persuade the 3rd elder. She paused, then dropped a bombshell. My former tribe developed because we discovered a crystal mine and reported it to the big tribe. But actually, we found 2 sites at that time. There's another one that's even more concealed, and only I know where it is. As soon as I heard about the original crystal mine, I froze. If you help me, I'll tell you where it is. I watched May's departing figure, my mind swirling with the words original crystal mine. Let me tell you, in my personal space, a bunch of powerful techniques and seeds are all locked up, with the hint that my level is not high enough. I pondered for half a day. Isn't this just the ability level in this world? Here, females awaken their talents during their coming-of-age ceremony. What if I don't awaken anything by then? How could I be worthy of our family's combat powerhouse, Ling? The more I thought about it, the more anxious I became, so I must secure that mine. It was like a pillow being delivered just when I was feeling sleepy. Before I could even warm up to this matter, the construction of the tribe fully kicked off. I taught the females various survival skills, and Ling completed short-term training for the leaders of the hunting team. After discussing, we decided that the next step was to make bricks and build walls. During those days, the tribe was bustling, with some orcs digging for clay and others collecting stones, an absolute construction frenzy. At night, Ling and I were drawing planning maps on the ground, and I casually asked him, what was the most ferocious beast hide in history like? He hugged me from behind, resting his chin on my shoulder, and his voice suddenly turned serious. Every winter, starving wild beasts would form groups to attack the tribe. To them, we are just food. He paused and revealed something I had never known. When orcs unleash their talent skills, it not only consumes mental energy, but also requires a kind of energy called original force, which comes from the original crystals. Wow, my heart jolted. Now I understood even more. What May gave me was not just a mine. It was practically the lifeblood of our tribe. Ling's voice was a bit muffled as he started talking about how above this galaxy, there are more peaceful and prosperous places that only the strong can reach. I wondered if he had some hidden factory settings in his mind. I asked him if he thought strength was the most important, and he looked at me with a particularly complex expression, saying, strength is not the most important, but it is what I use to protect you. Well, with such sweet words, I surrendered right on the spot. The final plan was set. Ling would lead people to build the Great Wall, and I would lead people to make coal. Why coal? It's needed for making bricks and for heating in winter. The next day we set out, and along the way, every household had dried vegetables and salted meat hanging outside their doors. When they saw us, they greeted us warmly. It felt wonderful. However, when we arrived at the gathering point, only Xiao Lu and Lan were there. Xiao Lu pouted and complained. Xiaoxing, everyone was called by Qiu to gather. They said it was to prepare for the autumn gathering. I think she is deliberately stealing your people. Jia also came over with a pile of things, angrily saying, exactly, it must be Lian and pulling strings behind the scenes. I have a clear understanding in my heart. This is most likely Qiu trying to support her disappointing daughter Lianen. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Qiu and Lianen returned leisurely with a large group of people. Lianin pretended to be sincere and handed me a bunch of purple fruits, saying genuinely, Xiaoxing, I'm sorry to have delayed you. Here, take this as compensation. I hadn't even spoken yet when Ling already pulled me behind her. Her gaze is cold as an ice knife, directly aimed at Lian, and don't use something that smells sour to apologize. Lian's face turned green on the spot. Xiao quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Xiaoxing, Lian doesn't understand. I'll apologize on her behalf. Please don't take it to heart. Okay? I'm simply speechless. I didn't say anything. So how did it become that I care? Ling didn't care about that and said expressionlessly, we have important matters to attend to. Please step aside. I obediently let him lead me, and my heart was filled with joy. I really like his domineering attitude of I protect my woman, and no one else should interfere. Finally, everyone gathered, and I took a group of females and a few orc bodyguards to the back mountain. I divided them into groups, and to boost everyone's enthusiasm, I directly announced, the charcoal we burn today, except for a portion to be submitted to the tribe for making bricks. The rest can be divided among the groups to take home for winter. As soon as I said this, the atmosphere on site changed instantly. The females who were still moving slowly just moments ago suddenly brightened their eyes, as if a switch had been flipped, and quickly started forming alliances, fearing they would end up with a useless teammate. The scene was comparable to a large-scale matchmaking event. 10 minutes later, only 2 chosen ones remained on the field, Chun Man and that Coney who was pregnant but still pretending to be innocent. Folks, if these 2 gems wanted to team up with me, I would rather perform an ascension on the spot. I had a clever idea and directly pair them together, euphemistically saying, Coney is pregnant, Chun Man, you should help her out, you can build a smaller kiln, and the charcoal you submit will be less. My words blocked everything they wanted to say. Seeing Coney's face turn pale and flushed was incredibly satisfying. After the groups were formed, it was time to get to work. I taught them the simplest method of digging pits to build kills. To my surprise, among the orcs who came to help, there was that muley who had confessed to me earlier and even fought with Ling for me. I felt a huge wave of awkwardness, as if the air was filled with the tension of a battlefield. Let me tell you, this place is a battlefield. Muley's gaze was so intense it felt like it was going to ignite me. I thought to myself that I couldn't just stare at him, so I shouted at him, Hey Muley, lend a hand. To my surprise, at my command, Alvin started digging away, and soon a pit about 4 meters square took shape. Digging the pit was just the first step. The key was the flue. I explained to them that this thing works the opposite of our chimney. The smoke has to rise first to infuse the wood with flavor, and then it can escape from the bottom. The theory sounded great, but in practice, Alvin was digging a lateral tunnel from the bottom of the pit, and after a long time, it collapsed, leaving him sweating profusely. I saw that he was just going in circles. I told him to dig a slanted path from the side to the bottom of the pit. It's not a big deal. If the opening ends up being too large, we could just block it with some mud later. Jia was beside me, anxious and stamping her feet, asking, Xiaoxing, can we start digging too? Hold on, I'll only teach once, so pay attention. I first let them watch and learn before they started working. Otherwise, if everyone rushed in, it would just waste energy. I directed while demonstrating myself. Come on, Jia, bring me that pile of hay. Watch closely. Family, first lay a layer of flammable material at the bottom, then stack the firewood, with the small pieces at the bottom and the larger ones in the middle. Pack it tightly for me, leave no gaps. I was busy stacking the wood when I looked up and saw Muley standing by the pit, holding a huge piece of timber like a guardian deity, staring at me without saying a word. My face immediately flushed, and I quickly climbed out of the pit, saying, You come and put it down, you're stronger. To cover up the embarrassment, I raised my voice and continued to teach the onlooking sisters. The last step, light the fire, then seal the whole kiln with soil and mud. Remember, leave a 15-centimeter gap on both sides as observation windows. Muley stacked the wood, and I took a long branch to light the fire, reaching into the flue. The dry hay ignited with a whoosh. Seal the kiln. Come on, everyone, let's move. Dozens of people worked together with remarkable efficiency. You with a handful of grass, me with a clump of mud, and soon a huge mud mound appeared. I pointed to the smoke coming out of the flue and said, Look at this smoke, it's still thick and gray, which means there's still a lot of moisture inside. We need to burn it longer. Otherwise, the charcoal will be cyber patina. Looks good but useless. Jia curiously reached her hand to the flue to feel it and was shocked. Wow, there's really moisture. Her adorable expression made Elvin laugh beside her. When Jia turned around, intending to scold him, she met Elvin's green eyes and instantly transformed from an angry cat into a shy little rabbit, her insults turning into the sound of mosquitoes. I exchanged a glance with Xiao LV, both of us holding back laughter. while Jiajia's face turned even redder. Since we still had to wait for a while to see the charcoal, I let the other groups go dig their own kills first. To be honest, I was also feeling quite anxious. It was my first time doing something on such a large scale. It was certain that we would produce charcoal, but I wasn't sure how much. Just then, a sharp scream broke the harmonious scene of labor. "Ah, be careful." I turned around, and wow, Liana was glaring at a brown-haired girl, saying, "You stepped on my foot. It hurts so much." The girl was so scared that she kept apologizing. But Liana wasn't having any of it. With a smirk, the green tea vibe came out. "What good is just saying sorry? How about this? You can forget about your share of the charcoal we made in the kiln and compensate me instead." As soon as I heard that, isn't this pure workplace bullying? The brown-haired girl was almost in tears, quietly saying, "But I have elderly people at home." "I don't care," Lianin said with a look of disdain. "If it weren't for me putting you in my group, you wouldn't even know where you are right now." I couldn't stand it at that moment, so I walked over, bypassing Lianin, and said to the girl named Huan, "Hey, don't mind her, join my team. Are you in?" Huan's eyes lit up, but she was a bit hesitant. "Really? Is it really okay?" I assured her, of course. I turned back and gave Lianin a slight smile, thinking, "You shouldn't have any objections, right?" Lianin's face turned green with anger. But in order to get a bigger share of the charcoal, she squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. "No, yes." For the next few hours, I wandered between various groups, acting as a technical advisor. I also took the opportunity to block up the flue of my own kiln. To my surprise, Kenny and Chunman's group, who were rivals, actually worked together with laughter and chatter. I thought to myself, something unusual must be going on. When I returned to my own kiln, Huan was nervously guarding it, quickly slapping mud on any places that were smoking, like a game of whack-a-mole. I patted her shoulder and said, "Relax, just let it burn slowly on its own." She looked serious and replied, "That won't do. It's all Elder Xiaoxing working hard. If I don't put in more effort, I won't feel right taking a share of the charcoal." I smiled and didn't persuade further. Glancing at my watch, I realized I had been busy for half a day, and my stomach was growling. Just as I was thinking about it, everything went dark in front of me, and a huge shadow loomed over me. A somewhat shy voice from Muley rang out above my head. "Xiaoxing, would you like to have some fruit?" Oh my gosh. I was so startled that I took several steps back and waved my hands frantically. No, it's fine. Thank you." As soon as I finished speaking, my stomach let out a loud growl. Goodness, my stomach is the best friend of me. The air instantly became awkward enough to cut out a 3-bedroom apartment. The amusement in Muley's eyes deepened. "If you're hungry, just eat." But the next second, a cold voice that could freeze ice cubes interjected. "No need." I tightened my wrist, and suddenly I was pulled into a familiar embrace by a force. When I looked up, I saw Ling's perfectly shaped chin. Great, here comes the declaration of sovereignty again. Muley, not to be outdone, squinted and smiled. "It's just a wild fruit, Ling. Are you too nervous?" Ling's possessiveness was off the charts. Holding me, he said to Muley, "Whatever she wants to eat is none of your concern. I'm better than you." I almost suffocated in his arms at that moment. "Brother, can we be a bit more subtle? This is like showing off muscles in a big G." To avoid escalating the situation, I quickly stood on tiptoe and leaned into his ear. "Ling, I want to eat beggar's chicken. Take me there quickly." I needed to find a way out. Ling glanced down at me, his eyes filled with an overwhelming possessiveness. In the next second, I felt my body lighten as he lifted me up horizontally, his wings suddenly spreading wide behind us, and in front of everyone, we flew away just like that. I have flown far away with Ling, and I guess my group of girlfriends down there already burning with gossip. The first thing this guy did after landing was to settle scores. Next time, I'll keep a distance from Uli. Well, the vinegar jar has been overturned. I quickly raised my hand and swore, "Don't worry, I only have eyes for you." After he heard that, he didn't say anything, just stared at me, his ears turning red. Seeing him like this, I suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, he stepped forward, his warm breath hitting my lips, and I instinctively closed my eyes. After waiting for a long time, I only heard a light laugh. I opened my eyes, and Ling touched my face, saying, "Aren't you hungry? Come on, I'll make you beggar's chicken." He dragged out the last syllable of chicken particularly long, and just when I relaxed, this guy directly disregarded the rules and leaned down to kiss me. His big hand also mischievously pinched my waist, and when I let out a sound, he took the opportunity to invade. After the kiss ended, I was left dumbfounded, my face completely red. This guy had been waiting for me. He leaned close to my ear and said in a voice that could make my ears pregnant, "I'm very possessive. I can't stand seeing any other beastmen being nice to you. If I hadn't come this time, would you have accepted that fruit?" I felt guilty and didn't say anything. tightening my grip around my waist a little more. I hope there won't be a next time. This guy is too domineering. I'm not a pushover either. I reached out and touched his chest several times. Trying to tease me, huh? Let's see who can't take it first. I immediately heard his suppressed grunt and the sudden rise in temperature. It's over. It seems I've messed up. Xiaoxing is still outside. You better let go quickly. His voice is hoarse. I jerk my hand back as if I had been electrocuted, retreating several steps while stumbling. All right. I won't make a fuss anymore. You go catch a couple of wild beasts to vent your frustrations. He scanned me from top to bottom with a fiery gaze and said, no way. I can't leave you alone. I'll turn into a tiger, and you come up. After saying that, he couldn't help but lean in for another kiss before transforming into a giant white tiger. I picked up his fur, and as he wrapped his fluffy tail around me, I placed it on his back. I hadn't ridden him for a few months, and it felt like he had grown quite a bit stronger. His fur was smooth and shiny. As I sat on his back, I started to daydream. I wondered if I shave his hair, would his fur still be this smooth? I was here contemplating philosophical questions, and as a result, my brother down there was about to get internal injuries from holding it in. In the end, there was no choice. Hunting was off the table, and I was afraid something might happen if we continued. Ling directly took me to a small waterfall, which he aptly named fishing, but I figured he just wanted to take a cold bath to calm down. He jumped into the water, and within a few minutes, he came up with a huge fat fish in his mouth, then shook himself off and splashed me all over. All right then, I calmed down too. We grilled fish together and had just finished eating. The atmosphere was just right when Ling suddenly pulled me over, covered my mouth, and jumped up into the tree. Someone was coming. I followed his gaze, and to my surprise, it was Ling's mother and his sister Lingling who married into the neighboring tribe. As soon as I heard it, my blood pressure shot up. This Lingling is such a white-eyed wolf. Using family ties as a weapon, she's crazily pulling her mom, trying to extract the tribe's food preservation techniques. What's even more infuriating is that Ling's mom actually buys into it, saying things like, otherwise, I'll give you Ling's share of food. Family members who understands. I almost wanted to jump down and argue with her right there. Ling is her own son. In the end, Ling's mom still didn't relent and left in tears. But that Lingling didn't leave. She sneakily ran behind the waterfall, and before long, a shiny black leopard carried her away. That must be her partner. Hey, Sean. These two definitely have something going on. I was so angry that my heart hurt. When I turned to look at Ling, he was calmly watching like it was a show. He gently touched my face and said seriously, as long as you're here, nothing else matters. Wow, with such sweet words, my anger instantly disappeared and my face turned red. However, while I was still in the midst of romance, undercurrents were already starting to stir on the other side. Not long after we flew away, Connie sneakily snuck into Chen Man's house. Chen Man was really ruthless. She directly pulled out 2 shiny raw crystals from under the bed and said to Connie, see, this is the deposit from the Blackstone tribe, and the quality is much better than what our tribe has. As long as we sell the technology, we won't miss out on the benefits. If we get found out, we could just run away. They promised to give us identities in their tribe. Seeing that Connie was still a bit hesitant, she added with a lowered voice, you've already slept with an orc who has a partner. Do you still care about betraying the tribe? Connie's face turned pale instantly, trembling all over. How? How did you know? And as for me, I was still foolishly discussing with Ling about going home to check the charcoal kiln, completely unaware that a huge storm was quietly brewing in a place I couldn't see. Just then, I just pulled Ling into my personal space, and his train of thought took a sharp turn onto the highway. I remember his voice at that time, full of expectation and a bit shy, asking me, Xiaoxing, what are we going to do? Goodness, that look in his eyes, that tone, it was as if he had the words come on. Let's have some fun written all over his face. Family, who understands? I was just speechless and rolled my eyes at him. Dude, I just want to eat. Eat rice. Pure carbohydrate bomb. Can you stop thinking about those yellow waste materials all day long? Seeing his expression go from expectation to being petrified was just hilarious. I couldn't be bothered with him, so I turned around and my eyes went wide. The tomatoes I had casually planted before were actually hanging ripe and red all over the branches. My space is simply like a supercharged golden finger. The growth speed of the plants is comparable to sitting on a rocket. I excitedly plucked one, not even bothering to wash it, and just took a big bite. Oh my, the feeling of that sweet and sour juice bursting in my mouth was so delicious that I felt my soul elevate. I devoured one in just a few bites when I suddenly remembered that a large stone of longing was standing next to me. I rolled my eyes mischievously and leaned in, wrapping my arms around his neck, and gave him a tomato-flavored kiss. What happened next? This guy tried to take it further. but I immediately push him away without hesitation. Come on, with delicious food in front of me. Men have to stand aside. I was chewing on a tomato, and my mind was already listing the dishes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes must be included. And let's have some stir-fried greens. We also need to arrange for meat. How about that little winged beast that can't fly? Let's braise it. Anyway, I have all the cooking utensils prepared in my space, focusing on being well prepared. After I busily finished cooking, with fragrant rice and 3 dishes plus soup laid out on the stone table, I turned around and saw Ling sitting cross-legged over there, eyes closed, as if he was in meditation. Just as I was wondering, a blinding white light suddenly erupted beside him. I instinctively raised my hand to block. And when I opened my eyes again, good heavens, my cool and beautiful Ling was gone. In her place stood a dark magic king, radiating an aura that screamed danger. His wings were black scales, and his eyes were a deep crimson red. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. He instantly appeared in front of me, pinching my chin, and whispered, "Am I not handsome like this?" I was completely stunned at that moment, thinking wildly, "Who are you, dude? Give me back my gentle Ling." As a result, this guy laughed when he saw my dazed expression. He said he was in training, and the energy in the space was too dense, which accidentally caused him to break through to the second tier and awaken a dark attribute talent. But upon closer inspection, this dark version of Ling was actually quite handsome, with a kind of fatal attraction. Just as I was blushing and daydreaming, a sudden realization hit me. He looked exactly like he did when he went berserk during the last battle with the 4-winged beast. Speaking of the last time, oh no, I seem to have forgotten to tell him that I was pushed into the monster pile by that green T-Chun man. How could I forget about this? I must have a pretty big heart. I bit my lip and cautiously spoke up. Ling, I think I forgot to tell you that the last time the 4-winged beast came, it was Chun Man who pushed me out. As soon as I finished speaking, I watched as the smirk on his face instantly froze, and the red in his eyes turned from bright crimson to a thick, blood-like color. His voice was as cold as ice. Why are you telling me this now? I shivered in fear and scratched my head. I forgot. Then I quickly changed the subject. It's time to eat. The food is going to get cold. He looked at me deeply, and the dark aura around him slowly faded, returning to the familiar appearance we knew. During dinner, he didn't say a word and just stared at me with that penetrating gaze. I felt like I was sitting on pins and needles, and in my foolishness, I thought, he is not glaring at me anymore, so he must not be angry, right? How naive. I was really too naive, until after dinner, when he pinned me against the wooden door and bullied me to the point of tears. Listening to him say something in my ear about this being his extra meal, I finally realized Ling is really furious this time. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the charcoal kilns in the tribe were fully operational, with every household receiving charcoal for the winter. I made a special trip to the shelter to deliver some to the elderly, weak, sick, and orphans. Seeing the bright eyes of those little ones filled with excitement warmed my heart. At that moment, a fluffy little head leaned over and timidly called me elder. I looked down and thought, oh my, those big eyes and little ears are so cute they melted my heart. He said he wanted to play the game I played with him before. I thought for a moment, oh, the grass ball toss, where I throw the ball and they turn into little tigers to fetch it back. ISNT, that just walking a dog. How bored was I at that time? I am feeling embarrassed as a little girl who looks to be around 8 or 9 years old, named Ching, walks over holding a basket of wild vegetables and seriously admonishes the little orc, Adar. Don't bother Elder Xiaoxing. The elder is very busy. I looked at Ching, my heart aching. This child was born with a foot deformity and abandoned by her parents, her thin arms and legs covered in wounds. Yet she was so understanding, it was heartbreaking. I quickly gave her all the dried meat I had prepared for Ling as a reward for the good child. Later, I found out that when this group of children received the dried meat, they were reluctant to eat it. Instead, they cooked a big pot of soup and gave all the meat to the grandparents at the shelter who took care of them. And those grandparents secretly cut the dried meat into pieces and put it back into the children's meals. When I heard about this, I almost couldn't hold back my tears. In this world, even kindness is so humble. After leaving the shelter, my mind was filled with those children and my mood was heavy. Xiao Lu called me several times, but I didn't hear her. She sighed and advised me not to care too much, saying that many of those children were not from our tribe and would leave when they grew up, fearing that I would be sad then. I smiled and patted her head. Who could predict the future? I helped them just to find peace of mind. Just as I was saying this, Ling and Lan suddenly appeared. The 4 of us gathered and went to the back mountain, hoping to find a place to dig a cellar to store food. However, the soil there was too wet, and it was impossible. I felt hopeless at that moment. Without a cellar, how many people would starve this winter? I was feeling down, and Ling came over wanting to comfort me. Annoyed, I bit his finger. He surprisingly remained unfazed and asked me, "Not enough? Want to bite again?" This made me pout in anger. Just when we were at a loss, I suddenly caught sight of a bloodied snow leopard in the distance, staring at me with icy blue eyes. That gaze was terrifying. I stepped back in fright and bumped straight into Ling's arms. He wrapped his arms around me, his voice instantly turning serious. "Don't be afraid." Lan also transformed into beast form, standing in front of Xiao Lu. The atmosphere became tense. The snow leopard bared its teeth, looking ready to fight, and several small fireballs began to appear around Lan, ready to take action. But for some reason, I felt like I understood the snow leopard's growl. It was saying, "Don't come near me." Its voice was filled with despair and pain. I felt a stir in my heart and blurted out, "Wait a minute." I asked Ling to put me down, and I walked step by step towards the snow leopard. I had a strange intuition that it wouldn't hurt me. Although Ling looked pale, he still closely followed me, his muscles tense and ready to spring into action at any moment. Later, I learned that this snow leopard boy named Qi Xiaoxing had just seen his tribe destroyed, his family killed, and his sister captured. He had awakened new powers, but could only barely escape with his life. He hated himself to the core and wished for death. As he watched me approach, his eyes were filled with confusion, asking why I wasn't afraid of him. In an attempt to scare me away, he unleashed a bolt of lightning. Just at that critical moment, Ling yanked me back. The spot where I had been standing was instantly scorched and left with a charred pit. Ling had completely lost it. He shouted at me, "What do you want to do?" His voice was filled with fear. That night, he pinned me against the wall, his eyes terrifyingly red, his grip on my wrist painfully tight. He questioned why I would act that way, asking if I thought the snow leopard was cute. I was left confused and wronged, thinking how could I explain that strange intuition? Just as I stammered, he suddenly released me, his whole demeanor collapsing. When he looked up again, the rage in his eyes was replaced with a heavy fear I had never seen before. His voice trembled as he said, "I'm so afraid of losing you." The next day, the snow leopard boy Qi Xiaoxing woke up. I tried to communicate with him, but he was like a hedgehog, glaring at me with fierce eyes. I had no choice but to use my trump card, jerky. Tempted by food, he finally spoke, saying his name was Qi Xiaoxing. But when I asked why he was here, he began to growl threateningly. Just then, Ling walked in with a bowl of fruit. Upon seeing this scene, his expression instantly turned cold. He shoved the bowl into my hands, and in a flash, he was in front of Qi Xiaoxing, gripping his neck and coldly saying, "If you want to die, I can fulfill that for you right now." As Qi Xiaoxing's face turned purple, I quickly shouted for him to stop. Ling threw him to the ground. Qi Xiaoxing coughed violently, tears streaming down his face as he yelled, "What do you understand? I've lost everything. I'm just a useless piece of trash. Can't I just quietly go die alone?" Let me tell you, Ling's gaze at that moment was something else, like he was looking at a hopeless person. He shot back with a single sentence. "Dead? What do you mean dead? As long as the Snow Leopard clan hasn't been wiped out, you have to live to save people. If it really is gone, then you have to live even more to take revenge. This cowardly state of yours is just useless. You're wasting all that talent." Wow, those words really hit hard, but to be honest, they were effective. The kid named Qi Xiaoxing, who originally had lifeless eyes, actually lit up with a flicker of hope. Seeing that he reacted, Ling didn't bother to say more. Just pulled me along and tossed out one last line. "If you figure it out, come find me, and I'll teach you how to get stronger. But you have to give me all your intel." I was being pulled along by him, feeling his palm was sweaty, so I pinched him a bit. Only then did he stop, looking apologetic and asking me, "Xiaoxing, did I scare you just now?" I rolled my eyes and stuffed a piece of fruit into his mouth. I didn't want to hear his apology because he had been so cool just now. As a result, this guy, in front of so many people, finished the fruit and then leaned down to kiss me, making my face turn red. I quickly changed the subject and started discussing the many issues in our tribe. The weather was getting colder, the walls weren't finished, and there were no defenses. The worst part was that I originally wanted to dig a cellar to store vegetables for the winter. But no one in my family understood that as soon as you dig in this lousy place, water comes out, and now I was at a loss. Ling gently patted my head to comfort me, telling me not to worry, then said he would take me to the gathering with Xiao Lu and the others. I nodded, thinking he would princess carry me, but instead, Ling just picked me up like a child, one hand under my butt. My face immediately turned red to the roots of my neck. Wasn't this a public execution? I wanted to struggle, but he pressed my head against his shoulder and said, "Don't move, Vin." He took off. I even heard a little kid on the ground shout, "Mom, look, it's Elder Xiaoxing and Brother Ling." At that moment, I swore I wouldn't let him hold me to sleep tonight. When we arrived at Xiao Lu's house, Ling deliberately slowed down, circling the air for a while, afraid that others wouldn't see his embarrassing way of holding me. After I got down, I was so angry that I hit him several times. But his chest muscles were too hard, and I ended up hurting my hand. Elsa and the other females had been waiting for us, sending away their partners, like Lance and Lon, saying it was a party exclusive to us females. While I was joking around with them, I caught a glimpse of a creature in the yard that looked like an alpaca, quietly grazing. I'm still worried about not being able to store vegetables in the cellar and not having fresh meat to eat in winter, while looking at that plump little sheep. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit me. Livestock. How could I forget about this? We can raise our own. We want to eat meat in winter. We could just take one. Isn't that much more convenient? However, just as I was getting started on this grand plan, I was interrupted by a group of gossiping women. Little Green mysteriously leaned over and said that Jejia has a crush on Elvin and wants to pursue him. I was shocked at that moment. Aren't the females here all waiting for the orcs to chase them? Jejia is really a new era independent woman. But Elvin is a nice guy, so I definitely support her. We were chatting and gossiping while eating and drinking. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that raising livestock was a reliable thing. So asked Xiao Lu, why doesn't anyone in our tribe raise animals? Jia, with her mouth full of meat, mumbled, raising those things is too much trouble. If we want to eat, we could just go hunting in the forest, right? What about in winter? I asked her, and she was stumped. In winter, there is no hunting. If we raise them ourselves, we could have fresh meat every day, right? Elsa's eyes lit up. Yeah, how do we not think of that? But Xiao Lu poured cold water on us. No, it won't work. Grandma Ichio used to raise cuckoo beasts, but they got sick and all died. She almost lost her life too. Wild beasts can't be raised. As soon as I heard that, I thought, isn't that just chicken flu? I figured as long as we did a good job with epidemic prevention, it wouldn't be a big deal. I pointed to the sheep in the yard and smiled, saying, that thing is docile and has a lot of meat. What do you think? The few of them were surprised and exclaimed when suddenly a little female came in from outside, saying that the clan leader wanted me to attend the elder meeting. Goodness, the meeting was intense with a lot of undercurrents. The Great Hall was filled with elders discussing the recent extermination of the Snow Leopard clan. One faction said that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold, and we need to be vigilant. The other faction said not to scare ourselves, as they had just fought a war and didn't have time to bother with us. I just wanted to be a little transparent and listen, but there always seems to be an old hag who looks down on me. It's that elder named Xiao, who sarcastically turned her attention toward me. I wonder what insights Elder Xiaoxing has. All right, when will the cellar you mentioned before be ready? The autumn gathering will need a lot of food. I was quite displeased at that moment. Wasn't it obvious that they were hitting my sore spot? I immediately countered, then may I ask Elder Qiu, how much food do you think we should prepare for this year's autumn gathering? This old lady really left me no way out. She was forcing me to answer first. I took a deep breath and simply expressed all my thoughts. I said that our tribe was caught right in the middle of several forces, and our geographical position was quite awkward. If things went wrong, they might just want to defeat us and the Snow Leopard clan one by one. As soon as I finished speaking, the clan leader and the others were stunned. Even the shaman gave me an approving smile. The clan leader clapped his hands and decided to strengthen the patrols and hold a martial arts competition for training. Just as it seemed this matter was about to pass, the most respected shaman in the audience suddenly stood up and dropped a bombshell. For this year's autumn gathering, I proposed that Xiaoxing host it. I was stunned at that moment, pointing at my own nose. Me? The autumn opposite me immediately exploded. Her face turned green, and she jumped up to question Wu why. She said she had hosted for so many years, and even if there were no achievements, there were still hardships. Why should it just change? Wu just shook her head and told her to think about what she had prepared this year. I guess this old hag must have some tricks up her sleeve that the witch knows about, but she hasn't realized it herself. In her frustration, she actually accused me of conspiring with the witch to take her position. Even the clan leader couldn't stand it anymore and slammed the table to silence her. I was so angry I almost laughed. This old witch really has no shame. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I stepped forward. Enough of the shouting. Elder Qiu, you say I lack experience and capability. How about we have a competition? Let us compete in selling things. As soon as Elder Qiu heard competition, her eyes flickered. She was afraid I might pull out something novel like coal to compete with her, so she pretended to be concerned about others saying she was bullying me. I directly mocked her. Is Elder Qiu afraid of losing to me, a junior? No face left. The witch also supported me, making it hard for Elder Qiu to back down. She could only grit her teeth and agree, but she set a condition. For fairness, we must sell the same item. She thought that with her experience, she could easily win. I was overjoyed and nodded on the spot. All right, Not only do we have to compete, but let's raise the stakes a bit. Let's bet 10 raw crystals. Whoever wins will host the autumn gathering and take home these 10 raw crystals. 10 raw crystals. As soon as the bet was announced, the whole place fell silent. Xiao's face turned pale, but the words had already been spoken, and in the end, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Once the gathering was over, as soon as I stepped outside, I saw Ling Goodness. He was wearing the deep V white coat I made for him that showed off his abs, striking a pose over there. I couldn't help myself and touch him a couple of times before heading home to recount the dramatic scene from earlier. Soon, news of my upcoming competition with Elder Qiu spread throughout the entire tribe. Qiu chose to sell accessories. Let me tell you, I almost laughed like a pig in my heart. Competing in handicrafts against me? She was practically walking into the line of fire. I appear to be under a lot of pressure on the surface, but in reality, I'm just going about my business, taking the little green ones to plan my livestock enterprise every day. With only 5 days left, they are as anxious as ants on a hot stove, constantly nagging me. And as for me, I'm still leisurely digging for ginseng in the forest. Seeing their genuine concern, I finally brought them home and mysteriously closed the courtyard gate. They thought I was up to something, but when I took out my recent achievement from the cabinet, their eyes went wide. What I planned to sell in autumn were just some headbands, hats, necklaces, and bracelets made from animal skins, all for females. Of course, I made those too, but those are just appetizers. My real trump card is the bracelets and necklaces I prepared for those rough and tumble orc men. These accessories may look plain, but I made some modifications in the core. I embedded original crystals into those stones. Although it's just a small piece, family, that's original crystal. For these ordinary orcs, this thing is equivalent to handing out a small combat experience card to everyone. Who can resist that? I tell you, no one can resist it at all. My good sisters were stunned right on the spot. Little Green and the others were there saying, "Wow, so beautiful, Elsa," and then the one who was already an adult. As soon as she reached out her hand, whoosh, it retracted back. That expression was like she had seen a ghost. Her voice was trembling, saying, "Why do I feel such a strong force?" My heart skipped a beat, and I thought, this is it. This wave is steady. Sure enough, the next second she grabbed my hand, her eyes shining, and said, "Xiaoxing, sell me 500 pounds of food." Good grief, 500 pounds. It completely fried the CPUs of the Little Green and Jeja next to us. They thought this thing was only worth a few dozen pounds at most. Can I sell her right now? Of course not. My big game has just begun. I told Elsa, "Girl, don't rush. I'll save her for you. But I have to sell her publicly in front of the shelter the day after tomorrow." Why? It's just to humiliate that old witch Xiao in front of the whole clan. My good sisters immediately understood and promised to help spread the news. Sure enough, within a day, the entire tribe knew about it. Xiao and her annoying daughter, Lianon, naturally heard about it too. Reportedly, Lianon went crazy laughing at home, saying this was my last struggle. Hee, just wait and see who laughs last. On the day of the sale, let me tell you, the scene was absolutely packed. I had the kid from the shelter help me set it up, making it look like a trendy pop-up shop. Once those berets and bow headband were displayed, all the females below were mesmerized. Lianon was also mixed in the crowd, wanting to see me make a fool of myself, but her face turned green instead. My sister Zylve immediately fell in love with a pure white beret. When she put it on, her family didn't understand. She looked so gentle and cute. The crowd erupted, all asking how much it weighed. I cleared my throat and quoted a price, 40 Gene. Hiss, the whole venue gasped. Zylve's little face instantly fell, and she reluctantly put the hat back. Did you see that? The atmosphere was set. I immediately threw out my trump card. Today is the grand opening celebration. The first customer gets a freebie. The first 10 get half price. As soon as I finished speaking, Zylve's reaction was Olympic level. She snatched the hat back, saying, Me, I'm the first." This was great. It was like lighting a powder keg, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. Jeja and Ayr Shah, these two were my prearranged props, and Zylve had no idea. I just wanted her genuine reaction. Also rushed up to grab it. The 10 half-price spots were gone in an instant. Those who got them were thrilled, while those who didn't were frustrated, and in the end, they bit the bullet and bought several at the original price. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, I directly announced, "That's it for today. See you tomorrow." What was that? Hunger marketing, sister. I also casually dropped a teaser, saying that tomorrow I'd sell bracelets specifically designed for male orcs that could add buffs. Now, the whole tribe went crazy overnight. The next day, I only brought 3 bracelets. Let me tell you, the scene was packed inside and out. As soon as I showcased the bracelets, a big guy leaned in to take a look, and his expression changed instantly. Without saying a word, he exclaimed, 220 Gene. I'll buy it. I offered him a discount, and we settled at 200 Gene. Another one immediately followed suit. Two were gone in an instant. I announced that today's bracelets were sold out. The two big guys who bought them didn't hide it. They directly bragged to their friends that there were raw crystals inside. Now, everyone knew my secret. Sure enough, on the third day, the showdown day, Qiao and Lian directly blocked my stall. Lian pointed at my nose and started to scold. Qi Xiaoxing, you're cheating. I was so mad that I laughed and said there was nothing in the bet that prohibited selling anything. As a result, that old witch Qiao personally came down, sneering, and said that I was indirectly selling the original crystal, and she even issued me an ultimatum, stating that if I didn't sell more than her by tomorrow morning, I would lose. After saying that, she just walked away. I panicked at that moment. Family, I really panicked. What if she also learned to sell raw crystal bracelets like me? Sure enough, it wasn't long before news came that she really started selling. I completely broke down and cried under the animal skin blanket. When Ling came back and saw me like this, he didn't say anything, just held me and comforted me for a long time, saying not to be afraid. He was there. Then, just before I fell into a daze and slept, I saw him leave, and that look in his eyes, let me tell you, was chilling. It was 2025, who still has the calmness of people going crazy before that? That was his expression. When I woke up the next day, I hurriedly ran to the place and saw that Qiao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. When Wu Yi announced I had won, I was stunned. Later, I found out that Ling had, all by himself, blocked the entrance to Qiao's house last night, beating up anyone who came to buy things, and telling everyone that he had bought everything from her. Who is he? The powerhouse of the snow leopard tribe. Who would dare to provoke him? So Qiao didn't sell a single item all night. Goodness, I was completely taken aback. It could be played like this? I got energized at that moment. One? Then why be polite? I walked up to Qiao with a smile. Elder Qiao, about our bed of 10 raw crystals. Her face twitched at that moment. And after rummaging in her pocket for a long time, she reluctantly gave me 3, saying the remaining 3 would be given within 3 days. Fine, I'll take what I can get. I even deliberately said a few polite words loudly, thanking the elder for her concession, mainly for the benefit of the clan leader and Wu, to show how magnanimous I was. Once this was settled, the clan leader called me over and directly handed me the big stall of this year's Qiao gathering. I held a thick stack of parchment, completely bewildered. Let me tell you, this Qiao gathering is essentially a super large inter-tribe exhibition and sales event, and on top of that, it's also a matchmaking event. Group matchmaking. Unbelievable. I was processing this information when I ran into Jia. The girl was dressed up flamboyantly today, and I could tell something was up. I teased her about whether Alvin complimented her, and her face turned bright red, yet she stubbornly said, he didn't compliment my dress. Oh dear, isn't that equivalent to admitting it without being asked? She realized it too, feeling both shy and annoyed. Then she noticed the parchment in my hand and asked if it was given to me by Qiao. I said no, it's the patriarch. She was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly raised her voice so high that it almost shattered my eardrum. Xiaoxing, are you responsible for the autumn gathering this time? I nodded and, on the opposite side, Jia was about to jump up. She directly grabbed my hand and exclaimed, oh my god, Xiaoxing, why didn't you say something about such a big deal earlier? I said, hey, calm down, girl. You're smiling like you just won 5 million. It's a bit scary. Okay. I cleared my throat and explained that this was actually the prize I won from a bet with Qiao. Jia, that girl, immediately rubbed her hands together and leaned in, her eyes shining like 2 searchlights, asking sneakily, so, Xiaoxing, we best friends? Seeing her little expression, I understood clearly. I sighed and said, are you looking for a stall quota to sell your stuff? I told her that the stall quotas were precious. They were previously controlled by that old witch Qiao, who would give them to whoever she wanted, and you had to bribe her and flatter her, splitting the profits 50-50. Jia's family didn't get along with Qiao, so they never got any quotas. When she heard me point that out, she smiled brightly, nodding vigorously. Xiaoxing, you understand me too well. Are you really willing to give me one? I nodded, then shook my head, saying don't get too excited yet. I didn't say it would be free. The goods have to be impressive enough for me to consider opening this back door for you. Jia's face instantly fell, looking like a little puppy, but just for a second, she quickly became spirited again. Don't worry, I will definitely earn it with my skills. That is more like it. I didn't want anyone to poke at my backbone. She reminded me that with such a big deal, I had to announce it in the tribe quickly. I shook the sheepskin paper in my hand, saying it wasn't urgent. Tomorrow, I would hold a tribal meeting to make a big announcement. When I got home, wow, as soon as I stepped out, I saw that young lady Lian and blocking the door. She still had that who do you think you are look. Seeing me, She curled her lip and tossed a small bag of raw crystal at me like it was garbage. Qi Xiaoxing, consider yourself lucky this time. Someone actually helped you. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving me in a daze. Someone helped me? Who? Just as I was thinking, a deep voice like strong liquor sounded behind me. I turned around and saw Ling descending from the sky with his wings, looking incredibly handsome. Was that Lian just now, coming to deliver the bet? Without saying a word, I pounced into his arms like a hungry tiger, looking up and asking. Lian said someone helped me. Was it you? He didn't say anything, just smiled, his mouth curling up high. Great, case solved. I puffed my cheeks and urged, quick, tell me. How'd you do it? He then hugged me and explained the situation. It turned out he went directly to find Qi Xiaoxing, the last descendant of the Snow Leopard clan that was exterminated, and had him stand guard at Lian and S door. I was shocked and said, when did our Ling become so scheming? Why didn't I notice before? But then I worried a bit, asking, what did you give Qi Xiaoxing in return? Just a raw crystal. I sighed in relief and immediately took all the raw crystals from my pocket and stuffed them into his hands, saying, you need these more than I do. Take them. He paused for a moment, then smiled softly. I don't need that much. Save some for yourself. I raised an eyebrow. Ling, are you being polite with me? Just kidding. My man must use the best. If I had found a raw crystal mine, I would have let him soak in raw crystals. In the end, he couldn't resist me, took most of them, and left me with 2 for self-defense. The next day, at the tribal meeting, I dropped a bombshell in front of everyone. This time at the Qio Fair, all stall quotas will be open. Fair competition. Whoever has good goods can participate. The family members below instantly exploded. Everyone went wild. You have to know that for decades, these quotas have been used by Qio to control people, and now I had turned it into a benefit for everyone. How could they not be excited? Those who were previously hesitant and wanted to buy bracelets from Qio had their faces flushed red, each one silently thanking Qi Xiaoxing. If Qi Xiaoxing hadn't stopped them back then, how could they face competing for quotas now? This caused our little friend Qi Xiaoxing, who was training in the back mountain, to suddenly find the tribe's people very enthusiastic towards him, with people even coming to bring him warmth, leaving him confused. About a week passed. The excitement of the Qio Fair faded, and everyone started preparing for winter. I was also pondering the tribe's defensive works. Our wall had been under construction for almost a month and could now block most wild beasts, but we couldn't build a wall on the back mountain, so we had to rely on traps and fortifications. I was studying the blueprint when Ling returned from training. Let me tell you that scene, wow. He was shirtless, all sweaty, with beads of sweat flowing down his 8-pack abs, finally disappearing into his beast skin skirt. I swear, my CPU almost burned out right there. I was dry-mouthed. I quickly shifted my gaze, pretending to be calm. Wipe off your sweat and come help me look at this blueprint. He chuckled softly, his voice trailing off, making me lose my mind. He walked over, directly holding my hand that was pointing at the blueprint and even intentionally squeezed it. My palm tingled, and when I tried to pull it back, he held it tightly. I could only glare at him, and he even kissed my face before seriously giving me suggestions. This trap is too small. The stakes here could be thicker. I couldn't focus on what he was saying. My eyes were glued to him, from his lips to his nose, and then to those long-lashed phoenix eyes. Damn, my taste is so good. Xiaoxing? He called me, and I snapped back to reality, realizing I was staring at him with a lovesick look, my face instantly turning red. Days passed, another half-month went by, and the wall and back mountain defenses were basically completed. That afternoon, I was on-site directing. Billy, move that log in a bit. Lance, make sure the trap is camouflaged well. Lan, keep an eye on your little green. Don't let it run around. Sigh, being in charge is really tiring. My voice was almost hoarse by the end of the day. As night fell and we finished work, I was exhausted and just wanted to go home and collapse when chubby Annie walked over with a smile, pulling a huge egg from her backpack and handing it to me. Elder Xiaoxing, you've worked hard. This is an egg I found from a goo-goo beast today. Take it and replenish yourself. This Annie's partner had injured his leg before, and I helped him heal, so she often brings me things. I felt embarrassed to take it, but she insisted and hurried away. Holding the warm egg, my heart felt warm, but I also felt a bit guilty. To be honest, ever since I got together with Ling, I've basically been supported by him. He goes hunting every day, bringing back all my favorite food, and I sigh. No, I'm gonna show Ling some appreciation tonight and treat him well. I was just planning when little green came rushing over like a little cannonball, mysteriously leaning into my ear. Xiaoxing, in a couple of days it's Lan's birthday. Can you teach me how to cook? I want to surprise him. I laughed at that. It wasn't hard at all, so I agreed on the spot. Then she suddenly added, oh, right, Xiaoxing, today seems to be Ling's birthday. Me? I froze in place. What? Today? His birthday? Are you sure? Little Green nodded emphatically. Yes, Lon mentioned it casually. Didn't he, you know? I really didn't know. After sending Little Green away, I was in a bad state. I didn't even know Ling's birthday. No, it's not too late to make it up now. I glanced at my watch. It was 4 o'clock, and he would be back soon. I immediately rolled up my sleeves, mumbled enter space, and began to prepare like crazy. However, despite my rushed efforts, I still couldn't finish the big meal before he returned. As soon as Ling entered the door, he saw that I had dressed up a bit and was even wearing a headband. He put down the fish in his hands, walked over, and hugged me, giving me a kiss. What's going on today? Dressed up specially? Aren't you tired after a busy day? The surprise lines I had prepared were choked back by a straightforward comment, and I glared at him angrily. Is it wrong for me to dress up a bit? He immediately smiled and said, no, you look great. That's more like it. I took his hand and said, let's go into the space. As soon as we entered the space, he saw that the stone table was filled with cut fruits and pickled vegetables. His eyes sparkled with laughter, and he teased me deliberately. Are we just having this tonight? I quickly waved my hand and said I hadn't finished preparing everything yet. He held my hand and kissed it lightly, his voice dragging out. What's with all this unusual behavior today, I blushed and replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, because today is your birthday. As soon as I finished speaking, he froze. His eyes instantly became incredibly deep, staring at me as if he wanted to swallow me whole. His birthday. He had almost forgotten it himself. I was still there grinning foolishly. Quick, tell me what you want to eat. Once this village is gone, there won't be this shop. Before I could finish my sentence, he suddenly pulled me into his arms, the force so strong it felt like he wanted to meld me into his very being. I was nearly out of breath from his embrace and pushed him away a bit. He loosened his grip slightly, but still wouldn't let go. Hearing his increasingly heavy breathing, I felt a bit uneasy and could only joke, hey, are you too moved? As a result, he leaned closer to my ear and asked in a low, hoarse, and slightly trembling voice, Xiaoxing, you'll always be by my side, right? At that moment, my heart tightened. I cupped his face and looked deeply into his eyes. I could never leave you. His eyes instantly turned red, and then a wave of kisses descended upon me. After the kiss ended, I felt like I was almost out of oxygen. Seeing the obviously inappropriate outline under his animal skin skirt, I was frightened and quickly darted a few steps forward. Just kidding, even though it was his birthday, I didn't want to not get up from bed tomorrow. However, when I turned around, I saw him looking like a discarded dog, his expression full of grievance. So I could only cough twice and say, let's eat first. Let's eat first. This meal took 2 hours with him causing chaos the whole time, hugging my waist and tickling me. The next day, I woke up feeling like my hands weren't even my own, and my waist felt like it was about to break. I looked at the clock. It was 10:30. Oh no, I had promised Xiao Lu to teach her cooking in the morning. How could I have forgotten this? That bastard Ling didn't even wake me up when he left in the morning. I scrambled over to Xiao Lu's house, and as soon as I entered the yard, I almost fainted. The scene looked like a murder scene, with one sheep all chopped up and blood everywhere. Xiao Lu looked quite embarrassed. I thought I'd handle it myself first, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult. What could I say? I silently rolled up my sleeves, took the knife from her hand, and quickly disassembled the sheep with ease. Xiao Lu watched with wide eyes, holding my arm and showering me with praise. A week passed, and the tribe's defensive works were finally completed, solid as a fortress. Xiao Lu's cooking skills had also made great progress. One day, Ling and I were rare to be at home, enjoying our time together when someone knocked on the door loudly. A sarcastic voice called from outside. Qi Xiaoxing, open the door. My expression darkened. That voice belonged to Ling's annoying sister, Xiaoling. What was she doing here? I opened the door and was met with her sharp face. She glanced at me and then at Ling beside me, raising an eyebrow. I want to talk to her alone. Ling coldly shot back. Xiaoxing is my partner. There's nothing to hide. If you have something to say it in front of both of us. Xiaoling was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Her laughter piercing. Oh, this useless guy really found a partner? Qi Xiaoxing, I advise you to leave him quickly, or you'll regret it. I was furious. You came here just to say this? Our business is none of your concern. Please leave if you have nothing to do. Hey, you've got quite the temper. I came to give you some advice, but you don't want to listen, huh? She placed her hands on her hips, looking condescending. All right, I'm here to demand our tribe's slave, Qin Sha. My heart sank. According to the rules, Qin Sha indeed counted as a trophy of their Black Stone tribe. I immediately said, Qin Sha is now part of our Qin Stone tribe. You can't take him away. Oof. Who do you think you're to make the rules? She sneered. Don't think just because you built a broken wall, you're impressive. Her eyes turned. And she suddenly changed her tone toward Ling. You see how your female is treating your sister with no respect? You should teach her a lesson. Ling completely ignored her, his gaze cold as ice. Seeing that Ling didn't respond, she grew bolder and shouted at me. Qi Xiaoxing, if you don't hand over Qing Sha, then tell me how to make charcoal, salt, and preserve food. You better kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I'll tell mother and make sure you can never step into my house again. I thought to myself, is this woman seriously sick? Before she could finish her sentence, she went even further and pointed at me, calling me a little slut. Let me tell you, that single sentence lit the fuse. Our Ling, who had been standing there like an ice sculpture, turned dark as coal upon hearing that. He suddenly waved his hand, and a wave of force surged through Bang. That woman screamed as if she were a broken sack, flying out and landing hard on the ground. Ling, what are you doing? She exclaimed in disbelief. Ling's voice was like it came from hell, every word dripping with icy disdain. I advise you to immediately roll out of our sight. I told you. That little Ling crawled away in a panic, not daring to let out a single fart, and then she disappeared in a flash. But when I looked at her flustered state, I couldn't laugh at all. Who understands what the family feels? I wasn't angry, I just felt a chill in my heart. This matter is terrifying upon closer inspection. Our tribe has built high walls with strict defenses. How could she, the mate of the enemy tribe leader's son, stroll in here as if she were in her own backyard? Unimpeded? What does this indicate? It indicates that the orcs patrolling the entrance saw her, the chief's daughter, and just opened the door for her. Goodness, if little Ling had been hiding a hidden army behind her, would they also open the door for her, just because she is a princess? The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. For the first time, I felt a strong aversion to this tribe, wanting to throw in the towel. But reason told me that this matter surely wasn't something an ordinary orc could decide. It had to be the chief or that biased mother of Ling's who was behind this. Just thinking about that old lady made my head ache. Ling beside me frowned, clearly just as angry. I sighed, placed my hand on his shoulder, hesitated for a long time, and finally asked the age-old life and death question. Ling, if I would have a falling out with your mother, I really couldn't finish my sentence. I didn't want to force him, but if I didn't say it, I would suffocate. With little Ling's nature, sooner or later, I would have to confront her. And wouldn't that mean completely tearing apart my relationship with my future mother-in-law? How difficult would that be for Ling, caught in the middle? This question was like asking whom he would save if I and his mother fell into the water. It was purely putting him on the spot. I gritted my teeth, steeled myself, and asked, if I had a falling out with your mother, I would help you. His voice was exceptionally gentle, accompanied by a smile. When I looked up, I directly met his golden eyes. Let me tell you, in that moment, the whole world went dark, and all I could see were his eyes, shining like the sun, filled with affection. I was utterly stunned, and it took me a while to find my voice. What? He naturally reached out and rubbed my head, saying, because my mother can live well even without me. But you only have me, and if I lost you, I couldn't live either. Boom. I tell you, my face instantly flushed. I secretly hoped he would stand by my side, but I also felt that this request was too much. Why should he go against his mother for me? But when he actually said it out loud, all the grievances and resentment in my heart instantly vanished. My eyes got warm, and I didn't care that we were in the street. I threw myself into his arms and hugged his waist tightly. To meet someone like him in this lifetime was worth it. Later, we held a meeting that lasted for 2 hours, and in the end, I was satisfied. Not only did we keep Qing Sha, but I also conveniently proposed a motion to ban outsiders like little Ling. Who understands? Family? Those elders appeared neutral on the surface, but inside they were almost popping champagne. Even the chief breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear he didn't like that selfish adopted daughter either. As soon as the meeting ended, I had just taken a couple of steps when someone called me. Qi Xiaoxing. I turned around, and lo and behold, it was Qiao, her face looking as strange as if she were constipated. She didn't even call me elder anymore, so why should I treat her nicely? I replied directly, Qiao, what do you want? She didn't care about the title, her eyes full of mockery. You really dare to bring up that suggestion? Aren't you afraid your future mother will hate you? Or do you not care about Ling at all? I sneered coldly. What I do is none of your business. By the way, doesn't your partner have any objections to you? Sending me so many original crystals, I should thank you. The moment I said that, Qiao's face turned green. Let me tell you, my words really struck her where it hurt. Her relationship with her partner was never true love. She used to be in a high position, and her family treated her like a goddess. Ever since she lost to me, her privileges were gone, and at home, all she faced was criticism. Wasn't all of this thanks to me? It seemed I had hit the nail on the head. Seeing her look so defeated made me feel great. Who told her to always find trouble with me? Qi seemed to be enraged. I sensed that the string in her mind had snapped, and she had only one thought: to make me suffer. The air around us suddenly fell off, and I quickly took 2 steps back, reaching into my pocket to grip my surgical knife, watching her warily. I saw that she was starting to radiate white light. Goodness, that old hag was done pretending and was going all out. The pale light exploded instantly, and a fierce wind swept towards me. What good was my surgical knife? I couldn't withstand it all and was blown away, crashing hard onto the ground, causing my vision to darken. But I reacted quickly, rolling on the spot to dodge her second wave of attack. Qi's eyes were filled with hatred, and the air currents around us grew increasingly fierce. She could become an elder because of her powerful skill. She controlled the wind, and her attack power was not weak. It was tough to deal with orcs. But taking care of me, an unawakened female, was more than enough, right? She also knew that such a commotion would attract attention. So she planned to deal with me before anyone arrived. Even if it meant getting dismissed, she wanted to cripple me for life. Wasn't this pure cyber madness? She concentrated all her mental energy into a wind blade and shot it directly at me, who hadn't even gotten up yet. On the other side, Ling was teaching Qi Xiaoxing to level up in a back mountain. Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his heart, a severe sense of foreboding. He couldn't care about anything else, spreading his wings and flying straight towards me. We had exchanged blood from our fingertips, so he could sense my location. The closer he got to me, the stronger his ominous premonition became. When he saw me curled up on the ground from the air, his pupils constricted sharply, and he dove down, letting out an angry roar. "Qi, how dare you!" Ling reached my side in an instant, but it was still a moment too late. That wind blade was too fast. He cast a skill from a distance, which only deflected the wind blade slightly, reducing its power by half. He watched helplessly as the wind blade pierced directly into my lower abdomen. A bloody gash opened up instantly. Ling's eyes turned red on the spot, and his wings transformed into gigantic scaled wings. He carefully scooped me into his arms, and then one hand turned into a claw, fiercely reaching for Qi. Although Qi dodged, she still got a bloody hole in her stomach. "Ah!" Qi screamed in fright and retreated. "Ling, stop!" Several elders and the chief finally arrived, quickly positioning themselves in front of Qi, watching Ling, who seemed to have gone mad, warily. The chief saw my miserable state and sensed the energy around us. Instantly understanding everything, he shouted at Ling, "Don't delay Xiaoxing's treatment. Hurry and find the shaman." This shout snapped Ling back to reality. He didn't even look at Qi on the ground and, holding me, flew away rapidly. Qi was truly trying to kill me. The shaman sighed while applying medicine to me, saying the wind blade had injured my insides, and it carried original energy, so healing magic could only provide temporary relief. The wound would reopen repeatedly. Although I wasn't in danger of dying, it would hurt a lot, and I needed to take good care of myself. When Ling heard there was no risk to my life, he finally relaxed a bit. But when he thought I would be in pain for more than half a month, he became so agitated that he wanted to chop Qi up right away. He looked down at me, who had passed out from the pain, and gently wiped the cold sweat off my forehead. He knew how painful such an injury could be, that original energy was trapped inside my body, and while orcs could force it out themselves, I hadn't awakened yet and could only endure it. Ling's brows were tightly furrowed, and his heart felt like it was being cut by knives. He deeply regretted it, always thinking it was safe in the tribe, but never expected. 3 days passed, and I still hadn't woken up, and on the second day, I developed a high fever. Ling looked haggard with bloodshot eyes, staying by my side without leaving for a moment. The shaman came, and he quickly stepped aside. "Shaman, how is she?" His voice was hoarse. Weia was extremely worried and used a healing spell on me once more, then crushed a precious purple flower to feed me. Ling held the medicine bowl, just like a few days ago, taking a sip first before gently pinching my chin to feed me little by little. His eyes were filled with hope, just waiting for me to open my eyes in the next moment. But even after he finished feeding me, I still didn't respond. Ling's hands were trembling. Weia could only comfort him, saying I might have a special constitution and need more rest. After Weia left, the dim room was filled only with our breathing sounds. Ling gently stroked my hair, silently waiting. The entire tribe had fallen into a dead silence because of my coma. Xiaolu and Jiejia were frowning every day. Ling hadn't eaten much for 5 days, and he had turned back into the cold, unapproachable figure he used to be. On the 7th day, the tribe decided to publicly judge Qi. The sky was ominously dark, and all the beastmen transformed into their beast forms, roaring at the sky. Qi knelt below the mountain stream, looking utterly miserable. Wu wore a complicated ceremonial outfit and spoke solemnly. Qiao, confess your crimes to the beast god. Qiao was in immense pain, but her mind was clear. She knew that infighting within the tribe was a serious crime, especially since it had harmed someone who had contributed greatly to the tribe like me. She felt a bit regretful, but still held onto a glimmer of hope. What if I died? Wouldn't it mean she gained something? Just then, her daughter Lianon's cries reached her ears. Qiao suddenly woke up. She still had a daughter. She quickly changed her expression and cried to Wu and the chief. It was Elder Qi Xiaoxing who insulted me first. She said my partner treated me poorly, and I couldn't hold back my anger and acted out. Moreover, Ling also severely injured me, which could shorten my lifespan by 30 years. There was an uproar around them. Jia and the others in the crowd trembled with anger. How can Qiao be so shameless? Wu remained silent, just watching Qiao quietly, making her feel uneasy. Then, Wu raised his staff and began to chant, communicating with the beast god. As for me, I felt like I was trapped in a pure white box, surrounded by dense fog, unable to see my own hands, unable to find a way out. Where is this? I shouted, but no one answered. I could only wander aimlessly inside, feeling neither hunger nor fatigue, only boundless loneliness. I went from breaking down at the beginning to becoming numb, just walking and walking. What supported me was a single thought. I must survive and get out. I haven't had enough time with Ling yet. I don't know how long it took. Maybe a day or maybe 100 years. Suddenly, a light appeared, as if the heavens had opened, directly splitting this ghostly place apart. The fog dispersed, and before me was a stunning green paradise, with a gigantic semi-transparent golden tree growing by the lake. The Tree of Life. I don't know why, but that name slipped out of my mouth. The moment my hand touched the trunk, a rich green light enveloped me, and all the pain and fatigue in my body vanished in an instant. A gentle voice echoed in my mind. My child. Then, a semi-transparent fruit floated down from the tree, hanging in front of me. Without thinking, I picked it up and ate it. It was as sweet as honey. It's time to leave, the voice said. Then my consciousness began to blur. In reality, Ling, who was guarding my bedside, suddenly saw a faint green light emanating from me, full of vitality. He was first taken aback, then filled with joy. This is awakening, he thought, our Xiaoxing. This is a blessing in disguise. She's about to ascend. He was so excited that he leaned down and kissed my forehead, smiling as he said, wake up quickly. If you don't, I might just help you take a bath. On the other side, under the waterfall, the judgment of Qiao was also coming to an end. The beast god delivered the divine decree. Qiao is sentenced to guard the forbidden land for 50 years. As soon as the words fell, heavy rain began to pour down. Qiao's daughter Lianon cried heart-wrenchingly, filled with hatred towards me. She felt that it was all because of me that her mother was doomed, and now she was doomed too. She ran madly in the downpour, accidentally ending up in a swamp, and with a scream, half of her legs sank into it. Terrified, she cried for help, which attracted a large snake. Just when she closed her eyes in despair, a warm embrace pulled her out of the mud. A tall beastman, with one claw, split the snake in half. Lianon, her face covered in mud, stared blankly at the beastman before her. With bronze skin, a strong body, and a resolute face, wow. This was a pure hero saving a damsel in distress. Her face flushed, and she quickly wiped her face. Thank you for saving me. My name is Lianon. The beastman opposite her merely let out a light laugh. Then this guy gave me a top-notch tea performance. I tell you, the way he smiled at Lian and was so gentle and considerate, saying things like, don't mind the dirt on your face, you look good like this, and then pretending to be shy, saying he wanted to take her to the stream to wash up, promising not to peek. But that's not the main point. The main point is that he was lowering his head, looking particularly embarrassed. Oh my, it was so suggestive yet innocent. Who understands this, folks? High-end hunters often appear in the form of their prey, and this guy clearly knows how to play this game. That silly sweet Lian and was immediately taken in, her face turning as red as anything. The next second, without saying a word, the guy scooped her up in a princess carry, mumbling that after running for so long, she must be tired, so he would carry her. If I could have spoken at that moment, I would have shouted, wake up, girl. Just look at him from that angle you can't see. His smile was almost reaching his ears. The word proud was practically etched on his face. Poor Lian and really thought she had met her true love, burying her head in his chest, completely falling for him. Forget about her. I woke up too. When I opened my eyes, good gracious, my entire right arm was completely numb, and it scared me so much that I sat up abruptly. Looking down, it turned out to be Ling's big head, like a fluffy cushion, sleeping right on my arm. Just as I was about to pull my hand out with all my might, he woke up, lifted his head, and stared directly at me. Before I had a chance to complain about him, I noticed something was off. He had lost a lot of weight, his chin was unshaven, and his once bright golden eyes, which used to shine like the sun, were now filled with red veins. He looked like a battle-worn handsome man, and the sense of brokenness was overwhelming. I was so heartbroken that I had just called his name, Ling, when he suddenly pulled me into his arms tightly, pressing his lips against mine with force. The kiss was both fierce and urgent, almost taking my breath away. Once we both caught our breath, the first thing he said was, "Xiaoxing, I'm sorry." I understood right away. This guy must feel guilty for not protecting me well. If I said I didn't blame him, he'd feel even worse. So I simply pulled his arm, bit his shoulder, and provocatively said to him, "You better protect me next time, or you won't see me again." He stiffened for a moment, then slowly relaxed, pressing my head down and mumbling, his voice choked with emotion. I was also stunned. No way. He was crying? A big guy over 6 feet tall, crying in my arms? Then I heard him say through his tears, "You're okay, really. That's really great." At that moment, my heart melted, and I could only hold him tightly. When I woke up, the news spread through the tribe like wildfire. The next day, a crowd of people came to see me, almost trampling my doorstep. And none of them came empty-handed. Some brought meat, some brought fruit. After sending everyone off, I looked around and thought, wow, the food in my house was piled up like a small mountain. Even if Ling were to be downcast for another month, he wouldn't have to worry about food. My few close friends, Jia, Xiaolu, and Ayersha, are all here. Jia suggested throwing a party to celebrate, but Ayersha directly shot her down, saying she had just woken up and still needed to prepare for the autumn gathering, so she had no energy for this. In the end, I made the final decision for a small gathering with just a few good friends, as a way to thank them for their hard work during this time. As we chatted, I directly laid my cards on the table and said, "Girls, I can say that I've turned misfortune into fortune this time, as I've awakened my talent skill early." As soon as I said this, the three of them stared at me with wide eyes like copper bells. Xiaolu exclaimed, "Oh my God, I'm older than you. Why haven't I awakened?" Jia also looked envious. Ayersha, who understood more about this, gave me a lecture saying that females generally awaken purification or enhancement type auxiliary skills. And the most impressive ones are those with healing abilities, which are extremely rare. I thought to myself, well, it seems I don't fit into any of those categories. Under the curious and expectant gazes of the three of them and a few orcs in the yard, I took a deep breath, walked to the corner, and extended my right hand toward a nearly dead little grass. I tried to summon that energy within my body, and then bright green light transferred from my hand to the grass, and in an instant, guess what happened? That droopy grass perked up as if it had just received a 10-level beauty filter and growth hormones, becoming lush and vibrant. The little green immediately exclaimed, "What kind of skill is this? I've never seen anything like it." Jia's thought process was quite unique. She suddenly reacted, her eyes sparkling as she rushed towards me. "Xiaoxing, does that mean you can grow vegetables in winter from now on? Can I come to you when I want to eat fresh vegetables in the future?" I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. So, I ate the fruit of the tree of life, and all I got was the skill for a happy farm, right? Once this is over, the autumn gathering will officially be on the agenda. Ling is definitely going with me. He said he would never leave me again. I'm studying the sheepskin map that Xiao gave me, and wow, our Qingstone tribe is like a small transparent spot at the autumn gathering, with our booth tucked away in the farthest corner and no more than 50 people visiting each year. Can I tolerate this? As an outstanding young person from the 21st century, I have to give them something to remember. Otherwise, it would be too unremarkable. I rolled my eyes and immediately came up with an idea. I directly announced that in 3 days, we would hold a selection competition in the tribal square for the spots to attend the autumn gathering. Once the news broke, the entire tribe erupted, with every household preparing their competition products as if they had been injected with adrenaline. On the day of the selection competition, it was a sea of people. I dragged the elders and shamans to be judges. A few elders initially wanted to take shortcuts with me to secure spots, but I shot them down with a firm statement about fair competition, leaving them green with embarrassment. The first to take the stage were the two sisters, Nana, who immediately pulled out a showstopper, a giant spiritual mushroom larger than my face. I was so stunned. This thing was overflowing with spiritual energy, practically a cultivation accelerator for me. Just as I was about to ask the price, an elder nearby made a snide remark, accusing me of using my power for personal gain. But Nana, being clever, boldly declared while holding the mushroom, "Then we won't participate in the autumn gathering," and stood behind me with her treasure. Wow, that was an impressive move. The elder's face turned a shade of liver color, unable to utter a word. After that little interlude, things went much smoother. In the end, 10 spots were selected, with 3 families making food, the best kimchi, the best jerky, and the saltiest cured meat. There were also a few skilled females who made leather clothes. And the funniest was a little female who couldn't even be named. She brought out a jar of beautiful stones she had collected since childhood, containing agate, jade, and a pearl, while her mother-s lard was eliminated, and her 3 stones were selected. Once the spots were finalized, I took advantage of the crowd still being there to drop another bomb. There's still 20 spots left for the autumn gathering, and I want to reserve them for the single females and orcs in the tribe. As soon as I finished speaking, the whole place erupted. The autumn gathering is the largest matchmaking event. The entire tribe was as excited as during the new year, cheering loudly until I nearly lost my voice trying to calm them down. Before we set off, I used the money I earned from selling small accessories to buy Nana's giant mushroom. Then I visited the shelter, and seeing those children and the elderly truly broke my heart. The money I had saved was stretched so thin that they barely had any meat to eat for such a long time. I felt so pained that I want to give them more money, but an elderly female stopped me, reasoning that I couldn't keep supporting them. They needed to rely on themselves to survive. I was taken aback by her words and felt a deep respect for her. 3 days later, our large group officially set off. Over 20 orcs transformed into their animal forms, carrying big and small bags, with about 50 people in total, including a dozen females. I noticed that Chen Man was actually in that single matchmaking group. It was quite interesting. Ling insisted on bringing along that snow leopard named Qi Xiaoxing, and I couldn't argue with him, so I went along with it. The journey was sweet, with Jejia and her partner Elvin crazily showing off their affection, and of course, I couldn't lose out, so I directly leaped into Ling's arms, letting him hold me. The journey was smooth overall, except for the occasional wild beast that we swiftly dealt with. Before I knew it, it was the 4th day, and I was lying on Ling's back as a huge white tiger, with only one thought in my mind. I hadn't bathed in 4 days. I felt like I was going to spoil. Just as I was desperately trying to think of where I could find a river to wash up, the orc running in the front suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. I quickly looked up, and wow, a gust of wind hit my face, making it impossible to open my eyes as Ling's speed shot up. By the time I managed to stabilize myself and see clearly ahead, I was completely stunned. In front of our team, a huge group of monsters as big as adult elephants suddenly appeared. Their bodies were covered in deep blue scales, and their heads and backs were adorned with sharp horns, looking extremely fierce. A female member screamed in terror on the spot. "It's the Octagon Dragon. Why are we encountering a group of Octagon Dragons here?" My gosh, I swallowed hard and stared intently at that group of monsters. The leading one, an octagonal dragon, was particularly eye-catching, with a blood-red horn on its forehead. It was clear at a glance that it was no ordinary creature, but a boss level. It let out a roar towards the sky, exuding an incredibly fierce aura, and charged straight at our entire team. I told you. Just now the voice message was halfway through when the system cut me off, saying something about content violation. It's ridiculous. All right, let's continue. Where were we? All right, that Chen Man, the way she looked at Xiaoxing, I tell you, it was like a poisoned dagger, as if she wanted to skewer someone alive. And Ling, who is he? A human radar, he sensed it right away, but he didn't say a word, already taking note of this woman in his mind. Anyway, we had nothing to say on the way, and we finally arrived at the autumn gathering. Wow, it was spectacular. The territory of the Rift Sky Eagle tribe. A whole vast forest, the trees were reaching up to the clouds, just like an avatar, incredibly sci-fi. The guy from the Triceratops tribe, Jiaofeng, reminded us to be on our best behavior since we were in someone else's territory, especially not to provoke those flying above. They're the landlords, and we must understand the rules. The Triceratops tribe is big. Their stall was in the central area, and after saying goodbye to us, they went ahead. When it was our turn, holding the sheepskin map given by the elder, we practically wore our legs out walking around the market and still couldn't find our stall. At that moment, I felt something was off. Elsa also said it seemed like there were no available spots. Just then, our little snow leopard, Qi Xiaoxing, usually a quiet one, suddenly piped up. I saw people from the Blackstone tribe. Ling frowned and asked where. The look in Qi Xiaoxing's eyes, I tell you, instantly became sharp as a knife, pointing ahead and saying, "Right there. Our stall is just 5 spots behind them." Now it all made sense. Family members, who understands? Our stall must have been taken. Qi Xiaoxing said he would go take a look, and within 10 minutes, he came back with a face full of blood. He said he was discovered by the Blackstone tribe people and added, "Our stall has been occupied by the Shadow Leopard tribe." I exploded at that moment. The Shadow Leopard tribe? Aren't they the bunch that wiped out Qi Xiaoxing's entire clan? This was truly a case of enemies meeting with extra animosity. Xiaoxing was furious, both heartbroken for Qi Xiaoxing and worried that he might start a fight. She glared at Ling, meaning, it's all your fault for bringing this ticking time bomb out. But at this point, what could be done? Xiaoxing decisively said, let's go get our territory back. We represent the tribe. We can't back down. As soon as she said that, everyone's anger flared up too, right? Why should we be bullied? A group of us marched over. When we arrived, we saw an old lady standing opposite us, the shaman of the shadow leopard tribe, smiling like the Buddha, but when she spoke, her tone was so condescending it made my head spin. Oh, little ones from the Qi Xiaoxing tribe, you came too late. We thought you weren't coming. Xiaoxing didn't waste any time with her and got straight to the point. This is our stall. When are you leaving? The old lady had skin thicker than a city wall, saying, oh, we've already set everything up. Moving would be a hassle. You young people have the energy. Just find another place. Isn't that clearly being unreasonable? Xiao Lu got anxious right away and cursed her for being shameless. As a result, the old lady's face darkened, and she sent out black smoke toward Xiao Lu. Luckily, Ling reacted quickly and blocked it with a golden light. Looking cool. Lan also hurriedly shielded Xiao Lu and shouted at that old witch. Seeing that we're not easy to deal with, the old witch simply laid her cards on the table, pointing at us and saying, I advise you to scram. This place is now the slave camp of the Rift Sky Eagle Tribe's young master. Dare to make a move and see what happens. Slave camp? We were all stunned. Just then, a sharp female voice rang out, and when I turned around, good grief, wasn't that the little vixen Xiaoling? She was like a lapdog following behind a man, who was strutting around with a pair of black wings on his back, his gaze sinister enough to drip water. Clearly not a good person. He was the local tyrant, the young master of the Rift Sky Eagle Tribe, Lai Kongqiong. When Lai Kongqiong opened his mouth, his voice was like sandpaper. What's going on? The old witch and Xiao Ling echoed each other, twisting the facts and saying we were causing trouble. Xiaoxing was trying to hold back her anger to explain, but that young master didn't even lift his eyelids, directly interrupting. I don't want to hear it. You came late. The stall is gone. Get lost. Xiaoxing was furious, saying, young master, isn't this going too far? Only then did Lai Kongqiong take a proper look at her, his eyes filled with disdain. He scanned around and suddenly stopped on Qi Xiaoxing, smiling. Oh, you still have a snow leopard in your group? Wasn't that clan wiped out? Just right, their stall was moved to the last slave pit. You can go there too. After all, the outcome is the same. The surrounding members of the shadow leopard tribe all burst into laughter. I tell you, that feeling was worse than getting beaten up. Xiaoxing was shaking with anger, but she knew that if she started a fight here, it would be sending herself to her death. She gritted her teeth and held it in, turning around without a word and leading us away. At that moment, we all understood that in this world without strength, even breathing is a mistake. We were pushed to the worst corner of the venue. It looked like a garbage dump. Everyone's morale had plummeted to freezing point, and someone asked Xiaoxing, is this how it ends? Ling stood up and said, what else? Fight them? Get wiped out on their turf? Xiaoxing saw that no one understood, took a deep breath, and laid it all out. I know everyone is unhappy, and I am too, but the tribe is on the verge of starvation. If we don't make money this time, we won't even have energy stones for cultivation during the new year. As soon as she said this, the whole place fell silent. Yes, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. The most important thing now is to survive. Let's earn the money first. Everyone immediately reignited their fighting spirit and got to work overnight. Xiaoxing was impressive. She designed 3 giant umbrellas as stalls and came up with a modern name, calling it the Qingshi General Store. She even worked through the night to create a lot of discount coupons called Tiger Head cards, preparing for the girls to go out and hand out flyers to attract customers the next day. With this business acumen, wouldn't she be a queen of merchandise by 2025? The next day, the females went out in pairs to promote. Then, the most disgusting thing happened. Shaman, that green tea, was paired with our tribe's cutest and smallest girl, Xiaonan. She had already plotted this out, after seeing Xiaoling team up with the Sky Rift Eagle tribe yesterday. She wanted to betray us, and now she was going to use Xiaonan as her ticket. She tricked Xiaonan into thinking she knew a great place to distribute flyers, but instead led her straight into the wolf's den of the Blackstone tribe. Xiaonan realized something was wrong and tried to run, but it was too late. She was dragged into the Blackstone tribe's tent by the strong Chen Man, who covered her mouth. Chen Man said to Xiaoling's group, I want to join you. This female is a gift for you. Do as you please. Xiaoling was overjoyed and had Xiaonan dragged to the back, saying to let her subordinates have some fun first before throwing her into the slave camp tomorrow. What was Chen Man's final request? She said, I want Qi Xiaoxing dead. This woman has completely gone mad. On the other side, there was a boy from the rabbit tribe named Mimi, who was incredibly cute. His mother gave him some pocket money to go out and gather some business intelligence. While wandering around, Mimi heard some noise by the river, which turned out to be a girl's crying and a man's foul curses. Curious, he went over to take a look, and to his shock, several orcs were holding down a young girl, tearing her clothes off, and beating her. That girl was Xiaonan. She was dragged to the riverbank and was being humiliated by those beasts. But Xiaonan had a fiery temperament and refused to submit, seizing the opportunity to bite off one of the bastard's ears, only to be beaten even worse. Just when she was about to lose hope, this little rabbit, usually soft and cute, exploded. He directly beastified into a 2-meter-tall violent red-eyed rabbit and charged in. With a righteous punch, he knocked down those scoundrels in just a few hits. After the fight, Mimi turned back into his boy form, took off his fur skin, and draped it over the stunned Xiaonan, showing maximum boyfriend energy, and carried her away in a princess hug. As a result, he confusedly brought her back to his own stall, and his mother was shocked. Good boy, you went out for a morning, not only gathering enemy information, but also bringing back a daughter-in-law. Xiaonan was amused by the mother-son duo and, while crying, recounted what had happened. Rabbit Mama understood immediately and was filled with sympathy. Mimi decisively said to Xiaonan, "Let's take you back. You must have been out for a long time, and the people in your tribe might be very worried. I tell you, it's not just worrying. Our Xiaoxing is almost going crazy. The promotional effect this time is simply terrible, and all the ones who came are poor tribesmen looking to take advantage of the situation. When they arrived at our booth and saw that the goods were good, they realized they had no money. They could only buy 2 bags of salt at most. So there were already few people, and with Xiaonan not coming back for a long time, Xiaoxing immediately sensed something was wrong. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in front of the booth, mumbling, "No, I feel really uneasy. I have to go look for her." Ling was still there making sarcastic comments, saying that Chunman wouldn't dare to act recklessly unless she wanted to turn against the tribe. Goodness, isn't that just adding fuel to the fire? Upon hearing this, Xiaoxing turned pale. What if Chunman really was determined to defect? Wouldn't Xiaonan become her accomplice? Thinking of this, Xiaoxing couldn't sit still for a second, and suddenly stood up and rushed outside. Xiaolu was still shouting from behind. "Xiaoxing, where are you going?" Xiaoxing opened her mouth to speak, but before she could say anything, she saw that rabbit boy miming in the distance, carrying someone over. Upon closer inspection, the person on his back was none other than the Xiaonan she was so worried about. When Xiaonan, crying and sobbing, explained what happened, "I tell you, our entire tribe exploded." Qi Xiaoxing was so angry that she slammed her fist on the ground, her voice trembling. How dare she? How dare she do this? Elsa was also furious beside her. We're all from the same tribe. Even if we're not, we're all females. Pushing someone into the fire pit. Is she even human? Who understands the pain of family? Just lost our territory, and now our own sisters were almost sold off. This life is simply unbearable. Once Xiaonan calmed down, she dropped a bombshell. She quietly told Xiaoxing, "When I was tied up, I heard Chunman talking on the phone with someone." She stole a glance at Ling, a bit hesitant to say. Xiaoxing understood immediately and nodded. Xiaonan continued. She said she knows a lot of information about our tribe, and as long as that person wants to know, she can tell everything, but there's one condition. What condition? Ling's voice was as cold as ice, making me shiver. She said, "It was the elder's life." Damn, I was shocked at the time. Chunman's target is actually Ling. Is she going to rebel? Ling scoffed, and the murderous look in his eyes could freeze someone into an ice sculpture. His so-called sister, Xiao Ling, is becoming more and more lawless. Xiaonan added cautiously. By the way, they also said that the slave camp in Liakongqion will open tomorrow. There must be many females like me who have been captured inside. Should we rescue them? As soon as she said this, everyone's expressions turned a bit awkward. Rescue? What are we going to use to rescue them? We can barely feed ourselves. Xiaoxing sighed, first soothing Xiaonan, then pointing to Mimi, who was standing far away. Don't think too much about it for now. Let's think about how to thank him. To save you, he offended the Blackstone tribe. Xiaonan's face turned red, and Jujia and Xiaolu nearby started teasing. Hey, why not offer yourself in return? With this commotion, the atmosphere finally lightened up. We treated Mimi well, gave him a big jar of salt as a thank you gift, and asked him to help promote our Qingstone general store. In the afternoon, Xiaoxing was worried about letting the females go out alone again. So she sent the beastmen to distribute flyers. As a result, Qingsha suddenly spoke up. I want to go too. Xiaoxing immediately refused without thinking. No way. You can't go. What if you cause trouble? Qingsha looked at her coldly. Why can't I go? This question caught Xiaoxing off guard. It was Ling who came out to defuse the situation. Don't you know? Do you want to promote? Or do you want to check out the slave camp? Qi Xiaoxing immediately fell silent, his long eyelashes drooping down, looking so pitiful that it made Xiaoxing both angry and heartbroken. She sighed and softened her tone. You want to see if your sister and your kin are still there, right? I promise you, as long as your sister is alive, within my ability, I will do whatever it takes to redeem her. Qi Xiaoxing suddenly looked up, his blue eyes shining as if they contained the entire galaxy. So bright it was frightening. Just when the atmosphere here was low, a turning point came. Guess what? In the afternoon, those customers who bought our stuff went back and were blown away. Especially that Dog Clan brother who bought animal oil to cook. He was dying to taste it. They were like a multi-level marketing team, frantically recommending our Qingstone General Store to their friends, saying the salt was white and fine, the jerky was fragrant and chewy, and there were all sorts of grass-woven trinkets that were both beautiful and practical. So, just as Xiaoxing was sighing over the pathetic sales figures of the first day and preparing to close up, a large wave of people came. Leading the way was that Mole Clan brother from before, pointing at our big umbrella and shouting to a beautiful white cat female beside him. Look, I wasn't lying to you. This is the Qingstone General Store I was talking about. A tall beastman wiped his drool, sniffing the air wildly. Ergo, is this where you said there's good food? I think I can really smell it. A beautiful Fox Clan girl twisted her waist and looked us up and down. General Store? What an interesting name. Does it have everything? Wow. These people came as if they had made an appointment. Who knew? Once they saw us, they couldn't move. Just in time for us to have a meal. Elsa and the others were cooking meat in the back, and the aroma was so enticing it practically drew their souls away. That Dog Clan beastman named Go couldn't hold back first. Hey, what are you cooking that smells so good? Did you use that oil I bought this morning? Seeing this situation, Xiaoxing's eyes turned and a plan formed in her mind. She smiled and said, Yes, our tribe is making dinner. If the guests don't mind, you can try some. As soon as she said this, everyone stopped their movements, dozens of pairs of eyes fixed on her like searchlights. Xiaoxing, being a little clever, ran to the back, grabbed a spatula, and got involved herself. She also secretly added a bit of her secret ingredient, the spring water, and the flavor instantly elevated. It smelled so good that it felt like the saliva of the entire market was about to flow into a river. She brought out a bowl of meat, shouting, 1 piece for each person. As soon as she finished speaking, that Fox Clan beauty was the first to pounce, grabbing the biggest piece and justifying herself. Beastmen should let the females have their way. The others couldn't care about manners anymore, pouncing on it like hungry wolves, each snatching a piece in an instant. Their eating style was like they hadn't had meat in hundreds of years. After everyone had tasted it, their faces showed that they wanted to eat 1 billion more pieces, but Xiaoxing ignored them and started to promote madly. As long as you buy our oil and salt, you can cook such delicious meat too. Stock is limited, first come first served, hurry up. Under Xiaoxing's persuasion that buying was not a loss and not a scam, that Fox Clan rich lady was the first to take out money, buying a handful of 5 original crystals of salt, 3 original crystals of oil, and a bunch of grass shoes. With someone leading the way, the rest followed suit, shouting and taking out money. By the time they left, satisfied but pained, it was almost dark. Xiaoxing counted the warm 23 original crystals in her hand, her mouth almost reaching her ears. Trading a pot of meat for so much money was simply a huge profit. Just as we were counting money until our hands cramped, a whoosh of breaking air suddenly came from above. Ling's expression changed, and he quickly protected Xiaoxing behind him. We looked up to see a handsome guy wearing white beast skin descending from the sky, with a pair of huge gray wings on his back. The man smiled and said, Oh, it seems I came at the wrong time, just in time for dinner. But this meat smells so good. I wonder if I could have a taste? I want to eat for free. Xiaoxing was stunned. This person was attracted by the smell of meat? Looking at those wings. He must be from the Liakong tribe? The man seemed to see through her thoughts and introduced himself. I forgot to mention, I am the eldest son of the Liakong Eagle tribe, Liakong Mang. Liakong Mang, the brother of Liakong Xion? Xiaoxing instinctively asked. Oh, you know my brother? Liakong Mang's my. He is more combative. Did he offend you? He insisted on setting up that slave camp, and we couldn't stop him. Since he was so polite, Xiaoxing didn't know what else to say. Liakong Mang asked again. So, can I have a taste? How about 1 original crystal? I was dumbfounded at that moment. Just for a bite of meat, they wanted a raw crystal? What kind of family is this? Do they have a mine at home? Ling was quicker to react than Xiaoxing and directly nodded. Sure, let's pay first. His gaze towards Liakong Mang was filled with hostility. Liakong Mang didn't mind at all. took out a raw crystal and handed it to Xiaoxing in exchange for a bowl of meat, then flew away. It really was just for a bowl of meat. Let me tell you, this guy is no good. He and his cheap brother have the same father, but different mothers, and he is not favored at home. He has discovered that there are treasures in our meat and wants to take this information to his father to seek credit. His father, that fifth-tier powerhouse. When he hears this, his eyes will turn green, probably setting his sights on us. Back to our side by midnight. That kid Qi Xiaoxing really couldn't hold back any longer and transformed into a little leopard, wanting to sneak out. And what happened? As soon as he moved, he was caught red-handed by Ling. That guy Ling is also mischievous. Holding the sleeping Xiaoxing, he lazily said, "Where are you going?" Qi Xiaoxing hesitated for a long time and said, "To pee." Ling laughed directly. "What a coincidence. I need to go too. Let's go together." "Ha! You really know how to manipulate people." Qi Xiaoxing was instantly petrified. The next morning, let me tell you, that scene was bustling with noise, firecrackers ringing, red flags waving, and a sea of people. Our stall was completely packed. In just one morning, a third of the goods were gone, especially the salt. It was simply a frenzy. Just when we were busy, we even saw that Trader Chun man, good grief, actually allied with the Shadow Leopard clan, her face painted like a ghost, super ugly. In the midst of the chaos, I even stole a couple of bites of dog food. That silly Jiaoqi sent a big beast leg to Yulan, saying he wanted her to cook it for him. And that rabbit me force-fed Xiao Nan a carrot, saying it tasted like meat, leaving Xiao Nan speechless. As a result, joy turned to sorrow. A tribesman came back covered in blood, shouting, "Elder, something happened." Ling quickly supported him and asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" The orc gasped for breath and said, Qi Xiaoxing got into a fight with the Shadow Leopard clan and was seriously injured and captured. At that moment, my mind went blank, and I thought, it's over. This kid must have seen his sister at the slave camp that opened today. With his personality, it would be strange if he could hold back. Ling and Xiaoxing exchanged a glance, and without saying a word, they led us to charge towards the slave camp. We rushed over in a hurry, and the scene was nothing short of a hellish spectacle. At the entrance, there were 2 orcs tied up, half dead, serving as a sign. A crowd gathered to watch, talking dirty and saying that anyone who will become a slave is worthless. Xiaoxing was so angry that she trembled all over. Just then, the crowd stirred. "Look, isn't that the orc who just caused the trouble?" We looked over, and my blood pressure shot up. Qi Xiaoxing, our proud snow leopard youth, was now chained by the neck, being ridden like a beast, and the one riding him was that damned Lai Kongqiong. Lai Kongqiong jumped off Qi Xiao's back and viciously kicked his wound, watching him bleed and laughing in a twisted manner. Qi Xiao was covered in blood. His originally white fur so dirty it was unrecognizable, and his sapphire-like eyes lost all their luster. Even more disgusting, Lai Kongqiong had someone drag out his sister, a girl who was completely naked. Qi Xiao let out a painful wail. Lai Kongqiong sneered at Qi Xiao and said, "Today, I want you to watch with your own eyes as the person you care about the most dies, right in front of you." Then he turned to everyone and picked up a bone fork. Wait, Xiaoxing could no longer hold back and rushed out directly, asking, "How many original crystals for these 2 slaves?" "I'll buy them." Lai Kongqiong smiled ominously by. "I never said I was selling." His eyes gleamed with mockery. "However, if you're willing to pay a price, you can give it a try." "What price?" Xiaoxing asked anxiously. Lai Kongqiong pointed at Xiaoxing and then at the 2 beastmen tied at the door, laughing darkly. "I want to see a performance. In front of all these people, you mating with those 2. How about that?" I felt like my skull was about to explode. Ling's eyes instantly turned red. And that killing intent, I could feel it from 800 meters away. How dare he, this Lai Kongqiong? Hell, what's wrong? Not willing? Seeing that we didn't react. Lai Kongqiong thought we were scared. Sneering, he thrust the bone fork directly into the girl's back, creating an instant wound. Let me tell you, that moment struck my heart with a tremor. That guy, Qi Xiaoxing, had his eyes turn red right on the spot, letting out a desperate roar like a wild beast. Family, who understands that feeling of helplessness? Watching his beloved younger sister being treated like livestock, he wished he could ascend right then and there and exchange himself for her. But he was tied up, unable to do anything, just watching helplessly, regretting it deeply. I was so angry that I laughed. Really, what a ridiculous plot. I took a step forward and offered that brat named Li Kongqiong a price. 100 original crystals. We'll buy these too. Excessive? You call that excessive? Goodness. When I mentioned 100 original crystals, the crowd watching gasped in shock as if they had seen a ghost. Think about it for our small tribe. 100 original crystals is a whole year's KPI. And now to buy a useless orc and a female. They must think my head has been caught in a door. Li Kongqiong was also stunned for a moment, 100 was not a small amount for him either. But when his shifty eyes scanned my face, let me tell you, that look was so lewd it could drip oil. He licked his lips and smiled in a filthy way. Hey, the deal has changed. I don't want those two useless ones, I just want you. Before he could finish that sentence, let me tell you, a shadow swooped past. It was Ling. My man exploded. Really exploded. He had been hiding it before. But those enormous dragon-scaled wings suddenly burst out from his back, dark golden light swirling around him. And his golden phoenix eyes were as red as if they were about to bleed, exuding an overwhelming aura. In one step, he crossed over those guards and instantly teleported in front of that brat, slamming him to the ground and delivering a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was like hitting a sandbag, and the entrance of the slave camp fell utterly silent, everyone staring in shock. I'm so confused, this action is too fast. There's a rat spirit next to me, scared to the point of soft legs, muttering, damn, is this guy crazy? He's beating up the young master on the territory of the Sky Ripper Eagle. Is he rushing to his death? Elsa next to me is almost crying in panic, shouting, Xiaoxing, hurry and stop Ling. Something big is about to happen. What the hell am I doing? At that moment, I thought, well, the guy has been hit and his face has been torn, so this feud is settled. Why be polite? I quickly pulled out my entrenching tool from my space. And while everyone was watching Ling perform his physical exorcism, I swiftly cut the ropes off Qing's body. Elsa saw my move, was stunned for 2 seconds, then gritted her teeth and rushed over to help. Great, we're all in this together. No one is getting away. We just rescued the person over here. And Ling has also stopped on the other side. He stared coldly at the swollen face of the cracked Qiang on the ground and coldly said, watch your mouth. If there's a next time, I'll tear you apart. After saying that, he flapped his wings and took us away. I didn't forget to throw the bag containing 100 original crystals onto the pig-headed face, loudly saying, we settled the payment. Everyone, we bought it, not robbed it. Behind us, we heard the vague howls of the cracked Qiang. You're dead for sure. We ran towards the tribe's booth without looking back. While running, I fed Qin Sha and his sister some spirit spring water for first aid. As soon as we arrived, I shouted to Xiao Lu and the others, don't ask. Hurry up and pack your things. We need to leave immediately. Just as I finished speaking, a thunderous eagle cry echoed throughout the sky. I looked up and saw, damn it, a giant eagle with wings spanning over 10 meters, resembling a B-2 bomber, diving down with a gust of wind strong enough to lift a person. The giant eagle landed and transformed into a middle-aged man in a purple robe, his gaze sharper than a knife. And he said, you hurt my son. None of you will leave. Wow, the main character has arrived. Liakong Xiong's father, the leader of the Liakong Eagle clan, Liakong Song. The pressure was so intense that my calves felt like they were cramping. This old guy's strength absolutely overwhelmed all of us. Qin Sha, who had recovered a bit after drinking the spirit spring water, knelt down and said that one should take responsibility for their actions. However, this old man completely ignored him, grabbed Qin Sha, sniffed him like he was smelling catnip, and showed a satisfied expression before tossing him aside like a rag. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, several cuts suddenly appeared on Ling's face. I watched in horror, speechless. It's over, this old man's real target is me. He stared at me intently and said, hand over that treasure you just gave him. At that moment, my heart sank and I thought, it's over. The spiritual spring has been exposed. This old guy is going crazy at the card level, hoping for my treasure to break through. Just when my brain CPU was about to burn out, a sudden ding sounded in my head, and a childish voice popped up, claiming to be some Isho Wu, living in my space's medicinal field. Wow, my personal space even has an intelligent customer service? To make a long story short, this little thing told me that my spiritual spring was brewed with top-grade original crystals, and it could provide me with a 4th tier one with 80% purity, so I could take it out as a scapegoat, and it also synchronized the plan to Ling through telepathy. I exchanged a glance with Ling, and we both understood. We acted like a duo and told Liakong Song that the treasure was hidden and we needed to go get it. That old man actually believed us, probably too overconfident in his own abilities, and took us flying. Let me tell you, that speed was primarily about a companion-style death wish. We took him to a snowy mountain that used to be part of the Snow Leopard tribe's territory. That old dang, in a hurry, was ruthless. He casually took out a patrolling soldier from the Shadow Leopard tribe in an instant, and the blood splattered everywhere, making me feel nauseous. When we reached the top of the mountain, we pretended to dig for a while, and then I secretly buried the 4th tier crystal that shone like a disco ball in the ground, before joyfully bringing it out. As soon as old Dang saw the crystal, his eyes went green, and he snatched it away, nearly drooling. He could feel the surging and pure energy inside and immediately confirmed that this was the savior he had been waiting for all these years. I was still pretending to be clueless on the side, saying, "Tribe leader, this is that third-tier crystal." Sure enough, he took the bait, looking at me with an expression that said, "You know nothing, you bumpkin," and carefully stored the crystal away. I watched his greedy expression and pretended to cautiously ask, "So, Elder Lai Kong, can we leave now?" Guess what happened? His smile instantly turned into a hideous grin as he burst into laughter. "Huh, want to leave? What a spring and autumn dream. My principle of doing things is to eradicate roots. Godi." As soon as he finished speaking, his sharp claws swooshed towards our foreheads with a whoosh. While we were in a life-and-death situation, the tribe's camp erupted. The people watching from Lai Kongying's side felt disheartened after a day and night. Some started to speak sarcastically, saying things like, "For the sake of two outsiders, the entire tribe is at stake," while others complained that they would rather eat roasted meat every day, at least it's stable. All the blame was directed at me, and Ling Xiaolu and the others were so angry that they wanted to confront them. But there were just too many people making sarcastic remarks, just when they were getting more and more outrageous, almost turning me into the tribe's eternal sinner. A usually quiet little female stepped forward, and with one sentence, she silenced everyone. She said, "You say Xiaoxing has ulterior motives, but she only joined the tribe later. What about Ling? Ling is the tribe leader's youngest son. Just to mention the recent events, last time the four-winged beast invaded our home, and previously when we were blocked by the octagonal dragon, wasn't he the one holding the rear to buy us time? Just because his mental strength is unstable. You all forget everything he's done? And Elder Xiaoxing, she saved people out of kindness, but in your mouths, she became someone with malicious intent? If she hadn't saved, wouldn't you call her cold-blooded and heartless? It's like there's no right way to do anything, right? Let me tell you, that little female's words made many people blush, and even Elsa looked guilty. The Qing Shi tribe was in an uproar, but on the other side, the rescued Qing Sha siblings felt even worse. Qing Sha was too weak to do anything but lie down, and his sister Qing Yao, probably too traumatized, looked dazed. Wrapped in the beast skin Xiaoxing gave her, staring vacantly. Qing Sha wanted to reach out to touch his sister's face, but halfway through, his hand fell to the ground with a thud, which was heart-wrenching. That sound seemed to wake Qing Yao up. She stared at her brother with wide eyes filled with fear, as if she were looking at a monster. Qing Sha's voice was hoarse as he smiled and said, "Yao Yao, brother is thirsty." But as he smiled, tears fell. He truly regretted dragging such good people like Ling and Xiaoxing into this for the sake of saving his sister. The scene shifted, and let me tell you, Xiaoxing and Ling were in a dire situation. The moment that pervert named Lai Kongsong decided to attack, Ling firmly shielded Xiaoxing behind him. Lai Kongsong's expression was so sinister, he looked like a professional villain, even too lazy to transform back into beast form. Instead, playing with us like a cat with a mouse, pure evil amusement. But Ling didn't dare to be careless, directly transforming into his white tiger form and repeatedly taking on the skills thrown at him by the opponent with his own body. But who could understand the family's plight? The gap in strength was too vast. We were not even on the same dimensional level. In just a few exchanges, Ling was covered in wounds, blood flowing as if it were free. "Huh, how deep and loyal." Lai Kongsong sneered, saying he enjoyed watching you all die before him. While saying this, he slowly walked towards Xiaoxing, who had fallen to the ground from the battle's aftermath, presenting the classic trolley problem. "If I say, only one of you can live." Before he could finish, Xiaoxing rolled her eyes and said, "Stop talking nonsense, just do it quickly. Let me tell you, this sister Xiaoxing is truly tough." Before crossing over, she was a battlefield medic, long since indifferent to life and death. Now that she could live again and had met Ling, she felt she had already gained so much. If she had to die, so be it. Who was afraid of whom? Actually, during the fight, just now, Xiaoxing had tried to pull Ling into her spatial pocket, but guess what? She failed. The space that had always been as accessible as her own backyard was blocked by a firewall at this critical moment. At that instant, her heart felt utterly cold. She had thought that with this spatial cheat, she could at least save her life, but as it turned out, GG. Roar. Ling let out a roar of unwillingness. He hated himself for being so weak. If he were just a bit stronger, even a little bit, he would have to feel so suffocated. There was a sense of "I'll help you." Lai Kongsong's face twisted, probably jealous of their bond. He raised his hand to deliver a lethal blow. Just then, Xiaoxing heard He Shou Wu's voice in her head. "Master! Master!" Xiaoxing was startled. As Lai Kongsong's blood blade came flying at her, she instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding it. "Quickly say it," she roared in her heart. "Master!" You can't enter the space because there's a super strong array cave nearby, causing an energy field conflict. If you want to live, run southwest. Xiaoxing gritted her teeth and struggled to get up. Bang! Another blood blade grazed her calf, directly smashing a large stone beside her into pieces. Still want to run? Lai Kongtsong's eyes were sinister enough to drip water. He flapped his wings behind him, condensing the blood blade, and chased after her. Ling's wings were also severely injured, unable to fly quickly, but he desperately chased after, frantically throwing skills to disrupt Lai Kongtsong. Because of the spatial connection, Xiaoxing and Ling had a faint mental connection, and Ling heard he show Wu's words too. His mind was filled with one thought: protect Xiaoxing. No matter how Xiaoxing dodged, she was still pierced through the abdomen by a blood blade. The violent energy surged wildly inside her body, and her vision went dark as she collapsed to the ground. Lai Kongtsong laughed maniacally as he threw several more blood blades. In a critical moment, Ling finally arrived. Covered in blood, the massive white tiger didn't think twice. He directly shielded Xiaoxing with his whole body, taking all the fatal blows with his flesh. Bang! 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 That was the sound of flesh being blown apart, and Ling let out a heart-wrenching roar of pain, but he didn't retreat a single step. Fine. If you want to die together, I'll help you. Lai Kongtsong got serious, transforming into a giant eagle, beginning to gather a super large energy ball in his mouth, clearly preparing a big move. At that moment, Ling could barely stand, blood covering his eyes and mouth, his wings cut off at the roots, and a large hole in his belly. Normally, he should have been dead long ago, but he stubbornly relied on sheer willpower, biting onto Xiaoxing's collar, dragging his broken body step by step towards the cliff in the southwest. Jumping down, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Boom! Lai Kongtsong's world-destroying big move finally erupted. Guess what happened? That blood-colored light ball flew halfway, as if it hit an invisible wall, and with a pop, it was completely destroyed. Looking again, Ling and Xiaoxing had already disappeared at the edge of the cliff. Lai Kongtsong flew over to see what was going on, but as soon as he got within a meter of the cliff, he was violently bounced back by a tremendous force, spinning 720 degrees in the air before stabilizing himself. It wasn't over. Several faint blue lights shot out from the cliff, chasing after him and delivering a barrage of blows. Lai Kongtsong couldn't dodge in time and was hit by a blue light, instantly turning half of his wing to charcoal, causing him to wail in pain. In a daze, he seemed to hear an ancient voice echoing, "Intruder, die." Lai Kongtsong was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He dared not linger and scrambled away. He didn't believe he could still survive falling like that after being so badly injured. Lai Kongtsong wanted to return to the tribe immediately, but those blue lights seemed to have GPS, relentlessly pursuing him. He was also a ruthless character, throwing out his life-saving treasures one by one, treating everything like consumables, magic treasures, secret medicines. All went flying. He had fled in such a sorry state all night, enduring 3 beams of blue light, and just as the last 2 were about to turn him to ash, he could only grit his teeth and bring out all his hidden treasures to save his life. He hid in a broken cave, his strength greatly diminished. His face twisted. What a damn misfortune. I sacrificed all my savings for a worthless crystal. This grudge is unbearable. The Qingstone tribe must be exterminated. 2 days passed, and the autumn gathering of the Liakong Eagle tribe had already come to a hasty end, with other tribes fleeing faster than anyone else, fearing trouble. Now in this place, only the Liakong Eagle tribe and the Qingstone tribe, who were under house arrest, remained. On the Qingstone tribe's side, the water had run out, and they could only rely on their stored food to hold on, with the atmosphere reaching a peak of oppression. Especially those who originally wanted to find a partner at the autumn gathering were now filled with resentment towards the siblings Xiaoxing and Qingsha. Look, the tribe leader is back. A sharp-eyed little beastman spotted Liakong-tsong in the sky. Soon, the Grand Elder brought Liakong-tsong down. He had changed into luxurious animal skins. Apart from his pale complexion, he seemed fine. Come here. Liakong-tsong's voice was hoarse, but filled with killing intent. Kill all the people of the Qingstone tribe. Upon hearing this, the people of the Qingstone tribe exploded in outrage. You damn Xiaoxing. Even in death, you want to drag us down with you. A female member broke down on the spot, kneeling and shouting at Liakong-tsong. Spare me. It's not my fault. There are those begging for mercy, those cursing, all in chaos. Liakong-tsong looked at their desperate expressions and felt unexpectedly pleased. Just then, a girl named Xiaoling started stirring trouble again, flattering those around Liakong-song. By the way, we have a defector from the Qing Stone tribe here. Should we kill her too? She was referring to Qin Man. Qin Man turned pale. Just days ago, she had mocked the people of the Qing Stone tribe, thinking she had escaped the suffering, and now she was being sold out? No, I'm not one of them anymore. Qin Man was pushed out, landing directly in front of Liakong-song. Oh, is that so? Liakong-song smiled coldly. Then let's start with you. He summoned a blood blade in his right hand, and Qin Man, terrified, stammered, please spare me. Right? Xiaoling, she also. Unfortunately, she couldn't finish her sentence before the blood blade swiftly cut her throat. Qin Man died with her eyes wide open. Qin Man's blood shocked everyone into silence. Little Green leaned against Lon, feeling a mix of emotions. She had always hated Qin Man, but seeing a familiar person die before her eyes made her tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Xiaoling was sweating profusely, relieved that Qin Man had died quickly and hadn't revealed that she had once been a member of the Qing Stone tribe. Liakong tribe leader, Jia suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Xiaoling is the eldest daughter of our tribe leader. With her explosive temper, even in death, she wanted to drag someone down with her. Oh, Liakong-song's gaze swept over the pale Xiaoling. Xiaoling quería defender herself. No, my parents died long ago. I was forced to be adopted by them. Jia was disgusted by her shamelessness, able to deny the parents who had raised her for so many years. Liakong-song stared coldly at Xiaoling, and just when she thought she might escape, he suddenly struck, grabbing her by the throat and slamming her to the ground. Not only that, but he also injected several bursts of violent energy into her body. Even if she didn't die, she would be crippled. Xiaoling rolled on the ground, clutching her stomach, and when she looked up, she met Qin Man's lifeless gaze, causing her to convulse in fear. Deserved it. Jia felt a sense of relief. Even if she had to die today, it was worth it. What are you still standing there for? Get to work. Liakong-song roared. He was heavily injured and no longer had the strength to act personally. With the bone knife raised, the aura of death enveloped everyone. Lon tightly held Little Green, whispering, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. Little Green smiled. It's okay. Dying with you makes me very happy. Just as the bone knife was about to fall, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, like a dance party. Boom! The ground cracked open with numerous fissures, causing everyone to lose their footing. Then, huge purple mice began to emerge from underground. The leader instantly transformed into a refined middle-aged man, smiling at Liakong-song. Oh, Liakong tribe leader. I hope I'm not disturbing your business while passing through this treasure land. Liakong-song's face turned green. The grand elder of the Zindashu tribe, Zindali. The Zindashu tribe and the Liakong Eagle tribe were mortal enemies, with strength almost equal. Zindali squinted his small eyes, seeing through Liakong-song's weakness at a glance. Why do I feel like the Liakong tribe leader's aura has weakened considerably? Could it be that you've been seriously injured? Liakong-song felt a wave of panic inside, but maintained his facade. You mouse, what do you want on my turf? I don't want anything, Zindali replied, his imposing manner unwavering. I just feel that I have a connection with the Qing Stone tribe. Today, they cannot die. As soon as he finished speaking, his underlings surged forward, directly pushing the Liakong Eagle tribe members aside and protecting the people of the Qing Stone tribe. Liakong-song trembled with anger, but didn't dare to act. Any action would expose his weakness. His son, Liakong-qiong, was still there, shouting recklessly, Father, we can't let them go. Shut up. Liakong-song snapped, slapping him into a daze. Zindali smiled. It seems the Liakong tribe leader has acquiesced. Then we shall take our leave. Without giving Liakong-song a chance to renege, he led the people of the Qing Stone tribe back underground in a grand procession. Liakong-song watched helplessly as his enemies were taken away, spitting out a mouthful of black blood in anger. He turned to his useless son on the ground, his gaze growing colder. If it weren't for this fool causing trouble, he wouldn't be in this situation. Father? Liakong-qiong let out his last wail. The people of the Qing Stone tribe were temporarily safe, but for Xiaoxing and Ling, it was truly the star of hell. After falling off the cliff, they landed on a massive ice surface, beneath which lay a towering palace of ice. Ling, with his last ounce of strength, dragged Xiaoxing into a hidden ice cave, then fell unconscious. Time passed, and Xiaoxing awoke in excruciating pain. She was still alive? Clutching her bleeding abdomen, she struggled to sit up and immediately saw the huge, mangled white figure not far away. Her eyes turned red instantly. Was that still the imposing Ling she knew? His wings were completely gone, leaving only 2 bloody holes. His body riddled with wounds, lying there silently as if, No. Xiaoxing quickly shook her head. She struggled to crawl over, trembling as she reached for Ling's nose. He was still breathing. Great. Xiaoxing no longer hesitated, immediately taking out the spirit spring from her space. Although she couldn't enter, she could still retrieve items. She quickly treated herself and, despite the pain, began to tend to Ling's wounds. The wounds were deep enough to see bone, still harboring Liakong Song's violent energy. As Xiaoxing cleaned the wounds while crying, she couldn't bear to think about how much pain Ling had endured. After treating all the wounds, she too was exhausted, her vision darkening as she collapsed onto Ling. When she woke up again, Ling's breathing was stronger than before, and Xiaoxing finally felt a bit of relief. She changed into clean clothes, ate something, and began to clear the residual energy in her body, only to find that it would take at least 10 days to completely cleanse it. She had suffered so much pain from just one strike. What about Ling, who had taken countless hits? Xiaoxing felt heartbroken. As she prepared to cover Ling with all the animal skins, she noticed something strange. The ice cave was not cold at all. She reached out to touch the cave wall, and an intense chill immediately hit her. It truly was ice. But why does only direct contact feel cold? Xiaoxing was puzzled. She glanced at her watch and found it was already 3 in the morning. Yet the light in the cave hadn't changed since she woke up. This place was filled with eeriness. No, she had to go out and take a look. Xiaoxing wanted to search for Ling's severed wings. Maybe she could still piece them back together. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she couldn't give up. She took out her entrenching tool and the handgun with only 1 bullet left, marked several spots at the cave entrance, and then cautiously walked out. Outside was a massive ice mountain range. Xiaoxing followed the blood trail for a long time, but aside from the marks left by Ling dragging her to escape, she found nothing. Just when she was about to despair, a loud bang suddenly startled her. A layer of ice cracked open, and a small, translucent creature jumped out, rushing toward her. As it got closer, she could see it was a little ice person, only as tall as her calf, with no eyes or nose, just a tiny mouth. I tell you, that scene was so abstract that even AI couldn't depict it. Xiaoxing was so frightened that she lost control and swung the entrenching tool at it. The result was a crisp crack, but it wasn't the little ice person that broke. It grabbed her entrenching tool and started munching on it. Xiaoxing was stunned. That was an entrenching tool, for crying out loud. How could a chunk of ice have such strong teeth? After a great struggle, she managed to snatch the tool back, but the little ice person began to cry. Small ice crystals falling from its face like tears. Crying if it couldn't munch? What kind of bizarre species was this? Xiaoxing just wanted to run, but the little ice person followed her, constantly gesturing, sometimes pointing ahead, sometimes pointing at her. With no way out, Xiaoxing finally couldn't help but try to communicate. Do you want to take me somewhere? To her surprise, the little creature actually nodded. Xiaoxing was taken aback and said, Then you go in front of me. Sure enough, the little creature obediently led the way in front of her. But I tell you, I didn't dare to relax at all. That little thing looked harmless. Yet it just crunched my entrenching tool. With such combat power, if I let my guard down for even a second, it would probably crunch my neck next. I followed it with half belief, marking my way secretly as I walked, afraid that this little creature would sell me out. It was quite amusing, running a few steps, and then looking back at me, as if it were worried that I might get lost. I followed it for more than half an hour, and along the way, I actually discovered some bloodstains and fur, which clearly belonged to Ling. Well, it seems I didn't find the wrong person. However, when I followed it out of the icy forest, I was completely stunned. Who could understand what my family felt? Before me appeared an endless ice field, and in the middle of it stood an enormous ice palace. It was magnificent, entirely made of ice sculptures, crystal clear, sparkling in the sunlight. Like a real-life version of a scene from Frozen with the special effects turned up to the max. This thing could definitely not have been built in this primitive society. I was completely captivated when that little ice creature called me back to reality with a shout. I followed its gaze, and my heart instantly sank. On the ice surface, scattered were the remains of shredded wings. I could imagine that he must have rushed to protect me, only to be ambushed by that bastard from the sky rift. And those beautiful wings were torn apart just like that. Tears instantly blurred my vision, and I shivered as I collected every piece of wing I could find into my space. I solemnly thanked the little ice creature, unsure if it understood me. It tilted its head and made a sound, then bared its teeth and disappeared in a flash. Fine, it finished its business and ran off, sticking to its principles. I anxiously followed the marks I had left, and fortunately, the journey back was smooth, and I safely returned to the ice cave. Ling was still unconscious, breathing steadily, and I let out a slight sigh of relief. But the next moment, that feeling of helplessness engulfed me again. Ling's wings were completely ruined. All because of me. I curled up next to Ling, hugging my knees, my heart feeling like it was being sliced. At that moment, I realized that having an external advantage was not enough. I needed to become stronger. I want to build the Qing Stone tribe into an impregnable fortress. Just as I silently vowed this, guess where that little ice creature went? It had run to a tribe made entirely of ice, gesturing at a tall, handsome orc while making noises like a student reporting to the teacher. That handsome guy, let me tell you, had silver hair and blue eyes, and he was incredibly good-looking. He squatted down and tapped the little ice creature's forehead, saying helplessly, "Little ice, I sent you to monitor, not to be a living lay foam." Just as he finished speaking, a small orc came running over in tears, shouting for his brother. "Brother Lianxi, mother is not going to make it. I told you." The handsome guy's face suddenly turned pale. Simply put, his parents led a team into the ice palace to explore, but they encountered a fierce monster. His father was killed on the spot, and his mother was severely injured, and now it looks like she won't make it. His younger brother, Lian Zhu, cried and said, "Brother, those two outsiders, will they have a way to save our mother?" Well, isn't that just pointing to me? I was dozing off when suddenly a voice popped into my head. I was startled and thought it was Isho Wu, but the voice sweetly said, "I'm not Isho Wu, I'm Little Chili." Me? This little chili pepper told me that Isho Wu communicated with me twice and exhausted 100 years of original energy and is now resting. It's more powerful than Isho Wu and can talk to me 3 times. I'm really grateful to you. It started yelling in my head like an alarm. "Master, run. The place you are in is not where you should be. This is the inheritance land left by the beast god. To put it simply, it's a trial dungeon for max-level big shots. You're just a little newbie right now. Hurry and get out, or you won't survive." I was speechless at the time and said, "I want to run, but where can I go? Do you know how to get out?" Little Pepper fell silent instantly. "I don't know." "Great. Here you're just talking nonsense with me." Just as I was bickering with Little Pepper, I opened my eyes and, oh my, there was someone standing at the entrance. My hair stood on end, and I grabbed the entrenching tool and stood up. Who? The person at the entrance was none other than that handsome guy named Lianxi. He crossed his arms and looked at me with great interest, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Don't be nervous. Since you seem confused about this place, how about we make a deal? You help me with something, and I'll give you information about this place." How could I trust him? The tightly guarded Ling behind me and asked warily, "How do I know you're not lying to me? What if you have your eyes on my weapon?" Lianxi was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing, pointing at my entrenching tool. "You mean this piece of junk?" My face instantly turned red. I was so angry. How could he engineer shovel be broken? He noticed that I was losing my temper and put away his joking expression. His gaze swept over Ling, and he suddenly asked, "He is injured so badly. How did you treat him?" He saw the traces of my treatment and got straight to the point. "If you can heal him, then I want to ask you to help me save another person. As a reward, I will provide you with information and give you an absolutely safe place to stay so that your loved one can recover well." His last sentence struck directly in my soft spot. Ling indeed could not stay in this icy cold any longer. I hesitated for a moment, looking into his calm, peach blossom eyes, and after a moment of determination, I nodded. This guy is really impressive. While I was still worrying about how to move such a big tiger, he simply reached out and gently tapped the ice beneath Ling, and that piece of ice floated up by itself like a magnetic levitation mattress, steadily supporting Ling. I was shocked. His strength could crush me 100 times over. He led us for more than 2 hours, and finally, we arrived at their tribe. Looking at those mud houses and little orcs, I suddenly felt a bit homesick. Qi settled Ling in his yard, and then took me to see the patient. As soon as I entered the room, I almost vomited from the stench. It was dark and foul-smelling, with the doors and windows tightly blocked. On the bed lay a gaunt female, her face pale and lips purple, clearly unwell. I was furious. How could you let a patient stay in such a place? It's not ventilated at all. An emaciated old woman in the room snorted coldly. Ventilation? Doesn't that just make her die faster? Lianxi shot back directly. "Grandma Su, this is my mother. I am a next clan leader, and what I want to do is none of your business." Once I drove the old woman away, I immediately opened all the doors and windows. When I lifted the animal skin, my scalp went numb. It seemed that something was wriggling under the flesh of the clan mother. I asked Lianxi how she got hurt, and he said she was attacked by a pitch-black monster in the ice palace. I took a deep breath, pulled out a scalpel from the space, and under his astonished gaze, directly cut open a piece of flesh on the matriarch's leg. Family members. The stench of decay almost sent me away on the spot. Inside the wound, I could see a worm faintly appearing. Qi's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, gritting his teeth and asking me, "Is there a way?" I held back my nausea and said, "I'll do my best." Clearly, this situation was a case of poisoning combined with a parasitic infection. As a surgeon without instruments or tests, I could only resort to a desperate attempt to treat them. Just when I was in a state of panic, guess what happened on the other side? The members of the Qingstone tribe, rescued by the Earthquake Mole clan, were taken to their territory. The great elder, Zhendi Lai, cheerfully told them that they were saved because of their connection with me and Ling, urging them to hurry home, and even mentioned that the Riftwing Eagle clan was too busy to trouble them. Once our tribe members left, one of his subordinates asked him why he would save such a small and weak tribe. Let me tell you, this old man is simply an angel investor in the beast world. He revealed to his subordinates that he received news from a more powerful Mouse clan elder, saying that Ling and I were sucked into the Ice Emperor's Forbidden Land. This Ice Emperor's Forbidden Land is a legacy site left by a beast god who was about to ascend several tens of thousands of years ago. No one has been able to enter for thousands of years, and yet Ling and I made it in. The old man thinks we're the chosen ones, capable of obtaining the legacy, so he quickly invested to save our tribe's people and to gain personal favors from us. This operation is simply out of this world. He is betting that Ling and I can help him soar in the future. The scene shifts back to me. I spent an entire day rummaging through the space and finally found 3 possible remedies among a pile of ancient books. When I finally emerged from the room, my dark circles under the eyes were almost ready to turn green from waiting. I told Qi the necessary medicinal materials, but he looked completely bewildered. Great. Looks like I have to do it myself. In their tribe's makeshift pharmacy, I finally gathered the necessary herbs for a prescription. The quality wasn't great, and there was only enough for 3 doses. I also managed to grab some supplies for treating external injuries for Ling. Back at Lianqi's courtyard, I looked at the pot and decided to brew the medicine for Ling first. At this point, I definitely needed to prioritize my own husband. This is called knowing priorities. By the time both doses were ready and administered, it was already dark. We were just sitting there in the sick room, waiting for over 6 hours, and the person on the bed showed no reaction at all. I was about to tell Lianqi to take it easy, when suddenly the matriarch on the bed coughed. She started coughing violently and spat out a large mouthful of shiny black blood. There were also some black solids in the blood, clearly toxins. She opened her eyes. Although she was still in pain, her gaze was noticeably brighter. She weakly called out Qi, before fainting again. I saw Lianqi's shoulders shaking uncontrollably, knowing that he was overwhelmed with excitement. It worked. This means the prescription is correct. Lianqi turned his head, his blue eyes fixed on me, his voice filled with certainty. "You will cure her, right?" I smiled and took the scalpel out of my pocket again. I did my best. Next, it was the surgeon's stage. The sound of the scalpel cutting through flesh in the dim firelight was quite thrilling to hear. Let me tell you, the guy was just standing by and watching the whole time. At first, he pretended to be calm, but when I started pulling out those shriveled dead bugs from his mom's legs one by one, the expression on his handsome face was like a live performance of a pupil earthquake. On one hand, I was thinking, wow, this girl is really skilled in medicine. And on the other hand, I was like, wow, she is not afraid of bugs at all. Her little eyes were scanning my face back and forth. And it was just short of her having "I'm special, and I really like you" written on her forehead. I'm not in the mood to deal with his little thoughts. I'm busy opening blind boxes. Every time I cut a small piece of skin, it's like scratching a lottery ticket. And all I get is "Thank you for your patronage," a pile of bug corpses. The feeling, the scene, it's just unbelievable. Family, who understands? After finishing my work, I feel like I don't want to see anything with legs for 3 days. By the time I send off the last bug, it's already late at night. I stand up and pound my nearly broken lower back. My stomach and head are throbbing, and my face is as pale as paper. I say to Lianqi, "Buddy, let's call it a day. I need a rest. If all goes well, after 2 more sessions tomorrow, your mom will be back to full health." He looks at me, barely hanging on, and surprisingly offers to carry me back. I roll my eyes and shake my head. "Sister, I can do it." Just kidding, I can't lose my aura. In the following days, I become a ruthless surgeon, a drug-administering machine. Watching his mom get better day by day, the stone in my heart is just about to drop. But as soon as I return to my little courtyard and see that huge white fur ball lying on the ground, I instantly break down. I can save his mother, but I can't save my husband. Where can I go to reason this out? "Ling, when are you going to wake up?" I held that warm fur, and tears were welling up in my eyes. I did everything I could, but he still retained that big boss's energy, like a system bug that couldn't be cleared or deleted. I flipped through all the books in this broken place and asked Lianqi, but they all said there was no way. That energy was too overbearing, and Lin Qi's level wasn't high enough. The most crucial thing was that our skill trees were different. If he dared to force it, the conflict between the two energies would make Ling explode on the spot. So, I could only wait for him to withstand it himself. I sighed and buried my head in his warm belly fur, exhausted, and fell asleep. Once his mother is completely better, I will go find Lin Qi to fulfill his promise and get him to provide me with information. This guy was still joking with me, laughing as if it were springtime, asking if I had something to say to him. I rolled my eyes. The intel you promised before. He let out a chuckle and then gave a non-committal HM. I was completely confused, bro. What do you mean by him? Seeing my bewildered expression, he stopped teasing me and directly dropped a bombshell. Do you know about the Ice Emperor's forbidden land? I shook my head honestly. He looked at me as if I were a caveman, and then explained to me that their snow leopard tribe was swallowed up by this forbidden land 1,000 years ago. I was shocked at that moment. The snow leopard clan? Is it the same snow leopard clan I know? Seeing my reaction, his eyes lit up, and he excitedly asked me, "You came from outside? Do you know how our clan is doing now? Are they okay?" I looked at his handsome face full of expectation, and the words almost came out, but I swallowed them back. What could I say? Should I tell him that not only has his family long been finished, but they were also exterminated? Is my mouth blessed or poisoned? I quickly changed the subject and asked him a bunch of questions about this forbidden area. He was quite straightforward and shared everything he knew, even promising to give me a copy of the treasure map that their tribe had drawn after 1,000 years of exploration, a parchment. He said this place is called the Ice Palace, and going in is like opening a blind box. The entrance is always the same, but the inside is different each time. There are treasures as well as monsters inside. As soon as I heard that, I immediately focused on the long robe he was wearing, which looked very high-end. Did you pick this up from inside? He nodded. My eyes lit up. Is there a lot of it? The fabric is good too. Let me tell you, wearing animal skins every day, especially when there's nothing underneath, is really unbearable. Thinking about this, I also thought of Ling. If I could get some fabric, I must make him a few pairs of underwear first. Otherwise, he keeps strutting around in front of me, and who can stand that? I was lost in thought when Shina's dissatisfied voice pulled me back to reality. Are you still listening? Yes, yes. I quickly nodded and awkwardly added, I was just thinking how nice this outfit looks, hee. Fortunately, he didn't mind and repeated what he had just said, which left me stunned. He said, I suspect that in this forbidden area, besides our tribe, there are many others. This was a huge amount of information. I studied the sheepskin scroll he gave me for several days, and my head was spinning. Just when I was holding the big white tiger and emo ing, complaining about when he would finally wake up, I suddenly fell. He seemed to move a little. Then, out of nowhere, golden light. Let me tell you, that seems like some SSR effect had been activated. After the blinding golden light, the voice I had missed to the bone echoed in my ear. Why are you crying? At that moment, I truly felt like my world had come back into place. My dearest Mr. Ling, he finally woke up. I didn't cry. I stubbornly covered my eyes, but he still pulled me into his arms. That scorching body temperature, that familiar breath spraying on my neck, ticklish and numbing, made me feel at ease. After indulging in this for a while, I finally remembered to check his wounds. I was startled when I looked. The two long, hideous scars on his back, where the wings had been torn off, were still oozing blood. Don't cry, he said, seeing my tearful eyes, and even joked with me. If you cry again, I'll go back to sleep. I was so angry that I grabbed him and kissed him directly, not letting go until his lips were red. Breathing heavily, I said, if you ever do something so dangerous for me again, I will never forgive you. I will train hard. Ling just looked at me deeply, then finally broke into a light smile, saying nothing. But it was clear he wasn't in great shape. After messing around with me for just a couple of hours, he lay down on my lap and fell asleep like a spoiled child. I looked at the fine beads of cold sweat on his forehead, feeling heartbroken. Just then, Lin Qi came over with his little brother. The moment his brother saw Ling lying on my lap, he immediately complained, Brother, the big tiger turned into a human. He's lying in Sister Xiaoxing's arms. You have to teach him a lesson. Lin Qi's face darkened. He glared at his brother, then pointed straight at Ling with a chilling voice. Is this your lover? I nodded, and, seeing his strange expression, lowered my voice to say, he just woke up. Let's talk later, okay? For him, the hostility in his words was almost overflowing. I stared at him in confusion, and he got angry and turned to leave. At that moment, I felt that this guy was crazy. But soon after, he came back. Ling had also woken up, lazily sprawled on me like a big cat, acting spoiled and wanting food. Can he eat whatever he wants? Ling's golden eyes were rolling around like a cat that had just stolen a treat. I nodded, saying the patient is the priority. He curled his lips and leaned in my ear, saying, "I want to eat you." In an instant, my face turned as red as a tomato. This man, who did he learn this from? He actually tried to seduce me. But inside, I felt a sweetness bubbling up. Just as I was about to surrender, there was a loud knocking at the door. I gritted my teeth and climbed down from Ling, opening the door. Standing at the door was Lian Qi. He scanned my neck with his eyes, pretending not to see my swollen lips, and calmly said, "I have something to discuss with you." Goodness. I immediately felt the air crackling with electric sparks. Ling also dropped his lazy demeanor, his gaze sharp as a knife fixed on him. Lian Qi completely ignored him and got straight to the point. "We plan to explore the Ice Palace again in 6 months and want to invite you to join us." "No." Ling rejected it without a second thought. Lian Qi provocatively glanced at him. "I don't recall asking for your opinion." "No." Ling's tone was firm. "We can't wait that long. My mind is a mess, and Ling has started using his charm again. His ears and tail are out." And he looks at me with a particularly aggrieved expression. "Xiaoxing, I'm hungry." I instantly softened my heart and said, all right. Eating is the most important." I stood up and politely asked, "Q, do you want to stay and eat together?" I swear I was just being polite. As a result, this guy smiled so brightly, revealing a little canine tooth. "Great. Me? This is not what I expected. Since Lian Qi has to stay, I have to call his brother too, otherwise it would be even more awkward." I looked at the few bland pieces of meat, my heart bleeding. Without him, I could have taken some vegetables from my space to improve our meals at home, but now it's all gone to waste. The meal was filled with an undercurrent of tension, and I was the only one deep in thought about Lian Qi's ridiculous proposal. To be honest, teaming up with the Snow Leopard clan sounds reliable, but when I think about it carefully, something feels off. First, this forbidden area is full of formations, and they are problematic formations. Otherwise, how could the Snow Leopard clan get swallowed whole? Second, this place is extremely dangerous. Lian Qi's mother is covered in injuries, and Little Chili already said that the owner here is a super big shot. Let me tell you, Lian Qi himself is at the 3rd stage peak. He would barely survive if he went in. Bringing me a 1st stage and Ling a 2nd stage, isn't that just sending us to our deaths? Unless one of us is the chosen one and gets the inheritance dropped on our faces, the probability of that happening is lower than me finding money on the street. So, going with someone experienced seems like the only way. Thinking of this, I suddenly got heated and directly asked Lian Qi across from me, "Hey, do you have to wait 6 months? Can we expedite this?" I was anxious. The tribe outside still didn't know what was going on, and Ling and I couldn't just wait here. As a result, Lian Qi frowned and said 2 words, "No." As soon as he finished speaking, his brother, Lian Zhu, who had been silently eating, exploded. He stood up abruptly, his little face flushed red, tears welling up in his eyes. "Brother, didn't you promise me you wouldn't go anymore? Do your words mean nothing?" That kid was so agitated that Lian Qi hurriedly ruffled his hair to calm him down. "I just said not recently. You're talking nonsense." Lian Zhu pushed him away, tears streaming down his face. "Dad is better than you." "And what happened?" Lian Qi's face instantly darkened. "Lian Zhu, stop messing around. Don't you understand why Dad and I are risking our lives to go?" "I don't care. You are just not trustworthy." The child cried and ran out. That scene, let me tell you, was so awkward that I could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Lian Qi finally looked at me apologetically and said he couldn't go for now, then hurried after his brother. What could I say? I couldn't say anything. If it were me, I wouldn't let my brother take risks either. Just then, I noticed Ling had been standing quietly beside me, his face as pale as A4 paper, his lips devoid of color, and his forehead covered in cold sweat. My heart ached for him, and I quickly held his hand. "Are you feeling particularly unwell?" My pig brain had been thinking about those annoying things, and hadn't he noticed he hadn't eaten much earlier? He smiled weakly at me. "It's okay. The wound hurts a bit. I just need a rest." Then he sat down to start cleaning out the damned residual energy from his wound. I could only stay by his side, cursing myself 1,000 times. A week went by like this, and his aunt, oh no, the matriarch, was basically better. Ling finally got out of that state where he would fall over with a gust of wind. I checked him. Aside from the scar looking scary, he was physically fine. We both decided, no more waiting. 6 months? The flowers would wilt. Relying on others is not as good as relying on ourselves. Let us break through on our own. I contacted my old friends in the space, and they couldn't give a clear answer either, but Elder Ginseng mentioned that there might be a teleportation array inside. All right, it's settled. After 3 more days of preparation, we would directly storm into that decrepit palace. 3 days later, Ling and I held hands and left without looking back. Later, I found out that Lian Zhu had leaked our plans. Lian Qi must have had mixed feelings, but anyway, he didn't come stop us, which was for the best. Once we left the Snow Leopard clan's territory, the scenery changed dramatically, and we were surrounded by endless ice fields. Ling looked like a country bumpkin entering the city. He stepped on the ice surface and exclaimed, "Hey, this ice isn't cold at all." I gave him a big eye roll, tightly gripping my entrenching tool, feeling extremely nervous. "Big brother, I told you this place is eerie. Who knows what might jump out next?" As soon as I finished speaking, suddenly, the entire ice surface cracked open, and countless purple vines, as if on steroids, shot up from the ground, covered in barbs, rolling towards us. My scalp went numb, and I quickly released energy from my body. Ling looked much cooler. He didn't even shift into beast form, just his ears and tail popped out, weaving through the vines like a ghost. I tell you, his dark energy was overwhelming. Any vine that touched him would immediately disintegrate into dust. He shielded me in the middle while I was just a side character shouting 666. We fought for nearly half an hour, and when those vines saw they couldn't chew through us, they all retreated. Just as I let out a sigh of relief and my legs went weak wanting to sit down, Ling yanked me away. Right where I had been standing, a vine burst through the ice, creating a big hole. Family, you know what I mean? It was just a split second. I was so scared my soul almost left my body. When I came to my senses, I noticed a small plant emitting a shimmering purple light on the ground. "Hey, is this loot from defeating a mini-boss?" I was about to reach down to pick it up when Ling stopped me. "Don't touch it. Things in the forbidden area might be tricky." "Fine, I'll listen to you." We carefully walked around that thing and walked for a few more hours before finally seeing the grand entrance of the Ice Imperial Palace. It was magnificent, leaving Ling, this kid from the village, stunned. Right at the entrance was a teleportation array, and, according to the map given by the Snow Leopard clan, entering would result in random teleportation, and companions might be separated. My heart sank. What if we got separated? Ling sensed my anxiety, and without saying a word, he directly covered my eyes with his hand and wrapped his other arm around my waist, stepping into the magic array in one stride. I felt the warmth of his lips as he kissed me, and let me tell you, at that moment, I felt both shy and secure. When I opened my eyes again, thankfully, I was still in his arms, not separated. For the next second, I couldn't smile anymore. Oh my God, where have we been teleported to? A massive graveyard. All around, as far as the eye could see, were piles of white bones, stacked as high as mountains. My scalp went numb, but Ling seemed calmer than I was. He leaned in to look. "Xiaoxing, look, these bones are glowing blue and have no smell. They must have been dead for a long time," or, before he could finish, rumble, the ground began to shake, and those bone piles slowly stood up. Their eye sockets glowed with eerie blue light, all staring at us. Damn, this is like a real-life version of a necromancer apocalypse. Ling instantly transformed into a giant white tiger, shielding me behind him. But there were too many of them. A particularly small bone beast, as agile as a monkey, quickly circled around Ling and charged straight at me. I hurriedly raised my entrenching tool to block it, and with a loud clang, I was knocked flying by the tremendous impact, landing on my back and nearly breaking myself. At that moment, I truly felt like a noob. Without Ling, I was just a weakling. No way. I can't be this useless. Who am I? I'm a surgeon. I fixed my gaze on the bone beast skeletal structure. My mind racing. I tell you, knowledge is power. I anticipated its attack route, rolled awkwardly to dodge behind it, and with all my might, struck down hard on its half-tail bone with my shovel. Crack. It lost its balance on the spot. After that, it was easy. I targeted the important joints on its body, dismantling it piece by piece. When Ling finished dealing with the situation over there and came over, he saw a pile of bone parts scattered in front of me. He told me to go up and deliver the final blow. With the sound of bones shattering, the bone beast completely dissipated, leaving a golden light orb that shot into my body. My depleted stamina and energy were instantly restored. Wow, so defeating monsters really grants experience packs. Just as we were celebrating, we suddenly noticed a green stone tablet not far away, which actually had words on it. As we approached to take a look, the first sentence read, "Tester, congratulations on passing the first trial of the first layer." The first trial? My heart sank. Was there a second one? As I read further, I was completely dumbfounded. The tablet stated, "You will have 1 day of rest. Then face an assault from 100 bone beasts. If you survive, rest for 3 days. Then face an assault from 500 bone beasts. Successfully pass. And you'll receive a 4th-tier movement technique and a 3rd-tier bone beast as a pet. If you want to leave the palace now, that's fine. But you will immediately face an assault from 1,000 bone beasts." At that moment, my expression was like that of an old man on the subway staring at his phone, with my pupils shaking. This must be a life or death situation, right? One bone beast almost killed me, and now 500? Oh no, I'm really doomed. But there was no way out. I couldn't escape now. So I had no choice but to bite the bullet and go all in. To leave this cursed place, I had to fight. The 100-bone beasts were overwhelming, making it feel like the sky was falling and the sun was blotted out. By the end, my legs were so weak that I collapsed flat on the ground in a star shape, not wanting to move a single finger. Ling wasn't much better off. He was exhausted, and his beast-hide armor was nowhere to be found. Breathing heavily, sweat flowed down his chest, making my cheeks flush. We were like two dehydrated, salted fish, eating a little before collapsing together and falling into a deep sleep. When I woke up, wow, more than half of the 3 days of rest time had already passed. We were about to face an assault from 500-bone beasts, and my heart was pounding. To make matters worse, I checked my precious military shovel, and it was covered in fine cracks, clearly on the verge of breaking in the next battle. I was filled with despair. This is it, Ling. My weapon is about to break, and there's really no way to go on. Ling stared at my right hand, then looked down at my hand, and suddenly his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. He slapped his thigh and said, "Hey, Xiaoxing, can your plant ability also create a big move like others? Look at Xiao, using wind blades so skillfully. Why don't you try to condense a blade too?" I was dumbfounded at that moment. My special ability is mainly about reviving everything, and you want me to use it to kill people? Isn't that like a fool catching a snake as a pet? It's totally off the mark. But seeing that guy Ling's serious expression, I thought, why not give it a try? A dead horse is better than a live one. I poured all the energy I had accumulated from grinding monsters these past few days into the palm of my right hand. Wow, I actually managed to conjure up a small, green, one-finger-wide blade. I held it carefully, afraid it would fall apart. Ling pointed at a lone bone beast ahead and said, "Go, baby, give a knife." I aimed at the knee bone of the skeletal beast and swiftly threw out the green blade. With a crisp crack, it sounded quite sharp, but when I got closer to take a look, I saw that the bone was cracked, yet not completely broken. It was still connected by a thin thread of light green energy. You know what I mean by broken root still entwined? As for Ling, he stepped forward and, with a loud snap, broke it apart with his bare hands. I really appreciate it, but is this counted as mine or yours? I was unconvinced and held back for half a day, gathering enough strength to form a second green blade, aiming for the other leg of that unfortunate guy. This time it was the same. It did break, but that green line was still there. I learned my lesson and didn't let Ling take action. Instead, I approached to study it myself. Suddenly, I had a flash of inspiration and summoned my mental energy, silently chanting to that green line. Break. Guess what? That green line disappeared with a snap, and the bone fell with a thud. It worked. Ling was dumbfounded beside me, looking at me with a face that said, "My Xiaoxing is amazing," which made me a bit embarrassed. He insisted that I give this move a name, and after thinking for a long time, I decided on Greenblade. What do you think? Simple and straightforward. But you should have seen his expression, full of disdain. Unbelievable. Just as I had just unlocked a new skill, my home was robbed. I tell you, our Qingshi tribe is in dire straits right now. The moment Ling and I went missing, that bunch of scoundrels pounced on us like mad dogs. A traitor named Lian and brought people from the Haishi tribe, and even captured my best friend, Jia. Does anyone understand? I was still leveling up in a novice village, and my home was almost gone. Little Green and the others were about to go crazy, shouting every day about wanting to go to war and tear those traitors apart. Sigh, but that's not the priority. I need to survive first. Without further ado, I continued grinding monsters. However, while I was at it, these skeletons even evolved. First, their eyes turned red, and they started using various little skills. Then they turned black, with their speed and attack power skyrocketing. The fiercest little fire type one even sent Ling, who had transformed into a tiger, flying. At that moment, my eyes turned red. How could I hold back? I went all out. In that instant, I felt like I was cheating. My positioning and predictions were all on point. Those skeletal beasts seemed to move in slow motion to me, with flaws everywhere. My little green blade was flying, slicing through them one by one. By the time I came to my senses, all the monsters were cleared. The last skeletal beast exploded into a brilliant golden orb, which split in half and dove into both me and Ling-'s bodies. The next second, I felt my inner power boiling over, directly leveling up. The energy inside me was so dense it was almost mist-like, and it even forced out the hidden injuries left by the previous battle. When I turned around, Ling was also sitting cross-legged, breaking through. By the time he woke up, I had already set up a celebration feast. We both complained about how slow our upgrades were, only to be overheard by a little spirit bear peeking from the shadows. who mocked us, saying we were being pretentious. Then came a treasure chest opening. The reward for the first stage was a third-tier skeletal beast and a fourth-tier movement technique. You know how I am. When it comes to drawing cards, I always play it safe, so I let Ling, the lucky one, open it. As a result, he pulled out a mini skeletal beast. It was barely the size of palm. The inscription on the stone tablet said it was a third-tier wind type and required blood to recognize its master. Without hesitation, Ling grabbed my hand and brought it to his mouth, gently biting it to let the blood drop. I thought to myself, he doesn't even have his wings anymore. He needs us even more. But he said he was too weak and needed something to protect him to feel at ease. Sigh. This guy is both infuriating and heartwarming. Then the movement technique light wings was instantly downloaded into my brain like a USB drive being plugged in. The information flooded in. It was simply exhilarating. Ling, that freak, understood it in an instant, took a couple of steps in place, and his figure almost left after images. Just after getting the new equipment, the pink door to the second stage opened. As soon as I stepped inside, I was dumbfounded. I tell you, it was an endless sea of roses. Who could resist that? Ling, that rascal, even got naughty, holding my hand and saying I was his rose. But the romance lasted only 3 seconds before a little guardian that looked like a sprite flew out and gave each of us a rose, saying that we needed to take it to the end to clear the stage. Then it vanished. My heart dropped. I felt like this was not going to be simple. Sure enough, the next second, Ling just vanished right beside me. I was stunned. Immediately, a bunch of people appeared in front of me, and the leader, who looked quite a bit like Ling, knelt down and called me princess, offering me original crystals and power. Goodness, are they testing my greed right off the bat? I am a successor of socialism. Do they think they can win me over with these sweet temptations? Dream on. I firmly rejected them. In an instant, the illusion shattered, and a petal fell from the rose in my hand, turning into a golden key. I understand this second level is a personal trial. Greed, anger, ignorance, love, hate, and desire must be overcome one by one. All right, bring it on. Who is afraid of whom? I tightened my grip on the key and continued forward. But suddenly the scene in front of me changed, and it turned into a dirt road and a bluestone path that I was particularly familiar with. I tell you, I'm very familiar with this road, so familiar that I could walk it with my eyes closed. Isn't this my old home where I lived as a child? The sound of dogs barking and the laughter of children have all returned. I looked down and saw that my hands had shrunk. It's like I've returned to kindergarten. Just when I was in a daze, a voice I had dreamed of hearing sounded. Xiaoxing. I turned around, and there was my grandmother. The living, breathing grandmother was standing right in front of me, smiling so kindly. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. She looked just like before, bending down to wipe my tears, patting my head and saying, "Let's go home with Grandma." At that moment, my mind was completely blank. I clearly knew that this was a damn illusion, a test, but I just couldn't move. I hoarsely shouted Grandma, and she responded promptly. I held her rough yet warm hand and asked with a choked voice, "Grandma, are there any good things to eat at home?" "Yes, all your favorites. Grandma's pension came in, and I bought you your favorite chicken wings." Who understands the family? This sentence completely broke my defenses. Since I was little, my grandma has truly cared for me. I bit my lip tightly, and tears couldn't help but fall. I really just wanted to stay here a little longer, even for just a minute. But as we approached the front door, my grandma suddenly stopped, pointed at the rose in my hand, and her face fell. "Xiaoxing, did you steal someone else's flowers? Throw it away. Grandma will buy you some tomorrow." I suddenly woke up. Let me tell you, this illusion is really toxic. It's a heart-wrenching killer. If you want to stay, you have to throw away the key. If I let go of the flower, I'd probably be stuck here forever, living a lifetime with a memory. It hurts too much, really. Saying goodbye to my grandmother again is even more painful than last time. I gritted my teeth and squeezed out each word. "You're not my grandmother." As soon as I finished speaking, my grandmother smiled, a smile full of comfort, and then she and everything around her suddenly transformed into golden specks of light and disappeared. The rose in my hand dropped 2 petals, turning into 2 new keys. While I was crying my eyes out, on the other side, Ling was creating chaos. Greed, anger, ignorance, and hatred were as fragile as paper in front of him, and he quickly broke them all, progressing much faster than I did, already holding 4 keys. This guy only had one thing on his mind, to clear the level quickly, find me, and take me away. But then a test came. A version of me in a red dress suddenly appeared in front of him. Wow, this illusion really understands man. The fake me started twirling in my dress and laughing sweetly. Ling was initially a bit surprised, but quickly sensed something was off. The fake me, seeing he wasn't taking the bait, directly started to loosen her belt half of her shoulder exposed, and asked, "Do I look better like this?" Ling's ears turned red, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, but his mind was clear, and he coldly asked, "You are not Qi Xiaoxing. Who are you?" Guess what the imposter said? "Does it matter who I am? What matters is happiness." Saying that, she lunged at Ling. Let me tell you, even though Ling was fully aware that it was fake, who could resist with my face? He waved his hand to push her away. But that woman became even more aggressive, starting to dance half-naked. Ling simply closed his eyes, practicing no eye contact. But the imposter wasn't giving up. Moving closer and blowing sweet scents, which had an aphrodisiac effect. Ling instantly felt something was wrong. His heart raced, and his body reacted. He is also a tough guy. Without a second thought, he transformed into his white tiger form and roared at her. He focused on physical immunity, as if throwing seductive glances at a blind person. The illusion immediately turned into a pile of pink petals and exploded into a key. Meanwhile, I easily dealt with a few minor illusions like Chun Mon Lien and I couldn't even be bothered to roll my eyes, just made them dissipate. Just when I thought this second level was nothing special, the scene changed again. In front of me was the primitive forest I had just crossed over from. My heart sank. I turned a corner and wow. I would never forget that scene in my life. Ling lying on the ground covered in blood, with another version of me standing next to him, holding a spade and smashing it down onto him. At that moment, my mind went blank and I completely crashed, feeling so angry that I wanted to rush up and tear that fake version of myself apart. But after just a couple of steps, I suddenly hit the brakes. What if this was another test? But watching Ling get beaten, I really couldn't stand it. I shouted at him, "Ling, wake up. That's not me." He didn't respond. I was anxious, worried, and doubtful. My CPU was overheating. While I was hesitating and struggling, I didn't even notice that the rose in my hand was rapidly wilting. By the time I came to my senses, the petals had all fallen off, leaving just a bare stem. I panicked, wanting to use my powers to save him, but it was useless. I was completely confused. Was this an illusion or reality? I tried to touch Ling on the ground, but my hand went straight through, as if I were touching air. That fake version of me was still hitting him, and I couldn't even block it. I could only stare at Ling's face, watching him go from helplessness to finally furrowing his brow, his face full of frost. That expression. In a flash, I suddenly realized this was not my trial at all. It was Ling's trial. Everything in front of me was real, and because of my hesitation just now, I almost lost the key to pass through. As soon as this thought came to me, my body instantly became solid, and the flower stem in my hand turned into a red key. The scene in front of me also disappeared. Before I could catch my breath, the Guardian's voice rang out again, saying I was very close to victory, and there was a door ahead. Going in would grant me a reward. I looked up, and, sure enough, there was a door. The little Guardian was standing at the entrance, waving at me. But at that moment, I had no mind for rewards. What I just witnessed was real, and my big fool at home was definitely still getting beaten. He knew it was fake, but facing me, he absolutely couldn't bring himself to strike. Seeing me hesitate, the Guardian urged me, "Give me the key, and you can leave." I said, "Forget it. What inheritance secret method? I don't want any of that. I just want my big fool at home." I turned around and was about to run back. The Guardian stopped me and said that if I went back like this, there's a 99 chance I would be forever lost here. I turned back to her and firmly told her, "There are all kinds of beastmen in the world, but I only want my Ling. Don't say it's a 99 chance. Even if there's only a 0.01 chance left, I will still take the gamble." After saying that, I charged back. But after just a couple of steps, everything blurred in front of me, and I found myself back in place. Ling also appeared beside me. When he saw me, he was first surprised. Then he tightly held me in his arms, his voice choked with emotion. Damn, I couldn't help it at the time. I hugged his neck and cried. After crying, I got so mad that I started punching his chest with my little fists. "Are you stupid? Are you an idiot? You knew that wasn't me. You just stood there and let her hit me?" Ling looked completely bewildered. "How did you know?" It made me so angry. I don't want to talk to you." The Guardian next to us probably couldn't stand it anymore and cleared his throat to interrupt us. That's when I remembered there were outsiders, and my face turned red. She told us that we both made the right choices and passed the test. Next was to choose our rewards. One was an attack secret technique, and the other was a legacy. As soon as I heard the secret technique could be shared but the legacy couldn't, I started calculating in my head, and the whole palace probably heard it. I pushed Ling out. "You go accept the legacy and bring back a strong attack secret technique. As long as you get stronger to protect me. That's enough." The Guardian looked speechless, probably never seen someone so self-assured. Ling had no choice but to choose the body refining technique that would make him stronger physically. After we settled the rewards, The guardian urged us to go to the next level, and before we left, he seriously added, "Remember, do not anger the dragon." Dragon? I didn't have time to ask further, and we were pushed away by a force. When I opened my eyes again, I was instantly dumbfounded. Let me tell you, in front of us lies a black giant dragon as large as a small mountain, covered in scales, with its eyes half open and half closed, and the breath coming from its nose is hot. Behind it is a golden, shimmering staircase that stretches out of sight. Just as my legs began to feel weak, a sinister voice echoed from behind us. I am the guardian of the third dimension, and my name is Black Dragon. When I turned around, a middle-aged man in a black robe with a face full of stubble stood there like a ghost, looking extremely fierce. Let me tell you, when this guy made his appearance, his aura and gaze were so intense that it felt like the words "pressure monster" were carved on my face. He glanced at us and sneered, "I've seen many little ghosts like you, and most of them ended up as food for dragons." I mustered the courage to ask about the test rules, but before I could finish speaking, he suddenly exploded with anger, glaring at me and shouting, "You little female. Don't think that just because you've passed the first 2 rounds, you could talk to me like this. Let me tell you, this guy's emotions are really unstable. One moment he wants to eat me, and the next moment he's acting as if nothing happened, starting to explain his testing rules. In his golden dragon-like eyes, there's nothing but a sense of enjoyment in watching the show. He says, the test is very simple. Just climb the ladder. And once you reach the top of the heavenly ladder, you'll know what the reward is." I pointed at his chin, and wow, that ladder was almost reaching the sky, and it was impossible to see the top. Who understands this, my family? When I was in college, climbing up to the 15th floor almost cost me half my life. And now I have to climb this? Isn't this purely asking for death? Ling's face also sank. He surely felt it too. This thing was definitely not as simple as the words climbing a ladder sounded. Just think about it. With such a terrifying black dragon guarding the entrance, could it possibly let you go for a spring outing? The black dragon noticed our change in expression and added, "You have countless chances before my treasure eats you." No sooner had he finished speaking than the dragon that had been lying at his feet, pretending to be dead, suddenly stood up and let out a deafening roar at us. And that foul wind almost sent me flying. A friendly reminder, the black dragon said leisurely, "In the first 3 times, my treasure won't bite. After 3 times, well, you'll have to climb while being chased and nibbled by it." The survival rate, TSK, is quite touching. After saying that, he pulled out a little rag bag from his sleeve and tossed it to me. Inside were some seeds, and there was a village ahead, so I should find a place to live myself. I hurriedly caught it, and when I looked up again, the person was gone. I weighed the cloth bag in my hand. It was light as a feather. Ling grabbed it, opened it, and turned pale, just a dozen small vegetable seeds. We exchanged glances and saw the same 4 words in each other's eyes. Utterly ridiculous. I ended up choosing a dilapidated earthen house in the village with Ling. The houses in this village are completely different from the stone big houses in the tribe. They're made of mud mixed with straw, giving off a strong smell of poverty. There were signs that others had lived in the house before, and there were even a few pieces of clothing thrown on the bed. I thought the fabric was precious, so I picked up the clothes and planned to go outside to find some water to wash them. Just as I passed by a room, I heard a woman sigh. I was startled and turned around to see the door open, revealing a pale face. It was an older female, her face lined with wrinkles, but it was clear she must have been beautiful in her youth. She was dressed quite revealingly, with a languid yet alluring gaze that made my face flush, causing the clothes in my hand to drop to the ground. She laughed at me and lazily pointed at the clothes on the floor. Those belonged to my client. He was just eaten by a dragon last month. I was completely stunned. She wasn't done yet and continued to add, "Oh right, that red dress is his ex's. He treasures it so much that he has to hold it every night to sleep. You're not planning to wash it and wear it yourself, are you? Does your orc have no objections?" As she spoke, she played with her nails and ended with, "Sister, the work I do is not ordinary. Keep an eye on your orc. Don't let him come looking for me." I tell you, I was furious at that moment. My face was burning with shame and anger. This wasn't just a greeting. It was pure, direct humiliation. Looking at the clothes in my hands made me feel nauseous. So I threw that pile of rags right at her face and shouted, "Who would want to wear your disgusting stuff?" Then I turned around and ran away. I didn't see it, but after I left, she actually picked up her clothes with a joyful expression. I also didn't see that a one-armed guy walked out from the room next door and started mocking her mercilessly. Wow, a family drama unfolded. This one-armed guy is her son, named Arno. He immediately accused his mother of being a coward, living off selling herself to survive, and said that as a descendant of such a coward, he didn't even have the chance to be attacked 3 times. His mother, Alki, was furious and said that if it weren't for her, he would have died long ago. In response, the guy was even harsher, saying, with a mother like you, I'd rather never have been born, and then he ran after me. I ran back to the cabin, looking at the neatly made bed that Ling had cleaned, still feeling nauseous. Just as I was holding on to Ling for comfort, there was a knock on the door. Ling's expression instantly turned cold, and he walked toward the door with a menacing aura. Bang! Ling kicked the door open, and his right hand shot out a dark energy blast. I peeked over his shoulder and saw that it was the one-armed guy, Arno, standing outside. He reacted quickly, doing a backflip to dodge it. Hey, no need to be so fierce, right? He grinned. Is it really necessary to attack someone who's here to help? Ling completely ignored him, staring him down with intensity. I was also a bit confused, having just been humiliated by his mother. Now the son was showing up, and they both looked like little wolves to me. I cautiously asked, who are you? You said you wanted to help us? Arno whistled at me and said, I'm Arno, and that was my adoptive mother. I saw her bullying you, so I came to deliver some information. Don't you want to know? Ling coldly asked, why are you being so kind? Although Ling was suspicious, he decided to listen. After all, this guy was only at the second level while Ling was at the third level, so he wasn't worried about a fight. Arno, sensing the tension, stood at the door and said, do you think no one is paying attention to you? You've been targeted. There used to be 3,000 to 4,000 people in this village, but now there are only a little over 1,000 left. They're all those who failed to pass the trials and are too scared to try again, or descendants like us who didn't even get 3 free attempts. I was even more puzzled. What exactly do you want to do? Arno finally revealed his true intentions. I want to join you in breaking through the levels and climb that heavenly ladder. It turns out he wanted to ride on our 3 free passes. He said he tried to break through on his own last year, and his arm was bitten off by a dragon. He also told us that the first 100 steps of the heavenly ladder are safe, but after that, the pressure increases dramatically, and the dragons start to attack. He pleaded several times before finally leaving. I looked at his back, feeling a bit wavering. Ling suddenly hugged me and touched my head, saying, Xiaoxing, don't think too much. His gaze was so warm it almost melted me. Feeling shy under his stare, I quickly changed the subject. So, should we bring Arno? No, Ling said firmly, repeating it again, absolutely not. I was stunned. I was almost about to agree. Little fool. Ling flicked my forehead. The obvious danger isn't scary. It's the knife behind you that is deadly. Besides you, I trust no one. In the end, we decided not to rush in and to first focus on closed-door training. We would learn the equipment we had previously acquired, the 4th-tier movement technique Light Wing and the attack secret technique Crimson Flame. Ling had a high talent and managed to practice Light Wing to a good level in just 3 days. I was slower, but I also made some progress. The Crimson Flame technique was even more impressive, allowing one to condense flames that matched their own attributes, far more powerful than my previous Green Blade. In this past week, Arno came by every day to assert his presence, even saying that he had a few friends who wanted to join. As for Ling, he just kept stalling, neither agreeing nor refusing. I wasn't idle either. Overcoming my disgust, I traded information with Alki using the small vegetables we grew ourselves. That old female was really willing to say anything for a little benefit, and her information matched up with Arno's for the most part. The villagers here were also quite formidable, frequently launching sneak attacks on us, trying to steal our few measly vegetables. What happened? They were all dealt with by Ling, and even my 3rd-tier bone beast didn't need to make an appearance. One day, after finishing my training and wiping the sweat off, I asked Ling, when are we going to venture out? Ling opened his eyes, sweat trickling down his 8-pack abs, making my throat dry. He smirked slightly and said, tomorrow. What about Arno? Ling walked over to the water bucket, scooped a ladle of water, and poured it over his head. Water droplets slid down his muscular body, and he wiped his chin, saying, tell him. I was puzzled at the time. Didn't they say they wouldn't bring them? Ling turned back to look at me, his eyes full of cunning. Telling them doesn't mean we have to take them along. The next morning, we packed our things and set off. Sure enough, Arno was blocking the entrance of the village with a dozen young people. They all looked quite young, and their abilities were uneven, with several being weaker than me. Arno became anxious when he saw we were really going. Aren't you going to prepare a bit more? There are only 3 chances for this. Ling ignored him, crossed his arms, and said, we've made our decision. Whether you come or not is up to you. We want to wait. Arno's expression darkened, but he didn't say anything more. We reached the foot of the heavenly ladder, and the giant dragon was lying right in front of us with a shimmering, translucent staircase behind it. It was then that I realized the ladder was actually transparent. I have a bit of fear of heights. Ling pulled me in front of him and, without allowing any refusal, said, you go ahead of me. I understood his meaning. He wanted to cover my back. I wasn't being pretentious. I took a deep breath and stepped on the first step. The ladder looked mysterious, but it felt quite sturdy when I stepped on it. I walked steadily step by step and quickly passed more than 50 steps. Behind me, a little orc named Bryn timidly asked, could you come a little closer to us later? I stopped in my tracks, looking at his flushed face. My heart softened, and I said, I won't walk very fast, but I won't specifically take care of you. Although Ling didn't say anything from behind, I could sense his discontent. Forget it. I'll just consider it a good deed for the day. I continued to climb. 100 steps, very easy. Then, I took a deep breath and stepped onto the 101st step. Duong. An invisible pressure squeezed in from all directions, and my legs suddenly felt much heavier. Just as I wanted to turn back to see how Ling and the others were doing, Ling's cold voice came from behind. Xiaoxing, don't look back, keep going. His voice was calm, and without thinking much, I shouted, Ling, can the people behind keep up? Not fast. Ling glanced back, and those people were all huddled on the 99th step, afraid to come up, while that giant dragon had already stood up, its lighthouse-sized eyes fixed on them. You're lying. Ling suddenly spoke coldly to Arnaud behind him. Is your arm really bitten off by the dragon? Of course. Arnaud's expression clearly panicked. Ha! Ling let out a cold laugh. His gaze terrifyingly dark. Do you think I look like a fool? Your goal is to eliminate us here, right? Seeing that the matter was exposed, Arnaud decided to stop pretending, and with a bitter smile, his body flashed with a red light, directly entering battle mode. That's right. As long as I take you down, your 3 opportunities to not be attacked will be mine. He shouted back, and the group behind him instantly unleashed colorful powers, launching an attack at Ling. So, the giant dragon attacking after 100 layers is also a lie, right? Ling's tone was declarative, and he had already condensed several clusters of pulsating black flames in his hands. The killing move he practiced with Crimson Flame. With a strange pace under his feet, he weaved through the attacks, disdainfully saying, with just a dozen of you, that's not enough. Before that little orc named Bryn could react, a ball of black flame smashed into his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with unwillingness, and fell straight off the steps. Bryn! Arnaud's eyes widened in fury as he charged at Ling. The fight behind was so intense that I certainly heard it. I turned back, and good grief. Ling had started fighting with them. I was anxious and wanted to go down to help, but then Duong. I slammed into an invisible barrier. A cold voice echoed in my mind. Adventurer, do you choose to give up the trial? I give up on you. This test actually doesn't allow for a retreat. I'm completely blocked up here, and I can only watch as Ling is surrounded by more than a dozen people down below. I'm anxious and angry, filled with self-blame. Is it because I was soft-hearted just now that I put Ling in this situation? I stare intently below, watching as Ling moves like a war god through the crowd, ruthlessly taking down one enemy after another. I tell you, just in the blink of an eye, the battle down there was already over. That guy Ling is simply a humanoid Gundam. With just a few swipes, those bastards were all lying down. He grabbed that guy Arnaud, and I don't know what he whispered in his ear, but the next second he just tossed him down like garbage, and then took a few big strides to catch up with me. I was feeling anxious inside, and when he came over, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, saying, we've been played like pigs by those foreigners. After 100 steps on this broken staircase, there was really nothing wrong. The real rule was that if you eliminated others on the stairs, you could steal their qualification to avoid being attacked by the dragon. Good grief, I was really going to die. Isn't this just a real-life version of Battle Royale? And it's the kind where you can't quit. Arnaud and his group had bad intentions from the start. They just wanted to use us as stepping stones to kill us and steal our qualifications. I was so furious at the time and felt extremely guilty. If it weren't for my overly compassionate heart, Ling wouldn't have to struggle alone down there. I felt so blocked inside, but Ling turned around to comfort me, saying it was all in the past and I shouldn't think too much about it. Sigh. What else could I do? I could only keep climbing up. The road ahead was simply not meant for humans. The higher we went, the greater the invisible pressure became. Like climbing Mount Tai with an elephant on my back. By the end, neither of us could even stand straight, so we just crawled on all fours, truly using our hands to climb up. My knees and palms had long been scraped raw, and it hurt like hell. Just when I felt like I was about to collapse from exhaustion, the cold voice of the guardian echoed in my head again. When you have consciousness, the stay cannot exceed 10 minutes. Otherwise, it counts as an automatic surrender. I really want to tear this damned place apart. Is there even a point in living anymore? Just when I was about to lose all hope, something even more despairing happened. Ling suddenly grabbed me, her eyes instantly becoming alert, and she whispered, there are enemies. I looked in the direction he was staring at and saw several small blue dots moving quickly on the golden stairs. Upon closer inspection, I realized, wow, isn't that the little ice man I encountered outside before? But this time, there was a whole group. I quickly warned Ling. These things have a strong bite and can chew through a shovel like it's a potato chip. I couldn't care less about being tired and quickly conjured a few green blades to throw at them, but they hit like a scraping treatment, having no effect at all. Ling's black flame had some effect, managing to burn them. I hurriedly summoned my secret weapon, the Skull Beast. This was the first time I let it fight in real combat, and I felt a bit excited about it. My bone beast was quite impressive. As soon as it came out, it let out a roar and struck a small ice man with a claw, tearing it in half. Just as I was about to shout, "Well done," I was dumbfounded the next second. Those shredded little ice men actually reassembled themselves and revived on the spot. How are we supposed to fight this? An infinite revival strategy? Just as I was about to break down, Ling activated his ultimate ability. Let me tell you, his eyes instantly turned red, and he was shrouded in black mist, looking like a final boss. He transformed into a dark shadow and charged forward. The scene was simply thrilling. In the blink of an eye, all the little ice men were swallowed by his black mist, leaving not a trace behind. He stood there, his crimson eyes fixed on me, with a wicked smile on his face, teasing me. What's wrong? It's been a while since you've seen me like this, feeling nostalgic? I couldn't help but. Every time he turned like this, he was both charming and shameless. Not willing to back down, I tugged at his clothes and said, "Yeah, I really miss it." After dealing with that wave of ambush, we began the long and painful climb. The time stretched on to the point where I felt numb. My hands and feet were ground to a bloody mess, and sweat stung my eyes, causing both pain and discomfort. I relied on taking a few sips of the spirit spring water to sustain myself, but the higher we climbed, the less effective the water became. I felt like a mountain was pressing down on my back, making it hard to breathe. I secretly glanced down, and the ground was already unrecognizable. The dozens of meters high dragon was now nowhere to be seen. I really can't hold on any longer. My consciousness is starting to blur. In a daze. It feels like I've returned to the time when I was a military doctor, running for over an hour every day until I felt exhausted. Just before everything went black and I completely lost consciousness, I was still thinking about how much my hands and knees hurt. When I woke up again, I found myself on Ling's back. He was carrying me up. I turned around and gasped. Oh my, the golden steps were covered in blood. Stripes and stripes. All his blood. I was so scared that I lost my mind and quickly asked him to put me down. When I flipped him over to take a look, I saw that the wounds on his knees and hand were so deep that I could see the white bone. Tears streamed down my face at that moment. How much pain must he be in? He actually carried me like this without saying a word for so long. I felt both pain and anger in my heart as I peeled off the rags from his hands and feet. Seeing those wounds made my heart bleed. I thought of what he had done for me, and now it was my turn to do something for him. I took out all the animal skins and cloth I could find and tore them into strips, intending to carry him on my back. However, the awkward part was that he was much taller than me. As soon as I tried to lift him, his feet dragged on the ground. With no other choice, I had to tie his legs in front of my chest and just hung his whole body on me like that. Damn, it's really heavy. I feel like I can't take a single step, but I grit my teeth and tell myself not to give up. I drag him up one step at a time, and I fell several times along the way, my head getting scraped and everything turning blood red in front of me. It hurts, it really hurts, but I can't stop. I don't even know how long I've been crawling. Just when I was about to lose consciousness, I actually saw it. Not far ahead, a golden door appeared. It's the finish line. The trial is finally coming to an end. I felt an overwhelming joy in my heart. Using the last bit of strength, I crawled towards that door like a demon. Just one last step. I reached out my hand, wanted to touch that door. But just as my fingertips were about to make contact, that broken door actually moved up a bit on its own. I was in despair at that moment. My body had reached its limit, and I could no longer climb, only able to watch helplessly as I and Ling slid down together. Just when I thought we were going to fall off, Ling woke up. He woke up. He quickly got off my back, stood firm, and then turned around to carry me. We tried several times, and each time we were about to reach the door, it would suddenly move upwards. I was so furious that I cursed loudly, wondering if this test was mocking us. In the end, it was Ling who found a way. He summoned the last bit of original energy in his body and used some kind of secret technique. Just a step away from the door, he suddenly kicked hard, and somehow flung both of us into the door. As soon as we entered, we fell onto a desert. Then the arrogant black dragon guardian appeared again, mocking us for our good luck, saying that if Ling's talent wasn't of the dark element, we would have died long ago at the Iceman challenge. Then, it tossed each of us a black bead, saying it was a wish bead that could grant one not too greedy wish. We discussed it, and of course, our first wish is to go home. Ling raised the wishing bead and wished for us to return to the Qingshi tribe. As a result, the bead shattered, and we were still in place. Just when we were about to lose hope, a bright light appeared before us, and a talking plush bear jumped out, claiming to be the spirit of this palace, calling itself Lord Bear. This Lord Bear was much more agreeable than that black dragon. Upon hearing that our tribe was in danger, it made an exception and took us as registered disciples of the Ice Emperor, also giving us a key that would allow us to return at any time. Not only that, it also granted Ling the inheritance of the second level of body forging technique. Just when we thought we were about to be sent away, I suddenly remembered that I still had a wishing bead in my hand. I quickly called out to it, raised my wish bead, and made the wish I had always wanted to make. My wish is to let Ling regrow his wings. The Great Bear agreed. It said that to let Ling's wings be reborn, it would require the blood of the Tiger King for back then, but the process would be extremely painful, involving something like a thunderstorm tempering the body, with a chance of dying 9 times. After that, I was sent to enjoy flowers with another guardian sister. I leisurely stayed outside for more than half a month and learned quite a few new applications of plant-related talent skills. When I saw Ling again, he had undergone a complete transformation. His eyes had turned into a deeper, more dazzling gold, and the newly grown wings on his back were more than twice the size of before, sparkling with purple lightning, looking incredibly cool. After we were cozy for a while, Lord Bear sent us away. After a month and a half, we finally got out of that hellish place. But as soon as we landed, before we could even feel the air outside, we wanted to find a nearby tribe to ask for directions home. We found a mouse tribe, but a little gatekeeper orc immediately said upon hearing we were from the Qingstone tribe, "Stop lying. The Qingstone tribe has been wiped out. How could there be any tribe members outside?" I was stunned at that moment, my mind buzzing. What? The tribe is gone? We fought tooth and nail to break through the barriers just to protect the tribe, and now the tribe is gone? When she came to her senses, Ling had already dealt with everyone, gripping Arno's neck and whispering something low, then ruthlessly throwing him down before striding towards me. So, it was Arno and the others who violated the promise? Ling was incredibly fast, and soon he was by my side. Ling. Qi Xiaoxing looked at his stern brows and eyes, suppressing her anger, and asked quietly, "Ling, what just happened?" Ling smiled. We were deceived. After the 100th step, the dragon won't attack. Moreover, if someone who is qualified to climb is killed on the steps, that qualification will be transferred. Xiaoxing, do you understand what I mean? Ling's expression was solemn, making Qi Xiaoxing's heart tremble. She wasn't really foolish, she understood. Arno and the others' intention from the very beginning was not to rely on her and Ling to break through, but to kill them. Furrowing her brows, Qi Xiaoxing looked up at the towering dragon, whose head was already out of sight, and sighed for a long time. Not everyone has the courage to break through under the dragon's attack, and not everyone has that kind of reckless bravery. She should have suspected it long ago. With the dragon's enormous size, how could it only bite off an arm? Arno's appearance was shrouded in mystery from the start, and his betrayal had actually been foreshadowed. She was just so naive that, not wanting to think the worst of people, she let Ling bear it all alone. Thinking about it this way, was she actually quite selfish? Because Ling was by her side, she naturally dumped all the burdens onto him, relying on him wholeheartedly without thinking. Xiaoxing, you don't look well. Ling pinched her cheek. Don't let their matters affect your mindset in breaking through. Don't worry. We kill them just to give them the lesson they deserve. If they can survive in such an environment with serious injuries and a lack of medicine and food. Qi Xiaoxing nodded, her gaze becoming resolute again. Opportunities to break through are precious. No matter what, she cannot hold Ling back. The pressure on her was growing heavier, and each time she lifted her leg, it became difficult. Her stamina was almost depleted, yet the steps before her seemed to stretch on endlessly. Qi Xiaoxing wiped the sweat from her forehead, gasping deeply a few times, and continued to climb upwards. Perhaps after every 100 steps, the pressure on her would increase a bit. At first, Qi Xiaoxing could still count the steps she had taken while climbing, but as time passed, even lifting her legs became difficult, let alone continuing to count. However, she took some comfort in the fact that they had now climbed above the dragon's head, which was dozens of meters tall. Xiaoxing, are you tired? Ling asked, concern filling his phoenix eyes. He felt a bit tired himself, but nowhere near as exhausted as Qi Xiaoxing. Just watching her expression pained him. It's okay. We can keep going. This is nothing. Qi Xiaoxing shook her head and continued to climb upwards. Ling underestimated her too much. This little fatigue was nothing. As time gradually passed, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling continued to climb, only pausing briefly to eat something to replenish their energy. Although their climbing speed slowed down, This constant forward movement only made the dragon appear smaller. There was no sign of the steps directly above them decreasing. They wound upwards, seemingly piercing the sky. Chapter 148. The Sudden Attack of the Little Iceman. Qi Xiaoxing had lost track of how long she had been climbing, feeling as if her hands and feet had become mechanical and were completely unresponsive. Her body seemed to be left with only the numb action of climbing. She wanted to stop and rest for a moment, but just as she thought of doing so, the cold and merciless voice of the guardian echoed in her ears. Staying conscious for more than 10 minutes is considered an automatic forfeit. Qi Xiaoxing, do they want people to live? Such a long, seemingly endless staircase. Do they expect her to climb it all in one breath? And what the hell is conscious? Does being unconscious allow her to rest? Does sleeping count? However, despite her reluctance, on someone else's turf, she could only obediently comply. Xiaoxing, hang in there a little longer. Even though Ling's stamina was much better than Qi Xiaoxing's, he was also quite fatigued after the long climb. Qi Xiaoxing didn't even have the strength to nod and speak, only managing to grunt weakly from her nose, not sure if Ling heard her. She had long since abandoned the upright climbing position and was now on all fours, pressing her hands against a step before slowly crawling up. She was really crawling. Her knees creaked, protesting under the heavy burden, and her wrists and joints ached painfully as the overwhelming pressure squeezed her, making every movement extremely uncomfortable. Ling, who had been observing ahead, suddenly narrowed his pupils, swiftly transforming into a mimicry and taking 2 steps to Qi Xiaoxing's side. They're enemies. Qi Xiaoxing lifted her eyes with difficulty, looking in the direction Ling was alerting her to. There were several small blue dots moving very quickly, emitting dazzling and piercing light in the reflection of the golden glow of the steps. Damn, aren't those little icemen? So many little icemen? When those things got closer, Qi Xiaoxing widened her eyes in surprise. These things were none other than the mysterious little icemen she had encountered when she and Ling had just fallen from the outside. That one little iceman had kindly led her, even though it had bitten her engineering shovel to pieces upon meeting. Now, why were there so many little icemen suddenly appearing here? Was this also part of the test? If they were attacked by these terrifying little creatures, even Ling couldn't completely avoid injury, right? Ling, these things are very dangerous. Qi Xiaoxing shouted desperately. Their teeth are extremely sharp. You mustn't let them bite you. Ignoring the fatigue, screaming from her limbs, she shakily stood up, gathering what little original force she had left into a green blade in her hands, gritting her teeth and throwing it at the snarling little iceman. Roar! A green blade hit one little iceman squarely, and Qi Xiaoxing looked over in surprise, only to find that the green blade had merely broken a bit of its skin, not harming it at all. Damn it, she muttered, without any hesitation pulling out the bone beast that she had kept in her pocket. This was her strongest means of attack and survival. The bone beast had to perform well. Roar! The bone beast, eyes gleaming with a green light, suddenly appeared on the steps. It was bound to Qi Xiaoxing and could perfectly execute her commands. Ling, on the side, didn't just watch. He attempted to attack those little icemen with black flames, which turned out to be much more effective than Qi Xiaoxing's green blade. Perhaps due to his innate skills, the dark could effectively devour everything, including the bodies of the little icemen. As long as they were hit by the black flames, the little icemen's tough bodies would be shattered. Go! Blow them up. Qi Xiaoxing silently shouted in her heart, giving commands to the bone beast. This was the first time she fought using the bone beast since she had obtained it. The bone beast of the wind system flashed a green light in its eyes. It moved agilely, quickly breaking away from Qi Xiaoxing and heading straight towards those small ice people. It extended its powerful claws, swiped, and caught one small ice person in its grip, then unleashed a green glow, splitting it in half. What a great job! Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but smile. The stronger the bone beast, the happier she was. Qi Xiaoxing widened her eyes in surprise, staring at the small ice people that had been shattered by the bone beast, now reassembling themselves. This can't be real. She felt a bit hopeless if the small ice people could resurrect every time. What was the point of this battle? Ling Qing narrowed his eyes, dark mist enveloping him as he lunged at the small ice people. His movements were swift, quickly engulfing all the small ice people, and in an instant, they all disappeared. Qi Xiaoxing stared blankly at Ling, whose eyes had turned crimson at some point. He stood on the golden staircase, his deep gaze fixed on her, that thick red seeming as if it would devour everything. Perhaps pleased by Qi Xiaoxing's gaze, Ling slightly bent his eyes. What's wrong? It's been a long time since you've seen me like this, miss it? His tone was malicious, full of mockery. Qi Xiaoxing. Chapter 149. Limits. Every time Ling transformed into this mindset, he inexplicably became flirtatious and rogue. Qi Xiaoxing sighed inwardly, tugging at his clothing. Yes, I miss it. Ling grasped her mischievous hand, his gaze slightly heavy. The staircase is full of dangers. The small ice people may just be the beginning. When you walk beside me later, don't stray too far. Qi Xiaoxing nodded, calling the bone beast back, her voice low. I thought the bone beast from the first layer of the trial would be strong, but it turns out it would be a lie to say she wasn't disappointed. She secretly hoped the bone beast would grow stronger, ideally able to wipe out any crisis in one blow. Don't be sad. Ling rubbed her damp hair from sweat, brushing aside a few stray strands by her ear. Let's keep going. We've lingered here long enough. Qi Xiaoxing sighed deeply, resigned to continue climbing. The heavenly staircase. The heavenly staircase. From the seemingly endless staircase, it truly suited its name. She didn't know how long they had been climbing, but Qi Xiaoxing felt her limbs go numb, her hands and feet already weak and soft, her head spinning. Sweat flowed down her forehead into her eyes, stinging her with tears. She half opened her eyes, looking towards Ling, who seemed to be in slightly better condition than herself. But not by much. The long climb and battle had already drained most of his strength. He had stopped maintaining his previous battle form, which consumed too much energy. Now, Ling was in a state with beast ears and tail exposed, more conducive to climbing. Hey, Ling, Qi Xiaoxing rasped, trying to muster the little mental energy she had left. Taking out a cup of spirit spring water she had prepared earlier from her space. After taking a couple of sips, she handed it to Ling. Just a little. Drink some. The spirit spring transformed into pure energy, alleviating some of her fatigue, slowly overflowing strength from her meridians and body. Ling looked at her tenderly, took the bamboo cup she had made, and drank all the spirit spring water in one go. After a brief rest, the two exchanged glances and continued their ascent up the seemingly endless heavenly staircase. Time passed little by little, and the number of steps they had climbed increased. A few hours ago, due to the long climb, her hands had already been scraped raw, and each time she pressed against the steps, it hurt a lot. Her clothes at the knees were also worn out. To avoid further pain, she took out some cloth from her space and wrapped it around her knees and arms. Of course, also giving some to Ling. Moreover, the situation was becoming increasingly difficult. The effects of the spirit spring water were weakening, and the pressure on them was growing. At first, when she was exhausted, she could rely on a couple of sips of spirit spring water to recover. But now, no matter how much she drank, it was ineffective. As the number of steps increased, the light pressure that had first been felt had turned into immense oppression. Qi Xiaoxing felt as if she was carrying a heavy burden of over 100 pounds, making her feel suffocated. She inadvertently glanced down. She could no longer see the ground. The once massive dragon's shadow was nowhere to be seen. The height made her heart race. If they didn't have the privilege of not being attacked by the giant dragon right now, they would have likely perished already. Thankfully, along the way, aside from the threat of the small ice people, they hadn't encountered any other creatures, which was a small fortune amid misfortune. Xiaoxing, are you okay? Ling, drenched in sweat, veins bulging on his arms and forehead, urged just a little longer. Hold on. Qi Xiaoxing licked her cracked lips, nodding with great difficulty. She had thought about giving up, but once she considered how long and how hard she had climbed, she immediately dispelled that thought. If she gave up now, she would have to start all over again. It was better to just collapse on the staircase. Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit self-destructive, deciding not to think too much and focusing all her energy on the staircase ahead. She lost track of time, her consciousness becoming hazy. In a daze, she seemed to return to her early 20s, training every day to become a military doctor. Back then, she would run on the playground every night for over an hour. The feeling of exhaustion and soreness had been firmly etched in her heart, to the extent that she could still recall it now. Qi Xiaoxing didn't know why she was thinking of the past. All she felt was sweat in her eyes, her vision blurry, and her body was screaming with fatigue and pain as if she were running for over an hour for the first time. Perhaps she had reached her limit. Her hands and knees hurt so much. A thought flashed through her mind, and Qi Xiaoxing's vision darkened, and she lost consciousness. When Qi Xiaoxing woke up again, she found herself moving. Having regained some strength, she immediately noticed her current situation. She was being carried on Ling's back. Her eyes widened in shock as she glanced at the staircase, noticing drops of red dripping down. What is this? Blood? A thought struck her like a bolt of lightning, clearing her confusion. Qi Xiaoxing turned her head in horror, looking back at the staircase. On each translucent golden step, there were chaotic, dried bloodstains. Chapter 150. The End. Ling? Qi Xiaoxing trembled her lips, incredulously questioning. What are you doing? Put me down. She struggled, easily breaking free from Ling's hold, and fell hard onto the staircase. There was no response from Ling for a long time, and Qi Xiaoxing realized something was wrong. She hurriedly moved forward to check Ling's condition. Ling furrowed his brows tightly. His warm golden eyes that were always filled with gentleness were now tightly shut, sweat covering his forehead, and an unnatural flush on his face. Under immense pressure, Qi Xiaoxing struggled to turn him over and found that the cloth she had wrapped around his knees and hands had long since become tattered, stained with blood. A sharp pain struck her heart as she trembled, pulling off the cloth to reveal deep wounds underneath. The wounds were so severe that she could almost see the bone. How painful could this be? Qi Xiaoxing didn't dare to think, nor did she want to think. Tears welled up in her eyes, an uncontrollable response. With her hand gently covering Ling's forehead, Qi Xiaoxing softly kissed his lips, then used water from the space to simply wash his bloody wounds. She then took out all the remaining animal skins and cloth. Ling had done so much for her. In terms of determination, she would not lose to him. She tore the cloth into strips, tied them one by one, and tightly bound them with the animal skins around Ling's hands and feet. Then, she tried to carry him on her back. However, Ling was much taller than her, so when Qi Xiaoxing attempted to carry him, she awkwardly realized that his feet were dragging on the ground. She put him down, took a deep breath, maintained the posture of carrying him, and struggled to tie his legs around her chest. So heavy. Carrying Ling completely, feeling this immense weight, Qi Xiaoxing found it difficult to move. Gritting her teeth, she looked at the steps in front of her and used all her strength to take a step forward. It was really hard, but giving up the trial or leaving Ling behind at this place was even more impossible. Stealing her resolve, Qi Xiaoxing dragged her feet, trying to continue climbing up. Her foot slipped, and she uncontrollably fell backward, almost tumbling off the steps. She exerted all her strength to grab onto a step with her fingers. But this didn't help much. She and Ling still fell down several steps before Qi Xiaoxing desperately managed to stop them. It hurt so much. Qi Xiaoxing hit her head on the steps. Warm liquid flowed down from her brow, staining the world in front of her red. It hurt. Tears streamed down her face, and she raised her hand to wipe her face, anxiously adjusting her posture while carrying Ling. She lay on the steps, looked up, and carefully moved upward step by step. The painful time felt magnified countless times. With every movement, the dreadful pressure would bring almost irreparable burdens to her body. Qi Xiaoxing felt like her knees were about to shatter. Her consciousness was hazy, and when she lifted her eyes, she vaguely saw a golden door slowly appearing on the steps, not far away. This is a door? Is the trial finally coming to an end? Qi Xiaoxing looked at the door, a joy gradually blossoming in her heart. Finally, this was all about to end. She adjusted her posture and climbed forward with even more effort. As long as she reached that door, all the suffering would be over. Qi Xiaoxing vowed that after this trial, she would never want to climb stairs again. She really felt like she was going to vomit from it. In a daze, she thought, her body still mechanically moving step by step closer to that door. Almost there, just a little bit more. Her vision became increasingly shaky, and her sight blurred. She didn't even notice that her blood had already flowed down the steps. And it was precisely because of excessive blood loss that she felt so weak. Just a little more. She didn't know how long she had been climbing, but the door was getting closer and closer. If Qi Xiaoxing raised her head, she could see it, just a few steps away from reaching the end of the third layer of the trial. She had to hold on. Her head was spinning, and Qi Xiaoxing bit her lip, staring at the door with eyes like a hungry wolf. It felt as if she couldn't even feel the pain in her body anymore. Charging towards the goal like a hellish demon. Terrifying determination and willpower supported her. There was only one step left to the door. Finally, joy burst forth in her eyes as Qi Xiaoxing reached out her hand, wanting to touch that door. Just as her fingers were about to make contact, the door strangely moved upward to a height she couldn't reach. How could this be? Qi Xiaoxing widened her eyes in disbelief, unwilling to accept it, waving her arms forward. But her fingertips only touched the cold air. Why did it move up? She bit her lip, eyes wide, wanted to climb another step. But her already exhausted body couldn't support such a movement. Even due to her frantic actions, her body couldn't maintain balance. Qi Xiaoxing used one hand to protect Ling on her back, while the other hand, with a broken nail, desperately gripped the step, tried to prevent both herself and Ling from falling. But besides that, she couldn't do anything else. Ling's breath brushed against her ear, hot and intense. yet it brought an indescribable bitterness to her heart. Perhaps this was the end. Falling down here with Ling, and then what? Would she be able to muster the courage to challenge once more? Chapter 151. The Wish Pearl. Qi Xiaoxing's fingers tightly gripped the step, her eyes filled with unwilling tears. A voice inside her was shouting, Don't fall down, Xiaoxing. A hoarse voice sounded from behind her, and Qi Xiaoxing suddenly widened her eyes. Then couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Ling, you're awake. How do you feel? Ling quickly realized the current situation. He was being carried on Qi Xiaoxing's back, and she was clearly struggling to prevent them from falling down. Without time for more words, Ling immediately reacted. He quickly untied the cloth strips bound around him, rolled to the side, got off Qi Xiaoxing's back, then stood steadily on the steps, reaching out to adjust Qi Xiaoxing's position, letting her sit on the steps. Ling's expression was a bit complex. He hadn't expected Qi Xiaoxing to carry him up the stairs. As an orc, carrying a female was not unusual, especially since this female was his lover. However, the frail Qi Xiaoxing had done this for him. Ling, look, there's a door ahead. Qi Xiaoxing didn't notice Ling's strangeness, focusing instead on the door, hope reigniting in her eyes. She had thought she and Ling would just fall down like this, and the trial would fail as a result, but Ling woke up at the last moment. Did that mean they still had a chance? As long as they could enter that door, perhaps they could pass the third layer of the trial. Following her voice, Ling looked up, his eyes widening slightly. There really was a door. Quickly making a decision, Ling did not hesitate any longer, picked up the weak Qi Xiaoxing, and carefully bound her with the cloth strips. He decided to take advantage of his remaining strength to climb towards that door. But just as Ling was about to touch the door, it strangely rose again. Qi Xiaoxing, lying on Ling's back, witnessed this scene and was furious. Again, was this trial playing tricks on them? Why did the door always rise just when they were about to reach it? Was this not deliberately messing with them? Ling's expression was also not good, but he didn't complain. Instead, he tried again for the third time to head towards that door. However, just as he was about to touch the door, it rose again. I can't take it anymore. This trial is too much. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but exclaim, what do we have to do to enter that door? Looking at the door, Qi Xiaoxing felt as if it was mocking them, bouncing up and down, annoying her. Ling's gaze deepened, silently carrying Qi Xiaoxing as he approached the door for the third time. Just when he was only one step away from the door, Ling didn't climb directly like before. Instead, he summoned the last remnants of his primal energy and executed the fourth-level body technique Lightwing. He forcefully pushed off the step, using that momentum to fling both himself and Qi Xiaoxing towards the door that hadn't had time to rise yet. The two of them shot straight into the door. The first thing that caught their eye was an endless expanse of scorching sand. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling fell to the ground unprepared. What on earth was going on? Qi Xiaoxing propped herself up on the ground and touched the sand beneath her, not feeling the expected high temperature. It seemed that the sand here, like the ice cave before, only looked scorching but wasn't actually hot. You really made it this far. A deep voice echoed, and Qi Xiaoxing reflexively turned her head to meet the gaze of the guardian black dragon, whose eyes were filled with menace. You are quite lucky to have entered here. The black dragon frowned and said reluctantly, in the past, there have been many adventurers stronger than you, and your reaching this point is purely due to luck. If this Xiaozi's talent skill wasn't darkness, how could you have easily passed the Iceman's test, let alone see the door? The black dragon casually glanced at the two of them, but since you have made it this far, I will give you the rewards you deserve. The black dragon was very arrogant, which made Qi Xiaoxing and Ling feel extremely displeased. Qi Xiaoxing silently complained. This black dragon must have its eyes on the top of its head, looking down on people like this. However, she did not show her dissatisfaction, as she still remembered the warning from the second layer's guardian. Do not anger the dragon. Although she wasn't sure if the dragon here referred to the guardian black dragon, it was better to be cautious. Little female, do you seem to have some dissatisfaction with me? The black dragon keenly noticed Qi Xiaoxing's change in emotion and shot a sharp look at her. If you have any grievances, you can speak now. Qi Xiaoxing nervously waved her hands. No, I have no dissatisfaction with you. She hurriedly changed the subject. Esteemed guardian black dragon, may I ask what our reward is? Ling stood to the side with his arms crossed, looking down at the ground, effectively hiding his disdain for the guardian. The black dragon scoffed twice and pulled out 2 black beads from its wide robe. These are wishing beads. Each of you can make a wish on them. However, I must remind you that overly greedy wishes cannot be fulfilled. If you make a wish that is too greedy, this wishing bead will shatter into dust. After saying this, the black dragon tossed the 2 beads to the two of them, its tone unfriendly. My task ends here. I hope you can continue to be this lucky in the next trial. Chapter 152. Lord Little Bear, after the guardian finished speaking. It disappeared into the third layer. Qi Xiaoxing bent down and picked up the 2 black wishing beads from the ground, handing one to Ling Ling. Do you think we can use this bead to return to the Qing Stone tribe? Qi Xiaoxing murmured while holding the bead. According to Little Chili's guess, the Ice Emperor's forbidden area has a total of 7 layers of trials, and they might not even pass the first layer. But now, relying on their incredible luck and perseverance, they had reached the third layer. However, they were already battered and had no strength left to continue. Ling held one bead, staring at it for a long time. I don't know. Let's give it a try. While Qi Xiaoxing and Ling were deciding to make a wish. At the highest level of the palace, Little Bear was sitting seriously on a bench, staring intently at the screen before it. The screen showed none other than Qi Xiaoxing and Ling. I can't believe these 2 little ones actually made it to the third layer in one go. Little Bear stroked its chin, quite amused. They got the wishing beads. I wonder what wishes they will make. Do they want to directly obtain all of my master's inheritance? Little Bear murmured. If that's the case, it would just mean it misjudged them. Big brother, what have you been mumbling about since the beginning? A familiar female voice rang out as the second layer's guardian floated over to Little Bear, lifting her skirt. Looking at the mirror, she smiled and said, I said, Little Bear, have you accepted them? Why not let them become the master's registered disciples? Although they haven't passed the 4th layer in terms of talent and friendship, they are a rare find in the last 10,000 years. TCH, the black dragon scoffed and stepped out of the shadows with their pure luck. Can they be considered talented? Second sister, are you overestimating them? You're the one who's too arrogant. In your eyes, everyone is weak. The second layer's guardian retorted without hesitation. Black dragon, you've always been like this, only looking at strength when selecting people, never considering character. All right, are you 2 done arguing? Little Bear waved its hand impatiently. The gesture quite comical. Let's just watch and see what wishes they want to make. After all, whether their wishes can be fulfilled is up to Little Bear to decide. It thought it would be better to see what the 2 wished for before making a decision. Qi Xiaoxing was unaware that the guardians were discussing them or the convolutions in their hearts. She was seriously contemplating one question. Can this wishing bead really help them leave this cursed place? Xiaoxing, are you ready? Ling said softly, pulling her into his embrace. Then raised the wishing bead, whispering, my wish is for the 2 of us to leave the Ice Emperor's forbidden area and return to the Qing Stone tribe. It's actually this wish. Looking at the 2 who were incredibly serious in the mirror, Little Bear fell into deep thought. It never expected that these 2 people's wish was to leave this place. Little Bear sighed lightly. In fact, sending them out of the forbidden area was just a simple task for it. However, these 2 were genuinely good seeds that made it hard for it to just let them go. Big brother, are you going to? Noticing Little Bear's actions, the black dragon stood up uneasily. They haven't passed the 4th layer, so according to the rules, they cannot become the master's registered disciples. You talk too much. Little Bear shot him a cold glance, and the black dragon immediately fell silent, no longer speaking. The black dragon knew that it was just the guardian of the 3rd layer, while Little Bear was the spirit of the entire Ice Emperor Palace. In front of Little Bear, it really had no right to speak. Humph. Little Bear snorted coldly, then transformed into sparkling starlight, disappearing from the palace's highest level. The 2nd layer guardian watched this scene and couldn't help but smile sweetly. Great. It seems that Xiaoxing and the others have really moved Big Brother. If they can become the palace's inheritors, they surely won't forget their benefits in the future, right? On Qi Xiaoxing's side, the wishing bead in Ling's hand had turned to dust, but the 2 still had not left the forbidden area. Qi Xiaoxing closed her eyes sadly. Was it indeed too greedy to want to leave this place? She looked at Ling's long hair falling down, obscuring his bright, sparkling eyes, and her heart stirred. She quickly forced out a smile. Ling, it's okay. I still have another wishing bead here. We can just make another wish. As soon as Qi Xiaoxing's voice fell, a bright, blinding light enveloped her, and when she opened her eyes again, a chubby little bear appeared before her. Huh? Qi Xiaoxing exclaimed in surprise, while Ling was no better off, using a tone of rare astonishment. What is this, a bear? Consider yourselves knowledgeable. However, I am the spirit of the Ice Emperor Palace, and you should address me as Lord Little Bear. Little Bear floated slightly in the air, rubbing its hands, looking both adorable and arrogant as it spoke. Qi Xiaoxing endured and endured, but still couldn't help but laugh out loud. Puffed, Mr. Bear. The little bear seemed not to have caught the humor in her tone, puffed up its chest, and proudly said, That's right, it's me. I, the Great Bear, have received your wishes, which is why I decided to appear and meet you. Ling looked at it with amusement. So, Mr. Bear, are you here to help us realize our wishes? Chapter 153. The Qi hearing Ling's words, Qi Xiaoxing also turned her head. Looking at the little bear floating in mid-air with hopeful eyes, and in a coaxing tone, asked, Respected Mr. Bear, are you here to help us realize our wishes? Sort of. The little bear clearly showed a pleased expression, spun around in the air twice, and then said, Is your wish to leave this forbidden place? Why? Here. If you can pass the tests, you can gain many benefits, and you might even become my master's disciple and receive his inheritance, which is something that everyone in the entire continent, even in the holy city, desires. Do you really want to leave so badly? Qi Xiaoxing shook her head. Although we also want to gain the inheritance, what is most important to us right now is our tribe and our people. We were forced to flee to this forbidden place because we were being hunted. We don't even know if those who were chasing us have attacked our tribe. The little bear understood her words, blinked its round eyes, and spoke solemnly. I see. It waved its short arms, and a silver glowing key appeared in the air. This key is for you. From today on, you will be registered disciples of my master, the Ice Emperor. Huh? Qi Xiaoxing was surprised as she took the key and asked in confusion. So we can become registered disciples of the Ice Emperor? Ling also showed a surprised expression. Her phoenix eyes fixed on the little bear, and she tentatively probed. If we pass the third level of the test, we can become the Ice Emperor's registered disciples? The little bear pouted. You think you can just get what you want? If it weren't for my admiration of your talent, how could you, with such weak strength, become my master's registered disciples? Qi Xiaoxing immediately felt a black line appear on her forehead, realizing that this little bear was a tsundere. The little bear lifted its eyes and continued. This key can connect the forbidden place to the outside world. 1,000 years ago, there was a problem with the barrier, limiting the number of times and opportunities for outsiders to enter the forbidden place. Now, the Ice Emperor's forbidden place has truly become a forbidden place. Hardly anyone can enter. It changed the subject, but you can enter through the key. In the past, the threshold for becoming my master's disciples was very high. People like you would never have had a chance. It disdainfully glanced at Qi Xiaoxing, making its meaning very clear. Ling heard its words, and her eyes flickered. Are you saying we can still use this key to come to the inheritance place for the test later? Yes. You're smart. The little bear's face showed a surprised expression. With this key, you can enter the forbidden place again within 100 years. All right. The little bear waved its hand. Since you have now become my master's registered disciples, you need to perform the apprenticeship ceremony. Qi Xiaoxing nodded in understanding. This was probably similar to when Ling decided to accept an inheritance and had to make an oath. To become a registered disciple of the Ice Emperor, one needed to perform the apprenticeship ceremony. The apprenticeship ceremony was very simple. First, they took a drop of blood from the tips of their fingers. Then they dropped these 2 drops of blood onto a large bright yellow jade stone. Finally, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling knelt before the massive jade stone and performed 3 kowtows to complete the ceremony. The little bear stood beside them, watching as the 2 drops of blood were slowly absorbed by the bright yellow jade stone, inadvertently revealing a look of nostalgia. Back when the master was still around, there had been many large-scale apprenticeship activities, and the scene of those proud children of heaven kneeling before the jade stone felt like it was just yesterday. But now, tens of thousands of years had passed, and those who couldn't become demigod disciples had probably turned to dust. It didn't feel sad for long. Seeing that the 2 had completed the ceremony, it waved its hand to signal them to rise, its tone unexpectedly carrying a weight of age and gravitas typical of a spirit. You are now registered disciples, according to the rules. You can also receive part of my master's inheritance. These 2 jade beads contain some insights from my master's cultivation, the little bear said, handing them 2 jade beads. As for the body refining technique created by my master, you must pass the test to obtain it. You have only barely passed the 3rd level of the test, so you can only obtain the first 2 levels of the body refining technique, and only one of you can learn the inheritance. Qi Xiaoxing nodded. She had already prepared herself for this. She didn't need the inheritance. She could give it to Ling instead, who will learn the 2nd level of the body refining technique. The little bear crossed its arms, looking very serious. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at the little bear's serious expression and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Talking seriously to such a cute little bear that looked like a toy made her feel somewhat uneasy, as if a toy had turned into a spirit. Ling will learn. Qi Xiaoxing pointed at the person beside her. I don't need it. The little bear nodded. Since Ling had already made an oath in the 2nd level, the little bear directly passed the inheritance of the 2nd level to him. Now, I will send you out, the little bear said, its hands glowing with light. Wait. Qi Xiaoxing suddenly remembered something and hurriedly interrupted it. What is it, registered disciple? The little bear looked at her impatiently, its gaze fierce. Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit cold sweat under its intense stare, but still mustered the courage to say, This wish bead in my hand, can I still use it? Chapter 154. Qi Xiaoxing's wish. When Qi Xiaoxing met the little bear's surprised, yet understanding gaze, she felt quite embarrassed, but still managed to speak her mind. If I can use it, can I make another wish? The little bear nodded. You can use it, but the rules are still the same as before. You need to grasp the degree yourself. Qi Xiaoxing took a deep breath, her fingertips rubbing the wish bead unconsciously as she felt the originally cold bead gradually warm up with her body temperature. Actually, ever since she learned that the reward for passing the third level of the test was a wish bead, she had been thinking about what wish to make. Initially, when Ling suggested trying to see if they could return to the Qingshi tribe using this opportunity, it had thrown her off for a moment. But now, since she had the promise that she could still use the wish bead, she had to give it a try. Her gaze unintentionally drifted to Ling's back, and her bright eyes revealed a joyful light. When those huge white wings were severed from their roots by the crackling sky, Qi Xiaoxing felt more pain than Ling. It was a guilt and sorrow that screamed from her very bones. Now, she had a chance to make amends. With a slight smile, Qi Xiaoxing raised the wish bead, pressed it to her lips, and said in a hopeful yet serious tone, My wish is for Ling to grow back his wings. As soon as her words fell, the little bear, who had been waiting on the side, sensed a powerful intent and hope. As a spirit of the Ice Emperor's palace, it was connected to all the wish beads issued. But over the years, having witnessed many different wishes, Qi Xiaoxing's wish was particularly special. For the sake of her loved one, she was willing to give up the opportunity to enhance her own strength. Should she call her foolish? The little bear couldn't understand, although it had been created for a very long time and could sense some feelings unique to humans. This kind of selfless dedication was still foreign to it. However, whether it can understand is not important. The little bear clapped its hands. For it, bringing the orc's wings back to life was not a difficult task. It could be done. The little bear stared into Qi Xiaoxing's eyes, trying to find a trace of regret, but after a long time, it found no clues. That's great, Ling. Qi Xiaoxing was particularly excited, unable to resist jumping beside Ling, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting several kisses on his flushed cheeks. If Ling's broken wings could regenerate, the regrets in her heart would lessen greatly. Most importantly, Ling could still take her flying in the sky. Xiaoxing. Ling lowered his head, looking at her seriously, his golden eyes reflecting only her face, and his slightly cracked, blood-streaked lips parted, revealing the man's truest emotions. Thank you. Qi Xiaoxing's eyes flickered, interpreting his slightly parted mouth as an invitation, and without hesitation, she kissed him, watching Ling's cheeks slowly turn red, a subtle thrill rising in her heart. Teasing Ling is so much fun. Meanwhile, the little bear floating in the air tilted its head, watching the two who were oblivious to its presence, experiencing the feeling of being a light bulb for the first time. Hey, being ignored feels quite unpleasant. The little bear directly interrupted the lovey-dovey pair. Don't you want to reattach the wings? Do you still want to do it? Ah, yes. Qi Xiaoxing, not caring about continuing to tease the shy Ling, quickly snapped back to reality, wondering what method to use. She hesitated a bit. Would it hurt a lot? The little bear spread its hands. Of course, it will hurt. Do you think regrowing bones won't hurt? Ling stood behind Qi Xiaoxing, wrapping his arms around her waist, his voice sweet as honey. It's okay. I'm not afraid of pain. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at him sideways, thinking her beloved was so silly. If there was a way not to hurt, of course, she would choose the painless method. The little bear's voice came coldly. Don't dream. Qi Xiaoxing. In the end, Qi Xiaoxing reluctantly accepted the non-existence of a painless wing-growing possibility and was sent to the second floor by the little bear to appreciate the roses with the guardian. Ling, however, stayed behind alone. You must remember what I'm about to say. The little bear put away its playful smile and became very serious. You should know. You're a mutated wing tiger. Ling nodded. His parents had never hidden this from him, and from a young age, he realized he was different from his peers. Then you know that mutated wing tigers also have bloodline ranks? The little bear said seriously, your parents should only be ordinary tigers, not noble tigers. So even if you're a retrograde type of mutated wing tiger, your bloodline won't be very noble. Ling understood, but a doubt arose in his heart. Why say this? Chapter 155. Tiger King's wings. The little bear sighed and did not directly answer his question. My master once had a good relationship with the Tiger clan and was very friendly with your Tiger King. Unfortunately, your Tiger King was too arrogant and overbearing, which led to that great war and the decline of your Tiger Clan. What? Ling frowned. I'm just educating you about your Tiger Clan's history. The little bear clicked its tongue in dissatisfaction. Don't ask questions until I finish. It didn't give Ling a chance to ask questions and continued on its own. During that great war, many of the noble-blooded members of the Tiger Clan died in battle, including some retrograde, mutated winged tigers like you. The Tiger King also died in battle. At that time, he was already a demigod, and his precious body goes without saying. When surrounded and dying from many tribes, he chose to self-destruct his nearly transformed core, killing many powerful beings. The little bear's gaze was deep, as if recalling something. The only thing left in this world is a pair of wings that contain his retrograde bloodline. Ling's gaze shifted, his heart faintly having some guesses. But he wasn't quite sure. Suppressing his excitement, he waited for the little bear to continue. The little bear didn't keep him in suspense. I'm telling you this because those wings ultimately fell into my master's hands and were left in the Ice Emperor Palace. The little bear stared into Ling's eyes. And you, right now, are exactly missing a pair of wings. Ling's heart stirred. So your way of helping Xiaoxing fulfill her wish is to attach the Tiger King's wings to me? Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking? The little bear jumped up angrily. You wish. Ling was somewhat at a loss due to the sudden change in the little bear's emotions. Was the point of the little bear's lengthy explanation to give him the Tiger King's wings? You little brat are only at the 3rd level of strength. Still the lowest tier of mutated winged tiger bloodline. And you want to attach the wings of the Tiger King, who is the highest bloodline and is a demigod. Are you saying you're not dreaming? The disdain in the little bear's eyes was almost overflowing. Ling also felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the little bear had laid so much groundwork, it was really easy to misunderstand. However, with the little bear saying this, he understood that he was indeed too weak. Even if the little bear wanted to attach the Tiger King's wings to him, it was impossible. Then, Ling's words were interrupted by the little bear, which raised its hand to cast a beam of light that enveloped Ling. Light, and I can't explain it clearly. You should see for yourself. Ling felt himself wrapped in a warm light, and the scenery within his sight changed dramatically, from an endless hot sandy land to a sea full of thunder and lightning. He and the little bear floated in front of this sea of thunder, and a pair of huge, resilient wings hovered above the sea. They were a pair of snow-white wings, flawless pure white from the base to the tip. But compared to the harmless color, the purple-black lightning surrounding the wings had a terrifying power like that of a dragon. And it was precisely because of these violent and chaotic lightning that continuously overflowed from the wings that the originally calm ocean turned into a thunderous sea where almost no creature could survive. The Tiger King's wings. Ling murmured lowly, gazing at the giant wings with endless power. A surge of fervor arose from deep within him. A fierce battle intent that wanted to cut through everything spilled out from his narrow phoenix eyes. In this sea of thunder, still incredibly small, merely an ant in the eyes of demigods, Ling had a mad yearning for those wings belonging to a strong being. One day, he would also become a powerful king like the Tiger King. Are you dumbfounded? The little bear's words were like a bucket of cold water, splashing directly on Ling, waking him up. You must always remember, you are just a weak initial level orc of the 3rd tier. An existence that is nothing but an ant in the eyes of 5th tier orcs. Don't even think about having the power of my master and the Tiger King. The little bear mercilessly struck him down, and in the end, seeing Ling's somewhat sad eyes, it reluctantly consoled him. But your talent is not bad. At least you can become my master's named disciple. And now you even have the chance to obtain a drop of essence blood from the Tiger King's wings to improve your inferior bloodline. That's already quite good. Ling, although he knew the little bear was trying to comfort him, why did he feel no happiness at all? Little bear didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his words. Ling, you have to remember, even a drop of not particularly pure essence blood from the Tiger King's wings is an unbearable blessing for you. If you want to fully absorb this drop of essence blood and grow wings from it, you must accept the tempering and baptism of lightning, which is extremely painful and may even lead to death. Little bear looked at him seriously. Are you really going to accept it? Ling nodded without hesitation. His eyes filled with endless fighting spirit and determination. I accept. Chapter 156, Thunder Tempering, Part 1. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Little Bear nodded with satisfaction. As if recalling something, haven't you and that little female outside awakened yet? Ling was taken aback for a second, then nodded and shook his head. If Little Bear was referring to the awakening ceremony in the tribe, then neither he nor Xiaoxing had participated. But if it was about awakening innate skills, Both he and Xiaoxing had awakened. I was asking about the ceremony in your tribe. What kind of divine water do they usually make you drink to awaken? Little Bear said disdainfully. Ling felt a bit uncomfortable with Little Bear's comment about his tribe's ceremony, but he didn't argue, just nodded. We haven't participated. According to the age of adulthood for orcs and females, they were still considered underage. He had less than 3 years, while Xiaoxing had a full 4 years. That's good. Since you've decided to accept the Tiger King's essence blood, why not go ahead and conduct the awakening ceremony here? Little Bear said. You should know that on the Orc continent, besides the straightforward path of cultivating innate skills that leads to becoming a deity, there is also the concept of bloodlines. Ling honestly shook his head. I don't know. He truly didn't know. The Qingshi tribe was a small, obscure tribe, and the Tiger tribe had been in decline for a long time, so no one had ever told him about these things. Even before meeting Qi Xiaoxing, Ling thought the world was just about tribes, food, and enemies. Although he wasn't stupid, he still knew too little about this continent. Oh, you don't know. Little Bear nodded, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What? You don't know? It couldn't help but look at Ling with a disdainful and contemptuous gaze several times. Starting to seriously ponder a serious question. It had actually found one, no, adding the little female outside that made two bumpkins, to be the named disciple of its incredibly wise and intelligent master. Ling could guess what Little Bear was thinking by looking at its helpless expression. However, he couldn't help it. His living environment had always been like this, and the Qingshi tribe was just a small tribe. He had never seen even a 5th-tier powerhouse, let alone beings of the Tiger King's caliber. It was only natural that he was unaware of some secrets on the path to greatness. All right, let us not talk about this. Little Bear sighed, staring at Ling for several seconds, then accepted the new setting that both of its named disciples were bumpkins with a heartbroken look. Since you've already decided to endure the pain of body tempering, we shouldn't waste time. Isn't your lover still waiting for you? Little Bear said, slowly walking toward the wings, surrounded by lightning that seemed capable of splitting the sky. Master Little Bear, Ling spoke for the first time, seriously addressing it as Master. Little Bear was quite surprised. It turned around and rubbed its nose. What is the matter? Ling clenched his hands. Can you not tell Xiaoxing about the need for lightning tempering to regrow my wings? Little Bear was taken aback. Why? This is a great thing. Ling chuckled a couple of times. I hope you don't tell her that the tempering is very painful. If she finds out, she will definitely be very worried. Little Bear, hee. It really underestimated the extent to which these two showed affection, even if they weren't together. They could still feed it a mouthful of dog food, but it was clearly just a cute Little Bear's spirit. However, no matter how unhappy Little Bear was about Ling's unintentional display of affection, it ultimately agreed to him. The essence blood from the Tiger King's wings was the last remaining noble ancestral bloodline on this continent, and each drop was extremely precious. Moreover, because the wings were primarily composed of bones and feathers, the amount of essence blood was also very scarce. To better preserve this pair of wings and keep the essence blood alive, the Ice Emperor placed the wings in the sky above this ocean. Although they appeared to be floating, they were actually being kept alive by the Ice Emperor Palace's manipulation of the forces of heaven and earth. It was also for this reason that after the Ice Emperor ascended to the divine realm, only Little Bear, as a spirit, could extract the essence blood from these wings. Logically speaking, such a precious item shouldn't be taken out just because of a named disciple's wish. However, the essence blood from the Tiger King's wings had significant limitations. Apart from winged tigers with mutated ancestral bloodlines, almost no one from other races could absorb it. Even if those with great strength forcibly absorbed it, the effect would be far from what Ling could absorb. That is why Little Bear decided to take out a drop of essence blood for Ling, hoping for a miracle to occur with this named disciple. Perhaps he could fully utilize the power of this bloodline and become the new hope for the rise of the Tiger tribe. Or perhaps this opportunity could lead him to the great path, meeting the requirements set by his master, becoming the master of this semi-divine Ice Emperor Palace, and taking it away from this sealed, forbidden land. It had been far too long since he had seen the outside world. Ling was still enveloped by the light screen summoned by Little Bear earlier. He watched as Little Bear skillfully manipulated the palace. Beams of light containing infinite mysteries struck around the wings, dissipating some of the surrounding lightning. Now, Little Bear's expression became extraordinarily serious as it rushed into the lightning at an extremely fast speed. From Ling's perspective, he could only see a shadow flash by. When he saw clearly again, Little Bear had already emerged. Above its short and chubby little hand, a drop of golden blood was floating. That blood had boundless magical power. Just one glance made him unable to suppress his desire. Chapter 157, Thunder Tempering, Part 2, Tiger King's Essence Blood. Little Bear murmured. Its entire bear form seemed to lose some vitality. It glanced at Ling, who was spreading desire, and said unhappily, "Humph, just for you. I've lost quite a bit of energy, and the Tiger King's wings have also weakened. If you don't properly endure the tempering, just wait for me to take you down myself." Hearing its words, Ling finally snapped out of his desire for that drop of essence blood and noticed that the originally solid and seemingly real little bear had become considerably transparent. The pair of enormous wings also seemed to have lost some luster, and the surrounding lightning had diminished significantly. Is this the price of extracting the essence blood? Closing his eyes and then slowly opening them, Ling silently gritted his teeth. Such a rare opportunity. He wouldn't waste it for anything. Humph. Little Bear snorted ambiguously from its nostrils, raising its hand, and the light screen that had been surrounding him immediately dissipated. Ling's body fell into the sea, shimmering with purple lightning without any warning. A violent wave of soreness and intense pain swept through Ling's entire body in an instant, causing him to let out a painful cry. Can't even handle this little bit of pain, yet you dare to aspire to absorb the Tiger King's essence blood? Little Bear frowned in dissatisfaction. Useless. Ling, who had always been the strongest in the tribe, was being reprimanded for the first time in his life as useless. A feeling of unwillingness surged from the depths of Ling's heart as he endured the constant pain inflicted by the lightning striking his body due to the natural flow of the seawater. The veins on his forehead bulged, his skin turned red all over, and there were even faint signs of being charred. Little Bear did not immediately let him consume the blood of the Tiger King. Instead, he pulled out a completely white pill from a pocket whose location was unknown. He half-forced Ling to open his tightly clenched lips, which he bit down on to suppress his cries, and then stuffed the pill inside. "You little brat. This is a very precious elixir." Little Bear's face was filled with pained regret, as if saying, "How could my precious elixir be eaten by such a little brat?" But Ling was already in so much pain that he had no strength to care about this. His vision began to darken and distort. "Don't faint." Little Bear bared his teeth and slapped Ling's face, which had once been handsome but was now unrecognizable due to the burns from lightning, and then poured a drop of golden Tiger King blood into Ling's mouth. "What you need to do next is to hold on." After saying this, Little Bear flipped over and floated back into the air. The agony of being tempered by thunder and lightning was not something an ordinary person could endure. Only through enough trials and tribulations could one gain stronger power. This has been true throughout history. He looked down at Ling, who had unconsciously transformed into the most primal giant tiger state due to the pain, revealing a look of anticipation and reluctance. Life and death, rebirth through endless torment. If he could cross this threshold, then the most inferior mutated winged tiger below would possess infinite possibilities. Meanwhile, while Ling was suffering immensely from absorbing the Tiger King blood and enduring the thunder and lightning tempering, Qi Xiaoxing was leisurely enjoying flowers with the guardian of the second layer. Initially, she thought Little Bear was joking, but she didn't expect him to truly want her to enjoy flowers with the guardian. Just before being brought down by Little Bear, Qi Xiaoxing had just descended from the heavenly ladder, her body filled with pain and exhaustion, confirming that neither she nor Ling was in any danger. Qi Xiaoxing casually lay down in a sea of flowers, letting the gentle breeze carry away her fatigue. As drowsiness overwhelmed her, she did not resist, but instead succumbed to the wave of sleep and fell into a deep slumber. When she woke up again, the hour hand on her watch had nearly completed a full circle. Qi Xiaoxing rubbed her tousled hair and struggled to crawl out of the rose sea. Miraculously, she felt no pain at all, and before she could be surprised, she was completely drawn in by the fragrant aroma of food mixed with the scent of flowers. The guardian, with her petite frame, was holding a large plate that looked quite heavy, and on that plate were pieces of something that resembled cookies. Qi Xiaoxing felt her mouth water and hurriedly approached to take the plate from the guardian's hands. "Guardian, what is this? Can I have a taste?" Qi Xiaoxing said shyly, unable to contain her craving. "It was made just for you. Go ahead and eat." The guardian of the second layer was indeed a very gentle female. Qi Xiaoxing swallowed a bite of the cookie mixed with the fragrance of roses, feeling deeply moved. After finishing the cookie, Qi Xiaoxing began to chat with the guardian. After a brief exchange, Qi Xiaoxing learned that when they underwent the second layer's trial, there had been quite a few twists and turns, with the trial regarding love being the most perilous. She also learned that this sea of roses had another name, called the Sea of Illusions. Why fill this place with roses? Qi Xiaoxing thought for a long time and couldn't help but ask, why not plant some others? The guardian was taken aback for a moment, then gently shook her head. Just when Qi Xiaoxing thought there would be some lofty reason, she said, because I am a rose spirit, I only have rose seeds. Qi Xiaoxing. What a straightforward reason. Chapter 158. A new use for plant-type talent skill. Speaking of which, I still don't know your name. Qi Xiaoxing smiled brightly at the guardian. A gentle person like you must have a beautiful name, right? The guardian was momentarily stunned, and a hint of confusion flashed in her big eyes. Listening to Qi Xiaoxing's words, she seemed to be transported back to the days with the beastman who had betrayed her. What had he said back then? It seemed like he said, "You're so cute. Is your name Rose?" Of course, she wasn't named Rose. She had only nodded to make that person happy. My name is... The guardian smiled. My name is Zihuan. Qi Xiaoxing was taken aback for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Zihuan? That's a beautiful name. Is it? Zihuan smiled, her beautiful eyes revealing a look of joy. It turned out that being called by one's name felt so wonderful. Zihuan, how did you make that cookie you just gave me? Qi Xiaoxing was genuinely curious. She could vaguely feel that the production level inside the palace was not low. At least at the level of ancient China, completely different from the primitive productivity of the Qing stone tribe. Oh, I baked it using my talent skill. Zihuan raised her arm, and a faint purple light appeared in her hand. It's this simple to bake. But you also need to mix the petals with the flour beforehand. That way, it tastes fragrant and sweet. Qi Xiaoxing. She has gone dark again. Why does a rose spirit have a talent skill related to fire? Isn't it's supposed to be plant-based? By the way, Xiaoxing, I remember your talent skill is plant-based. I'm really envious, Zihuan said softly. If only I were also plant-based, then I could replenish my energy myself. Those flowers of mine, with hallucinogenic effects, could also exist for a longer time. Qi Xiaoxing. Qi Xiaoxing sighed, deeply feeling that something was wrong in this world. Before I awakened, I was thinking about how to use my plant-type talent skill. Thinking I must go find Grandpa Vine for some seeds, and then use my abilities to make my enemies bind. Zihuan said regretfully, unaware that Qi Xiaoxing, who had been listening beside her, suddenly brightened her eyes. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? My plant-type talent skill can do more than just give energy and vitality to withered plants. Perhaps she could also control some plants. Zihuan, thank you. You really helped a lot. Realizing this, Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but jump up and hug the petite Zihuan, spinning her around. Really, thank you so much. Qi Xiaoxing smiled happily, and Zihuan, being hugged, also revealed a knowing smile. She had lived far longer than Qi Xiaoxing, so her words are naturally not without logic and thought. The reason she talked about her previous contemplation of plant-type talent skills was to awaken Qi Xiaoxing, allowing her to see more uses for her plant-type talent skills, rather than just thinking about giving life to plants. If you don't mind, you can take some plant seeds from me. Some are ones I collected in the past, and others are new varieties I've cultivated in recent years. They are all powerful little ones, Zihuan squinted her eyes, and my original rose, which has hallucinogenic effects. The more she spoke, the wider Qi Xiaoxing's eyes grew. As if from her words, she could see the infinite possibilities of her future combat power. While Zihuan was wholeheartedly imparting knowledge to Qi Xiaoxing for personal reasons, Ling was enduring pain and torment that ordinary people could never withstand. The once majestic white tiger's feathers had long been charred to ash by lightning, appearing as a lump of black from the outside. And this was merely the lightest body tempering at the very beginning. Lightning struck down along his meridians, shaking Ling's body while also refining his flesh. Those meridians that were originally blocked, as well as areas that were usually hard to notice during cultivation, were all thoroughly attended to by the lightning. Bit by bit, Ling's body was becoming stronger. The third-grade pill that the little bear had previously fed him was an extremely precious item that could help beastmen absorb essence blood. Typically, it would only be used when the direct descendants of some prominent families in the Holy City awakened. It could be said that the little bear had truly invested heavily in Ling. However, despite such a significant investment, the pure energy contained in the Tiger King's essence blood was far too overwhelming for Ling at this moment, reaching the limits of what he could bear, to a point that was almost unbearable. Just a little more, and he would be in immediate danger of exploding. Even though the little bear had controlled the dosage well, having so much energy completely crammed into Ling's body was still an excruciating ordeal. The seawater in the area where Ling was located had completely turned into a mix of black and blood red, with the black representing Ling's fur charred by lightning, and the blood red resulting from a large amount of energy that could not be absorbed, causing meridian ruptures. Chapter 159. New Wings. Ling felt as if he were in a state worse than death. Since he had already reached the third level and his mental power was somewhat stronger than that of others at the same level, he was able to achieve partial introspection. When his consciousness was clear, Ling's internal organs being blown apart by the energy and then restored under the powerful effects of the third-grade pill. The pain was unchanging. Always there. Of course, being unconscious occupied most of Ling's absorption process. This endless pain and torment also brought the anguish of a torn soul, causing him to faint, momentarily gaining peace for his soul, only to wake up again and fall into endless hell. There were even a few times when Ling wanted to give up entirely due to the pain, but every time this happened, he would think of Qi Xiaoxing earnestly making a wish, her brows lowered, with stars of hope twinkling in her pitch-black eyes like the night sky. Moreover, he was unwilling to accept it. He did not want to live forever as the inferior bloodline in the little bear's mouth. Grow wings! Ling cried out in pain, shouting loudly, using all his remaining strength to channel the Tiger King's essence blood with the original force that had long been drained countless times, trying to use the effects of the third-grade pill to make the essence blood circulate through his meridians. But whether it was the Tiger King's essence blood being too rebellious or his guiding strength being insufficient, those wings were still reluctant to grow. There were even a few times when Ling felt a slight numbness and itchiness in the area on his back that was supposed to belong to the wings. Yet those wings still could not break free from their cocoon. Come on, grow out. He didn't know how long he had struggled. The effects of the third-grade pill were weakening, and the pain was intensifying. Ling fainted several times and woke up again, and only half of that drop of essence blood had been absorbed. Is the gap between me and the Tiger King really that vast? Ling understood the answer to this question in his heart, but he did not give up resisting. As long as he had a breath left, he would never give up. Once again, he introspected, and the blood in his meridians was already running low, his internal organs shattered to a great extent. If it weren't for the remaining medicinal power of the third-grade pill, he would probably have died already. He had to succeed before the medicinal effects ended. Ling was filled with thoughts of breaking through and had become numb to the lightning striking down on him from the outside. His body had long since adapted to the intensity of the lightning, and the flesh charred by it no longer hurt. It seemed that in that moment, his world was left with just one thought: grow wings. Transfer the remaining majority of the Tiger King's essence blood into the wings. That was all. Ling's body, which had already shattered to the point of being just a skeletal frame, suddenly burst forth with tremendous power. A vague belief like a sword breaking through the sky in shackles, bursting through his back where the broken wings were supposed to grow, forcing out the remaining shattered bones and quickly growing new ones. The body tempered by lightning was many times stronger than before, and the newly grown bones shimmered with faint lightning under the purple lightning's embrace. Many tendons and muscles rapidly grew in an instant, and distinct feathers sprouted from the base of the wings, quickly covering the entire wings. The pain was like a rebirth, bringing a completely new life unlike before. The sensation of pain was not as intense as before, and unconsciously, Ling's control over his body had already surpassed his former self. In a daze, he felt that drop of Tiger King's essence blood was splitting, with the remaining half dividing into two halves. One half snaked along his meridians, where every cell madly absorbed the energy, recreating bright red blood, while the other half, as if knowing the limit of what his body could absorb, directly surged toward the newly grown wings. With unstoppable momentum, it split into countless tiny particles upon reaching the wings, perfectly merging into every corner of the wings. Did it succeed? The little bear, who had been hovering above without leaving, revealed the first smile it had shown in days upon witnessing this scene. The body tempering took far longer than Ling had thought, lasting a full 13 days, during which he maintained a state on the verge of being torn apart. Qi Xiaoxing had started to worry long ago, prompting the little bear to personally intervene, telling her that Ling was fine, allowing her to rest, well, while also learning from Zihuan how to continuously use her plant-based innate skills, which helped her settle down. Now, Ling was finally about to succeed. After a brief moment of joy, a sense of wonderful accomplishment surged within the little bear. It seemed its judgment was still good, and the essence blood and third-grade pill were not wasted. If Ling, who had finally achieved enlightenment through all the pain, knew that its true thought was that the pill was not wasted, he might think differently. However, Ling did not know that he was currently in a mysterious state. The rebirth of his flesh and bloodline suddenly brought him many new insights into his innate skills. The newly grown wings were also subtly itchy and painful, and only when lightning struck him did this feeling ease. So much so that as Ling pondered his innate skills, he secretly suspected whether he had become immune to lightning, as he could comfortably cultivate amidst it. By the time Ling truly finished everything, 3 days had already passed, including the time he began body tempering. A total of half a month had gone by. It had been half a month since he last saw her. Ling, with his naked body, floated in the sea of lightning, quietly gazing at the enormous Tiger King wings in the sky. His deep phoenix eyes were filled with anticipation for their reunion. Chapter 160. A Kiss Zihuan. Thank you for these days. Upon hearing the news that Ling was fully prepared, Qi Xiaoxing was eager to meet him. But she also felt reluctant to leave Zihuan. Over the past half-month, Zihuan had unreservedly imparted everything he knew to Qi Xiaoxing, and that package of seeds from over 10 different plants was an invaluable treasure. Although she had many plant seeds in her own spirit spring space, most of them were medicinal seeds, and many had level restrictions. Qi Xiaoxing was currently only at the second tier of strength, and the resources in the small cabin could only be unlocked to the second layer. Zihuan's experiences and assistance came at just the right time. Thank you again, Qi Xiaoxing said. Zihuan smiled, clearly pleased with Qi Xiaoxing's attitude. She had been lonely in the forbidden area for a long time, and finally having a little female companion she liked to talk to made her genuinely happy. It should be noted that although there were many guardians in the forbidden area, and even some living people in the third and fourth layers and beyond, those individuals were too boring and greedy, making them not worth her time and effort. Of course, what Zihuan taught me is incredibly precious, Qi Xiaoxing said sincerely. Ever since that day, when Zihuan explained that plant-type abilities could not only restore plant vitality, but also control plants in battle, it felt like a new world had opened up for her. Coupled with the combat methods she had mastered previously, she had thought of many combat strategies. For example, riding on the back of the third-tier bone beast she acquired, using light wings for agile positioning, then controlling vines to entangle her opponents, and finally using Green Blade and Crimson Flame to finish them off. Another example was cultivating the hallucinogenic roses provided by Zihuan, controlling them to bloom during battle, instantly trapping the enemy in an illusion while she took advantage of her agile movements to attack the entrapped foes. Or even crazier, using the most vicious plant seeds Zihuan gave her, like the king flower and carnivorous flower seeds, to stink out the enemy or use the carnivorous flower to swallow them whole, and so on. Of course, aside from combat, using plants to escape was also easy. Once she became stronger and had abundant primordial energy, even the most ordinary grass seeds could become a massive grass wall under her urging, acting as a natural barrier to isolate her from enemies and give her the opportunity to deal damage. It felt great to think about. So now, with the door to a new world opened, Qi Xiaoxing was constantly looking forward to engaging in battle and thoroughly defeating her opponents. Just thinking about how her combat and survival abilities far surpassed her pre-bear throwing self made her unable to contain her joy. She wondered how Ling was doing now. If he had to fight against her, who had already mastered new combat techniques, even he would find it quite troublesome. After all, just a king flower alone could make him cry. Qi Xiaoxing imagined Ling's defeated expression in her hands and smiled happily. It had been a long time since she last saw Ling, and she wondered what his dazzling golden eyes would look like reflecting her face again. You must remember to come back and see me, Zihuan said to her with red-rimmed eyes before she left. I will always be here waiting for you. You must come to see me within 1,000 years. Hearing her words, Qi Xiaoxing felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart as she looked at Zihuan's delicate body, wanting to ask her why it had to be within 1,000 years. However, she didn't have a chance to ask, as a light curtain fell from the sky and enveloped her, and she could only wave goodbye to Zihuan before disappearing from the second layer of the space. When she regained her senses, her body was falling straight down, and the sensation of weightlessness made her close her eyes for a moment. The expected feeling of continuing to fall did not come. Qi Xiaoxing felt herself landing in a warm embrace. It didn't take much thought to know it was Ling. Qi Xiaoxing joyfully opened her eyes, but lost her focus the next second. In her dark eyes reflected a pair of bright, magnificent golden phoenix eyes, slightly narrowed and blocking some of the sharp aura that unconsciously emanated from her. The thick and almost flowing hot gold seemed to threaten to drown her. Ling, your eyes. Qi Xiaoxing hadn't finished her sentence when a warm, soft object covered her lips. Ling's golden eyes, which made her dizzy, were half open, staring at her intensely and seriously, as if she were the entire meaning of existence in this world. Such a realization made Qi Xiaoxing unable to help but breathe rapidly her heart pounding violently. Ling's kiss felt different from the previous gentle and poetic ones. This time it carried a slightly domineering possessiveness, and the depths of his eyes held an endless, enchanting whirlpool that made her feel weak just from a light sweep of his gaze. Ling quietly wrapped his arms around her waist, greedily claiming her breath like a fierce beast wanting to consume all of Qi Xiaoxing's soul. Qi Xiaoxing let out a sigh of impatience, the saliva she hadn't swallowed trickling down her chin and sliding on her collarbone. She felt her entire lips become extremely sensitive and awkwardly pushed against Ling's hot chest. He then accidentally released her, wearing an innocent expression. Qi Xiaoxing felt as if her eyes were dazzled by this man, who was clearly a tiger but acted like a large dog. Chapter 161. Leaving the Forbidden Area, Xiaoxing. I miss you. Ling didn't give her any time to adjust, wrapping his arms around her waist again and giving her a kiss that could be described as suffocating before finally releasing her in satisfaction. Though he said he was releasing her, he was still holding her just a little farther away. Qi Xiaoxing's face turned red, and she took several deep breaths before feeling less oxygen deprived. Perhaps those couple of breaths of oxygen cleared her head a bit, and Qi Xiaoxing then noticed the thunderous scenery around them. What's going on here? Just as a thick bolt of lightning was about to strike them, Ling swiftly turned around, and the newly grown wings on his back gently flapped once, causing the terrifying purple lightning to vanish. It disappeared. Qi Xiaoxing looked at Ling's newly grown wings. What kind of wings were those? They were twice the size of Ling's previous wings, and when spread out, Qi Xiaoxing estimated they were about 3 meters long, with beautifully arranged feathers that faintly shimmered with a hint of purple electricity. The lines were smooth, looking incredibly explosive. At this moment, the wings were slightly flapping, creating a gentle breeze that blew Qi Xiaoxing's hair, leaving her with an indescribable sense of comfort and shock. She couldn't help but reach out her hand to touch them. Ling could tell from her expression that she really liked his new wings. He carefully gathered all the electric light from the wings, allowing her to feel a tingling sensation at the tips. So soft. It feels really nice, Qi Xiaoxing said as she touched Ling's wings, feeling the soft texture of the feathers, unable to stop rubbing them back and forth. She had no idea that her actions were causing significant trouble for a certain beastman. Although wings are different from other organs, they're still a part of the body, and being touched with such unintentional tenderness would still evoke some unpleasant feelings. Especially since the newly grown wings were quite sensitive, Ling felt a series of intermittent, ticklish sensations traveling down from the base of the wings, reaching his limbs. Xiaoxing, stop touching, Ling said, trying to endure it, with a slight sweat appearing on his nose. Hearing his words, Qi Xiaoxing not only didn't retract her hand, but instead deliberately touched Ling's wings several more times. After all, it was rare for Ling's wings to grow out. Surely it wouldn't hurt to let her touch them a bit. Xiaoxing. Ling's voice was hoarse, and his body was somewhat stiff as he allowed his lover to touch him all over. A blush spread from the roots of his ears all the way to his cheeks, tinting his handsome face with a layer of rouge. Ling. Xiaoxing glared at his partner with some annoyance. Really? Can't you find a place to put me down? Is this place all Thunder Sea? There's not a single spot to stand on. Xiaoxing wanted to quickly escape from Ling's scorching embrace, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find any rock to stand on. There isn't, Ling said sullenly. He swore he had no intention of keeping Xiaoxing in his arms. But this space truly had nothing but the ocean of lightning. The person in his arms moved restlessly, making it even harder for Ling to endure. He spoke in a rough voice, trying to restrain himself. Xiaoxing, don't move. Xiaoxing's body stiffened. Fortunately, she didn't feel awkward for long, as the great bear suddenly descended from the sky. Looking at the translucent bear that appeared out of nowhere, Xiaoxing sincerely called out for the first time, "Great bear." Her tone was filled with excitement and anticipation. Even the carefree bear felt a chill down its spine, doubting if it had come at the wrong time. However, since the bear was a simple creature, it only pondered for a moment before getting straight to the point, completely oblivious to Xiaoxing's pleading gaze. Now your wish has come true. This guy has wings now, so I will send you out right away. The bear rubbed its paws together. Ling nodded, appearing calm and collected, not at all like a creature that had just experienced an emotional moment. His serious expression almost made Xiaoxing believe him. All right, where do you want to send you? It might be a bit difficult to go directly back to your Qingshi tribe. The bear shook its head. There's not much energy left, so I have to save it. I can help you teleport a maximum of 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles was already very good. Xiaoxing expressed her satisfaction. The distance from the snow leopard tribe to the Qingshi tribe was certainly more than 1,000 miles. shortening the distance was quite nice. Besides, she and Ling were just registered disciples of the Ice Emperor, and she was already very grateful that the bear was willing to help them. After all, she initially thought that she and Ling would probably meet their end here. Then goodbye. The bear didn't continue to chat with the two and immediately activated the formation of the Ice Emperor's palace. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoxing found herself leaving the Ice Emperor's palace, which she had been in for a long time. Chapter 162. The Qingshi tribe has been destroyed? Cough, cough. Dust filled her nostrils, and Xiaoxing was choked as soon as she landed. After finally blowing away the dust in front of her, the two saw their surroundings. It was a Gobi desert, with yellow earth ditches crisscrossing everywhere. The wind was still strong today, and the huge impact when Liangran landed had stirred up a lot of dust. Finally, there was a sense of time passing in the outside world. Xiaoxing looked up at the familiar sun surrounded by a purple halo, which was emitting strong and glaring sunlight, penetrating the clouds. It felt as if she had crossed into another world. A cold wind blew by, and Xiaoxing, still dressed in thin clothes, couldn't help but shiver and hug her arms tightly. She glanced at her watch. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At 2 o'clock, the temperature shouldn't be this low. Although feeling puzzled, Xiaoxing took out 2 pieces of animal skin clothing from her space, one small for herself and one large for Ling, who was bare-chested. While in the forbidden area, the two had already worn out a lot of clothes. Frequent trials and battles accelerated the wear and tear of their clothes. So much so that the clothes they had stockpiled earlier were nearly exhausted. Calculating the time, it had been a month and a half since they were chased into the forbidden area by the Sky Rift Wolf, and now they had finally managed to escape. Originally, the autumn gathering took place in late autumn, and after a month and a half, it was almost winter, so it was quite normal for the temperature to be low. Experiencing the change in the outside temperature after a long time, Xiaoxing felt quite happy. She hurriedly put on the animal skin clothing and then asked Ling, who was already dressed, "Where are we now?" "In the hills, very close to the Mouse Tribe's territory. If we want to go around the Mouse Tribe's territory, it will take about 5 days, but if we can get permission to pass through the Mouse Tribe's territory, it will only take about a day and a half." Ling frowned. "I don't know much about the Mouse Tribe. This information was told to me by a shaman. I only know that a nearby medium-sized tribe is the Mouse Tribe, but I don't know their specific attributes." Xiaoxing understood. Ling was previously just a nobody from a small tribe and often faced rejection due to his spiritual power outbursts. So it was quite impressive that he wasn't completely ignorant of the outside world. Weighing the options between 5 days and a day and a half, she decided to try to communicate with the Mouse Tribe. If possible, she hoped they would allow them to pass. The two quickly arrived at the entrance of the Mouse Tribe. Every tribe's simple architecture had its own characteristics. For example, the Qingshi tribe consisted of non-flying beastmen, so most of their houses were stone houses on the ground. The Sky Rift Eagle tribe, due to their significant racial advantages, built their houses high up in the trees. As for the Mouse tribe, their dwellings were small mounds of earth, occasionally featuring larger stone houses for gatherings. However, since Xiaoxing was only standing outside the Mouse tribe's territory, she couldn't see the situation inside clearly. "Is anyone there? I'm a member of the Qingshi tribe and would like to pass through here." Xiaoxing and Ling stood at the edge for a long time, but still didn't see a single Mouse tribe member, so Xiaoxing tentatively called out loudly. Just as her voice fell, the ground about 10 meters in front of her and Ling began to tremble. Xiaoxing reflexively took a few steps back, and from the bulging area, a huge mouse head popped out. Squeak! The Mouse tribe member raised its head and squeaked twice at the two, but even Xiaoxing, who spoke tiger language at level 8, couldn't understand it. Seeing the two looking confused, the beastman seemed to realize something and immediately dug itself out of the ground, shaking off the dirt from its body before transforming into a beastman. It was a small beastman that looked quite clever and cute, appearing to have just recently been able to transform into beast form. "Outsider, you say you come from the Qingshi tribe?" the little beastman said in a hoarse voice, its eyes darting around, not knowing what it was plotting. Xiaoxing felt a bit puzzled by its question, but still replied, "Yes, we are members of the Qingshi tribe." "Humph." The little beastman suddenly changed its expression, looking fierce and baring its teeth. "Stop lying. The Qingshi tribe has been destroyed. There are no members left outside." It quickly sized up Xiaoxing and Ling, as if trying to see something through their shock and dazed expressions. "Liar, get lost. Don't think you can get benefits from our tribe." Xiaoxing could no longer listen to what the little beastman was saying. Her mind was filled with the words from its mouth. "The Qingshi tribe has been destroyed." Destroyed? How could this be? She and Ling had only been gone for a little over a month, and the Qingshi tribe was gone? Who did it? Was it the Sky Rift Eagles? Did they take revenge on their tribe because they hated them? Why did this happen? The overwhelming guilt washed over Xiaoxing like a tide, drowning her from head to toe. It must be because she was too aggressive at the beginning, angering the Sky Rift Eagle tribe, leading to the destruction of the tribe. It must be because of her. Chapter 163. Named Hopling's expression froze as he heard the words of the little beastman. How could the Qingstone tribe be destroyed? At this moment, even if he had grievances and dissatisfaction with the tribe in the past, that was all in the past. After his mental state stabilized because of Qi Xiaoxing, no one in the tribe feared him anymore. Moreover, no matter what, that was his hometown where he had grown up since childhood, where his parents, siblings, friends, and tribesmen were. Such an important place was just destroyed. In the short month he had been away, Ling's face turned dark, his expression like a demon emerging from hell. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Ling! Qi Xiaoxing called out several times, finally awakening Ling, who was lost in his thoughts. Don't be anxious. We still don't know if this news is true. Maybe this little guy is lying to us. Xiaoxing anxiously comforted Ling, also trying to comfort herself. Because no matter what, she didn't want to believe that the tribe where she had lived for so long and had so many friends was just destroyed. Who is the little guy? I'm already 19. You're the little one. The little beastman clearly looked very unhappy. I'm not lying at all. The news about the Qingstone tribe being destroyed by the Blackstone tribe and the Shadow Leopard clan has spread all around. Besides, I'm a well-informed member of the Groundhog clan. We never lie about such things. The little beastman said confidently, then secretly scrutinized Qi Xiaoxing and Ling with suspicion and scrutiny before hesitantly asking, "You guys aren't really from the Qingstone tribe, are you?" Ling's face turned a shade darker, and he stiffly nodded. That really is. The little beastman retracted his initially exposed fangs, a hint of obvious sympathy in his voice. You're really pitiful. All your tribesmen are dead. Sigh. Forget it. I'll go inform the elders in the tribe, so you can pass through our tribe. A struggle appeared on the little beastman's face. You see, our tribe has always prohibited people from other tribes from passing through, because we are well informed and it's easy to leak secrets. If I go help you speak to the elders, I might even get scolded. Qi Xiaoxing was very grateful for his efforts and wanted to thank him. But her lips felt as heavy as lead. Despite trying her best, she could only manage a faint smile. Fortunately, although the little beastman was fierce at first, he was essentially a kind-hearted little beastman and didn't hold it against her. He turned and ran into the tribe, but after just a couple of steps, he turned back. By the way, what are your names? Tell me. Qi Xiaoxing opened her mouth and slowly stated her and Ling's names. I'm Qi Xiaoxing, and he is Ling. Oh, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, got it. Wait, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling. The little beastman had a look of horror on his face, his round eyes widening even more, astonished as if Qi Xiaoxing and Ling were ghosts. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but frown, her tone filled with repressed dissatisfaction. What's wrong with our names? The little beastman hurriedly waved his hands, not daring to breathe, and directly transformed into his beast form, sprinting away into the distance, making high-pitched squeak sounds as if conveying some message. However, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling had no news to speculate about. Qi Xiaoxing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The reason she and Ling had rushed to break into the forbidden area so desperately was precisely because they were worried about the tribe's safety. And now, the situation they least wanted to see had occurred. The tribe was gone. Their home was gone. Although she comforted Ling by saying that the news might be false, she knew in her heart that the Qingstone tribe was most likely doomed. However, before she went to the autumn gathering, the tribe's defenses had been mostly completed, especially that high wall. If there wasn't an insider, even the Blackstone tribe and the Shadow Leopard clan would need a long time to breach it. Every household in the tribe had enough food. No matter how bad things got, they could hold out for 2 months if they closed the gates. How could they have been so easily destroyed? Apart from the possibility of an insider, Qi Xiaoxing couldn't think of anything else. Who exactly betrayed the tribe? With anger flashing in her eyes, Qi Xiaoxing felt as if she might explode on the spot. If she found that insider, she would make them pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold, using every means to make their death more painful. On the other side, the little beastman, Toby, even used his innate skill crack the earth just to run a little faster, a little faster. He was so surprised, never expecting to encounter the hope mentioned by the elders. A month ago, when the elder led a weak team of tiger tribes through the tribe, he felt very curious. Later, he even got some internal news from his sister who served beside the elder. It was said that for the future of their Groundhog clan, the elders decided to save those weak tiger tribes. Actually, little beastman Toby didn't know what would happen to the future of the Groundhog clan. He just felt that life was good now. But the elder was the most knowledgeable person in the tribe, and what he said must be correct. Not only that, he also heard the names Qi Xiaoxing and Ling. They were hailed as hope within the Elders' circle and throughout the entire Groundhog clan. Chapter 164. Survivors 1 Elder. Toby sprinted to the central assembly hall of the tribe, scratching at the door with one paw, breathless as he shouted, "Hope! Hope!" Zindali and the second elder, Zindiming, were sitting in the hall, enjoying food and boasting, nearly choking on his shout. "Toby, what do you want to say? Speak properly." Zindiming was a completely different type of groundhog from his brother Zindali. If Zindali was knowledgeable and somewhat cultured, a civilized beastman, then Zindiming was the complete opposite, a rough man who only solved problems with violence. His body was also different from ordinary groundhog beastmen, being 2 or 3 times larger than them. In human form, his weight was considerable, and at this moment he suddenly stood up and yelled, nearly scaring Toby into silence. Fortunately, Zindali was more gentle. He glanced at his younger brother with disdain and said kindly, "What's wrong, Toby? What happened?" "It's Hope. Hope has come to the tribe." Toby's eyes sparkled. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, elder. Zindali's body stiffened suddenly, his wrinkled eyes bursting with indescribable light, his lips trembling as he murmured, "Good, good." He burst into a hearty laugh, seemingly wanting to vent all the frustrations he had accumulated from the recent disputes and battles with the Sky Rift Eagle clan. He had been waiting for this day, waiting for this day. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling had indeed not disappointed him. The fact that they could appear here now meant they had passed the test of the Ice Emperor's Forbidden Land in just over a month, right? Based on past experience, it was already rare for someone to come out in 3 years, exceptionally good talent for 1 year. And what about those who came out in 3 months? Were they even human? They were all extraordinary talents and geniuses. But now, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling had come out in just over a month. This could no longer simply be described as genius. Zindali felt his heart, which had been calm for a long time, start to beat violently. He realized with great clarity that the opportunity for their Zhundi Mouse clan had truly arrived. Zhendimo also reacted, saying, "You mean Qi Xiaoxing and Ling are a female and a beastman, right? But the beastman and the female are both very young. Don't mistake them." Toby immediately replied, "Yes, both of them are very young. They even asked me if they could pass through our tribe to hurry back to the Qingshi tribe." After Toby said this, he suddenly realized why he had come to find the elder, and hurriedly asked, "Great elder, can we let them pass?" Zhendili smiled and patted Toby's head. "Of course we can. Come on, second brother, let's go to the entrance to welcome our guests." Zhendimo also laughed and nodded, then instructed Toby, "You go notify the third elder and let him be happy too." Toby excitedly nodded and turned to run toward where the third elder was. After waiting for more than 10 minutes at the entrance, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling's emotions gradually stabilized. The two leaned against a tree near the Mouse Clan's tribe, staring blankly as they waited for the Mouse Clan's people. After Qi Xiaoxing comforted Ling a couple of times at the beginning, she fell silent because she truly had no mood to talk. Her mind was filled with thoughts about the people from the Qingshi tribe, desperately trying to figure out who the traitor was. The sadness was well hidden, with only immense anger and hatred showing on her face. She never imagined that one day she would think about killing someone, and her mind was filled with thoughts of wanting to chop up that traitor. "Two esteemed guests, you've waited a long time." A deep voice sounded. Qi Xiaoxing raised her head and saw 2 people quickly walking out from the Zhundi Mouse clan. One was wearing a long robe and looked somewhat scholarly, while the other was burly and simply wore a bee skin top. Ling stood up and asked the two, "Who are you?" "I am Zhendimo, the second elder of the Zhundi Mouse clan, and this is my elder brother, Zhendili." Zhendili's gaze casually swept over Ling, carrying a hint of scrutiny. Ling merely glanced at him indifferently, but her golden eyes unconsciously gave off a fierce glare that made Zhendimo feel an immense pressure. A fear that rose from the very bones made his hair stand on end. Zhendimo was filled with astonishment, quickly retracting his assessing gaze, feeling a tremor in his heart. This beastman's bloodline is definitely much higher than mine. I belong to a not-so-inferior bloodline among the Mouse clan. And due to the uniqueness of the Zhundi Mouse clan, ordinary mid to high-level bloodline races cannot exert such a great deterrent force on me. Could it be that the beastman in front of me has a top-tier bloodline? Zhendimo guessed correctly to some extent. Ling's bloodline was indeed much more noble, but it was not top-tier. It was because she had absorbed a drop of Tiger King's blood and had ancestral traits that made her appear so terrifying. Ling certainly could not ignore Zhendimo's probing, but she was currently not in the mood to argue about these things and coldly asked, "Can we pass through your tribe?" Right now, nothing was more important than quickly returning to the tribe and searching for survivors. Qi Xiaoxing also came back to her senses and stood up, looking unafraid into Jean Dimo's eyes. Is that okay? Being stared at by two people with such gazes, one of whom was a descendant of a bloodline far nobler than his own, Jean Dimo felt an overwhelming pressure, and his legs felt a bit weak. Haha, gentlemen, don't make it hard for my second brother. Wanting to pass through our tribe is just a small matter. You could do it any time, Jean Dilly said, watching his incapable second brother start to crumble, and then stepped forward calmly to save the situation. His gaze was sincere, and he answered Qi Xiaoxing's questions without any hesitation, naturally making people feel good about him. Even with Qi Xiaoxing's current furious mood, she still said thank you to him. Jean Dilly waved his hand with a smile, watching the two prepare to set off immediately, and then leisurely said, "You are from the Qingshi tribe, right? Some time ago, there was an incident in the Qingshi tribe. We, the Jindi Mouse clan, immediately sent people to rescue when we heard, but we were a bit late when we arrived." Sure enough, when he mentioned the Qingshi tribe situation, the two instantly stopped in their tracks. Qi Xiaoxing felt a glimmer of hope rising in her heart, turned around, and looked at Jean Dilly with bright eyes. "Great elder, what do you mean by sending people to rescue? Are there still people alive in our tribe? What do you mean by a bit late?" She asked urgently, one question after another, and only felt a bit embarrassed after finishing. But that faint feeling was soon shattered by her eagerness to know the answer. Ling also stared at Jean Dilly, even intentionally releasing a hint of pressure, hoping the other party would reveal more information immediately. Jean Dilly, having experienced his younger brother's pitiful situation, was fortunately stronger than his brother and did not show any fear at this moment. He stroked his beard and answered each question one by one. "When you were being chased by that old guy from the Lycong Eagle clan, our spies planted in the Lycong Eagle clan sent back this news. Because I have a grudge against that old man from Lycong Song, I immediately took people over when I heard the news, based on the principle that I feel comfortable when he's uncomfortable, and rescued the remaining members of your clan." After Jean Dilly finished speaking, he deliberately paused for a moment, satisfied to see the surprise and gratitude reflected in Qi Xiaoxing and Ling's eyes, secretly feeling that they remembered this favor of his. Jean Dilly was not a simple person who only gave without taking. If you did something for someone, the other party had to know about it. Otherwise, it would be like doing it for nothing. Qi Xiaoxing had not thought that Jean Dilly had rescued her clansmen since they fell into the Ice Emperor's forbidden land. And at this moment, a sense of gratitude inevitably arose in her heart. You have to know that at that time, their Qingshi tribe had indeed offended the Lycong Eagle clan. For other tribes, their Qingshi tribe was like a puddle of mud on the ground, impossible to save, and it was even possible to drag themselves down with it. Smart people wouldn't engage in a losing transaction. Qi Xiaoxing was also worried that with her and Ling not there, Lycong Song would vent his anger on her clansmen. In such an urgent moment, the Jindi Mouse clan actively helped them, and this kindness could not be forgotten no matter what. Jean Dilly did not overly promote his merits, just briefly mentioned it, and then continued, later, to restrain the Lycong Eagle clan. "Most of our tribe's combat power was over here. Produce. We didn't expect the Haishi tribe to be so bold as to attack your tribe right after the autumn gathering. So, by the time we learned about this and took people over, it was already too late." Jean Dilly looked at Qi Xiaoxing's pale expression and continued. "There were heavy casualties, but many people survived." Ling's lips moved, wanting to ask something, but in the end, she did not speak. "What about those survivors?" Qi Xiaoxing did not think so much and directly asked. "What are they doing now? What about the Haishi tribe?" Jean Dilly sighed. "I originally wanted to bring them to our tribe, but they were unwilling no matter what. I had no choice but to leave some people there to protect their safety. As for the Haishi tribe and the Shadow Leopard clan, there hasn't been any movement for now." Jean Dilly was always good at reading the room and did not waste words, directly saying, "Let's go. Let our tribe's people take you back. It will be faster." After receiving so much information all at once, Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit dizzy, and just as she was about to nod in agreement, her wrist was suddenly pulled hard by Ling. His narrow eyes drooped slightly, and his thin lips uttered a few words. "I fly. Faster." Then he glanced at Zindali with genuine gratitude and transformed into a giant white tiger, wrapping his tail around Qi Xiaoxing's waist. He exerted a little force and brought her onto his back, spreading his wings that were bathed in thunder, and quickly flew toward the direction of the Qingshi tribe. Chapter 166. Survivor 3. Zindali's gaze lingered on those massive wings for a long time before he finally calmed down. He tugged at his clothes, wiping the cold sweat that had seeped from his palms, and took a deep breath. As a fourth-tier strongman, he was actually frightened into a cold sweat by a mid-third-tier kid. If this got out, he would be laughed at. He glanced at his second brother, who was even less composed than he was, and suddenly felt less embarrassed, realizing there was a living, even more foolish idiot next to him. Zindali suddenly felt much better, and his mind began to race. He kicked his second brother and issued an urgent command: "Go, gather all the idle orcs in the tribe, bring enough food, and hurry to the Qingshi tribe with me." Zindali's subordinate immediately ran toward the tribe. Over the years, he had always adhered to one principle. What the elder brother said was always right. Qi Xiaoxing crouched on the back of the white tiger Ling, gripping the fur around his neck tightly, her eyes unable to open against the wind. The strong autumn wind stung her face a bit, but at this moment, Qi Xiaoxing couldn't care about that. She shouted loudly for Ling to fly faster when he slowed down to shield her. Ling's new wings were indeed more powerful than his previous ones. After transforming into the giant tiger, the size of his wings increased dramatically, allowing him to fly quickly even against the wind. It was true that he could fly faster than those from the Zindali mouse tribe. While the two were anxiously rushing, a few four-winged beasts, lacking in sense, came to seek death. A group of four-winged beasts, emboldened, bared their fangs and spewed flames at the two as they flew rapidly. Qi Xiaoxing remembered this type of beast. Not long after she had crossed into the beast world, the Qingshi tribe had been attacked by four-winged beasts. Many orcs had been unable to contend with these monsters that dominated the skies, and several had even lost their lives because of them. Even Ling had been forced to resort to his strongest moves, risking a mental breakdown. But now, she no longer needed to cower in a cave, afraid to go out. Times had changed. "Ling, you keep flying, let me handle these things. Our goal is to get back quickly. We don't need to kill them." Qi Xiaoxing shouted against the wind, ensuring Ling could hear her. At the same time, she reached into a small waist pouch given to her by a purple illusion and pulled out a vine seed, channeling a large amount of plant-based energy into it. The vine began to grow rapidly, visibly expanding, and soon it was over 10 meters long, covered in numerous sharp spikes, clearly formidable. Qi Xiaoxing also released her third-tier bone beast to attract the attention of the four-winged beasts. "Go, little bone," she shouted, and as the bone beast roared at several four-winged beasts, she quickly controlled the vine in her hand to climb rapidly onto the wing of the lead four-winged beast. "Oomph!" Qi Xiaoxing snorted coldly, her hand flashing with a green blade, which she swiftly threw at the base of the four-winged beast's wing, slicing through its wings, which were less resilient than the bone beasts, right at the root. A painful roar erupted from the mouth of the lead four-winged beast as it uncontrollably plummeted, its blood-red, fierce eyes filled with hatred for Qi Xiaoxing. Qi Xiaoxing retracted the vine wrapped around its wing and cast a sharp glance at the other four-winged beasts, using the same method to deal with another one. Those four-winged beasts were not without intelligence. They quickly realized they couldn't win and immediately turned to flee, flapping their wings as fast as they could, eager to distance themselves from this terrifying female. In their perception, females were usually easy to handle, but they never expected Qi Xiaoxing to be so formidable. After retracting the vine and the bone beast, Qi Xiaoxing noticed that Ling's tail was still tightly wrapped around her waist, and she felt a mix of emotions, both touched and amused, thinking that Ling must be worried she would accidentally fall off. Qi Xiaoxing thought this way, but Ling did not. In fact, those four-winged beasts were nothing to Ling now. A slight display of his bloodline pressure would send them fleeing. Just as he was about to do that, Qi Xiaoxing's voice reached his ears perfectly. With a tone full of eagerness, Ling immediately understood. After enduring so many trials and tribulations, Xiaoxing must have grown significantly stronger. She seemed to be in urgent need of a battle to prove herself. As long as he was there, Xiaoxing would definitely be safe. This was a rare opportunity for her to train. Moreover, even if the Qingshi tribe was anxious, they wouldn't be so urgent for a while. Ling weighed the pros and cons and decided to let these four-winged beasts come in for Xiaoxing to practice. The outcome was what he was pleased to see. Feeling his beloved's warmth travel up his sensitive tail to his body, Ling hurriedly pushed aside distracting thoughts and quickened his pace toward the Qingshi tribe. If they traveled through the night, they would arrive at the tribe early the next morning. Chapter 167. Survivor 4. At dawn, the sun, revealing a faintly white belly, looked gentle, casting soft sunlight that illuminated the entire forest. Occasionally, the sounds of birdsong filled the air, familiar and moving. They had traveled all night and finally arrived at the forest, not far from the Qingshi tribe at dawn. The white tiger Ling slowly descended, transforming into his human form. Right in front was the tribe, and there might be people from the Haishi tribe watching nearby. Ling explained while putting on his beast skin clothes. "We will enter in human form and try not to let anyone know we have returned. Qi Xiaoxing nodded, noticing Ling's cracked lips. She stepped forward, tugged at his clothes, and leaned in to lick his lips. Your mouth is too dry. Ling unreservedly returned the kiss, his ears flushing as he said, So is yours. Qi Xiaoxing chuckled twice, pulled out 2 cups filled with spirit spring water from her space, and handed one to Ling. Drink this, eat something first, then we'll go back. Ling's eyes sparkled with laughter as he looked at her gently, but deep within his narrow phoenix eyes, there still lay hidden, unshakable sadness. We're almost there. Qi Xiaoxing silently thought to herself, adjusting her makeshift cloak, and quickly followed behind Ling, who had also made a simple disguise, toward the tribal wall. How much longer do we have to stay on guard here? A disgruntled voice from an orc came from around the corner. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling exchanged glances and quickly hid behind a large tree. Stop complaining. Those Qingshi tribe members have been hiding in the holes dug by the Zindali mouse tribe and won't come out no matter what. What can we ordinary orcs do? Another orc replied harshly, and the chief seems to be possessed. He insists on capturing the Qingshi tribe. Sigh. This time it's not going as smoothly as when we wiped out the snow leopard tribe. Ling narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in his gaze. Seeing Ling's impulse to explode, Qi Xiaoxing hurriedly grabbed his hand. But I have to say, those females from the Qingshi tribe do look quite good. Not only are they pretty, but they also have nice figures. Too bad only the elders can enjoy them. As soon as the orc's voice fell, he felt a chilling gaze suddenly shoot towards him. Startled, he shrank his neck and looked around but saw nothing. Behind a giant tree, Ling Shun was tightly holding Qi Xiaoxing's waist, preventing her from rushing out to chop the 2 orcs to pieces immediately. Scum! Qi Xiaoxing's eyes turned red with anger as she bit her lip, squeezing out those 2 words from between her teeth. Wishing she could kill the 2 orcs and feed them to dogs right away. Ling took a deep breath, quietly holding her, and waited until the 2 orcs walked far away before pulling the emotionally agitated Qi Xiaoxing to cautiously bypass all the surveillance set up by the Blackstone tribe and the Shadow Leopard clan. Quickly arriving at the base of the wall, looking at the heavily damaged wall, riddled with holes and bloodstains. Both Qi Xiaoxing and Ling's faces were so grim that water could drip from them. Originally, Ling had planned to fly over after arriving at the base of the wall. But now, looking at the bloodstained hole, Ling clenched his fists. No need for that, despite the thousands of angry thoughts in their hearts. The 2 remained silent as they walked into the wall, their faces stern, their gazes scanning the remnants of their once familiar home inch by inch. Closest to the tribe's wall were a few rooms built for orcs who patrolled at night, which had completely collapsed at this moment. An orc lay bloodied on the ground, cruelly dismembered, his abdomen sliced open. He had been dead for a long time, and the stench of rotting flesh filled the air. As Ling passed by him, he stopped and stared at him for a long time, then raised his right hand, conjuring a ball of black flames, expressionless as he threw it on him. The flames shot up to the sky, incinerating all the parasites that inhabited the orc's body, because of his innate skill containing darkness. The fire did not produce smoke or leave anything behind. The orc died just like that, leaving nothing behind. Further inside were loosely arranged houses. Normally, there would be small orcs and young females happily playing in the streets, but at this moment, the streets were only filled with blood and corpses. Ling and Qi Xiaoxing silently watched all of this, mechanically incinerating them all with black flames, along with the traces of their former existence. Their vision blurred unknowingly, and Qi Xiaoxing felt a painful tightness in her eyes. Lowering her head, something cold and uncontrollable fell out, making her feel very uncomfortable. Up ahead was the shelter. Ling's voice was hoarse as he suddenly said this, turning to look at Qi Xiaoxing, who was in a daze, and said, "Don't go over there, I'll check it out." A wave of sorrow surged in Qi Xiaoxing's heart, and she shook her head, wiping away all her tears, her voice firm. "I want to go." Ling silently sighed, not opposing her, but only holding her slightly trembling hand tightly. Countless times later, when Qi Xiaoxing dreamed of those children, she would recall that day and even regret why she had impulsively gone to save the Qing siblings. Because what lay before her, at just over 20 years old, was something more brutal than simple death. A huge stone pot was set in the center of the shelter, the ground stained with blood and torn clothes. A stench of rot emanating from the pot. Qi Xiaoxing could only take one glance before she couldn't help but vomit. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her stomach churning with nausea, along with a towering hatred for that group of beasts. Ling's face was even worse. He held back and did not turn away, his body engulfed in black flames, incinerating the stone pot and the children who had been boiled alive inside. He did not speak. only stiffly held Qi Xiaoxing as they left this place. He never wanted to see such a hell again in his life. As the two stepped out, the ground trembled slightly, and a tremor mouse poked its head out from the ground, its small eyes looking at them, wondering if they were Qi Xiaoxing and Ling. Your surviving kin are underground. Chapter 168. The whole story. 1. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling followed the orc from the Tremor Mouse clan, winding through many places before arriving here. Along the way, the orc from the Tremor Mouse clan shared some information he knew, including that less than half of the people from the Qing Stone tribe were still alive, that the matriarch, chieftain, and shamans had all perished, and other news. Qi Xiaoxing initially thought that upon hearing this news, she would be unable to contain her anger, even for a moment. But when she truly heard this news, she found herself far calmer than she had imagined. So did Ling. The two quickly arrived at the place where the survivors of the Qing Stone tribe lived, and she immediately spotted Elsa hiding in a corner, watching them warily. Unable to hold back any longer, Qi Xiaoxing ran over and hugged her tightly in shock, saying, "Elsa, I'm sorry, I came back late." The hellish scene echoed in Xiao Lu's mind at all times. The murdered tribesman, Jia's expression of unbearable pain. Those pitiful children. She curled up into a ball, tightly hugging her knees, wondering why the Qing Stone tribe had become so miserable. Why were the people of the Black Stone tribe so hard-hearted? Xiao Lu pinched her palm hard, seemingly feeling no pain at all, her gaze sweeping over the emaciated orc lying on the ground, unable to articulate her feelings. It was Qing Sha who saved her life, or rather, Qing Sha saved many lives. His mental strength was extraordinarily powerful, and his innate skills were formidable. It was precisely because of his presence that the remaining more than half of them could wait for the rescue from the Tremor Mouse clan. She should be grateful to him, but deep down, there was always a voice clamoring. If it weren't for those siblings, they wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. Xiaolu didn't know if her thoughts were right. She only felt that she had already lost her sanity. Cough, cough. Lon covered his mouth, coughing as he came down from outside, with marks on his shoulder from being scratched by something's claws, holding a skinny wild beast in his hand, saying to the group of people in the cave with blank expressions, "This is today's food. I managed to get some meat." He forced a smile, saying the Tremor Mouse clan had already helped them so much, and they didn't have much food left, so they should endure a little longer. Xiao Lu looked at the wound on his shoulder with pain, lowering her gaze without saying a word as she prepared to cook the food. Xiao Lu, Xiao Lu. Elsa's voice came from above the cave. Today, she was on patrol. Hearing her voice, Xiao Lu raised her head in confusion. Elsa hadn't spoken so excitedly in a long time since experiencing those cruel events. "What's wrong, Elsa?" "Is it that group of beasts?" Xiao Lu said, ready to grab her bone knife and rush out a fight. Elsa's urgent voice came, Xiaoxing, and the others are back. They're still alive." Her loud voice pierced through the entire cave, reaching the ears of the blank-faced orcs and females. Xiao Lu suddenly dropped the bone knife in her hand, her eyes lighting up. "Really? Xiaoxing and the others are not dead." As her words fell, countless clusters of faint lights ignited, the light of hope shining. "Mother, is Sister Xiaoxing back to save us?" A tender voice filled with innocent laughter asked, "Isn't that right, Mother?" "Yes." The female wept with excitement. "Sister Xiaoxing and Brother Ling will definitely kill all those bad guys." As she spoke, she couldn't help but start crying. Her partner, the orc she viewed as incredibly strong, had sacrificed himself on the first day of the Blackstone tribe's raid. If it weren't for her daughter, she would have followed him. She originally just wanted to survive, thinking she would die sooner or later, only wanting to see her daughter a few more times before her death. But now, she unexpectedly found new hope. Qi Xiaoxing half-kneeled, kneeling beside one injured orc after another, holding a scalpel in her hand, with a bucket of spiritual spring water beside her. She steadily cut open the orc's torn flesh, quietly removing his rotten meat. Xiao Lu was beside her, tears in her eyes, helping her and choking on her words. Lon looked at her younger brother with a complex expression, then punched him, his eyes red, suppressing his bitterness, thinking of their father, mother, and younger sister. Ling stiffened suddenly, nodding with difficulty, his head bowed, a shadow over his forehead obscuring his expression. Elsa was also crying painfully. She considered herself lucky, as both her partner Lance and herself were fine, and their parents had also escaped disaster, but the clansmen were not so fortunate. Taking a deep breath, Elsa began to speak, Xiaoxing and Ling. "I don't know where you disappeared to for the past month, but now that you are back, I'll tell you everything that happened after you left." Qi Xiaoxing's hand shook with the knife, almost missing the right spot. She restrained her tumultuous emotions and nodded firmly at Elsa. "You speak. We are listening." Gently putting down the scalpel, Qi Xiaoxing picked up a bone needle that had been disinfected with green flames and began to stitch. Elsa, steeling herself, had no intention of considering their feelings and said directly, "After you left." Not long after, the Rift Sky Crows, led by the Shadow Leopard clan, surrounded us, and Shinman also died. Elsa's eyes flashed with relief, and just when we thought we were doomed, the Elder of the Earthquake Mice clan brought people to rescue us. At first, we were worried that the Rift Sky Eagles would not let us go, but there was no movement from them. It seemed they were restrained. Elsa paused, then continued, "We spent a few peaceful days. No one wanted to believe you were dead. So everyone kept working on the tasks you left behind while waiting for you to return. But who would have thought?" Elsa gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with anger. "Lianin, that disgusting BTCH, actually betrayed us." Qi Xiaoxing stopped her movements, her face cold. Waves of furious emotions surged in her mind, accompanied by a feeling of suffocation. It was her, Lianin. She should have dealt with this menace long ago instead of letting her wreak havoc in the tribe. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Qi Xiaoxing continued her stitching work. There were still many injured people in the tribe waiting for her to save them. Upon hearing that name, Ling's pupils contracted, and an aura belonging to a king unconsciously emanated from him, frightening those around him. Although he quickly retracted his aura, the terrifying presence left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. It was a shudder-inducing aura belonging to a high-level life form. Lan looked at his younger brother in surprise. He had never felt such a terrifying aura from Ling before. What had he experienced in this month to change like this? However, Ling did not answer him, instead signaling Elsa to continue. Elsa had no time to think about that. It was an ordinary day. Jejia and a few other females from the tribe were gathering in the back mountain. Because things were relatively peaceful, there weren't many orcs guarding the walls. Everyone was busy storing food for the winter. But who could have imagined that Lian would take advantage of this opportunity? Opening the gate without permission while the orcs were not paying attention, and then her expression turned painful as she recalled. Over 50 orcs stormed in and captured all the females in the back mountain, killing all the orcs present. Xiao Lu's eyes were filled with hatred. Afterward, the chieftain and the shaman held a tribal meeting, deciding they could no longer allow the Blackstone tribe to act unchecked, and we went to war. Aside from the initial oversight when Lian opened the gate, we had guarded the entrance well afterward. Because we had walls, and the people of the Blackstone tribe had no wings, they couldn't do anything to us for a while. But the nightmare occurred half a month ago. The shaman of the Blackstone tribe did some experiment, transforming people into a kind of black monster. Xiao Lu paused. That monster was incredibly difficult to deal with poison all over its body, and terrifyingly, it had intelligence and even called the chieftain father. We over a dozen orcs couldn't stop her from climbing in barehanded. And then came the ambush. The people of the Blackstone tribe colluded with the Shadow Leopard clan to attack us. That monster killed the chieftain and matriarch by hand and severely injured the shaman. If it weren't for Qing Sha protecting us, I would have probably died at that monster's claws as well. Xiao Lu choked out. After the walls were breached, they committed many cruel acts. If the reinforcement from the earthquake mice hadn't arrived, everyone here would likely have died. She looked at Qi Xiaoxing, who was quietly treating the injured orcs and females, thinking of the captured Jejia, and ultimately couldn't help but cry out, "Xiaoxing, I'm sorry, Jejia was taken by the people from the Blackstone tribe." Qi Xiaoxing, who had been pretending to be calm, finally couldn't hold back, her eyes red and her voice trembling. "Is she still alive?" Xiao Lu nodded vigorously, unsure if she was comforting herself or Qi Xiaoxing. "Alive? She must still be alive." Elsa also couldn't help but wipe her tears. This incident was truly a disaster for the people of the Qing Stone tribe. After hearing the entire sequence of events, Ling remained silent for a long time, then spoke in a calm tone, "What about my father's remains?" Juan clenched his hands. "They have been cremated." He looked at his brothers in different eyes, opened his mouth, but still didn't mention the matter of their younger sister. That day, Xiaoqing had gone to the shelter specifically to inform the children there to escape with her, only to encounter such a horrific incident. It was a scene Lan would never want to recall in his life. His beloved younger sister had been burned alive. After Lan spoke, the entire cave fell silent. Aside from the occasional sound of water as Qi Xiaoxing treated the wounds, there was no other noise. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely cold and solemn. After a while, Ling moved, swiftly processing the beast that Lan had brought back, then said to Elsa, who had red eyes, "Cook this prey." Elsa took the prey, nodding blankly. "Xiao Lu, do we have any more wood? Bring me some more planks." Qi Xiaoxing wiped the sweat from her forehead, coldly saying, "Stop crying." A visibly shaken female, clearly frightened by the hellish scenes that had occurred earlier, shook her head in a daze, her large, lifeless eyes fixed on Qi Xiaoxing. Qi Xiaoxing no longer displayed the politeness and concern she once had. She stood up and walked directly in front of her, looking down from a height. "I remember you. You are Elder Bryn's daughter, right? I guess Elder Bryn is no longer around, is he? To protect you?" Upon hearing her father's name, the female couldn't hold back her tears. "Since you're unharmed, why didn't you help take care of the injured or who got hurt to protect you females earlier? Just crying in despair, is that useful?" Her words were not just directed at this one female, but were meant for everyone present. In fact, as soon as she entered the cave, she noticed that what was more terrifying than the disasters that had already occurred was the living people. Their expressions filled with fear and numb despair. No matter how strong she and Ling were, they were just two individuals. It was absolutely impossible to single-handedly challenge two tribes. If they wanted revenge, they needed to rally the spirits of the more than 300 people still alive in the Qingshi tribe. Perhaps her expression was too fierce. As the female finally moved, trembling as she stood up and walked towards the nearest injured orc. "What are you all still doing? Waiting for someone to prepare food and feed it to you?" Ling unleashed the aura of a superior, and those who had not been injured and had been pretending to be dead began to look for tasks they could do instead. An orc from the Earthquake Mouse tribe, who had been standing in the shadows, watched this scene in amazement. It turned out that these two individuals truly possessed unparalleled charisma, able to remain calm and composed even after such a huge event. He seemed to understand what his tribe leader meant by saying that these two were hope. If such people represented hope, he was willing to follow them. The grievances of the orcs who had been sent to the Qingshi tribe to protect them were completely wiped away by Qi Xiaoxing and Ling's performance. If anything remained, it was admiration. The news of Qi Xiaoxing and Ling sneaking back to the Qingshi tribe was not known to many. The Earthquake Mouse tribe kept things very secretive, and the people of the Qingshi tribe did not dare to leave the cave. So, generally speaking, the people of the Black Stone tribe would not know. They returned to the tribe in the morning and spent an entire day and night treating the wounds of the severely injured orcs. Fortunately, Qi Xiaoxing's physical condition was much better than before. Although she hadn't slept for 2 nights, she didn't feel extremely fatigued because the females of the Qingshi tribe, having helped out, were exhausted but managed to have a good night's sleep, which was a long-awaited dream for them. By the next morning, all the severely injured orcs had been treated. During this time, Ling had gone out hunting and also checked the outside situation. To their pleasant surprise, the Black Stone tribe seemed to have no plans to attack for the time being. In the afternoon of the second day, just as Qi Xiaoxing was finishing up everything and preparing to rest, the great elder of the Earthquake Mouse tribe arrived with a group of people. Due to the unique nature of the Earthquake Mouse tribe's skills, their movements generally went undetected, allowing them to avoid all surveillance and successfully meet up with Qi Xiaoxing and the others in the cave. Looking at the smiling Zhen Dili, Ling was grateful but had no mood to chat further. He and Qi Xiaoxing had a proper rest in a long time, and judging by Zhen Dili's demeanor, it seemed he wasn't planning to let them rest. Qi Xiaoxing felt as though she was about to be overwhelmed with work. When Zhen Dili opened his mouth to discuss the next steps with her, she decisively interjected, "Great Elder, our Qingshi tribe is very grateful for your efforts. Seeing you gives us a sense of security. There are very important things in the house where Ling and I were staying. How about we go back to get them first, and then we can discuss the counterattack?" Zhen Dili naturally agreed with a smile. Seeing the dark circles under Qi Xiaoxing's eyes, Ling understood what she wanted to do. So he swiftly picked her up and quickly flew out in the direction they had previously crawled out of the cave. The traces of battle remaining in the tribe had all been cleared by Ling using black flames, so there were no tragic scenes or unpleasant smells on the road. The two successfully returned home. Perhaps due to its location deeper inside, Ling's stone house had not been destroyed. They landed in the yard, and Qi Xiaoxing, fighting against her fatigue, pulled Ling into the house and then unceremoniously entered the space. The familiar green grass and the rich spiritual energy of the space relaxed her instantly, and she fell asleep on the ground in her exhausted state. Chapter 171. Monster 1. Qi Xiaoxing was truly exhausted. Since returning from a forbidden area, she hadn't rested at all, both mentally and physically remaining in a tense state. First, she heard the news of the destruction of the Qingshi tribe and rushed back as soon as she learned of the survivors. Then she immediately began tending to the injured orcs and females without stopping for a moment. Now that she had finally returned to the familiar space, Qi Xiaoxing could no longer resist her fatigue and fell into a deep, dark dream. Ling's condition was not much better than hers, but instead of collapsing to sleep immediately, he carefully picked Qi Xiaoxing up from the ground and carried her to the small wooden house. There was a wooden bed he had made when he was free, covered with many animal skins. Although the temperature in the space was much warmer than outside, it was still better to be cautious to avoid Qi Xiaoxing getting sick. After doing all this, Ling held the deeply sleeping Qi Xiaoxing and fell into slumber himself. Time was hard to perceive in the space, and when Qi Xiaoxing and Ling woke up, it was already late at night. Qi Xiaoxing rubbed her eyes and raised her hand to check her watch. Only then realizing it was late, she nudged Ling, who was still with his eyes closed. "Get up, Ling. It's already very late. It's the middle of the night." Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit troubled. She and Ling had sneaked out to rest because they were too tired. But she had told the people of the Earthquake Mouse tribe that there were some very important things in the house where they originally stayed, and they needed to come back to get them. But even if that thing was hard to find, it had been over 10 hours. They should have found it by now. Ling slowly opened his eyes, which contained a golden glint, and smiled at the frowning Qi Xiaoxing. "Good morning." "Qi Xiaoxing, it's not morning." After they quickly washed up and ate something, they began discussing their strategy. Their plan was very consistent. First, they would defeat the Blackstone tribe and the Shadow Leopard tribe, then reclaim the captured females, and finally rebuild their home. The first step was to take revenge. The images of their tribesmen and children who had died tragically resurfaced in Qi Xiaoxing's mind, and she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she stated, "I want them to pay with blood for blood." Since it was late at night, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling did not go directly back to the cave. Instead, they took advantage of the night to sneak near the Blackstone tribe to gather information. Aside from the few patrol points they had encountered near the walls earlier, Ling also discovered several spies from the Shadow Leopard tribe on a concealed hillside not far from the Qingshi tribe. Their pitch-black fur made them difficult to distinguish in the night, and they lay quietly watching the movements of the Qingshi tribe. If it weren't for Ling's enhanced physical capabilities after his body training, he might not have been able to leave before the orcs discovered him in Qi Xiaoxing. In addition to the numerous eyes watching from the tribe, Qi Xiaoxing also noticed a very strange phenomenon. Near the territory of the Blackstone tribe, many orcs were stationed, surrounding a building as if they were on guard against something inside escaping. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling exchanged glances, understanding each other's intention, to investigate. Thanks to the secret techniques they had learned, their approach to the stone house went unnoticed. Although it was late at night, the moon was unusually bright, allowing them to clearly see several orcs lurking on both sides of the house. Their expressions were tense, and even Ling, with his excellent eyesight, could see one orc looking terrified. Frowning slightly, Ling was about to move closer to take a look when a loud roar suddenly came from inside the stone house, sounding particularly eerie in the cold night. It was a horsewoman's voice. Qi Xiaoxing instinctively felt a bit scared, and her mind involuntarily recalled what Little Green had said. The Witch of the Blackstone tribe had turned people into terrifying monsters. Before Qi Xiaoxing could think it through, the orcs from the Blackstone tribe erupted in chaos. "Little Ling is about to go mad again. Quick, bring a beast from the Qingstone tribe." But the witch said she can't be fed today. Another orc, clearly frightened, still trembled in resistance. "If the witch finds out, we're done for." "But Little Ling is going to go mad." The orc's eyes widened in panic. "She'll kill us all." Qi Xiaoxing stood at a distance, her brow furrowed. Was the Little Ling, they spoke of the same Little Ling, she remembered? Unable to help herself, Qi Xiaoxing turned to Ling and whispered, "Little Ling, is she your sister?" Ling nodded grimly, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. It should be. His keen eyesight had already peeked through the slightly ajar door and seen what was imprisoned inside. It was a figure completely black as coal, with eyes burned to the point of being just a furious blood-red killing intent. The shape indeed resembled his older sister Little Ling. Chapter 172. Monster, Part 2. The pitch-black humanoid monster roared, with its emaciated black hands desperately pounding against the half-closed stone door. "Food! Food!" It screamed in its mind, craving blood, and Little Ling felt as if a layer of dark red had already covered her world, twisting it further. She opened her mouth and howled, growing more and more violent, the last remnants of her sanity slowly fading away. Perhaps this was heaven's punishment for her. The last thread of reason in Little Ling's heart screamed, "If you had listened to your mother back then, you wouldn't have turned out like this." Yes, if she had been a bit more obedient, that foolish female who loved her far more than herself would have arranged everything for her. That kind of life might not have been as glamorous as before, but it was at least comfortable. Unfortunately, that female was now dead, with her heart dug out by her own hands. If that wretched Lien hadn't stolen from the Blackstone, how could the Blackstone be so cruel as to turn her into what she was now? He clearly loved her. Thinking of Lien An's face, little Ling felt dizzy and completely lost consciousness. From the perspective of the orcs guarding outside, it seemed that little Ling had gone completely berserk. Qi Xiaoxing watched in shock as the seemingly sturdy stone door was pierced through by two black, thin claws, turning to powder. An orc screamed in terror as little Ling had already emerged from the stone door, moving with lightning speed, rushing in front of that orc before anyone could react. Her black arms plunged fiercely into his chest. Damn it! Qi Xiaoxing stood frozen, watching the monster directly pull out the orc's heart and then enjoyably devour it. She suddenly felt her stomach turn. Eating hearts? Qi Xiaoxing trembled all over. Although she had seen a lot, she had never witnessed anything like this monster. Perhaps to astonish her even more, the monster that little Ling had become suddenly jumped up, spewing black smoke. The orcs of the Blackstone tribe, enveloped in this black smoke, all reacted as if poisoned, screaming in agony. "Help me! Which? Chief!" An orc cried out in pain before his death, his eyes wide and bulging in horror. Qi Xiaoxing stood frozen, watching as little Ling slaughtered all the Blackstone tribe members who were watching her. From the very beginning, she never intended to save those orcs who deserved their fate. Perhaps dying at little Ling's hands was the best outcome for those orcs who did not value the lives of others. After licking the last heart, little Ling regained some sanity. Looking at the pile of corpses around her, her first reaction was not disgust or difficulty in acceptance, but a heartfelt sense of relief. Since the day she crashed into Lien and the Blackstone's affair, she had completely transformed into a monster. Bang! The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground startled little Ling, and she abruptly turned around, letting out a harsh roar towards the direction she sensed danger from. Suddenly, within her line of sight, an orc she was all too familiar with was walking steadily towards her. It was her brother. Little Ling opened her arms, her claws revealing a dense array of sharp teeth, the weapon capable of tearing through an enemy's heart. She had already decided to kill Ling roar. With a powerful push of her right foot, little Ling lunged at Ling. Ling unleashed orbs of black flames from his hands, activating his light wings beneath his feet, and immediately opened a pair of wings behind him, easily dodging little Ling's attack. The black flame struck little Ling at lightning speed. For the first time feeling pain after becoming a monster, little Ling completely went mad, her eyes nearly bleeding as she glared at Ling, simultaneously spewing black mist at him. If it were the previous Ling, perhaps this move would have been effective. But the current Ling was completely unaffected by the black mist. Ling formed a protective layer with his dark talent skill, enveloping himself tightly. All the black mist aimed at him would be absorbed. In just a few minutes, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Little Ling was utterly exhausted, while Ling remained unscathed. "This is the last time I call you sister." After sending little Ling flying again, Ling stepped on her back, looking down at her. "Little Ling, do you have any last words?" Little Ling's eyes widened in terror as she stared at Ling's familiar, yet unfamiliar cold face, letting out a dying wail from her hoarse throat. She wanted to beg for mercy. "None, right?" Ling squinted, not wanting to delay any longer. "When you killed father and mother, you should have thought that this day would come." Little Ling stared at him in terror, her pupils slowly expanding with black flames, and then she completely fell into darkness. Sensing that the person before him had completely lost their breath, Ling still didn't feel at ease and added a few more orbs of black flames, incinerating little Ling's body completely. After finishing all this, he belatedly realized that he had killed a person, still his foster sister. An uncomfortable sensation suddenly surged in his stomach, and Ling frowned, his face looking grim. Qi Xiaoxing had already run over from a hidden spot, handing him a cup of spirit spring water. "Don't feel bad. She was a monster, and she killed Aunt Ling and the chief. Her death is no loss." Qi Xiaoxing comforted him. "You avenged them. She is more able to accept the fact of killing with her own hands compared to Ling. She is a military doctor and has spent time on the battlefield, a place where people kill recklessly due to differing stances. To survive for herself and her country, or to complete a mission, killing is something that must be done. She has seen death many times, but she still cannot accept killing others purely for the sake of killing. This is what disgusts her the most." Looking up at the sky, Qi Xiaoxing held onto Ling Wei's somewhat cold hand. The secret weapon of the Blackstone tribe should be Xiaoling. Now that we have dealt with her, along with the reinforcement from the Earthquake Mole clan, we should be able to bring Jia and the others back soon. Qi Xiaoxing stood on her tiptoes and touched his pale face, saying that later we will hold a funeral for Aunt Ling and Xiaoqing. Ling nodded and softly replied, Chapter 173. Discussion on the other side. Zhendi Lai waited and waited but still did not see Qi Xiaoxing and Ling return. Being seasoned, he could vaguely guess that the two had gone to rest. He decided not to wait any longer and instructed the clan members to distribute the food they had brought to the remaining people of the Qing Stone tribe. He then found a relatively quiet corner to begin his cultivation and rest. With the Earthquake Mole clan present, the Black Stone tribe and the Shadow Leopard tribe did not have the courage to enter the walls, while Zhendi Lai remained relatively calm. Xiao Lu had a very restless night. She kept thinking about what Qi Xiaoxing said was very important for the tribe, and also about Jia, who was still suffering in the Blackstone tribe. She thought that if Xiaoxing and Ling returned, perhaps their tribe could counterattack. But she also worried about what would happen if Ling and the others couldn't defeat the Blackstone tribe. Her head was spinning all day. Her thoughts were written all over her face, and like many females, she awaited the day of the tribe's counterattack. What about Elder Xiaoxing and the others? A frail female held her mother's arm, wondering if they had left again. They had just returned not long ago. She didn't want to be without them. The little female was originally a chubby and cute one, but in the previous month, she had starved to the point of becoming emaciated. No way. Elder Xiaoxing and the others wouldn't abandon us. Her mother stroked the little female's head, not knowing if she was comforting her or herself. Elsa was much more mature than Xiao Lu and did not express her thoughts directly on her face. She continued to quietly do her own things. She may not know Qi Xiaoxing as well as Xiao Lu, but she was quite familiar with her. She understood that no matter what others said about Qi Xiaoxing, she was indeed a very responsible person. If anyone were to betray the tribe, it would never be her. Moreover, after learning about the tribe's current situation, she and Ling could not possibly leave without a word. Suddenly, the sound of the cave being opened was very clear. Elsa put down the parchment in her hand and looked up. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling were each holding a few not-so-fat game and stood above the cave, smiling at them. Sure enough, they were back. After simply solving the breakfast issue, Qi Xiaoxing and Lai Kongsong and the others found a relatively remote place to discuss the subsequent matters. Besides the few surviving elders of the Qing Stone tribe, there were also Xiao Lu, Lan, and Elsa present. I think we can counterattack immediately now, Xiao Lu said. Her face flushed. Xiaoxing, you don't know how Jia and the others were humiliated. If we go to save them right now, they might still have a glimmer of hope, but if we wait a few more days, we might never see Jia again. Elsa agreed deeply, but consider more. However, the previous kind of monster is something we cannot deal with. An elder remained silent for a while, before calmly saying, we might not be able to win, but Elder Zhendi might be able to help. His gaze rested on the quietly listening Zhendi Lai, and he sincerely said, I know this request is quite unreasonable, but Elder Zhendi, only you can help us. The Earthquake Mole clan has already helped us a lot, as an elder with little ability. I have no way to repay you. Zhendi Lai smiled awkwardly, stroked his sparse beard, and shook his head. The elder became excited. Elder Zhendi, you don't want to help? Zhendi Lai shook his head again and said, don't get too excited. I didn't say I wouldn't help, but you might not need my help. His gaze swept over Qi Xiaoxing and Ling. Don't you two have any way to deal with that monster? Although Zhendi Lai wanted Qi Xiaoxing and Ling to thank him, he also hoped to ally himself with true strong ones. If Qi Xiaoxing and Ling couldn't handle a single monster, he might have to change his mind. Ling's phoenix eyes flashed with an unknown emotion as she said, are you talking about that pitch-black monster that can spray poison? Xiao Lu's eyes widened in surprise. It's that monster. But Ling, how did you know? Ling casually replied, I ran into it this morning and took care of it. After she said this, everyone's expressions varied. Qi Xiaoxing, this person is really not straightforward. Xiao Lu Elsa Elder, 666,666, amazing. Zhendi Lai suddenly stood up, his eyes shining. Such strength. My previous investment was not in vain. Ling glanced at Zhendi Lai, as if she had already seen through his intentions, making Zhendi Lai's old face heat up. By the way, do you know how many of those monsters there are? Qi Xiaoxing asked. They still needed to figure out how many monsters there were. Although Ling's abilities were very powerful, if there were too many monsters, they could very well bypass Ling and slaughter the remaining tribe members. Xiao Lu nodded firmly. I have only seen one. After thorough discussion, Qi Xiaoxing and the others decided to launch a surprise attack on the Black Stone tribe that very evening. Chapter 174. Regret of Lien and on their side. Their combat power included the 4th-tier powerhouse Zhendi Lai and the incredibly talented Ling, while Qi Xiaoxing with her 3rd-tier bone beast could barely be considered one. Besides these, the Earthquake Mole clan also brought a 3rd-tier powerhouse, while the rest were mostly 1st-tier perfection or 2nd-tier beastmen. The Qing Stone tribe, on the other hand, didn't have much to show, with very few second-tier beastmen, and most being first-tier. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the neatly arranged teams of beastmen, and then at Zhendi Li's sincere expression, growing more puzzled. She was grateful for Zhendi Li's help to their tribe, but couldn't help but doubt. Why was he helping them like this? Qi Xiaoxing wanted to ask Zhendi Li for clarification, but also knew it wasn't the right time. One thing she could be sure of was that Zhendi Li would never harm them, even if his intentions were unclear. If Zhendi Li truly wanted to harm them, the Qing Stone tribe would have been destroyed long ago, and they wouldn't have been able to hold on until their return. Qi Xiaoxing sighed and checked the plant seeds tied to her waist several times, ensuring everything was prepared perfectly before slowly walking over to Elsa, who would also participate in the surprise attack. She held Elsa's hand in the latter's somewhat nervous gaze. "Don't be afraid. When the fight breaks out, stay close to me. I will kill that traitor Lien," and Qi Xiaoxing's voice carried a chilling tone, wanting her to know the fate of betrayal. Elsa smiled at Qi Xiaoxing. "Thank you, Xiaoxing." She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Xiaoxing, Qiu is dead." Qi Xiaoxing was surprised. "Qiu, why are you suddenly mentioning her?" She couldn't accept the fact that Lianin betrayed the tribe and committed suicide. Elsa said, "Let's call it suicide." She charged towards Lianin, wanting to hit her, but was killed by the chief of the Blackstone tribe with a slap. Qi Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment before regaining her composure. "Qiu, she's not that bad." Elsa shook her head. "I don't know. Qiu isn't a good person, but she doesn't have any truly bad intentions. She once wanted to put Qi Xiaoxing to death, but at the same time, she couldn't accept the fact that her daughter betrayed the tribe. One could only say she is a very contradictory person." The matter of Qiu stirred a ripple in Qi Xiaoxing's heart, but didn't cause her much trouble. However, thinking of Qiu reminded her of those she had offended in the tribe earlier. It was unavoidable to feel a bit melancholic. Chun Man died because of her own foolishness at the hands of Liakong Tsang. Qiu died because she couldn't accept her daughter's betrayal. Xiaoling transformed into a monster and was personally killed by Ling. There seemed to be a Connie. Qi Xiaoxing's eyes flashed, pulling Elsa, who wanted to leave, and asked in our tribe. There was a female named Connie, a pregnant woman. Why do I feel like I haven't seen her? Little Green, who was feeding water to Lon, happened to hear this and frowned. She and Jejo were captured together. Is that so? Qi Xiaoxing felt a strange emotion in her heart, but couldn't articulate it. So she turned to prepare for the ambush that night. Meanwhile, inside the Blackstone tribe, he sits on a luxurious fur carpet, his legs propped up, with a sweet-looking female in his lap. Lianin, who betrayed the Qingshi tribe. Stone. It's been dragging on for so long. When will we completely take down the Qingshi tribe? Lianin reached out and touched Blackstone's chest, playfully whispering in his ear. But her words were chilling. "I want Xiao Green to die." Blackstone grabbed her hair and bit down on her delicate neck, sucking hard and leaving a red mark soon. "Ah, it tickles." Lianin's eyes were shy, but with a hint of complaint. "Stone, you really love me the most, right? Then why haven't you come to my room these past few nights?" Blackstone knew she was complaining about how he had been obsessed with those young females from the Qingshi tribe lately. He smacked Lianin's bottom hard. "Who I choose to be with is none of your business." He shot a cold glance at Lianin, who immediately fell silent in fear. Lianin kissed Blackstone's chin affectionately, taking his hand and guiding it downwards, her eyes hazy. "Stone, it's been a long time since." Before she could finish, terrified shouts from several orcs outside interrupted. "Chief, the monster has gone mad. It killed many people." Blackstone's interest, which had been piqued by the seductive Lianin, vanished entirely. He pushed the naked Lianin away, disregarding his own arousal, and strode outside. Lianin was pushed to the ground, her once dazed eyes instantly becoming clear. Filled with hatred, she silently stood up, put on her clothes, took a deep breath, and walked outside as if nothing had happened. At the moment her mother died in front of her, Lianin regretted it. Regretted falling in love with such a heartless man who took her mother's life. She didn't love the current Blackstone. She loved the steady and reliable orc that Blackstone pretended to be. When she learned that Blackstone had a partner, she was so shocked she almost considered jumping into the river. But that man sweet-talked her back, and since he claimed his partner was already dead, she reluctantly accepted. But who knew that when she opened the gates of the Qingshi tribe for him, he would personally kill her mother. That was her mother. How could he be so heartless? Although she hated the people of the Qingshi tribe, she loved her mother dearly, and Blackstone killed her. Does this mean that Blackstone doesn't love her at all? This thought lingered in Lianin's mind, and it was finally confirmed recently. After being used, she was of no further value. If it weren't for the lingering attraction her body had for Blackstone, she would probably have died like Blackstone's previous wife. "Huh," Lianin sneered softly, adjusting the fur around her, and clenched her fists in secret. She would take revenge for her mother. Chapter 175, Defilement. Blackstone, with a dark expression, followed the orc who came to report and arrived at the stone house where Xiaoling was imprisoned, silently looking at the corpses scattered around. Beside him stood the shaman of the Shadow Leopard tribe, her face filled with rage. Blackstone, shouldn't you explain what happened here? You promised there wouldn't be any problems. But my tribe's members have all died of heart attacks. Blackstone's face darkened. More than the lives of these weaklings, he wanted to know where Xiaoling was. Although Xiaoling was a monster with some remaining sanity, she was extraordinarily obedient to him. She loved him and would never leave easily. Could someone have killed her? But how could there be no trace left? Elder Blackstone, the shaman of the Shadow Leopard tribe, shouted. We agreed that the two tribes would join forces to quickly take down the Qingshi tribe, but over a month has passed, and the Qingshi tribe is still intact. My tribe has already lost many members. If you want to drag this out any longer, then our Shadow Leopard tribe will not accompany you any further. Winter is approaching. Are you going to make my tribe waste time here, playing games with you? Blackstone's face grew uglier as she scolded him, his eyes darkening further. He knew he had delayed too long, but in the past 10 days, having a beautiful woman in his arms and being in power was too enjoyable, and he had become a bit complacent. All right, tomorrow, we will try to resolve this matter once and for all. Blackstone glared at the shaman of the Shadow Leopard tribe. If it weren't for the interference of the medium-sized Digger tribe, do you think I would let the Qingshi tribe survive until now? The shaman of the Shadow Leopard tribe snorted coldly. You better do that. We don't have time to waste with you. Do you think I don't know what you've been doing every day? They say snakes are inherently lascivious. I think you're not much different. Blackstone glared at her fiercely, seemingly wanting to strangle this foul-mouthed shaman right away. But the shaman of the Shadow Leopard tribe was not afraid of him at all. She was strong herself, and besides, Blackstone still needed her help, so he wouldn't dare lay a hand on her. The two's negotiations had basically fallen apart. The Blackstone tribe decided to unilaterally accommodate the Shadow Leopard tribe and attempted to launch an attack again the next day. Blackstone immediately returned to the tribe to hold a meeting, informing the orcs of his tribe about this news. To boost morale, he even brought out the females from the Qingshi tribe who had not yet been tormented to death by the elders, making them wear the thinnest furs and allowing his tribe's orcs to touch them. Everyone saw that the females of the Qingshi tribe were all very beautiful. Blackstone pinched Jiajia's face. If we completely defeat them tomorrow, then not only the females present now, but all the females of the Qingshi tribe will be at your disposal. Blackstone's thoughts were extremely vile, to say the least, showing his true colors. He referred to use without considering the females of the Qingshi tribe as human beings at all. Jiajia's expression was numb as she allowed those orcs to touch her. She and the other females from the tribe had been captured for over half a month, and she didn't want to recall what she had experienced during that time. In any case, the Qingshi tribe could never win. So what was the point of her being alive? Qi Xiaoxing and the others must be dead by now. With the already tainted and defiled self, it will be better to go to hell to accompany Xiaoxing. She certainly wouldn't despise me. Jiajia thought in a chaotic manner, her large, lifeless eyes revealing an indescribable charm that made Haishi unable to suppress his arousal. He loved this kind of female. It gave him a sense of pleasure from tormenting her. Haishi, you're at it again with your nonsense. Heishan, who had stepped down from being the clan leader, walked over to his most proud son and urged him to quickly take down the Qingshi tribe and move to their territory. The surrounding walls were a good resource, and the area was rich in resources. Even in winter, food could be found. This was the priority. You can't be thinking about females all day. Compared to Haishi, Heishan was a more reliable leader, but he spoiled his son too much and trusted the shaman excessively, which is why he relinquished the leadership position. I understand, father, Haishi said awkwardly. I'd be a much better clan leader than you. Look, I've already completed half of the plan, Haven Ti. Although Haishi respected his father, it was impossible for him to accept his father's reprimand in front of so many people. Heishan sighed, murmuring, it was a mistake to have you marry Xiaoling. He always felt that his son wasn't inherently cruel. It was just that he was influenced by that madwoman Xiaoling. Heishan initially wanted to advise against a hasty attack tomorrow, but seeing his son's current demeanor, he decided not to. Rather than worry about his son, he was more concerned about the shaman, who had been acting strangely lately. He seemed to be conducting some experiments again, hoping he wouldn't create another monster like before. Have you had enough? The often criticized Haishi was quite displeased today, scolding the eager tribesman in his clan, then instructing an older female, take them back. Haishi's gaze swept over the disheveled Jiajia, a hint of desire flashing in his eyes. Clean that female up for me and bring her to my room tonight. You know the old rules, right? The female nodded hurriedly. The clan leader's old rules meant that the female brought to his room would be dressed in a tattered bee skin skirt he had personally torn. Of course. She also had to be doused with the juice of the aphrodisiac flower and tied to his bed with coarse hemp rope. The female patted her chest. Don't worry. Clan leader, I do this often. I guarantee it will be done well. Chapter 176. Dark night after a long day of exhausting work. Haishi finished his dinner in a bad mood. He had been criticized by different people all day, which annoyed him. He remembered feeling some pain when sending Xiaoling as an experimental subject, but it was nothing compared to the frustration he felt today. Haishi frowned impatiently, unconsciously recalling Xiaoling's face. To be fair, Xiaoling wasn't ugly. She was even quite beautiful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have married her against his father's wishes. However, over time, she had lost the fresh beauty she had when they first met. After having a child, her figure deteriorated, and gradually, his feelings for her turned to disgust. After Xiaoling turned into a monster, he sent her and their child to his father to raise because, being so busy, he couldn't waste time on a child he didn't like, even if that child was his own. With a sigh of regret, Haishi glanced at the now completely dark sky and turned to walk into the house. Thinking of the instructions he had given in the afternoon, the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a thoroughly lewd expression. The slight worry about Xiaoling potentially dying had vanished without a trace. After all, compared to a monster that was already dead, a beauty obediently waiting in his house for his favor was far more important. He pushed open the door, and in the dimly lit room, he could vaguely sense another person's presence. Of course, the invisibility was only from Judge's perspective. The Shadow Leopard tribe had a talent for shadow skills, and Haishi, as one of the most powerful talents among them, had excellent night vision. At this moment, he could clearly see Jia, wearing the beautiful bee skin skirt he had torn, with all her key parts barely covered. The marks left on her skin for being trained by the elders over the past few nights were enticingly modeled. Haishi swallowed hard, feeling a reaction in a certain area. He chuckled. Beauty, are you already unable to wait? You've been lying there for a long time, doused with the aphrodisiac juice, haven't you? Have you already started missing my things? You little XX? The more Haishi spoke, the more excited he became, ripping off his clothes and pouncing directly at Jia. As he got closer, Haishi realized that Jia was far from the numb and waiting state he had imagined. Her eyes, which had been lifeless in the afternoon, were now filled with a bright light mixed with overwhelming hatred. Haishi felt uncomfortable under her gaze and grabbed her chin, saying viciously, Female, what kind of look is that? Serving me is better than serving those old and ugly elders, isn't it? Jia curled her lips, looking at the simple-looking beastman in front of her. Her rosy lips parted slightly. You make me sick. Haishi's expression darkened instantly. Do you want to die? Jia's right hand was bound, but upon hearing his words, her eyes flashed with a seductive glint. If you let me go, I'll obey you. I promise you'll enjoy it. Her submission confused Haishi, but he didn't think too much. One hand roamed over Jia's body, while the other went to untie the rope around her wrists. Now that I've released you, are you satisfied? You're the most demanding female I've ever seen. Haishi said softly while pinching her chin. Jia blinked, her hands climbing up his neck, her lips pressing against his. Seeing her so proactive, Haishi felt a bit better and leaned in, skillfully prying open her lips. A fragrant scent wafted in, and in an instant, the beastman's instincts warned him that something was wrong, but it was too late. His mind spun, and Haishi felt himself losing consciousness. He glared at Jia with a look of terror. Just before he passed out, he saw Jia's cold, emotionless eyes. Jia lay on her back, having no intention of taking the antidote hidden in her concealed pocket. She stared at the dark ceiling, waiting for death to arrive. Meanwhile, at the designated location, all the females had gathered, but Qi Xiaoxing, who was waiting for Jia, was getting anxious. She sent Ling alone to lead the Qingshi tribe and the Earth Mouse tribe for the raid, while she quickly ran towards the house where Haishi was. Bang! The door was violently kicked open by Qi Xiaoxing, and she immediately saw the two people entangled on the bed. She rushed forward, kicking the beastman off Jia, then quickly poured the antidote she had prepared into Jia's mouth. A few minutes later, Jia woke up with a pale face, looking at Qi Xiaoxing, who was filled with concern. Her first words were not of joy for the successful mission, but rather an unfounded accusation. After the success, why not just let me die? Jia's eyes widened, silently watching Qi Xiaoxing, who was already unable to hold back her tears. Why did you save me? Why? Qi Xiaoxing opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. 3 hours earlier, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, as the vanguard for the night raid, had quietly infiltrated the Haishi tribe. meeting up with the spies who had been placed in the Haishi tribe by the Earth Mouse tribe, and naturally learned everything that had happened in the afternoon. At that moment, Qi Xiaoxing came up with a plan to have the stolen female members of the Qingshi tribe cooperate and drug the elders of the Haishi tribe. Once the plan succeeded, the success rate of their raid tonight would greatly increase. According to the scouts, the females of the Qingshi tribe were favored by the elders every night, and in the afternoons, they were taken to a fixed place for cleaning work. Suppressing her inner anger, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling smoothly arrived at that remote location. Chapter 177. Cutting off future generations at that time. The female who had received orders from Haishi was pulling Jiajia's hair, forcing her to drink the juice of an aphrodisiac flower. After ruthlessly eliminating all the enemies present, Qi Xiaoxing cruelly revealed the plan to the females, who thought they had been rescued, in front of their astonished eyes. Some females immediately cried out in refusal, but they were all silenced by Qi Xiaoxing, who said, "If you are unwilling, we can't take you away. You might as well rot in the Haishi tribe." After saying such cruel words, it was natural for them to be unable to forgive her, but for the sake of more lives, she had to do it. Qi Xiaoxing had never considered herself cold-hearted, except for this time. She clearly remembered a young female pointing at her nose, crying and cursing, "I misjudged you. Not only did you take so long to come rescue us, but now you want to push us into hell yourself. Qi Xiaoxing, may you never have peace." Ling stood beside her, feeling the person next to him trembling slightly. He grabbed her hand, frowning coldly at the female. "If you want more people to die because of your rescue, you can refuse right now. Don't you know that only a few of our tribe are left alive?" Jiajia, however, was surprisingly calm in Qi Xiaoxing's eyes. When she saw Qi Xiaoxing, her expression changed for a moment, her gaze becoming more focused than before. After hearing her plan, she even showed a look of relief. At that moment, Qi Xiaoxing did not understand what that expression meant, but looking back now, she probably had not intended to take the antidote. "Why are you so foolish?" Qi Xiaoxing stared at Jiajia's half-dead expression and couldn't help but shout, "If you die, won't everything be gone? Don't you like Alvin? He broke his leg for you. I returned too late. He is already beyond saving. Now, just a cripple with no ability to survive. Don't you want to take care of him? If you don't want him, no female in this world will want him. But I'm already tainted." Upon hearing her mention Alvin, Jiajia could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her large eyes. "He won't want me. I don't want to live anymore. How do you know he thinks you're tainted? Are you him? What right do you have to say that?" Qi Xiaoxing was extremely agitated, wanting to slap Jiajia. She knew that orcs and females valued chastity highly. But that didn't mean that as long as it wasn't the first time one was tainted. Before the raid, Qi Xiaoxing had gone to find Alvin. The orc was completely different from when she left the tribe. He was painfully thin and rarely ate. Breaking his leg had made him more sensitive, and most importantly, he was filled with self-blame. He blamed himself for being too weak and incapable of rescuing Jiajia. Qi Xiaoxing still remembered him crying, saying he hadn't protected her well, constantly thinking about how Jiajia was being treated. His tone was filled with heartache, with no trace of disdain. "You don't need to comfort me." Jiajia forced out a smile. "We have always believed in the beast god. In the eyes of the beast god, females and orcs must be united after the mate ceremony. Otherwise, it is impure." Qi Xiaoxing was almost driven mad by her. She helplessly grabbed the hem of Jiajia's clothes. "Jiajia, you're not in your right mind. I don't want to discuss this with you, but don't you hate it? Your mother is dead, do you know?" Qi Xiaoxing watched as Jiajia's eyes widened in shock, her pupils trembling. "Impossible." Jiajia covered her face, a bit on the verge of collapse. "No way." Qi Xiaoxing took out a bone knife from her space and forcefully pressed it into Jiajia's hand. "It's true. And she died at the hands of the monsters created by Haishi. Don't you hate it? Don't you want revenge for her?" Jiajia trembled, her tearful eyes fixed on the bone knife in her hand. Its sharpness could easily take the life of an unconscious orc. "Now, you can take revenge for her." Qi Xiaoxing watched as Jiajia's expression slowly changed, feeling quite distressed. If possible, she didn't want to awaken Jiajia's rationality in this way. "Yes, you are right." Jiajia slowly stood up from the ground, her fingers no longer trembling. The confusion in her eyes was gradually replaced by calm hatred. "I want revenge. I must take revenge." Jiajia stood up and walked towards Haishi, who was lying on the ground, his face turning purple from poisoning. Qi Xiaoxing looked at her in surprise as she squatted down to pull open Haishi's animal skin skirt, a disbelieving thought flashing through her mind. "Jiajia, you won't." Jiajia turned her head to glance at her and smiled, seemingly returning to the state Qi Xiaoxing had known her in before. "Xiaoxing, don't look, it's very bloody. I'm afraid it will leave you with a shadow. By the way, Xiaoxing, can you bring him back to his senses?" Jiajia smiled sweetly. But it made Qi Xiaoxing feel something was off. She nodded in surprise and understanding, stepping forward to use her plant-based ability to sprout many vines, binding Haishi tightly. Then, she deliberately prepared a few hallucinogenic roses on the side. Afterward, she took out some antidote from her pocket, feeding Haishi just enough to wake him. Finally, she warned Jia calmly, "Remember to leave him alive." After giving Jia a deep look, Qi Xiaoxing felt her reminder was very necessary. Even if she was a fool, she could guess what Jia was planning to do. She just hoped Haishi wouldn't break down mentally. Chapter 178, Handling, Part 1. Not long after stepping out, Qi Xiaoxing heard Haishi's anguished screams coming from inside the house. The wretched sound sent chills down her spine, more terrifying than any sound she had ever heard. Qi Xiaoxing imagined that scene and instantly got goosebumps, but soon felt a sense of relief. A scumbag like Haishi deserved to have his manhood chopped off so that he could never get hard again. She waited outside for a long time until the screams inside gradually faded away. After a while, she saw Jia, disheveled, dragging the unconscious or possibly dead Haishi out. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the exposed marks on her body and immediately wanted to take out a piece of clothing from her space for her, but quickly realized and simply took off her coat to hand it to her. "It's very cold outside. Use this for now. I'll get you some new clothes when we return." Perhaps due to having vented her feelings, Jia's complexion looked much better than before. She accepted the coat without hesitation and softly thanked her, her beautiful eyes sparkling with vibrant light, seemingly having regained the strength to live. Qi Xiaoxing's previously tense heart finally relaxed a lot. Grabbing the vines in her hand, she dragged the half-conscious Haishi, saying, "Let's hurry to meet up with them. It's been a long time. Ling and the others have probably captured most of the Haishi tribe by now." She guessed correctly. Tomorrow was the last attack on the Haishi tribe and the Shadow Leopard tribe, and the orcs were preparing for the assault, most of them not at their posts. The elders and the chieftain of the Haishi tribe had all been captured for the ridiculous reason of females, with no exceptions except for the former chieftain, Heishan. Ling walked back and forth in the square where many orcs were bound, his gaze sweeping over the terrified expressions of the orcs, feeling pleased. It was these people who had killed his father and mother, his aunt the witch, and so many of his kin. And now, these people were kneeling on the ground, begging him with the eyes of absolute weakness. When Qi Xiaoxing and Jia arrived, they saw such a scene. She threw the person she was dragging into the crowd and watched as the members of the Black Stone tribe shouted in fear for the name of Blackstone, then walked indifferently around the square. There were about 700 to 800 captured individuals. The Blackstone tribe originally had a manpower similar to the Greenstone tribe, and there had been casualties when they attacked the Greenstone tribe. So the remaining number of tribesmen was around 600, with some of the captured being from the Shadow Leopard tribe. "Xiaoxing, get them some antidote." Ling walked up to Qi Xiaoxing and pointed at the dozen or so orcs placed separately, who were all elders of the Blackstone tribe. Qi Xiaoxing understood his meaning in an instant. Ling must have wanted to extract some information from them for a long time, but since they were poisoned and unable to speak, they couldn't open their mouths. Qi Xiaoxing wasted no time and swiftly administered enough antidote to each elder to restore their sanity. "What are you planning to ask them later?" Qi Xiaoxing touched her face and said, "In my opinion, these beasts should all be wiped out." Ling nodded. "After we get all the information they know, let's kill them." The two of them stood there, discussing the fate of the dozen elders with calm expressions, which made the captured members of the Shadow Leopard tribe feel apprehensive. "Hey, let me ask you, why are there so few Shadow Leopard tribe members?" Jin Dilly also arrived, but he wore a mask, and the fierce beast head almost scared the Shadow Leopard orc to death. He broke into a cold sweat and instinctively submitted. What did you say?" Jean Dilly grabbed his neck and said in an increasingly cold voice, "Why are there so few Shadow Leopard tribe members? Where's your witch?" The orc trembled. "The witch. The witch said to let us come help the Blackstone tribe. She will come later." His gaze wandered. The witch was cunning and might have already taken the remaining people away. Jean Dilly clicked his tongue, threw the orc to the ground, and glanced a few times towards the southwest, pondering the likelihood of catching up if he went after her now. The witch of the Shadow Leopard tribe was indeed a crafty old fox, having slipped away so quickly. "Elder Jean, what did you find out?" Qi Xiaoxing noticed something unusual and walked over to ask. Jean Dilly shook his head and nodded. "The witch of the Shadow Leopard tribe likely sensed our movements and has already escaped." Qi Xiaoxing was surprised for a moment, then nodded. She remembered the witch of the Shadow Leopard tribe as a domineering female who liked to solve problems with force during the autumn gathering. But she was so clever. Was it because the monsters of the Blackstone tribe disappeared that she became vigilant and took most of the Blackstone tribe people with her? The remaining ones were probably her discarded pawn. How pitiful. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at the shadow leopard tribe members with pity, then said no more, thinking about how to make these beasts pay the price. Chapter 179. Disposal 2. The night quickly passed in the interrogation, and by the time the purple-hued sun slowly rose, the questioning had mostly concluded. So, you're saying that your tribe's witch is now missing? Ling frowned and stared at one of the elders. The witch has never liked to communicate with others, only focusing on his experiments. I haven't seen him since the day before yesterday. I don't know his whereabouts. Under the influence of pain, the elder revealed the most valuable information of the day, but it seemed the witch knew the witch of the shadow leopard tribe. Ling nodded, wiped his dirty hands, and said to the several orcs and females with hatred in their eyes beside him, "We've asked enough. You can deal with these beasts as you like." After he finished speaking, he left, not noticing the elder's expression of despair that immediately appeared after he finished speaking, nor the complex expressions of the orcs from the Greenstone tribe. "Kill them," one orc said quietly. His sister had been captured by the Blackstone tribe and defiled by this group of people, and he wanted nothing more than to see them dead. "All right, how we divide?" Another orc with red eyes said. His little daughter had also been captured, and when he saw her yesterday, she had said with a blank stare that she wanted to die, blaming everything on these people. A female trembled as she held a bone knife. "Don't forget me. I want to kill these beasts too. Then let's do 2 each. Whoever kills quickly can take care of the last one." The orc who had been silent at the end of the line suddenly spoke. "No, don't kill me." An elder suddenly spoke up. "I'll give you all the raw stones I've saved over the years. Don't kill me." The female looked at his ugly face and felt nauseous. Coldly raising her eyebrows and kicking him in the lower body, "Get lost. What right do beasts have to negotiate with humans?" It was as if she had suddenly opened the box of rage. Hearing the elder's wail made her tremble with excitement, and with her right hand gripping the bone knife, she stabbed fiercely into the elder's chest. "Beast scum, die." Each stab was extremely violent, and she didn't even notice when the blood splattered onto herself. The poisoned elder of the Blackstone tribe could not transform into a beast, and the first elder who begged for mercy was thus stabbed to death by the female he had once violated. Other orcs could no longer restrain their inner rage and shouted as they pounced on those elders. Similar scenes of revenge were visible everywhere in the Blackstone tribe, the despair that once overshadowed the Greenstone tribe, now permeating every corner of the Blackstone tribe. However, Ling and Qi Xiaoxing had issued a strict order that those who did not participate in the previous battle must not be killed, and neither should the elderly, weak, women, and children. The people of the Greenstone tribe executed this point well. They had once tasted the feeling of having their loved ones abused and killed, and could understand it to some extent. Moreover, they were essentially just ordinary people wanting to live simple lives. Which ordinary person would want their hands stained with blood? By noon, the tribe leader of the Blackstone tribe, Blackstone, along with 13 elders and all the main fighting orcs, were dead. After dealing with most of the people who had harmed them, the Blackstone tribe, which originally had a population of over 700, was left with only a little over 300, the majority of whom were elderly females and children, along with more than 20 slaves. How should we deal with these people? Qi Xiaoxing looked at the despairing faces and felt troubled. Should we release them? Zhen Dili shook his head. If we let them go and they harbor resentment, what if they seek revenge in the future? Ling slightly nodded, but his eyes still held reluctance. Exile them. To the northwest. Qi Xiaoxing agreed. She had initially thought of letting these people live in their tribe, as the Greenstone tribe was in need of people. But this idea vanished when she saw the hateful gaze of a small orc. If these people harbored resentment and were kept nearby, there would always be danger. Although she knew killing them was the better choice, she could not bring herself to do it. "And you all?" Qi Xiaoxing turned to the 20 or so long-abused slaves and said, "Now you have 2 choices. One is to regain your freedom and leave here, and the other is to regain your freedom and join our Qingstone tribe, becoming a member of our tribe." As soon as she finished speaking, the slaves all widened their eyes in disbelief. One weary lion type orc pointed incredulously at his own nose with a thick finger. "Me? Regain freedom?" Qi Xiaoxing smiled and nodded. She dared not accept the people from the Blackstone tribe, but these orcs who had become slaves due to defeat could definitely be accepted into the tribe. Among the more than 20 slaves, most were strong orcs who had not yet been tortured to death. Although their bodies had many deficiencies due to long-term abuse, they were still in decent shape. Ling was not surprised by her thoughts at all, and Elsa and the others could accept it as well. But Zhen Dili was truly shocked. He had never seen anyone who would let slaves regain their freedom. After receiving a positive answer, the lion-type orc's eyes filled with tears, and the rugged man began to cry, making one feel sorrowful. He trembled as he said, I want to join. I want to join the Qingstone tribe. Chapter 180. The dust settles after deciding how to deal with the remaining orcs from the Blackstone tribe and those slaves. The Qingstone tribe members who had come to raid looked at the devastated Blackstone tribe and felt a sense of reality. Does this mean that, starting today, the Blackstone tribe no longer exists? A female who had been tortured for a long time had an obsessive light in her eyes. We have already destroyed them, right? As if seeking some sense of affirmation, she tightly grasped the hand of another female beside her, tears suddenly streaming down her face. Ha! From now on we will be free. We will definitely be able to return to our previous life. Although she was smiling, her expression was extremely sad, and a silent stillness spread among the crowd. The tribesmen, whose hands were still stained with the blood of their enemies after avenging their kin, exchanged glances. They all understood that after such a catastrophe, it would be very difficult for the Qingstone tribe to continue, with heavy casualties among their kin. Most of the survivors felt that there was no hope for the future. Is there really a future for such a tribe? This question arose in many people's hearts, and they had no thoughts about the days to come, which was starkly reflected on their faces. Qi Xiaoxing was very busy. She and Ling still had to figure out how to handle some post-war chores. Many tribesmen from the Qingstone tribe who had come to raid were eager for revenge, so they were naturally ruthless, not only to their enemies, but also to themselves. No orc lost their life because of this, but many were injured. After Qi Xiaoxing handled these people's injuries simply, she discussed the fate of the remaining people from the Blackstone tribe with Zhendili. Our two tribes are not far apart, and there are some fertile lands nearby. If we exile them there, wouldn't that be of no use? Zhendili frowned and glanced at Ling. The northwest area they had mentioned before, although colder, actually had decent resources. With more than 300 of them gathered together, there would always be a way to survive. Qi Xiaoxing touched her chin, realizing that was indeed the case. There is strength in numbers, but we can't just scatter these people, right? If they're accepted by several different tribes, then when the time comes, they could unite and bring in some outside help to deal with the Qingstone tribe. Even if our defenses are perfect, it would still be a big problem. Ling's expression was also grim. We can only do it this way. Do you have any other ideas? Qi Xiaoxing frowned tightly. Not for now, Sai. Zhendili looked at the two of them, wanted to say something, but ultimately swallowing his words. These two were kind-hearted. Unlike him, who had lived for hundreds of years and had a hardened heart. He felt that killing them all would be the best choice. How about this? We, the Zhendili tribe, know a few tribes in the south. Let's disperse these people and send them to them as slaves. Zhendili thought for a moment. Sending them to other tribes as kin might not be good, but as slaves, it could eliminate most future troubles. After all, Zhendili had never seen a tribe that would be as kind-hearted as Qi Xiaoxing and the others, treating slaves as people. Ling nodded, okay. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't think of a better solution either, so she nodded in agreement. Thus, the fate of the remaining people from the Blackstone tribe was decided. To avoid any long-lasting issues, that afternoon, Zhendili took his tribesmen to escort all the remaining people from the Blackstone tribe away. The members of the Qingstone tribe stood behind them, watching from afar. In this era of the survival of the fittest, war was actually everywhere. The Qingstone tribe had also been a small tribe decades ago, but due to certain reasons, they were forced to migrate. Many orcs and females knew about this. However, the peaceful years of the past few decades had dulled the ambitions of most people, causing them to forget how cruel this world was. Qi Xiaoxing looked at Zhendili's departing figure from a distance, feeling an indescribable sensation in her heart. In this orc continent, the victor is king, and the loser is a bandit. Losing is losing. She felt some compassion for these people, but also understood that all of this was self-inflicted. If the Blackstone tribe had not attacked the Qingstone tribe, then the Qingstone tribe would not have retaliated so fiercely. The wheel of karma has its reasons. What goes around comes around. At this moment, Qi Xiaoxing still did not know that her current mercy would bring her great trouble from the survivors of the Blackstone tribe. Qi Xiaoxing and Zhendili agreed that after handling the tribe's affairs, they would definitely go to the Zhendili tribe to express their gratitude and have a good talk with Zhendili. Zhendili had helped them a lot. So much that Qi Xiaoxing didn't even know how to repay him, although she still felt that Zhendili must have some reasons for being so actively helpful. Help is help, and she could vaguely sense that the purpose of this help was not malicious. Xiaoxing, let's go back. Ling's voice came to her ears. Qi Xiaoxing nodded and turned to meet the confused eyes of her tribesmen. Everything is over. Please don't have that expression. Qi Xiaoxing looked at a female beside her and said again, everything is over. The female seemed to suddenly realize, murmuring, it's over. What should we do in the future? The tribe leader, the shaman, and even most of the elders had perished in this disaster, without anyone to guide them. How would they live on? Qi Xiaoxing hadn't thought of this question. She simply patted the female's shoulder with one hand, revealing an incredibly determined expression in front of everyone. Her voice was loud, seemingly able to dispel all gloom. No matter what, we have successfully counterattacked and avenged those who have died. From today on, this territory belongs to our Qingstone tribe. Chapter 181. The New Chief and Shaman. 1. Everyone tidied up their emotions and hurried back to the Qingstone tribe. When they saw the blood-stained walls from a distance, many females shed tears. Having been taken from the Blackstone tribe and experiencing such despair, they originally thought they would never return. At this moment, seeing the dilapidated walls, a sense of safety rose in their hearts. This is their home, their eternal homeland. Qi Xiaoxing and the others had raided, and more than 100 old, weak, injured, and young members left in the Qingstone tribe were waiting in the caves. After the successful raid last night, Zhendili had sent someone back to inform the Qingstone tribe of this good news. They had long been unable to contain their excitement, waiting at the walls for the heroes to return triumphantly. Jia. Xiaolu saw a familiar figure walking towards the wall from a distance. Without thinking, she pushed aside Elsa, who was trying to hold her back, and squeezed through a hole in the wall, only to fall flat on her face due to the sudden movement. Jia, initially feeling a bit anxious, couldn't help but chuckle when she saw her friend was fine and still as clumsy as before. She quickly rushed over to help Xiaolu, who had fallen hard and was struggling to get up. How can you still be so reckless? Jia said, frowning as she noticed Xiaolu's nose was bleeding. However, Xiaolu couldn't hear her. Her eyes and mind were filled with images of Jia. She looked thinner than before, with dark circles under her eyes, clearly not having rested well. Xiaolu even noticed the marks on her neck. Feeling a pang in her heart, Xiaolu let out a loud wail, tears streaming down her face, which was quite alarming. Jia was startled and, intending to dodge her, ended up being hugged tightly by Xiaolu instead. You're finally back. Woo, I thought you wouldn't come back. Woo, I think about you every day. Thank goodness you're okay. Xiaolu cried and wailed, and honestly, even Qi Xiaoxing found her behavior a bit excessive, yet Jia managed to remain calm and gently pat her head. Xiaolu's actions seemed to signal others, and intermittently, people came out to join those who had safely weathered the ambush. However, Qi Xiaoxing was embarrassed to hear the most common question from those returning was not "Are you okay?" but rather, "Did you get your revenge?" They looked as if they were the ones seeking vengeance. Qi Xiaoxing watched them for a few seconds with a black line on her forehead before Elsa caught her attention. Elsa walked up to Qi Xiaoxing and softly said, "Xiaoxing, I have something to discuss with you." Qi Xiaoxing looked puzzled. "What is it?" Elsa bit her lip and continued, "The positions of the chief and shaman are vacant. I want to suggest you and Ling take on those roles." Huh? Qi Xiaoxing was taken aback for a second, pointing at herself in disbelief. "Me? I'd rather not." Before she could finish her refusal, she was startled by the intensity of Elsa's gaze. Why are you looking at me so seriously?" Qi Xiaoxing thought to herself, stepping back a couple of paces. "Xiaoxing," Elsa called her again, shaking her head and giving her a helpless look, as if she had just said something unforgivable. "Forget it, Sai." Qi Xiaoxing watched Elsa's back as she turned to leave, feeling strange in her heart. She wanted to contemplate what Elsa meant, but Jia, who had finished chatting, came over with Xiaolu. "Xiaoxing, I'm here to thank you. If you hadn't saved me back then, Jia said, her eyes slightly red. "Really, thank you." Qi Xiaoxing smiled at her, squinted her eyes, and said, "We're friends. Do you expect me to just watch you give up?" She joked. "So how are you feeling now? Better?" Jia smiled a bit shyly, her eyes still reflecting deep fatigue, but thankfully, she no longer seemed to have lost hope. The group chatted at the entrance of the wall for a while before entering, their hearts heavy as they looked at the devastated home. "Let's start rebuilding our home." After a long silence, Qi Xiaoxing suddenly said, squatting down to grab a handful of soil, feeling the cool autumn dew. "A lot has happened recently that has caused our tribe to lose many things. But as long as we still have our land, there's nothing we can't do. The disaster can't defeat us. Only our hearts can," Ling added, standing beside Xiaoxing and scanning the crowd. "Many of you have experienced the migration decades ago. I believe you understand this better than I do." As soon as he finished speaking, several older females bowed their heads in shame. Although they had gone through that migration, they had always been well protected by the beastmen and hadn't endured such immense suffering. Lan stood among the crowd, watching Qi Xiaoxing and Ling walk ahead. Recalling what Elsa had just whispered to him, he felt a stirring in his heart and, without warning, stopped in his tracks and loudly declared, "Fellow tribesmen, I have a proposal." Chapter 182. The New Chief and Shaman, Part 2. Lan held a unique position in the Qing Stone tribe. Before the chief passed away and before Qi Xiaoxing arrived, he was already a warrior of the tribe. 3 years older than Ling, he was quite reliable. Although not particularly gifted, he had barely reached the second tier recently, becoming one of the few second-tier beastmen in the Qing Stone tribe. Before Qi Xiaoxing arrived, Ling was feared by the tribe due to frequent mental outbursts. During that time, it was Lan who carefully maintained the connection between Ling and the Qing Stone tribe. He loved his brother and his tribe, wanting to ensure that they didn't fall apart. The fact that Ling maintained a good relationship with the Qing Stone tribe later on was largely due to his brother. In addition, Lan was the eldest son of the chief, handsome and rugged, unlike Ling's otherworldly beauty. He had a good temperament, and his future partner was the daughter of an elder, giving him a high status within the tribe. Ever since the chief and shaman were sacrificed until the moment Qi Xiaoxing and the others successfully counterattacked, Lan had been responsible for managing some affairs of the Qing Stone tribe. Now that he spoke up, everyone instinctively stopped to look at him. I propose that Ling take on the role of our tribe's new chief, and Elder Qi Xiaoxing take on the role of our tribe's shaman. His voice was loud, and everyone present heard it clearly. Naturally, this included the surprised Qi Xiaoxing and Ling. What the hell? Qi Xiaoxing was almost ready to jump up. She had been stunned when Elsa first mentioned it to her, as she had no interest in becoming the tribe's shaman. Shaman and chief roles came with a lot of mundane tasks, and while she wouldn't mind helping out with ideas for building the tribe, becoming a shaman was a definite no. Thinking of this, she glanced at Ling, believing he shared her sentiments. Ling frowned, more direct than Qi Xiaoxing. While the tribe members were still in shock, he straightforwardly rejected, "I don't want to be the chief." He simply said that, then crossed his arms and fell silent. Elsa had just wanted to praise Lan for being effective when she was hit by Ling's blunt refusal, feeling a bit stifled. Without thinking of anything else, she stood up and said, "Ling, you are the strongest in the tribe and have great vision. We all feel at ease with you as chief." At this moment, the tribe members reacted, their expressions somewhat complex. Although they had grown to not fear Ling after spending time with him, and even felt grateful for everything that had happened recently, they indeed preferred Lan as the chief over the aloof Ling. However, since Lan had recommended his brother, it was awkward for them to oppose. After all, Ling and Lan were family, and it didn't matter who held the title. Moreover, everyone had seen Ling's strength. If he were chief, no one would dare bully the Qing Stone tribe again. Hadn't the elder of the Earth Mouse tribe been polite in front of Ling? Thinking this way, the tribe members no longer hesitated and all chimed in, "Yes, yes, Ling, you should be the chief. We feel very secure with you as chief." Ling twitched the corners of his mouth, casting a strange glance around at the eager faces of the tribe members. "Are you all mistaken about something? You can rest assured. It's useless. I said I don't want to be the tribe leader. The people of the Qingshi tribe." Over there, Qi Xiaoxing was also hurriedly waving his hands at a group of females, saying he didn't want to be a shaman. If there were any problems, they could just come ask him. Being an elder was fine, but being a shaman was out of the question. Moreover, weren't there a few females learning from the previous shaman? I think it's good to pick one from them. I know very little, and having me as a shaman is not beneficial. Also the other females, you know very little? Then aren't they just useless? After a long time of persuasion, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling still did not relent. No matter what others said, they both looked unyielding, leaving Lan speechless. The situation remained deadlocked for 3 days. Everyone had already cleaned up the Qingshi tribe thoroughly. All the collapsed houses had been repaired. Even the slaves' accommodations were arranged, and they had begun to repair the walls. Yet the two still didn't budge. One day, Lan and Elsa, with most of the tribe members, stormed to Qi Xiaoxing's house to block the door, determined to resolve this matter today. To their surprise, as soon as the door opened, before the two could say anything, Qi Xiaoxing cheerfully spoke up. "Ah, Brother Lan, Elsa, you came at the right time. We were just about to look for you." Lan, Elsa, the others. Qi Xiaoxing cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and pulled out a piece of parchment from behind. "I found this at the previous shaman's place. It says that if I unfortunately pass away in the future, Elsa, you will inherit her position and become the new shaman." Elsa? Meanwhile, Ling took advantage of everyone's stunned silence to immediately respond. "Brother, the reason I didn't say anything before was to give you face. Father also mentioned wanting you to be the tribe leader. Don't you remember? Lan, when did Father say that? So, let us have Elsa be the shaman and Lan be the tribe leader. How about that?" Before Lan and Elsa could react, Qi Xiaoxing decisively shouted to the crowd behind them. Some quick-thinking people in the crowd immediately led the way by saying, okay, and thus this matter was settled. Afterward, both Lon and Elsa felt a bit dazed, and once they realized what had happened, they were extremely frustrated. They had initially intended to push Qi Xiaoxing and Ling to become the shaman and tribe leader. Yet in the end, the roles fell onto themselves, and that parchment left by the shaman, who knows if it's real or not. Of course, there was nothing written on the parchment left by the shaman. It was merely a little scheme by Qi Xiaoxing and Ling compared to the two of them, Lon and Elsa, who had a stronger sense of belonging and responsibility towards the tribe, were more suitable to become the tribe leader and shaman, while Qi Xiaoxing and Ling could just be responsible for giving ideas from behind the scenes. Chapter 183. Coney and Lianin. As the reconstruction work of the Qingshi tribe was in full swing, two forgotten females were quietly trying to leave. They were Coney and Lianin. Coney was nearly 6 months pregnant, currently leaning on a makeshift crutch made from a tree branch, slowly following behind Lianin. Initially, she was captured along with Jujia and others to the Haishi tribe, but since her original partner was a member of the Haishi tribe and she was pregnant, she was not mistreated. Instead, her partner took her back to care for her. When the people from the Qingshi tribe launched a surprise attack, her partner reacted quickly and hid her away, even preparing plenty of food. Honestly, the orc from the Haishi tribe really liked Coney, but unfortunately, he was also a ruthless guy and was killed by those from the Qingshi tribe seeking revenge. By the time Coney finally overcame her fear and came out, the entire Haishi tribe was gone. As a single female, pregnant, it was impossible to survive alone in this world. So her initial thought was to feign pity and return to the Qingshi tribe. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes, and just as she was about to reach the Qingshi tribe, she encountered Lianin on the way. Lianin originally intended to avenge her mother and then leave this place forever. Upon seeing Coney, she merely greeted her indifferently, not preparing to say much, but Coney couldn't help but ask, Lianin, are you okay? Lianin shot her an unhappy glance and replied with a grunt. Where are you planning to go? Coney asked, haven't you already betrayed the Qingshi tribe? You can't go back, right? Coney was a bit agitated, but if you don't return to the Qingshi tribe, how will you survive alone? Lianin turned her head to look at her. Did I say I wanted to return to the Qingshi tribe? Coney fell silent, staring blankly. But if you don't go back, where can you go? She mumbled, unsure if she was asking Lianin or herself. In fact, Coney knew well that she had also betrayed the Qingshi tribe, not counting the previous affair with the orc from the Haishi tribe. Even selling Qi Xiaoxing's knowledge to the Haishi tribe could be seen as betrayal. Most seriously, after being captured, she was not mistreated and even foolishly flaunted in front of those females. With her situation, pregnant with a child of a Haishi tribe member. Life in the Qingshi tribe wouldn't be easy for her. Lianin watched Coney's expression flicker, her gaze lingering on her belly for a couple of rounds. And many thoughts turned in her mind. She planned to head north, find a small tribe to join, and start new. Although according to the beast god's rules, she was no longer a pure female. In this world where females were scarce, there would definitely be tribes willing to accept her. However, that would mean completely severing ties with her previous life, and she would have to abandon everything from her past. Lianin knew that she could deceive others, but not herself. She could never forget her life for the first 30 years. Deep down, she still harbored hatred for the Qingshi tribe. Just then, Coney appeared, and she even had a child in her womb. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Lianin concealed her cold expression, slowly walked to Coney's side, and supported her arm. I'm going to another tribe. Do you want to come with me? Huh? Coney was taken aback. Going to another tribe? Lianin nodded side, yes. To a new tribe where we don't know each other. To start over. But we're not newlyweds, and I'm still pregnant. Coney hesitated a bit. Lianin grasped her hand. Don't be afraid. We are partners of wandering orcs. Unfortunately, a few days ago, our partners died while hunting, leaving only you, me, and the child in your belly. We originally planned to die together, but thinking of the child in your belly, we want to live again. Find a tribe willing to accept us, and slowly live and raise the child. Lianin's eyes shone with a calm light. Her voice was not loud, but Coney heard her clearly. Find a new tribe, start over. Today, they should be able to patch the last hole in the wall. An orc held some tools for repairing the wall and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was still young, not yet married, when a disaster happened. His parents and siblings escaped unharmed, so he didn't feel much about the reconstruction work. Sigh, if only nothing had happened. He sighed inwardly. Regardless of whether his family had suffered destruction, he didn't want to see others in the tribe in pain. Through the hole in the wall, he saw two small figures in the distance, a bit far from them. The orc immediately lay down, stretching its head out to see the two figures clearly. Hey! Suddenly, a kick hit its butt, and the orc fell out of the hole in the wall, landing face first in the dirt. Ugh ugh ugh. It hurriedly got up and spat out the dirt from its mouth, glaring at the newcomer with a slightly wrong voice. What are you doing? The person was none other than Lance, who was in charge of the patrol. He shot the orc an annoyed look. You're asking me? I want to ask you. You haven't worked all day, and yet you stick your head out. Are you playing games? The orc shook its head, and as soon as it heard Lance accusing it of playing games, it became agitated and said, I just saw someone. It stood up and looked toward where it had seen the figures earlier, but there was already no one there. Huh? Where did everyone go? The orc instantly started to doubt whether it had really seen something wrong. Lance gave it another light punch and said, All right, get back to work. Orc. Oh, Chapter 184. The road ahead one night, cold, so cold. Qi Xiaoxing was in a daze, feeling the cold seeping through the not-so-thick beast skin, gradually penetrating her skin. She curled up a bit and suddenly sensed a warm source lying next to her. She immediately leaned over, feeling that just sensing it wasn't enough. So she reached out her arms and hugged the person tightly, desperately rubbing against them. As a result, the warm source, Ling, was rubbed awake. Ling half opened his eyes. The cold moonlight shone through the crack in the door onto his face, making him look very gentle. With a helpless smile, Ling stretched out one arm to cover the bee skin that Qi Xiaoxing had kicked everywhere, and then, with a flicker in his eyes, pulled Qi Xiaoxing, who had been complaining about the cold, even closer to him. The next day, Qi Xiaoxing woke up from the heat. She suddenly opened her eyes, drenched in sweat, and found herself in Ling's embrace. Qi Xiaoxing speechlessly pushed Ling, but his arm around her waist was tightly locked like a vice. Uncomfortable. Qi Xiaoxing moved a bit and softly called out, Ling, only to notice that his eyelashes fluttered and his ears had turned quite red. Realizing Ling was pretending to be asleep, Qi Xiaoxing mischievously raised an eyebrow and decided to wrap her arms around Ling's neck, pressing her whole body against him. Ling's body immediately heated up, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Qi Xiaoxing, seeing that he still had no intention of opening his eyes, decided to take it a step further. Ling immediately opened his eyes, feigning a sleepy look as he looked at her with a wronged expression. Xiaoxing, what are you doing? Qi Xiaoxing. Qi Xiaoxing smirked mischievously. What do you think? Ling's face turned bright red. The two of them cuddled in bed for more than half an hour before finally getting up. As soon as Qi Xiaoxing stretched her foot out from under the bee skin, she couldn't help but exclaim. The temperature outside was extremely low. She felt a damp, cold breeze creeping up from her exposed toes, freezing her so much that she immediately pulled her feet back in. Why is it so cold today? Qi Xiaoxing shivered. I remember it wasn't this cold before I went to sleep last night. She shook herself, pushed the still blushing Ling. Don't you feel a bit cold? Ling shyly shook his head, then stretched out his arm to wrap around Qi Xiaoxing's waist. If you're afraid of the cold, why don't we lie down for a bit longer? Qi Xiaoxing. You wish. With a head full of black lines, she painfully climbed out of bed, put on thick clothes, and jumped around in the room for a while before feeling a bit better. Rubbing her cheeks, Qi Xiaoxing exhaled a breath before opening the door. Wow! A cold wind rushed in, and Qi Xiaoxing quickly slammed the door shut again. The temperature outside was much lower than inside. By the time Qi Xiaoxing and Ling were fully dressed and accepted the sudden drop in temperature, an hour had passed. Because it was so cold, Qi Xiaoxing made hot porridge for breakfast. Fortunately, the temperature in the space remained unchanged, and the plants in the field were still edible. Qi Xiaoxing picked 2 fresh tomatoes, got some rice, and simply made a porridge and stir-fried the tomatoes, even though there were no eggs. After breakfast, Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit warmer, and before she could step outside, a guest arrived. Xiaoxing, it's so cold. Wow, you've made something delicious again. Upon hearing that lively voice, Qi Xiaoxing knew it was Little Green. She opened the door and indeed found her there. Little Green leaned against the door, grinning. Didn't we say we would talk with Lon and the others today? So I came early to wake you up. Afraid you hadn't gotten up yet. Qi Xiaoxing looked at her beautiful green eyes, which had become less pretty due to the sudden low temperature. Her mood improved a bit. It had been over a week since the ambush, and thanks to everyone's efforts, the tribe's defenses and walls were finally completed. Although the number of people in the tribe had decreased significantly, they welcomed over 20 new tribesmen, most of whom were strong orcs and very hardworking. They had been helping the families of the Qing Stone tribe that had lost their main labor force, and even shared the game they had hunted with them, showing great promise so far. Little Green's mood had also improved as Jia gradually got out of a rut, especially since Lon had become the tribe leader. She would be the leader's wife in the future, naturally wanting to exert all her efforts to contribute to the tribe. Qi Xiaoxing tightened her clothes, still feeling a bit cold, and glanced at little green's red nose. Stepping aside, you come in first. I'll get ready with Ling, and we'll go over soon. Little Green cheerfully walked in and quickly closed the courtyard door, hiding in a wind-protected corner, waiting for Qi Xiaoxing and the others. Chapter 185. The road ahead, too. Ling quickly finished eating and even washed his bowl. Qi Xiaoxing returned to her room and took out 2 capes that she had just made not long ago, both made of thick bee skin, one white and one black. Ling, bend down. Qi Xiaoxing picked up the black cape and beckoned her handsome man with her finger, watching with satisfaction as he obediently bent down. With a smile in her eyes, Qi Xiaoxing tied the cape on him. Perhaps due to his physique, Ling didn't feel particularly cold today. He was still wearing the long-sleeved, white cloth shirt Qi Xiaoxing had somehow gotten during their time in the forbidden area, with a v-neck that faintly revealed a tempting collarbone. At this moment, with the black cape draped over him, the contrast of black and white made his slightly long black hair fall by his ears, highlighting his gentle demeanor. However, those sharp phoenix eyes were slightly opened, and the golden pupils held a mesmerizing intensity that made it hard for anyone to look away. Qi Xiaoxing's gaze followed his beautiful collarbone all the way up to his eyes, which were filled with playful amusement, and she felt her face flush. This man was too handsome, making her feel like a lovesick fool. Qi Xiaoxing didn't realize that in Ling's eyes, she was the real scenery. The white bee skin made her fair skin even more prominent, and her lively eyes were filled with his reflection, her small face flushed with embarrassment, looking 100 times prettier than herself. The two stood in the courtyard, gazing at each other affectionately for a moment, while little Green, standing in the corner, felt quite awkward. After waiting for a while and seeing that the two still hadn't stopped gazing at each other, and even seemed like they were about to kiss, little Green decisively couldn't bear to watch any longer and gently coughed. Xiaoxing, are you both done? Let's hurry up and go. Qi Xiaoxing suddenly remembered that little Green was still waiting for them. She quietly shot a glance at Ling, blaming him for being so handsome. The two quickly followed little Green to the place they had agreed upon with Lon and the others, the old tribal assembly hall. Lon and Elsa were seated at the main table, surrounded by several elders, all of whom looked serious and were waiting for them. Qi Xiaoxing was a bit intimidated by the atmosphere, chuckling awkwardly. Why did everyone look so serious? Lon glanced at the two with a hint of exhaustion, saying, "We've been waiting for you." Qi Xiaoxing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and naturally took Ling's hand, sitting down at the spot closest to the door, responding with a simple Besides the few of them, there were 3 elders present, the remaining elders of the Qingshi tribe after the recent calamity. The others were no longer around, including Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, who had just become an elder. There were only 5 elders in total. With the chief Lon and the shaman Elsa, there were only 7 people in total. After little Green dropped them off, he left without entering. Feeling a bit cold, Qi Xiaoxing stood up to close the door. Is it just us left in the tribe? Qi Xiaoxing asked casually. Sigh, it's all our fault for being useless. An old orc sighed, wiping away a tear. We couldn't even die together with the enemy. Yeah, we're just too useless. The only old female present couldn't help but sob. Her cries, pitiful. Qi Xiaoxing. Qi Xiaoxing. No, that's not what I meant. Heaven knows she was just casually asking. Wanted to understand the situation and consider whether to propose selecting 2 more elders, but she didn't expect them to start crying. After comforting them for a while, the 2 elders finally stopped crying, and Qi Xiaoxing secretly sighed in relief. The tribe now had so few elders left, and something absolutely couldn't go wrong. Seeing that most people had calmed down, Lon began to speak. The purpose of this meeting was primarily to discuss the future path of the Qingshi tribe. The current situation of the tribe was not optimistic. Most clansmen had no idea what to do in the future, which was why their newly appointed chief and elders needed to think carefully about the tribe's development plan. Xiaoxing, Lan Sai, do you have any thoughts on what to do next? Although he asked this, he didn't genuinely expect Qi Xiaoxing and the others to respond, but continued. In addition to working on tribal construction these days, I've also conducted some investigations and statistics on the current situation of the tribe. He looked around at everyone present, his voice heavy with restraint. Currently, there are a total of 367 people still alive in the tribe, with about half of them not injured, many of whom are females and children. After saying this, Lon forced a miserable smile. Honestly, I think it will be a challenge for our tribe to survive this winter. So this matter is urgent. Elsa frowned. Our tribe is short on people and orcs. Although we have defensive structures and walls, these all need someone to watch over them. The number of patrollers cannot be small, and as a result, the number of hunters is also very limited. The Blackstone tribe's attack didn't spare our granaries either. Our food has been taken. Although after we wiped them out, their territory belongs to us, they didn't know that. The food in the granaries is pitifully scarce. Relying on that little food will not be enough for our tribe to get through the entire winter. Moreover, there are only a few days left until the first heavy snow, and prey is already becoming increasingly difficult to hunt. I'm afraid our clansmen will starve. The more Elsa spoke, the more agitated she became, her face flushed with anger. She was genuinely furious. If the Blackstone tribe hadn't attacked them, they would have been able to get through the winter peacefully. But now, they lacked food and manpower. Chapter 186. The Future Path 3. Qi Xiaoxing furrowed her brow tightly. Although a week had passed and the tribe was absolutely safe, winter was indeed just around the corner, with today's sudden drop in temperature being a warning sign. Moreover, she had felt so cold this morning. Who knew how freezing it would be when winter truly arrived? Therefore, the urgent task at hand was to hunt as quickly as possible. Fortunately, this year, everyone had stored quite a bit of food under Xiaoxing's guidance. Although the tribe's granary had been raided, each household could still find some food at home. However, it was only enough for a month at most, and winter lasted a full 3 months. Lon frowned, his eyes full of fatigue. We are all right. We can go hungry, but the females will truly starve. Little Green's grandfather, the old orc elder, spoke up. Actually, besides food, temperature is also a big problem. Females are also likely to freeze to death. Another middle-aged orc elder, who had been silent, nodded. Yes, I have a feeling this year's temperature will be lower than in previous years. As soon as he said this, Judgea's aunt, the old female, also nodded seriously. Indeed, today's temperature has already dropped to the level we usually see after the first snowfall. This winter seems particularly harsh. Lon and Elsa's expressions grew even more serious, and Qi Xiaoxing could vaguely see the gloom hanging over them. She suddenly thought of something and smiled. Hey, don't be so down so early. Do you remember the raw crystals we found from the elders of the Blackstone tribe? As soon as Qi Xiaoxing said this, everyone's attention turned to her, and Ling understood her intention, smirking slightly. Without food, we can trade the raw crystals. Qi Xiaoxing smiled, having not been idle during the past week since returning to the tribe. In addition to helping the tribe's people repair the defensive structures, she had been planning for the tribe's future. The issues Lon and the others were worried about were also the ones Qi Xiaoxing had thought about. Although food was in short supply in all the tribes right now, raw crystals could still be traded for some. If they could hunt some prey in the next few days and preserve it well, they should be able to get through this winter. As for the temperature issue, I think we can quickly set up earthen kangs. Upon hearing her words, Elsa's eyes lit up. Raw crystals. We have quite a few of those. And what's an earthen kong? Xiaoxing? Although she had become a shaman, she didn't know much and was still young, so naturally, she was unaware of what an earthen kong was. An earthen kong is, something very warm. Qi Xiaoxing was unsure how to explain the term earthen kong to them, so she simply described its use. Sleeping on it in winter definitely won't freeze you to death. Speaking of which, she remembered how surprised she was when she first saw Ling's bed. It looked like a large stone slab, so cold. How could one possibly sleep warmly on that? Suddenly recalling this, Qi Xiaoxing asked with a bit of a dark expression, Elsa, are you all still sleeping on stone beds at home? Elsa nodded naturally. Yes, we've always slept on stone beds. Sigh, it's just too cold in winter. Qi Xiaoxing. She knew it. Don't sleep on stone beds anymore. Qi Xiaoxing immediately reminded. Stone beds are too cold. Elsa felt puzzled, but immediately nodded when she heard Qi Xiaoxing say stone beds were too cold. Yeah, they're too cold. But if we don't sleep on stone beds, do we sleep on the ground? Qi Xiaoxing. Qi Xiaoxing shook her head. Not on the ground. Sleeping on wooden beds is better than sleeping on stone beds. Elsa was puzzled for a moment before suddenly showing a look of understanding. A wooden bed? Can wood even be used to make a bed? Qi Xiaoxing nodded. Haven't you tried sleeping on a wooden bed before? Lon chimed in, no. But we've tried putting a wooden board on the bed and sleeping on that, but it didn't help much. Qi Xiaoxing said. Well, that's true. She knows the productivity of the Qingshi tribe, so they probably don't know how to make wooden beds. Just like before, they didn't know how to boil salt and only lick the salt stones out of instinct. But now, there's no need to go through the effort of making wooden beds. We can just make a kong. Qi Xiaoxing pointed at the table. Time is tight now, and it's probably not feasible for every household to make a kong. But if several families make one together and share it, it might work. There are fewer people in the Qingshi tribe now, and everyone staying together for winter would be warmer. Naturally, no one opposed Qi Xiaoxing's idea. Her abilities were evident to everyone. But what to do about exchanging raw crystals for food? The old female pondered for a while and then asked, with our current speed by the time we return, it might already have snowed for the first time. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling exchanged glances and smiled. It's okay, just the two of us can go. Elsa exclaimed, You and Ling? How will you bring back so much food? Ling then spoke. Xiaoxing and I will ask the Zendamushu tribe for help. Our two tribes are close, and their speed is much faster than ours. Long glanced at her younger brother. Ling, you must properly thank them this time. The Zendamushu tribe has helped us a lot, and I still don't understand why they're so good to us. Qi Xiaoxing thought to herself, I'm also puzzled. Zindali said he would come to find them after dealing with the remaining people of the Haishi tribe, but he hasn't come yet. I'm a bit anxious about that. Chapter 187. The Zendamushu Tribe Submission, Part 1. Not long after discussing with Elsa, Qi Xiaoxing saw a small beastman from the Zendamushu tribe at the entrance of the tribe. The same one they had encountered when leaving the forbidden area. It's you. Qi Xiaoxing smiled at Toby and thought, Is your elder looking for me? The small beastman quickly transformed into human form and nodded vigorously yes. The elders are still at the entrance, and the guards let me in alone to find you. Qi Xiaoxing chuckled, all right. The attitude of the Qingshi tribe members towards the walls had changed drastically compared to before. Anyone wanting to enter the Qingshi tribe had to greet the elders first. Letting Toby in was probably because they saw him nearby, and because the Zendamushu tribe had helped them a lot. Then let's go meet them. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at Ling beside her, who nodded in agreement. Zindali and his third brother, Zendiming, stood at the entrance of the wall with several beastmen. Upon seeing Qi Xiaoxing and Ling approaching, they immediately smiled. This is my third brother Zendiming, who is also our tribe shaman, Zindali said, pointing to the person beside him. He is a fourth-tier beastman. Zendiming smiled at Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, his eyes crescent-shaped. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the elegant man in front of her with some surprise, finding it hard to believe he was Zindali's and Zendiming's brother. It wasn't her fault. Zendiming had fair skin, gentle eyes, and a slender figure, making it hard to associate him with a fourth-tier powerhouse. Perhaps she stared too long, as Ling behind her darkened half of his face, standing protectively beside Qi Xiaoxing, his large hand involuntarily grasping hers. No looking. His tone was slightly aggrieved, like a jealous little wife. Qi Xiaoxing. Zendiming glanced at Ling, tightly holding Qi Xiaoxing's hand, amusedly narrowing his eyes. You don't need to be so nervous. I already have a partner. Qi Xiaoxing, already a bit embarrassed, turned even redder upon being pointed out, quickly changing the subject. Let's go in and talk. The group quickly entered the tribe. Qi Xiaoxing initially wanted to take them to the meeting place, but was stopped by Zindali. I wonder if we could talk privately. There are some things that are inconvenient to say. Zindali still wore a smiling expression, but his words were not to be refused. Qi Xiaoxing, sensing some guesses rising in her heart, directly took them to her home. Zindali had several beastmen guard the door, while he and Zendiming closed it. Qi Xiaoxing took out some seasoned jerky from the house and placed it on the table, pouring a few cups of water for Zindali and the others before asking, Does the elder have something confidential to discuss? Ling sat on the side, intentionally or unintentionally exuding a pressure from his bloodline, causing Zindali and the others to feel a bit of pressure. Zendiming chuckled lightly. You two don't need to be nervous. It's not a big deal. Zindali glared at him. How can this not be a big deal? It's about the future development of our Zendamushu tribe. Qi Xiaoxing became increasingly confused and couldn't help but interrupt Elder. What exactly do you want to say? As soon as she finished speaking, the elegant man in front of her suddenly bent his knee and heavily knelt on the ground. What is this? Qi Xiaoxing was shocked and immediately stood up from her chair. Zindali said firmly, Our Zendamushu tribe is willing to pledge allegiance to you. Qi Xiaoxing was stunned. She felt her expression must be allegiance? She was truly bewildered. Why the sudden pledge of allegiance? Ling reacted a bit faster than her. He crossed his arms and slowly walked in front of Zindali, lowering his chin to look at him, increasing the pressure of his bloodline. His golden eyes glinted with an icy scrutiny. Why? Zindali broke into a cold sweat under his gaze, forgetting most of the prepared speech. Fortunately, Zendiming's pressure resistance was much better than his older brother's, and he quickly added from the side, Because we believe in the strong. Ling's gaze flickered, clearly not satisfied with this answer. If we're talking about strength, I'm only able to contend with the two of you right now. If it comes to life and death battles, I may not necessarily be your match. As soon as he finished speaking, Zendiming's expression changed. Haha, this kid actually claims he can contend with him and his brother. Does he think our Zendamushu tribe is easy to deal with? Or does he really have that strength? If he is just saying that for face, then does this person before them really deserve their tribe allegiance? What's wrong? You seem to doubt me. Ling looked at the elegant man in front of him. Want to spar a few rounds with me? Hee hee. Zendiming said seriously, I would love to. Qi Xiaoxing stared in shock at the unfolding situation. And when the two were about to fight, she immediately shouted, wait, don't fight yet. Since her partner had spoken, Ling naturally complied. Although Zendiming was somewhat reluctant, he did not oppose it and helped his older brother up, standing quietly to the side. Zendali shot his younger brother a fierce glare. This guy actually doubts the person he's going to pledge allegiance to. He is really too foolish. Just like the second brother, Zendiming innocently accepted his older brother's glare, silently thinking to himself that he was not wrong. He dare not say it out loud, as the consequence of doing so would be his brother's incessant nagging, which was more terrifying than a fifth-tier powerhouse. Chapter 188. The Surrender of the Ground Mice Clan, Part 2. Everyone quieted down. Qi Xiaoxing cleared her mind of the jumbled thoughts and took a deep breath before asking, Elder, may I first inquire about the people from the Blackstone tribe? Have you dealt with them? In a little over a week. Handling the elderly and weak from over 300 minor tribes should not be a difficult task for the elder of the renowned Ground Mice clan. When Zindali heard her mention those people's whereabouts, his brow furrowed slightly, but then relaxed, as if he hadn't shown any change in expression at all. It's been handled. As we discussed earlier, my people have taken them into exile. Zindali spoke naturally, and Qi Xiaoxing could discern no flaws in his words. Hearing that everything had been taken care of, she felt relieved. She smiled at Zindali and said, Thank you, Elder. Zendiming, noticing Zindali's calm demeanor, chose not to reveal the truth and remained silent. Ling sensed something was off. From Zindali's subtle change in expression, he surmised that the remaining members of the Blackstone tribe might not have a good outcome. However, he didn't care about anyone other than Qi Xiaoxing. Their deaths would not matter to him. He decided to keep quiet to avoid upsetting Qi Xiaoxing. Finally, putting aside her worries, Qi Xiaoxing felt much lighter. Elder, what do you mean by surrender? She gazed intently at Zindali, her dark eyes clear and pure, as if she could see through his expression to discern his true thoughts. Zindali forced a smile, realizing that these two were teaming up to pressure him. However, he had no complaints. The more capable the future leaders, the better. After some thought, he slowly replied, Elder Xiaoxing, you must have been to the Forbidden Area and should know about the existence of the Holy City. Qi Xiaoxing paused for 2 seconds, then nodded and shook her head. She vaguely knew something, but wasn't entirely clear. Ling's expression changed the moment he heard Zindali mention the Holy City. Originally, he didn't know about the existence of the Holy City, just like countless ordinary beastmen, believing that the continent they lived on was the entirety of the world. However, after inheriting a drop of the Tiger King's blood and struggling to absorb it, he glimpsed another world, a harsher yet more beautiful place teeming with power. Although the vision was blurry and surreal, Ling could discern from the shadows that the Tiger King once lived in a place that was not this continent. The memories of bloodshed and battle were deeply etched in the Tiger King's bones, so much so that even 1,000 years after his death, traces of that place lingered in his flowing blood. It turned out that place was the Holy City. Ling understood. Zindali's casual remark had lifted the veil that had long obscured his perception. Zindali was somewhat surprised that both of them were unaware of the Holy City. But considering they were both born and raised in a remote area, it was understandable. He explained, the Holy City is much larger than the continent we currently inhabit, with far richer resources. Although our current continent is vast, the Holy City is even larger. The wonders there are beyond your imagination. Beautiful houses, taverns, and many incredible things. The more Zindali spoke, the more excited he became, noticing the longing in Ling and Qi Xiaoxing's eyes, which only fueled his enthusiasm further. Zendiming rolled his eyes at his brother, thinking that the three of them had only been to the Holy City once and had stayed for less than a week. The way Zindali was bragging, one would think he was a native of the Holy City. Qi Xiaoxing listened attentively to Zindali's descriptions of the Holy City, feeling a sense that this Holy City resembled the cultivation realms described in novels and also somewhat like a Western fantasy world, with crystal purifiers and alchemists, essentially a combination of the two. However, what Qi Xiaoxing cared about most were food and fabric. As Zindali praised the Holy City once more, she couldn't help but ask, so, the clothes you were wearing were brought back from the Holy City? Zindali paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Not at all. These clothes were exchanged from a large tribe. TSK. These clothes are very expensive, but compared to the splendid garments from the Holy City, they're practically dirt cheap. Qi Xiaoxing was surprised. They had such things in large tribes? That's wonderful. She was utterly tired of rough beast skin clothes. The pants were okay, but the underwear was truly unbearable. Yes, We do, Zindali nodded, noticing Zindiming's helpless expression and realizing he had strayed off topic for too long. His face flushed, and he quickly redirected the conversation. Elder Xiaoxing, there is another important reason we wish to pledge our loyalty to you. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling looked at Zindali, who said with a serious expression, our ground mice clan has some connections in the holy city. An elder from a prominent family has been kind to us. He informed me that you two are the chosen ones by the Ice Emperor, possessing extraordinary talents. Zindali paused for a moment. I don't know how the elder learned about your entry into the Ice Emperor's forbidden area, but from the moment I received the elder's message, I resolved to follow you too. Please allow me to call you my lords. Chapter 189. The Surrender of the Ground Mice Clan, Part 3. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling exchanged shocked glances. They initially thought that no one should know about their fall into the Ice Emperor's forbidden area, but unexpectedly, Zindali not only knew, but had learned it through others. It seemed their awareness was still lacking. However, Qi Xiaoxing was not worried about the news of her and Ling becoming outer disciples of the Ice Emperor leaking out. After all, Little Bear was very capable. It was just that Ling's inheritance news would likely be hard to hide. What else do you know? To be safe, Qi Xiaoxing still asked. Honestly, I am very grateful that you protected the Qingshi tribe. With such a strong ally, it would be hard to refuse. However, if you pledge loyalty to us, do you not want anything in return? No one would give without reason, nor would anyone foolishly follow for no purpose. Qi Xiaoxing understood this principle well. The Ground Mice clan had extended their hand multiple times to save the Qingshi tribe, which was a significant favor. Now, they not only sought no reward, but also wanted to express their loyalty. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't believe they had no ulterior motives. Even if they knew Xi and Ling had entered the Ice Emperor's forbidden area. So what? At that time, when the Ground Mice clan saved the Qingshi tribe, Xi and Ling might not have even been able to come out of the forbidden area. Zindali smiled. Facing the lords, he would be loyal to from now on. He had no intention of hiding anything. Originally, our Ground Mice clan was also a powerful tribe, second only to the large tribes. However, 1,000 years ago, our only or mine was seized by the Xinhua tribe. Without sufficient resources, our talents dwindled. Powerful warriors could not escape the limits of their lifespans, and the younger generation lacked exceptional members. Gradually, only the three of us old fellows remained. A hint of desolation flickered in Zindali's eyes. We tried everything to uplift the younger generation, yet they disappointed us. After much thought, I believe you might be our clan's last hope. At that time, I was indeed gambling, betting that you could emerge from the Ice Emperor's forbidden area. Now, I hope that when you become powerful, you can help us reclaim our rightful or mine and stand at the pinnacle of this continent. He spoke, his eyes bursting with endless brilliance, making Qi Xiaoxing's heart tremble. Zindiming lowered his brows and added 2 more sentences. Our loyalty is not without purpose, nor will it be unconditional. If you want us to die, we certainly would not be willing. Qi Xiaoxing laughed heartily, feeling pleased with Zindiming's frankness. After hearing Zindali's words, her concerns were mostly eased. After all, if they wanted to harm her and the tribe, they would have already acted. The Qingshi tribe would have been destroyed many times over by now. However, Qi Xiaoxing narrowed her eyes. We did gain some rewards in the Ice Emperor's forbidden land, but this inheritance is very domineering and cannot be spread. She intended to test Zindali and Zindiming's reactions to see if they were here for the inheritance. We know this. Zindali pretended not to notice her probing. If such a precious inheritance could be easily passed on to others, this continent would not be what it is today, seeing that they were so astute. Qi Xiaoxing felt relieved. She picked up the jerky on the table and pushed it in front of the two, saying, "You've been talking for a while. Eat something." Zindali and Zindiming had rushed over and were indeed a bit hungry, so they didn't refuse. They thanked her, and Zindali grabbed a piece of jerky and stuffed it into his mouth. The rich meat flavor immediately filled his mouth, and he couldn't wait to swallow it without even chewing, looking utterly satisfied. When he came to his senses, he realized everyone was looking at him, especially his third brother, whose expression of disdain made Zindali's face turn red. He glared fiercely at his third brother. "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll eat your share." Zindiming immediately averted his gaze. It was his first time tasting such delicious jerky, and he didn't want to miss out just because of his silly older brother. Seeing them enjoy the food so much, Qi Xiaoxing felt a sense of accomplishment. She nudged Ling, who had been standing aside like a doorman, and beckoned him with a piece of jerky. "Come here." Ling obediently bent down, took the jerky from her hand, and even licked her fingers at the end. Qi Xiaoxing's face turned a bit red, and she retracted her fingers. Clearing her throat as if to change the subject. She said to Zindali, "By the way, our tribe wants to exchange some original crystals for food. I wonder if the elder has any ideas." Exchange for food? Zindali swallowed the jerky in his mouth and took another piece, asking, "How much does the Lord want to exchange? We have more than 500 original crystals. How much can we get in return? Let us exchange it all." Qi Xiaoxing thought about the original crystals she had taken from the Haishi tribe and said, "After all, food was very expensive in winter, and although the Qingshi tribe had fewer people now, she couldn't guarantee that these original crystals would be enough to buy enough food for the entire tribe for a winter. To exchange that much?" Zindali frowned. "Then we might have to go to the Xingyue tribe." Qi Xiaoxing was taken aback. Aren't the surrounding medium-sized tribes able to help? If each tribe exchanges a little, it should be enough. Zindaming shook his head. "Basically, we can't exchange much. Every tribe struggles during winter. Although medium-sized tribes don't have to worry about being overwhelmed by beast tides, food is still insufficient. Our Zindashu tribe has a habit of storing food, but even during winter, it's just enough for the tribe's people to eat. Moreover, having just gone through the autumn gathering, it's likely that the leftover food from each tribe has already been traded away. Only the Xingyue tribe, being a large tribe, occupies the largest farming land on our southwestern side, and they always have a lot of surplus food. I've never heard of them not having enough to eat. If you go to exchange, you can definitely get a lot." Zindali said that originally, a first-level original crystal was worth about 500 pounds of food, but now that winter is approaching, it might only be worth 300 pounds of food. Qi Xiaoxing tightened her brows. 500 pounds of food is enough for a family of 3 to eat for half a month. Orcs have a large appetite. Their current food storage is enough for the whole tribe for a month at most, and winter lasts for 4 months. This means, ideally, they need to exchange for 3 months' worth of food. The Qingshi tribe has more than 300 people in total, including some children and the elderly. Even excluding them, there's still 300 people. A month requires 3,000 pounds of food, so 3 months would be nearly 10,000 pounds. The tribe currently has a total of more than 500 original crystals, and using them all to exchange for food might just barely be enough. Before Qi Xiaoxing could feel happy for too long, she heard Zindaming say with a serious expression, "However, if the Qingshi tribe suddenly takes out so many original crystals to exchange for food, it will inevitably attract the attention of some people from the Xingyue tribe." His words felt like a bucket of cold water, chilling Qi Xiaoxing to the bone. Right, the Qingshi tribe is a low-tier tribe, and now they can suddenly produce so many original crystals to exchange for food. Who can say there isn't something fishy about it? If a big shot from a Xingyue tribe happens to be short on money, they could easily send someone to wipe out their tribe. The Qingshi tribe is still very weak and can only lie low. "Lord, our tribe can still spare 2,000 pounds of food." Zindali frowned. Exchanging for food is not completely hopeless. If we go in the name of the Zindashu tribe, we might be able to exchange for 3,000 pounds. More than that would be too conspicuous. Qi Xiaoxing felt warm in her heart. If the Zindashu tribe could help, that would be the best. With these 5,000 pounds of food, if the Qingshi tribe tightened its belt a little, it might not be impossible to survive a winter. "Then I'll have to trouble you," Qi Xiaoxing said, and thought for a moment. "Since you now call us Lord, it wouldn't be right to always let you help without any benefits. This afternoon, our tribe is preparing to make a Kong, a heated bed. So send a few people with strong learning abilities to observe. It will be helpful for them to know how to make it when they return to their own tribe." Zindaming asked in confusion, "Make a Kong? What is that?" "It's a kind of bed that keeps you warm in winter," Qi Xiaoxing tried to explain in simple terms. "It provides warmth and prevents females from freezing to death." Zindali nodded. "Because our race is quite special, we usually live in burrows." Qi Xiaoxing. She felt a bit embarrassed. "Well, it seems it doesn't make much difference whether you make a Kong or not." Ling, with a smile, patted Qi Xiaoxing's head. "Then you can teach them something else." Qi Xiaoxing looked back at Ling innocently, thinking that the people from the medium-sized tribe might know as much as she did. She didn't know what to teach them, which made her quite embarrassed. Zindaming seemed to see through her thoughts and chuckled lightly. "There is no need for the Lord to feel embarrassed. Why don't you teach me how to make this delicious jerky?" Although the Zindashu tribe was a medium-sized tribe and had some methods for preserving food, they mostly just used salt to cure meat. The last time he had tasted such delicious jerky was over 100 years ago in the Holy City. Qi Xiaoxing let out a quiet sigh of relief and naturally explained the method of making jerky to Zindaming. Afterward, she thought for a moment and went to the room to take out a jar of jam she had made earlier. "This is some jam I made before. Elder, take it back to eat." Qi Xiaoxing scratched her face, feeling that she didn't have much to offer them, just some food, so she hoped they wouldn't refuse. Zindali took the jam, opened the lid, and dipped his finger in it, tasting it. The rich fruit aroma combined with the sweet flavor spread from his tongue, leaving Zindali stunned. This is sugar? He became excited. Lord, you actually know how to make sugar? It was no wonder Zindali was so excited. Sugar was an extremely rare and precious commodity in the beast world, and it was sold at a high price even in large tribes. What? Sugar? Zindiming quickly stepped forward, dipped a bit of jam on his hand, and cautiously licked it. It really is sweet. He turned his head and looked intensely at the somewhat bewildered Qi Xiaoxing. My lord, how much of this jam do you have left? Chapter 191, Jam and Kong, Part 2. Watching the group of the Earthquake Mouse tribe leave, Qi Xiaoxing was held by Ling as they came down from the wall. Sigh, I wonder if it will work out. Qi Xiaoxing sighed as she recalled what Zhen Diming had said to her earlier. Sugar is a very precious commodity in this world, and the technology to produce sugar is only mastered by large tribes. Ordinary tribes, orcs, and females can only eat a few sweet fruits to satisfy their cravings. Simply consuming sugar is a very extravagant thing. That's why Zhen Diming was so shocked after tasting the sweetness of the jam, directly asking her if she had any extra jam, intending to trade it for food. It's much safer and more low-key than using raw crystals. Qi Xiaoxing was certainly willing. She had made quite a bit of jam initially because she liked eating it, but it wasn't excessive, a total of 5 jars, all of which she gave to him. Xiaoxing, they have already gone far, Ling said sourly from the side, his eyes looking very aggrieved. Qi Xiaoxing was taken aback. She had just been watching the Earthquake Mouse tribe leave. How could that make Ling so jealous? He was way too easy to make jealous now. Zhen Diming is very cultured. Ling suddenly blurted out, just like Lian Qi when she saw him in the forbidden area. He lowered his head, his golden eyes filled with grievance, looking pitifully at Qi Xiaoxing. Not like me, very rough. Qi Xiaoxing. She sighed, unable to understand why Ling would connect Lian Qi with Zhen Diming. She stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and stood on tiptoe to blow a breath in his ear. I don't like cultured ones. I like you being rough like this. After saying that, she looked at her little wife with satisfaction as his ears turned pink. Xiaoxing. Little Green's voice came from afar. Qi Xiaoxing looked down and saw Little Green standing in front of the wall, waving at them. The things you asked us to prepare are ready. Since she thought everyone would use them together, Qi Xiaoxing had the orcs move the materials to the new shelter. The new shelter was built by more than 20 slaves together. It was quite large, close to the wall, and now housed several small orphans and females as well as those slaves. The first orc from the Lion tribe to pledge loyalty was named Kaden, who was already over 100 years old and very outgoing. After joining the Qingshi tribe, he worked hard, and this time, he was the one who prepared the materials. Looking at the pile of materials in front of her, and then at Kaden standing aside, Qi Xiaoxing smiled and thanked him. Then she rolled up her sleeves and began to explain to the dozen or so orcs behind her who were ready to learn how to build a Kong. Due to the soil quality, the Qingshi tribe could not successfully build a cellar. Initially, it was a bit difficult to build a Kong, but they had just defeated the Haishi tribe, and there were abundant clay resources near the swamp over there, which was perfect for building a Kong. Building a Kong not only requires clay, but also bricks, slurry, and cement. Slurry and bricks are relatively easy to obtain, but cement is more troublesome. Fortunately, there is a plant in the beast world with a very strong viscosity. After peeling its skin, the juice that flows out is very sticky and, most importantly, fireproof. There are many of these plants in the forest near the Qingshi tribe, thus solving this problem. As for the bricks, it's obviously impossible to burn them now. But there are many mountain stones around the Qingshi tribe, and using the orc sharp claws, they can easily obtain many stones of similar size, combined with clay and juice. It is theoretically possible to build a Kong. However, the Kong can also retain warmth because of the stove, so generally, the stove needs to be made first. Qi Xiaoxing knew that if she directly mentioned the stove, the orcs and females might not understand her. So, she simply built a simple stone stove according to the design she had drawn. The first step is to raise the ground a bit higher, about half a meter. Qi Xiaoxing told everyone, and with Ling's help, she raised a rectangular area 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, then continued, after that. Use the prepared bricks to stack them to the same height as the stone stove. Ling had been trained by his beloved in advance and knew what she meant, so he started building smoothly. The others watched attentively, occasionally coming over to lend a hand. About half an hour later, they had fixed the general shape with stone bricks and clay. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the initially formed earthen Kong and said to Little Green, "Do you remember the chimney we built when we were burning charcoal?" Little Green nodded. That chimney was very complicated, and she still remembered it vividly. Next, what needs to be done is the same: leave out the chimney. Qi Xiaoxing linked her previous experience of burning charcoal with building the Kong, and immediately, many of the females who had burned charcoal before reacted, understanding how to build a Kong better. Then came the chimney and the Kong's surface. Qi Xiaoxing looked up at the temporary house they had built, which was about 4 meters high. Since most orcs are tall, the Kong was built against the wall, and the stove was very close to the door, so making a chimney was a bit difficult for someone of Qi Xiaoxing's height. Fortunately, there was Ling. Under Qi Xiaoxing's instructions, Ling reluctantly sprouted wings and followed her orders to make the chimney and build the Kong's surface, leaving space for the chimney. While he worked hard, Qi Xiaoxing explained on the side, occasionally answering questions raised by the females, and it was quite harmonious. Finally, it was time to burn the Kong. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at her watch. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and it was getting dark. It's too late today. Let's come back tomorrow to burn it. Being able to build the Kong like this in one afternoon was already good. If they could burn it quickly tomorrow, the Kong would be a success. Chapter 192. Everything goes smoothly the next day. The weather was still very good. Qi Xiaoxing got up early, and after having breakfast made by Ling, she took Little Green and others to burn the Kong. Recently, the weather had been quite good, except that the temperature was dropping every day and there were signs of thickening clouds in the sky. Overall, the air was still dry, and the stone stove had always been dry. Qi Xiaoxing thought they had arrived quite early, and the people in the shelter might not have gotten up yet. But in reality, when they arrived, everyone had already tidied up the house and was waiting for them. The lion tribe Orc Cadden had even thoughtfully prepared a lot of firewood, clearly remembering her casual remark yesterday about preparing some good burning materials. Qi Xiaoxing politely declined the fruit Cadden offered her, looking at the small green fruit, feeling a bit sour in her heart. In this weather, finding fruit was already very good, yet Cadden still wanted to save some for them to eat. Cadden didn't think he had done too much. In his heart, Qi Xiaoxing, who had regained her freedom, was like a savior, even more admirable than the beast god he believed in. During those days of being imprisoned and abused, Cadden had supported himself with his hatred for the Haishi tribe, while praying that as long as the beast god could help him take revenge, even if it was just killing one orc from the Haishi tribe, he would be willing to sacrifice his soul for eternity. However, no matter how much he prayed, the beast god had never heard him. In fact, Cadden had one thing he had been keeping to himself. Among the people who were captured with him by the Haishi tribe was his brother, Anda. And Anda was tortured to near death right in front of him. He desperately brought Anda to the vicinity of the Qingshi tribe, praying that Anda could die in a clean place. After joining the Qingshi tribe, he had discreetly inquired whether there had been a lion tribe orc slave who was properly buried. The answer he received was yes. At that moment, Cadden's tears fell. Although Anda was dead, at least he did not die in the Blackstone tribe. Now, Qi Xiaoxing had given him the chance to become a free man. This kindness he had no way to repay. He could only use these very ordinary fruits and work hard to help the Qingstone tribe, so that his heart could find some comfort. Cadden looked at Qi Xiaoxing with gratitude and kindness, but this gaze was very eye-catching to Ling He. Have you had enough of looking? Ling's face was half dark. His narrow phoenix eyes were so gloomy they seemed like they could drip water. How dare this Lion Clan orc keep staring at his Xiaoxing? Was he tired of living? Cadden was so frightened that he shrank back and hurriedly turned his gaze away, his large, rough hands flailing as he regretted his rashness. Qi Xiaoxing rolled her eyes at Ling and walked to his side, unceremoniously grabbing his hand and pointing to a pile of firewood neatly stacked under the stone stove. Ling, light that. Ling was still feeling displeased. Ever since the tribe's victory, there had been annoying people wandering in front of him, like Sanwu, who often came to check on Qi Xiaoxing's well-being. Yes, it was that orc who had confessed to Qi Xiaoxing before. Thinking of his face made Ling unable to contain his anger. Clearly, Xiaoxing was already his, yet he still had ulterior motives. Now, there was also Cadden. Ling? Qi Xiaoxing waited for 2 seconds. Seeing Ling still not moving, she pinched his waist in annoyance, successfully bringing him back to his senses. He slightly lowered his head, his voice a bit deep. Xiaoxing, tell me, am I the most handsome in the tribe? Qi Xiaoxing. You actually hesitated. Ling felt like his heart had taken 1,000 critical hits. Qi Xiaoxing. Looking at her lover's pouting state, Qi Xiaoxing felt quite speechless. She pulled Ling's collar, brought him closer, and whispered in his ear, "The Ling I like is a very capable person. Who wouldn't he throw a tantrum and refuse to light a small pile of firewood for me?" Ling's ears turned red, and he silently lit the firewood. Qi Xiaoxing patted Ling's head with satisfaction. When she turned around, she found everyone was looking at her. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Qi Xiaoxing asked, puzzled, as she noticed Xiao Lu's expression, which seemed to want to say something. Feeling quite happy, she picked up the meat that had been placed aside, preparing to cook something delicious. To avoid wasting firewood resources, she also brought back the meat Ling had hunted last night, intending to cook something while the stove and earthen Kong warmed up. I'll help you. Ling's blush had not faded. As soon as he saw Qi Xiaoxing about to work, he immediately rushed over. Xiao Lu couldn't help but pout and rub her eyes. She must have seen it wrong. Otherwise, how could she see what seemed like a tail continuously swaying behind Ling, although she was looking forward to the meal? Seeing the two of them bubbling with pink bubbles, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at the ceiling. Eating too much dog food would cause her indigestion. Okay. The earthen Kong heated up quickly. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to make a few more tomorrow. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at her watch, and for some reason, she suddenly thought of Jia. She wondered how she was doing. She hadn't visited her recently because she had been too busy. Qi Xiaoxing mumbled to herself. Then, under Ling's puzzled gaze, she took his hand and said, after we finish, let's go see Jia, okay? Ling nodded, rubbed her nose. Whatever you say is fine. Chapter 193. Farewell to you one. The battered Qingstone tribe gradually regained its vitality. After more than a week of buffering, Jia, accompanied by her family, gradually began to let go of the previous painful memories. Recently, Qi Xiaoxing and the others, worried about her state, did not let her help with the earthen Kong work. They only let her assist Elsa, who had just become a shaman and had a whole bunch of patients to see. When the Blackstone tribe invaded, it was only for slaughter, taking away their food and wealth, but it did not affect the shamans' houses, which were like clinics for the entire tribe. Many precious medicinal materials were still there, and the shaman's notes were well preserved. Jia picked up a yellowed sheepskin scroll and, feeling somewhat sentimental, said to Elsa, who was grinding medicine nearby, "Sigh, I still remember this sheepskin scroll. Do you remember the days when we learned together with the shaman when we were young? The tribe was so peaceful back then." Jia's gaze was distant, her fingers gripping the sheepskin scroll gradually tightening, unsure if she was looking at the scroll or something else. Elsa stopped her movements and finally couldn't help but say, "Jia, my brother. Ah, I remember now. Didn't you say I needed to get some medicinal materials?" Jia stiffly put down the sheepskin scroll, forced a smile, and turned to leave. Jia. Elsa felt a surge of frustration in her chest. She really couldn't stand Jia's avoidance any longer. She stood up, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her back. "You know my brother. He has been asking about you these days. I feel like, in his eyes, I'm just non-existent. You have no idea how envious I am of you." Elsa softened her tone. "My parents have also been asking me when you will come see Elvin." Jia's lips trembled, her face pale. Can I just see him once?" Elsa looked at her awful expression and finally couldn't bear it anymore. She quietly comforted her. "It's nothing. I know that incident hit you hard, but Elvin doesn't mind. You liked him so much before. Now that he is injured and can't catch slightly larger prey anymore, are you going to despise him?" "I won't." Jia slowly pulled her hand away, shaking her head firmly. "I still love him, but I know we can't be together." "Why can't you?" Elsa couldn't help but get agitated. "Is it because of those beasts? You haven't even turned 30. You have a long life ahead. Are you going to torment yourself for those dead scum?" Listening to her friend's agitated words, Jia felt much calmer inside. "No, it's not because of them." "Elsa, do you know?" Jia looked at her, her eyes seemingly filled with galaxies. "Yesterday, I had a dream. I dreamt that I was traveling alone with my backpack, just me. I passed through many places, saw many people, and even saw tribes that didn't take the first time seriously. But even in that dream, no female who had experienced something as filthy as I did could find happiness." Elsa was speechless. She could see through it. Jia was unable to move on for a while. She looked like she was no different from before, but in reality, she'd been deeply impacted. However, this was not her fault. After living in a tribe that valued chastity for so many years, changing her mindset was not something that could be achieved overnight. "All right." Elsa didn't persuade her further, but if you can't accept being with Elvin, it's best to clarify things with him quickly. Don't make my silly brother wait for you. Elsa glanced at Jia, who had a complicated expression, and decided to drop the bombshell. Yesterday, a female from the tribe confessed to him, saying she didn't mind his disability and had always liked him. She just didn't confess because she saw you two getting close. But now it's different. You might despise him, but she doesn't. Jia trembled all over, momentarily lost in thought. Who is it? By the time she came back to her senses, she couldn't help but ask who it was. Elsa sighed. She really hadn't lied to Jia. It's Lon. Although she preferred her brother and Jia to be together, it was clear that Jia was unable to move on. This was the last attempt she could make to help them. After Elsa finished speaking, she left without turning back to say anything more to Jia. There were many patients waiting for her. As the witch who inherited the powers of the tribal witch, she had many important tasks to attend to. Jia stood alone in place, her mind suddenly flooded with images of Lan and Elvin together. Yes, how had she not noticed before that behind the handsome Elvin, there was always a shy and lovely little female who never left his side. The person she liked was also deeply loved by someone. The feeling of her heart being squeezed made Jia nearly unable to breathe. She suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and even began to feel nauseous. The urge to vomit struck her, leaving her startled and fearful, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Trembling, she placed her hand on her abdomen, her pupils constricting as a terrifying thought emerged in her mind, leaving her dazed. Tears streamed down her face without her realizing it. She gagged a few times, covering her mouth, trying hard not to let her cries of despair escape. She needed to stay calm. She had once been a candidate for the witch, so determining whether she was pregnant should be simple. She remembered that there were a few pregnancy herbs in the drawer. Trembling, Jia suddenly knelt on the ground. Chapter 194. Parting with you too, Elvin. I'm here to see you again. A somewhat soft voice rang out as a pair of small hands pushed open the half-closed door. Lan, with her neat short hair, walked in, holding a basket filled with fragrant food. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Don't ignore me. Lan felt a bit wronged. She had always been too afraid to talk to Elvin, thinking she was not worthy of him. She was just a child from an ordinary family, while Elvin came from a long line of tribal elders, and his sister was so outstanding. He himself was strong and handsome. So, Lan had kept her feelings hidden all along. But now, Elvin was injured, and while she felt heartbroken for him, she couldn't help but feel a bit shamelessly pleased that she might finally have a chance. With the support from Elsa's family, she found herself naturally taking on the role of a lover while caring for Elvin. From blushing just to talk to him to now being able to act a bit spoiled. Although Elvin had always shown little reaction to her, she still felt very happy. It was already noon. Are you thirsty? Do you want me to help you outside? Before she could finish, Elvin gave her a faint glance. His gaze was indifferent, as if its owner had no feelings at all. Lan felt a bit scared under his gaze and stepped back, placing the basket on the table. I made you lunch. Elvin's blue eyes remained cold. He slowly stood up from the stone bench and reached for the cane beside him. I'll help you with that. Lan hurried over to assist him, only to be pushed away by Elvin. His tightly pressed lips parted slightly as he uttered one word, get lost. Even though Elvin was injured, his strength was still considerable. He didn't consider the feelings of the female in front of him at all. The recent series of events had made him lose almost all patience, and besides Jia, he couldn't let go of anyone else. Lan was directly pushed back several steps and stumbled, falling, scraping her arm on the ground, which hurt a bit. However, compared to this minor pain, Elvin's attitude left her in despair. A few days ago, he had been like a wooden man, showing no reaction to her. Who would have thought he would suddenly explode with such anger today? Tears uncontrollably welled up in her eyes, and Lan, feeling wronged, quietly sobbed. Ultimately unable to bear it, and ran away. Elvin struggled to support himself with the cane, and after a while, he clicked his tongue, covering his forehead with his hand, unsure whether he was laughing at himself or something else. He looked at the basket on the table with a complex expression and, after hesitating for a moment, slowly moved towards it and opened it. It was filled with dishes he liked. After a moment of hesitation, Elvin clenched his hand tightly, forcefully tapping his cane on the ground, his deep blue eyes gazing in the direction Lan had run off to. After a moment, he sighed and slowly walked towards where she had left. He walked very slowly, and Jia, standing under the locust tree behind the house, waited for a long time. She had been standing there since Lan entered with the basket, able to clearly see everything happening inside the house from this angle. Her hands trembled a bit as she thought of the pregnancy herbs that had turned red, and she smiled bitterly, deciding to put an end to this relationship today. Elvin and Lan were a good match. After her eyes stung for a few seconds, Jia bit her tongue hard, the sharp pain bringing her back to her senses. The direction Lan ran off to was the corner of the tribe, a place where tribal females often vented their grievances. If she went around this way, she should get there before Elvin. This time, she would cut everything off with her own hands. Elvin, you big idiot! Lan cried as she ran to a corner, unable to help but shout, Big idiot! Big idiot! Annoying! Yes, he was an idiot. A low voice sounded, and Lan reflexively looked up, meeting Jia's eyes filled with laughter. Lan froze for a moment. It's you. She felt a bit embarrassed. her gaze drifting as she looked at Jia. Lan Lan knew that Elvin and Jia liked each other and realized that she had taken advantage of the situation. She stammered, sorry. Hearing her words, Jia was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled with understanding, saying, "What is there to apologize for? You don't need to." Lan Lan looked up at her. "Aren't you jealous?" Jia curved her lips and tucked her hair behind her ear. "It's fine. I don't like him anymore." She turned to the side, her gaze inadvertently catching sight of Elvin, who was leaning on his cane. He was still some distance away, but his expression clearly showed he was a bit agitated, as if he had seen her. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Jia turned to the side and raised her voice. "I stopped liking him a long time ago. He is just a useless person with a broken leg." Chapter 195. Parting with you. 3. He used to be quite good, both in family and personal aspects. But now it's different. Jia tried to lift her chin. How could a beastman who had lost his hunting ability provide me with a good life? Hearing her say such things about the person she liked made Lanlin's heart burn with anger. Although Elvin had just been harsh with her, that couldn't compare to her current rage. How can you say that? What right do you have to despise him? He hasn't despised you at all. Lanlin's face flushed red. She had always known that Elvin liked Jia, and it felt inferior to her because Jia was so outstanding. Even though she had unfortunate experiences, Elvin had never shown any disdain for her. But now, hearing Jia's tone, it seemed she was starting to despise Elvin. Behind them, the sound of a cane hitting the ground was faint, but Jia heard it clearly. She clenched her fists, laughing coldly. "What is wrong with me disliking him for being useless? I didn't like him for who he was before. I liked his conditions. Now that he is a waste. Of course, I don't like him anymore." She tried to make herself sound even more bitter. "Don't you like picking up trash? Since you like that waste, then let him be with you. Anyway, I never cared about his thoughts. You." Lan Lan blushed. "I've misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a female." Her eyes gradually became sore, her nails digging in her hand, but Jia still smiled. "Yes, I've always been this kind of female. It's you who are blind." "Is that so?" A sigh came from behind, mixed with countless complex emotions. The sunlight poured down through the sparse branches and leaves, casting a long shadow of the orc on the ground. Jia couldn't help but turn around, meeting Elvin's deep blue eyes. Her lips trembled slightly, but she still held her chin high, her voice normal. "Elvin, I didn't expect you to hear that." Elvin leaned against a tree with one hand, slowly moving towards her, his long eyelashes casting a small shadow in the sunlight. "Elvin." Lan Lan saw him and immediately ran over, supporting his arm. This time, he didn't push her away. With Lanlin's support, he finally walked in front of Jia. Due to his disability, he slightly hunched his back, looking not as tall as before, his face a bit pale. And there were even some stubbles on his chin, indicating that he hadn't rested well. "Jia." Elvin struggled to stand firm, then shook his head gently at Lan Lan, pushing away her support in a way that was soft yet impossible to refuse. Lan Lan quietly stepped aside, still feeling angry at Jia in her heart. But looking at the current situation, it's better not to speak for now. Elvin stood there with difficulty, his back trembling slightly from the pain, his eyes showing no anger or unwillingness, only filled with her. Reflected back to him was only her, nothing else. Jia waited for a long time, but Elvin still didn't speak. She could see that the orc was already sweating profusely from standing for just a few seconds, his determination causing him to bite his lip until it bled. "Hey!" Jia felt a sharp pain in her heart, wanting to end everything quickly, but just as she spoke, Elvin gently smiled. He said, "Look, I can already stand by myself." Elvin lifted his head, blood still at the corner of his lips, his eyes curved in a smile. "Give me a little more time. I will get better slowly." He spoke slowly, filled with pain by then. "I can hunt. I will take care of you. I'm not a waste." "So," Elvin showed a smile, "don't give up on me." A cold sensation spread across her cheeks. The world before her gradually blurred. Jia instinctively touched her face, only to find she was already in tears. She took 2 steps back, feeling something stuck in her throat, making it painful to breathe. If none of that had happened, or if the pregnancy grass had no reaction at all, how nice would that be? But I can't wait. Jia wiped her eyes, looking at Elvin, who seemed to be pleading, "I don't like you anymore." Elvin's eyes instantly dimmed. He forced a bitter smile. His right foot felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at it, and he couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing to the ground, his eyes losing focus. "Just like that. Lan Lan likes you very much. You and her should live a good life. I will find an orc who is 1,000 times better than you. So don't think about me anymore." Jia's fists trembled. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to say that hurtful word, waste. After saying that, she quickly walked outside, fearing that if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to keep pretending. Wait. Elvin called out her name, looking at her back. Can you call my name one more time? Each of Jiajia's words was like a sharp knife, torturing his heart bit by bit. He wasn't without self-esteem, nor was he unaware of his situation. He also understood that he really was a waste now, and if Jiajia were with him, hardship was inevitable. He was willing to let her go, just at the end. He still wanted to hear her call his name, even if it was just once. Jiajia paused, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She did not look back. Chapter 196. Farewell. 4. 3 days later. The beds in the tribe were almost all set up, and another one was arranged in the shelter. Then another was arranged in the witches' territory, which was public. Some families with more members who wanted to hibernate together arranged to set up their own. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling also set up one at home. The original wooden bed had been chopped up for firewood, and there was still plenty of charcoal at home, enough to get through a winter. Actually, Qi Xiaoxing didn't need to prepare these. She had space and could spend the winter with Ling inside the space. But to avoid drawing attention from the people in the tribe, she still needed to do the surface things. That day, Ling was out hunting, and she had just finished tidying up the house, calculating how much food was left, when an unexpected guest arrived. Qi Xiaoxing opened the courtyard door, seeing Jiajia, who looked pale and haggard, quickly made way for her. Jiajia, you're here. Come in quickly. I'll get you some food. She had just visited Jiajia 2 days ago. At that time, Jiajia was in poor spirits, only greeting Qi Xiaoxing before falling back into a daze. Qi Xiaoxing was worried about her, so she sat beside her, using Ling's fur to make yarn. Although the atmosphere wasn't awkward, it was indeed very boring, and she returned home after staying for an afternoon. Qi Xiaoxing thought it was because of what happened earlier that Jiajia hadn't fully recovered, so she didn't disturb her again. But she didn't expect her to come over today. Jiajia nodded and walked in. Qi Xiaoxing then noticed that she was carrying a bulging animal skin package on her back, not knowing what it contained. Ah, Jiajia, you came. Did you bring something for me? Qi Xiaoxing asked in confusion. Why do you have such a big package? Jiajia was amused by her, her lips curving slightly, looking much more lively. Xiaoxing, I have something to discuss with you. Jiajia gathered her smile and said seriously to the busy Qi Xiaoxing. Qi Xiaoxing nodded. What is it? Jiajia turned around and closed the courtyard door. Is Ling not here? Yes, not here. Qi Xiaoxing thought for a moment. Let's talk inside. Okay. What? Qi Xiaoxing exclaimed in surprise, panicking. No, absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Jiajia was helpless at her reaction. I just said one sentence, and you're so excited. You want to leave the tribe, and it's still winter. Where can you go? Can a female survive on her own? You're being too unrealistic. I can't agree to help you. Qi Xiaoxing shook her head. Xiaoxing. Jiajia looked at her seriously, reaching out to grab her arm. I should have died. You saved me, so you have to be responsible for me. Qi Xiaoxing almost laughed in anger. Yes, I saved you. Only because you were my friend. I don't want to see my friend die. It was impossible then, and it's even more impossible now. Do you think I can help you? Let you survive outside in the winter? I'm pregnant. Jiajia's voice was very soft, but Qi Xiaoxing still heard her words, and she almost questioned her ears. What did you say? Jiajia forced a bitter smile. The pregnancy grass turned red. I'm pregnant. You heard me right. Qi Xiaoxing shivered all over, looking in disbelief at Jiajia, who was smiling faintly. It's exactly what you think. I have the child of those scum from the Blackstone tribe, and I don't even know whose it is. Jiajia said calmly. That's why I came to find you to help me. Qi Xiaoxing sat down beside her, her throat a bit dry. I don't plan to keep this child. Jiajia's tone was firm. I know you must have a way to help me get rid of it. She bit her lip tightly. This child is a complete shame to me. I can't love him at all. Qi Xiaoxing could fully understand her feelings. She indeed had a way to make abortion pills, but she was afraid Jiajia would regret it later. So she asked again, are you sure you don't want it? Jiajia nodded, her expression complicated. Our Qingshi tribe has always believed in the beast god, and losing purity and having an abortion are great sins. There are no such medicines in the tribe, which is why I came to find you. She touched her lower abdomen. After this is done, I will leave the tribe and go somewhere else. Qi Xiaoxing sighed. She could feel that Jiajia had made up her mind, evident from the fact that she hadn't told anyone and came to her with a bundle. I beg you, Xiaoxing, help me. Jiajia tightly grasped her arm as if she were her last hope. Qi Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, okay, I will help you. The bitter scent of the medicine filled the yard as Qi Xiaoxing handed a bowl of dark brown abortion medicine to Jiajia, who was waiting beside her. It will be very painful later. She couldn't help but remind her. This recipe was something she had seen in the books in her space. Just then, The small cabin had unlocked a layer with the seeds of the medicinal material she needed, which she had directly boiled after using her abilities to grow them. Jia Jia accepted the soup without blinking, ignoring its scorching heat, and gulped it all down, finding it extremely bitter. Chapter 197. Winter has arrived. 3 hours later. Ling returned home, carrying his prey, when he sharply smelled the blood in the air. His handsome brows furrowed tightly as he quickly pushed open the yard door. Xiaoxing. Before he could finish speaking, he met Qi Xiaoxing's slightly pale face. The yard looked the same as before he left, but there was a stronger, bitter, herbal smell mixed with the scent of blood. Ling stepped forward and grabbed Qi Xiaoxing's wrist. Are you hurt? Qi Xiaoxing shook her head. I'm fine. Then why is there a bloody smell in the yard? Ling pressed, genuinely worried. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at her beloved, feeling very sad about Jia Jia's situation. She found it a bit hard to speak and just push him gently. Don't ask yet. I'll tell you later. Ling frowned and nodded, tossing the prey he had caught on the ground. Can you make something delicious for me with today's catch? Qi Xiaoxing looked at him several times before lowering her head to glance at the prey on the ground. After a moment, she said, Ling, can you go sleep at the Lan family's place tonight? And bring Xiao Lu over. We sisters want to have a good talk. Ling, why? Qi Xiaoxing hugged his arm. Just go for now. Tomorrow or the day after at the latest, I'll tell you. Ling sighed helplessly. Can't you say it now? He was very curious about what had happened, the bloody smell in the yard, and why he was being sent away. Was it because Qi Xiaoxing was preparing a surprise for him? Ling's imagination ran wild, but thinking this way made him feel a bit better. It's just one night. I can accept that. Thinking this, Ling was about to walk into the house when Qi Xiaoxing suddenly pulled his wrist. You can't go in now. Ling. He felt extremely wronged. I just want to grab a few pieces of clothing. Qi Xiaoxing was momentarily speechless and waved her hand. Which one do you want? I'll get it for you. Just don't go into the house today. Ling, out of respect and trust for his beloved. Ling ultimately stood obediently at the door, waiting for Qi Xiaoxing to bring his clothes back with a sad expression. On the other side, Lan, who heard that Xiao Lu was going to stay at Qi Xiaoxing's house tonight, was also confused and very unhappy. Watching his brother come over with clothes looking defeated was even more displeasing. The two brothers glared at each other, and in the end, they went to their respective sides to sleep, looking at each other with disdain. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu hurried over and couldn't help but cry upon seeing Jia Jia's pale, bloodless face. She and Jia Jia had a deep bond, having grown up together, and they were closer than sisters. Seeing her suffer made Xiao Lu's heart ache. Qi Xiaoxing explained Jia Jia's situation to Xiao Lu and then shook her head. She has decided to leave. I choose to support her. Xiao Lu was first shocked, then angry. How can you let her, a female, live through the winter alone? This year's temperatures might be the lowest ever, and she has no support. Just lost her child. Qi Xiaoxing looked seriously at Xiao Lu. But this is her own choice. Her initial reaction was similar to Xiao Lu's. But she understood better than Xiao Lu that no one could decide another person's life. Back in the Haishi tribe, Jia Jia had already made up her mind, and before Xiao Lu arrived, she had taken the abortion medicine with a determined expression. That Jia Jia reminded Qi Xiaoxing of herself back when she was resolutely wanting to join the army. So, she chose to support her. But Xiao Lu wanted to say something else, but Jia Jia, lying on the bed, had already woken up. She immediately saw Xiao Lu's flushed face and hoarsely called her name. Xiao Lu immediately forgot everything else, sitting beside her and holding her hand, asking if it hurt with concern. Qi Xiaoxing watched her two friends helplessly. Feeling was all planned. That night, they didn't go to sleep early. Instead, they chatted aimlessly in the dark, feeling the temperature gradually drop. Jia Jia was still in pain, but her spirit was much better than before. She joked that after she left, she might find a very handsome and powerful orc and would definitely bring him back to show them. Xiao Lu teased that she was a bit dissatisfied with Lan and wanted to change, while Qi Xiaoxing threatened her, saying she had to listen to her in the future, or she would tell Lan. The three of them laughed and played for a long time, and in the end, it was unclear who fell asleep first. Mumbling some dream talk, and the room suddenly became quiet, eerily lonely. The next day, just at dawn, the sky was still dark, with heavy clouds pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Jia Jia dressed and carefully carried the large bundle, cautiously walking towards the door. She moved lightly, but Qi Xiaoxing still woke up. Suppressing her sleepiness, she got out of bed, made a quiet gesture to the surprised Jia Jia, and tucked in Xiao Lu's blanket. She went to a nearby cabinet and took out a small bag. The two silently walked to the yard. Jia Jia, without giving her a chance to speak, Qi Xiaoxing directly opened the small cloth bag and took out 10 original crystals, handing them to her. Take these. Jia looked at her, not accepting the crystals. This belongs to the tribe. You shouldn't do this. Qi Xiaoxing smiled slyly. It's mine. Take it as your wedding gift for the future. Jia's eyes turned red, and she stopped refusing. Well, I'm leaving. Qi Xiaoxing looked at her. I'll take you to the tribe's gate. Without me, you can't even get out of the wall. Jia touched her nose and nodded. Chapter 198. Winter has arrived. Part 2. Qi Xiaoxing's home was very close to the tribe's entrance. But those few minutes felt as long as a lifetime to Jia. What about Elvin? Just as they were nearing the wall, Qi Xiaoxing suddenly asked. Him. Jia smiled faintly. I don't know. Maybe he will marry Lan Lan. It has nothing to do with me anymore. Qi Xiaoxing didn't expose the sadness in her words, only said, I reminded you yesterday. Do you remember? Jia nodded. I've kept the medicine you gave me. I take it 3 times a day. By the time they finished talking, they had already reached the entrance. And after you go out, Qi Xiaoxing wanted to say something more, but Jia held her hand. I know. After I go out, I'll head toward the Groundhog tribe, take what you wrote for me to find their elder, and have him send me to where I want to go. Jia's eyes reddened, her tone sincere. Xiaoxing, thank you for helping me. Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit tearful too, shaking her head without saying anything. If we can meet again. Jia's eyes curved as she smiled brightly. Just like when they first met while cooking salt, if I can help you, even if it costs me my life, I am willing. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't hold back any longer. Her tense face completely fell apart. Don't say that. You just have to live well. Living a good life is more important than anything. Jia responded with an and the patrolling orc saw the two and approached to ask what was going on. Qi Xiaoxing said something to him, and the orc nodded, stepping forward to open the door. All right, I'm leaving. Jia turned back to take one last look at the Qingshi tribe, closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and walked out. This time, she didn't look back. Qi Xiaoxing watched her slender figure, her mind filled with memories of their time together, and at that moment, her nose became sour and her eyes teary. At that moment, all she wished for was for Jia to live well. Little did she know, years later, Jia would indeed fulfill her words. Qi Xiaoxing returned home a bit lost, and immediately saw a little green rushing outside, her eyes showing dark circles from lack of sleep last night. Upon seeing Qi Xiaoxing, she immediately asked, Where's Jia? Qi Xiaoxing silently walked to the side, scooped up a ladle of water, and was about to splash it on her face. What are you doing? Little Green grabbed her hand. Why are you dressed so lightly? Huh? Qi Xiaoxing came back to her senses. I wanted to wash my face. It was only then that she felt a bit cold from Little Green's words. Why are you only wearing a single layer? Has Jia already left? Little Green fired off a series of quick questions. Speak quickly, ah? Qi Xiaoxing nodded. She left. Little Green froze for a moment, taking several seconds to process. Why didn't you call me? Qi Xiaoxing remained silent, feeling very tired. She went into the room, found a few clothes to put on, and lay directly down on the bed, ignoring Little Green. Not long after, muffled cries could be heard from the courtyard. But she was already very sleepy and soon fell into darkness. When she woke up again, Ling had returned, transformed into a white tiger and lying beside her, warm and very comfortable. Qi Xiaoxing rubbed against the soft fur of the big tiger and muttered, Jia is gone. The white tiger Ling let out a series of sounds from his nostrils, indicating he was listening. I said I would explain things to you yesterday, but now I think there is nothing much to say. Xiaoxing sighed. You should understand, right? After she finished speaking, she felt a flash of white light in front of her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was no longer facing a soft white fur, but a hard chest. Qi Xiaoxing felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace, and beside her was the steady, strong voice of the person, I know, Little Green has already told us. Jia will definitely be better. Qi Xiaoxing hugged him back and nodded vigorously. Around the afternoon, after finishing her tasks, Aisha rubbed her sore shoulders, her gaze sweeping over the herbs on the shelf, sensing that the pregnancy grass seemed to have been disturbed by someone. However, she didn't think much of it, just tidied up her things and prepared to go home. Elvin seemed to be doing better lately, starting to exercise and be active, and the family was very pleased with his changes. Yet his attitude towards Lan Lan remained very cold, and he had even seriously told Lan Lan that he would only ever like Jia, asking her not to wait, which was truly a headache. I wonder how Jia is doing. I've been too busy lately to pay attention to her. The more Aisha thought about it, the more her head hurt, so she decided not to dwell on it, slinging the medicine basket over her shoulder as she walked outside. A cold wind blew, making her instinctively pull her clothes tighter around her. This weather, Aisha complained softly, looking up at the gray sky. Something began to fall softly, landing on her face, cold. It's snowing. A snowflake landed right in her blue eyes, stinging her and causing tears to flow. Winter has arrived. Chapter 199. Ling and Qi Xia, Part 1. Brother, the tribe has sent us food. In a courtyard deeper within the Qi tribe, a girl with a ponytail, dressed in thick animal skins, held a basket that was mismatched with her small frame, filled with many storable tubers and meat. It was clear she was struggling to carry it, but her face was beaming with joy as she looked at Qi Xia, who was sitting in a room with the door half open, happily saying. Qi Xia looked at his sister, who had become much brighter, a gentle expression in his sapphire eyes. Brother, the snow is falling heavily. When I went out today, the ground was covered in snow, so cold. The girl put down the basket and rubbed her reddened hands. I also met many people who went to collect food with me. They all greeted me warmly. Qi Xia nodded and slowly stood up from the chair. He had suffered serious injuries in that previous battle, but his strength had greatly increased during the fight, and he was now already a mid-level second-tier warrior. He felt deeply guilty for having insisted on saving his sister, which led to so many subsequent events. It was impossible for the people in the tribe to have no objections against them as siblings. He also didn't want the tragic fate of the Snow Leopard tribe to happen to the Qingshi tribe again, which was why he unleashed such great power at a critical moment. Perhaps because he saved many of his kin's lives during the battle. They were no longer so resistant towards him. Qi Xia gazed outside with a sense of nostalgia. The sky was still gray, heavy with clouds, and it was uncertain when the heavy snow would fall, with temperatures already very low. However, since it was the third day after the first snowfall, the temperature was still bearable. Looking at his sister, who had returned to her childhood demeanor thanks to the guidance of the tribe's females, Qi Xia asked with relief, Sister, when you went to collect food this time, did you see my master? Ah, do you mean the tribe leader's brother? I didn't see him. This time, it was Sister Aisha who distributed the food to us. But I heard that Elder Xiaoxing got it from somewhere, and they said there would be another batch in a while. This food is enough for us to eat for over half a month. She chattered happily, but Qi Xia gradually found it hard to listen. He couldn't help but remember how he had fled in a desperate and embarrassed manner to the Qingshi tribe when the Snow Leopard tribe was destroyed. It was Qi Xiaoxing and Ling who had saved him. But during the autumn gathering, due to his recklessness, he had nearly harmed the two who had shown him kindness. Even though they have escaped danger now, and the Qingstone tribe is gradually getting better, he still lacks the courage to confront those two. Sighing, he checked the weather again. Qi Xia decided to go out and hunt for food today. After all, while the tribe distributes food, it will eventually run out. It's better to store some since he has the ability. If he can hunt some large game, it would also improve the tribe's meals. There are now quite a few children in the shelter who have become orphans due to recent events. He also wants to help them. The place where Qi Xia lives is far from the tribe's wall, and the ground is covered in snow, making it difficult to walk. However, he is a beastman of the Snow Leopard clan, naturally adapted to hunting in such conditions, so his movements were not sluggish. He deliberately chose paths with fewer people to avoid encounters. He quickly arrived at the wall and happened to meet Lance, who was about to go out. Lance was holding a permit from Qi Xiaoxing to leave the wall, and looked at Qi Xia in surprise. How did you get here? Are your previous injuries healed? I remember Elsa said you needed a rest. Lance, it was just a minor injury. Qi Xia lowered his head. Lance? A minor injury? You were stabbed in the abdomen by that monster transformed by Shaoling. And that's a minor injury? He felt speechless. You don't know that hunting outside the wall also requires a permit now? Qi Xia raised his head in astonishment. He really didn't know. Lance was amused by his shocked expression and patted him on the back. Well, they say you need a permit, but it's really just for registration. I have the permit from your sister Elsa that she got from Elder Xiaoxing. If you want to go hunting, just come with me. Qi Xia touched his nose and instinctively stepped back. Lance, do you really agree to let me go? Lance was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but laugh. What are you saying? Why would I agree? You're stronger than me now. I think it's a bit dangerous for me to go alone. Listening to his words, Qi Xia felt a warmth in his heart. Although Lance said that, he knew he just wanted to help him. The two quickly passed through the wall, agreed on a time to return with the guards, and headed straight for the nearest forest to the Qingstone tribe. The Qingstone tribe has a good geographical location, and now that they have taken over the Blackstone tribe's territory, resources are even richer. Although it has been 3 days since the first snowfall, many animals have found a quiet place to hibernate and are generally not seen. Still, some small animals like snow hares might poke their heads out. If they're lucky, they might even encounter a hibernating bear. However, such good fortune rarely happens. And their target this time isn't very big. They just want to hunt something to avoid relying solely on the tribe's distributed food and end up consuming everything. Roar. A roar filled with pain echoed, and Qi Xiaoxing immediately transformed into his beast form, his half-circle leopard ears and tail emerging, his hands turning into sharp claws. Always on guard and ready for battle. Lance also transformed into his beast form, keeping watch around them. Chapter 200. Ling and Qi Xiaoxing. Part 2. Not far away. Leaves rustled, and Qi Xiaoxing agilely hid behind a tree, his hands shimmering with a faint blue light, ready to attack. Bang! A massive body was suddenly thrown out of the woods, crashing to the ground with a loud noise. Qi Xiaoxing watched as a mutated wild boar, about 3 meters tall, writhed in agony on the ground and then died. As the snow scattered, he saw a person standing next to the mutated wild boar, with black hair and golden eyes. Wearing a not very thick cotton outfit, his dragon-like eyes full of coldness and killing intent. Damn, Ling, do you have to be so scary? Lance saw his friend's face clearly and immediately dropped his beast form, punching Ling in the chest. I almost attacked you, you know? What if I'd hurt you? What would Xiaoxing do to me? Lance joked while examining the gigantic mutated wild boar. How did this thing grow so big? Where did you find it? Ling glanced at his friend helplessly. Do you think you can beat me? You must be out of your mind. Lance was momentarily speechless. I may not be able to beat you, but I'm taller than you. Ling, he truly felt helpless toward his friend, not wanting to continue discussing that. He just answered his question. I went out hunting today and happened to come across this. It must have been starving for a long time. It even tried to breathe fire at me, so I had to kill it. As he spoke, he cast a hinting glance at Lance, just like someone who still wants to hit me. If I'm not careful. Lance, big brother, I was wrong. Ling nodded in satisfaction. That's better. Lance secretly rolled his eyes, suddenly remembering something, and shouted toward Qi Xiaoxing, who was hiding in the tree. Ah, that's your master. Not a bad person. Come out quickly. Hearing this, Qi Xiaoxing trembled all over, and looking at Ling's approaching gaze, he felt extremely flustered. He accidentally fell directly from the tree, landing face first on the ground. Ling, Lance. Qi Xiaoxing. Lance awkwardly cleared his throat. Does it hurt? Qi Xiaoxing stood up silently, brushed off the dust on his body, shook his head, and spoke in a muffled voice. Not painful. He didn't dare to look into Ling's eyes, like a child who had done something wrong. In reality, he was just a child who had made a mistake. Ling had actually known from the beginning that Qi Xiaoxing was there. His scouting ability had improved tremendously. All of Qi Xiaoxing's techniques, except for the newly developed talent skill, were taught by him. He was very familiar with this child and could tell from his expression that he was feeling guilty. However, such a big mistake couldn't just be brushed over so simply. He needed to let him suffer a bit. Seeing the suffocating silence in the air, Lance was the first to break it. Ling, with such a big thing, how are we going to carry it back? Ling immediately looked at him as if he were an idiot, transform into a tiger, and carry it back. Lance felt wronged by his look, thinking, I was just trying to lighten the mood. Qi Xiaoxing, who had been watching the whole time, spoke up. I want to not go back yet and hunt some more prey. He thought this would help him avoid further contact with Ling, but Ling coldly snorted, wings hardened. Ling's words were abrupt and infuriating. Qi Xiaoxing frowned, but said nothing. Transform into beast form and carry this prey back. Then go find your master's wife with a whip. Ling looked at Qi Xiaoxing, who was more than a head shorter than him. You caused your master's wife so much trouble. Aren't you going to apologize? She was the one who saved you when you were half dead. And she has been nagging about you in my ear every day. It's driving me crazy. Qi Xiaoxing felt very displeased with Ling's words. He thought he was already one of the stronger members of the tribe, and his master shouldn't treat him like this. But hearing the last few sentences, his half-circle ears drooped down like a puppy. He couldn't help but think of Qi Xiaoxing. She had always been tolerant of him. His master was strict and even a bit annoying, but Qi Xiaoxing had always protected him. Moreover, even after he made such a big mistake, she didn't scold him much. His eyes turned a bit red, and Qi Xiaoxing murmured, I didn't avoid her, implying, why didn't she come see me? Ling looked at the young kid in front of him who hadn't even reached 18 yet and was directly amused by his anger. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and grabbed the collar of his shirt. Do you know how busy the tribe has been lately? How many troublesome matters are waiting for your master wife to handle? And you still have the nerve to let her look for you? Qi Xiaoxing was momentarily speechless, only pushing Ling's hand away with force, his eyes shining with a sharp and terrifying light. I will go find Xiaoxing. Ling was dissatisfied with his way of addressing Xiaoxing, its master wife. Qi Xiaoxing remained silent, stubbornly pursing his lips, then transformed into a somewhat frail snow leopard, pacing over to the wild boar and biting its neck. His action was a protest. I will call her Xiaoxing. Ling. This kid just needs to be taught a lesson. Lance, who had been ignored all along, found Ling's smile truly frightening. Chapter 201 Braised Wild Boar Meat 1. When the three returned to the tribe, it was still afternoon. Although winter nights fell quickly, the sun was still bright around 3 or 4 o'clock. Most of the people in the Qingshi tribe were still working. The beastmen were busy patrolling and checking the defensive works, while some with extra energy were out in groups searching for food or training. The females were mostly gathered together doing some handicrafts, discussing the food that had just been distributed or sighing about how warm the newly made Kong was. The entire tribe was much more lively compared to its previous lifeless appearance, but people had not forgotten those companions who had sacrificed themselves to protect their home. They had to live well so as not to let their sacrifices be in vain. When Qin Sha dragged the huge mutated wild boar back to the tribe, a crowd had gathered near the walls. What happened? Lance was the first to run forward with interest, and his loud voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. The lion tribe beastman Ka Dan helplessly pushed through the crowd. Nothing much, we just need to change shifts. Isn't it getting dark? Lance exclaimed, oh. Only then remembering that there was this shift change for the wall patrol. That's good. You all hurry and open the gate. This time don't open the small door. Open the big door. Ling hunted a very large mutated wild boar. Tonight, every family should get a good amount of meat. As soon as Ka Dan heard this, his eyes lit up. Looking back, he spotted the enormous wild boar being dragged behind the white snow leopard Qin Sha. It was plump and well-fleshed, and it seemed that the tribe members, who hadn't had meat for a long time, could enjoy a good meal tonight. Open the big door. Master Ling caught a big wild boar. Ka Dan's voice matched Lance's in excitement. In fact, he was quite a bit older than Ling. However, because Ling held a special status in their hearts, calling him elder felt inappropriate, and directly using his name felt disrespectful. So, they simply called him Master Ling. After all, Ling often taught them some fighting techniques, so it wasn't wrong to call him Master. Wow, such a big wild boar. The beastmen excitedly exclaimed as they pulled open the big gate. Ling smiled as he watched all of this, remaining silent. Although he appeared calm, he was actually so angered by that kid Qin Sha that he felt like he was about to suffer internal injuries. Only thinking about how to report him to Qi Xiaoxing later, without caring about dividing the meat. Xiaoxing, hey, why are you still drawing? As soon as Xiao Lu heard that Ling had brought back a big wild boar, she immediately ran to find Qi Xiaoxing, only to walk into the yard and see her friend calmly writing and drawing on paper. Qi Xiaoxing looked up in confusion. What's wrong? She was not just drawing. She was clearly contemplating the construction of a tribe after winter, as well as the expansion of the walls and a series of other matters. Your Ling caught a wild boar over 3 meters high. Xiao Lu's eyes sparkled. I haven't eaten fresh meat in a long time. It said that this wild boar is fire type, so maybe the meat will be even more delicious. Qi Xiaoxing. Oh, Xiao Lu, why are you so calm about this? Qi Xiaoxing helplessly glanced at her and pretended to be excited, saying in a calm tone, wow, a wild boar. How exciting. Xiao Lu, stop with that act. Come with me to divide the meat. Elsa is almost busy to the point of vomiting blood. Qi Xiaoxing sighed, reluctantly putting down her pen, and looked back at the sheepskin paper a few times. She had finally gotten a little inspiration, and just like that, it was interrupted, but a mutated wild boar. Qi Xiaoxing swallowed. She hadn't eaten fresh meat in a long time either. How could they make the wild boar meat delicious? She was mulling over cooking methods while casually chatting with Xiao Lu as they quickly walked to the tribe square, where they immediately saw Elsa, surrounded by a crowd. In the middle of winter, she was even sweating, clearly exhausted, but Elsa was smiling the whole time, seeming in a good mood. Ling stood beside her, helping Lance cut the meat. Qin Sha had initially wanted to leave, but was shot a fierce glare from Ling, which made him dare not act on his own and obediently stayed to help divide the meat. They had been busy for a while, but unfortunately, this wild boar was indeed quite large. It was the biggest and fattest wild boar Qi Xiaoxing had ever seen. She had previously survived in the jungle with the army for a while and had encountered wild boar groups, but they hadn't provoked them, just quietly bypassed. However, that wild boar, which was over a meter tall and looked fierce, had left a deep impression on her. Now this one was even more remarkable. A modern wild boar generally weighs around 150 kilograms, and this one must weigh at least a ton. Xiaoxing, you're here. Despite being busy, Elsa still keenly spotted her 2 friends among the crowd. Come quickly, get your meat. She turned to instruct Lance, who then used his sharp claws to remove the wild boar's 2 hind legs. Elsa said to Qi Xiaoxing this time, mainly thanks to your man who brought back the prey. You 2 should get the most. The tusks and the 2 hind legs are all for you. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at Ling, who appeared calm and collected. She waved her hand. That's too much, too much. There are just two of us. How could we possibly eat that much meat? Elsa rolled her eyes at her. You can't eat it. But can Ling not eat it? Have you forgotten his size? Only then did Qi Xiaoxing vaguely realize that Ling's true form, the white tiger, seemed to be quite a bit larger than this wild boar. Chapter 202. Braised Wild Boar Meat 2. She smiled a bit awkwardly, then looked at Ling, who then consciously retracted his claws and took the two hind legs. Then we won't help anymore. Lance can assist you. Elsa nodded. It's fine. We've almost finished dividing it. There aren't many tribespeople left. Qing Sha felt relieved when Ling was about to leave. If Ling left, he wouldn't have to bear such a huge pressure helping to divide the meat anymore. That was great. Xiaoxing still hadn't changed much from before, still looking so gentle, but she seemed oblivious to herself. Qing Sha felt a little small disappointment, which he hid well. Just when he thought he had escaped a disaster, Qi Xiaoxing's sharp eyes spotted him and immediately called out, Qing Sha? Hearing her call, Qing Sha's body stiffened, wanting to keep his head down and say nothing, but he was directly shouted at by Ling. Your master wife is calling you. Can't you hear? Qi Xiaoxing shot Ling an annoyed glance. Why are you so fierce? You just got better a few days ago. Why are you so harsh? Qing Sha felt a warmth in his heart, and his eyes strangely began to sting. He divided the meat in his hand and shared it with the nearest female, then pretended to be nonchalant as he slowly walked over to Qi Xiaoxing and the others. Xiaoxing. Qing Sha's voice was a bit muffled. Thank you for treating my wounds earlier. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the child, who was about the same height as her, and remembered how he had been weak and covered in blood lying on the ground before. Her heart softened a bit more. Qi Xiaoxing smiled and said, How about you bring your sister over to our house for dinner tonight? Okay. No way. The two voices sounded at the same time. Qi Xiaoxing was surprised and looked at Ling, who had firmly said no, and felt a black line appear on her forehead for a few seconds. Why are you reacting so strongly? Ling looked at her aggrievedly. You didn't even scold him for making such a big mistake, and now you want him to come for dinner? It's unfair. Qing Sha. He felt that his master was too childish. He wondered what Xiaoxing saw in him. Qing Sha knew that his master was most fond of the cute act. Back when he and Ling practiced in human form, every time she saw his ears and tail, she couldn't bear to be harsh and would complain about Ling being too rough. Thinking this, Qing Sha secretly transformed his tail and ears, looking pitiful as he said, Master, I'm sorry. Xiaoxing, I'm sorry. He frowned, looking like he was about to cry. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the adorable young boy and couldn't bring herself to blame him. She stepped forward and patted his head, saying, It's fine, just be careful next time. Ling, shameless. In the end, Ling reluctantly accepted that Qing Sha would be having dinner at their house. Wrapping his arms around Qi Xiaoxing's waist all the way and whispering complaints in her ear, which left Qi Xiaoxing quite speechless. However, for her lover's occasional jealousy and complaints, she chose to endure it. After all, Ling had also learned to grow ears and a tail to win her over, just like Qing Sha. But his tail and ears, combined with his handsome face, only made people feel appetized rather than protective. The wild boar meat was tough to begin with, and the hind leg meat from a mutated wild boar was even harder to cook. Qi Xiaoxing thought of several cooking methods and finally decided to braise it, adding some tubers to the meat, which might make it taste better. In essence, it was a mutated version of potato stew. The large pet Ling was quite useful, quickly cutting the wild boar meat into manageable sizes for her cooking and even lighting the stone stove. Qi Xiaoxing gave him an approving look. Once the water boiled, she added the processed wild boar meat and covered it, planning to stew the pork until it was cooked through. If it were domestic pork, it would be better to render the fat right away, but wild boar meat was too lean and had little fat, so it wouldn't cook easily if braised directly. That's why Qi Xiaoxing decided to boil it first. While waiting, Qi Xiaoxing didn't idle. She entered her space and picked through the many plant seed racks in the small wooden cabin. The medicinal spring space left by the medicine immortal was originally meant to select disciples, but the medicine immortal was too laid back, so the previous disciples almost emptied the space, leaving very limited resources. The many seeds on the second rack of the small cabin escaped scrutiny as they were of little use, which turned out to be a good deal for Qi Xiaoxing. Now she had second-tier strength, and all three racks in the small cabin were unlocked to the second layer, with the rack for planting seeds unlocking plenty of ingredients and some common herbs. There were still many plant seeds like chili and goji berries that could be used for food. Qi Xiaoxing thought for a moment and decided to add some spices to eliminate the fishy smell, while also putting in a bit of chili. After all, wild boar meat would taste better with some spice. However, she planned to cook first, then set aside some for herself before adding the chili. About an hour later, Qing Sha brought his sister to Qi Xiaoxing's house. The little girl was in much better spirits than when Qi Xiaoxing first met her and eagerly wanted to help her out. Qi Xiaoxing didn't have the heart to refuse and let her help peel the tubers and wash the small greens. Since there were many people eating, Qi Xiaoxing simply boiled an entire hind leg of wild boar and saved another for tomorrow. After the meat was cooked, Qi Xiaoxing poured out the water, scooped a large chunk of fat into the pot, and soon the sizzling sound of zila filled the air. While dodging the occasional splatter of hot oil, Qi Xiaoxing added the meat she had just taken out. The fragrant smell of the meat wafted out with thick white smoke, making Qi Xiaoxing unable to resist swallowing her saliva. It had been so long since she had eaten fresh meat, and she was quite greedy. Chapter 203, Braised Wild Boar Meat. 3. Since it was braised, soy sauce and other seasonings were essential. Although there was no soy sauce nearby, Qi Xiaoxing had her homemade sauce and spices. Thanks to the advancement of her innate skills, she now also had chili, so the flavor of this pot of meat wouldn't be bad. Qin Sha was already so hungry that his stomach was growling, but he pretended not to know whose stomach was growling, trying hard to endure. He sternly lectured his sister, "You're a big kid now. You can't be so happy just because you hear there's meat to eat." Sister. Ling wasn't much better off than Qin Sha, but he was a bit thicker-skinned than Qin Sha. He strolled into the room and half-embraced Qi Xiaoxing's waist, trying to get some meat. Qi Xiaoxing was also hungry, and with him clinging to her, she looked at the pot of meat and felt a bit tempted. However, in the end, she didn't eat ahead of time, poking Ling in the stomach and going out to set the bench, saying, "It'll be ready soon." When she said it would be ready soon, she wasn't lying. About 5 minutes later, the braised wild boar meat and tubers were done. The tubers were added after the meat had released enough oil, and they were now fully infused with flavor. Qi Xiaoxing picked up several particularly large wooden bowls, thought for a moment, and took 2 of the biggest bowls, filling them to the brim with fragrant meat, without adding any tubers for them. Then she took a slightly smaller bowl, filled it with a bit more than half meat, added a few pieces of tubers, stuffed the 2 big bowls into Ling's hands, and carried the smaller bowl outside. "It's ready, let us eat." Qi Xiaoxing glanced at Qin Sha, then sat beside the little girl with the small bowl, her tone much gentler. "Eat more, there's plenty in the house." Qin Sha. Does the difference in treatment have to be so obvious? Despite this, he couldn't resist the fragrant meat, disregarding Qi Xiaoxing's different treatment towards him and his sister, and began to wolf it down. The chewy wild boar meat made it very clear that it was tender, and with the sauce, each bite burst with juice in his mouth, warming his throat all the way down to his heart. It was incredibly delicious. He felt as if his starved stomach was getting immense comfort, making the winter feel less cold. Seeing them eat so well, Qi Xiaoxing also served herself a bowl. The wild boar meat glistened with oil, topped with a sprinkle of green chopped leaves, creating a striking visual impact. She picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of very tender tuber. With a little pressure, juice oozed out and dripped onto the meat, enhancing the aroma. Qi Xiaoxing squinted her eyes in enjoyment. It was the first time she had tasted such delicious tubers. To describe tubers, they were somewhat similar to potatoes and sweet potatoes, but their flavor was much milder than either. If roasted alone, they would lose moisture and taste like chewing sand. However, when braised with wild boar meat, they absorbed enough meat juices, and with their unique sandy texture, they suited Qi Xiaoxing's taste quite well. She ate a few more pieces of meat, which naturally tasted good, but it was a bit tough on her teeth, making her cheeks feel a bit uncomfortable. After finishing a bowl of meat and satisfying her long-standing craving for meat, Qi Xiaoxing began to focus on the tubers. The younger sister of Qin Sha, who was also killing greens, liked the tubers even more. The 2 females hit it off perfectly and left barely a few tubers for Ling and Qin Sha. The fighting power of the few of them was impressive. A pot of meat was nearly consumed, leaving only a bit behind. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the remaining meat in the pot, patted her full belly in satisfaction, and asked Ling, "Are you all not going to eat this?" Ling and Qin Sha initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Qi Xiaoxing's cheerful expression, they put on a brave face and reluctantly finished the last bits of meat. Qin Sha helped tidy up the yard and wash the dishes, and when they stepped outside again, it was already quite dark. "You should head back now. Do you want your master to see you off?" Qi Xiaoxing glanced at the sky, somewhat worried. Although Ling said he must teach Qin Sha a good lesson, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to scold this child who had already paid a sufficient price. "It's fine, I'm very strong," Qin Sha suddenly blurted out, which took Qi Xiaoxing by surprise. She didn't react immediately, but Ling quickly understood that this little brat was subtly indicating to Qi Xiaoxing that he was strong, with a hint of boasting. Ling let out a light laugh from his throat. The meaning was clear. Qing Sha ignored her jealous master, seriously bid farewell to Qi Xiaoxing, and led her sister, who was still savoring the delicious tubers, away. Now, the first heavy snow had just fallen, and there was no sign of the temperature rising. The snow on the ground had not melted. At this moment, under the faint moonlight, it was still possible to see the road clearly. He was with his sister and still in the tribe, so this little journey was certainly not a problem. Ling watched the little brat's distant figure, and after a while, he rubbed his slightly stuffed belly and, in a spoiled manner, leaned against Qi Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing, I ate too much. Can you rub my belly? His furry head rubbed against Qi Xiaoxing's neck, tickling her. Chapter 204. The Yin Snake Tribe and the Twin-Tailed Swallow Tribe. Part 1. Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit ticklish on her neck and was somewhat uncomfortable. She pushed Ling's head away and said, "All right, go back to work first." It was winter and it got dark early. Qi Xiaoxing hadn't taken out the oil lamp yet, so most people in the tribe went to sleep around 6 or 7 o'clock, getting up early the next morning. Although the tiger tribe belonged to the feline family, very few were accustomed to nighttime activities, especially since it was still the cold winter. After finishing dinner, the warm bed was inviting, and lying down to do some intimate things with a partner, followed by a satisfying night of sweet dreams, was simply too enjoyable. Of course, not everyone had a partner, nor could everyone engage in intimate activities. For example, Ling, who was currently pulled into the space by Qi Xiaoxing to help with work. As soon as Ling entered the space, he took off his heavy animal skin and put on lighter clothes, rolling up his sleeves to begin working according to Qi Xiaoxing's instructions. Here, remember to draw more clearly. Qi Xiaoxing also took out a pen and began to sketch on sheepskin. Ling, do you remember the forces around the Blackstone tribe? If we expand the walls like this, will the surrounding tribes have any objections? What Qi Xiaoxing asked Ling to help with was about the construction plans for the Blackstone tribe after spring next year. The location of the Qing Stone tribe was quite special, far from the forest, with a river on one side and mountains on two sides, situated in a large valley, rich in resources and strong in defense. On the side that borders others, to the left, is a large area of muddy land marshes adjacent to the Blackstone tribe, and to the right, it is very close to the territory of the Earthquake Mole tribe. Now that they had acquired that piece of land from the Blackstone tribe, it was significantly larger than the Qing Stone tribe, but the resources were relatively poor. Expanding the walls completely would be difficult. However, Qi Xiaoxing envisioned establishing a satellite base, building a wall about 1/3 the size of the Qing Stone tribe in the core area of the Blackstone tribe, and constructing several continuous watchtowers at the junction between the Blackstone tribe and other tribes for patrols. After all, the population of the Qing Stone tribe was still small, and, generally, no one would want to move to the Blackstone tribe, so these structures were primarily to protect their territory. Ling thought for a moment, his bony fingers holding the pen, gently tapping on the sheepskin paper. The side of the Blackstone tribe borders our Qing Stone tribe, with a small amount of land close to the Earthquake Mole tribe. To the west is the Yin Snake tribe, and to the south is close to the Twin-Tailed Swallow tribe. These two tribes are both small tribes, but they are quite powerful among the small tribes. Qi Xiaoxing was a bit shocked. She had never heard of these two tribes before. Perhaps noticing the surprise in her eyes, Ling smiled and rubbed her head. It's normal that you don't know. Generally, only the tribe leaders and shamans know about these things. Xiaoxing, you know that although our tribe is just a low-tier tribe, it still has a large territory. The territories of small tribes are often larger than ours, and many weak or female orcs rarely leave their tribes. So it's also normal for them to know little about the surroundings. He added, these two tribes are relatively strong, so their territories are also large. It seems there are a few low-tier tribes about the same size as our Qing Stone tribe surviving between them, but basically, no one knows about them. Qi Xiaoxing nodded. All right, quickly tell me about the Yin Snake tribe and the Twin-Tailed Swallow tribe. Ling thought for a moment, carefully choosing his words. The Yin Snake tribe is a cold-blooded species, but their innate skill is a rare fire ability, different from ordinary fire-type orcs. The Yin fire is very domineering. Once it sticks to an enemy, it must be countered with an opposing attribute force, otherwise, it will continue to erode into the body and cause damage. Qi Xiaoxing gasped. So strong. Ling nodded. Yes, they're very strong. Moreover, the orcs of the Yin Snake tribe can awaken at the age of 10, and by 30, they reach adulthood and can become second-tier orcs, possessing a terrifying racial advantage. Isn't that invincible? Qi Xiaoxing murmured. I know the Qing Stone tribe is weak, but I didn't expect it to be this weak. In her impression, the young orcs of the Qing Stone tribe at 10 years old were still uncertain if they could transform into human form, while the orcs of the Yin Snake tribe awaken at 10. Even now, among the adult tribesmen, there are not many with second-tier strength. and they become second-tier orcs as soon as they reach adulthood. The gap. Ling smiled and comforted her, but it's not absolute. The people of the Yin Snake tribe have a strong racial advantage, but they all have difficulty reproducing. The entire tribe just barely exceeds 500, with over 200 females among them, so they remain a small tribe. Most members of the Yin Snake tribe have cold personalities, which I also heard from my father. Speaking of his father, Ling's expression dimmed for a moment, but he quickly concealed it, pinching Qi Xiaoxing's somewhat dazed hand. Are you still listening? Qi Xiaoxing immediately came back to her senses, hurriedly nodding, yes, hurry, and tell me more. I want to understand more since we'll be neighbors with him soon. She felt a bit anxious, her expression becoming serious. Actually, I'm a bit worried. After spring, will the other tribes, knowing we have so much land, take action against us? After all, to outsiders, the Qing Stone tribe is just a piece of weak, juicy meat. Chapter 205. The Yin Snake tribe and the Twin-tailed Swallow tribe, Part 2. Now it is winter. Basically, apart from large or very powerful medium-sized tribes, all other tribes are struggling to survive the harsh winter. Therefore, even if they know that the Qing Stone tribe has defeated the Black Stone tribe and seized a large amount of land, they won't take care. But after spring, it will be different. Qi Xiaoxing was not worried about single-handedly confronting any insignificant tribe or even a small tribe. After all, they had Ling, a third-tier powerhouse, and the support of the Earth Mouse tribe behind them. However, she was concerned about being attacked by a coalition of forces. Ling understood her concern and after a moment of contemplation said, there is that possibility. Qi Xiaoxing frowned. Sai Ling, can you tell me about the Twin-tailed Swallow tribe? Ling nodded. The Twin-tailed Swallow tribe has swallows with 2 tails. Their beast form is not large, about 2 meters long, but they possess unparalleled aerial combat abilities. Their innate skill is shadow, which allows them to create a duplicate of themselves, a twin-tailed swallow, with combat power equal to the original. The rest is similar to us. But the Twin-tailed Swallow tribe has a large population with about 300 members. The Yin Snake tribe and the Twin-tailed Swallow tribe are not particularly aggressive tribes. They are more adaptable and lack ambition, so the possibility of them joining forces to attack us is low. Ling pondered for a moment and added that there are some insignificant tribes in between the 2 tribes, and they might unite to attack us. After finishing, Ling sketched a rough map on paper. Centered around the Qing Stone tribe, he outlined the surrounding area, even including the Horned Dragon tribe they had previously passed by. The Qing Stone tribe is located in the northeast direction of the Large Star Moon tribe's jurisdiction, adjacent to the medium-sized Earth Mouse tribe and the Black Stone tribe. Now that they have acquired the large territory near the marsh from the Black Stone tribe, they also have new neighbors, the Yin Snake tribe and the Twin-tailed Swallow tribe. Qi Xiaoxing studied the map for a while before putting down the parchment and began to seriously consider the possibility of discussing with the leaders of the 2 tribes before the second heavy snowfall. Xiaoxing, I have something to tell you. Ling suddenly spoke, interrupting her thoughts. Qi Xiaoxing looked puzzled. What? Ling furrowed his brow before my aunt, the shaman, passed away. She should have mentioned the tribe advancement competition to you. Qi Xiaoxing was taken aback and searched her memory, then nodded, right? The tribe advancement competition requires at least 500 people to participate. Wait, 500 people? Our tribe, including the newly arrived slaves, only has a little over 300. Ling sighed, so what we need to do now is to expand the size of the tribe. Qi Xiaoxing frowned, but expanding the size isn't that easy. The beastmen of the Qing Stone tribe are all tigers, and tigers are already rare. Reproduction isn't easy either. A female can only give birth to 1 cub at a time. After the tribe just endured a great disaster, many females have lost their partners, and it's really hard to add offspring. Ling gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Silly girl, expanding the size doesn't necessarily have to. Cough, cough, you understand, right? Qi Xiaoxing shot him a glance. I don't understand. Ling helplessly smiled, his hand sliding down her cheek to lift her chin, leaning down to gently peck her lips, his face turning slightly red. Do you understand now? Qi Xiaoxing. Ling could sometimes be so foolishly innocent. She understood much more than he did. However, the reason she hadn't acted on it was that she didn't want to have children right now. Although she loved Ling very much and was willing to bear their offspring together, the current environment did not permit it. She couldn't bear to let her child live in such a perilous world. If possible, she hoped that their child would be born into a safe environment without any dangers. Qi Xiaoxing's thoughts drifted a bit far, giving Ling an opportunity to inch closer and carefully wrap his arms around her waist, planting little strawberry kisses on her collarbone. The tingling sensation brought Qi Xiaoxing back to reality, and she could clearly feel something very spirited pressing against her, stirring with desire. Desire often comes with comfort, she thought. Qi Xiaoxing smiled. reaching her hands around Ling's neck. Although they didn't go all the way, there were still many other ways to express their affection. She also felt a bit mischievous and wanted to tease Ling. The next morning, Qi Xiaoxing found her thighs sore from the night before, and she sucked in a cold breath, not want to talk to the lively guy. It seemed she had been too indulgent with Ling. "Xiaoxing, you're awake. I made porridge for you," Ling said, carrying a bowl of steaming porridge, slowly walking to her side, his face still flushed with happiness, which made her inexplicably annoyed. Qi Xiaoxing moved, feeling uncomfortable and letting out several hisses before finally forcing herself to get up from the wooden bed. They had directly slept in the space due to various reasons yesterday. Humph. She took the porridge from Ling's hands. It tasted decent. Under her guidance, Ling had finally learned to cook a bit. Halfway through the porridge, Qi Xiaoxing keenly sensed someone knocking at their door, quickly swallowing the last bite and pulling Ling's hand as they stepped out of the space. Xiaoxing, are you still not up?" Elsa's voice came clearly through the crack in the door. Chapter 206, The Wanderers. As soon as Qi Xiaoxing stepped out of the space, she was hit by the terrifyingly low temperature outside, making her shiver. It was warm inside the space, and they were dressed lightly. Elsa had come in a hurry, not thinking to put on an extra layer, and now she was shivering, saying, "Wait a moment, we'll be out soon." She quickly threw on a piece of clothing and opened the yard door. Elsa's gaze subtly glanced at the red marks on Qi Xiaoxing's neck. "It's winter, and you still have so much energy to fool around, truly deserving of being young." Qi Xiaoxing. She cleared her throat to cover up. "Is there something you need to discuss with us so early in the morning?" Elsa rolled her eyes at her. "It's already past 9. Qi Xiaoxing looked down in shock at her watch. It really was 9:40. She immediately shot a big eye roll at Ling beside her. "If it weren't for this guy clinging to me last night, I wouldn't have slept in so late." Elsa chuckled a couple of times before becoming serious. "Xiaoxing, someone has come to the tribe." Who is it? Is it the Earth Mouse tribe?" Qi Xiaoxing's first reaction was that the Earth Mouse tribe had come back, but it turned out not to be the case. Elsa frowned. "It's not the Earth Mouse tribe. It's a few wandering beastmen and females." "Wandering beastmen?" Qi Xiaoxing was puzzled. "Did you let them in?" Elsa sighed. "How could we be that foolish?" "Of course not. They are still waiting under the wall. They said they are about to run out of food, and were hoping to see if any tribe would take them in." "Oh," Qi Xiaoxing nodded. "So why did you come to find me?" Elsa showed a troubled expression. "We can't determine their true strength, and we don't know if what they say is true or false." Qi Xiaoxing. She felt a bit frustrated and said, "Elsa, you are the shaman of the tribe. You should decide these things yourself." Elsa frowned. "But you are the elder. I just came to consult you." Unable to argue with her, Qi Xiaoxing squeezed Ling's hand. "Are you going?" Ling nodded, his pleasant voice ringing in her ears. "Yes." The three of them quickly arrived near the wall. Qi Xiaoxing skillfully climbed up to the top and looked down. In front of the tribe's main gate, there were about 6 or 7 people standing or squatting, 3 beastmen and 4 females, all looking relatively young, with the youngest female appearing to be only 13 or 14 years old. They were dressed very thinly in what looked like old and tattered animal skins, poorly tailored, draping over them like burlap sacks. Qi Xiaoxing noticed that the few orcs looked okay, but the female ones were freezing, their faces pale and blue, looking in poor condition. They had very distinct features. The leading orc appeared robust, with a long scar at the corner of his eye, exuding a strong masculine vibe. The orc beside him had gray-blue eyes and a stern face, a type of handsomeness completely different from Ling. The female orcs were all strikingly beautiful, each possessing a hint of allure. Even more eye-catching was a spirit cat blending into the heavy snow, with a tuft of fur by its ear, adorably overshadowing the nearby females. It looked nothing like an orc. In the orc world, everyone's looks were roughly comparable to modern standards. Handsome men and beautiful women weren't very common, so the sudden appearance of so many such individuals left her deep in thought. "Ling, can you tell which tribe these orcs and females belong to?" Qi Xiaoxing asked Ling. "They don't look like spies." Ling replied in a low voice. "One orc belongs to the cat tribe, the other 2 are from the wolf tribe, and the 4 females are all from the fox tribe. I'm not sure about their specific attributes. Their strength isn't strong. The most powerful one seems to be the wolf orc in the middle, roughly at the initial stage of the second tier." Qi Xiaoxing was puzzled. "Wolf tribe, cat tribe, and fox tribe? Do we have these tribes around here?" Ling also looked confused, noting that there were rarely any cat tribe orcs in this area, while there were quite a few fox tribe orcs, most of whom were cunning and scattered. Perhaps these few were indeed wandering orcs. It might be possible. Qi Xiaoxing nodded, climbed down from the wall, and instructed the patrolling orcs to open a small door, allowing the 7 of them to enter. Thank you. We're freezing to death." The clearly leading wolf orc sighed, rubbing his hands together. My name is Erno, and this is my brother Angus. A wolf orc who looked around 20 blinked his gray-blue eyes and nodded at everyone. Erno then pointed to the oldest female fox and introduced, "This is Bailon, my partner. This is my eldest daughter, Baichu, my second daughter, Bai Wei, and my youngest daughter, Baiji." Erno introduced each of them in turn, and finally added, "This is my brother, Lingxi, a spirit cat orc who has helped me a lot. I am Qi Xiaoxing, an elder of the Qingshi tribe, and this is our shaman, Irsha." Qi Xiaoxing smiled at them to show friendliness. From the looks of it, she didn't feel any threat from them. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face, so she thought it best to give them some face. "I heard you were struggling outside," Qi Xiaoxing casually probed. "Is there no food in the mountains after the heavy snow?" Chapter 207. Background. Erno smiled bitterly, about to say something when the youngest female, Baiji, tremblingly tugged at his arm. "Father, cold. Her little face was red from the cold, her lips cracked and bleeding, with frostbite on her ears and hands, swollen like radishes. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at the other females. Bai Wei looked young too, around 17 or 18, currently bowing her head and holding Baiji's shoulder, as if comforting her. Bailon and Baichu were both carrying heavy loads on their backs, and their faces didn't look good either. "Father is talking to the elder. Don't fuss, little Ji," Erno said somewhat awkwardly, reaching out to wipe the tears about to spill from his youngest daughter's eyes. His hands were in worse condition than the females', even bearing wounds. She was looking at those wanderers, but Ling was looking at her, a hint of understanding flashing in his golden eyes. He knew his beloved was feeling distressed again. Sure enough, the next moment, Qi Xiaoxing spoke. "How long have you been traveling to find our tribe?" Erno sighed. "About 10 days. Qi Xiaoxing could tell he wasn't lying just from the state of their group, so she didn't dwell on the issue too much. "Let's take you to the shelter first. You can rest a bit, and we'll discuss the details later." Baiji looked up at Qi Xiaoxing, the warm female draped in a heavy animal skin cloak, wearing clothes made of materials she had never seen before, one hand tucked in her clothing while the other was tightly held by the orc beside her. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the elder Qi Xiaoxing smiled at her, revealing a slightly pointed little tiger tooth, which was very cute. Baiji suddenly felt her face flush and hurriedly lowered her head to avoid looking at her. Under Qi Xiaoxing's lead, they quickly arrived at the shelter. Because the second heavy snow hadn't fallen yet, the temperature was relatively stable. The orcs were not hibernating. Aside from leaving two to care for the children, most had gone out to work. Inside the shelter, there were only a few young orcs and females, of course, along with a few elderly. "Elder Xiaoxing, you're here." An older female orc came out from the back room. Upon seeing the group behind Qi Xiaoxing, she froze for a moment. "What is this?" Qi Xiaoxing smiled. "Grandma-chan, these are wandering orcs. They came to the tribe to rest. Could you find them some thicker clothes and get them some hot water?" Irsha added. "I'll go with you to get some herbs inside to drive away the cold." Grandma-chan and Irsha went out, while Qi Xiaoxing closed a door that was seeping cold air and turned to Erno. "All right, now you can answer my questions." Ling stood beside her, releasing the pressure of his ancestral bloodline. Baiji and some little foxes trembled in fear, and Angus and Lingxi's expressions were not good either. Erno's face turned pale, but he didn't show any signs of cowardice. Bailon and I were originally from two minor tribes, but we fell in love during the autumn gathering, only to find that our two tribes had a feud. Erno seemed to be reminiscing. "Everyone opposed us, so I decided to leave the tribe. My brother and I are orphans, relying on each other in the Grey Wolf tribe. He was still young at that time, so I took him along." Angus lowered his eyes. In his memories, his brother and sister-in-law were like his father and mother, raising him. So, having gotten into such big trouble recently, he never thought of leaving. It was just... Angus glanced at Lingxi, seeing him still unfazed, and didn't want to embarrass himself further, feeling a bit disdainful inside. They met while fleeing, and now it was hard to find an uninformed tribe, yet he still appeared so indifferent. As long as this kid doesn't mess up later, Angus thought silently, continuing to listen to his brother speak. "We lived a happy wandering life for 20 years. Although I'm not a particularly strong orc, protecting my family is absolutely not a problem. Lingxi is a good brother I met 5 years ago by chance when I was being attacked by 3 Fong beasts. He helped me. Lingxi had it worse. Born into a family of wandering orcs, his parents were gone when he was young, so we've lived together since." Qi Xiaoxing listened to him, carefully observing his and the others' expressions. Seeing that everyone seemed calm, she didn't suspect too much. "So you spent the winter alone outside before?" That's not possible." And Erno waved his hand. "We all had to pay the entry fee to the Xingyue tribe." Qi Xiaoxing was surprised. Is there such a thing? Arnold was also a bit surprised by her ignorance. Well, the entry fee to the city is not cheap. In previous years, my brother and I saved up desperately, but because there was plenty of food in the forest, we managed to get by. However, this year, the territory we had been living in was occupied. Angus's face turned red as well. That group of people, I will get my revenge one day. His anger was not feigned. Qi Xiaoxing could see the raging fire in his eyes. So you have been searching for tribes willing to take you in? Qi Xiaoxing asked. Bailan, an elegant female, had been keeping her head down and silent. But at that moment, hearing Qi Xiaoxing's words, she blushed with embarrassment and softly apologized. I'm sorry. We didn't mean to trick you into food. She became more resolute. Please take us in. Just give the children a little food. I and Arnold can eat snow. When spring comes next year, we will work for you for free. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked like she was about to kneel down to plead with Qi Xiaoxing. Chapter 208. Joining the Qingstone tribe, Qi Xiaoxing looked complexly at the beautiful fox tribe female kneeling on the ground. Her words were sincere, and combined with what Arnold had just said, there was no deception. Moreover, they were only asking the tribe to provide a little food for the children, which, if calculated at the minimum standard, the tribe could barely accommodate. Qi Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to keep them. Then let's keep them. A familiar voice sounded. Elsa was holding a wooden tray with several bowls of warming soup on it. She looked at Qi Xiaoxing with a smile, just providing shelter and a little food. I calculated the tribe's food stock, and it's enough. She looked at the pale-faced females. Come, drink the soup to warm yourselves. Bai Ji showed a timid yet joyful expression, running up to pull her mother's hand. Mother, mother, the beautiful sisters agreed. Please get up, the ground is very cold. Bailan did not move, just blinked her watery, pleading eyes at Qi Xiaoxing. Qi Xiaoxing sighed helplessly. Since the shaman had spoken, then you may stay. Wonderful. Bai Wei and Bai Chu, the two sisters, could not help but shout in surprise. However, I must say this first. Qi Xiaoxing straightened her expression. Although our Qingstone tribe can take you in, you must join the Qingstone tribe and become one of us. If you are unwilling, you can immediately go find another tribe that will take you in unconditionally. Hearing her words, everyone showed expressions of surprise. Ling was no exception. His phoenix eyes slightly lowered. His thin lips opened slightly. The Qingstone tribe is indeed short on people now, although you're not members of the Tiger tribe. As long as you join our tribe, you can enjoy the benefits of our tribe. In this winter, not only can the children receive food, but the adults can as well. He glanced at the complex expressions of the wanderers. Since you just said you would be willing to work hard, letting you join the tribe should be a good thing, right? His tone was drawn out, and his slightly hoarse voice carried an undeniable pressure. Angus felt the hair on his back stand up in fear. As a gray wolf, his instincts made him want to submit immediately. After a moment, he woke up from the bloodline pressure, feeling horrified, standing there speechless. Among the group, the spirit cat tribe's Ling, she was the quickest to respond, immediately agreeing. I have no ties except for them. I've been wandering, and now joining the Qingstone tribe for a few days of stable life would be nice. As soon as he finished speaking, Angus couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. This person really knows how to assess the situation, deciding so quickly, not even worrying that one day their enemies might come after them. Wouldn't they be caught in a pincer attack by then? We will also join. Before Angus could react, his brother and sister-in-law had already made their decision. Bailan showed a grateful expression. Thank you for being willing to take us in. We have been forced to wander for various reasons, and now that a tribe is willing to take us in, of course, we will join. Qi Xiaoxing nodded. If they were to participate in the tribe promotion competition held in the spring of next year, then the Qingstone tribe would need to have 500 people. Moreover, the rebuilding of the tribe and her plan to plant crops next spring required a large workforce, and now people were coming to them. Although it involved some risks, having 4 females among the 7 wanderers was enough for her to take the chance. All right. Qi Xiaoxing smiled and asked Granny Chun, are there any extra rooms in the shelter now? Granny Chun showed a difficult expression. There are not many empty rooms left in the shelter, but these females can stay with me and a few other children in a big dormitory. It will be warm at night, but Qi Xiaoxing understood her meaning and frowned. The tribe's housing is said to be lacking, but there are no extra rooms either. After being invaded by the Blackstone tribe, many houses were left in ruins, and now in the dead of winter, it would be very difficult to build another one. Why not stay at my brother's place? Elsa spoke up. The family was worried about him, so they let him go home. His house, although it doesn't have a clay bed, is quite large, and 3 beastmen can fit in. Qi Xiaoxing looked at Bailan and Arnold with some apology. I'm very sorry to separate you two. Arnold's face turned bitter, clearly very unwilling, but he didn't say much. He couldn't just kick his brother and nephew out, so it had to be this way. Bai Lan was actually quite satisfied with this arrangement. Her beastman was overly enthusiastic, and even in winter, he rarely had a moment of peace. The group drank the warming soup and changed into the clothes Granny Chan brought over. Their complexions improved significantly. Ling told the few who were nearly resting, "You all wait to follow the shaman. She will help you with the paperwork, and then you can receive this month's rations based on your identity as tribe members. Remember, each person can only receive once a month, so don't waste it." Chapter 209, Vegetables and Seeds 1. Life went on peacefully, and in the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since the wolf tribe beastman Arnold and the others arrived at the Qi Stone tribe. Winter had quietly passed for more than half a month. After experiencing the invasion disaster, the Qi Stone tribe had fully recovered. The newly appointed chieftain and shaman were gradually adapting to their roles. In the past half-month, the temperature had been quite stable, with significant temperature differences only in the morning and evening, but no obvious cooling or warming. However, the sky had remained gray, with no signs of clearing. Qi Xiaoxing, draped in a white cloak, stood in the yard tending to the vegetables she had planted. Although the temperature was now very low, and wild vegetables outside could hardly survive, the females only had dried vegetables to eat. Although Qi Xiaoxing had space and was not lacking in fresh vegetables, if Xiao LV and the others occasionally wanted to eat some, there was no way for them to do so. So, partly to frequently exercise her talent skills, and partly to allow her good sisters to occasionally enjoy a treat, Qi Xiaoxing cleared a piece of land in the small yard, had Ling build her a wind and snow shelter, and planted small vegetables. Every morning, the first thing she did was use her plant-based talent skills to nourish those small vegetables. The plant-based talent skills were very beneficial for these green plants, giving them strong vitality, and the small vegetables in the field grew very well. Haha, Xiaoxing. Xiao LV's voice was still as penetrating as ever. Qi Xiaoxing turned to look at her and, unsurprisingly, saw Bai Wei standing next to Xiao LV. She has now come out of the sadness of Jiejia's departure and has realized that such a path might be the best for Jiejia. Another important reason is that Xiaolu has made new friends. Previously, the only one who spent time with her in the tribe was Jiejia. Aisha and Qi Xiaoxing were both busy and didn't have time to be with her every day. After Jiejia left, Xiaolu felt even more lonely. Aisha became the new witch, while Qi Xiaoxing had to plan the future of the tribe and manage food and raw crystals. The arrival of the three sisters, Bai Chu, Bai Wei, and Bai Ji, just filled the gap of friends for Xiaolu. Moreover, each of the three sisters has their own characteristics, but overall, they have good personalities after spending time together. And Qi Xiaoxing is relatively at ease with their interactions with Xiaolu. However, among the three sisters, Bai Wei gets along best with her. The eldest sister, Bai Chu, has a stable and somewhat strong personality, always following Aisha to learn many things. The youngest sister, Bai Ji, is too young and often follows their mother, Bai Lan. Only the second sister, Bai Wei, has a personality and temperament more similar to Xiaolu's. It is very normal for the two of them to get along well. Qi Xiaoxing just didn't expect Xiaolu to bring Bai Wei to find her. With a smile on her lips, Qi Xiaoxing looked at Xiaolu. "What's wrong? Are you craving something again?" Xiaolu shot her an annoyed glance. "Did I come to see you just for the vegetables? Am I that kind of person?" Her cheeks turned slightly red, clearly embarrassed. Qi Xiaoxing cleared her throat, realizing she might have unintentionally embarrassed Xiaolu in front of Bai Wei, and quickly remedied it. "Of course not. What do you need to find me for?" Only then did Xiaolu say, I just passed by the meeting hall and happened to see Aisha. She asked me to let you know that Zhen Daili is looking for you." Upon hearing Zhen Daili's name, Qi Xiaoxing's heart stirred, thinking that there might be news about the matter she had him handle, and she became somewhat anxious. "Xiaolu, you grab a few handfuls of vegetables from the garden and remember to leave some for me. I'll head over first." After saying that, she glanced apologetically at Bai Wei, who indeed had a chance to speak with her. "Bai Wei, it's too rushed today. Just go grab some vegetables with Xiaolu. It counts as my apology." Xiaolu watched as Qi Xiaoxing hurriedly ran out of the courtyard, sighed helplessly, and shrugged at the still somewhat dazed Bai Wei. "Xiao Wei, don't take it personally. Qi Xiaoxing is just like that. It's not because she doesn't like you, so don't overthink it." Bai Wei came to her senses and shyly nodded, lowering her eyes. "No, it's fine. Qi Xiaoxing is an elder. She's busy. That's understandable." Her eyes were gentle, and at first glance, there was no displeasure. After saying that, Bai Wei smiled kindly at the worried Xiaolu. Elder Qi Xiaoxing said I can pick vegetable from the garden. I haven't eaten fresh vegetables in a long time." Xiaolu rolled her eyes at her, but thought about the taste of fresh vegetable soup and felt a bit tempted, chuckling twice before pulling Bai Wei toward the vegetable garden. Qi Xiaoxing hurriedly ran to the meeting hall, and as soon as she pushed the door open, she saw Jean Daili sitting steadily in his seat, eating jerky. She took a moment to catch her breath. "Elder, you just arrived?" Jean Daili laughed heartily, stood up, and welcomed Qi Xiaoxing in. In the hall, besides Jean Daili, there were several members of the Zhendishu tribe. Aisha wasn't there, and neither were the brothers Lan and Ling. "It's been a while. The elder just left with the tribe leader to check on the things I brought back." As soon as Qi Xiaoxing heard his words, her eyes brightened. "Oh, the elder isn't lying?" Jean Daili clicked his tongue. "When have I ever lied to the tribe leader?" Chapter 210, Strange Plants 1. Is this enough? Bai Wei held 7 vegetables in her hands, looking at the large bundle in Xiaolu's arms, and reminding her, "Elder Qi Xiaoxing grows vegetables too." Before she finished her sentence, Xiaolu interrupted her. "Oh, Qi Xiaoxing can fill the yard in a week. You only took this much. Don't regret it later." Bai Wei chuckled. "I want tea regret it. Hurry up, we should clean up Elder Qi Xiaoxing's yard too." MMHM. Xiaolu looked at the pile, and only stopped when she thought it was enough. She didn't actually take much, but compared to Bai Wei, it appeared to be a lot. "Then let us go." Bai Wei looked at the little vegetables in her hands, smiling with her eyes curved. Since arriving at the Qingshi tribe, neither their mother nor the sisters had eaten any fresh vegetables. Now that they had managed to get a few, they certainly wanted everyone to taste them. Bai Wei's gaze softened. Although it had been tough wandering outside at this time of year, if she was lucky, she could still find green plants in the mountains. She really didn't want to leave the home where they had lived for so many years. If only that incident hadn't happened. But in life, how many if-onlys are there? Bai Wei stopped thinking about those helpless pasts and gently urged Xiaolu. "Hurry up. Didn't you say we would go find Aisha later to help her?" Xiaolu responded, straightened up, and suddenly thought of something, mischievously blinking. Wei, you've been in the tribe for a while now. Do you have a favorite beastman?" Bai Wei's face flushed instantly. Feeling shy, "What are you talking about? I barely know anyone." Xiaolu scoffed. "Nonsense. Since you sisters came to the tribe, those single beastmen have been glued to you, right? Bringing this and that every day. If you say they have no thoughts about you, I want to believe it. Besides, this morning, I saw you talking to a beastman in the corner." "Oomph. Don't try to fool me." Bai Wei blushed, her gaze evasive. All right, stop asking me. If there's a future with that person, I'll tell you." At the tribe's wall, Qi Xiaoxing hurriedly arrived and immediately spotted a pile of colorful items scattered on the ground, mixed together. Ling was bending over to inspect the quality of those plants when he heard footsteps behind him and instinctively turned around. The fleeting sharpness in his eyes turned into a gentle smile upon seeing who it was. "What brings you here?" Ling put down the purple flower he was holding and walked over to Qi Xiaoxing. Qi Xiaoxing took a couple of breaths. "I heard the things I wanted have arrived. So of course I couldn't wait." Half a month ago, she had asked Jean Daili, who came to transport the last batch of food, to help search for some common or rare plants from the beastman world, preferably those with certain characteristics, offering a reward of 100 first-level raw crystals and 25 second-level raw crystals. These raw crystals were not the tribe's property, but provided to her by the medicinal space. Because she had advanced to the mid-second level, the wooden rack containing the raw crystals in the medicinal space had also been unlocked. Qi Xiaoxing hadn't counted how many raw crystals there were, but visually, it seemed like an endless supply. Therefore, she rarely spent so much value to collect these strange plants. After all, her gifted skill is plant-related. If she could be lucky enough to collect some precious plants, her combat power would significantly increase. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling still did not give up on participating in the tribe's promotion competition in spring. After all, only by quickly raising the Qingshi tribe's reputation in the surrounding area could they deter some tribes that were eyeing them. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoxing also wanted to take this opportunity to recruit more members for the Qingshi tribe. Now, their territory is large, but there are too few people. As for the rigid requirement that there must be at least 500 tribesmen to participate in the tribal promotion tournament, Qi Xiaoxing is not too worried, because the tournament is in the middle of the second month of spring. This means that after winter, they will have enough time to take in some low-ranking tribes that were broken into by the beast tide during winter, or they could use original crystals to buy some slaves from the Xingyue tribe. However, buying slaves still carries a lot of risks. So Qi Xiaoxing is still thinking about taking in a low-ranking tribe. Of course, to participate in the promotion tournament. It is naturally better for her and Ling to be as strong as possible, which is why she's investing so much. Among the 25 second tier original crystals, 5 are for Jean Daili's hard work. After all, it's unreasonable not to give any benefits for having a teacher help you. Moreover, from the current results, Jean Daili has completed the task perfectly. Qi Xiaoxing eagerly rushed to the pile of plants, squatting down to examine them excitedly and carefully. This pile of plants looks like there are many, but in reality, the number is not large. The reason for their large size is due to a few uniquely shaped and large plants. One huge umbrella-like plant that is entirely fire-red occupies the largest space, but is also deliberately placed farthest from all the other plants. The fire mushroom emits a warm aura, and one can feel waves of warmth as soon as they get close. Chapter 211, Unique Plants, Part 2. Master, you are running too fast. Zhen Daili smiled as he stood beside Qi Xiaoxing. So eager? Qi Xiaoxing rolled her eyes at him. Stop joking, what is this plant? She pointed at the plant that looks like a fire mushroom and asked hurriedly. Zhen Daili didn't keep them in suspense and explained directly. This is the crimson mushroom, and it's the most expensive one among the plants I acquired this time, costing a full 10-second tier original crystals. Crimson mushroom? Qi Xiaoxing repeated the name of the plant and took a couple of steps closer to it. Xiaoxing, don't get too close, Ling pulled her hand. Let's hear what the Great Elder has to say about the peculiarities of this crimson mushroom first. It wouldn't be good if it turns out to be poisonous or aggressive and hurts you. Qi Xiaoxing shot him a black look, but inside she felt sweet. Zhen Daili, single dog, caught off guard by the dog food. I simply can't stand it. Zhen Daili lightly coughed twice, interrupting the two's eye contact. The crimson mushroom indeed has some unique characteristics compared to other plants. First of all, the quantity of crimson mushrooms is very rare, the growing environment is very harsh, and the survival rate is not high. Additionally, the crimson mushroom has a very special feature. Breaking open a crimson mushroom may yield a more precious crimson mushroom core, which can improve the success rate of advancement. Qi Xiaoxing nodded, but had some doubts. Improve the success rate of advancement? Is it that precious? Isn't advancement possible as long as one's cultivation reaches a certain level? Ling, hearing about the effect of the crimson mushroom, explained patiently, haven't I told you before that our innate skills can be advanced? Sometimes it's not just about having enough original crystals. Spiritual power, comprehension, and luck are also indispensable. That's right. Zhen Daili sighed with a bitter smile. The three of us brothers have been stuck at the 4th tier for who knows how long, with no progress at all. It's really difficult to obtain treasures that can increase the chances of advancement. This time, we were lucky to get a crimson mushroom. Qi Xiaoxing's eyes brightened. If there's a crimson crystal inside this crimson mushroom, wouldn't I be making a huge profit? Zhen Daili said. The probability of a crimson crystal appearing is very low. There might not even be one in 100 crimson mushrooms. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoxing instantly wilted. Then tell me about the others. Zhen Daili nodded and walked a short distance in front of another larger plant. This is the crying vine. Its sap has paralyzing and tear-inducing effects. Qi Xiaoxing followed his hand and looked at the ugly and large vine lying on the ground, taking up a lot of space. Her gaze caught a glimpse of a purple and yellow plant next to the crying vine, which looked like wild vegetables. The pale purple and bright yellow combined beautifully, with clear veins swaying slightly in the wind, looking very pretty. What is this? This is the descending witch grass, Zhen Daili smiled. It can be used to refine medicine. When it seeps into the meridians, it can dissolve others' original power, a rare poison. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the purple and yellow little grass and suddenly felt a bit of a chill. Such a poisonous grass looks so harmless. However, 1 or 2 plants don't have such a strong effect. At least a dozen plants are needed to refine a dose of poison, Zhen Daili added. This time, we only brought back 1. Qi Xiaoxing nodded and learned about the other plants Zhen Daili brought back under his introduction. Most have only some simple effects, and there are not many plants as precious and rare as the crimson mushroom. After Zhen Daili introduced all the plants, Qi Xiaoxing calculated the value of these plants and was a bit shocked to find that they exceeded the compensation she gave Zhen Daili. Great Elder, did you subsidize us with original crystals? Although it was a question, Qi Xiaoxing said it in a very certain tone. You have helped us too much this time, and still subsidized us with original crystals. Zhen Daili squinted his eyes. Master is too polite. I've lived for over 300 years. This amount of original crystals is nothing to me. It's not a matter of the original crystals being scarce, but Qi Xiaoxing didn't finish her sentence before being interrupted by Zhen Daili. Master, don't be so formal. According to what you said before, this is called investment. Zhen Daili grinned, bringing up what Qi Xiaoxing had said to pressure her. Qi Xiaoxing. Ling curled the corners of his lips. Since the Great Elder said not to be polite with him, then why are you being polite? We can just compensate him later when we earn original crystals. Seeing them say this, Qi Xiaoxing simply stopped being entangled. Great Elder, didn't you really enjoy the jerky I made before? I recently made a new flavor. Would you like to try it? Haha, sure. Zhen Daili was genuinely happy. The jerky he had previously gotten from Qi Xiaoxing was all snatched away by his second and third brothers, and he could only eat tasteless jerky. He had been wanting to ask Qi Xiaoxing for more, but felt a bit embarrassed. This time, he absolutely could not miss this rare opportunity. Chapter 212. Sudden temperature drop. Zhen Daili happily left with several jars of jerky. Qi Xiaoxing looked at his cheerful back and sighed helplessly. Who would have thought that the leader of a medium-sized tribe would be so happy over a few jars of jerky? Xiaoxing, where do you plan to put these plants? Ling looked at the pile of plants brought back and was troubled. Their small courtyard could barely hold them, but it took up too much space. Qi Xiaoxing stroked her chin and smiled. Let's just put them in the courtyard for now. I'll probably study these plants for a few days, and they'll be gone. Ling, what do you mean they'll be gone after studying them for a few days? However, since Qi Xiaoxing had already made a decision, he just needed to support her unconditionally. Ling, let us have some greens for lunch. Qi Xiaoxing turned her gaze to the vegetable garden, where there was still about half a batch of small greens left. It seemed that little green had shown some mercy and hadn't picked all her greens. Sounds good. Ling smiled. As long as it's made by you, I want to eat anything. Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit shy for what he said and squinted her eyes and smiled. Bai Wei returned to the shelter holding a few fresh vegetables, and as soon as she entered, she was grabbed by Bai Chu, who had hurried back from outside. Bai Chu stared at her in surprise. Where did you get these vegetables? From Elder Xiaoxing. I was with Xiao Lu today, and I ran into Elder Xiaoxing. She said I should pick some vegetables. Bai Wei explained. I thought it wouldn't be good to take too much, so I only took a little. Enough for each of us to have one. Bai Chu glanced at her sister with a hint of reproach. Really, Elder Xiaoxing told you to take them. And you just did? You can't be compared to Xiao Lu, okay? Xiao Lu is Elder Xiaoxing's friend. We were just being taken in by her. Don't do this again next time. Bai Wei was taken aback and nodded after a while. It's my fault. Bai Chu couldn't bear to complain about her sister any further. So she changed the subject. That orc who confessed to you before, I think he's pretty good. Why don't you accept him? Bai Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. Sister, what are you saying? We've only known each other for less than half a month. Bai Chu sighed and looked around to see no one was listening. She lowered her voice. You know why we were forced to leave home. Now, our father and the others can barely protect themselves while having to take care of us 3 burdens. Those people could show up at any time. And if we fall into their hands, you know what the outcome will be. Bai Wei recalled the ugly and greedy faces of those people, and her complexion instantly paled. Sister, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Aren't we safe now? Bai Chu tapped her sister's head lightly. She knew that her sister had been well protected since childhood, and despite the major changes, her naive nature hadn't changed. She continued straightforwardly, You silly, we're just borrowing refuge in the Qingshi tribe. If something happens, do you think they will save us? But if you're with that orc, it will be different. They will definitely protect you, because you will be the partner of a tribe orc. Realizing her sister's point, Bai Wei finally thought of a rebuttal. But isn't there also an orc pursuing you? The implication being, why don't you agree? Bai Chu looked at her sister, who was now thinking more quickly than usual, and sighed with relief. But I don't like him. You know, I have my own favorite orc. Bai Wei was left speechless. She looked into Bai Chu's earnest eyes and began to seriously consider if she really ended up with an orc from the Qingshi tribe. Would they protect their family when danger came? Bai Wei wanted to know the answer, but was also reluctant to find out, because when that day truly came, it would inevitably be the moment of life and death for their family. She hoped that day would never come. Qi Xiaoxing was seriously studying the parchment left by Zhen Daili, which recorded many plant characteristics, completely immersed in it. By the time she came back to her senses, it was already quite dark outside. Qi Xiaoxing raised her hand to check her watch, which showed it was still not even 3 in the afternoon. It's still early. She looked up at the sky. The clouds that had persisted for days had grown thicker, as if they could press down at any moment. Xiaoxing. Ling hurriedly walked in from outside. It's going to snow heavily. Really? Qi Xiaoxing was startled. She hadn't studied many plants yet, and if it snowed heavily, wouldn't that be troublesome? Ling nodded, with a serious expression. Yes, it's later than usual, but given the momentum, it will probably snow for at least 3 days. Qi Xiaoxing frowned as she looked at the dark clouds above, remembering what Xiao Lu's grandfather had said, that this winter might be the coldest on record. After a while, she sighed helplessly. Then these plants can only be stored in the space. After saying that, she thought of something and quickly said, Ling, the food. Before she could finish, she saw Ling chuckle lightly. You forgot? We just distributed a week's worth yesterday. Qi Xiaoxing stuck out her tongue, realizing she had indeed forgotten. She had worried that if it snowed too heavily, the tribe might starve, but since food had already been distributed, there shouldn't be a major issue. Could it really snow for 10 days or half a month? At this moment, Qi Xiaoxing had no idea that her thought was a clear flag. Chapter 213. Shoveling snow. The sky was gray and filled with thick clouds, layered and heavy. It seemed that in an instant, snowflakes fell like goose feathers, swiftly and gently covering the ground. The temperature also dropped significantly. Qi Xiaoxing was heating the stone stove in the house, getting close to the fire and warming her slightly reddened, frozen hands, feeling a bit better, perhaps due to the low temperature and some dampness. The pot was cooking very slowly today. Xiaoxing, let me do it. Ling draped a heavy animal skin over her shoulders. I can still make meat soup. Qi Xiaoxing instinctively tightened the animal skin around her. You can, but it doesn't taste good. Ling playfully poked her nose. Can't you praise me a bit? Qi Xiaoxing joked straightforwardly. I can't. Ling. Haha, just kidding. You cook then. Remember to put the tubers I cut into the soup. You eat the meat, and I'll eat the tubers. Qi Xiaoxing was amused by his reaction and didn't say much more, kicking off her shoes and climbing onto the bed. Although the stone stove wasn't very hot yet, the bed was still warm and much more comfortable than the ground. Ling's cooking skills were indeed not great, but Qi Xiaoxing still respectfully finished all the soup. Ling watched her drink the warm soup with a happy glow and felt a bit embarrassed. So how is it? Does it taste okay? Look, you finished it all. Qi Xiaoxing gave him a white glance. Who gave you that impression? I'm just giving face to the food. Food is precious in winter. Ling, why does it feel like Qi Xiaoxing has been countering him all day? After they finished their meal and tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, they sat facing each other on the bed, contemplating life. Oh no, contemplating work life. Hey, didn't you get that inheritance pearl from the Ice Palace before? Have you practiced it yet? Qi Xiaoxing asked. Not yet, Ling frowned. Since returning to the tribe, there have been many things to deal with. That inheritance is a one-time thing, and I'm worried about being affected, so I haven't practiced. Qi Xiaoxing thought of something, and her eyes lit up. Well, it's snowing for the second time now, right? It'll probably snow for 3 to 5 days. So you can practice now. Ling raised an eyebrow, leaning forward slightly, their faces just a few centimeters apart, their noses almost touching, breathing mingling. A blush crept up Qi Xiaoxing's cheeks, and in the cold winter, it surprisingly brought her a hint of warmth. What are you suddenly getting so close for? Before she could finish her sentence, she felt something warm and soft press against her lips. The sensitive nerves on her lips transmitted a tingling sensation. And Qi Xiaoxing instinctively closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering softly, looking extremely cute. Ling pulled away from her lips, watching her look as if she was about to be teased, unable to help but chuckle lightly, his warm, sun-like eyes filled with tenderness. Qi Xiaoxing noticed that he didn't invade her mouth like before, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Ling stifling a laugh, instantly feeling her face turn completely red. She, such a persuasive person, at this moment just wanted to dig a hole and bury herself, not wanting to see the person in front of her. But why does this person look so handsome when he smiles? With sword-like brows and starry eyes, bright like the warm golden sun, slender like the bright moon, his smile like a gentle breeze. It really made her unable to look away. Stunned, Ling waved his hand in front of her, playfully teasing her, wanting to kiss and hug again. Qi Xiaoxing. This person is definitely taking revenge for the fact that she didn't give him face during dinner. How did she not notice that Ling was actually a bit of a schemer? The heavy snow kept falling, and the temperature kept dropping. In the first 2 days, closing the door and warming the Kong, cuddling in Ling's arms wasn't too hard to bear. But starting from the 3rd day, the snow was so heavy that they couldn't even go out the door, and the snow piled high in the yard made it difficult to go out for basic needs. So, despite feeling a bit sorry for Ling, Qi Xiaoxing could only watch her lover go out every day to shovel snow. First, he would clear the snow off the roof, and then open the yard door to clear the snow from the yard. In such low temperatures, even with Ling's physique, it was impossible for him not to feel cold at all. Each time he came back from outside, he was almost like a block of ice, with snow all over his face, eyes, and body. After 2 days like this, there was still no sign of the snow stopping, and the accumulation on the road was so thick that it was almost impossible to walk. At night, when she went to sleep, Qi Xiaoxing could hear the howling wind outside and the sound of the roof being compressed. She kept having nightmares, worrying that the roof would collapse. Ling's attention was so keen that he turned over to shovel the snow off the roof, but Qi Xiaoxing unexpectedly hugged his arm tightly, mumbling, "Don't go." Ling was surprised for a moment, then turned around to see her eyes tightly closed, obviously still half asleep. So he chuckled softly and tucked her in with the animal skin. Good. His deep and magnetic voice echoed in the room, magically soothing Qi Xiaoxing's emotions. And she really let go of her grip, adjusting to a comfortable sleeping position. Ling held back a laugh, leaned down, kissed her forehead, and turned to leave. Chapter 214. A timely help in the snow. It turned out that no matter how carefully Ling moved, it was impossible not to wake her up. Qi Xiaoxing woke up around 4 in the morning. The creaking sounds from the roof made her already restless sleep even more uncomfortable. The most important thing was that the familiar source of warmth beside her was gone. The warmth from the Kong alone was not enough for her to sleep peacefully. The room was very quiet. Qi Xiaoxing poked her head out of the animal skin. Since she hadn't drunk much water at night, her throat was dry, and she hoarsely called out Ling's name, but unfortunately, there was no response. Holding back the cold, Qi Xiaoxing got up, put on her clothes, climbed down from the Kong, walked to the stone stove, and tossed a few pieces of charcoal inside. The fire immediately flared up a bit, and the room brightened. Ling! Qi Xiaoxing called out several times. It was really worrisome that her man was nowhere to be found in the middle of the night. This time, there was a response. Qi Xiaoxing heard Ling's voice from the roof. Xiaoxing. A thought arose in her mind, and Qi Xiaoxing wondered if he was really at the door. Gathering her courage, she pulled the door open. The icy cold wind rushed in at once, drilling in her collar. Hiss! Qi Xiaoxing gasped at the cold, her teeth chattering unnaturally. Why are you awake? A strong figure jumped down from the eaves, startling Qi Xiaoxing. She instinctively backed away, only to see Ling's appearance clearly. His hair was already frozen, with sparkling snowflakes clinging to his eyelashes, emanating a chilling aura, looking almost like frozen meat. Qi Xiaoxing was both angry and heartbroken. What are you doing? Running up to the roof in the middle of the night? It's so cold. Aren't you afraid of freezing? Seeing her flustered, Ling couldn't help but chuckle. The snow is too heavy tonight. I have to shovel the snow off the roof every once in a while, or the house might collapse. He casually stated something that made Qi Xiaoxing's scalp tingle. You. She almost immediately teared up. All the anger from Ling going out in the middle of the night had long vanished. Ignoring the cold, Qi Xiaoxing hugged Ling's waist tightly. You can't go anymore. She choked. Let's not keep this house. We'll stay in the space and build a sturdier one next year. So you won't have to suffer from the snow anymore. Ling was initially taken aback, then the tense muscles in his body relaxed. He gently yet firmly pushed Qi Xiaoxing away. I'm all wet and dirty. You don't mind? Qi Xiaoxing stomped her foot in frustration. What time is it? And you're still joking. Do you have a heart to make jokes now? Ling chuckled twice, raising his hands in surrender. Qi Xiaoxing pulled him into the house, closed the door, and silently recited to enter the space, bringing Ling into the medicinal field space. Quick, take off. Qi Xiaoxing didn't give Ling time to react and directly pressed him down on the grass, reaching to pull off his clothes. Ling, baby, you're so enthusiastic. Qi Xiaoxing. Get lost. Ling's condition was indeed not very optimistic. After entering the warm space, the snow on his body melted, and his skin was red from the cold. Qi Xiaoxing felt really heartbroken. She had been a modern person before, never realizing winter could be so difficult. Seeing Ling act as if it was nothing, she felt even worse. Lost in thought, her eyes began to sting. Don't cry. Ling was a bit at a loss when she suddenly started tearing up, reaching out to wipe her tears. I really don't mind. I've been through worse. What? Qi Xiaoxing was momentarily speechless. The fact that there had been worse situations in the past meant that during those winters before she came here, Ling, or perhaps not just Ling, had suffered greatly. Without a clay Kong, without charcoal, the houses made of mud could hardly withstand the severe cold. Qi Xiaoxing hadn't thought that winters after having a clay Kong and charcoal would be that hard. But now, she felt she should change her mind. Because she felt sorry for Ling, and also because she had the space as a golden finger, Qi Xiaoxing selfishly decided to have Ling stay in the space. During the day, they practiced in the space, ate on time, and because the ingredients in the space were abundant, everything was perfect except for the lack of fresh meat. Recently, the food was so good that Qi Xiaoxing even suspected she had gained weight. Every 3 to 4 hours, Ling would go out of the space to shovel the snow outside to prevent the house from collapsing and causing others to become suspicious. Days passed like this, and it had been 11 days since the snow first began to fall. Qi Xiaoxing grew increasingly worried about the other people in the tribe. Due to the heavy snow, all the females were confined to their homes, as going out could easily lead to freezing to death. At least inside, there was the Kong and charcoal fire for warmth. The beastmen were quite resistant to the cold, but in weather that could almost be described as a snowstorm, they were mostly helpless, having to wait passively at home. As long as food wasn't critically low, they generally wouldn't choose to go out. This also meant that for more than 10 days, Qi Xiaoxing hadn't seen anyone besides Ling. Because she hadn't seen her tribesmen, Her anxiety grew larger. Logically, the food should still be sufficient. The tribe had distributed food for about a month at the beginning of winter, and then just before the second snowfall, they had given out food for a week, with the remaining food locked in the tribe's granary. Chapter 2:15. Food loss in the granary. 1. The snow gradually lessened, and after a day, it was no longer heavy enough to prevent going outside. After staying home for more than 10 days, Qi Xiaoxing could no longer resist the urge to go out. She put on her cloak and decided to first visit the nearest Xiaolu's house. Although the snow had lightened, the temperature was still much lower than before the snowfall, and the snow on the ground was thick enough to cover her calves. At this rate, if she walked by herself, it might take as long as a turtle. Qi Xiaoxing calculated in her mind and sneaked a glance at Ling beside her. Ling knew without thinking what she was contemplating, shrugged helplessly, and extended his hands, inviting her in. Huh, you're quite accommodating. Qi Xiaoxing grinned, jumped into Ling's arms, wrapped her arms around his neck, and buried her head in his solid chest, feeling the warmth emanating from him. Hold on tight. Ling mischievously jostled the person in his arms, eliciting a surprised yelp from Qi Xiaoxing. Satisfied, he curled his lips, and his newly grown large wings unfurled behind him, strands of purple lightning swirling around them, the feathers shaking elegantly while containing immense power. Before Qi Xiaoxing could react, she was already lifted into the air. When she looked down, the small courtyard was rapidly shrinking in her view. She blinked hard and looked up at the distance, a row of stone houses with their tops covered in thick white snow. Occasionally, she could spot a few black dots in a cleared patch of ground. Those were the clan members taking advantage of the lightened snow to come out and move around. This snowfall was enormous. It was the biggest she had ever seen since her birth. We're here. Ling's voice pulled her back to reality. Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit reluctant to leave the sky, having only looked for a short while. However, Xiaolu's house was just a few steps away from theirs, so it was normal for them to arrive quickly. Although they had reached Xiaolu's doorstep, Ling still did not set her down. He did not land, but instead knocked on the courtyard door with one hand. Who is it? Is it Xiaoxing? Xiaolu's voice quickly came from inside, sounding very excited, likely because she had been cooped up for too long. It's me. Qi Xiaoxing happily responded a few times. The courtyard door opened, and Xiaolu appeared, beaming with joy, being carried on Ling's back. When she saw Qi Xiaoxing, she puffed up her cheeks in envy, wishing that Ling had wings too. Ling! The group entered the house, where a charcoal fire was still burning, making the inside significantly warmer than outside. Qi Xiaoxing rubbed her slightly red, cold hands and asked, "How much charcoal do you have left?" Ling's expression turned a bit worried. About half, but winter still has over 2 months to go. Xiaolu jumped into Ling's arms and playfully tugged at his face. Come on, smile a little. It's fine if the charcoal is running low. We didn't have charcoal in winter before either. I'm afraid you'll be cold. Ling's defense was interrupted by Xiaolu. Ugh, you're so annoying. You're the beastman. Ling. Ling looked at Qi Xiaoxing with a pleading expression. For the past half-month, he had been tormented by the bored Xiaolu. And since they hadn't held their partner's ceremony yet, many punishments he wanted to enact couldn't be done. Winter was truly dull. Qi Xiaoxing caught Ling's glance, cleared her throat, and turned to Xiaolu. I didn't come just to see you today. As expected, Xiaolu's attention was diverted. Qi Xiaoxing continued. Also, since Ling is the clan leader, I have something to discuss with him. Xiaolu, I thought you were going to take me to play. Qi Xiaoxing chuckled at her. And after chatting for a while, they finally got to the main topic. We didn't expect the snow to fall so heavily and for so long. The last batch of food that was just transported back from outside was only enough for a week's supply. The rest is still in the granary, Qi Xiaoxing said. If that's the case, some families might not have food at home right now, Xiaolu said in a low voice, sounding quite gloomy. Around this time every year, we would start to go hungry, and the beast tide is probably coming soon. Ling added, so you came to find me because you want to distribute food in advance? Qi Xiaoxing nodded. Since we don't know if there will be any emergencies next time, we should at least distribute a month's worth first. We'll call Lancy and Qingsha over, and we'll start distributing today, Ling supplemented. We don't know if it will snow again tomorrow, and it's still early today. We can at least deliver to half of the families in the tribe. Ling nodded and turned to the eager Xiaolu, saying, you better stay behind. Xiaolu was greatly disheartened. Why? Qi Xiaoxing teased, we're going to work. You're too weak. Just stay home and relax. Xiaolu glared at her. You're a female too. Qi Xiaoxing raised her eyebrows. We're different. Xiaolu, you're so annoying. Ling flew to fetch Qingsha and Lancy as laborers, and it took about an hour for everyone to gather. The tribe's granary was located deep within the tribe, and it was a bit far from Xiaolu's house. Qi Xiaoxing was fine, being carried by Ling. so it wasn't too tiring for her. But the few beastmen who couldn't fly had it rough, trudging through the snow. Chapter 216. Food loss in the granary. 2. To stay warm. Lancy simply transformed into a tiger. When Ling saw his friend turn into a tiger, he stopped trying to put on a brave face and transformed into his tiger form as well. After all, in this weather, it was much warmer and more suitable to be in beast form. Qi Xiaoxing had long turned into a snow leopard, looking up in dissatisfaction at his master flying in the sky. He had originally wanted to say that as a snow leopard, he could adapt to the icy weather better than any beastman, and suggested that Qi Xiaoxing could ride on his back. But then he realized he had forgotten that Ling had wings and could fly. So when Qi Xiaoxing finally came to her senses and looked down at the beastmen following them, she saw 2 tigers and a snow leopard floundering in the snow below. Ling's tiger form was slightly larger than Lancy's and seemed stronger, but he didn't appear as agile. His whole leg was half buried in the snow, moving quite slowly. It looked quite comical. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but laugh a few times. Hearing her laughter, Ling deliberately lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Why are you so happy?" Qi Xiaoxing's ears tingled. She wanted to scratch them, but with both hands wrapped around Ling's neck, letting go could result in her falling. So, she had to endure Ling's teasing, and her face quickly turned bright red. "Huh!" Ling was in a good mood and tightened his embrace, flapping his wings behind him, ignoring the struggling beastmen behind them, and quickened his pace. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination, the tribe's granary. Qi Xiaoxing jumped down from Ling's arms and immediately noticed the granary door, her expression instantly changing. More than half a month ago, after distributing the food, she clearly remembered that the door was securely closed, with a wooden lock she had specifically made. Normally, people would know not to touch it, but now, that wooden lock was surprisingly missing. "What's wrong?" Ling noticed she had stopped and walked up to her, his gaze sweeping over the wooden door, and his expression darkened instantly. He forcefully pushed the granary door open, and light streamed in, clearly revealing the scene inside. The food that had been piled high was now noticeably less, and there were pieces of food that had been half-eaten scattered all over the ground, clearly having been tampered with. Qi Xiaoxing's face, which had been merely unpleasant, now looked like she was about to kill someone. Damn it! She couldn't help but curse angrily. Who on earth is it? These food supplies were acquired at a considerable cost through Zhen Daili from the Xingyue tribe. With the onset of winter, food was already expensive, and although she had exchanged some for jam, it was just a little bit. Most of it was bought with original crystals, which were not cheap at all. But that wasn't the main issue. What was more important was that in this weather, where it was nearly impossible to buy food, losing so much would inevitably leave people in the tribe hungry. Her fists clenched unconsciously as Qi Xiaoxing gritted her teeth, wishing she could immediately catch the thief who stole the food. "Xiaoxing, calm down." A weight on her shoulder made her feel a gentle pat from Ling behind her. His voice was low and reassuring, calming her heart. "Let's first check how much food is left, and then let's not distribute any today to avoid alarming the thief." Qi Xiaoxing took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress her anger, and nodded. The mood of Lan, who had just followed them, was even worse. He had just recently become the leader of the tribe, and such an incident happened shortly after he took office. Fortunately, the amount of food lost didn't seem too much. If it had all been lost, he would have had to atone with his life, as these supplies were a lifeline during this harsh winter when there were hardly any hunting opportunities. The group entered the granary to assess the remaining food and found that most of it was female food items and some not-so-good quality dried meat. Nearly all the good meat was gone, although the quantity was manageable and would leave the tribespeople hungry for the next 2 months. It wouldn't lead to starvation like in previous years. Qi Xiaoxing was young and impulsive, often more so than Qi Xiaoxing, as evidenced by his earlier solo rescue of his sister. However, this time he surprisingly remained calm instead of getting overly excited. "We can hide first and see who is secretly taking food from here," Qi Xiaoxing said seriously, glancing at Ling. This time, Ling didn't discourage him but nodded in agreement. "Good." Hearing his strict master's words, Qi Xiaoxing almost doubted his own ears. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the visibly emotional young man. Her mood lightened a bit. Qi Xiao's suggestion was valid, but with the cold weather, it wasn't realistic to stay there all the time. In fact, she could have guarded the place herself since she had the medicinal field space as a trump card. But she couldn't just say that it would be only her and Ling keeping watch, as it wasn't practical. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. If it were autumn or summer, they wouldn't hesitate, but it was the cold winter now. Chapter 217. Granary Food Loss. 3. Although orcs have tough skin and thick flesh and are not easily frozen to death, that is based on not being directly exposed to harsh natural conditions. If they stayed outside for too long, especially at night, if it snowed heavily again, they would probably be the first orcs to freeze to death in history. Moreover, going from frugality to luxury is easy, but going from luxury to frugality is hard. Now, every household had charcoal that hadn't been used up, and the earthen kangs were warm. They just needed to shovel snow off the roof every few hours. Besides, Lancey and Lon both had families, especially Lancey, who had been enjoying himself at home lately. If it weren't for Ling, he wouldn't have gone out today. Qi Xiaoxing had no objection. As a snow leopard tribe member, he was better adapted to the cold than they were. The current temperature was still acceptable for him, although it wasn't as comfortable as being indoors. How about we get the food out first? Lon frowned, saying it was unlikely to stay there, and they couldn't afford to suffer more losses. His reasoning was sound, but Qi Xiaoxing found it hard to swallow her anger. After struggling for a while, she barely contained her fury. Well, it can only be like this. Then let's proceed as planned. Lon sighed. Are we still distributing food? Won't that let the thief get away? Qi Xiaoxing asked, puzzled. Yes, we will distribute. Qi Xiaoxing gritted her teeth. She didn't want to distribute the food. She wanted to stay in guard. But one was that this simply wouldn't work, and the other was that many families were truly short on food. For those without children, it was manageable, but for families with children and the elderly, although the tribe distributed food based on head count, the portions for children and the elderly were smaller. Yet, children and the elderly didn't eat much less than normal adults, so it was normal for them to feel the pinch. Having made the decision and looking at the sky, the group didn't waste any more time and began working under Qi Xiaoxing's direction. There were 4 orcs in total, estimating that they would need to transport food twice. Qi Xiaoxing and Lancey formed one group, while Ling, Lon, and Qi Xiaoxing formed another. Originally, Qi Xiaoxing planned for them to move the food out, lock the granary door, and return to retrieve the next batch after delivering the first. But now that they knew there was a thief, that plan was no longer feasible. Someone definitely had to stay behind to keep watch. After some discussion, they decided that Ling and Qi Xiaoxing would stay to guard the food, while the others would split into 3 routes to deliver it. The first one to finish would return to switch with Ling, and then the second person would switch with the first one back, repeating the cycle until it was done. The food in the granary had been sorted by type, and there were also plenty of animal skin bags used for storing food left over from when Jun Daili exchanged food from the Xinyue tribe. The orcs got to work swiftly, starting to package the food. Each household situation was different, so the distribution of food varied slightly. If there were more orcs in the family, they would receive more meat. If there were more females, they would get more dried vegetables and tubers. The original food ratio was quite reasonable, but now some orcs would have to make do with less. After all the food was packaged, the orcs transformed into their beast forms. Ling went back and forth, placing the filled animal skin bags of food on Lancey, Lon, and Qi Xiaoxing's backs. All right, let's go. We'll wait for you here, so come back quickly. Roar. Qi Xiaoxing let out a roar. His white snow leopard with ice-blue eyes glanced back at the 2 who seemed very small in his line of sight, then swished his tail and left without looking back. Qi Xiaoxing let out a breath, rubbed her frozen red hands, turned, and walked back into the granary, closing the door behind her to block out the wind and snow outside. There were still 7 or 8 bags of food lying inside the granary, but there should have been at least 20 bags. Don't think about it. A low, hoarse voice gently rang in her ear, a hand resting on her shoulder. This isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself. Qi Xiaoxing's heart warmed, pretending to be strong. Where did you see me blaming myself? That's not the case at all. Okay, if you say there isn't, then there isn't, Ling replied helplessly, continuing her line. This incident might have been caused by a tribesman, so don't be too angry. Qi Xiaoxing forced a bitter smile, her lips pressed tightly. People have inherent flaws, and in this brutal world, where only survival is the ultimate pursuit, it was even more so. The person who stole the food was probably just as selfish as Connie and Shinman. Her fists tightened as she grew angrier, feeling very unwilling to let the matter go unchecked. After waiting in the granary for over an hour, Qi Xiaoxing began to feel drowsy. Just as she was thinking of resting her head on Ling's lap for a while, a sudden noise from outside caught her attention. Click! Click! It sounded like the door was being opened. Qi Xiaoxing's attention was immediately drawn in, and she held her breath, exchanging a serious glance with Ling. After waiting for a moment, no one came in. Qi Xiaoxing maintained her position and was feeling a bit tired, even a little impatient. She had been thinking that she couldn't let that thief escape, and now the person had come right to her door. How could she let them go? Ling Zhao shook his head at her, signaling her not to act rashly, while quietly gathering a small ball of black flame in his hand. vigilantly staring at the door that could be pushed open at any moment. "Why don't we leave?" A rather timid voice came from outside. "The snow isn't heavy today, but someone might come out. What are you afraid of? We've come here so many times and have never been discovered. This time we'll definitely be fine," came another voice, that of a beastman, which sounded somewhat familiar. A simple-minded beastman's face flashed in Qi Xiaoxing's mind, and she was unwilling to believe it was him. Chapter 218, The Traitor, Part 1. "But maybe we were just lucky before," the timid beastman said. "And when we arrived, we saw a lot of beastman footprints on the ground, so maybe we've already been discovered." "Oomph." The simple-minded beastman sneered. "Yes, but that's why we need to hurry and finish this last job and then back off. Since we've already been discovered, they'll definitely rush to take away the remaining food. They certainly won't expect us to come over right away." Listening to his words, Qi Xiaoxing felt an indescribable emotion in her heart. The beastman was indeed correct, but he did not realize that they had set off in turns, and she and Ling were still inside the granary. However, just as that timid beastman was about to say something else, he was interrupted by the simple-minded beastman. "Shut up. Are you going to do it or not? If you don't want to eat, then get lost. I'm really fed up with your cowardly attitude." Without any hesitation, he pushed open the granary door, directly facing Qi Xiaoxing and Ling's angry eyes. "Jim." Qi Xiaoxing's gaze was icy as she turned to the other beastman. "Wenhua, why are you doing this?" The moment Jim saw Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, he trembled and collapsed to the ground. He was originally a timid rodent beastman, and now that the situation was exposed, he had completely lost the thought of resistance, only thinking about how to escape. On the other side, Wenhua, the one Qi Xiaoxing could hardly believe was the thief, looked shocked and incredulous, seemingly not expecting that Qi Xiaoxing and the others hadn't left yet. His expression shifted from smugness to pale and ugly, and his lips quivered as if he wanted to say something. But before he could defend himself, Jim, who was shivering behind him, suddenly exploded. "I didn't do it on purpose. It was all Wenhua who made me do it. I was forced," he yelled while running back. "Humph." Ling narrowed his cold phoenix eyes, and the black flame he had been gathering in his hand transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for Jim's calf, who was agilely darting in the snow. A scream erupted, and red blood stained the snow. Everything seemed slow, but it actually happened in just a few seconds, and Wenhua hadn't even reacted yet. "Run?" Ling lightly clapped his hands, and his wings spread out behind him, quickly lifting the beastman Jim, who had no strength left to escape, and ruthlessly tossed him at the granary door. Qi Xiaoxing coldly watched all of this, and said to the pale-faced Wenhua, "I believe you wouldn't be foolish enough to try to escape right under the eyes of the tribe's strongest warrior, would you?" As her words fell, Ling cooperatively released his ancestral bloodline pressure, the powerful force causing Wenhua's knees to buckle, cold sweat pouring down. So these two stole everyone's food. Lon returned after the shift, and, after learning what had happened, he angrily stepped forward to beat Jim and Wenhua. Jim was one of the more than 20 slaves taken in from the Blackstone tribe, while Wenhua was a member of the Qingshi tribe. Wenhua's family was quite good and hardworking, but unfortunately, they all died later while trying to save others. Therefore, the people in the tribe were very good to Wenhua, feeling guilty. Wenhua himself usually behaved well, aside from sometimes not liking to communicate with others. He had no other flaws, and everyone generally felt sorry for this simple and quiet beastman. But who would have thought that this time, after Qi Xiaoxing exchanged for a large amount of food through the groundhogs, it was stolen by Wenhua, who was seen as honest and reliable. According to Jim, this was entirely Wenhua's idea because he felt isolated and couldn't get enough to eat each winter, and since his family had given so much to the tribe, what was wrong with him taking a little food from the granary? So he threatened the greedy, yet cowardly Jim to steal food from the tribe's granary together. They hadn't just started stealing, they had been doing so since the first day the food was stored. At first, there had been a lot of food, and they hadn't been very bold, only taking a little bit of good food each time, so they hadn't been discovered. This time, because of the heavy snow, they simply stayed in the granary, waking up every day to eat and drink. After all, the temperature in the granary was completely sufficient for the beastmen, and they wouldn't freeze. After listening to Jim's tearful and fragmented explanation, Lon was about to explode with anger. He really couldn't understand what these people were thinking. Food was so precious, and they had suffered hardships before, so they knew this. But to maliciously deprive others of food, out of revenge or to satisfy their own desires, to steal half a month's worth of food from the tribe in just half a month, was truly astonishing. "I know I was wrong. Please don't kick me out." Jim's leg hurt so much that it felt like it was about to break. He was crying and gasping for breath, his small eyes filled with scheming and fear, making Qi Xiaoxing feel like throwing up. Chapter 219. The Traitor, Part 2. She felt no sympathy for these people at all. In her eyes, those who disregarded others' lives should be expelled from the tribe. If they dared to steal food from everyone in winter this time, they would dare to stab a knife in your back during tribal wars next time. Thinking of this, Qi Xiaoxing recalled that during the battle between the Qingshi tribe and the Haishi tribe, when Nuo seemed not to have participated much. He seemed to only pretend to be very angry, hiding among the elderly and weak, without engaging in direct combat. Qi Xiaoxing sneered, her gaze fixed on Wen Nuo, whose mouth was bleeding from being beaten. I'll give you one last chance to explain why you had to steal food. Ling's cold eyes were fixed on Wen Nuo, as if he would immediately unleash his claws to tear his throat if he dared to make a slight move. Wen Nuo lay awkwardly on the ground, and when he looked up, he saw everyone looking at him with expressions of rage. The pain in his eyes made him twitch, giving him a somewhat hideous appearance. Wen Nuo endured and endured, but ultimately couldn't hold back, saying, I just took back some things that originally belonged to me. Belong to you? Qi Xiaoxing barely held back her anger. What belongs to you? Of course, it's the food. Wen Nuo tried to control his expression. My parents and sister gave their lives for the tribe. What's wrong with me eating a little of your food? You're all so selfish. You can have today because of my family's sacrifices. As the one left behind by them, I feel so lonely and sad every day. Is it wrong to just want to be full? Qi Xiaoxing was shocked by this person's shamelessness. She was almost speechless. Damn it, Wen Nuo. Why didn't I notice before how annoying your words are? I see one die, right? At that moment, Lance, who had just returned, overheard what he said and became extremely excited. He was covered in snow marks left from being frozen in the snow for a long time, still dripping with water. But it seemed like he didn't feel it at all. He rushed in and directly grabbed Wen Nuo by the collar, damn it. You don't know what the situation in the tribe is like. So many people are starving, and you're here sneaking food. If I don't beat you to the point where you can't take care of yourself today, I won't call myself Lance. As he spoke, his other hand had already swung up and slapped Wen Nuo hard across the face. The sound was particularly loud. Qi Xiaoxing watched, feeling quite satisfied. She had just been so angry with this person that she didn't know how to curse him. Fortunately, Lance's strong hit made her feel much better. However, Qi Xiaoxing was still quite measured and only allowed Lance to beat Wen Nuo until he was nearly unconscious before immediately telling him to stop. Damn! Lance threw the person to the ground, still angrily cursing. This time he went to distribute food and saw many tribesmen. Everyone looked healthier than during the previous winter. But when they saw the amount of food he was distributing this time, their expressions inevitably turned sour. He still remembered a family that only had a 10-year-old female child and an elderly person left. The little girl with her braids looked a bit yellow from hunger, holding their pitifully small amount of food. Uncle Lance, why is there so little tuber? If Grandma doesn't eat, she will fall asleep. And I'm so afraid she won't wake up. The little girl's eyes were like an incredibly fiery flame, burning a hole in his conscience. But he could do nothing about it, and all of this was because of the bastard in front of him. Did you eat all that food? Qi Xiaoxing looked down at Wen Nuo, who was slumped on the ground. If there's any left, say it now. Maybe this matter won't be as serious as you think. Wen Nuo sneered, having been beaten up twice. He didn't want to see these people anymore, and even wanted to leave the tribe quickly. He spat on the ground. I don't know. Ling raised his lips, lifted his two bony hands, and mobilized the original force in his dantian. 10 slender fingers slowly revealed 10 dark spheres of light at their tips, making one's scalp tingle. Half an hour later, a group of people, including Qing Sha, who arrived after Ling finished questioning, came to the place where Wen Nuo and Jim stored the excess food. In fact, they hadn't really hidden it. They had placed it directly in Wen Nuo's house. Qi Xiaoxing searched for a long time and finally found 2 bags of food under Wen Nuo's bed. It seemed there was no more left. However, the 2 bags of food did somewhat compensate for the losses. The snow outside had decreased a bit, and it seemed that it would clear up tomorrow. Looking at these 2 bags of food, and then at Jim, who was pleading with his head in his hands, the frustration in Qi Xiaoxing's heart finally dissipated slowly. How should we deal with these 2? Lan Thao Wen. I have an idea, but I don't know if you all support it. What? Lance asked. Drive him out of the tribe, Lan said. According to the original rules of the tribe, stealing food is an unforgivable mistake. Qing Sha stood quietly to the side, not knowing what to think. Ling nodded, it can be done, but Wen Nuo is still a member of our tribe, and his parents have indeed contributed a lot to the tribe. Wen Nuo, who had been tortured by Ling and dared not show any resistance, felt a surge of gratitude when he heard Ling actually speaking for him. He looked up, his face, which could still be considered somewhat handsome, filled with emotion, Thank you. Thank you. Ling glanced at him indifferently. So, even if we drive you out, we can give you no food at all. Chapter 220. Delicious Fish 1. Qi Xiaoxing sighed. How about this? Let these two stay in the tribe through this winter. And then in spring, let Jim leave, and for when Nuo, we'll see how he performs. Lance frowned. We still have to wait for this winter to pass? I don't want to see this disgusting traitor for even a second. Law nodded. Okay, but we won't provide you with food this winter. You better take care of yourselves. His first half sentence was directed at Qi Xiaoxing, while the latter half was for Wen Nuo and Jim. After all, they had made a grave mistake, and it was impossible to easily forgive them. Wen Nuo curled up in a corner, unable to voice his anger, while Jim was pitifully crying. Although he was reluctant to accept reality, stealing food and being caught, which led to such consequences, could only be said to be their own doing. They found a thief and recovered some food, so this matter could be considered to have a resolution. Qi Xiaoxing and the others did not continue to dwell on the issue and distributed the last 2 bags of food to the tribesmen. Once they finished all this, it was getting late and the temperature was dropping, but the snow had gradually stopped. You've been busy all day. Hurry back and rest. Qi Xiaoxing distributed the remaining food, reserved for Lance, and the others to a few people. Looking at the dim sky, she calmed her eyes. Now that the snow had stopped, it seemed it wouldn't fall tomorrow either. Let's hold an elder meeting early tomorrow, she said, then looked at Lon, who nodded at her. Given what happened today, it was necessary to inform everyone. After discussing some other matters, the group dispersed. Qi Xiaoxing leaned in Ling's arms, her voice trembling from a cold. Ling, what? Ling softened his voice, feeling distressed. Are you going to act cute? It's nothing, just calling you. Qi Xiaoxing smiled. I'm a bit sleepy. Then sleep. Ling rubbed her head. I'm here. Qi Xiaoxing hummed and closed her eyes. With Ling by her side, the raging wind and snow, extreme heat and cold, felt as gentle as a breeze, easily brushed away. The next day, there was indeed no heavy snowfall, just as Qi Xiaoxing expected. Lon successfully informed all the elders and convened a meeting in the conference hall. After explaining in detail the circumstances of the food loss in the granary, the perpetrators, and the final handling results, Lon shifted the topic. That's how it is. If there are any objections, raise them now. If not, let Elder Xiaoxing talk about today's arrangements. After Lon finished speaking, he looked around, and everyone had no objections. Elsa, who had finally come out, couldn't hold back. What activity? Going fishing to eat. Qi Xiaoxing smiled. This morning, when she passed by the river frozen by heavy snow, she suddenly thought of all the fierce monster fish still in the river. When she first crossed into this world, she had suffered quite a bit from those monster fish. Afterwards, she had eaten those monster fish with Ling several times, and the taste was still acceptable. Although she didn't know if those monster fish had the same respiratory system as fish on Earth. If they did, that would be a huge gain, so of course they had to try. Elsa frowned. Huh? Fishing? Fish don't taste good. What time is it now? It's already good to have food, and you're still picky, Lon said, a bit displeased. If we can really get fish from the river, then we would have gained something. In fact, their tiger clan technically belonged to the cat family, so there was such a saying about big cats. Logically speaking, they should like eating fish. But Qi Xiaoxing guessed they didn't like those monster fish because they hadn't team-mastered the correct way to handle them. Those monster fish definitely couldn't be eaten raw like modern salmon, which could be cut and eaten raw to taste delicious. If the scales weren't removed and some of the dirty parts inside weren't cleaned out before swallowing them raw, then they could hardly taste good. Again, that strange fish looks really ugly with its toothy grin. If it weren't for the fact that I've eaten it a few times and found it quite delicious, I really wouldn't want to eat that strange fish just based on its appearance. Elsa was a bit unhappy after being scolded by Lon, saying, "What is wrong? You've eaten it before, and it wasn't that bad." Qi Xiaoxing didn't let them continue arguing and interjected, "Hey, you guys haven't even caught the strange fish yet, and you're already discussing whether it's tasty or not. Actually, there's no need to worry so much. Ling and I have eaten it a few times, and it's not as bad as you think." Elsa looked doubtful at her words, confusion clearly written on her face. Qi Xiaoxing shrugged helplessly. "When have I ever lied to you?" In fact, Qi Xiaoxing had never done anything without confidence. Elsa was quickly persuaded by her and posed a new question. "So how do we catch it? Do we have enough manpower?" Qi Xiaoxing smiled slyly. "Labor? You don't need to worry about that." Chapter 221. Delicious Fish, Part 2. When they reached the riverbank, seeing her beloved Lance and Qing Sha, along with 2 other familiar beastmen waiting by the river, Elsa finally understood what Qi Xiaoxing meant by no need to worry about labor. "Elsa, you're here." Although the temperature was low today, it hadn't snowed, and Xiaolu looked as spirited as ever. Elsa glanced at the several large bee skin bags she was carrying. "Xiaolu, Are you really sure we can catch that many fish? Xiao nodded naturally. We should be able to. Xiaoxing told me to bring all the leftover bee skin bags from home. I actually thought I brought too few. I'm afraid it won't be enough later. Elsa thought to herself, this child has so much confidence in Qi Xiaoxing. Turning to Qi Xiaoxing, who was already prepared, she asked, Xiaoxing, what should I do? Qi Xiaoxing thought seriously for a moment. Right now, you don't have anything to do, just watch from the side. Elsa, is fishing really that simple? She couldn't believe it. 10 minutes later, Elsa stared in disbelief at the river with a large hole, and the strange fish eagerly jumping out of it, admitting it. Fishing really was that simple. Qi Xiaoxing had the beastmen cut a circular hole about half a meter long and wide in the thick ice of the river, which took quite a bit of effort. Before she could even throw some dried meat into the hole, those strange fish were already popping their heads up, desperately trying to jump out. Thud! Another fish crashed down on the ice. Qi Xiaoxing calmly directed the nearby beastmen to stab the strange fish in the head with sharpened wooden sticks, then tossed the fish with its gaping mouth full of fangs into the prepared bee skin bags. In no time, they had already caught about 10 strange fish, and the 3 bee skin bags Xiaolu brought were filled to the brim. That's enough. Let us cover this hole. With the strange fish continuing to pop up, several assisting beastmen were confused, especially the lion beastman Cadden. He eagerly watched the fish and asked, why don't we keep catching them? He knew these strange fish didn't taste very good, but he had once been a mistreated slave who could barely eat, and being able to occasionally feast on these strange fish was a rare treat. He understood hunger more than anyone, so having so much food in front of him and being told to stop felt a bit unsatisfying. Fishing in a dried-up pond is foolish. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at him, probably thinking they didn't understand the meaning of fishing in a dried-up pond, and explained, these 10 or so fish are enough for us for several days. The strange fish in the river are not endless. If we catch too many at once, we might not have fish to eat later. Cadden nodded. He understood this reasoning. Ling placed a large block of ice back over the hole to cover it. So how do we handle these fish? Elsa was starting to feel a bit excited, curious about how to turn such ugly, strange fish into delicious dishes. First, cut off the head, Qi Xiaoxing bluntly said, which was a bit different from her usual method of preparing fish, making Ling look at her in confusion. Qi Xiaoxing realized her suggestion sounded a bit violent, but didn't he think there was anything wrong with it? That strange fish had such sharp teeth that couldn't he be eaten and looked so ugly. Staring at its head was unappetizing. Besides, no one would eat the head anyway. If it were a normal fish, she might consider making a spicy fish head dish, but for this strange fish, no thanks. Upon hearing her command, Qingsha swiftly chopped off the head of a strange fish, not forgetting to toss it aside. Lance sighed softly, and didn't he hesitate to get to work. Soon, they finished processing more than a dozen fish. Qi Xiaoxing walked over to Ling, holding the bone knife she brought from home that morning, and everyone could see it clearly. For this type of fish, we can't eat the scales, so we need to scale it. After scaling, there are many things inside the fish's belly that we also can't eat, so it's best to clean everything out. As she spoke, she held the fish down and forcefully cut open its belly, removing the intestines and various organs, including the swim bladder. In the beast world, people seldom eat fish and are not familiar with some of its organs, so Qi Xiaoxing decided not to explain and just discarded everything. Although it felt a bit wasteful to only eat the fish meat from such a large fish, looking at how ugly the strange fish was, it would be troublesome if other parts contained something unclean and made them sick. To prevent such situations, it was better not to mention the fish's internal organs and only eat the fish meat, since it was not Qi Xiaoxing's first time handling fish. And as a surgeon, she handled the knife beautifully, quickly finishing off a large fish that was less than half a meter long. Chapter 222. Washed together? Next, it was time to cook the fish. Since the weather was cold, she suggested boiling it like soup, not forgetting to add salt and a bit of dried ginger. If it was too much trouble, they could also grill it. Both methods would taste great. Qi Xiaoxing said to the eager crowd, everyone knows that due to various reasons, our food has decreased significantly. These fish can help us through a while, and we'll cook a few at the shelter later. Sister, do you think this fish will taste good? The younger twin, Nana, wrapped in a worn, heavy bee skin, holding a basket with a wooden bowl, looked up at her sister with a smile. Since it's made by Sister Xiaoxing, it should taste really good. Lily, with her nose red from the cold, nonchalantly rubbed it and turned to her sister. Hurry up, let us get back early and bring some home for them to eat. Oh, Nana nodded reluctantly, trudging through the snow to follow her sister. As they neared the shelter, Nana caught a whiff of a rich aroma in the air, enough to whet her appetite in this cold and food-scarce winter. It smells so good. Nana couldn't help but sniff. The the rich fragrance making her mouth water. So delicious, Lily rolled her eyes at her sister in mock disdain while secretly swallowing her saliva, her eyes betraying her eagerness. Ah, you two sisters are here. Hurry up, that fish soup is so delicious. As the two sisters were drawn in by the aroma, a middle-aged female approached them. This was the best meal I had since winter began. Aunt Hyo, are you done eating? Nana greeted the middle-aged female. Is it really that delicious? Aunt Hyo showed a somewhat nostalgic expression. It's so fragrant, hard to describe. You two hurry over to eat. I have some business to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. All right, goodbye, Aunt Hyo. Lily and Nana said goodbye to her. The scent was even stronger near the entrance of the shelter, and there were more people around. Nana saw many tribespeople who hadn't left their homes since the second snowfall, most of whom were beastmen. Females like them, who had to go out, were still quite rare. After all, although the snow had stopped, the temperature was still very low. Qi Xiaoxing was distributing fish soup to the endless stream of arriving tribespeople and spotted the two familiar faces from distance. Nana and Lily were among the females she knew quite well in the Qingshi tribe, although not as close as with Xiao Lu and Jejia. Qi Xiaoxing was still quite happy and greeted them, bringing 2 bowls of fish soup along with Xiao Lu as she walked towards them. Long time no see. Xiao Lu flashed a big smile at the two sisters. Come and have some fish soup. The few females had grown up together in the same tribe, so they were quite familiar and didn't stand on ceremony. Nana, smelling the fish soup, couldn't help but take a big sip from her bowl. So hot. She stuck out her tongue, but exclaimed, but it's so delicious. Is this really made from strange fish? Lily swallowed, blew on the still hot fish soup, and slowly took a sip, her eyes instantly lighting up. So good. Qi Xiaoxing smiled. Having become accustomed to such reactions, she had seen too many similar expressions today. In fact, the fish soup was quite simple to make, similar to modern methods. First, the prepared fish pieces were marinated with salt and some spices for a while. Then the pot was heated, and the fish pieces were fried in hot animal fat. To mitigate the fishy smell, Qi Xiaoxing added some slices of ginger. Although she didn't add much considering the beastmen's sensitive noses, so there was still a slight fishy taste. However, although the strange fish looked ugly, it tasted quite good, and the slight fishy taste was completely covered by the freshness. Only someone like Qi Xiaoxing, who had previously eaten fish cooked in a modern way, would notice any fishiness. For those born and raised in the beast world, this fish could be considered very delicious. Haha, if you like it, drink more, Qi Xiaoxing said cheerfully, welcoming the continuously arriving tribespeople. There was plenty of fish soup, but not everyone in the tribe came today. After everyone had eaten their fill, there was still about half a pot left. There's still quite a bit left. If anyone wants to take some home, that's fine too, Qi Xiaoxing finally decided, knowing that the people in the shelter definitely couldn't eat that much fish soup. Nana and Lily's eyes brightened, and along with some females, they filled their bowls with a lot of soup, preparing to take it home. Once everything was sorted out, it was already getting late. The busy crowd returned home, and the uneaten fish was mostly distributed. Qi Xiaoxing was exhausted from the day's work. Making meals for so many people was quite tiring. After closing the gate and taking a deep breath, Qi Xiaoxing leaned against the door, mumbling to the man who carried her back, I want to take a bath. Ling Qing chuckled, there's enough water at home. Should I bring you to wash in the space? Qi Xiaoxing nodded in agreement. Then you should be quick. She straightened up, rubbing her neck as she spoke. I'll go in and tidy up first. Before she could finish her sentence, her wrist was gently yet firmly pulled, her back pressed against a hard yet soft chest. Qi Xiaoxing widened her eyes in surprise, her ears filled with the warm, damp breath of the man. I want wash too. A blush rose to her face, and she elbowed him back, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh. The man chuckled softly, his low voice resonating in her ears. I want to wash with you. Qi Xiaoxing. Chapter 223. The Beast Tide Arrives. 1. So boring. Qi Xiaoxing lay on the bed and couldn't help but exclaim. She had been idling at home every day, hardly going outside due to the cold. Aside from occasionally visiting Xiao Lu to chat, most of her time was spent studying the plants that Zhen Di brought back, practicing, cooking, eating, and staring at Ling's face. It was really boring. Unfortunately, Ling, the handsome owner of the house, wasn't home at this time. He had gone out to exercise, leaving her all alone, which made it even more tedious. Thud thud. A faint sound came from outside, and the ground seemed to tremble slightly. Qi Xiaoxing immediately got up cautiously and stood on the ground, feeling carefully. Thud, thud. The sensation of the ground shaking became more pronounced, intermittent yet seemingly endless, with faint beast roars echoing in her ears. A guess flashed through Qi Xiaoxing's mind, startling her into full alertness. Could it be the beast tide is coming? This thought made her unable to stay still. She quickly took out a small cloth backpack that could be worn and grabbed 2 cloaks. Hastily putting one on as she pushed the door open and stepped outside. The biting cold hit her face, making her involuntarily gasp and shrink her neck. It wasn't even as cold as the heavy snow in 2008. Qi Xiaoxing's thoughts momentarily drifted back to the modern world, unconsciously comparing the temperatures of the 2 places. Stepping out of the yard, the sensation of the ground shaking became even more noticeable, mixed with the heart-pounding sounds of beast roars. If she had some doubt about whether she had misheard before stepping out, now, feeling the continuous beast roars and the trembling ground, she truly sensed the beast tide had indeed arrived. She needed to hurry to the wall to see the situation. Unconsciously tightening the strap of her small bag filled with her research findings, Qi Xiaoxing pursed her lips. It had been over 5 minutes since she first heard the sounds outside. Why hadn't the beastmen patrolling the wall given any signals? Just as Qi Xiaoxing was puzzled, several deafening tiger roars echoed throughout the entire tribe. Roar! The sound carried a strong sense of pressure and vigilance, signaling the arrival of the beast tide as agreed upon by the Qingshi tribe. Her fingers tightened, and Qi Xiaoxing became increasingly anxious, quickening her steps towards the tribe's wall. Halfway through winter, a long time had passed since the second snow, and she hadn't heard any news of a beast tide. She thought perhaps there wouldn't be one this winter, but things had turned so sudden. Xiaoxing, just a short distance from where she had walked, Qi Xiaoxing heard Xiao Lu calling her. Did you hear the beast roars just now? The beast tide is coming. Lan left just over 10 minutes ago and told me to stay home. Xiao Lu rushed over to Qi Xiaoxing, grabbing her clothing, her expression somewhat flustered. Our tribe is so weak right now, and Lan is still the chief. He'll definitely be at the forefront. What if? Qi Xiaoxing understood what she was worried about. When she and Ling underwent tests in the Ice Palace, her feelings were similar to Xiao Lu's now, worried that her loved one might leave her while she could do nothing. That sense of helpless despair was all too clear to her. Sighing, Qi Xiaoxing grasped Xiao Lu's hand. What are you thinking? Lan is very capable. It's just a beast tide, and we now have walls. Fighting inside the wall. Do those beasts have wings that allow them to fly in and attack? But, seeing that Xiao Lu still looked a bit worried, Qi Xiaoxing said, besides, their S-Ling, he is so strong. You should be reassured. Hearing Qi Xiaoxing mention Ling, Xiao Lu's expression improved slightly. She nodded. Ling is very strong, but I still can't relax. How about this, Xiaoxing? I know you're definitely going to the other side of the wall. Take me with you, please. Qi Xiaoxing was momentarily speechless. She indeed planned to go check the situation on the other side of the wall. If there really was a beast tide, she might even have to stay there to help. However, bringing Xiao Lu along, it was that she didn't want to, but it was simply too dangerous. Xiao Lu was just a bit older than her, but she hadn't even reached 30, hadn't undergone the coming-of-age ceremony, and naturally hadn't awakened any talent skills. It could be said that she currently had no combat ability at all. As for Qi Xiaoxing, although she was at the 2nd tier now, her combat power was inherently inferior to the beastmen, and she might not be able to protect Xiao Lu well. Seeing Qi Xiaoxing hesitate, Xiao Lu became anxious. Xiaoxing, I want to be a burden. Take me with you. And even if you don't take me, I will go by myself. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at her, sighed after a long moment. Fine, but you must stick close to me, and once we get to the wall, you absolutely cannot climb up. You must wait inside. Seeing her agree, Xiao Lu's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but jump into Qi Xiaoxing's arms. Giving her a big bear hug. Xiaoxing, you're so nice. Qi Xiaoxing forced a smile. Was she really that nice? She was risking being scolded by Lan for bringing a defenseless female to the dangerous front lines. Chapter 224. The Beast Tide Arrives, 2. The journey from home to the wall was short. Despite the icy road, Qi Xiaoxing and Xiao Lu only took about 10 minutes to reach the wall. The closer they got to the wall, the more they could feel the tremors in the ground, and the roars of beasts grew louder. Or rather, it was the sound of the beasts howling, a desperate roar that had starved for an entire winter, filled with blood and savagery, sending chills down one's spine. Xiao Lu's face, already pale from the cold, turned even more so, her lips white and her eyes slightly red. As they approached the wall, they encountered quite a few beastmen, most of whom were beastmen or half-beasts, hurrying along with a hint of blood in the air. Qi Xiaoxing turned back to Xiao Lu. You stay here. I'll go check ahead by myself. Xiao Lu hesitated, her face pale. But what about Lan? Qi Xiaoxing waved her hand. You stay here. I'll go up to see the situation. If I run into Lan, I'll tell him you're here, and he'll come find you. Only then did Xiao Lu nod. Just be careful. It's too dangerous. although females' sense of smell and perception are not as good as the beastmen's. Xiaolu had lived in the beast world since childhood and had seen quite a few beast tides, but none had felt as dangerous as this one. Xiaoxing, I know you're strong, but those beasts might be much tougher than you think. You must be extremely careful. Xiaolu repeatedly reminded her. Qi Xiaoxing nodded to indicate that she understood, then turned to walk towards a wall. The wall wasn't very high. It took about 3 minutes to climb up. However, in such cold weather, climbing up would be hard on the fingers. Xiaoxing? A surprised voice from a beastman came from above. Why are you here alone? Where's Ling? Qi Xiaoxing looked up and met a strong hand and a pair of worried eyes. It was Lan's. Putting her hand on Lan's hand, she was pulled up onto the wall. Qi Xiaoxing gasped for breath, and hadn't he even had a chance to speak when Lan's questions came pouring down. It's so dangerous here. You came alone? What is the use of you being here? This beast tide is so massive. Where's Ling? This guy can take on 10 alone. Why isn't he here? Qi Xiaoxing's expression darkened for 2 seconds. Ling happened to be training in the forest today, and isn't here. I didn't come alone. Xiaolu came too. What? As soon as she finished speaking, Lan's exclaimed, Oh my god, you came here, and you brought Xiaolu with you? Aren't you afraid Lan will kill you? Hearing his loud roar, Qi Xiaoxing felt her ears couldn't take it. Be quiet. Xiaolu didn't come up. She's waiting inside the wall. Qi Xiaoxing ignored Lan's continuous nagging and instead turned her gaze to the outside of the wall. Just one glance made her heart tremble. Below the wall was a dark mass of beast tide, vast in number, leaving her, who had only seen large animals on television, in disbelief. The densely packed beasts looked like a swarm of ants, bringing a tremendous visual and psychological impact, with the air filled with the unique stench of beasts. Below the not-so-high wall, the hungry howls of the beasts echoed, each one filled with desolate despair and murderous intent. Starving beasts, skin and bones, had green lights in their eyes, longing for the wall. It seemed they wished to remove that obstructive wall immediately and rush in to devour the people inside. However, due to the many traps and defenses they had set up in front of the wall, many beasts were trapped, and the beast tide couldn't attack for the time being. From this angle, Qi Xiaoxing could see that this beast tide wasn't entirely chaotic. The beasts charging at the front were small and agile, while the beasts further back were larger. Perhaps they were too hungry, as whenever a beast fell into a trap and was impaled by the wooden spikes inside, blood gushing out, the beasts behind it would become even more excited. Some of the starving beasts, nearly losing their sanity, would even leap into the traps themselves, just to gulp down warm flesh and blood before dying. Such a brutal and bloody scene made Qi Xiaoxing's scalp tingle. Just as Qi Xiaoxing was watching the beast tide below. A green python more than 3 meters long was finishing off a wolf that had accidentally fallen into a trap, its head covered in blood, tongue flicking, greedily gazing up at the top of the wall, a chilling hissing sound cutting through the air and reaching Qi Xiaoxing's ears. She felt her legs go a bit weak, her lips trembling in silence. The law of the jungle, so starkly naked. Roar! The lion tribe beastman Cadden stood not far from the wall, emitting an intimidating roar downwards. From his transformed giant lion form, streams of red flames spewed out, burning the beasts that had managed to cross the traps. Besides him, several other beastmen also transformed and used their unique skills to attack those beasts attempting to assault the wall. Basically, there wouldn't be any fish slipping through the net. Seeing how tightly they were guarding, Qi Xiaoxing felt a sigh of relief. It seemed there wouldn't be a major crisis on this side of the wall for the time being. Chapter 225. The Beast Tide Arrives 3. Lan was urgently organizing the defense team, just finishing up the arrangements and sending Elsa, who had come with Lan's, to gather the females in the tribe. As in previous years, they would escape to the location of the current shaman, and he would send a team of beastmen to protect them. Elsa nodded over there, but before she turned around, she caught sight of Qi Xiaoxing. She was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. After all, Qi Xiaoxing was different from other females and was stronger than some beastmen. However, staying here was still somewhat dangerous. Thinking this, Elsa didn't hesitate and pointed in Qi Xiaoxing's direction. Xiaoxing is here too. Should I call her to help the other females take refuge? A hint of surprise flashed in Lan's eyes. How did she come here alone? After hearing Elsa's suggestion, he could only give a bitter smile. It was possible, but he was afraid she wouldn't be willing. After Lan finished speaking, he quickly moved towards Qi Xiaoxing, with Elsa following closely behind. The two quickly reached Qi Xiaoxing's side, and seeing her somewhat dazed expression, Lan didn't beat around the bush. Xiaoxing, you can see the situation now. This beast tide is much larger than the first batch in previous years. Qi Xiaoxing thought to herself, looking at the group of beasts below the wall that were as hungry as zombies, feeling that the scale of this beast tide was not just large, but simply deadly. Lan continued, but because there are walls and some defensive structures, and many orcs are helping below, there's no immediate danger. However, you taught us before to prepare for a rainy day, so I am sending Elsa back to gather the females together to prevent any other dangers. Qi Xiaoxing nodded, okay, I'll stay here and see if I can help. Elsa glanced at her a few times, wanting to say something but hesitating. When Qi Xiaoxing met her gaze, she understood her meaning and shook her head. It's fine, you should hurry back. This matter can't be delayed. Lan had no objection to her wanting to stay on the front lines, but he reminded her, just don't go under the wall, stay close to Rand's. Ling should be back soon. Qi Xiaoxing agreed, and, looking at Lan's furrowed brow, suddenly thought of something. She slapped her forehead and called out to Elsa, who was about to leave. Wait, Elsa, I almost forgot. Xiao Lu is here too, waiting just below the wall. Elsa, huh? Xiao Lu is here too? Lan reacted even more strongly, and if not for the fact that Qi Xiaoxing was his brother's lover, he might have lost his temper right then. He gritted his teeth. How could you bring Xiao Lu here? She has no combat ability. What if she encounters danger? Qi Xiaoxing shrank her neck at his shout. She insisted on coming with me, and said that if I didn't bring her, she would come by herself. After saying that, seeing Lan still had a grim face, she felt a bit annoyed. Why aren't you going to find her quickly? You're still here arguing with me. If you keep talking, once the beast tide is over, I'll go find Xiao Lu and tell her not to talk to you for a week. Hearing her threaten him like that, Lan's eyes flickered, and he didn't say anything more. He quickly turned and left, clearly very worried about Xiao Lu. Elsa patted her friend's shoulder in disbelief. You're ruthless. Qi Xiaoxing. After Lan and Elsa left, Rands began to organize the orcs arriving one after another based on the parchment Lan had left earlier. The arrival of the beast tide was never just a matter for one or two people, but a matter of life and death for the entire tribe. Although it seemed that the patrol personnel remaining by the wall could still handle things for now, no one could predict what would happen in the future. Lan divided the orcs into groups of 5, called out the names of a team, and then gathered them together. Muli. He read out the last person's name, and then addressed the 5 who had just gathered. You're responsible for the section of the wall 200 meters to the right from here. You must not let the beasts break through. The orcs nodded, and Rands continued. Quickly go, there are more and more beasts. Muli looked deeply at Qi Xiaoxing, standing beside Rands before reluctantly leaving. Rands clicked his tongue, a faint smile appearing on his face. This Muli is really devoted, always liking you, never changing, haha. Qi Xiaoxing. Before she could say anything, she heard a voice that was all too familiar, teasing yet seemingly annoyed. Oh really? Qi Xiaoxing turned her head, joyfully exclaiming, Ling? Ling's eyes curved into a smile as he reached out to touch Qi Xiaoxing's frozen red cheeks. Why aren't you at home waiting for me? Do you know I was really worried about you? Qi Xiaoxing looked up and met Ling's gradually reddening phoenix eyes, completely forgetting what she had planned to say, and could only blink her eyes in an attempt to act cute. Sigh. Ling sighed lightly, tightening his right hand and pulling her into a firm embrace. Next time, don't do that. God knows how fast his heart was racing when he rushed home and didn't see her. Chapter 226. Forming teams. Hey. Seeing the two getting increasingly affectionate without any intention of stopping, Rand shouted, There's still a living person here. Can you not ignore me like this? Ling coldly glanced at his friend, whom Rand was speechless. What do you mean? Frustrated, he scratched his short hair. Ling, where have you been for so long? Luckily, you came back in time. All right, don't you usually like to train far away from the tribe? How'd you find out about the beast tide? Qi Xiaoxing also asked curiously. I was just in the forest, looking for prey to practice the skills I had just learned. But after searching for a long time and finding nothing, I then heard a lot of footsteps coming towards the tribe, so I rushed back immediately. Ling didn't feel the need to act as if he was outside, lowering his head to kiss Qi Xiaoxing's forehead. Be good. Why don't you go find Xiao Lu and the others? Qi Xiaoxing was feeling sweet at first, but upon hearing Ling's words, she became unhappy and stepped on his foot. I don't want to. We have gone through so much together. With beasts, why would I be afraid of the beast tide? She intended to say bone beasts, but refrained from mentioning their experiences in the Ice Emperor's palace. Ling understood her meaning, but subconsciously didn't want his beloved to encounter even the slightest danger. Since she was reluctant, he had no choice but to listen to her. All right. Ling tightened his grip on Qi Xiaoxing's hand. Then you can't leave my side for even half a step until this beast tide is passed. Okay. Qi Xiaoxing felt the warmth in his hand, and her heart warmed. her cheeks slightly flushed. Meanwhile, Rans, who was left out and forced to eat dog food, felt frustrated. Why is it that every time I'm with these two, I, a person with a family, feel like a single dog being force-fed dog food that I don't want to eat? With Ling's presence, the speed at which Rans formed teams increased significantly. The groups of 5 were ready at once, and the orcs in each team quickly took their positions. They transformed into beast forms, the roaring giant tigers exerting all their strength to form a wall even sturdier than the one behind them, blocking the fierce beast tide in front. Lon was quite meticulous about the team formation. As the tribe leader, he had long memorized the situation of the surviving orcs with combat abilities during this half-winter. When arranging the teams, he also considered the strength of each orc. The stronger orcs were assigned near the walls that faced greater defensive pressure. And within each group of 5, there would inevitably be one orc with greater ability, essentially the team leader. However, since the Qingstone tribe had never had awareness or training in this regard, Lon didn't make it explicit. This roster was not something he decided on the spot, but something he had prepared in advance to prevent the sudden appearance of a beast tide like today. The facts prove that Lan's preparations were thorough. Ling also highly recognized this list. His brother is truly more capable of being the clan leader, at least in terms of management skills. Qi Xiaoxing is naturally not on this list, nor Lancy, Ling, and Lon. Besides them, there are also more than 20 orcs not included in the list. However, they have a more special task, which is mobile rescue. This is a force reserved by Lon, as the battlefield situation changes rapidly. If a team suffers casualties, these remaining orcs can immediately fill in, preventing any gaps in the defense network and giving the beast tide an opportunity to exploit. The Qingstone tribe currently has about 200 orcs, and after excluding the elderly, young, and disabled, there are only about 150 to 60 orcs capable of fighting, including the wolf tribe, orcs, and Air and Angus who joined a few days ago. This number seems exceptionally small in the face of the seemingly endless beast tide. But when all 150 to 60 of them transform into their beast forms, the pride and sense of belonging that arise is genuine. More than an hour has passed since the beast tide arrived. The traps that could originally pose a hindrance to the beast tide are now of little use, having been filled with the corpses of small wild beasts, while larger beasts have already breached this first line of defense and are charging towards the walls. Qi Xiaoxing stands atop the walls, clearly seeing the current situation. The once dense and seemingly endless beast tide has diminished somewhat. The small beasts at the forefront have mostly been defeated, and now medium-sized beasts, approximately 1 to 3 meters in size, are charging forward. Large beasts are slowly following behind, casting greedy glances towards the top of the walls. Qi Xiaoxing pinches his palm and asks Ling beside him, "Was the beast tide like this when you were young?" Ling's long eyelashes flutter, his golden eyes glinting as his gaze sweeps over Qi Xiaoxing's face, his lips pressed tightly. The largest beast tide was somewhat similar to this one. Chapter 227, Arranging the Females 1. I hope no one sacrifices this time. Our clan members are already too few. Qi Xiaoxing sighed, sincerely hoping so. The Qingstone tribe is a small tribe, and this small tribe has already suffered enough blows. Ling glanced at Qi Xiaoxing. Her words brought him back to those days dominated by the beast tide, where his father charged in front of the crowd, surrounded by the corpses of beasts. At that time, he was just a cub, watching the orcs fight bravely, one after another sacrificing themselves. There has never been a beast tide without casualties. This time, it probably won't be an exception either, Ling thought, slowly raising his hand, and a black light suddenly rose above. Ling's eyes flashed, yes. He is no longer the same as before. Now, he has the strength to protect his homeland. His gaze gradually firmed as he looked at the approaching beast tide. His eyes filled with sharp, killing intent. This time, he would replace his father and guard this territory. As time passed, the attacks of the beast tide became increasingly fierce. The orcs who had been taking turns defending were getting fatigued, and almost all had transformed into their beast forms. Over 100 giant tigers roared at the beasts attempting to invade their home, their eyes gleaming with indomitable fighting spirit. The giant tigers unleashed various innate skills against the beasts that kept crossing the traps. Among all the orcs in the Qingstone tribe, many possess innate skills like fire and earth, and most of their techniques are relatively simple, either fireballs or altering the terrain to trap the beasts. After this round of attrition, the number of beasts that can still break through is very few, and a claw from the tigers usually finishes them off. Qi Xiaoxing and the others did not just watch. Lancy, who couldn't hold back, had already jumped down to help. The late-arriving Qingsha greeted Qi Xiaoxing and the others. Wanted to jump down to assist as well, but was stopped by Ling. Don't go down. Stay up here and protect your teacher, Ling said, casting a sidelong glance at the somewhat unwilling Qi Xiaoxing. What? You don't want to protect your teacher? Qi Xiaoxing's face turned red from his teasing, feeling a bit embarrassed and angry. Don't talk nonsense. Of course I want to, but isn't Xiaoxing in danger? Ling chuckled, patting his head. Not now. It might not be the case later. Qi Xiaoxing. Although she knew Ling was trying to persuade Qi Xiaoxing, it still sounded strange. Ling seemed to realize his words were a bit off, cleared his throat, and said to Qi Xiaoxing, just in case you stay here. Qi Xiaoxing frowned, looking at the beast tied below the walls. I still want to help. He was still troubled by what happened during the autumn gathering, constantly thinking about repaying the clan members of the Qingstone tribe, wanting to repay all their kindness before he could be more free. Qi Xiaoxing knew exactly what this little brat was thinking, watching the increasingly intense battle below. Her expression grew more serious. Just as the three were at a standstill, Lon and Elsa's work of accommodating the females was also nearing completion. Currently, Shaman Elsa's usual workplace is quite far from the tribe's walls. When the tribe was being rebuilt, the issue of shelter was considered. So they built a relatively large house according to the previous wind speed habits, which is connected to the tunnels dug by the Groundhog clan during the attack of the Blackstone tribe. At this moment, all the females in the tribe had gathered together, totaling just over 100. This house was more than enough to accommodate all these females. The middle-aged female Aunt Xiao was standing among the crowd. She is 230 years old, no longer young among the females, and has never left the Qingstone tribe since she was born. She vaguely remembers following her mother to take shelter when she was young, back when the Qingstone tribe was still a not particularly devastated small tribe. Sighing at this thought, Aunt Xiao felt a bit sad. The previous battle with the Blackstone tribe allowed her family to escape by luck, but just after a few good days. There were thieves, and then the beast tied. She wondered if her family member could hold on. They must be able to, right? Aunt Xiao's gaze turned towards the direction of the tribe's exit, where there were thick and tall walls, built by her family member and others in the tribe. They were so high and sturdy, they wouldn't easily be broken. With such a wall to protect them, they would be fine. After all, they had made it through so many winters. This time would be no different. Aunt Xiao's mind was restless, her fingers pinching her palm, causing a wave of pain. Almost all the females with loved ones shared similar feelings, worrying for their safety, including Elsa, who felt the same. Chapter 228. Arranging the females too. Elsa looked at the expressions of everyone and sighed. Everyone, don't be like this. We've overcome so many crises in the past. This beast tide will be no problem either. Nana and Lily, the two sisters, remained optimistic and echoed, yeah, it will definitely be fine. The females from the Bai family, however, looked pale, especially Bai Lan. The reason she and an heir sought refuge in the Qingstone tribe was to escape the beast tide. But she didn't expect the tribe to let them, a few wandering orcs, help out. Although Bai Lan felt quite dissatisfied with the tribe's arrangement, she couldn't say much, considering her family was currently relying on the tribe for food and shelter and couldn't be too picky. Elsa had long noticed the slight mood of Bai Lan, but she had no time or inclination to pay attention to it, focusing instead on meticulously arranging the 100 or so females. Once all the females had settled into their temporary places in the empty large house, Elsa addressed everyone, saying that the beast tide would probably last for a while, and everyone might have to rest here tonight. She reminded them that they had brought warm furs and clothes, so she wouldn't elaborate on that. There was food available, but only enough for 3 days, so everyone must conserve. She also mentioned some precautions, emphasizing that if it was not absolutely necessary to leave the house, no one should go outside, as it was very dangerous. Even with a team of orcs specifically protecting them, it would still be perilous, so they should not take chances. Lon, with his arms crossed, listened from the side and added that if the walls were breached, they would come here immediately to join everyone and escape together. As soon as Lon finished speaking, the atmosphere became tense. The females looked fearful, and one small female even started to cry, sobbing, "Chief, please don't lie to me." Lon didn't comfort them as he usually would, but instead issued a warning, saying what he said could happen, and they should be mentally prepared. Elsa frowned, a bit displeased that Lon had been so blunt, but she didn't call him out on it. She continued, saying that soon a group of orcs would come to protect them, and she wanted to discuss another matter. Lon was surprised by her words, as he didn't remember there being anything else to address besides properly arranging these females. Elsa chuckled to herself, realizing that even the chief could forget things. There will definitely be injuries in battle, and as the tribe shaman, I must go to the front lines to treat the wounded, Elsa said, glancing at Lon as a subtle reminder. Lon understood immediately. Elsa meant she wanted to find some people to go with her to help treat the injured orcs by the walls. Elsa continued without hesitation. But I can't do it alone, so I want to take 4 more people with me. That way, there will be enough of us. And at 1T, put too much pressure on those at the front. Is there anyone willing to join me? Preferably someone with some experience. I'm willing. As soon as Elsa finished speaking, a clear voice rang out. She searched the crowd and quickly found the source of the voice. It was Bai Wei. I'm willing, Bai Wei said again, perhaps worried that Elsa hadn't heard her clearly, this time more distinctly. You? Elsa was genuinely surprised. After all, Bai Wei was not one of her tribe's females, yet she was willing to step forward now. No way. Before Elsa could say anything, Bailan could no longer hold back. Usually soft-spoken, she now sounded like a protective sparrow, her feathers ruffled. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Her attitude was so resolute that Elsa was taken aback. Mother. Bai Wei's eyes turned red with urgency. I want to go. I'm very suitable for this job. Don't you remember my past? Seeing Bai Wei about to bring up her past, Bailan's emotions surged, and she slapped Bai Wei's arm. What do you want to say? Do you not know what I want to say? You're letting me help, or I'll say that ear is over there, and I want to see him with my own eyes. Bai Wei was also quite agitated. Seeing their unusual reaction, Lon raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mother-daughter duo arguing. What past? What is it? A fleeting look of confusion crossed his eyes. He felt it necessary to reassess this family that had come to seek refuge. They didn't seem as simple as they appeared. There might be significant secrets involved. You. Bailan was so angry that her face turned pale and her eyes reddened. It's so dangerous outside, and you still want to go out? What if you encounter wild beasts? Your life could be lost in an instant. Don't you care about that? Is Eeyore the only one who matters? Are we not important? Important, of course, you are important. Bai Wei softened her tone. But what if I might never see Eeyore again? Mother, please let me go. You can't stop me anyway. Chapter 229. Ice Wall 1. Perhaps sensing the strange atmosphere, Bailan realized something was off and, feeling a bit apologetic, smiled at Elsa before pulling Bai Wei to a corner, seemingly wanting to have a serious talk with her daughter. Elsa didn't stop them, but looked at the others, asking, Is there anyone else? I want to go. Just as Lon was half-seriously observing the expressions of the mother and daughter who had moved to the side, he suddenly heard Xiao Lu's voice beside him. His expression was one of disbelief, mirroring Bailan's earlier reaction. No way, I disagree. They were even saying similar things. Xiao Lu didn't argue with him. She knew Lon too well. Pouting and putting on a pitiful expression, she linked her arm through his and pleaded, Please, let me go. I've been following Xiaoxing, and I know more medical knowledge than many people. If I go, I can definitely help a lot. And besides, I'll just be inside the walls. It's very safe. Lon merely squinted at her coldly. Xiao Lu awkwardly smiled and added, Besides, you'll be there. How could anything happen to me, right? It must be said that this line was very effective on Lon. Feeling cornered, he could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Xiao Lu then playfully winked at Elsa from his embrace, signaling, Got it. Elsa. She truly admired Xiao Lu. If it were her and Lancy in this situation, if Lancy disagreed with her going, she would definitely blow up at him. There would be no way to act cute. Then we'll go too. This time, the voices came from the twin sisters, Nana and Lily. We have some experience too. Let us go together. Nana said with a smile. Besides, we've never faced a beast tide directly. It might be a good thing to broaden our horizons. That makes 3 of us. Elsa counted the people, turning her gaze towards Bai Wei and Bailan, who still seemed to be in discussion. Elsa shrugged. Then we just need 1 more. Just as she was about to look for another person, Bai Wei whispered something to Bailan. It seemed that Bailan had relented. Bai Wei walked over to Elsa, saying, Phew, Mother finally agreed. I'm going too. Elsa smiled at her. You're very brave. Bai Wei felt a bit shy and replied, Thank you. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us hurry up and gather our things. Lon was still not in a good mood, but had no way to deal with Xiao Lu. So he urged the others, Shaman, what other medicinal materials do we need to bring? Elsa pondered for a moment. The medicinal materials are in the room up front. Xiao Lu and I will go get them. The group wasted no more time and soon followed Lon to the base of the wall. Lin! Lon shouted loudly at the 3 people on the wall. Get Xiaoxing and Qingsha down first. I need to talk to you. His voice was loud, and the 3, who were in a stalemate, immediately heard him. Lin didn't hesitate. With wings spread wide, he quickly pulled down the 2 from the wall, 1 in each hand. I brought some people for you. Lon pointed to the females behind him and said to Qi Xiaoxing, If any orcs are injured later, we'll need your help. Qi Xiaoxing nodded. No problem. Treating injured orcs after battling beasts was something she was already quite familiar with, just like when she used to work as a military doctor. She raised her eyes and glanced at the few females following behind Elsa. When she saw Bai Wei, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. To be honest, she didn't expect this Fox Clan female to come as well. She couldn't say she completely distrusted the family of wanderers that had come seeking refuge, but she was also reluctant to entrust the lives of her kin to them. With a slight sense of vigilance in her heart, Qi Xiaoxing asked Elsa, "Did you bring the medical supplies?" Elsa and Xiao Lu had assisted her many times before, and upon hearing the question, they raised the items they were carrying, saying, "Yes, we brought quite a lot." Qi Xiaoxing nodded. "If any orc gets injured later, have the orcs from the mobile rescue team carry them over. Elsa and I will temporarily use the shelter to set up a simple surgery area, a place for treatment." Lon didn't understand what a simple surgery area was, but he understood when Qi Xiaoxing mentioned a place for treatment, so he nodded and said, "Thank you." Qi Xiaoxing smiled. "It's nothing. This is my old line of work. Compared to fighting on the front lines, working behind the walls is much easier." Lon had other matters to attend to, so after assigning a few orcs to protect the females inside the tribe, he hurriedly left. As Qi Xiaoxing listened to the increasingly intense roars of beasts behind her, her heart sank. The battle was getting fiercer, and their workload would not be small. Ling had been quietly standing beside her, and seeing that she had things to attend to, he tugged at Qin Sha's collar, saying, "Xiaoxing, I'm going to help this kid." Qi Xiaoxing raised her eyebrows and pulled his arm. Then, in front of Qin Sha's shocked gaze, she stood on tiptoe and pressed her cold lips against Ling's. "Soft and icy. You must come back safely." After the kiss ended, Qi Xiaoxing, still not satisfied, gently rubbed her cheek against Ling's, making his originally cold expression blush with a hint of red. Ling's eyes were slightly moist, and he stared at her for a few seconds before seeming to react slowly and nodded. "Okay." Ahem. Elsa, who had been treated like air, finally understood why Lance sometimes complained at home about not wanting to be with Ling anymore. She felt the same way now. Xiao Lu tilted her head and chuckled, giving Bai Wei a mischievous glance, only to notice that Bai Wei seemed to be lost in thought. "What's wrong?" Xiao Lu mumbled, not continuing the conversation. "All right, you can go." Qi Xiaoxing, having had her fill, nudged Ling while he looked at her with a somewhat resentful expression. Then she glanced at the few females who mostly had friendly smiles on their faces, straightened her expression, and said, "Let's go." Chapter 230, Ice Wall 2. As time went on, the momentum of the beast tide's attack did not diminish but instead intensified. Most of the small wild beasts had been killed, but the medium-sized beasts were the most numerous in the entire beast tide army. However, most of them were ordinary beasts without awakened intelligence, while the true threats to the tribe were the large or very strong medium-sized beasts that walked at the back. In this beastly world governed by the law of the jungle, besides the various ranks of orc warriors, the most ordinary beasts without awakened intelligence also have a level classification. The lowest level beasts possess no intelligence and only have animal instincts, relying on their innate conditions, namely their physical bodies, to fight, usually placing them at the bottom of the food chain. Higher level beasts, which have evolved to possess their own crystal cores, cannot be called beasts but rather magical beasts. Except for a few that slowly cultivate their crystal cores through long lifespans and innate talents, most magical beasts are born that way. This is similar to modern reincarnation technology. Apart from a few who rely on their own efforts and accumulation, most powerful individuals are born into their positions. In this world, there is no absolute fairness. Once a beast becomes a magical beast, it will possess its own innate skills. This is quite similar to orcs, but magical beasts are fundamentally different from orcs. 99% of magical beasts cannot transform into humans. The rank classification of magical beasts is similar to that of orcs. Perhaps 5th or 6th rank magical beasts have combat power much stronger than orcs, but they cannot assume human forms. Only magical beasts that cultivate to above 9th rank are considered to have 1 foot in the holy realm and may possibly transform into human forms. For beasts, orcs and females are considered great supplements. Consuming orcs may allow them to directly absorb their spinal marrow and acquire some of their abilities, while females are the most delicious delicacies. Therefore, each year, the beast tide is also a rare hunting opportunity for the beasts. Large beasts, even if not magical beasts, are still much stronger than ordinary medium-sized ones, so they cannot take the lead in the beast tide. Most of them possess a trace of awareness beyond instinct, wanted to gain the maximum benefit from this winter's beast tide. This is the wisdom of the beasts. They first send low-level, expendable minions to scout the way, depleting the orc stamina, and then they come in to reap the rewards, which can be considered quite cunning. A blue-black spotted poisonous snake quietly slithered past an orc who was fiercely battling the beast in front, attempting to bite him from behind, its tail slightly raised. Its large snake head adorned with cold, piercing eyes, and its mouth revealing two glistening purple fangs. Just as the poisonous snake lunged at the orc with lightning speed, it was pierced through the 7 inches by a black blade that descended from the air, pinning it to the ground. The poisonous snake let out a mournful cry before quietly dying. Umph. Ling, who was patrolling in midair, coldly snorted as he noticed his phoenix eyes had turned blood red without him realizing it. He moved his hands, summoning black blades, killing 1 beast every 10 steps, showing no hesitation. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and their impact was significant. The defensive line that had been established earlier was constantly retreating, and it seemed that before nightfall, they would be pushed back to the walls. In previous years at this time, most medium-sized beasts had already been dealt with, leaving only some troublesome large beasts. It would only require close combat to eliminate them. But this year, Ling soared into the sky for a distance, finally catching sight of the end of the beast tide, which spread from the walls of the Qingstone tribe into the forest, becoming submerged in the tall trees. His expression grew slightly serious as he looked worriedly at the tribesmen fighting below. The giant tigers had lost their earlier orderly formation, being pushed back step by step by the beast tide. Their fur was stained with different colors of blood from fighting against beasts of various races, appearing quite pitiful. In truth, the beast tide posed no significant threat to him personally before he obtained his new wings. He had already survived the siege of numerous bone beasts on the first level of the Ice Palace, and now his strength was even greater. However, defending their homeland had never been just his responsibility or that of a few individuals. For the Qingstone tribe to endure for a long time, the tribesmen must face all of this, even if there will be casualties. And those tribesmen who were unaware of Ling's true strength were also fighting the beast tide with their lives. Their original power reserves were low, their mental strength was not high, and their innate skills were weak. Some among them were even injured and bleeding from battles with beasts that Ling considered weak, suffering greatly. Yet, no one retreated, and no one chose to flee in panic, because their belief was unyieldingly firm. And behind them lay their homeland, their loved ones. For them, even if it meant death, they could not allow these beasts to trample even a little bit. This was the most basic mission of being an orc, as well as the most fundamental responsibility. Chapter 231, Ice Wall 3. The fighting on the front lines was intense, and the treatment points behind were also extremely busy. Incessantly, injured orcs were being brought in. The 2 sisters, Nana, were responsible for moving and passing things, while Xiao Lu's skills were considerably better than theirs. So she was assigned to help clean wounds. Qi Xiaoxing handled some suturing, and Elsie used magic to accelerate the healing of the orc's wounds. The division of labor was indeed clear, and the speed was not slow, but unfortunately, the battle outside was extremely urgent and intense, leaving Qi Xiaoxing and the others no moment of respite. Unaware of how long she had been standing at the makeshift operating table, Qi Xiaoxing stared at the gaping hole in the orc's chest and felt a bit dizzy. In a daze, she felt as though she had returned to a modern battlefield. Bright, incandescent lights, the sounds of exploding shells ringing in her ears, her hands trembling uncontrollably with the scalpel, and the soldier lying before her bleeding profusely, his eyes wide open, emitting the last cries of despair before death. As a military doctor, she was all too aware that some people simply could not be saved. Their internal organs were too damaged, and it was beyond hope. Yet, seeing the desperate gaze of those struggling to cling to life before they succumbed, she could not bring herself to stop the scalpel in her hand, even if that patient was destined to die as she had anticipated. Oh my God, this wound is from a black wind wolf. When another orc was brought in, Xiao Lu's face paled. Xiaoxing, hurry! After a flurry of activity, this orc was lifted onto the operating table. The black wind wolf is a top predator among medium-sized beasts. They are rare and a very special type that has not become a magical beast, but possesses its own innate skills. Qi Xiaoxing stared solemnly at the torn wound on the orc's chest, faintly able to see his shattered internal organs. This person cannot be saved. How many people has this been since the beast tide began? Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit uncomfortable, but she could do nothing but continue. Taking a deep breath, she performed the last stitch, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, her steps slightly unsteady. Elsa, it's up to you now. I can't hold on any longer. All right, you should go rest, Elsa said briskly as she moved to the operating table, one hand pressing down on the orc's shoulder while the other glowed with magical light to accelerate the healing of the orc's wound. even though it might just be a futile effort. Qi Xiaoxing lifted the beast's skin curtain and stepped outside. The sky had already darkened. A few streaks of red clouds hung in the sky, and the sun, surrounded by a purple halo, was gradually setting. Not far away, various beasts roared, frenzied roars, painful howls, and unwilling growls. Among them, the orc's cries sent chills down her spine. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and Qi Xiaoxing's mind was filled with the various wounds she had just stitched. Suddenly feeling nauseous, her legs went weak and her vision blurred. She was almost about to collapse, but the anticipated pain did not come. A pair of strong hands caught her body. The warm and familiar touch from that person's hand made Qi Xiaoxing's weary heart feel somewhat better. She could no longer support herself and fell into the embrace of the person. Ling. She softly murmured the person's name from her throat, wondering when the beast tide would end. "You're too tired," Ling responded as usual, one hand reaching up to stroke her head. After a moment of silence, just when Qi Xiaoxing thought Ling would not answer a question, his voice reached her ears. "Maybe tomorrow." Most of the medium-sized beasts on the battlefield had been dealt with, but the death of these beasts had brought significant convenience and benefits to the larger beasts that followed. "Take me to the wall," Qi Xiaoxing exhaled, watching the warm breath turn into white mist in the frigid air. "I might be able to help." Ling furrowed his brows. "What about here? Elsa will help keep watch." Qi Xiaoxing straightened up, unable to articulate her feelings. The reason she wanted to go see ahead was that most of the orcs being brought in intermittently were beyond her ability to heal. As a surgeon, she found herself powerless against wounds that were shattered by the original force. "Okay." Ling did not hesitate, simply agreeing, and then he lifted Qi Xiaoxing horizontally, flying toward the nearby wall. Qi Xiaoxing felt very down and did not ask Ling why he was here at this moment. Ling did not say anything either. They quickly reached the top of the wall, and Qing Sha, who had been scouting the situation above, had already jumped down to fight those beasts. Qi Xiaoxing looked down from above and could clearly see the situation beneath the wall. The corpses of beasts lay scattered, and various strange beasts that Qi Xiaoxing had never seen before were frantically attacking more than 100 giant tigers standing beneath the wall. These giant tigers were covered in blood, like targets standing before the wall, being beaten mercilessly. Just under her eyes, a spiny iron crocodile erupted with spines all over its body and suddenly charged at Qing Sha, opening its mouth, which was half a meter wide and filled with fangs. Roar! Qing Sha let out a painful shriek, and before he could move, a group of spotted snakes, waiting for the right moment, sprang into action, wrapping around Qing Sha's injured leg, seemingly intent on tearing it off. "Qing Sha!" Qi Xiaoxing could not help but shout. She had already shot a few green blades, but before they could reach the spiny iron crocodile, they were blocked by a huge armored dragon. Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit desperate, her vision hazy as she looked down the wall, but Qing Sha's massive beast form had vanished. With a whoosh, the sound of flapping wings was clear. Qi Xiaoxing turned her head and saw Ling and the pale Qing Sha lying on the ground. Blood was continuously oozing from his right leg, and Qi Xiaoxing hurriedly took out a flask of spring water to pour over it. Turning her head, she saw the unwilling gaze of the spiny iron crocodile. In an instant, a surge of clarity surged in her eyes. "Ling, call all the orcs inside the wall. The beasts outside are already too dangerous." Qi Xiaoxing remained calm. "We need to build an ice wall." In the Ming Dynasty, Prince Zhu Gaoqi defended the capital using this tactic. Now, they faced a situation akin to that of the prince, though the attackers were not human soldiers but ferocious and violent beasts. Ling stared at Qi Xiaoxing seriously for a moment, and then flew out without any hesitation, transforming mid-air into a giant winged tiger, raising his head to let out a deafening roar. This was a unique roar of the tiger clan, signaling a retreat. When he heard the retreat signal, Il thought he had misheard. After parting with Bai Wei and receiving the order to defend their homeland, he had already prepared himself to die in front of the wall. His father had lost his life during a beast tide to protect him and his mother. Now that he had grown up to protect the tribe and his mother, he had to fight with all his strength. The beast tide was not easy to deal with. The beasts that came later were even more tricky. Il's innate skills were not very strong, and he did not have any original crystals to support him, so it was already remarkable that he had lasted this long. Now he was fighting against a dozen water dragon beasts, and his original power was exhausted, his stamina depleted. He could be said to be at the end of his rope. If he did not retreat soon, he would likely lose his life here. Although he had mentally prepared himself, being able to retreat safely was naturally the best outcome. Roar! Using all his strength, Il let out a roar toward the dozens of water dragon beasts in front of him. Taking advantage of their momentary shock, he dashed toward the spot where the tribe's wall opened, without thinking of anything else. Although running away like this isn't very glorious, and somewhat contrasts with the don't be cowardly, just go for a principle that the Tiger Clan orcs uphold. Living is still more important than face. Il's retreat was quick and agile, and he succeeded smoothly. Although Lance and Lon were somewhat puzzled by Ling's actions, they immediately let out similar roars based on their trust in their brother and friends, ensuring that all the orcs still fighting could hear the retreat signal. After giving Qi Xiaoxing a simple treatment, Qi Xiaoxing instructed him to lie down properly, while she quickly climbed down the wall and opened the gate of the tribal enclosure. To her right was her bag, which contained some seeds that Zhen Dili had given her earlier, as well as seeds that Zihuan had gifted her while at the Ice Palace. Taking a deep breath, Qi Xiaoxing pulled out a dozen green seeds the size of mung beans, dirted with sesame, from her small bag, channeling all her mental and elemental energy into these dozen vine seeds. Take root. A sharp glint flashed in Qi Xiaoxing's eyes as she scattered the seeds on the ground, with a few deliberately slapped against the wall. Puff, puff. The dozen seeds quickly took root in the ground and on the wall, and the seemingly fragile green sprouts surprisingly possessed such powerful strength and resilience that they broke through the stones and rapidly grew longer. Grow. Seeing those vines sprouting, Qi Xiaoxing quickly cast several beams of green light. The vines, upon touching the green light, grew wildly as if they had been injected with hormones, rapidly transforming from slender seedlings less than a finger's width to thick vines over 2 or 3 meters long, with many sharp barbs that looked quite menacing. And it was indeed menacing. When Il ran into the gate of the enclosure, he thought he was seeing things. Elder Xiaoxing, what are you doing? As soon as Il entered the enclosure, he let out a breath, immediately transforming into human form, and asked Qi Xiaoxing, who was maintaining a pale expression with the green light. Can I help? No need. Qi Xiaoxing gritted her teeth and forced out these 2 words. She had to control the vines to grow a bit more before she could seal the gate once all the orcs had retreated inside. So, after about 15 minutes, when almost all the orcs had escaped, the rear guard, Lance and Lon, entered with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? Lance exclaimed exaggeratedly. What is this thing? A dozen vines taller than the wall were thrashing at the gate, covered in exaggerated black barbs, over 20 centimeters long. Some mischievous vines even reached out from the wall, swinging some wild animals that had rushed in under the wall without orc guards like yo-yos in the air. Lance, how the hell is this thing so powerful? Chapter 233, Ice Wall, Part 5. Just as Lance was shocked, 2 more orcs nearly brushed against the horde of beasts and fled to the gate, hesitating at the sight of the thrashing vines. What are you waiting for? Get in, Lance shouted, his neck straining as he watched the 2 orcs about to be swept away by the oncoming horde. He was eager to rush up and pull them in himself. He did just that, but the vines were faster. Qi Xiaoxing controlled 2 vines to wrap around the waists of the 2 orcs, pulling them inside and unceremoniously dropping them on the ground. Immediately, a dozen vines intertwined, sealing the gate of the enclosure. After completing all this, Qi Xiaoxing's elemental energy was completely drained, and she even felt abdominal cramps due to some overexertion. The intense pain momentarily caused her to pale and nearly fall to the ground. Ugh! A muffled cry of pain escaped the mouths of the 2 orcs who had just been wrapped by the vines. It hurts so much. What kind of monster is this? Getting caught hurts more than being whipped by a dragon's tail. Hissing, one of the orcs muttered while checking his wounds. Lance was infuriated upon seeing the 2 of them acting so pitiful. You too? Were you trying to die outside? The vines saved you, and you're still here complaining? The orc, yelled at by him, fell silent and sat down dejectedly. Xiaoxing, we've evacuated, Ling said, holding an orc who had almost been bitten to death by the beast horde, flying down from the sky where no flying beasts had come to attack yet. Qi Xiaoxing, why did you have to evacuate the orcs? If there are no defenders below, the tribal walls might not hold for long. Lon ran over from not far away, his arm bleeding from a bite, and his tone was not good. It was clear that if Qi Xiaoxing did not give him a satisfactory explanation, Lon would immediately explode. Qi Xiaoxing stood up, enduring the pain. Seeing her a bit weak, Ling immediately walked over and held her in his arms, letting her lean against his chest. Chief, our clansmen can barely hold on any longer. If we stay in the beast horde for a few more hours, when night falls, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. She spoke softly, but her words rang alarm bells in Lan's heart. Although orcs had decent night vision, they could not compare to the beasts. Once night fell, the large beasts, adept at night combat, would likely spell disaster for them. However, if they retreated now, the walls might break before nightfall. Lan's tone became serious. If that happens, not only will we die, but what about our wives and children? Qi Xiaoxing took a deep breath. We need to create an ice wall, and then take turns clearing the beasts from the top of the wall. Ice wall? Lance looked extremely puzzled. Yes, ice wall. Qi Xiaoxing said methodically. The current temperature is very low, and water exposed to the air will freeze quickly. If we cover the entire wall with ice, it will be very difficult for the beasts to climb up. The more she spoke, the brighter Lan's eyes became. I remember that quite a few orcs have water as their innate skills. I'll call them over right away. Ling furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. Brother, I'll take the orcs with energy up to the wall to counterattack. You hurry and get people make the ice wall. After saying this, he lowered his head and lifted Qi Xiaoxing's chin. In her astonished gaze, he kissed her cold lips. I'll wait for you up there. Without waiting for Qi Xiaoxing's reaction, Ling walked away, leaving Qi Xiaoxing with a slight pain on her lips. Qi Xiaoxing silently called him an idiot in her heart, but the sweet feeling was undeniable. However, the urgent situation left her no time to savor that warmth, and she immediately got up to call some orcs to fetch water from nearby. To create an ice wall that would prevent the beasts below from easily climbing up, a lot of water was needed. The water orbs created by the dozen orcs with water as their innate skills were far from enough. Lon quickly realized this and instructed them not to focus on making thick ice in one spot, but to first cover the entire wall with a layer of ice. Since it was winter, everyone had stored quite a bit of water at home. So Qi Xiaoxing took dozens of orcs to go from house to collect water instead of going to the river. The orcs had great strength. One could easily carry a large wooden barrel of water. They quickly made round trips to the base of the wall, dropping the barrels on the ground, which were then transformed into smooth ice walls by the water-type orcs. The progress was not slow. After an hour, the ice wall had already taken shape. Qi Xiaoxing climbed wearily up the wall and looked down. A thick, sturdy ice wall over 10 centimeters thick had formed. Thanks to the frigid weather, the ice wall froze perfectly, glistening and emanating bursts of cold air. Beneath the ice wall were the snarling beasts, some of which had already charged to the wall's base. But now, under the assault of Ling and his team of orcs, they had retreated a bit, keeping a cautious distance of about 5 or 6 meters from the wall. Looking at the ice wall, Qi Xiaoxing thought, finally, it's done. Ice is always harder to climb than rock. With this wall, we can rotate shifts to rest at night and survive this night. Tomorrow, when dawn breaks, we can launch our attack. Perhaps they won't even need to attack proactively. This beast tide might just disperse on its own. The thought was beautiful, but life is always full of surprises. Chapter 234, Spiked Iron Crocodile and Black Ruafing Wolf. 1. Lon, I want to distribute the origin crystals to let the tribe members recover some origin power. It looks like we won't be able to rest tonight. Qi Xiaoxing found Lon, who was treating his injured right arm, and asked for his opinion. Lon was taken aback at first, then laughed heartily, saying that if there were still origin crystals, that would be the best. After a moment of silence, Lon looked at Qi Xiaoxing with some apologetic eyes. Xiaoxing, thank you. Not only have you solved so many problems for the tribe, but you also have origin crystals. As he spoke, he suddenly couldn't continue. He self-deprecatingly curled his lips, saying, sometimes I feel like a useless person. As the tribe leader, I can't consider many things, and I don't have as high combat power as Ling. You know, it would have been better if I hadn't become the tribe leader. Qi Xiaoxing didn't expect him to say this suddenly, and felt a mix of emotions. Leader, you don't need to consider everything. Otherwise, what do we elders exist for? Ha! Lon was amused by her words. I know you're trying to comfort me. He waved his hand. I was thinking too much. Let us do it your way with the origin crystals. He still had a hint of worry on his face. But Qi Xiaoxing didn't know how to persuade him, so she just nodded and turned to leave. Perhaps after this beast tide ends, she and Ling should have a good talk with Lon. After all, Lon was not only the leader of the Qingshi tribe, but also her brother-in-law and her best friend as husband. No, what was she thinking? Qi Xiaoxing sighed and shook her head, trying to toss those mixed thoughts out of her mind. She found Lance, who was patrolling, and pretended to take out origin crystal from her bag, but actually pulled out 50 origin crystal from her space and handed them to him. Lan's brown eyes widened in disbelief, stuttering, what is this? So many origin crystals? Qi Xiaoxing said, to replenish the orcs who have exhausted their origin power. It looks like there will be another fierce battle tonight. Protecting the tribe even has this kind of good fortune. Lance was quite incredulous. This year's treatment is too good. Is our tribe so affluent? I don't remember us having so many origin crystals in total for a year. Did we rob them from the Haishi tribe last time? Qi Xiaoxing. It turned out that the Qingshi tribe was so poor that the tribe members were surprised and suspicious when they saw origin crystals. She felt a bit helpless and said, "Then you take charge of distributing the origin crystals to everyone." Me? Lanz was a bit excited, wanting to reach out for the origin crystals in Qi Xiaoxing's hand, but then hurriedly added, "Wait." So he vigorously rubbed his hands on his clothes in front of Qi Xiaoxing's astonished gaze and even blew off the dust before carefully saying, "All right, give them to me." Qi Xiaoxing was speechless and tossed the origin crystals in Lanz's large palm. One for each person, which should be enough. She couldn't afford to give more. The origin crystals in her medicine field space could only supply her and Ling for cultivation. The ones she took out today were the last few remaining in the tribe. Lanz took over the task of distributing the origin crystals, and seeing that he was making good progress, Qi Xiaoxing didn't pay further attention. Instead, she grasped the bag at her waist, and a slow battle intent surged in her black eyes. Now, it was my turn to take the stage. She stood in the middle of the wall, the same place where she had previously dropped vines to block the door. Ling was continuously dropping support from above, and there were a few orcs with earth and water elemental skills beside her, constantly using their skills to interrupt the beasts trying to charge forward. The soil rose under the orcs' control, blocking the path of the beasts, while the water element orcs created ice spikes with low temperatures to stab at the beasts. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed Qi Xiaoxing's mind. Ice spikes? Earth walls? If the two were combined, could they create a stronger defensive structure? Thinking this, Qi Xiaoxing immediately used her talent skill, her right hand generating a long vine, gently tapping the legs of the two orcs. They quickly noticed something was off and transformed into their human forms in front of Qi Xiaoxing. To her surprise, one of them was actually Muli. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Muli was bare-chested, a piece of beast skin wrapped around his waist, his brown eyes looking at her gently. And even his voice was soft. "Xiaoxing. Elder, what's wrong?" Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit suffocated, took 2 steps back, and averted her gaze. Not want to look at his exposed, muscular upper body. "You two have earth and water elemental talent skills, right? I have a plan and want you to cooperate to test it out." "Oh, is that it?" "No problem." The other orc, a young one with a youthful face who looked like he had just come of age, spoke up. "Elder Xiaoxing, what do you want us to do?" First, use the earth elemental skill to create an earth wall, as big as possible. Then use the water element to create many protruding spikes on the surface. I will help intertwine some plants on it to make the wall less likely to fall." Qi Xiaoxing said, "Muli, you should be able to do that, right?" "Of course." Muli smiled at her, seeming quite happy. The other orc, seeing that Qi Xiaoxing only called Muli's name, immediately opened his round eyes. "Elder Xiaoxing. You know my name, right?" "Ah." This made it even more awkward. She really didn't know what this orc was called. Chapter 235, Spiked Iron Crocodile and Black Ruafing Wolf. 2. My name is Ier. Ier pointed at his nose, looking very sad. "Elder, you can remember it. You can't forget again." Ier's silver hair fluttered in the wind, and without wasting time, he directly mobilized his remaining origin power to build a wall about 5 meters long, 1 meter thick, and 3 meters high, 5 meters away from the wall. He seemed to struggle a lot, sweat pouring down his face, but the result was enough to astonish Qi Xiaoxing. She estimated that such a wall probably required a lot of origin power to construct. Ier had fought for so long, yet he could still create such a wall. His talent was at least on par with Lanz. Unable to help herself, she whispered to Muli beside her, "How old is Ier this year?" 25, quite young. Muli replied, "He usually has a lively personality. This is the first time I've seen him fight so seriously." 25. Qi Xiaoxing's heart stirred. At this age in the beast world, he could be considered very young. To have such strong power at such a young age was truly a good seedling. She would mention it to Ling later to see if they could nurture him early, so he could participate in the tribal promotion competition next year. "Let's start too." Qi Xiaoxing took out 3 vine seed from her bag and threw them forcefully towards the earth wall. "Take root." 3 green lights hit the seeds, and they immediately grew wildly, quickly sprouting 3 long vines on the earth wall. Qi Xiaoxing infused a lot of origin power into the vines, and those vines grew to be as thick and long as the vines blocking the door, turning into terrifying biological weapons. "Water," Muley quietly called out, summoning more than 20 water orbs, his fingertips flashing with a faint blue light of original energy, controlling the water orbs to hit the earthen wall, quickly forming over 20 ice spikes. The 3 worked together, and soon the weapon imagined by Qi Xiaoxing was completed. Huff! Qi Xiaoxing looked at the small ice wall covered in spikes and ice spikes and softly said, "Next, let's see the results." Just as she finished speaking, a reptile covered in iron-like thorns curiously walked over to the strange wall. Upon seeing this beast, Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but curse in her heart, and her eyelids began to twitch violently. Is this really a beast? It's not an exaggeration to call it a meat tank, right? The creature, measuring about 5 meters long and half a meter high, resembled a crocodile, with chilling eyes and a massive mouth emitting gurgling sounds. Its back was covered with thick, shell-like defensive thorns, each one gleaming ominously like iron. Perhaps her dazed expression caught the attention of the two, as Il wiped the sweat from his pale face and said, "Damn, this thing is not easy to deal with. Elder Xiaoxing, this is called a thorned iron crocodile. It's quite a nuisance. Although it doesn't pose much threat to us. It can't be killed easily, has little meat, and is really annoying." Qi Xiaoxing was taken aback for a moment, keenly catching the iron in his words, and happily said, "You say this thing is called a thorned iron dragon. Do you know what iron is?" Muley chimed in, "We don't know what iron is. But this animal has been called that for a long time, passed down through generations, so we also call it a thorned iron crocodile." Hearing this, Qi Xiaoxing felt disappointed. It seemed they really didn't know what iron was. However, Qi Xiaoxing's gaze shifted back to the fortress-like thorned iron crocodile. If she could kill this thing, wouldn't she be able to check if there was iron in its hard thorns? Qi Xiaoxing chuckled softly, staring at the thorned iron crocodile like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey, making Il shiver. He couldn't help but poke Muley beside him and whispered, "Elder is probably crazy. Does she want to eat this thing?" Muley shot him a glance and said, "Shoot, children don't understand. Don't talk." Il wanted to argue, but ultimately kept quiet, obediently waiting for Qi Xiaoxing to give him orders. He was more curious about how that strange ice wall was used and why Elder Xiaoxing was staring at the thorned iron crocodile with such a hungry gaze. Fortunately, Qi Xiaoxing didn't keep him waiting long. "Go!" As the thorned iron crocodile drew closer to the wall out of curiosity, just half a meter away, Qi Xiaoxing suddenly struck. The rich plant-type ability slammed into the vines, causing them to instantly grow 2 meters and directly attack the thorned iron crocodile. However, the thorned iron crocodile was no pushover. Its animal instincts sensed danger, and it immediately turned to speed away. But the vine infused with Qi Xiaoxing's original energy was not so easily shaken off. Seeing the situation change below, Illinois immediately activated his innate skill, raising small bumps in the path of the fleeing thorned iron crocodile, tripping it. Before it could get back up, the approaching vine wrapped around its belly. Chapter 236, Thorned Iron Crocodile and Black Ruafing Wolf. 3. Huff. While controlling the vine to secure its hold, Qi Xiaoxing tried to swing the vine to strike the thorned iron crocodile, searching for its weak points. Elder Xiaoxing, look ahead. Just as Qi Xiaoxing was about to make a few more attempts, Il's voice reached her ears. "It's the Black Ruafing Wolf." Following his finger, Qi Xiaoxing looked ahead. Standing not far from the bound thorned iron crocodile was a beautiful snow wolf. It was about 1.5 meters long, with an elegant and beautiful figure, its obsidian-like eyes set in its sockets, and its fur was pure white, except for a ring of dark blue-black fur around its paws. Resembling a seal, Qi Xiaoxing sincerely admired the beauty of this beast, yet she heightened her vigilance. The more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it tends to be. And beasts are no exception. Awoo! The black Ruafing wolf raised its head and howled at the sky, then charged directly at the vines binding the thorned iron crocodile. The fur on its 4 paws changed, and the dark blue-black fur suddenly shone brightly. The wolf's speed increased tremendously. With a whoosh, a sharp glint flashed in the wolf's eyes, and several razor-sharp wind blades sliced through the vines controlled by Qi Xiaoxing, making clean cuts. The control vine was severed, and Qi Xiaoxing felt a slight impact. Fortunately, it wasn't too strong, only causing her to take a few steps back before Muley helped her steady herself. Once she regained her balance, Qi Xiaoxing immediately looked down, seeing that the thorned iron crocodile they had worked hard to bind had been freed and was now arrogantly snorting at them. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't say it out loud, but Il didn't hold back, exclaiming, "Damn, I've never seen such a shameless beast. It's really infuriating. If I had my original energy right now, I would chop it up." While he was grumbling, Muley merely glanced at him calmly, thinking, "Even at your peak, you wouldn't be able to beat the black Ruafing wolf." The thorned iron crocodile proudly demonstrated its freedom to Il and the others, possessing just enough intelligence to know it had escaped, but not enough to realize that what saved it was anything but a good thing. Before the thorned iron crocodile could revel in its triumph, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its back, causing it to cry out in agony. The onlookers on the city wall were stunned. Aiel's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold. The black ruefing wolf, like a bloodthirsty grim reaper, was surrounded by wind blades, all targeting the thorned iron crocodile, cutting down all the spikes it had once taken pride in. Qi Xiaoxing stared in amazement at the spikes that even the beastmen couldn't sever, re-evaluating the strength of the black ruefing wolf. Previously, she had encountered beastmen who were pierced through the chest and abdomen by the black ruefing wolf's wind blades during surgery and knew the wolf was formidable. However, since everyone compared the black ruefing wolf and the thorned iron crocodile together, she naively thought they were on the same level. But she was indeed too naive. What happened to the fortress-like thorned iron crocodile? Why did the black ruefing wolf cut down its proud spikes so easily? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. But Qi Xiaoxing appeared calm on the surface, fixated on the battle between the two beasts below, not daring to blink. The battle below remained one-sided. Upon realizing its spikes had all been cut off, the thorned iron crocodile lost the courage to mock the beastmen on the wall and, devoid of fighting spirit, attempted to flee. However, the black ruefing wolf clung tightly to it. This time, it didn't use wind blades but instead relied on its claws and mouth, trying to bite through the thorned iron crocodile's neck to kill it. Seeing that it couldn't escape, the thorned iron crocodile decided not to run anymore and mustered all its strength to fight the wind wolf, struggling desperately. The battle quickly reached a conclusion, with the thorned iron crocodile unwillingly meeting its end beneath the black ruefing wolf's claws. Just when Qi Xiaoxing thought that the black wind wolf would swallow the spiny iron crocodile whole, the black wind wolf only stepped on the corpse of the spiny iron crocodile with one foot, then howled at the sky, as if celebrating its victory. After that, it didn't even glance at the corpse and left without looking back. Qi Xiaoxing. So, big brother, you ran so far and expended so much effort just to prove you're stronger than it? Qi Xiaoxing felt a moment of speechlessness. When the black wind wolf had walked a distance away, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Their original goal was the spines of the spiny iron crocodile, and now the black wind wolf had just helped them out a lot. She had been worried about how to get the spines off the spiny iron crocodile. With this thought, Qi Xiaoxing's gaze slowly shifted to Aiel, who was continuously saying, "Wow, that's so awesome." Aiel, noticing her gaze, suddenly felt very uneasy and stammered, "Elder, why are you looking at me like that? I already have someone I like." Qi Xiaoxing. "Child, you're overthinking it." Aiel became delighted. "Haha, really? I thought you suddenly found me very handsome and liked me." Qi Xiaoxing, who had originally planned to let Aiel go down the wall to collect the spines, silently swallowed her words. Forget it. Even though the original power was low, it should be much easier to create another vine than to communicate with this guy. Chapter 237. The Fong Beast and the Giant Toothed Dragon. 1. So Qi Xiaoxing didn't waste any more words with Aiel. She directly mobilized the original power within her, extending a vine down to hook the spines on the ground that had been bitten off by the black wind wolf, and then slowly moved it to the wall. Damn, this thing looks disgusting from afar, and even scarier up close. Aiel stared at the spine hooked by the vine, showing an expression of "I can't accept this." When Mu Li saw the spine, his face also turned a bit pale. After all, from a distance, it only looked scary and had great lethality, but up close, it was covered in a disgusting yellow-green liquid that looked like pus, and it smelled terrible. The odor could be sensed from far away. Qi Xiaoxing's expression was also not good, as she suppressed the urge to vomit. She slowly moved her feet, crouched down, and began to observe the situation inside the spine. The black wind wolf's teeth were very sharp, and the break on the spine was very smooth, allowing her to clearly see the contents inside, shining with a silvery metallic luster, with hints of rust from being corroded by the air. "It's iron." Her eyes widened in delight, and Qi Xiaoxing was truly overjoyed. She actually found clues to precious metal iron from the name of the spiny iron crocodile. With iron, the subsequent construction of the tribe would not be so difficult. They could even have weapons that other tribes did not possess, and even have a wall made of iron that would definitely not be broken by the beast tide. "Xiaoxing." A voice came from her ear. Qi Xiaoxing raised her head and saw Ling, with wings fluttering, hovering in midair like an angel. Her man's beauty always left her in awe. Qi Xiaoxing's face turned red, and she quickly released her grip on the vine she had been controlling, somewhat awkwardly wiping her hands, indicating that she had nothing to do with the ugly and stinky spine on the ground. Her letting go was not a big deal, but Aiel happened to be standing next to the spine, so when she released it, the slimy spine fell right at his feet. "Damn, Elder." Aiel jumped up in disgust. You can't just drop this thing on my foot because you don't like it. Qi Xiaoxing looked at him with a blank expression, as if she had nothing to do with this matter. Il was stunned. This elder actually had two faces. Xiaoxing, are you tired? Ling naturally did not miss her little action, but he just knew what was happening and passed over it. He was always very aware of his partner, wanting to maintain at least a bit of a reserved, ladylike image in front of him. Ling flapped his wings and quickly landed in front of Qi Xiaoxing. Despite just experiencing such a dust-filled battle, Ling was completely free of any blood smell, looking as clean as if he had just stepped out. His pale golden eyes, under the increasingly dimming light, resembled jewels filled with light, deep enough to draw one in. At this moment, those beautiful phoenix eyes were fixed on her, making her face grow hotter. The medium-sized beasts had been mostly eliminated. If I estimate correctly, when night falls, it will be the hardest time during this beast tide. Ling reached out and smoothed a small section of clothing exposed on Qi Xiaoxing's neck, and at that time, he paused midway, looking at Qi Xiaoxing with a somewhat worried expression. There should be Fong beasts. As soon as the words Fong beast fell, Qi Xiaoxing's heart felt like it had been heavily struck. The Fong beast was the first monster she encountered that threatened her life when she first crossed into this world. Qi Xiaoxing involuntarily shivered. Although she had long since adapted to life in the beast world, it was the Fong beast that first cast a shadow over her and made her truly realize she had crossed over. Ling noticed his beloved's slight discomfort and gently touched Qi Xiaoxing's cheek with his warm fingertips, completing what he hadn't finished saying earlier. I will protect you. Hearing him say this, Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit awkward, but also unsurprised him. The Fong beast, and all, Ling would definitely crush it with ease. Qi Xiaoxing comforted herself, thinking that she was much stronger than when she first entered the beast world. She even had a bone beast protecting her and had awakened her plant-based innate skill. If all else failed, she could hide in the space. She was no longer that little military doctor who could only bind chickens. Ling could tell from her expression what she was thinking and sighed slightly. The beasts in the beast tide are very fierce. We cannot let our guard down. Qi Xiaoxing nodded. Just as she was about to ask something, Ling's gaze shifted to the side at the spine, his lips curling into a smile as he asked, "What is this?" Mu Li, who had never liked Ling, felt uncomfortable seeing his beloved interacting so closely with another beastman, or rather, her original lover. Honestly, if he could compete with Ling, perhaps Qi Xiaoxing would look at him differently, but unfortunately. However, many things have no ifs. Mu Li looked at Qi Xiaoxing's face, which was slightly flushed, and his gaze darkened. Chapter 238. The Fong Beast and the Giant-Toothed Dragon. 2. This is Iron. Qi Xiaoxing, not noticing Mu Li's sensitive feelings, pointed awkwardly at the ugly and stinky spine on the ground, saying to Ling, "Because I heard that this beast is called the spiny iron crocodile, and I already knew that iron is a good thing." As she spoke, her long eyelashes mischievously blinked like two fans, directly blowing away the turmoil in Ling's heart that had risen due to the beast's tide. Ling looked gently at Qi Xiaoxing, who was chattering about what iron was, and felt that his heart, which was about to be stirred by the bloodthirsty atmosphere, had completely calmed down. It settled in his chest, beating steadily. "And we should make good use of this." Ling followed Qi Xiaoxing's words and noticed the cold sweat on her forehead due to fatigue, gently wiping it away with his fingertip. Such a precious resource indeed, needs to be utilized well. Mu Li, watching this scene from a distance, felt as if his heart was being roasted by a pile of charcoal, with an indescribable emotion deep in his eyes. He had never understood why a person who loved to stir things up like Amu could make such a powerful Afu willingly give up his life for her. I don't understand why those budding orcs in the tribe can be so good to another person without expecting anything in return until he met Qi Xiaoxing. Just a fleeting glance, and he felt that his usually indifferent heart was pounding violently. Her appearance, her personality, everything was what he loved the most. Even knowing that he was late and she already had someone she wanted to spend her life with, he couldn't help but keep getting closer, like a moth to a flame, both sad and laughable. Just like now, such a simple action as wiping sweat. Knowing full well it was a playful interaction between her and her partner, he still couldn't help but interrupt, filled with jealousy. Hearing his words, Qi Xiaoxing didn't think much of it and generously replied, "Ah, right, this thorn is hard-earned, and you all help a lot. It definitely can't be wasted." She smiled with her eyes curved, but there was also worry in her expression, not knowing when this beast tide would end. Very soon, Ling's voice remained gentle, but in a place Qi Xiaoxing couldn't see. He subtly raised his eyes and glanced at Mu Li, his phoenix eyes devoid of the warmth and tolerance one would show to kin, only holding a cold warning. His actions were obvious, and Muli saw it clearly. However, Muli didn't care much, refusing to show weakness and forgetting the past. Though he wasn't as powerful as the man in front of him, he wouldn't give up. At least not for now. The tension between the two was palpable. Even the usually carefree and straightforward IL could sense it, awkwardly shrinking into a corner pretending he didn't exist. His mind might be naive, but he had a keen intuition when it came to love. Right now, his intuition told him that it was best not to speak, or else he would be in serious trouble. Or worse, be beaten to death by both of them. The standoff between Ling and Muli didn't continue, as Xiao Lu and Bai Wei suddenly arrived. Hey! Xiao Lu's loud voice could be heard even over the high walls. Xiaoxing, we're here. Qi Xiaoxing felt a sweat run down her back from being called out. She remembered clearly instructing Ayersha to keep an eye on Xiao Lu before she left, making sure those few females didn't come over here. She was a bit annoyed. What are you doing here? While climbing the ladder with all her limbs, Xiao Lu replied, I brought a few people to make some food for you. We're not hungry. You should go back now. A voice filled with anger came from behind, and Lan glared at Xiao Lu, who had already climbed up like a monkey while talking. Go. Go, go. Xiao Lu waved her hand impatiently. Just because you're not hungry doesn't mean others aren't. And you, really, let the orcs protect us and not feed us. How cruel. Qi Xiaoxing initially wanted to scold her, but Xiao Lu's sharp rebuttal was somewhat cute, and her annoyance evaporated completely. You. Lan was so angry her mind went blank, unable to say anything. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. A soft voice interrupted everyone, and Qi Xiaoxing turned to see Bai Wei, who didn't know when she had climbed up the wall, carrying a large backpack filled with heavy items. We brought a lot of jerky. Let's make meat soup for everyone. It's a critical time, and eating something good can boost everyone's spirits, Bai Wei said, revealing a cautiously cheerful smile, her dimples appearing at the corners of her cheeks. Qi Xiaoxing. With one after another acting like this, what could she do? She could only helplessly allow it. Buzz. Buzz. A long, ancient melody came from the horizon, bringing waves of sound that made people's scalps tingle, crashing between all the beasts and orcs still fighting, almost shattering their hearts. Chapter 239. The Fong Beast and the Giant Tooth Dragon. 3. Qi Xiaoxing felt a wave of dizziness in her head, her legs going weak. But thankfully she was held tightly by Ling. Xiao Lu lost her balance and nearly fell off the wall, but luckily Lan reacted quickly and grabbed her arm, while Bai Wei was also held in Il's arms, preventing any accidents. Tribe leader. Look. Il's voice suddenly exploded. The beast tide seems to be retreating. Upon hearing this, Ling looked up and saw the densely packed beasts, which had been like locusts, almost simultaneously changing direction. Those medium-sized beasts suffered heavy casualties, with only a few little ones darting away into the distance. The large beasts at the back of the tide looked reluctantly towards the direction of the Qin Shi tribe. But soon, with the ancient melody ringing out again, they unwillingly left. This, Qi Xiaoxing endured the headache, thinking, could it be that the beast tide just faded away like that? Her intuition told her that the beast tide would not retreat so easily. But the facts before her also told her not to worry. The beast tide had indeed retreated. She couldn't help but look up at Ling, wondering what he would think, whether he believed the beast tide had truly retreated. Ling pursed his lips, his eyes like stars, staring unblinkingly at the direction the beast tide retreated. And after a long time, he finally shifted his gaze, but his lips remained tightly pressed together, his muscles tense, unsure if it was from nervousness or something else. Il shouted from the side, it's over. He yelled, as if releasing all his pent-up energy, then slumped down in a big letter T on the wall. Thankfully, the wall had been built wide enough that he didn't roll off and land directly on the corpses of the beasts below. Really? The beast tide has really retreated? A weary but excited middle-aged orc shouted. No more fighting? Without them saying anything, the orcs who had formed a line gradually realized. The beasts were retreating, covered in blood. Qin Sha, who had been forcing himself to fight, also slightly curled his lips at the news. The young man's tense muscles gradually relaxed, though his expression was still one of feigned indifference. He casually tossed the ice shard he had painstakingly created using the last bit of energy from his body over the wall, watching it pierce into the corpse of a beast below. Winter nights fall early, but perhaps due to the heavy snow. Even after 5 o'clock in the evening, there was still some lingering twilight. Up to now, only 2 orcs had truly died. One was unfortunate enough to encounter a black Rue wind wolf, and the other succumbed to old age and fell off the wall. Apart from that, there were only the injured. This beast tide was the one with the least sacrifices in the history of the Qin Shi tribe's beast tides. Thus, The tribe leader Lan ordered that the females still hiding deep in the tribe be brought out to hold a feast in the central area of the tribe. Qi Xiaoxing instinctively wanted to oppose his decision, but she had no reason to do so. And the piles of beast meat would be a waste if they didn't eat it. Besides, she was just feeling a bit uneasy, but surely that intuition couldn't be counted as anything significant, right? She had a pale face, silently watching her tribesmen joyfully set up one roasting rack after another, while a few orcs jumped down from the wall, bringing in several beasts that looked quite tasty. The racks filled with dry firewood quickly burst into flames, illuminating the increasingly dark sky. The Qingshi tribe hadn't been this extravagant in a long time. The smell of roasting meat permeated every inch of the air, accompanied by the sizzling sound of fat, enough to whet anyone's appetite. Ling knew her taste, and even specifically asked her for some chili powder he had ground up in the space before, sprinkling it on the perfectly roasted skewers of meat and handing them to her, with a face illuminated by the firelight, which looked even more tempting than the grilled meat. He asked her, "Xiaoxing, do you want to eat?" He bit his lip mischievously, his rosy lips close to the barbecue, making her unsure whether to eat the barbecue or take a big bite out of the man who had made her lose her senses. "I want to eat," Qi Xiaoxing suddenly exclaimed, wrapping her arms around the man's neck and kissing the lips she had been longing for. Ling was initially stunned, then closed his eyes to enjoy his lover's rare initiative, deepening the kiss. When they pulled apart, feeling the stares around them, especially from Little Green, who looked like she was about to shoot someone with a 48K glare, Qi Xiaoxing suddenly realized, damn it, we're outside. Her face turned crimson, as if hiding something. She cleared her throat, reached out to snatch the meat skewer from Ling's hand, and took a bite. She had only intended to pretend it tasted good, but the skewer was so well cooked, perfectly seasoned with salt and chili, not greasy at all, and she didn't know where Ling had gotten the tender meat from. After eating jerky for so long, it was truly a rare delicacy for her. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but glance at Ling, who was leisurely eating a skewer like a nobleman. She bit into her skewer fiercely, thinking, damn it, why can he eat so elegantly while I'm a starving wolf? Chapter 240. The Fong Beast and the Giant Toothed Dragon, Part 4. After a calm dinner, it was time for the troublesome task arrangements. The beast tide had retreated, so let us not arrange for patrols tonight. Everyone is so tired. Elsa suggested, after all, almost all the beastmen had participated in the battle today, and many had fallen asleep while eating. Lon rubbed his forehead, thinking about the beastmen who had almost collapsed on the ground, feeling a bit of a headache. But if we don't patrol, what if something urgent happens? Little Green stood quietly to the side, not speaking, unsure how to advise on whether to have patrols. I think it's better to arrange for patrols. Qi Xiaoxing frowned. Ling and I can. Chief, Elder, why don't we handle it? Just as Qi Xiaoxing was about to take on this tough task, a deep voice volunteered. Turning around, Kadong, the Lion Tribe beastman, cheerfully said to her, let us do it. We live not far from the wall, so it's convenient to patrol. Behind Kadong stood about 10 strong beastmen, all former slaves rescued from the Blackstone tribe. After enduring long years of hardship, their bodies were severely depleted. They hadn't been nurtured in the Qingstone tribe for long before winter arrived. Now that the beast tide had just passed, looking at the dark circles under their eyes, Qi Xiaoxing knew they had reached their limit. They stepped forward now only because there truly was no one left in the Qingstone tribe, and they needed to repay their debt. Lon and Elsa exchanged glances, not directly refusing their goodwill, but instead proposing a compromise. It's okay, but are you really all right? No problem. Kadong said, our Lion Tribe beastmen are very strong. Qi Xiaoxing was amused. Fine, I'll accompany you for one night, and tomorrow we'll arrange for others. Kadong wanted to say something more, but Qi Xiaoxing cut him off. Enough, don't refuse, I know you're strong, but I just can't shake this uneasy feeling. I need to be here to feel at ease. Kadong had no choice but to swallow the words he was about to say. The night grew colder, and Qi Xiaoxing wrapped herself in a thick beast skin, leaning on Ling's shoulder. The two nestled together, guarding the battered wall, the air filled with an inescapable stench of blood. Since the beast tide began, they hadn't really rested, but Ling's stamina was much better than Qi Xiaoxing's, and he felt fine at the moment, while Qi Xiaoxing felt drowsy, her eyelids struggling to stay open. So cold, Qi Xiaoxing murmured, snuggling closer into Ling's embrace, feeling his familiar warmth, which made her half-closed eyelids open a little. Ling found her pecking him like a little chick, but refusing to sleep amusing, and helplessly reached out to pat her head. All right, sleep, I'm here. His voice was warm and ambiguous, like a light in a terrifyingly cold and dark night, giving her immense comfort. In a drowsy haze, Qi Xiaoxing had a dream that felt overwhelmingly oppressive, filled with countless dark claws pulling at her. Qi Xiaoxing suddenly opened her eyes, drenched in cold sweat, her chest heaving violently. Before she could gather her thoughts, she heard Ling say softly, "It's dangerous." "What?" Qi Xiaoxing looked down towards the wall, but as she wasn't a beastman, her night vision was poor, and she could only vaguely see the shadows of several massive figures. Roar! Kadong had transformed into his beast form, shouting towards the sky, conveying a message. In the darkness, pairs of red eyes became increasingly apparent. Qi Xiaoxing's heart sank. It seemed her earlier intuition was correct. The beast-tide wouldn't retreat so easily. Xiaoxing. Ling turned to look at Qi Xiaoxing, not allowing her to leave. If he had just met Qi Xiaoxing and was still apprehensive, he certainly wouldn't let her face such danger alone. But after experiencing the Ice Emperor's forbidden land and going through life and death together, he could never say that she should hide safely while he faced the danger alone. "Don't get separated from me." Ling looked at her seriously. Qi Xiaoxing nodded and smiled. All right. The time they had was short, and as the beastmen began to issue warnings one after another, the ground started to tremble violently. Bang bang! The footsteps crashed against the earth, creating an exceptionally intense roar. Blood-red eyes flashed with the cunning unique to large beasts and monsters as they charged towards the last refuge of the Qingstone tribe, the wall. Ling, hurry and wake everyone up. I'll hold them off here for a while. Qi Xiaoxing fished out a few illusion rose seeds from her side bag, which she had been tightly holding, and held one in one hand while taking out a higher purity crystal from her space, speaking while catalyzing the illusion roses. Ling looked at her deeply, pressed his hand on her shoulder, kissed her on the forehead, then flapped his wings, creating a gust of wind as he left. Qi Xiaoxing took a deep breath and tried to speed up the catalyzation. The tremors of the wall became more pronounced, and after a few shakes, she could no longer stand, having to kneel on the ground, tossing the fully ripened illusion roses one by one. Qi Xiaoxing's palms were sweaty. Although she had sensed that the beast tide wasn't that simple, she expected it to be this severe. Now she could only pray that the large beasts attacking at midnight weren't as difficult to deal with as the black raving wolf. Chapter 241, Defending with Life, Part 1. The sky had completely darkened, and the air was filled with the stench of beasts howling, making Qi Xiaoxing feel nauseous. Just thinking that the barbecue for dinner was made from these foul-smelling beasts made her stomach churn. Elder Xiaoxing, you should go inside the wall. Gadong, who had turned back into a beastman at some point, revealed concern on his weathered face, saying it was too dangerous here. This wave of beast tide is different from before. These are large beasts, most of which have some proud innate skills and are generally very strong. Cadden let out a bitter laugh, his voice hoarse. Elder, don't say you're just a slightly stronger female. Even if we orcs go all out, we'd likely just end up dead. I've lived so many years and have seen it all. I've long since come to terms with death. He didn't give Qi Xiaoxing a chance to speak, instead taking a deep breath and continuing on his own. Thinking back to the past few months in the Qingshi tribe, they've actually been the most comfortable days I've had in years. Qi Xiaoxing watched Cadden, saying nothing, her dark eyes fixed on him as if trying to see through his thoughts. Observing her expression, Cadden initially wanted to say more, but suddenly his face changed. With a surge of energy, almost instinctively, he tensed his muscles, and his innate skill manifested without him even realizing it. He leapt forward, tackling Qi Xiaoxing to the ground just in time to narrowly avoid a searing breath of flame. Qi Xiaoxing felt the intense heat brush past her cheek. A sudden sting followed by the painful impact of her back hitting the ground, sending a wave of pain through her that nearly made her cry out. Cadden was quick to react, scrambling to his feet and almost shouting, "Run quick!" After saying this, he transformed into a massive lion, opening his mouth to unleash flames towards the wall ahead of Qi Xiaoxing. Amidst the flames, Qi Xiaoxing, still reeling from the pain, finally got a good look at the creature that had just ambushed them. It was a beast even larger than Ling in its beast form, covered in slick, dark red scales that looked grotesque. But what was most terrifying was its enormous mouth, wide enough to swallow Qi Xiaoxing whole, with a massive head and a long neck connected to a body that didn't seem very sturdy. Its mouth was filled with rows of sharp teeth, looking exceedingly menacing. This monster, which bore a slight resemblance to a dinosaur, was viciously gaping its huge mouth, continuously spewing small but highly penetrating flames towards the top of the wall. What the hell is this thing? Even with Qi Xiaoxing's usual composure, she couldn't help but murmur a curse. She thought the fanged beasts were frightening enough. But now another monster had appeared that sent chills down her spine at just a glance. Puff, puff, puff. More flames came hurtling towards them, just as they were about to strike Qi Xiaoxing. At that moment, Cadden, who had transformed back into an orc, moved a few steps towards her, and the flames struck him instead. The smell of burnt flesh was stark against the bloody battlefield, and Qi Xiaoxing sensed that the roars from beneath the wall were growing more frenzied. If this were the 21st century, she might have been curious about what roasted lion tasted like, but now, seeing the bloody wounds covering Cadden, she had no desire to know. Gritting her teeth, she climbed to her feet, but in her haste, her palm grazed the hot stone, leaving a deep cut. Staggering, Qi Xiaoxing ran toward the staircase not far from them. Realizing she was still too weak, a female, lacking the innate strength of the orcs, and not a prodigy like Ling. If she stubbornly stayed on the wall, Cadden would only get hurt more trying to protect her, which was something she didn't want to see. Yet, even though she couldn't endure much damage, there were still things she could do. Qi Xiaoxing dodged the attacks from the beasts, bending low as she sprinted to the staircase. After descending 2 meters, she finally stopped, stabilizing herself before eagerly rummaging through her waist pouch for seeds. She had previously tossed some mature, psychedelic rose seeds down by the wall, but their effect seemed very good. After all, with those towering beasts, the roses would be buried beneath the overwhelming smell of blood, rendering their effect negligible. Realizing this, Qi Xiaoxing decided to take out a few vine seed from her bag, planning to use them to directly throw roses into the monsters' mouths after maturing them. With their mouths wide, open, and drooling, it would be nice to toss in a few roses for them to taste. Qi Xiaoxing thought maliciously, feeling a strange sense of relief from her earlier sadness over her weakness. She had always been a person of action. Once she decided to do something, she wouldn't procrastinate. Qi Xiaoxing gripped the handrail that remained on the stone steps tightly with one hand while trying to mature the vine seeds with the other. Just as she was about to draw on her inner energy and hadn't yet infused the seeds with green light, she suddenly felt a chill above her head. Something dripped down from the wall through the biting winter wind, falling onto her head and trickling down to her cheek. Qi Xiaoxing instinctively reached up to touch it, and with the sudden moonlight revealing it, she realized what it was. It was blood. Chapter 242, Defending with Life, Part 2. Her pupils contracted sharply. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't believe it as she touched the cold, sticky liquid on her cheek, feeling the blood's viscous texture freeze her in place. Drops of blood continued to fall, and as she moved aside, she still got splattered. Qi Xiaoxing tightened her grip on the seeds. Wondering what was happening, why was there suddenly so much blood? Had the orcs guarding above finally broken down? Were the beasts about to breach the wall? Why hadn't Ling returned with the others? A flurry of worries and questions flooded her mind, and an overwhelming panic pressed down on her. In a rush, she yelled, "Hey, Cadden, you up there?" Before she could finish, she saw a huge black object thrown down from above, crashing to the ground right above her, spilling a stream of blood. Bang! The sound of the heavy object hitting the ground was terrifying, startling Qi Xiaoxing into a shudder. She immediately crawled down the stairs, ignoring her aching body as she sprinted towards where the object had fallen. Illuminated by faint light from the other side of the wall, Qi Xiaoxing clearly saw what had fallen from above. It was an orc, its massive lion body missing large patches of flesh, covered in bite marks and burn scars. A horrifying sight. Qi Xiaoxing trembled as she reached out to check the orc's breath, but in the dark, frigid night, there was not a trace of warmth left to signify life. This orc was dead. Her eyes stung with unshed tears as she retracted her hand, standing up seemingly indifferent, but her fists clenched tightly. The orcs still fighting on the wall against the fanged beasts and giant-toothed dragons were all slaves who had only recently joined the Qingshi tribe a few months ago. In their lives, they had witnessed their lion tribe being destroyed, their families and kin slaughtered, leaving only those deemed useful to become slaves, suffering in the Qingshi tribe. Now, after finally managing to live a few comfortable days in the Qingshi tribe, they were faced with a beast tide that might not occur even once in 100 years, only to meet a tragic end under the innate skills of the fanged beasts and giant-toothed dragons, ending their long-suffering lives. With a heart full of complexity, the feelings of guilt and sorrow were painfully clear, reminding Qi Xiaoxing that if she had been more resolute in urging everyone to stay vigilant and guard the wall in the evening, perhaps the outcome would have been different, and perhaps this orc would not have died. Not knowing how long she had been standing there, it might have been a few seconds or perhaps a few minutes. A sudden, anxious voice called out from the air, "Xiaoxing, where are you?" Startled, She trembled all over and shook herself back to reality. "I'm here," she shouted. Ling dove down and was by her side in an instant, his handsome face bathed in the glow of the flames, seemingly coated in a layer of gold. But at that moment, his honey-like phoenix eyes were stained with anger. He gripped her shoulder tightly, causing Qi Xiaoxing to whimper in pain. "It hurts." "You still no pain?" Ling's voice had never sounded so unkind, even somewhat terrifying. "How could you be here? Do you know how dangerous it is?" Qi Xiaoxing bore his anger, and after a moment, suddenly asked, "Ling, do you think it's really worth it for them to give their lives to protect our tribe?" Ling was taken aback, staring directly into Qi Xiaoxing's bottomless black eyes. They were filled with determination and doubt. Was it really worth it to give their lives to protect a tribe they had only joined a few days ago? After a moment of silence, Ling slowly replied, "Whether it's worth it, I don't know." He reached out and patted Qi Xiaoxing's back. "But I think you can ask them yourself after the beast tide passes." Qi Xiaoxing moved slightly and murmured, "Yeah, I can ask them." She seemed to return to her former strong self, not pursuing the question further, but instead breaking free from Ling's arm and quickly walking towards the nearby wall, all the while nurturing the hallucinogenic rose seeds in her pocket, unwilling to waste even a moment. Ling glanced at the tragic bodies of the orcs on the ground, pursed his thin lips, and, after a moment, he followed Qi Xiaoxing's departing figure. Was it worth it to use their lives to protect a tribe, to defend a belief? He didn't know, but he believed that those who had already given their lives must have felt it was very worthwhile. Suppressing all emotions and thoughts with all his might, Qi Xiaoxing arrived at the base of the wall, and at that moment, she had already gathered more than a dozen hallucinogenic roses in her hands. Many people had gathered at the base of the wall, including Xiao Lu and other females, as well as Il and other orcs. Qingxiao was also there. They had built a fire on this side of the wall to provide some light for the females. "Xiaoxing, why is your face covered in blood?" Xiao Lu, illuminated by the firelight, noticed Qi Xiaoxing's bloodstains and asked hesitantly. At first, she thought she had seen it wrong, but upon closer inspection, Qi Xiaoxing not only had blood on her face, but also on the cloak she usually cherished. "Are you hurt?" Ilsha also looked worried and quickly came over to check on her. "I'm fine." Qi Xiaoxing shook her head, feeling as if something was lodged in her throat, making it hard for her to say, "That's not my blood." Chapter 243, The Death of Cadden, Part 1. Seeing her expression normal, Ilsha didn't insist on checking her after all, but instead worriedly said, "Xiaoxing, what should we do now? I can fight. Let me help on the wall." The other females also gathered around, looking at Qi Xiaoxing with expectant eyes. Unknowingly, Qi Xiaoxing had become the backbone in everyone's hearts. For these females who had never witnessed such a scene, Qi Xiaoxing's presence was like a lifeline they couldn't let go of. Qi Xiaoxing looked around. There were not many females who had come, about 40 or 50. Some had awakened their gifted skills and felt they could help, while others like Bai Wei and Xiao Lu had some medical skills. She didn't hesitate and directly began assigning tasks. Although the tribe's females relying on her for so long was a bad habit, the current situation was urgent and left her no time to consider. "Xiao Lu, Bai Wei, you stay at the base of the wall with medical supplies to treat the injured orcs. Ilsha, you go too." Qi Xiaoxing looked at Ilsha with her dark eyes, fearing she would refuse. Ilsha furrowed her brow slightly, but ultimately didn't oppose. Her combat ability was quite good in the Qingstone tribe, and she had planned to stay here to help deal with the tusked beasts, but Qi Xiaoxing had probably guessed her thoughts, so she had to give up. Indeed, as a shaman, she should be thinking about saving lives rather than how to drive away beasts. Ilsha gave a self-deprecating smile, adjusted the medical supplies in her hands, and called to everyone to leave. In an instant, over a dozen females followed Ilsha to a flat area slightly away from the wall, which was spacious enough to accommodate many patients. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the 20 or so females remaining in place, took a deep breath, and spoke calmly. "Anyone willing to fight can follow me. If you're worried about dying, there's still a chance to join the treatment team. Think carefully. Even the orcs much stronger than you could die at any moment. On this battlefield, no one will protect you. Once you choose to go up the wall with me, it means you are putting your lives on the line. If anyone wants to escape at that moment, I will be the first to end her." Qi Xiaoxing's voice was not loud, but unexpectedly filled with coldness, causing the females to exchange glances, a hint of fear rising in their hearts in this already extremely cold night. After about 3 minutes, it seemed someone could no longer bear the bone-chilling atmosphere. A young female trembled and stepped forward. Initially, she had just been impulsively enthusiastic, thinking she would come to defend her home with her good friends. But facing the battlefield for real, she, a female who had never seen blood, panicked. Now that there was an opportunity to leave, it couldn't be better. The young female gritted her teeth, met the gazes of the others, and ran towards the treatment group. Following her, gradually, about 10 more females left. In the end, besides herself, only 3 remained. It would be a lie to say her heart wasn't stirred, but at this critical moment, she had to choose to ignore it. "What are your names?" Qi Xiaoxing asked hoarsely, looking gently at the 3 females in front of her. In the beast world, females were different from orcs. They didn't need to give their lives to protect the tribe to enjoy the privilege of being protected. There were many selfish females, like the previous Chun Man and Lianin. In contrast, there were even fewer females willing to sacrifice for the tribe, and those 3 willing to give their lives were truly rare. Qi Xiaoxing thought that if this crisis passed and the next spring arrived, when they went to the Xingyue tribe to participate in the tribe advancement competition, she must take them along. After all, these people were worth nurturing. "My name is Xiao Han," a fair-skinned, slightly shy young female said. She had a delicate face, still carrying some innocence. "I'm friends with Xiao Han. Just call me Xin. Another slightly older but equally beautiful female said, her beauty different from Xiao Han's. It had a strategic allure. "My name is Yi Lu," the last one said in a magnetic, soft voice, her personality unlike the other 2, giving off an icy beauty. Qi Xiaoxing didn't mind her attitude. Instead, she was surprised that the ones who remained were all such young females, and one she didn't know before. With so many people in the Qing Stone tribe, she didn't have the time to get to know everyone. It turned out that there were still people who cared for this tribe in ways she didn't know. In that moment, she seemed to understand that orc who had fallen from the wall and given their life for the tribe. Perhaps he felt that everything was worth it. "Elder, look quickly." Just as Qi Xiaoxing was lost in thought, Xiao Han pointed at the huge flames shooting up not far away and exclaimed, "How can it be such a big fire?" Qi Xiaoxing looked over in surprise, only to see the entire night illuminated as if it were broad daylight. The distance from the bottom of the wall to the top seemed so close in this light. Above them, there was a lion engulfed in flames, so large it resembled a glowing sun. That was Cadden. Chapter 244. The Death of Cadden, Part 2. There weren't many lion orcs in the Qingshi tribe, and those like Cadden, with distinct features and familiar to Qi Xiaoxing, were even fewer. Coupled with his unique position on the wall, Qi Xiaoxing could almost be certain that the person resembling a fiercely burning sun was indeed Cadden. But why had Cadden turned into this? In her memory, Cadden's beast form was never this large, and she didn't recall him having any talent that could wrap himself entirely in a fireball. "Oh my God, what is this?" Xiao Han, who was closer, murmured to herself. She had never seen such a scene, and the raging flames made her feel somewhat fearful. Qi Xiaoxing didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly told the 3 of them, "You stay here at the bottom of the wall. I'll go up to see what's happening." After she finished speaking, without waiting for the 3 females' reactions, she immediately ran toward the stairs, leaving the 3 of them looking at each other in confusion. Reinforcements had arrived. When Qi Xiaoxing climbed up to the wall, she saw everyone fighting hard. She glanced around and finally found Ling in the air. Due to the firelight, she could see his expression clearly, which was one of extreme helplessness. Right in front of Ling was Cadden, transformed into a towering inferno. The flames surrounded his body, but surprisingly gave off a warm feeling. The massive lion's body didn't emit any scorching heat, and his fur wasn't charred by the flames. What on earth is going on? Qi Xiaoxing couldn't understand, and when she looked for someone to ask, she noticed that everyone seemed to have deep sadness in their eyes. She ran toward Cadden's direction and was stopped halfway by Qingsha. "Xiaoxing, don't go over." Qingsha's voice seemed to carry a hint of choked emotion, though she wasn't sure if it was just her illusion. "Why?" Qi Xiaoxing looked at the youth whose clothes were torn by beast attacks, blood seeping through, her voice anxious. "What happened, Cadden? Why does everyone have that expression?" Her tone was harsh, and Qingsha's eyes darkened. The youth turned his back to her, but his voice came through clearly. He only said 2 words that filled Qi Xiaoxing with an endless sense of dread. "Sacrifice. Sacrifice." Qi Xiaoxing's eyes widened. She had indeed heard the term before. When the old shaman of the Qingshi tribe was still around, he had taught her for a while. She had seen many yellowed, ancient sheepskin scrolls in the shaman's room and had requested to read a lot, among which were materials related to orc sacrifices. Sacrifice was one of the most widely known techniques on this continent, powerful yet with extremely harsh conditions. First, an orc's strength must reach the 2nd tier. Second, the orc must have undergone the tribe's baptism. Third, the sacrificing orc must be completely willing and voluntary. Only then could a sacrifice be made, and within 15 minutes, they would burn all their original power, causing their strength to surge. However, after 15 minutes, the orc would be exhausted and die. With tears welling in her eyes and bitterness in her throat, Qi Xiaoxing watched Cadden, who looked like a sun, burning all his power in the night sky. She couldn't make a sound. Was such a determined orc really going to lose his life because of the beast tide? She didn't want that, nor was she willing, but there was nothing she could do. Powerless. Roar. As she contemplated, Cadden let out a loud roar and jumped directly off the wall. Boom! 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 The violent explosion sounded from below the wall, accompanied by the howls of the tusked beasts and giant toothed dragons, shaking the entire wall. Qi Xiaoxing lost her balance and fell to the ground, but she was dressed warmly and wasn't injured. Cadden, after a moment of panic, she heard the sorrowful cries of the lion orcs nearby. To them, Cadden was not just a leader, but also an older brother. Now, this older brother was gone just like that. How could they not feel heartbroken? How could they not be in pain? Brother, brother. A lion orc with yellow hair, covered in blood, stared wide-eyed at the mangled Cadden and the tusked beasts below, filled with anger and sorrow. But even though their brother had sacrificed so much, the beasts he had killed were only about a third, and there were still dozens more below. Brother. The yellow-haired orc wiped his tears fiercely, showing a determined expression. He stood up, walked to another dazed young lion orc, and patted his shoulder firmly. Xiao Luobua, from now on, you must live well together with us. What? Xiao Luobua stammered, unable to comprehend what his beloved orc was saying. He then saw his respected second brother resolutely transform into a giant lion and leap down from the wall. Roar. I want you all to die. Brother. The things you couldn't accomplish, I will complete for you. Just as Qi Xiaoxing managed to get up despite the pain in her head. She witnessed this scene. Within just a few seconds after one sun extinguished, another sun, filled with a determination to face death and hatred, charged down toward the beast tide. Chapter 245. The Will of Life? Ah, brother. Second brother. The orc youth named Xiao Luobua finally realized something, crazily running toward the edge of the wall. But he was directly hit by the angry beast skills and fell to the ground, barely alive. Blood kept pouring from his mouth as he crawled toward the wall, unwilling to give up. Young man, why bother? An old voice sounded behind him. Luobua glared angrily, thinking what could this old man understand? They the sacrificing orcs. We're like brothers, even closer than family. Haha, don't look at me with such fierce eyes. You'll scare the old man to death. The old orc squinted, covered in wounds, smiling as he patted the young boy's head. Goodbye. After saying that, he put away his smile, and a solemn expression settled on his aging face. I've lived over 400 years. It's time to contribute to the tribe. His sharp gaze swept over the completely frenzied beast tide, half of which had suffered casualties. Haha, all of you, come accompany the old man in death. Boom. Once again, a dazzling fireball shot into the sky, illuminating this piece of heaven. Ling stood in midair, restraining the crazed beast tide that had gone mad since Cadden's sacrifice, his handsome face stained with blood, while the other half revealed an expression more terrifying than the king of hell. His lips twitched, and the black flames in his hand rained down like they were free. Wherever they passed, the beasts howled in pain. Lon and Lands had already used all their strength to resist the beast tide, their eyes bloodshot, filled with rage. One by one, their tribesmen were sacrificing themselves in front of them. As tribesmen, as humans, how could they remain unresponsive? But this was a beast tide that occurred once in 100 years, even once in 1,000 years. Why? Why did it have to happen in their tribe? Was it the heavens or the beast god that thought the Qingshi tribe had not suffered enough? Lan's eyes turned red. The iron-willed man forcefully held back his tears. Grandfather! Another painful cry echoed, and a bright, blinding sun surged up, significantly lightening the defensive pressure. Lon gritted his teeth, refusing to look or think, but his ears could still hear it. One after another, the sounds of explosions were all the voices of his tribesmen sacrificing themselves. He only hated his own powerlessness. Qi Xiaoxing stared blankly at the direction where the orcs were making sacrifices, gritting her teeth and roaring with an incredibly sharp voice. What are you doing? But her voice sounded so hoarse and weak amidst the roars of the wild beasts. Stop, please stop. Qi Xiaoxing shouted hoarsely, crazily drawing the original force from her dantian, pulling out a large handful of seeds from her backpack without looking and using all her strength to nurture the plants, hurling them toward the beast tide. Elder, thank you. An orc who was unfortunately hit by flames dragged his barely alive body and smiled at her, before turning into a stream of light under Qi Xiaoxing's furious gaze. Stop! Qi Xiaoxing yelled, yet still felt powerless. Slowly, after a dozen streams of light, she stopped shouting, not because she didn't want to, but because all that came out were bloodstains. Qi Xiaoxing closed her eyes in pain. When she came out of the Ice Emperor's forbidden area, she thought she and Ling were already strong enough, but she never expected to sacrifice so many clansmen in this beast tide. If she could be a little stronger, if she could produce iron quickly. Iron. That's right, iron. She must produce iron as soon as possible. Build a steel city so that all the clansmen of the Qing Stone tribe can live without fear. With what seemed like a blazing fire in her eyes, Qi Xiaoxing watched her clansmen fight desperately, observing the beast tide becoming increasingly frenzied in the resistance of Ling and the other orcs, and suddenly fell into a state of enlightenment. The cacophony of roars, the sounds of painful wails, the blood-stained faces, all of it seemed to freeze. And Qi Xiaoxing felt her soul quieting in an instant. At that moment, she saw the anxious females inside the walls treating the sick, saw the voices vowing to defend to the death on the walls, saw Ling fighting crazily in midair. She also saw Cadden jumping off the wall, saw the satisfied and determined expression on his face, and saw the expressions of the living filled with pain and pride. She even saw countless beasts that had been killed or injured by the orcs, their fierce hunger, their struggles and wails. In that moment, regardless of gender, age, or race, everyone was fighting desperately, one side wanting to kill the other just to survive. She seemed to suddenly understand a lot, and yet it felt like she understood nothing, only feeling as if her entire spirit was soaked. If it had to be described in one language, it would probably be blessed and profound. At the moment Qi Xiaoxing suddenly understood, the entire battlefield underwent a noticeable change. Countless green light points overflowed from every person and every beast inside and outside the walls, converging towards Qi Xiaoxing, who was inexplicably suspended in midair. Layers of green light enveloped her, gradually forming the shape of a pair of wings. So warm, so captivating. Chapter 246. The beast tide retreats. What is that? The people below the walls who were helping unconsciously were attracted by the green light, looking up to see Qi Xiaoxing enveloped in green light. The huge wings woven from the green light, converging from all directions, lifted her into the air, like a divine being in a different form. This little green looked up at Qi Xiaoxing in the sky, feeling a desire to submit rising from the bottom of his heart, yet oddly not feeling any resistance. Ling's phoenix eyes were filled with shock, which quickly turned into relief as he lightly bit his lip. At that moment, every beast stopped fighting, quietly watching the floating figure, seemingly waiting for her judgment. Qi Xiaoxing felt herself entering a wonderful state in the haze. She seemed to establish a connection with all the beings present. In this magical green light, she could feel the life force of everyone. Some were very strong, like blazing flames, while others were extremely weak, as if they could extinguish at any moment. She could even sense the emotions brought by each point of light: rage, sadness, compassion. Qi Xiaoxing opened her eyes, clearly seeing everyone's expressions and all the beast's movements. She opened her mouth and emitted an ancient and unknown melody, the green halo rippling outward. It was an ancient aura that seemed to come from the wild, resonating in everyone's ears. No one could understand it, yet everyone grasped its meaning. Little Green stared blankly at the person in the air, feeling that as the person's chant began, the fatigue from days of fighting faded significantly, and his spirit felt a hint of relief. If Little Green's feeling was still somewhat vague, then Little Radish, who had just lost his elder brother and second brother, was even more shocked. Originally thinking he was alone in this world, having lost so many relatives, he was a weak orc with little talent, and he wondered if he would even survive until tomorrow amidst this beast tide. But at this moment, listening to such an ancient melody, he was filled with the strength to live, the faces of his elder brother and second brother becoming vivid in his memory. He remembered what his second brother told him before sacrificing himself to carry on their share and live on. Live on. Tears streamed down his face as Radish clenched his fists, determined to survive. Chun San was an old orc who had lived for over 300 years. His life was long, and he was already prepared to sacrifice his life for the tribe. Many of his friends had perished in previous beast tides, and only he had survived by luck until now. In recent decades, the tribe had faced numerous calamities, and he had already decided that if things became unbearable, he would sacrifice himself to give the young ones a chance to survive. But now, with the sound of this ancient melody, his heart began to struggle. He still wanted to live. If there was a chance to survive, who would willingly choose death? Although the tribe had suffered many disasters, he had experienced so many new things and tasted so many delicious foods recently. Under this melody, The red light in the eyes of a tusked beast also faded somewhat. Its gaping mouth slowly filled with memories of the pleasures it had wreaked in the forest, feeling the blood holes inflicted by the orcs on its body. Even this beast seemed to develop a hint of human-like sentimentality. Qi Xiaoxing sang for a long time enveloped in the green light. This wonderful rhythm seemed to enchant people's hearts. By the time everyone came back to their senses, the sky, which had become bright due to the beast's assault, had dimmed, with only a purple moon in the distance emitting a gentle glow. Am I dreaming? Aiel stood up in a daze. Looking down at the walls, there were only piles of beast corpses, and further away, the figures of the tusked beasts fleeing into the forest. He pinched his thigh in disbelief. Wincing in pain, wow, the beast tide has retreated. He shouted loudly, overjoyed, and his words detonated the previously quiet atmosphere like a bomb. Elsa murmured as if waking from a dream, it really has retreated. The beast tide has really retreated. Bai Wei touched her chest, a hint of smile appearing on her pale face. That's great, that's great. More orcs were crying tears of joy or shouting in exhilaration. Only Ling was frantically searching everywhere. Qi Xiaoxing, who had been floating in the green light, had disappeared. Filled with panic, Ling, who had long exhausted his original force, disregarded the pain coming from his dantian and searched with bloodshot eyes. It was very dark, but he could see clearly, searching inch by inch from where Qi Xiaoxing had just been. His brows were tightly knitted. Ling's pale face was filled with anxiety. Xiaoxing, he murmured, suddenly struck with inspiration, touching the finger he had previously bonded with Qi Xiaoxing. Could it be that Xiaoxing is in the space? As soon as the thought arose, Ling could no longer remain still. He spread his wings and flew towards an inconspicuous corner, closed his eyes, and entered the space. The space looked the same as before, but different in that there was a soft, grassy ground where a completely naked female figure, glowing with a faint green light, lay. It was Qi Xiaoxing. Chapter 247, The Disaster-Stricken Groundhog Clan, Part 1. The clothes she had originally worn were gone, and even the injuries she sustained during the recent battle had completely disappeared. Qi Xiaoxing's complexion was rosy, with a vivid green leaf mark faintly visible between her brows. The green wings Ling had seen in the outside world had transformed into a rich green light, enveloping her entirely, like a large silkworm. Xiaoxing. Ling could feel the strong life force emanating from the person within the green light, and he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that, no matter what, Xiaoxing was no longer in danger of losing her life. It was just that this time, he didn't know when she would wake up again. Ling forced a bitter smile as he recalled the last time Qi Xiaoxing was injured by Qiu and accidentally awakened, but she had slept for a full half-month. This time, Ling walked forward with a heavy heart, kneeling beside Qi Xiaoxing. Under his phoenix-like eyes, there was a dense shade of dark green. He reached out to touch Qi Xiaoxing's face but hesitated, fearing he would disturb her, and thus his hand froze in midair before slowly withdrawing. A long sigh echoed in the quiet space. Ling curved his lips and sat cross-legged beside her. Since he didn't know when she would wake up, he decided to stay here and accompany her. Ling closed his eyes and began to rest. During this wave of beast attacks, most of the beasts had been restrained by him. Otherwise, with the meager population of the Qingshi tribe, their walls would have long been breached. The high-intensity battles over the past few days had drained all the original power within him, and it was time to recuperate. The space had enough original crystals for them to cultivate, as well as water and food. However, he would have to explain to others why he and Xiaoxing had disappeared for a while. Ling furrowed his brow and thought for a moment, barely coming up with a decent excuse, and then set the matter aside to focus on his cultivation. He was still not strong enough, otherwise. His tribesmen wouldn't have to sacrifice, and Xiaoxing wouldn't have to suffer so much. Recalling some issues that had arisen during this battle, Ling began to ponder carefully. 3 days later, after clearing all the beasts outside the walls, the others finally had the manpower to begin searching for Qi Xiaoxing and Ling. In fact, someone had realized that Qi Xiaoxing and Ling were missing as soon as the crowd had finished celebrating, and they had searched the entire area inside and outside the tribe and the surrounding walls but found no one. Xiaolu was still unwilling to give up and wanted to search further, but was persuaded back by Lan. The tribe was in disarray, and many injured needed urgent care. On one hand, there were simply not enough people available to look for the two. On the other hand, Lan felt that Ling and Qi Xiaoxing were definitely not in any life-threatening danger. They had disappeared after the battle, possibly due to some unexpected circumstances. Although Lan was also very worried about her brother and sister-in-law, given the current situation, she could only slow down for a while. 3 days passed, and Qi Xiaoxing and Ling still hadn't appeared. Even Lan was starting to feel anxious. As soon as she arranged matters in the tribe, she hurriedly sent people to search everywhere. However, even after searching the surrounding areas of the tribe, they still did not see any sign of them. In the harsh winter weather, searching for people everywhere was also a very dangerous task. Before long, a week had already passed. In the tribe's hall, Lan was dressed in heavy animal skin clothing, sitting opposite Elsa and several elders. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling have been missing for more than 10 days. I think we must increase our manpower to search for them, Lan said calmly. If it weren't for their contributions during this wave of beast attacks, perhaps our Qingshi tribe would no longer exist. An elderly elder spoke up. It is still midwinter. Although it hasn't snowed in the past few days, the temperature remains very low. We suffered heavy losses during this wave of beast attacks, with many casualties. The area around the tribe has already been searched. I do not recommend sending more people to look for them. Lan frowned, her tone becoming somewhat unpleasant. Are we to let them fend for themselves out there? The atmosphere immediately became tense. Elsa suddenly said, "We can ask the Groundhog clan to help us search." She recalled that the Groundhog clan had a good relationship with Qi Xiaoxing and Ling in the past, and they seemed to refer to them as their masters. This time they were missing, so asking the well-informed Groundhog clan for help was the best solution. I agree. Shortly after Elsa spoke, an elder who had been quietly sitting and not speaking stood up, his murky, aged eyes scanning Lan, who was seated in the main position. I agree. Following him, several elders expressed their agreement. Lan nodded slightly and said, "In that case, I will set off to the Groundhog clan today with a few people, and we should be back in about 3 days." Lan was efficient in her actions. On that day, she braved the severe cold with Qing Sha and Yi and set off, reaching the Groundhog tribe by noon the next day. This was not Lan's first visit to the Groundhog tribe. In the past, the autumn gatherings were hosted alternately by the Groundhog clan and the Sky-Splitting Eagle clan. When he was young, his father, who was the then chieftain, had brought him here to exchange goods. Thus, Lan had some impressions of the Groundhog tribe, but upon seeing it today, he could hardly believe his eyes. The valley near the Groundhog tribe was piled high with the corpses of beasts, and the originally peaceful and quiet tribe appeared somewhat lifeless, with dried blood all over the ground. Lan felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that this wave of beast attacks had not only affected the Qingshi tribe? Chapter 248, The Disaster-Stricken Groundhog Clan, Part 2. The members of the Qingshi tribe looked at the scene before them with very grim expressions. After all, the Groundhog clan was quite powerful in this area. If such a clan had suffered such a calamity, what would be the fate of the smaller tribes nearby? In an instant, everyone felt a sense of sorrow for the plight of others. Woo! Just as everyone was silent, a weak crying sound came from not far away. Lan looked up in surprise and searched around, following the sound to push aside a thick bush, revealing a small beastman. At that moment, he was holding an even smaller female beastman, sobbing softly, tears streaming down his blood-stained little face, landing on his sister's pale, paper-like face. Lan's brow furrowed tightly. This little female beastman had clearly lost her breath, although he felt a twinge of reluctance. Lan did not forget the purpose of this trip and asked in a hoarse voice, "Little one, can you take us to find your clan leader?" The small beastman was crying heartbrokenly and had not noticed what Lan said. In desperation, Lan had to ask again, and only then did the little beastman slowly raise his head, saying, "The clan leader is injured. About to die. Mother and father are dead. Everyone is dead." As he spoke, he began to cry even harder. Lan furrowed his brow, his heart aching. He looked at the small beastman in front of him and thought of the difficult days they had endured just a few days ago, fighting against the beast tide. If it hadn't been for Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, Wu and Ti, their weak Qingshi tribe have also been swallowed by the beast tide. Ending up like what the little boy said, everyone is dead? It wasn't just Lan who thought this way. Qing Sha and Yi, who accompanied him, had even more grim expressions, especially Qing Sha. He also had a sister, and seeing the small beastman holding his sister and crying so sadly reminded him of himself back then. "Okay, Uncle understands." Lan patted the little beastman's head, took out the rations Xiao Lu had prepared for him from his pocket, and stuffed them into the little beastman's arms. "Eat this, don't go hungry." Until they walked far away, the little beastman stared blankly at the hard jerky and biscuits in his hands, tears streaming down his face. Lan, Qing Sha, and the others followed the blood trail for about half an hour before finally seeing the adults. A female with a sallow complexion walked out of a room holding a basin, her expression dim. Il stepped forward immediately. "Hello, this female. We are from the Qingstone tribe and would like to find elders in Dili." The female had become familiar with the name of the small Qingstone tribe over the past few days. But when she realized that the visitors did not look like they were fleeing in despair, she was still taken aback and asked with some doubt, "Your tribe hasn't been trampled by the beast tide?" Il was displeased by her words, and, considering she was a female, he suppressed the urge to hit someone and held back his anger, saying, "What do you mean our tribe hasn't been trampled? Our tribe is doing well." Upon hearing his words, he noticed the female's dim expression and felt a twinge of guilt. After all, tribes much stronger than the Qingstone tribe were suffering so severely. And here he was saying something hurtful. However, it was still impossible for Il to ignore what the female had just said about the Qingstone tribe being destroyed. For a moment, Il's face turned pale and green, quite a sight to behold. Fortunately, the female was broad-minded and did not take offense at his words. She merely sighed. "Your tribe is truly fortunate. This beast tide is much larger than we anticipated, and our Zindishu tribe has suffered heavy losses." Her voice choked slightly. "Both Elder Zindili and Elder Jinur are seriously injured, and now we are relying entirely on Elder Jinsan to hold things together." Although Lon had long been prepared mentally, he didn't expect things to be this serious. Elder Zindili and Elder Jinur were both seriously injured. They were both fourth-tier powerhouses. The female shook her head and did not elaborate further. "You are here to find Elder Zindili, right? Since he is now seriously injured. I will take you to find Elder Jinsan." Seeing that she obviously did not want to say more, Lon did not press further. The group followed her deeper into the tribe, and soon arrived at the entrance of a relatively tall building. "This is our tribe's meeting hall. You can go in by yourselves. I still have things to attend to," the female said before leaving. Lon gently knocked on the door, and a hoarse voice came from inside. "Come in." Elder Zendiming, wrapped in heavy bee skins, had a look of unshakable sorrow in his eyes. He was even more surprised to see the visitors, and stood up. "Tribe leader Lon, what brings you here?" Lon looked at the refined beastman before him, whose eyes were filled with dark hues, and felt somewhat embarrassed as he said, "To be honest, we have come to seek the help of the Zindishu tribe." "Tribe leader Lon," Zendiming sighed, "you must have seen our tribe's current situation as you arrived. What do you need our help with?" "I can only say we will do our best." He felt a bit awkward looking at Zendiming's emotionless face and was hesitant to continue. But thinking of Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, who had risked their lives for the tribe, he gritted his teeth and said, "Qi Xiaoxing and Ling are missing. We would like to ask the Zindishu tribe for help in searching for them." Chapter 249, The Displaced Zindishu Tribe. 3. Zendiming's gaze towards Lon changed instantly. Disbelief etched on his refined face. He even said in a somewhat exasperated tone, "What did you say?" Lon was taken aback by his reaction and repeated honestly, "Qi Xiaoxing and Ling are missing." Zendiming was stunned for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh as if all the strength in his body had been drained, leaning back against the stone bench. This beast tide was ferocious. His older brother and second brother were missing in action while trying to protect the tribe. Based on his diagnosis, they would not survive for many more days. Now, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, whom he considered a lifeline and was preparing to seek help from, had also gone missing. Was this heaven's way of erasing the Zindishu tribe? Lon sensed the change in his emotions and said, "Elder San, what's wrong? If you're facing difficulties, then just forget it." The words "forget it" drained him of all energy. Lon felt bitter inside. Who in their tribe was left to help look for Qi Xiaoxing and Ling? Just as everyone fell into silence, unsure of what to do, a handsome young man suddenly appeared in a secluded corner by the tribe's wall. It was Ling. He radiated a powerful aura, showing no signs of having been affected by the beast tide. Ling had chosen a time when no one was around to come out. He had intended to adjust himself in the spatial realm before emerging, but unexpectedly, he fell into a meditative state, remaining there for 3 to 4 days until he finally broke free from that state once his internal injuries had healed. Normally, such a meditative state was rare and sought after. If the large tribes filled with beastmen seeking ultimate power found out, they would probably scold Ling. It would have been one thing if he had been unable to continue halfway through this rare opportunity, but to break free out of worry for a small tribe was simply unforgivable. However, Ling did not think he had just given up a rare opportunity. He was only concerned about whether another beast tide had come to attack while he was gone and how things were in the tribe. After taking a few steps forward, he encountered a patrolling beastman. The beastman looked at Ling with shock, then pure joy, even forgetting his usual fear of Ling, and rushed up to him. "Master Ling, where have you and Elder Xiaoxing been? We've been looking for you for several days." And the tribe leader even went to ask the Zindishu tribe for help in finding you. Ling smiled and patted the beastman's shoulder. "The beast tide hasn't come back, right?" No, it's been very peaceful these days." Ling nodded in satisfaction, suddenly remembering something, Have the tribe leader and the others not returned yet? The beastman replied, no. They just left yesterday, so they probably haven't returned yet. Ling waved his hand, spreading his wings behind him. You go back to the tribe and tell everyone we've been found and are fine. I'm going to find the tribe leader and the others. The beastman happily agreed and watched Ling's departing figure with a silly smile. After a long while, he slapped his forehead. Strange. Master Ling said he and Elder Xiaoxing are fine, but why haven't I seen Elder Xiaoxing? Regardless of whether the beastman doubted it or not, Ling opened his massive wings and transformed into a giant white tiger, using the fastest speed to head towards the Zindashu tribe. After waking up, he had been contemplating why the Zindashu tribe did not come to help during the previous beast tide. Zendili had privately mentioned that if a larger beast tide occurred, they would surely send someone to assist. Although Ling and Qi Xiaoxing did not take it to heart at the time, they subconsciously felt that Zendili was not the kind of beastman who would go back on his word. Ling felt a pang of worry. The only possibility was that the Zindashu tribe had also suffered a very serious beast tide, leaving them unable to help the Qingstone tribe. This was the reason he rushed to investigate the Zindashu tribe upon waking, with finding Lan and the others being a secondary concern. As a white tiger, Ling's flying speed was at its peak, while Lan and the others needed a day's journey. He arrived in just over an hour. The giant white tiger lowered its massive head, and its golden pupils reflected the tragic scene of the tribe below, revealing a hint of compassion. His guess was spot on, and looking at the pile of beast corpses below, it was clear that the Zindashu tribe had been hit much harder by the beast tide than the Qingstone tribe. The white tiger swooped down towards the Zindashu tribe's meeting hall and transformed back into an incredibly handsome young man at the entrance. The atmosphere inside the meeting hall was very somber, with Lan and Zendiming discussing something in low voices. Suddenly, Zendiming looked up and stared straight at the entrance, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, Elder San, it's me. Ling sighed inwardly at the quick reaction of Zhen Diming and didn't have the mood to joke with them. Walking straight in, I'm Yufina. Lan first widened his eyes and then became furious, raising his hand to punch his younger brother in the chest. You little brat, where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried we were? Ling obediently accepted the hit. At that moment, the situation was urgent, and he was so worried about Qi Xiaoxing that he didn't have the mind to explain himself. Taking this hit was deserved, and it was clear that Lan was heartbroken. So the punch was lighter than usual, not even using 3/10 of his strength. When Zhen Diming saw Ling arrive, an uncontrollable wave of joy surged in his heart. Ling's appearance meant that his older brothers were safe, right? Chapter 250, Continuation of Life, 1. Zhen Diming quickly got up and bowed to Ling. My lord, you are safe. Ling was still a bit unaccustomed to this person's formalities and just nodded, seeing the difficulty on his face, as if there was more to say. Ling didn't feel awkward and directly asked, when I arrived just now, I saw many beast corpses outside. It seems the Zhendi Mouse clan has encountered trouble, so I hurried over to take a look. If there's anything I can help with, I will do my best. My lord. Zhen Diming's eyes turned red. He had always been very dissatisfied with the two lords his older brother befriended. After all, the Zhendi tribe was a reasonably strong mid-sized tribe under the large Xingyue tribe. Moreover, the three brothers were all fourth-tier powerhouses, generally. Other tribes wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke them. They were so strong. Why should they bow to two weak, juvenile cubs who had just come out of the forbidden area? But now, when Zhen Diming looked into Ling's earnest and sincere eyes, his heart warmed. That call of my lord was truly heartfelt. Ling felt a shiver run down his spine under his gaze. Speak, what is it? Lan, standing by, watched his brother's embarrassment and couldn't help but smile. He knew that Ling had always disliked getting too close to others, with Qi Xiaoxing being the only exception. Now, watching his brother fidgeting under Ling's gaze, he really wanted to laugh. Zhen Diming didn't beat around the bush, his tone filled with sorrow and choked emotions. This beast tide is a once-in-a-century occurrence, and there are particularly many large beasts. The tribe's second-tier warriors basically went in to die. We mainly relied on third-tier orcs and a few of us fourth-tier warriors to hold the line. Just when we were about to drive the beast back, several black Ruefeng wolves suddenly appeared, and their strength was on par with the Wolf King. Zhen Diming's eyes were filled with hatred. If it had been a frontal attack, who would be afraid? But they ambushed us, and the ambushed one was me. Upon hearing the name Black Ruefeng Wolf, Illinois shuddered all over, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. Then he heard, my gosh, several black Ruefeng wolves with strength equal to the Wolf King ambushed us. Just thinking about it made him feel his hair stand on end and his body tremble. Ling understood a bit more at this point. Among the three fourth-tier powerhouses of the Zhendi Mouse clan, Zhen Diming was the weakest. He mainly excelled in healing and was quite clever, usually taking on the roles of strategist and mascot. Previously, he and Xiaoxing had discussed the dynamics between these three brothers. Zhang Daili was the eldest and the great elder, shouldering the most pressure and being quite strong. The second elder was also not weak, but only the third elder, Zhang Daiming, had the protection of his two older brothers. Although he often appeared more reliable than Zhang Diminutive at critical moments, he was still his brother's little brother, and the two older brothers would never let him get hurt. The Zhendi Mao's clan's strong sense of loyalty was also an important reason why Qi Xiaoxing decided to become their lord. Now that Zhang Daili and Zhang Diminutive were not around, and seeing Zhang Daiming unharmed, combined with his previous words, it was likely that Zhang Daili and Zhang Diminutive had shielded him from that ambush. Zhang Daiming took a deep breath. My older brothers helped me take the hits, killing those black Ruifeng wolves, but they were also injured by the wind blades. Although I am a shaman, I cannot heal them at all. I can only watch them weaken day by day. I want to ask my lord to take a look and see if he can save my older brothers. He knelt down with a thud. As long as you can save them, I'm willing to do anything. Ling stepped forward and helped them up, frowning slightly. Take me to see them. A group of people, led by Zhang Daiming, quickly arrived in front of a large house. Zhang Daiming looked at the somewhat dilapidated house and smiled bitterly. Speaking of which, this house was built after my older brother insisted on it when he returned from your tribe. He pushed the door open, and a strong smell of blood rushed out, mixed with a hint of violent energy that made it uncomfortable just to get close. Those with weaker strength, like IL, were directly pushed back a couple of steps by this energy, their faces turning pale. Inside was dark and faintly. Two orcs could be seen lying on a large stone bed. Ling frowned tightly, clearly displeased. You just let them lie on such a cold stone bed? Don't you have wooden beds? I remember sending someone to teach you how to build a Kong. Zhang Daiming's face darkened for a moment. It was destroyed by the beasts, and only this house was lucky enough not to be damaged. It was my negligence, but the orcs who were supposed to build the Kong are all ready. Ling didn't expect that his casual question would touch on someone's sore spot. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Lon chimed in from the side. It's just a Kong. We can all build it. We'll make a few for you right now. As he spoke, he gave Il and the others, who were looking pale, a glance, and let a few people out. Qing Sha followed obediently behind Lon, occasionally looking back towards Ling, though he really wanted to know why he hadn't seen Qi Xiaoxing. However, he held back. He was different now. He was a sensible little orc. Ling walked into the room and smelled the scent of herbs and the violent energy, clearly indicating that Zhang Daiming had been treating them these past few days. Chapter 251. Continuation of Life 2. Zhang Daili and Zhang Diminutive lay on the stone bed with ashen faces, not covering themselves with bee skins to avoid pressing on their wounds, only laying on thick and soft bee skins. Ling furrowed his brows as he examined their injuries. From external view, Zhang Daili's condition was much better than Zhang Diminutive's. He only had a long wound on his right leg and chest. In contrast, Zhang Diminutive had 4 horrible wounds on his body. I want to inject my original force into their bodies. To take a look, Ling asked for Zhang Daiming's opinion, whose eyes were already red. In this world, allowing someone else to inject original force into your body for examination was a very dangerous thing, as most orcs were used to keeping their accumulated original force in their dantian. If the person examining had malicious intent and deliberately injected original force with a different attribute into the dantian, it would basically mean death. Zhang Daiming hesitated for a moment, but then nodded in agreement. If there was any possibility, he didn't want anyone to use original force to examine his brother's injuries. But now Ling was their only hope, and he couldn't give up no matter what. Ling didn't waste time. He sat down on the edge of the bed, first holding Zhang Daili's wrist, sending a trace of pure original force through his meridians. After just 2 seconds, Ling opened his eyes with a grim expression. What a violent energy. His small trace of original force only rose along Zhang Daili's wrist to the area near his chest wound before being directly shattered. If every wound was in such a terrible state, then Zhang Daili and Zhang Diminutive probably wouldn't last a few days. Taking a deep breath under Zhang Daiming's hopeful gaze, Ling again grasped Zhang Daili's wrist, sending in a slightly stronger trace of original force. Half an hour later, Ling finally thoroughly examined the injuries of the two, beads of sweat covering his handsome face. The situation is worse than he thought. The injuries from the earthquake are much more severe than those from the tremor. His body has been severely damaged, while the others are slightly better off but still not in good condition. They're all at their last gasp. He is neither a shaman nor the doctor that Xiaoxing mentioned. All he can do is slowly use his original force to help suppress the energy within the two of them. If he really wants to save them, he can only wait for Xiaoxing to wake up. How is it? Zhen Diming asked nervously after Ling finished his examination and remained silent. If he were to hear cannot be saved from Ling, he would have the urge to die. Ling did not discourage him, but simply said, "There is still hope, but I can only prolong their lives. We will have to wait for Xiaoxing to wake up to see if there is a way." Zhen Diming felt somewhat disappointed and asked, "What about Xiaoxing now?" Ling glanced at him, but did not answer his question. "I need to prolong their lives now. You should go outside and wait for me." Zhen Diming was about to offer his help, but then he remembered that the person in front of him was only a third-tier orc. However, he quickly reconsidered. He had spent several days without being able to thoroughly check on the injuries of the two brothers, while Ling had done it so quickly that all his doubts vanished, and he left the room. Ling's current strength was approximately at the late third tier, and with some techniques, he could fight against fourth-tier strong opponents. Although his original force was not weak, it was unrealistic to absorb all the violent wind energy within Zhen Diming and Zhen Dilai's bodies. However, with his powerful dark attribute talent skills and the spiritual spring in his space, he should be able to prolong their lives. Having thought it through, Ling did not waste time and quickly used his talent skills to absorb the residual energy within the two of them. 3 hours later, the sky had completely darkened, and the condition of the two had improved considerably. Ling was also nearing his limit, so he withdrew his original force and retrieved some spiritual spring water from space to feed to the two, finally gaining a moment of free time. He did not immediately go out, but entered the space to sit beside the still unconscious Qi Xiaoxing, observing his lover's condition. There was no doubt that Qi Xiaoxing was not in any life-threatening danger. Ling could feel the increasingly strong vitality emanating from her every day. Ling gazed at his lover's tightly closed eyes, hoping that in the next moment, those beautiful apricot eyes would open, and his lover would look at him with bright, dark pupils filled with joy. But after staring at Qi Xiaoxing for more than half an hour, there were still no signs of her waking up. Ling let out a breath of frustration, leaned down, kissed her forehead, and then left. Zhen Diming had been waiting at the door. When Ling came out, looking somewhat fatigued, he nodded to him. "You can go in and see them. I will come every 3 days. It should be enough to hold on until Elder Xiaoxing returns." He deliberately did not mention where Qi Xiaoxing had gone, only looking at Zhen Diming with heavy eyes. "Okay," Zhen Diming agreed directly. He was not a foolish person, since Ling had said this much. He naturally would not press for more about Qi Xiaoxing's whereabouts. Ling was quite satisfied with his discretion. That evening, he rested with several people from the Qingshi tribe at the Zhendi Mouse tribe and set off the next day. On the road, Lan looked at his younger brother, who seemed unhurried, and asked, "Ling, where exactly has Xiaoxing gone?" Upon hearing the chief's inquiry, Qingsha quietly shifted his gaze to Ling. In fact, he had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but had never dared to. Ling noticed their curiosity, but was not prepared to expose the matter of the space. He simply said, "After she repelled the beast tide last time, she fell unconscious. The situation was urgent, so I took her to a place I have outside. Her injuries were somewhat serious, making it inconvenient to move. Lan, note that. Thanks to you for repelling the beast tide last time. The tribe hasn't had much going on lately, so let Xiaoxing recuperate well." He did not doubt Ling's words. It was quite normal for Ling to have formed several residences over time, since he frequently stayed outside due to his mental energy surges before Qi Xiaoxing appeared. Qingsha understood that his master was lying, but did not expose it. As long as Qi Xiaoxing was safe, nothing else mattered. Ling chatted with Lan for a while before leaving early. Lan and Air sped up their pace toward the tribe, since it was a critical time right after the beast tide, and the tribe could not be away for too long. Chapter 252. The Flamesnake clan comes to visit the members of the Qingshi tribe were in a good mood lately, partly because their beloved divine envoy, Elder Qi Xiaoxing, and the tribe's most valiant warrior, Ling, had both been found and were safe, and partly because they had relatively fewer casualties during the once-in-a-century beast tide. This was undoubtedly a strong reassurance for the members of the Qingshi tribe, who had recently suffered greatly. It seemed that all misfortunes had faded away with the beast tide. In more than half a month since Lan returned to the tribe, the weather had miraculously improved significantly. Although it was still cold, there were occasional glimpses of sunlight, and the injuries of the orcs hurt during the beast tide had mostly improved. In front of the shaman's house, Ayersha and Xiao Lu were basking herbs in the nice sunlight. Xiao Lu took out the dried herbs from the basket and spread them on the animal skin laid on the ground, talking to Ayersha. "Xiaoxing hasn't returned for more than half a month. I miss her so much." "Yeah, although Ling keeps saying she's fine. We haven't seen her for a long time. Every time they wanted to see her, they were rejected by Ling." Ayersha sighed. She was really worried about Qi Xiaoxing. During this time, she had been treating the injured orcs. And even though Ling sent spiritual spring water back from time to time, it was still exhausting. And she wished Qi Xiaoxing could come back to help her share a little bit of the burden. Bai Wei, who was also helping to sort the herbs, said, "Don't worry. Since Ling said she is fine, there shouldn't be any major issues." Because the beast tide left behind a large number of animal corpses. After the orcs processed them, there were still plenty of edible parts left, and their family received a lot. Bai Wei had been taking good care of herself during this time. Her originally pale cheeks, due to weakness, had taken on a bit of color, making her look much healthier and prettier. That's true. Xiao Lu stopped dwelling on the issue of not being able to see Qi Xiaoxing and changed the subject. Her eyes bright with a hint of smile. Wei Wei, did another orc confess to you yesterday? Upon hearing this, Ayersha also smiled and looked at Bai Wei. I remember that counting yesterday, for orcs have confessed to you this week, wanting to be your followers, right? Bai Wei's face flushed due to the teasing from the two, and her big, what eyes looked particularly cute. What are you talking about? I don't like them at all, right? You don't like them. Xiao Lu smiled. The orc you like happens to be a fool who hasn't confessed to you. Huh. Ayersha laughed, but soon she thought of Jia Jia, who was very similar to the current Bai Wei, and her smile gradually faded. After Jia Jia left, AI Air, when rejected Xiao Han's pursuit, and had become much more reclusive, spending all his time training. Fortunately, he was obsessed with training and had improved significantly, which allowed him to survive during this beast tide. Her smile faded, and her playful mood diminished significantly. All right, enough talking. Let us hurry up and finish our work, so we can change the bandages for the orcs. Okay. Bai Wei was eager for them not to tease her, and quickly agreed, bending her lips to continue working. She moved swiftly and soon dried a lot of herbs. The winter sun, which seemed particularly warm, shone down from the sky, warming everyone. Bai Wei squinted her eyes, feeling very good. When had she ever enjoyed such a comfortable life? Their family had been living in misery since they were targeted. Stealing a glance at Ayersha and Xiao Lu, who were working diligently, Bai Wei felt anxious again. If their family's true purpose for seeking refuge in the Qingshi tribe was discovered, would they be driven out? Thinking of that possibility, Bai Wei felt suffocated. Perhaps it was in response to her inner thoughts. A voice from an orc came from the doorway, which Ayersha, "The chief is calling you for a meeting." Ayersha was somewhat puzzled. Why was there suddenly a meeting? The orc, honest and simple, said, "The chief said that an orc from the Yin snake tribe has come to visit, and it seems there is something important." As soon as the orc finished speaking, Bai Wei's expression changed drastically. Her beautiful face drained of color, and her lips trembled unconsciously. The Yin snake tribe, the Yin snake tribe. What was going on with the Yin snake tribe? Had they already discovered that her family was hiding in the Qingshi tribe? Her face looked so terrible. She seemed like a little grass in a gale, swaying precariously. Xiao Lu noticed her friend's change, and, confused and concerned, supported her arm. Wei Wei, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Wei was utterly shocked by the arrival of the Yin snake tribe, and had no mind to deal with Xiao Lu's concern. She merely nodded hastily and said, "I need to go back and rest for a bit," before hurriedly leaving. She almost ran home, constantly praying for the beast god as protection, hoping that the orc visiting from the Yin snake tribe would not recognize their family. Otherwise, she did not know what kind of ending awaited them. Being expelled from the Qingshi tribe would be a relatively good outcome. She feared that the Qingshi tribe would directly hand them over to the Yin snake tribe for punishment. Bai Wei bit her lip hard, her eyes flickering. She could only hope that things hadn't reached the worst point yet. She had to hurry back to inform her father and the others. Chapter 253, The Secret of Bai Wei's Family. 1. When Ayersha arrived at the meeting hall, the members of the Yin snake tribe were already seated inside. There were 3 individuals in total, 2 orcs and 1 female. The female had beautiful black curly hair, and although she wore little for winter, her alluring bronze skin and graceful figure were exposed. Her attractive eyes were filled with a sense of superiority, and she rested her chin on her slender wrist, absent-mindedly tapping the table, seemingly bored while waiting. Beside her sat 2 orcs, both tall and imposing. Even while seated, they exuded an undeniable pressure, estimated to be around 2.5 meters tall. One orc had neat silver hair and half-closed black eyes. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, he turned to look directly at her. What a pair of eyes! There was very little white, the irises were dark, and there was a peculiar vertical pupil in the middle. Although there was not much malice in that gaze, it still made Ayersha feel as if she were being stared at by a venomous snake, making her quite uncomfortable. "Hee, don't be nervous." A slightly hoarse voice rang out as the only female among the 3 stood up, looking at Ayersha with a hint of mockery. "They're all my subordinates. They won't harm you." Ayar Shah nodded awkwardly, and before she could thank her, the female's next words caught her off guard. So you're the witch of the Qi tribe? How ignorant. The sudden humiliation made Ayar Shah's face turn pale, not knowing how to respond. This was her first encounter with a member of the Yin Snake tribe, and despite various reasons, she felt embarrassed, yet she was ridiculed like this. Man Yi. Ayar Shah is a bit shy. Lan could no longer stand it and stood up to address the Yin Snake tribe female. Oh, is that so? Manji clearly didn't believe it, but she didn't say anything more. Her mocking gaze lingering in her beautiful eyes as Ayar Shah felt like a thorn was in her back when she took her seat. Apart from the three members of the Yin Snake tribe, only she and Lan were present from the Qi tribe, leaving Ayar Shah puzzled, glancing at Lan. Lan pointed to a small bag of raw crystals on the stone table and slowly said, Manji and the others are here, mainly to exchange some herbs with us. To exchange herbs? That's why you called her here? Ayar Shah looked at Manji skeptically. As far as I know, the Yin Snake tribe is powerful. Although their numbers are few, their combat strength is formidable, and they occupy a very good territory. I assume you are not lacking in medicinal materials. I just don't know what kind of herbs you want to exchange from our tribe. Naturally, it's the divine water. An orc said hoarsely, we need a lot. Divine water? As soon as Ayar Shah heard this, her expression turned ugly. What divine water did their tribe have? They only had the potions given by Qi Xiaoxing. She recalled Qi Xiaoxing's instructions to her about never letting anyone know about the existence of that potion. How did the Yin Snake tribe hear about it? Seeing Ayar Shah's changing expression, Manji knew that the information she had received was true, so she relaxed her demeanor. Yes, we need this divine water and are willing to exchange 100 raw crystals for 10 bottles of divine water. After speaking, Manji pointed to the large ceramic bottles brought by her subordinates, estimating that one bottle could hold about a liter of water. If Qi Xiaoxing heard this, he would probably laugh to death. 100 raw crystals for 10 liters of spiritual spring water? Why didn't she just go and rob someone? She was simply being overly ambitious. Although Ayar Shah didn't know the value of this potion, she could tell from the large bottle that the Yin Snake tribe had no intention of trading sincerely, making her extremely angry. The anger in her chest was even greater than when she was humiliated by Manji. Hee, you're really joking. Not to mention that our tribe doesn't have the divine water you mentioned. Even if we did, we can't accept your terms. A bottle this big would probably empty the divine water in one go. TSK, 100 raw crystals? Are you trying to send us off with a beggar's offer? Ayar Shah, in a fit of anger, chose the most unpleasant words to say, and seeing that Manji's expression was also not good, she felt a bit more refreshed inside. She was not someone to be bullied, and following Qi Xiaoxing had taught her quite a bit of retort skills. A few words managed to infuriate Manji greatly. Lan also had no good feelings toward the three arrogant members of the Yin Snake tribe, and chimed in, You three heard it. Our tribes which have said there is no divine water, and there really is none. Manji raised an eyebrow, Chief. You should really think about whether there is really none. Our tribe's young master is still waiting for the divine water to save his life. If this delays the young master's condition, the chief's anger might not be something your tribe can bear. She directly threw down a harsh word. The reason they came this time was that the young master of their tribe was on the verge of collapse, and the medicine they had found with great difficulty had run away. The chief was anxious and had heard that the Qingshi tribe had divine water, so he came here hoping for a chance. Manji herself didn't really believe that such a shabby tribe would have any miraculous divine water, but some necessary probing was still required. Lan was not afraid at all. Their tribe had even offended the Liakong Eagle tribe before. Now, they had the support of the Zhendishu tribe behind them, and they also had Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, who the Zhendishu tribe had to respect. Why would he be afraid? Moreover, even if they really angered the Yin Snake tribe, with so few people in the Qingshi tribe, the worst outcome would be to leave this territory and find another place to start over. In front of the Yin Snake tribe, the Qingshi tribe was like a barefoot person in front of someone wearing shoes. Would a barefoot person be afraid of someone wearing shoes? Lan Gongli spoke. I said their isntne. If the three of you are here just to suppress our Qingshi tribe and pin a label of not offering divine water on us, then I have nothing more to say. Chapter 254. The Secret of Bai Wei's Family, 2. While Lan and the members of the Yin Snake tribe were arguing, Bai Wei had hurriedly run back home, but there were only Bai Lan and Bai Ji, who was weaving a wicker basket. Sister, why are you back so early? Bai Ji looked much better than when she first arrived at the Qingshi tribe, her fair little face showing a hint of rosy color. Weren't you supposed to help Sister Xiao Lu and the others with their work? Bai Lan also put down what she was doing and looked at her daughter with a hint of reproach. Why are you running back so urgently? Look at your whole face. It's all red. Mother, little sister. Bai Wei's eyes were red. The Yin Snake clan. The Yin Snake clan has come. What did you say? Bai Lan's face instantly turned pale, and she screamed in a daze. The Yin Snake clan? How could they find us here? Bai Wei cried and said, I don't know. Today, while I was helping the shaman soar herbs, I heard some beastmen talking. You guys quickly take the little sister and run. Bai Wei gritted her teeth. I will stay and act as bait. What nonsense are you talking about, child? Bai Lan couldn't help but sob, holding the still somewhat confused Bai Ji in her arms. We will go find your father and uncle now, at worst. Bai Ji gritted her teeth. At worst, our family will wander again. Bai Wei agreed and hurried to find the Irenuo brothers to tell them what was happening. The faces of the few people involved in repairing the wall were not good. Father, what should we do now? Bai Wei looked at her father's face, which had aged considerably recently. The words I will stay stuck in her throat, unable to say or swallow. Father, think of another way. An Ernuo suppressed the waves of sorrow rising in his heart, comforting his daughter. Perhaps the Qing Stone tribe won't hand us over. After he said that, he even smiled sadly. This should be impossible. Their family had been living well in the forest, but who knew disaster would come so suddenly? He had several beautiful daughters and close brothers, but because of a herb, the whole family was implicated. An Ernuo felt immense regret. If he hadn't brought that herb home, if Bai Lan hadn't cooked that herb, said to prolong life, in a soup for several daughters to drink, perhaps everything would be different now. They had finally stabilized in the Qing Stone tribe, endured a tough beast tide, and after surviving most of the harsh winter, they were about to see better days. But what awaited them was not spring, but the enemies who had been seeking them for a long time. An Ernuo felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. But looking at his daughter's red eyes, he felt bitter. Both reason and emotions were hard to let go. Who would have thought that an herb he picked up accidentally from the forest would turn out to be the 100-snake grass that the Yin Snake clan had been searching for years? Wanting to use it to cure their young master? He couldn't have predicted that after his daughters consumed this herb, they would mutate. When their family routinely went to the Xingyue tribe to exchange for winter supplies, they encountered that young master of the Yin Snake clan. An Ernuo could still recall the cold yet burning gaze of the young master on his daughters, saying, I want them. I want them to be my bait. As long as he consumed their flesh and blood, the young master would recover, but his children would have to pay with their lives. If an Ernuo were the kind of person who obediently followed fate's arrangements, he would never have been with Bai Lan. Because in the Xingyue tribe, the people of the Yin Snake clan did not dare to kill recklessly. They took the opportunity to escape, and then lived a life of hiding, eventually diving into the Qing Stone tribe when they were almost at their limit. But how long has it been? And the people of the Yin Snake tribe have found them again. An Ernuo, Lingxi had unknowingly stood beside him. Don't worry. Maybe the people of the Yin Snake clan Haven T discovered us yet. Huh? An Ernuo looked at Lingxi in a daze, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. The Haven T found us? Yes. Lingxi's voice was calm, but just in case, you should take them and hide. I will go check the situation. An Ernuo understood that this was Lingxi's way of protecting their family. He wanted to refuse, but thinking of his wife's and daughter's faces, he finally gritted his teeth. Then you be careful. Don't get discovered. Don't worry. Lingxi squinted. I ate very little of the herb, and the transformation of flesh and blood is not much. Even if the Yin Snake clan discovers me, it should be fine. Besides, you know my survival ability, right? Bai Wei looked at Lingxi with red eyes. I want to stay with you. Little Wei. An Ernuo was anxious. What is a female doing staying here? Are you going to be a burden? Bai Wei shook her head and said nothing, but her determination was exceptionally firm. If the Yin Snake clan really came for them and wanted their flesh and blood, then with just father and uncle, it would be impossible for the whole family to escape safely. It would be better to leave 2 people behind to protect the rest. Since Lingxi ate very little of the herb, leaving him alone might not satisfy the Yin Snake clan. So, she might as well stay too, and make up a lie that the little sister and elder sister died in the beast tide, so at least the little sister and elder sister could escape a calamity. Lingxi looked deeply at Bai Wei, turned his head away, and did not object. Chapter 255. Qi Xiaoxing awakens. Qi Xiaoxing woke up in a haze of pain, her head still heavy, only remembering that before she fainted, it seemed she heard many voices of people and animals, and then fell into a strange situation. What exactly is this? Qi Xiaoxing felt dizzy and slowly propped herself up on the ground. The air was fresh, and her eyes were filled with green grass. Am I in space? Did Ling bring me back? Huh? Why am I not wearing clothes? 0 of 0. Qi Xiaoxing awkwardly got up and found a piece of animal skin to wrap around herself. Gulu. An awkward sound came from her stomach, hunger emanating from within, and Qi Xiaoxing's face turned a bit red. Ignoring her still sore body, she walked to the small wooden house and scooped a large ladle of spirit water to drink heartily, then leisurely took a few pieces of jerky to nibble on. It was really wise to have stored a lot of food in the space before. While Qi Xiaoxing was eating, the space vibrated, and Ling's figure appeared in the space the next second. He was surrounded by a chilling aura, with snowflakes still stuck in his hair and even on his eyelashes. Ling's phoenix eyes scanned the ground, but did not find Qi Xiaoxing, and a storm gathered in his eyes. Qi Xiaoxing swallowed her saliva and said, "I'm over here." Ling looked up, his eyes flashing with joy, and almost in the next moment, he was in front of her, hugging her tightly. Qi Xiaoxing was held so tightly by him that her head was buried in his sturdy chest, almost unable to breathe. She was still chewing on jerky, and being hugged like this by Ling nearly made her spit it out. After a great effort, she swallowed the jerky down, pushed Ling away a bit, and her apricot eyes stared straight at him. "Why are you hugging so tightly all of a sudden? I feel a bit uncomfortable." "Xiaoxing." Ling gently called her name and kissed her fiercely. His attack was fierce, filled with overwhelming affection, and Qi Xiaoxing was kissed to the point of dizziness. "You finally woke up." Ling smiled, feeling all the fatigue of the day swept away. "Do you know how much you worry people?" Qi Xiaoxing's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively felt that the last awakening was definitely not such a simple matter. She hugged Ling's arm. "I didn't know I would suddenly turn into that." "I'm sorry." QWQ Ling was amused by her little appearance. "You fainted for 11 days and 3 hours. Qi Xiaoxing. So long? Did the beast tide pass? Has anything happened in the tribe recently?" Ling's eyes were full of affection. "We're more clothes. I'll take you to see the chief, and then we can talk slowly." "Okay." Qi Xiaoxing jogged into the small wooden house, changed her clothes, and specially brought a lot of jerky. Besides the space, she was held in Ling's arms. Reaching out to stuff a piece of jerky into her lover's mouth. "Eat some." Ling took the opportunity to lick her fingers that were near his mouth. Delicious. Qi Xiaoxing's face turned red, and she felt like her partner had become more flirtatious after just a nap. Was it just her imagination? Ling Huai smiled mischievously, deliberately quickened his pace, and held her tightly. "Ah!" Qi Xiaoxing let out a short cry, wrapping her arms tightly around Ling's neck. The two were very close, as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Thump, 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 making her face warm. Ling stopped at the entrance of the conference hall, unwilling to let his wife step on the cold ground, still holding her in his arms as he pushed open the door to the hall. In an instant, the gazes of the previously quarreling Yin, Shi clan members, Lan, and Elsa all turned towards the two of them. Qi Xiaoxing felt utterly embarrassed. "Put me down." This time, Ling did not refuse, sitting down on a nearby chair and gently placing Qi Xiaoxing on his lap, indicating that he had let her down. Qi Xiaoxing. Why did she feel like swearing? However, she was not overly troubled by it when someone pulled her out of the awkward atmosphere. "Xiaoxing, you're awake." Elsa's face lit up with joy. She had been so worried about Qi Xiaoxing, and now that she saw her alive and well, she felt a huge sense of relief. Qi Xiaoxing was also happy to see Elsa, but she felt it wasn't a good time for greetings. Those few people she hadn't seen before were watching them closely. Manji raised an eyebrow slightly. "Who are you?" "I am an elder of the Qingshi tribe, and this is my partner." Qi Xiaoxing coldly looked at her. "I don't know who you are." "My name is Manji," Manji replied warmly. "I came to exchange for the divine water that can cure illnesses." Qi Xiaoxing glanced at the large bottle on the table and at the two unfriendly-looking orcs, and instantly understood everything. "Our tribe does not have divine water. Please go back." She wasn't being overly forceful, but nonetheless made Manji a bit wary. "I can go back to my tribe, but if the young master's illness cannot be cured, you must be prepared to bear the wrath of our clan leader," Manji said, twirling her hair. "Huh!" Qi Xiaoxing was too lazy to argue with her. "Take your time leaving." "You." Manji could hardly believe this little female was ignoring her threats. So furious, she almost fell backwards. Gritting her teeth, she huffed. "Since you Qingshi tribe are not cooperating, then I have nothing more to say. Just wait for our Yin Shi tribe to come knocking. A small tribe of less than 300 people. You think you can resist us? Do you really think surviving the beast tide was just luck, and you can fight against the powerful us?" Chapter 256, Treating the Zhendi Brothers, Part 1. Are you done yet? Qi Xiaoxing was utterly annoyed listening to this person trying to take advantage of them while jabbering on. "If you don't leave, we won't mind helping you out." As soon as she finished speaking, Ling released a powerful pressure, and the suppression from his high-level bloodline instantly turned Manji's face pale. She unwillingly glared at Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, saying, "We are leaving." Several orcs from the Yin-Shi tribe quickly stood up, fleeing from Ling's side and following Manji out. Xiaoxing you. Elsa looked a bit stunned, not expecting her to be so rude to outsiders. Both Shi and Lan were still wary of the Yin-Shi tribe, while Qi Xiaoxing didn't care at all. Why are you all looking at me like that? Qi Xiaoxing tossed a piece of jerky into her mouth. They've come to bully us at our doorstep. Are we supposed to just endure it? Lan sighed. The Yin-Shi tribe is still very strong. If they really come, we won't be able to resist. Humph. Qi Xiaoxing chewed on the jerky vigorously. Even if we are polite, they will still come knocking. Since they won't let us go no matter what we do, why should we just swallow our anger? Elsa stared in shock. That's really a twisted logic. Ling fondly pinched her nose. But I like your lively self. Quickly tell me what has happened recently, Qi Xiaoxing said. She had just woken up and was not clear on many things, feeling very worried about missing something. Ling replied, and along with Elsa, recounted the events regarding the beast tide and the suffering of the Zhendi mouse tribe. Qi Xiaoxing frowned. So, Zhendi Lai and Zhendi Ming are waiting for me to save them? Right now, I'm only using the original force to extend their life. And I can't cure them completely. Ling thought for a moment and added, Zhendi Lai has regained some consciousness. Qi Xiaoxing frowned again. Is there anything happening in the tribe recently? Elsa shook her head. Aside from the Yin-Shi tribe members who just came to cause trouble, nothing else. Then she remembered something and her face lit up. Recently, we've also welcomed a healthy female baby, which is a good thing. A female baby? Qi Xiaoxing's eyes brightened. Newborns were a significant event for the sparsely populated Qinshi tribe. After discussing some matters in the tribe with Lan and others, she tugged on Ling's sleeve. Let's go, Ling. Take me to see the Zhendi mouse tribe. She wasn't very confident in her ability to cure the Zhendi brothers, but she definitely wanted to go and take a look. Maybe she could save them. Ling stroked her hair. I'll carry you. Qi Xiaoxing. After a moment of silence, she said, it's uncomfortable when you turn into a big tiger and carry me. Whenever Ling held her, he would take the opportunity to kiss and touch her, and flying in the air, she couldn't escape. It was more comfortable and warm when he transformed into a white tiger. Ling felt somewhat regretful, but didn't let Qi Xiaoxing down. He reached the door and transformed into a massive white tiger, tilting his head in a human-like manner to nuzzle her, looking quite silly. Ha! Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but laugh a couple of times, stepping forward, and Ling's tail wrapped around her waist tightly, securely placing her on his back. Qi Xiaoxing lay on Ling's back, her fingers brushing through his soft fur, and they took off. The white tiger spread its wings and soared into the sky. Because it was winter, even though Ling consciously shielded Qi Xiaoxing from the wind, she still inevitably felt a lot of cold air. By the time they reached the entrance of the Zhendi Mouse tribe's conference hall, Qi Xiaoxing felt she was almost frozen stiff, shivering in the cold wind and unable to stop herself from sneezing multiple times. Ling transformed back into human form, heartbroken as he wrapped her in his arms, his broad hands enveloping hers, rubbing them continuously. You're frozen. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the unhidden concern in his eyes, feeling warm inside, and her body felt much better. I'm fine. She stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Ling's handsome cheek, then squeezed his hand. Let's hurry inside. They're probably waiting. Ling couldn't help but pull her close, biting her lip hard and kissing her for a long time before letting go of her, who was blushing, and took her hand to walk towards the room of the Zhendi brothers. Let's go. Qi Xiaoxing, with a flushed face, obediently followed him inside. As soon as they entered, a definitely not pleasant smell hit them, a violent aura mixed with a hint of blood. Master Xiaoxing, you finally came. Zhendi Ming, who had been anxiously checking on his older brother's injuries, had thought it was Ling who pushed the door open, but when he looked up, he was surprised to see Qi Xiaoxing. Zhendi Ming's heart surged with hope. Qi Xiaoxing's arrival meant, are my brothers saved? Chapter 257, Treating the Zhendi Brothers, Part 2. It was afternoon, the sky was still bright, and Qi Xiaoxing could clearly see the situation in the room. Zhendi Li and Zhendimont lay on the bed, their exposed bodies covered in constantly oozing wounds, looking quite hideous and frightening. A violent aura of primal energy continuously spilled out from their torn wounds, making the entire room feel oppressive. Qi Xiaoxing stepped forward to take a look, even reaching out to press her hand on Zhendi Li's wrist, channeling a bit of primal energy to investigate. Zhendimont stood by without stopping her. After a few seconds, Qi Xiaoxing opened her eyes with a difficult expression. Their bodily functions were severely damaged. Fortunately, she had previously guided their energy otherwise. She hadn't finished her sentence when she frowned and let out a soft What's wrong? Zhendimont immediately tensed up. It's nothing. Qi Xiaoxing shook her head. She had just felt that her primal energy seemed to have some other uses. If used properly, It might be able to save the two of them. You all should leave first. Zhen Demun asked. Master, do you have confidence in saving them? Qi Xiaoxing shook her head and nodded again. I have a 50% chance. Zhen Demun's face turned pale. I'm sorry to trouble you, Master. He felt a bit disappointed, but understood that such severe injuries were difficult to treat. Without Qi Xiaoxing, his elder brother and second brother would probably have died long ago. Now having a 50% chance was already quite good. Ling touched Qi Xiaoxing's forehead. Be careful. If you feel unwell, stop. Take it slow. Qi Xiaoxing smiled at him. I know my limits. Ling and Zhen Demun left the room and closed the door. Qi Xiaoxing took a deep breath. First gathering a lot of pure primal stones from the empty house and plenty of spirit spring water. Since Zhen Daili was relatively less injured, she began treatment with Zhen Demun. Qi Xiaoxing walked to Zhen Demun's side, grasped his arm, and slowly channeled her primal energy into his body. Following the feeling she had just sensed, the sensation of the primal energy absorbing the residual wind elemental energy in his body became increasingly apparent. Qi Xiaoxing focused her mind, carefully sensing her primal energy seemed to have truly undergone a transformation. Unlike before when it could only stimulate plants, it now seemed to have advanced to include a bit of healing ability. This speculation excited her greatly. After that brutal beast tide, it seemed she had really undergone a transformation, turning misfortune into fortune. Qi Xiaoxing felt greatly encouraged and increased the flow of primal energy into Zhen Demun's body, quickly absorbing a concentrated violent energy from him. Qi Xiaoxing also sweated a lot. She needed to carefully absorb the energy. If she accidentally harmed Zhen Demun's meridians, it might prevent him from making any further progress. She sighed, nearly exhausting all the primal energy in her dantian. Qi Xiaoxing pinched 2 primal crystals in her hand, absorbing the energy inside while continuing the treatment. The entire process lasted for about an hour. She finally absorbed half of the primal energy from Zhen Demun's body. I can't do it anymore. Qi Xiaoxing slumped onto the floor, panting heavily. She was really too tired. Ling. Qi Xiaoxing weakly called out, wiping the sweat from her forehead, sitting on the ground and waiting for her strength to gradually recover before stumbling to open the door. She had somewhat overestimated herself. Perhaps it was the sudden realization that her primal energy could not only heal plants but also treat injuries, which made her overly excited. In an unguarded moment, not only had her primal energy been depleted, but her mental strength had also been exhausted, leaving her dizzy and in pain. Xiaoxing. Ling was waiting at the door. When he saw it open, he immediately approached, wrapping his arms around the pale-faced girl and speaking with a tone of stern reproach. Didn't I say to stop if you're tired? Qi Xiaoxing didn't want to speak and buried her head in his embrace, refusing to lift her head no matter what. Zhen Demun entered the room and noticed that the violent energy spilling from his second brother had decreased significantly. He stepped forward to check and found that it had indeed reduced by more than half. Instantly feeling delighted, his master hadn't lied. His elder brother and second brother were truly saved. Thank you, master. Zhen Demun held back tears and knelt down before Qi Xiaoxing. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't avoid speaking this time. Get up quickly, I just did what I could. Zhen Demun wiped his tears, his lips trembling but unable to speak. I don't have much primal energy left now. It will probably take 3 or 4 days to completely clear their energy. However, Zhen Demun should be able to wake up tonight. Qi Xiaoxing said. Good. Zhen Demun quickly responded. We should head back. Ling squeezed her hand discontentedly and glanced at Zhen Demun. Take good care of them. We'll come back tomorrow. Qi Xiaoxing hugged Ling's neck, and Ling wrapped his arms around her waist, kissing her forehead. Next time, don't do this. Okay, I know. Ling, Qi Xiaoxing's eyes sparkled. I think my primal energy has leveled up. I'll tell you in detail when I go back. Who knows? I might become even stronger than you. Ling's eyes lit up. Great. I hope my Xiaoxing becomes the strongest. Standing aside, Zhen Demun felt like a big light bulb. Can you two consider that there's a big third wheel here when you're showing affection? Chapter 258. By Wei's request, the following days were very calm and regular. Discovering the transformation of her primal energy, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling decided to first treat Zhen Demun and Zhen Daili. Afterward, they planned to experiment with Beast to see if she could absorb all types of primal energy, or if it was only effective for wind elemental energy. Thus, Qi Xiaoxing entered a daily routine of absorbing energy, cultivating, treating, and exploring her abilities. Once she had absorbed all the violent energy belonging to the Black Rue Wind Wolf royal family from Zhen Daili, Qi Xiaoxing was completely exhausted. Ling carried her back to the Qing Stone tribe, and Qi Xiaoxing lay on the bed, completely worn out, recovering for 2 whole days before regaining some strength. Ling, it smells so good. What are you cooking? Qi Xiaoxing woke up from her slumber, and it was almost dark outside. She draped a garment over herself and walked into the yard, immediately spotting Ling busy in the snow, a rich aroma wafting from his fingertips, stimulating Qi Xiaoxing's taste buds. Meat soup. Ling turned to look at her. Are you hungry? Qi Xiaoxing nodded, walking to Ling's side. Resting her head on his shoulder, feeling the warmth emanating from him, her heart filled with bliss. This was a happiness she had never experienced in her previous life in modern society. Be good and wait for me in the room. I'll bring it in once it's ready. It's cold outside. Ling held her hands and tucked them into his own clothing. Qi Xiaoxing's face turned red from his sudden action. What are you doing? Want tea to be cold? She withdrew her hands. Fine. I'll wait for you in the room. Come back quickly. Ling smiled and nodded. Ling's cooking skills were still average, but the meat soup was relatively delicious. Qi Xiaoxing drank quite a bit, feeling warm in her stomach. She lay on her side on the bed and asked Ling, "Isn't the tribe's promotion competition coming up soon?" Ling answered her question while drinking the remaining soup. There's a little over a month left in winter. The promotion competition is usually held in the second month of spring. If we calculate the days, we have about 2 months left. Qi Xiaoxing frowned. If the Qing Stone tribe wants to participate in the promotion competition, this number of people is definitely not enough. I have to find a way to buy some slaves. Also, the iron we discovered last time in the spiked iron crocodile as thorns needs to be explored. If we can successfully find the iron mine, then even if the Qing Stone tribe doesn't participate in the promotion competition, relying on selling ironware, we can still obtain enough primal crystals to supply the entire tribe's or cultivation. Don't frown all day. Ling gently stroked her forehead. Orc lives are long. As long as we survive, there's no need to rush. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, and don't push yourself like last time. In this world, the only person I care about is you. Ling suddenly became serious, catching Qi Xiaoxing off guard. If you die, then I want to continue living alone. Ling said it lightly, as if he were talking about something unimportant, not his own life. His words startled Qi Xiaoxing, making her realize that she was truly important to Ling. I understand. Qi Xiaoxing suddenly felt a pang of heartache for Ling. She stepped forward and hugged his waist, burying her head in his chest. I won't do it anymore. I'm sorry for making you worry so much. I'm just not strong enough. Ling shook his head and held her tighter. I'm afraid of losing you. Sometimes I even think about leaving with you, regardless of the tribe or anyone else. But I know that that's not possible. We have very powerful enemies. Ling gently rubbed against her ear. I will work hard enough to become strong enough to protect you completely. Qi Xiaoxing felt her face heat up and softly replied, I believe you. She was willing to trust him, but didn't want to become his weakness. Qi Xiaoxing secretly vowed to work hard in her training, determined to one day stand shoulder to shoulder with Ling. The two were being affectionate for a while when there was a knock on the door. Bai Wei stood at the entrance with red eyes, clenching her fists. She had planned to stay with Ling Si and be taken away by the Yin Snake tribe, but unexpectedly, the Yin Snake tribe hadn't discovered their presence. She learned from Ayr Shah that it was Qi Xiaoxing who drove away those who coveted the tribe's sacred water. And it was also Qi Xiaoxing who made the decision to prepare for conflict with the Yin Snake tribe. Bai Wei's heart shook. She had always known that Qi Xiaoxing was a brave and wise female, but to achieve this, Bai Wei felt admiration and a glimmer of hope. Now that the Qingshi tribe had decided to confront the Yin Snake tribe, could her family have a chance to stay in the Qingshi tribe? Holding on to this thought, she persuaded her family and gathered the courage to knock on the door. Who is it? Qi Xiaoxing opened the door and, seeing the person in front of her, exclaimed, Bai Wei, what do you want? Bai Wei took a deep breath. Elder Xiaoxing, I have something very important to discuss with you. Qi Xiaoxing's heart skipped a beat. Guoming. She felt that Bai Wei seemed a bit off today. All right. Bai Wei didn't hold back and walked straight in, sitting in the courtyard. Elder Xiaoxing, when our family first arrived, we claimed to be wandering beastmen, which was not a lie. But, she bit her lip, we got into big trouble, and we didn't tell you about it. Chapter 259. Thoughts. Qi Xiaoxing had a vague premonition in her heart. She looked at Bai Wei, whose face was full of distress, as if recalling some painful past, and didn't interrupt her. Go ahead. Ling also walked to Qi Xiaoxing's side, placing a hand on her shoulder, seemingly offering silent support. It's like this. Bai Wei slowly recounted. Originally, our family was indeed a wandering family. Because my father and uncle are very powerful, our lives weren't too difficult. Bai Wei's gaze was distant as she gritted her teeth. But not long ago, my father discovered the 100 serpent herb in the mountains. 100 serpent herb? Ling frowned. Isn't that a legendary restorative? Your father is indeed lucky. Bai Wei forced a smile. If it were normal times, it would indeed be good luck, but who would have thought that the youngest son of a yin snake tribe's leader just happened to need this 100 serpent herb as a medicinal guide? We sisters consumed quite a bit of the soup made from the 100 serpent herb, and some of its potency even remained in our bodies. Bai Wei's eyes turned red. Before winter arrived, our family went to the Xingyue tribe to buy food, as usual, and we ran into that young master from the yin snake tribe. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoxing understood the whole situation. So, you came to find me today to seek the protection of the Qingshi tribe? Although Qi Xiaoxing could understand their family's actions, it didn't mean she could easily forgive them, nor did it mean she wouldn't be angry. You should know that the Qingshi tribe is just a very weak and insignificant tribe. When you chose to conceal this matter, if one day the yin snake tribe suddenly attacked, how severe would the losses be for our tribe? Bai Wei was taken aback, her face flushed. I'm sorry. Qi Xiaoxing let out a cold laugh. You only came to us because you heard that we had a falling out with the yin snake tribe, right? Logically speaking, Bai Wei usually had a better relationship with Ayr Shah than with her, and for such a big matter, most people would first think of reporting it to the tribe leader. Bai Wei coming to her first was indeed very suspicious. Bai Wei felt like she wanted to dig a pit and bury herself in it. She had never thought that her family's actions were actually quite unfair to the Qingshi tribe. She stammered, repeatedly apologizing but unable to say anything else. Qi Xiaoxing didn't want to make it too difficult for her, but their actions were indeed not right. All right, I understand. You and your family can stay in the tribe for now. Ling raised an eyebrow. He knew his wife was the softest-hearted and probably hadn't thought about driving Bai Wei's family away, just wanted to impose a small punishment. Thank you. Bai Wei lowered her head, feeling too ashamed to stay there any longer. I'll leave now. Qi Xiaoxing didn't stop her, only leaned wearily against Ling after she left. What mess this is. Why can't the Qingshi tribe have some peace? Just going to an autumn gathering can lead to threats. They finally got out of the Ice Emperor's forbidden area, and now they encounter the Black Stone tribe's attack, winter, and a beast tide that occurs once in 100 years. They just finished recuperating, and Haven Tea even regained their strength, and the Yin Snake tribe is coming again. She just wanted to live a simple life with Ling in this world, to be a salted fish. Don't think so much. It's impossible to have everything go smoothly. Ling rubbed her forehead. Qi Xiaoxing nodded in agreement, thinking that they definitely needed to discuss this matter with Lan and the others to set some punishments. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to the other tribesmen in the tribe. It's all up to you. Ling, let us go to the Zhendi tribe in a couple of days and have Zhendi Lai take us to the Xingyue tribe. We can bring Qing Sha along too. We need to buy a batch of slaves. Ling's heart stirred. Are you planning to select a group of people to join our tribe? Yes. Qi Xiaoxing flashed a bright smile. No matter what, I still don't want to give up on the tribe's promotion competition next spring. Although the original crystal could be exchanged through other means, that honor wasn't something that could be bought easily. Qi Xiaoxing wasn't a native beastman, but after living in this world for so long, she understood the tribe, the clansmen, and the pride that belonged to beastmen. If the tribe could be promoted, she believed the tribesmen would be very happy. If it's just that, maybe we don't necessarily have to buy slaves. Ling stroked her head. There are many weak tribes, even some tiny tribes that only have a few people left. If we invite them to join us, it might be more cost-effective than buying slaves. Qi Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. You're right, Ling. I hadn't thought of that before. Ling smiled slightly. You just didn't know this information. He paused. But I know very little about these tribes, so we still need to ask Zhendi Lai for help. Qi Xiaoxing nodded and said, bring Qing Sha along. You are also his master. You can't just teach him some combat techniques. This aspect is also very important. Ling furrowed his brows, feeling a twinge of jealousy in his heart. You care so much about him. Why don't you care about me? Qi Xiaoxing replied. I'm not. I didn't don't talk nonsense. Chapter 260. The touching moment of Zhen Daili after a brief rest. Qi Xiaoxing had recovered quite a bit of energy. Seeing that the weather was nice, she planned to take Ling along to bring some supplies and visit Zhen Daili and the others. Last time, after treating Zhen Daili and Jin Dimo, she had taken a tour of the Zhendi tribe under Zhen Daiming's guidance. The ground was covered in the dried blood of wild beasts, and many tribespeople were stifling their cries. The scene was tragic, almost as terrible as when she and Ling first emerged from the Ice Emperor's forbidden land and saw the Qingshi tribe in a similar state. Therefore, she planned to bring some supplies from the tribe this time. The Qingshi tribe was in dire need of rebuilding, and the Zhendi Mouse tribe had suffered greatly from the beast tide, so any help would be appreciated. Ling was very supportive of this. Qi Xiaoxing discussed the matter of Bai Wei with the tribe, and people had different opinions on it. Lan frowned, saying, "This is such a serious matter. We should have expelled their family in spring, otherwise, everyone will follow their example. Wouldn't our tribe be left with endless problems?" Ilsha, who had a good relationship with Bai Wei, spoke somewhat in her favor, saying what they did was indeed not right, but expelling them from the tribe is too harsh. "Isn't it? I think we should just punish them." Other elders had different opinions as well, generally leaning towards leniency. In the end, Lan decided to keep Bai Wei's family in the tribe for the time being, at least until they got through this winter. Bai Wei was overwhelmed with joy, and her family was incredibly grateful for this decision. After all, they knew very well that it was their own fault, and now the Qingshi tribe was willing to provide them with shelter, which was already quite difficult. After arranging some matters within the tribe, Qingsha entrusted his sister to Xiao Lu for care. Ling also brought along Il and Lance, and the five of them bid farewell to their families and set off for the Zhendi Mouse tribe. This time, they might take a long time to return, as they needed to gather enough orcs and females for the tribe before spring. Only then could they participate in next year's tribal promotion competition. Since they had brought quite a few supplies, and there were more of them, their travel speed slowed down, taking most of the day to reach the Zhendi tribe. A small orc popped out of the ground, transforming into human form, and greeted Qi Xiaoxing and Ling with a big smile. "Master, you're back." He was excited and eagerly stared at the things behind Qi Xiaoxing, asking what's in there. Lance chuckled, "You little rascal, your eyes are quite sharp." The small orc blushed in embarrassment and ran off to call the elders. Qi Xiaoxing shook her head and walked inside. It had been a few days since her last visit, and the Zhendi Mouse tribe seemed to have improved a lot. At least there were no more dead orc bodies on the ground, and the houses seemed to have been renovated, looking much better. Perhaps knowing that Zhen Daili and Zhen Dimo had regained consciousness, many of the Zhendi Mouse tribe's members were motivated to rebuild their home. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, the three brothers of Zhen Daili hurried over to greet them. Zhen Daili and Zhen Dimo looked very pale, clearly still unwell. Qi Xiaoxing felt a little guilty about this. Her treatment was rather rough, as she directly absorbed the violent energy with her own original power, and perhaps accidentally absorbed some of the original power that belonged to Zhen Daili and the others. Zhen Daili didn't feel much about it. Being able to save his life was already worth it for him, and losing some cultivation wasn't a big deal. "Master." As soon as Zhen Daili saw Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, he immediately knelt on the ground. In the beast world continent, kneeling was a great gesture of respect, and Zhen Daili did it willingly. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't accept such a grand gesture, saying, "Get up. What are you doing?" Zhen Daili refused to get up, insisting on bowing his head again with Zhen Dimo before standing up. "This time, our Zhendi Mouse tribe has received such great kindness from you, Master. My life and my second brother's life were saved by you. This is just a gesture of gratitude, nothing to be embarrassed about." Qi Xiaoxing couldn't argue with him and smiled. "If it weren't for you saving so many of my Qingshi tribe's members back then, our tribe might not even exist now. Besides, you've helped us so much before, and we haven't repaid you yet." Zhen Daili felt a bit emotional. When he saved the members of the Qingshi tribe, he had done it casually, but Qi Xiaoxing had exerted an extraordinary amount of effort to save the two brothers. However, he understood that some things lose their meaning if said too much. Only through practical actions could sincerity be shown. It was from this moment that the Mouse tribe, which would later be known for its loyalty, truly came into being. But that was all in the future. "Master, if there's anything we can help you with, just let us know." Zhen Daili's gaze fell on the items behind Qi Xiaoxing, and he felt that his instincts were indeed good, becoming even more grateful to the great elder of the Mouse tribe. It was truly their fortune to encounter such a kind-hearted and capable master. Qi Xiaoxing didn't hesitate and said, "We came this time because we really want your help. We want to buy some slaves or incorporate some small tribes to expand our tribe's size so we can participate in the tribal promotion competition in spring." Chapter 261, Intelligence, Part 1. In the hall of the Zhendi Mouse tribe, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling sat on one side, while the three brothers of Zhen Daili sat opposite them, with Il and the others waiting on the side. The table was filled with a lot of food, and Zhen Daili, who had barely survived, didn't force himself to hold back and held jerky in one hand while listening to Qi Xiaoxing and the others speak. "It's best if it's the Tiger tribe, since the Qingshi tribe is a tiger tribe." Qi Xiaoxing discussed their idea of recruiting people into the tribe and mentioned some requirements. Zhen Daili understood, saying, "Master, to participate in the tribal promotion competition, the tribe only needs to have over 500 people." Il chimed in, "But our tribe currently only has a little over 300. Ling glanced at him and slowly said, "In previous years, although our Qingshi tribe barely had enough people, we never won. This time, although we are short on numbers, we want to welcome a tribe that is lazy and self-destructive." Zhen Daili smiled, his face wrinkling with joy. "Master, I understand what you mean. Third brother, go get the latest updated map we have before winter." Zhen Daiming responded and immediately got up to walk outside. Qi Xiaoxing vaguely guessed that this map was likely very precious to the Zhen Di Mouse tribe, and she smiled at Zhen Daili, thanking him. Zhen Daili felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "Master, it's only right for us to help you. There's no need to keep saying thank you." Qi Xiaoxing was amused by him and didn't say thank you again. Zhen Daiming quickly returned, holding a thick stack of sheepskin paper that looked very heavy. Ling's eyes lit up as he looked at the stack of sheepskin paper. "Great Elder, is this all the maps of the surrounding areas?" Zhen Daili beamed with pride. "We Zhen Di Mouse tribe are at least a medium-sized tribe. This map is the result of our efforts to explore over the past several hundred years." He took the sheepskin paper from Zhen Daiming, pulled out the largest one, and spread it out on the table. Qi Xiaoxing and the others immediately cast curious glances at the object on the table. A piece of leather that almost covered the entire surface, depicting a rudimentary map of the Beast World continent. It was indeed very simplistic, but Qi Xiaoxing still gleaned a lot of information from it. Their Qingstone tribe belonged to a large tribe called the Xingyue tribe, located in the northwest of the continent. The map also marked the names of several other large tribes, almost dividing the entire continent into 5 parts: east, west, south, north, and center, with a large tribe in each landmass. In addition, there was a large ocean marked as the Mermaid tribe. Qi Xiaoxing was almost shocked to discover that mermaids existed in this world. However, glancing at the handsome Ling beside her, who had a smile on his face, she silently swallowed her astonishment. If there were beastmen who could transform into giant tigers, what was so surprising about mermaids? The location of the holy city was not marked on the map. Qi Xiaoxing was somewhat puzzled and asked the elder, "Why isn't the holy city marked on the map?" Zhen Daili stroked his beard and explained, "Because, strictly speaking, the holy city is not on the same continent as the beastman's continent. The only ways to enter the holy city are through the central teleportation arrays of the 5 large tribes or through the underwater teleportation array of the mermaid tribe. Other than that, there is no other way in. The 3 of us were fortunate enough to visit the holy city back then because someone guided us." Zhen Daili's voice was filled with nostalgia as he recalled, "The holy city is truly a wonderful place, nothing like the barren beastman's continent. We were quite lucky to have been there. Many leaders of medium-sized tribes go their whole lives without visiting the holy city. After all, to teleport even 100 people at once requires 100 second-tier origin crystals. For a single person, it costs even more, 10 third-tier origin crystals. 100 second-tier origin crystals." Qi Xiaoxing's heart skipped a beat. That was too harsh. This was just for a group teleportation, and for one person, it was 10 third-tier origin crystals. What kind of concept was that? A small tribe could typically obtain about 100 to 200 first-tier origin crystals in a year, which was the entire output for a small tribe in a year. A medium-sized tribe could obtain around 500 to 1,000 first-tier origin crystals in a year, with 1 second-tier origin crystal equivalent to 10 first-tier origin crystals. 100 second-tier origin crystals equated to 1,000 first-tier origin crystals. This was just a one-way ticket. A round trip would require at least 2,000 origin crystals. Not only that, but prices in the holy city were also very high, far beyond what an average leader of a medium-sized tribe could afford. Zhen Daili and his brothers were able to manage it because the Zhendishi tribe was relatively affluent and had connections in the holy city. An ordinary leader would never be able to come up with that many origin crystals. Activating a teleportation array alone was even more expensive, costing 10 third-tier origin crystals. 1 third-tier origin crystal was equivalent to several dozen second-tier origin crystals or hundreds of first-tier origin crystals. The higher the tier of the origin crystals, the more precious and rare they were. Qi Xiaoxing secretly complained in her heart that these large tribes were making too much profit. They could earn a fortune just by teleporting once. She had a considerable amount of origin crystals in her space, but they couldn't just be casually used, and needing so many at once made her heart ache. Thus, the holy city was not marked. After Zhen Daili finished his reflections, he pulled out another piece of parchment and laid it on the table. This one mainly showed the map of their Xingyue tribe. Chapter 262, Intelligence 2. Zhen Daili unfolded the map and slowly explained that it recorded the names of various medium-sized and small tribes within the Xingyue tribe, as well as some dangerous terrains and resources. Qi Xiaoxing followed Zhen Daili's finger, looking over each one. In the northwestern coastal area, she saw the name of the Zhendishi tribe, which had the largest territory. Next to the Zhendishi tribe's name were a few names of small tribes, including the Yin Snake tribe and the Double-Tailed Swallow tribe. Qi Xiaoxing did not see the name of the Qing Stone tribe. She knew that such a weak tribe was unlikely to be recorded. Il, who was beside her, excitedly said, "Isn't that the forest in front of my tribe? Huh, why isn't the swamp marked?" Zhen Daiming found it amusing from aside, saying that the map was very rough and only roughly recorded some content, serving merely as a reference. For example, if the Lord wants to recruit people now, they can see how many beastmen tribes of the Tiger Clan there are within our Xingyue tribe. Listening to him, Qi Xiaoxing searched the map and indeed found one medium-sized tribe and 4 small tribes, but they were all in the northwestern inland area, quite far from them. Ling chimed in, "The Tiger Clan isn't really weak. It's just that it has declined over the past 1,000 years. Within the territory of the Xingyue tribe, there are a total of 67 medium-sized tribes and 213 small tribes. Our Tiger Clan only occupies such a small proportion, which is really rare." Qi Xiaoxing nodded, pointing to the map. "Isn't that the information we want to know the most?" Zhen Daili grinned. "The Lord is clever. That map is indeed the most useful." He raised his hand to take down that map and laid it out, instantly revealing an extremely detailed map before everyone. Qi Xiaoxing immediately saw the name of the Qing Stone tribe next to the Haishi tribe, with the surrounding swamps and forests depicted very abstractly, yet clearly. Qi Xiaoxing pointed to the Snow Leopard tribe on the map, asking, "Is this map from last year? Hasn't it been updated?" Zhen Daili nodded. "A lot has happened this year. Many insignificant tribes have been completely wiped out. Our Zhendishi tribe has also suffered, and we couldn't update it in time." Qi Xiaoxing bit her finger, and Ling gently patted her head, saying, "Don't bite your fingers." Qi Xiaoxing gave him a wrong glance, then pinched her fingertips and began to observe carefully. In this map, which detailed the surrounding area for thousands of miles, there were a total of 10 medium-sized tribes and 53 small tribes, with many insignificant tribes like the Qing Stone tribe being numerous. Following the requirements, Qi Xiaoxing first looked at the tiger and lion tribes, starting from the insignificant ones. Everyone also looked on together, discussing for a long time before finally settling on a route. Starting from a Zhendishi tribe, they would head north, passing an insignificant lion tribe and 2 similarly insignificant tiger tribes along the way. Then they would head west, where there was another insignificant tiger tribe. They needed to be cautious as they passed through the ruins of the Horned Dragon tribe and the Snow Leopard tribe to avoid the Rift Eagle tribe. The entire process, from setting off to returning to the Qing Stone tribe, would take about a month. Ling rubbed his forehead, wondering how those tribes were doing now and whether they would be willing to come back with them. Zhen Daili stroked his beard, saying, "That's hard to say. The tribes you've chosen are actually quite weak." He pointed to the lion tribe. This tribe had only a little over 200 people last year. After this harsh winter and the beast tide, I wonder if anyone is still alive. Qi Xiaoxing agreed with him, considering how well prepared their Qing Stone tribe was this year. Yet they almost faced disaster. If it weren't for her and Ling becoming stronger, they might not have made it through. Therefore, I suggest you take a longer route and stop by these tribes to take a look. Zhen Daili pointed on the map at the Blue Water Buffalo tribe and the Wind Forest Dog tribe. You can visit them. Qi Xiaoxing nodded. The dog and buffalo tribes should be relatively simple, right? Thank you. She sincerely expressed her gratitude, asking, "Can I borrow this map for a while?" Qi Xiaoxing hesitated, saying, "We brought some parchment." Zhen Daili understood her meaning and laughed. "Oh, that's nothing. I'll give it to you. We have backups of this kind of map. Lord, since you're going on this long journey, our Zhendishi tribe may not be able to help, so you will have to rely on yourselves. This is just a map. Take it." Qi Xiaoxing didn't decline and accepted the map. They desperately needed information, and this map was like a timely help. "Let's take a break and set off early tomorrow morning." Ling set the time, while the eager Lance and Il Dao were ready to go. Qing Sha remained his usual silent self, standing aside, looking at the position of the Snow Leopard tribe on the map, with his head down, seemingly lost in thought. Early the next morning, before dawn, Qi Xiaoxing and the others set off. The journey was long and tiring, so they couldn't afford to waste time. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the map, where their first target, the Flame Tiger tribe, was lightly sketched in pencil. Chapter 263. Not hard to smell, the Flame Tiger tribe wasn't very far from their current location, and it would take about 5 or 6 days of traveling to reach it. Surrounding them was a small forest, with only one side being a cliff, while the rest was just yellow earth. On the first day of getting the map, Qi Xiaoxing had laid on Ling's back and drawn a new copy with pen and paper for backup. After all, This map was the most vital information they could grasp at the moment, and if they accidentally lost it, the loss would be significant. Ling, how much longer until we arrive? On the evening of the 5th day, Qi Xiaoxing leaned against Ling, eating some mediocre roasted meat, feeling rather down. Although it wasn't necessary to bathe every day in winter, she usually washed at least every 3 days, but it had been 5 days now, and they hadn't even passed a significant river. There were only some small streams along the way, although there was spare water in their space. It wasn't just her and Ling anymore. There was also Qin Sha and the others. Lance bit into a piece of roasted meat and mumbled, "It should be soon. We've already left the forest, and we should arrive in a day or 2. Il wiped his mouth, but traveling is really exhausting, even though we haven't encountered any dangers this time. Is it because the beast tide has just passed? It feels like there are fewer large beasts. We haven't encountered a single one this time, and the slightly larger beasts we met ended up in our stomachs. Haha." He chuckled foolishly, while Qin Sha rolled his eyes at him. What Il said was simply nonsense. Among their group of 5, apart from Qi Xiaoxing, who ate less as a female, the others were all orcs with big appetites, and they hadn't brought much food, so they naturally had to hunt in the forest. Thinking of this, Qin Sha felt a bit regretful. He had expected to eat some meat from large beasts, but now the beasts they encountered were quite small, and sometimes when they shared, they might not even be full. "It should be soon," Ling said. "Do you want to bathe?" Qi Xiaoxing blushed a little. "I feel like I'm starting to smell." She really felt like she was getting smelly. 5 days without a bath, and while on the road, it was inevitable to get dusty. Orcs could lick their fur, but she could only wipe her face and body with soft animal skins whenever they passed a small stream. It was really uncomfortable. Ling suddenly turned around, seriously staring at her face, then reached out his long hand and gently pinched her chin. What are you doing?" Qi Xiaoxing stammered, meeting Ling's handsome face, feeling dizzy as his narrow phoenix eyes fixed intently on her, making her a bit lightheaded. Her man was constantly radiating an overwhelming amount of hormones, gradually accelerating her heartbeat. Ling curled his thin lips and slowly leaned toward her lips, gently licking them. Then Qi Xiaoxing heard his magnetic voice say, "Not smelly." Qi Xiaoxing. She suddenly felt like she wanted to kill someone. What to do? "Got it." Qi Xiaoxing pushed Ling away, a bit annoyed as she studied the map. There was still a small river near the Flame Tiger tribe, and they weren't far from it now. They should arrive tomorrow or the day after, and when they did, she would definitely take a good bath. "Xiaoxing, sleep." Ling gently tugged at her arm. "Don't stay so far from me. You'll catch a cold." Qi Xiaoxing wanted to coolly say, "I don't want to sleep with you, big pig trotter." But the cold night wind blew in, seeping through her animal skin clothes and bringing a chill. She shivered, hugging her arms helplessly, and then felt a warm body approaching her from behind. Ling wrapped his arms around her, resting his head against her neck. "I was wrong. It's too cold at night." Qi Xiaoxing's little grievances melted away completely in his gentle words. After all, Ling hadn't really done anything wrong. Thinking this, she turned around comfortably, snuggling in Ling's embrace. "You have to turn into a white tiger tonight." Ling was quite helpless. He was always jealous of his beast form. Why did Xiaoxing prefer his white tiger form over his human form? Was it because he didn't look handsome enough in human form? Ling thought secretly. If Qi Xiaoxing knew his thoughts, she would definitely be amused. In such cold weather, of course, it was more comfortable to be held by a fluffy, big, white tiger than a hard man. Lying under the warm belly of a large feline would definitely be more comfortable than hugging a stiff man. Moreover, if she kept hugging Ling, she would inevitably be kissed and touched. She wasn't a saint, so how could she not be moved? So hugging the white tiger was safer. Il and Qin Sha and the others watched the entire process, feeling helpless in their hearts. Both of them were young orc teens around 20, without a female they liked. Now seeing Qi Xiaoxing and Ling unconsciously showing affection, it was impossible for them not to feel sour. Lance was even more frustrated. He was a grown orc with a partner. At this time in the past, he would have been curled up with Ayr Shah in a warm animal skin doing some embarrassing things, but now, he could only watch his good brothers show off their love. Life as an orc was really hard. However, they didn't have to suffer for long when they suddenly heard a chilling cry for help. "Help! Help!" The thin voice came from a small creek not far away, sounding like a little girl. Chapter 264, Callie and Scene 1. What sound is that? Lance quickly jumped up from the ground, putting away his teasing gaze and warily looking around. Qi Xiaoxing also stood up, trying to use her limited mental power to scan the surroundings. When hearing crying sounds while camping in the wild, it wasn't always from a human. It could also be from beasts that used human cries to deceive passing orcs and females. Qi Xiaoxing and the others had encountered such beasts before. These beasts weren't very strong, but they weren't weak either. They just happened to be unlucky and met Ling and the others, who were like calamities. If they had encountered a weaker orc or female alone, they might have succeeded. This is why it was very difficult for females to survive in the wild. They could encounter many dangers at any moment. Ling furrowed his brows, but soon relaxed. No need to worry, it's a human. Qingsha picked up the animal skin on the ground and casually draped it over himself. The youth's clear voice rang out, "I'll go take a look." "Wait, let's go together." Qi Xiaoxing stopped him, thinking it was safer for everyone to act together. So Qingsha led the way using his gentle water-type talent to clear the path. Ling held Qi Xiaoxing in the middle, Lance brought up the rear, and Il was left behind to guard the items they had left. Woo-woo-woo help. The closer they got, the clearer and louder the little girl's cries became, gasping for breath and heart-wrenching. It was very dark at night, and they only had torches. Finally, after pushing aside some tall reeds that were much higher than regular ones, growing by the creek, they saw the source of the sound, a bloodied orc lying on the ground. It appeared to be quite young, as despite maintaining its beast form and lying sideways, it was only about 2 meters long, while an adult orc would be at least 5 to 6 meters. At that moment, the young orc was using its tail to encircle a little girl, seemingly protecting her. Because it was so dark, Qi Xiaoxing couldn't see the girl's face clearly, but she noticed that the girl was very small, probably around 11 or 12 years old. The little girl, or rather the young female, was pushing against the orc's body with all her might, crying out desperately for help. "Please, someone save us." How could there be a young orc and a young female here? And a young orc from the Tiger clan, but from which tribe? Lance exclaimed in surprise, as he was impatient and stepped forward with the torch in hand, loudly asking, "How did you end up here?" The young female noticed someone had arrived and seemed to gain some strength, suddenly breaking free from the young orc's tail and rushing towards them. Qi Xiaoxing was startled and took a step back. The young female didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. She simply knelt beside her, crying bitterly, "Please, save him, save Xian." As she got closer, Qi Xiaoxing could see her face clearly, which was covered in dirt and had a large, ugly birthmark. But her eyebrows and eyes were quite delicate. Without that birthmark, she would probably be quite pretty. She bent down and asked, "You want me to save that young orc?" The young female nodded vigorously. "As long as you save him, I can do anything." Her pitch-black eyes were filled with determination, and her clenched fists made Qi Xiaoxing feel a twinge of compassion. After all, they were just 2 kids, and they were so seriously injured. Saving them was not a big deal, right? Qi Xiaoxing's words were interrupted by Ling, who coldly looked at the young female and said, "You can save him, but you must first answer a few questions. What is your relationship with that young orc? Which tribe are you from? Why did you suddenly appear here?" Ling looked down at her from a high position. "I don't remember anyone being here when we set up camp." The little girl's face paled for a moment. She glanced back at the barely conscious young orc lying on the ground, as if making some sort of decision. "I can tell you, but I can only say half. You must save San first before I tell you the rest." Qi Xiaoxing thought this child was quite clever, but she didn't dislike her. "All right, then you answer the first 2 questions. My name is Callie, and Xian is my future partner. We are both from the Flame Tiger tribe." Callie raised her small face. "Can you save him now?" Ling looked at Callie meaningfully several times, while Lance laughed on the side. "You two are just teenagers, and you're talking about future partners. You're killing me." Qi Xiaoxing didn't laugh. She simply said, "I'm sort of shaman. Let me take a look at him." Callie turned to the side, kneeling next to Xian, affectionately stroking the orc's head and even kissing him before saying, "Xian was injured so badly while protecting me." Qi Xiaoxing had already begun to examine Xian's wounds. There was a large hole in his abdomen, and it was caused by a wind-based skill. The internal organs were not severely damaged. The hind leg must have hit something hard and was fractured, but it wasn't a life-threatening injury. However, such injuries on a young orc who was just over 10 years old were indeed fatal. Chapter 265, Callie and San, Part 2. Qi Xiaoxing kept an eye out, using the light to survey the surroundings, and noticed that there were almost no bloodstains on the tall reeds, except for a patch near the young orc Sin. It was obvious that Xian hadn't been dragging an injured body while bringing Callie here. Instead, there must have been some other method. She had some vague guesses in her mind, but did not stop her movements. Qi Xiaoxing took out a bottle of spiritual spring water, a bone needle, and seeds for hemostatic herbs and anti-inflammatory herbs from her backpack, then instructed Lance make a fire. It was too dark for her to perform the surgery, and although orcs had good night vision, she still couldn't see clearly. Lance paused for a moment, then realized Qi Xiaoxing couldn't see well and didn't decline. He ran to gather some tall reeds and picked up some branches, using his talent to ignite a fire instantly, illuminating the space. Qi Xiaoxing first took out the bone needle and spiritual spring water, simply cleaning Xian's wounds with the water, and also cleaned the bone needle and the orc tendon. The orc tendon was from a small animal, very fine, and in this beast world without modern medical equipment. It was perfect for stitching wounds. Callie watched the female healer. At first, she was a bit skeptical when she took out some strange things. But when she saw the unknown water being dripped onto Xian's body, and the young orc didn't cry out in pain, but instead made a comfortable humming sound, she remained silent and quietly observed her actions. During this time, Qi Xiaoxing had also completely adapted to life in the beast world. Her strength and appetite had increased significantly. Although she still couldn't compare to orcs, she could now easily handle physical tasks like stitching wounds, which had been difficult for her before. She quickly stitched up Xian's wounds, then took out the seeds of the hemostatic herbs. Her palm emitted a glowing green light, and soon, the seeds grew into broad, plump leaves. Qi Xiaoxing quickly nurtured several of them, picked the leaves, crushed them, and applied them to Xian's wounds. After doing all this, she placed her hands gently on Xian's wounds and slowly infused her original power into him, starting to absorb the residual wind-based power that remained on Xian's wounds. While absorbing, Qi Xiaoxing estimated that the one who injured Xian and the others was probably not a particularly powerful wind-based orc. It took her about 10 minutes to absorb all the wind-based power from Xian's wounds, much easier than treating Zhen Daili before. Once everything was handled, Xian had already passed out, completely losing consciousness. However, his breathing was much easier than before, and it seemed that a good sleep would do him good. Qi Xiaoxing wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling that she had worked hard and was now sweating again, which made her feel a bit unpleasant. "Thank you for your hard work." Ling quickly walked over, taking out a water pouch. "I just went to the creek to fetch some water and heated it up. You can wash your hands and face." Qi Xiaoxing looked at him in the flickering firelight, his bright eyes warming her heart. She responded and reached out to wash her hands. After all, after treatment, it was inevitable that her hands would be stained with herbs and blood. Moreover, in winter, although she used her original power during the treatment and initially didn't feel cold, once the power was withdrawn, it would still be very cold. Ling was truly considerate. Callie rushed over, kissing Xian's forehead several times, with tears in her eyes, and said to Qi Xiaoxing, "Thank you, benefactor." Qi Xiaoxing washed her face clean and took the animal skin that Ling handed her to dry her face, looking at her with a smile. "Now, can you tell us how you ended up here?" Callie nodded. "We from the Flame Tiger tribe always keep our promises." As she spoke, a bitter smile appeared on her face. "Xian and I are both from the Flame Tiger tribe, but our tribe was attacked by the Sand Snake tribe just yesterday." Qi Xiaoxing looked at her in surprise. "Are you sure it was the Sand Snake tribe?" The Sand Snake tribe is also a low-ranking tribe. The number of Sand Snake clan members is small, and their overall strength is not as strong as that of the Flame Snake tribe. Moreover, snakes need to hibernate in winter. Although the snake beastmen are not severely restricted by the weather, they still prefer not to move in winter. Carrie's eyes were filled with hatred. This beast tide was particularly severe, and our gregarious tribe suffered greatly, with heavy casualties. But the Sand Snake tribe is particularly cunning. They hide separately in winter, and after the beast tide passes, they take advantage of our lack of resistance to attack us. "My father and mother," Carrie said, crying. "There are still many people in the tribe who have been enslaved by them. If it weren't for my spatial talent skill, if it weren't for Sin's desperate protection of me." She didn't continue, but everyone understood her meaning. In this world, it's that simple. Weak tribes like Carrie's tiger tribe can easily be ambushed and exterminated if they encounter a couple of cunning individuals. The same was true for the Qingstone tribe. If it weren't for Qi Xiaoxing and Ling returning in time, they would have likely perished as well. The Snow Leopard tribe experienced the same fate. Carrie's words reminded everyone of the bloody past, and for a moment, everyone fell silent. Chapter 266. Spatial skill users. However, Ling noticed another implication in her words and asked, "Are you saying you have a spatial talent skill?" Qi Xiaoxing also came back to her senses, somewhat surprised. Spatial talent skills are quite rare even across the beast world continent, and very few beastmen possess them, let alone a young female like Carrie. This was indeed surprising. Initially, when she saw the bloodstains on the tall reeds, she guessed that one of the two children might have a special talent skill, but at that time, she thought it was Sun and never expected it to be Carrie. "Is it possible for you to teleport someone so far from the Flame Tiger tribe?" Qi Xiaoxing was still quite astonished. Carrie was silent for a moment. "It's not that far. The people from the Flame Tiger tribe have been scattered and taken as slaves to the Sand Snake tribe's territory. I don't even know where we are now." Carrie added, "If it weren't for meeting you, son and I probably wouldn't survive tonight." Lance chuckled, "Indeed. You two are underage beastmen and a young female, and one of you is injured and smells of blood. You would likely attract many wild beasts. Even if there are no large beasts now that the beast tide has just passed, a few medium-sized beasts would be enough for you to handle." Carrie rubbed Sin's head. "Avoiding is wound, thank you." Qi Xiaoxing shook her head, stepped forward, and took out some jerky from her bag. "Have some." A few beastmen were rather careless. But she was not. Carrie clearly had been hungry for a long time. Upon smelling the jerky, tears rolled down her face again. She didn't hesitate, took the jerky, and began to eat it with sobs. Ling gently looked at Qi Xiaoxing, held her hands tightly, and asked Carrie, "I remember that most beastmen from the Flame Tiger tribe have fire-type talent skills. Even females shouldn't have spatial talent skills. Are you a female from the Flame Tiger tribe?" Perhaps because she had shared everything with them, Carrie didn't continue to hide. "I'm the most special child in our tribe. Actually, I wasn't from the Flame Tiger tribe before. I just appeared at the gate of the Flame Tiger tribe when I was 8 years old, and that's what the tribe leader told me. I'm not very clear about it." Qi Xiaoxing nodded, and Ling seemed to be deep in thought. The two fell silent for a while, and Lance couldn't help but ask, "Are you saying you can teleport?" Qing Sha shot him a look. Didn't she make it clear? Lance was too shocked to respond. While Carrie had already eaten half of the jerky, holding the other half tightly in her hand, Qi Xiaoxing asked her, "Why aren't you eating?" She hadn't given her much, but it was enough for a young female to fill her stomach. Carrie shook her head. "I want to save some for Senior. He hasn't eaten anything for a long time." Qi Xiaoxing felt her emotional threshold was a bit low. Carrie's simple and normal thought moved her greatly. "I still have some here. I'll get him some later." "That little bit of jerky won't fill Senator," Qi Xiaoxing said softly, and she saw Carrie break into a big smile after she finished speaking. "Sleep. Our destination is the Flame Tiger tribe. Tomorrow, you can tell us the details, and we will go rescue the remaining members of your tribe," Qi Xiaoxing said. "Really?" Carrie's eyes suddenly sparkled with immense hope. "Will you really save them?" Qi Xiaoxing replied. "Maybe." Carrie cried for a while longer, then leaned against Sun and quickly fell asleep. Ling couldn't help but smile. At first, he thought this young female was very clever and had a high sense of vigilance. Now it seemed she was just an 11 or 12-year-old child, and it could be said that it was a limit to have survived this long. "Why are you all taking so long to come back?" A somewhat puzzled voice rang out. Qi Xiaoxing turned her head and saw Il with a torch. He looked surprised at the sight of Carrie and Sun on the ground. "Wow, how could there be 2 minors?" He said it with confidence, not noticing their group of 5, where only Lance had already turned 30, while the others were still minors, especially he and Qing Sha, who were even younger. "Bring the things over. It seems we can only camp here tonight," Ling said. Il nodded and nudged Lance's waist. "Come with me. I can't carry it all." Lance and Il brought the things over, and Qi Xiaoxing chose a thicker bee skin to cover Carrie. She also took out a larger piece of bee skin to lay on the ground, and added several more layers to make it as thick as possible since the ground was quite cold. She and Ling would be sleeping here soon, which was indeed unfortunate. For beastmen, it doesn't matter much where they camp, but they generally prefer to find a cave or a sheltered spot. They had previously chosen a place behind a small hill to block the wind. However, due to the special circumstances tonight, they had to endure it. "Come on." Ling lay down on the ground. Tonight, it was their turn to keep watch. After saying that, he transformed into a white tiger, his fur appearing very soft in the firelight. Qi Xiaoxing nodded, happily pounced onto him. His fur was long and comfortable. If hidden well, she really wasn't cold at all. Chapter 267, The Sand Snake Tribe's Conspiracy, Part 1. Early the next morning, Qi Xiaoxing woke up. Her biological clock had completely adjusted to the beast world continent. When she was a military doctor, she often stayed up all night and had her days and nights reversed. Now her body had adapted to go to bed early and waking up early. Ling also woke up, his honey-colored eyes wide open, not getting up, probably because he was concerned that she hadn't woken up yet. Qi Xiaoxing stretched under the warm belly of the big cat, rubbed her head into his soft fur, and reluctantly got up. "Good morning." Ling nudged her with his big head before transforming back into human form. Picking up the clothes on the ground and putting them on, everyone gradually got up. Qi Xiaoxing used the still-burning fire to boil some meat soup with the leftover jerky and wild vegetables from yesterday in a stone pot, waking up the still-sleeping Carrie to have a warm breakfast. Sun had also woken up, appearing as a thin and weak little boy, completely naked and covered in scars. Qi Xiaoxing took out one of Ling's jacket from her backpack to cover him, which was enough to shield him from the cold wind. "Thank you for saving us." Seen as a very polite little orc. Although he looks quite young, the fact that he can already shapeshift means he is at least 13 years old. He is wearing Ling's clothes, and his formal bowing to everyone is quite amusing. Qi Xiaoxing took out 2 soft animal skins to serve as scarves for the 2 of them. Once everything was ready, he took Callie's hand and asked her, "Do you know where the members of the Sand Snake tribe have scattered to?" Callie's eyes flickered. "When we were running away, I only heard them say they would take people to the Flame Snake tribe. I don't know if it's true." A hint of surprise crossed Qi Xiaoxing's mind. Going to the Flame Snake tribe? Could the sudden attack be related to them? "My sister is in their hands," Xin suddenly said in a low voice, filled with hatred. Qing Sha's brows moved slightly as he glanced at him. "Do you hate them that much?" Xin shrank a little under his gaze and fell silent. But the piercing hatred still occasionally showed in his brown eyes. Qing Sha saw this but said nothing more. He had once hated too, and even took actions that were very detrimental to the Qing Stone tribe, almost getting Ling and Qi Xiaoxing killed. Although he paid the price for it, and Qi Xiaoxing and the others did not blame him, he was indeed blinded by hatred back then. Seeing Xin, who was in a similar situation, stirred up some of his gradually calming emotions. Qi Xiaoxing was more sensitive than the orcs present. Seeing Qing Sha looking a bit lost, he secretly sighed. This incident must have left a significant shadow in this child's heart. If they could rescue the Flame Tiger tribe this time, perhaps he would feel a bit more at ease. They did not plan to take Callie and Xin with them to search for the scattered members of the Sand Snake tribe. After finding a relatively safe cave, Ling set the 2 of them down. Lancey, you 2 stay here with them, Ling said. "We'll leave the food with you, and we'll definitely be back within 2 days. Frowned. "Us 2, staying with 2 little brats? That's so boring." Lancey laughed a couple of times. "There's no choice. To prevent the Sand Snake tribe from finding them first, we can only protect them here." Xin couldn't contain his emotions when he realized they weren't taking him and Callie along. "Aren't you taking us with you? I'm really strong." Qi Xiaoxing turned around to look at his thin arms and shook his head. "You're still injured, and besides, Callie needs your protection." She patted Callie's head. "Don't be afraid. Didn't we already get the locations of the bad guys? We will do our best to rescue your tribe members. Trust us." Callie nodded vigorously, grabbing Xin's arm. "Xin, we'll wait for our benefactors here. We're too weak. Going would only cause trouble." Xin's eyes turned red, but he ultimately did not insist any longer. Qing Sha had been coldly watching everything. After their group left, he hoarsely said, "Can we really save them all?" Qi Xiaoxing was somewhat worried, hoping they hadn't committed suicide. Ling had previously mentioned that to avoid becoming slaves for generations, many tribes would choose to kill all the surviving members after a defeat. Now, more than a day had passed since the Sand Snake tribe attacked the Flame Tiger tribe, and they could only pray that the tragedy hadn't occurred yet. Callie said that when she used her abilities, she was being chased by 3 orcs from the Sand Snake tribe. Ling slowly said, "Her skill range is about 5 kilometers, which means at our speed, we should be able to find the members of the Sand Snake tribe soon. They're also looking for Callie and the others, but they probably won't send too many people. After all, there are many slaves waiting to be transported," Qi Xiaoxing added. "Let's first follow the path in Callie's memory and hopefully find the Sand Snake tribe members." Before she could finish, she heard a sound. Qi Xiaoxing made a gesture, and Ling understood, spreading his wings, wrapping his arm around Qi Xiaoxing's waist, and grabbing Qing Sha's collar with his other hand, quietly landing on a tree. Chapter 268, The Conspiracy of the Sand Snake Tribe, Part 2. Not long after they hid, several people appeared on the path they had just passed. Qi Xiaoxing counted, and there were as many as 12 people. The difference was that 5 of them clearly had faces filled with hatred, covered in blood, looking very disheveled. "Ha! What a trash tribe, the Flame Tiger tribe. So weak." The leader of the group, an orc with snake-like tattoos on his face, had strange vertical pupils, a characteristic of snakes. "Shalu, don't get too cocky." A middle-aged orc being held in the center growled lowly, his tiger-like eyes filled with anger and resentment. "Even if you defeated our Flame Tiger tribe, so what? In the end, you'll still be swallowed by the Flame Snake tribe." His Shalu clearly became displeased, stepping forward to choke the middle-aged orc by the neck. "Shut the hell up. Our future in the Sand Snake tribe is not something a slave like you can worry about." Saying this, he smiled sinisterly. "The population of the Flame Snake tribe is so small. How do you know we will definitely be defeated and swallowed?" "Defeated?" The middle-aged orc seemed to hear something shocking and suddenly widened his eyes. "Are you planning to resist the Flame Snake tribe?" Sha Lu clicked his tongue and slammed the orc's head hard against the ground. "A slave doesn't need to know so much." "Ah, father." A young female orc following the Flame Tiger orc covered her mouth in despair, tears dripping down her hand. "Humph." Sha Lu stepped on the orc's back, crossing over him to stand in front of the young female orc, revealing a lewd smile. He grabbed the young female orc's arm and leaned in to kiss her. Qi Xiaoxing could no longer bear to watch and formed a green blade in her hand, throwing it directly at the orc named Sha Lu. Caught off guard, Sha Lu felt the green blade pierce straight into his shoulder. Damn, who? Sha Lu ferociously scanned his surroundings. And the previously amused members of the Sand Snake tribe also lost interest and became alert. Ling helplessly glanced at Qi Xiaoxing, who was directing with an angry face, and exchanged a look with Qing Sha, signaling 3, 2, 1. With a flap of his wings, he swooped down at a speed that the orcs below couldn't react to. Holding a sword formed from dark energy, he pierced through the necks of 3 orcs in just a few seconds. A member of the Sand Snake tribe covered his neck in terror, letting out his last sounds before death. Qing Sha was also nearly slaughtering. Although he was only at the mid-second stage, he had awakened his lightning elemental talent skill. Combining it with his previous water element, he was almost instantaneously lethal. Qi Xiaoxing hadn't even had the chance to launch her second green blade when, in the blink of an eye, only one orc, Sha Lu, was left struggling to resist. Sha Lu was a late-stage second-tier orc and had activated his talent skill at the first moment, turning part of his body into sand, which was why he had survived. However, he couldn't hold on for long before Ling lifted him up as if he were a chick. Just as Ling was about to kill him, Qi Xiaoxing finally slid down using the vines and rushed over anxiously. Ling, don't kill him. I have things to ask him. Upon hearing this, Ling released his grip, and Sha Lu fell to the ground, coughing desperately. Qi Xiaoxing took out a seed of the hallucinogenic rose from her bag, quickly catalyzed its growth, and handed it to Sha Li. Tell me, what plans does the Yanxi tribe have? Sha Li's gaze gradually became entranced, revealing a somewhat sinister smile. Those fools from the Yanxi tribe are just a slightly stronger small tribe, yet they want to be the leaders of all the snake clans in the Xingyue tribe. They are just relying on the fact that there are too few snake clans in the Xingyue tribe. The Yanxi tribe is nothing in the Nanzhou tribe. Is our snake clan's territory. I must persuade the clan leader to capture more slaves. And then we will swallow the Yanxi tribe and move to the Nanzhou tribe. As he spoke, he became exhausted and fainted. Qi Xiaoxing's heart sank. Sha Li mentioned the Nanzhou tribe, which is a large tribe located in the southern part of the continent, ruled by the Snake Clan. Specifically the Nanzhou Tun Tianman clan. That place can be said to be the domain of all amphibious and reptilian beast clans, unlike the Xingyue tribe, where the rulers are the Xingyue beasts. At first, she thought the Shashi tribe merely wanted to occupy land, but now it seems this matter is not so simple. While Qi Xiaoxing was still pondering, she heard uncontrollable cries from behind. Thank you, thank you. The little female was kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face. But her mental state seemed a bit better. A few bound beastmen and females also couldn't help but cry, sobbing as they untied their companions. The middle-aged beastman, who clearly held a good position among the group, was surrounded and showed a hint of gratitude and confusion in his eyes. Ian Tuusi, the elder of the Yanhu tribe. Thank you for saving us, but what? Qi Xiaoxing looked at him, gently comforting him. Previously, we were informed by Ka Li and Si In about the Yanhu tribe being attacked by the Shashi tribe. Was it because of other clansmen? Elder Tuo Si's eyes widened in surprise. Ka Li and Si In were also saved by you? Qi Xiaoxing smiled and nodded. And the few people from the Yanhu tribe present were immediately moved to tears, especially the elder's little daughter, who was crying and saying, Kali is my very good friend, and so is Cien. I thought. When Shali learned that Kali possessed a spatial talent skill, he wanted to take her away by himself. Cien, naturally unwilling to let the female he liked be treated that way, had a dispute with him. In a moment of rage, Shali resorted to violence, and the group of slaves could only watch as Cien was beaten to a pulp while trying to protect Kali. That was just a little tiger that had only recently transformed into human form. How could Shali be so cruel? Kali was just a little female in her teens. If Shali hadn't underestimated her talent skill's ability to teleport, she and Cien would have probably been dead long ago. Well, we originally intended to find you, but we didn't expect to encounter you before reaching the Yanhu tribe, Ling added. That's great. Elder Ta sighed in relief and sat down on the ground, a glimmer of hope appearing on his somewhat aged face. Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit moved and said, This isn't a place for talking. Let's leave here first. Can you all still move? Tuo Si smiled wryly. I can still walk. As the elder of the Yanhu tribe, a strong beast man, he couldn't disgrace himself in front of the younger generation and females, no matter how severe his injuries were. Qi Xiaoxing observed him trying to muster his spirits. They had a total of 5 people, 1 elder, 1 little female, 1 young beast man, and 2 middle-aged females. Relying on to walk would likely take a long time. Ling, Before Qi Xiaoxing finished her sentence, Ling guessed her thoughts and interrupted her, saying to the coldly standing Qing Sha, "You turn into a beastman and carry them all." Suddenly being called out, Qing Sha was somewhat unconvinced, thinking, "Why should I carry them?" However, Ling spoke very reasonably. "I'm a beastman with a partner. You don't even have a female you like. I need to take precautions." His face was calm, and his eyes swept over to Qing Sha with a sense of pressure. "Besides, I am your master. Can I ask you to do these small tasks?" Qing Sha was left speechless by his words. He wanted to refute, but found no way to do so. So he reluctantly transformed into a huge snow leopard over 4 or 5 meters tall, lying down, waiting for the others to climb onto his back. Qi Xiaoxing wanted to laugh at the sight, while the excited voices of the little beastman and little female filled her ears. Snow leopard. So cool. She was held in Ling's arms, and the group ignored the beastmen lying on the ground, who were already dead, except for Sha Li, who still had a breath left. Ling unceremoniously tossed Sha Li onto Qing Sha's back as well. By the time they reached the cave, it was nearing noon. Ka Li and Si In were tiptoeing, constantly looking outside. Er and Lan Si sat on the ground, feeling dizzy from their movements. "Hey, stop swaying. There's no need to worry about them," Er said. "Ling is very strong, but what if they don't come back?" Kali was still very worried, pouting. She, a little female, insisted on watching, and Lan Si and the others couldn't stop her. Lan Si looked at the birthmark on Ka Li's delicate face with a hint of regret. "Kali, has that mark on your face always been there?" Upon hearing this, Kali touched the birthmark on her cheek and nodded. "Is it very ugly?" Seeing the sadness in her eyes, Lan Si quickly tried to salvage the situation. No, it's not ugly at all. Uncle was joking." Kali didn't take it to heart. "It's always been there. Perhaps that's why I was abandoned by my original tribe." She spoke lightly, as if she had already let go of everything. Cien, holding her hand tightly, spoke with the force of an adult beastman, despite being just a newly transformed little beastman. "I don't think you're ugly." Kali finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Lan Si nostalgically watched the two little ones, feeling as if he had returned to his childhood, when Elsa wasn't as strong as she was now and would still act spoiled with him, unlike now. After thinking for a moment, he felt a chill down his back. He hoped this thought wouldn't be known to Elsa. Otherwise, he didn't know how he would die. "Hey, someone's coming." "Kappa," he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Lan Si was startled, just standing up when he felt a cool breeze blowing in front of him. Looking over, he saw Ling had already carried Qi Xiaoxing into the cave. Not far in front of the cave, Qing Sha, transformed into a snow leopard, was carrying a group of people toward them. "Elder," Kali shouted, her voice choked with emotion. "Everyone is okay. That's great." Chapter 270, Rescuing the Yin-Hu Tribe. Part 2, Kali. The little girl following Elder To Si hurriedly slid down from Qing Sha's back, stumbling her way to her good friend. "Woo, I thought you all would definitely not escape." She cried sadly, giving Kali a tight hug that nearly knocked the petite Ka Li over. Cien also ran to the little beastman's side, his small face filled with excitement, clearly very happy that his good friend was safe. Toss and 2 middle-aged females followed into the cave. Toss sat on the stone floor. The weathered orc wiped his cracked face from the cold wind and forced a smile. "Thank you." Qi Xiaoxing and Ling stood aside, taking out some food and water from their luggage. Ling's gaze fell on Lance, who was watching the excitement from the side, cold and chilling. Lance shrugged, knowing from his friend's look what he wanted to do, and resignedly walked to the side. He picked up some twigs and dry grass from the ground, casually built a frame, poured the food and water into the pot he carried, and sparks flew from his fingertips, igniting the fire pit. Seeing this, Qi Xiaoxing walked over and praised. "Lance, you're doing well today, so proactive." Lance, threatened by Ling's death glare, thought, "Would I say such a thing that would embarrass an orc?" Qi Xiaoxing didn't notice Lance's not-so-pretty expression and took out a few seeds of small greens from her bag, quickly used her talent to hasten their growth, and tossed them into the pot. After thinking for a moment, she took out a few small tubers, hastened their growth, cut them into pieces, and threw them into the pot. After all, there were quite a few people eating lunch today, and this little bit would probably only be enough for the females. As for the orcs, they could go out and forage for food later. Qi Xiaoxing thought without any guilt. Now in the room, either injured or females and cubs. A few tall and strong young orcs not feeding themselves. Did they expect her, a weak female, to grow vegetables for them to eat? After finishing all this, she turned around and found several members of the Flame Tiger tribe staring at her in shock. Qi Xiaoxing was a bit confused and touched her face. "What's wrong?" Callie was the first to react. "Sister Xiaoxing, Are you a plant-type talent? That's amazing. She was so amazed that Qi Xiaoxing didn't know how to respond for a moment. Callie continued, then you can always have food to eat. You won't starve in winter. Qi Xiaoxing. She weakly explained, no, that's not it. This plant type can only hasten the growth of plants. If you only eat vegetables, the nutrition won't be sufficient. And my ability is limited. I can't feed too many people right now. Maybe in the future. Is your name Xiaoxing? A female next to Toss asked. Why did you put vegetables and meat together? And the powder you poured into the pot, is that salt? Qi Xiaoxing nodded. This is making meat soup, a very common method. Adding some salt for flavor, and it can replenish some stamina. The female's eyes showed envy and longing. I didn't expect you could use salt. That must come from a very powerful tribe. As she spoke, she felt a bit despondent. Those in front of her, who were warmly dressed, mastering new food preparation techniques, and able to afford salt, must come from a strong tribe. While their flame tiger tribe had already perished, the female thought, feeling downcast, she was lucky not to be killed. But her sister and lover had been taken away by another team from the Sand Snake tribe, and now she didn't know if they were dead or alive. She had a sudden change of emotions, and Qi Xiaoxing naturally noticed it. She didn't hesitate and directly said to the distracted Toss, do you still have tribe members taken away? Tell us. Toss trembled all over, looking at her in disbelief. Are you going to save our tribe members? Ling nodded from the side. Yes, this time we specifically came to find your flame tiger tribe, asking if you would like to join the Greenstone tribe. Greenstone tribe? Toss' eyes first showed joy, then confusion. In his memory, the Greenstone tribe was just a low-tier small tribe, previously even weaker than their flame tiger tribe. Why did such strong individuals suddenly appear, able to afford salt, and invite them to join? Did he hear wrong, or did Qi Xiaoxing say it wrong? Callie cautiously asked from the side, is it the Greenstone tribe? Qi Xiaoxing nodded generously, not feeling that there was anything wrong with her tribe. Toss' mood was complex, and he looked at the other orcs with an ambiguous gaze, closing his mouth, not knowing what to think. The small female who had been following him exclaimed, wow, the Greenstone tribe, isn't that a very poor tribe? Father often said that the people of the Greenstone tribe are very pitiful. Sister, you actually come from a Greenstone tribe, wow. Her tone was so surprised that Qi Xiaoxing and Ling felt a bit embarrassed. Was their tribe really that bad? Qi Xiaoxing silently complained in her heart. When she first arrived at the Greenstone tribe, it really was very poor. Chapter 271. Rescue of the Flame Tiger Tribesmen. 3. You're listened from the side and could understand the reaction of the Flame Tiger Tribesmen very well. After all, before Qi Xiaoxing arrived at their tribe, the Greenstone tribe truly was very poor. As he listened, he recalled his previous life. Although they were a small tribe, their geographical location was good, and the tribesmen were relatively strong, so, except for a miserable winter, their usual days were still quite comfortable. Yer had always been a strong little orc, striving to become a powerful orc warrior like the tribe leader. For the first 20 years of his life, he had never wavered. Training how to hunt and fight was all he lived for. It wasn't until Qi Xiaoxing came to the tribe that he realized licking salt stones to replenish salt was a foolish thing. And it was also the first time he learned that there were so many ways to eat food. Although the Greenstone tribe faced many calamities afterward, it was precisely because of these trials that their tribe became stronger and stronger. This strength was not just about the physical power of the tribesmen, but also about the strength of their spirits. In the past, like these flame tiger tribesmen, had not seen much of the world. Thinking this way, Yer suddenly felt very proud. Lance looked speechlessly at Yer, who suddenly had a silly smile on his face. He controlled his talent skill to cook the meat soup, feeling quite indignant. In fact, to be honest, in the Beast World continent, water and fire talent skills are really not rare. But very few thought of using their talent skills to grill meat and cook. Ever since Qi Xiaoxing came to the tribe, his status in Ling's eyes had plummeted. He used to be a close friend, and now he estimated that in Ling's eyes, he was just a human-shaped walking lighter. Yet he didn't dare to resist. Listening to everyone's conversation, the lighter Lance silently shed a tear of sadness. You didn't hear wrong. We really come from the Greenstone tribe. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but say, now the Greenstone tribe has become much stronger than before, with many territories. Do you know about the Blackstone tribe? Toss looked up at her, wiped his face, and in a hoarse, aged voice said, I know about the Blackstone tribe. The Blackstone tribe attacked our tribe before, and we annihilated them. Now their territory is ours, Qi Xiaoxing said casually, shocking Toss so much that his jaw nearly dropped. The two middle-aged females next to him also widened their eyes. You said the Blackstone tribe was destroyed by you? Qi Xiaoxing nodded, and Toss slapped his thigh. All right, we will join you. Callie looked at the elder in astonishment. wanting to say something but hesitating. In her impression, the elder had always been a serious and stern person, even somewhat rigid, valuing the honor of the Flame Tiger tribe more than his own life. If it weren't for his hands being bound by gravel and being unable to harm the old and weak, she would have suspected that TOS had killed them all to prevent his tribesmen from becoming slaves. Now, this elder actually agreed so easily to Qi Xiaoxing's request. TOS felt uncomfortable under the gazes of several females, thinking, "Don't look at me like that. Do I seem like someone who would easily agree?" The members of the Flame Tiger tribe spoke in unison, "Yes." He said with a hint of weariness, "I don't want to agree either. But you saved our lives, and you are so powerful. If I continue to be stubborn and lead the few remaining members of the Flame Tiger tribe to live in this cruel continent, we probably won't last long. I was already prepared to become a slave, but I didn't expect to meet you." Saying this, TOS knelt on the ground, thanking them. "Thank you, really thank you." Qi Xiaoxing was not very good at handling such scenes. While Ling firmly accepted this gesture, then helped him up. There was no point in discussing this now. The urgent matter was to tell us how many of your tribesmen are still alive and to ask this guy on the ground about how many teams the Sand Snake tribe has left. Ling said as he kicked the dying gravel on the ground and softly said. The hot soup was quickly cooked. Perhaps because it was made using a talent skill, it tasted very good. Even the dry meat did not affect everyone's appetite. Qi Xiaoxing only restrained herself and drank a small bowl, while the rest was consumed by several females, and the seriously injured only drank a little. So delicious. Callie squinted her eyes happily, rarely showing a little expression fitting her age. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but smile, especially when she saw Sun finish a bowl, wanting to continue but reluctantly putting down the bowl, licking her lips and even laughing out loud. Callie also knew they were a bit embarrassed, but the soup was just too delicious. She had never had such tasty soup before. In this short time, Illinois had already dragged back a medium-sized prey, and Lance walked over, looking a bit wronged, to start roasting the meat. They brought salt with them and simply roasted some meat to share with everyone. "This meat is so delicious," Sun exclaimed in surprise, wide-eyed. "How can it have flavor? Isn't roasted meat usually dry and tasteless? This meat actually has flavor." Qi Xiaoxing looked at the surprised and delighted expressions of the Flame Tiger tribe members and felt very sad. It was too pitiful that they had only been eating roasted meat without salt. Chapter 272. Rescuing the Flame Tiger tribe members, for Gravel was awakened by the aroma, his body in severe pain, consciousness blurry, feeling both pain and hunger. He opened his eyes in confusion. Ling kicked him, holding a fragrant roasted beast leg, and in front of Gravel's eager gaze, took a bite, chewing slowly, then raised an eyebrow and asked, "Want to eat?" Gravel, still not understanding what was happening, eagerly nodded. Then he saw Ling slowly bringing the roasted meat close to his mouth, just as he was about to bite it. Ling quickly pulled the meat back and took a bite himself, refusing to share. Qi Xiaoxing watched from the side, speechless. How could Ling be so childish? Gravel finally understood his current situation, glaring at Ling with hatred. "You motherf." Before he could finish cursing, Ling kicked him, causing him to cough up blood. Ling looked at him coldly. "I ask you, how many teams are left in the Sand Snake tribe? And where are they headed?" "I, Gravel, would rather die here than tell you where my tribesmen are," Gravel said fiercely. Qi Xiaoxing was a bit surprised and looked at Gravel with interest. This Gravel had quite a bit of spirit. Ling merely said indifferently, "Tell me, and I'll give you meat." He glanced at the pot that had been cooked again, steaming and aromatic, and added, "And I'll let you drink the soup." Gravel swallowed hard, his hungry stomach battling with his little remaining rationality and sense of shame. "All right, I'll tell you." Qi Xiaoxing. "What happened to your spirit, Gravel? Can a few pieces of meat and a bowl of soup make you betray your tribe?" Qi Xiaoxing couldn't take it anymore. Walking to the side with a black line on her face, leaving everything to Ling while she went to check on several injured Flame Tiger tribe members. These members had varying degrees of injuries that needed treatment. Meanwhile, Ling quickly finished up, disdainfully throwing Gravel some meat from the wild beast and a bowl of soup, watching him wolf it down with gusto, and then walked over to Qi Xiaoxing, whispering in her ear. Qi Xiaoxing nodded. "You guys go ahead, Illinois can stay. We'll wait for you here." Hearing their conversation, Illinois leaned over. "Are you going to rescue the other members of the Flame Tiger tribe?" Ling nodded, calling over the full lands and Qing Sha, briefly explaining the clues Gravel provided, discussing the route. If all went well, they estimated they could rescue everyone and bring them back within 2 days. "Does anyone have any questions?" Ling asked again. Lan said he was completely okay. Qingshan nodded coolly. While the few members of the Flame Tiger tribe were already so moved they couldn't speak, naturally having no objections. The only one with objections was Il. Il, with a face full of sorrow, grabbed Lance's arm, nearly crying, "Don't take me with you. You are isolating me." Lance shrugged him off mercilessly, saying, "It's because you're the weakest." Il seemed to suffer a critical hit, touching his heart that felt like it had shattered into glass shards. Lowering his head and walking to the side, feeling small as if dark clouds were hovering above him. Finding it amusing, Qi Xiaoxing comforted him. "It's not like that. You're Earth-based. You can help us hide our tracks later. Be good. Go put out the fire from the roast. It wouldn't be good if others saw it." Il indeed perked up, running out of the cave to extinguish the fire using his talent skill, and after finishing, he proudly looked at Lance and Qingsha. Qingsha. Qi Xiaoxing found some provisions from her backpack. They had plenty of food. Although they had a few more people now, it was still enough. Moreover, Ling and the others also needed to prepare some provisions. Qi Xiaoxing handed a small bag of 5-spice jerky made from bleeding beast to Ling and leaned in to whisper, "You can have some more." Ling took the small bag of 5-spice jerky, and, unable to resist, he stopped Qi Xiaoxing by the shoulder and kissed her on the lips. Stunning Sun, who had been secretly watching from the side. He had never realized that orcs could do such things with the females they liked. Thinking this, Sun's gaze drifted to Callie. Lance and the others had long since gotten used to Qi Xiaoxing and Ling occasionally showing affection, so they didn't feel much about it, at most envying the 5-spice jerky Ling was holding. Once the 3 orcs left, Qi Xiaoxing began instructing Il, using his talent skill to raise a dirt wall covering most of the cave entrance, leaving only a passage for one person to pass through for ventilation. "Xiaoxing, do you think this is okay?" Il had raised such a large and thick wall, his face a bit pale. "Not bad." Qi Xiaoxing generously praised him, and then cruelly assigned a new task, asking him to go outside the cave to gather more firewood. Ling and the others left. They planned to stay here for 2 or 3 days. The nights were so cold, and there weren't many animal skins, plus those few females all had partners, so they definitely wouldn't want to lie under another orc's belly. The cave could barely shield them from the wind and cold now, but they still needed to make a fire. Without a warm bonfire, it was likely that by the time Ling and the others returned, all the females in the cave would freeze to death. Chapter 273, Rescuing the Yinhu clan members 5. Alright, stop standing over there and sit behind the wall. You'll took the not seriously injured TOS outside to look for firewood, while Qi Xiaoxing looked at the Yinhu clan members still foolishly standing in the wind and smiled helplessly. These females were truly pitiful. Most of the weaker tribes didn't have shoes. Generally, females didn't go out in winter, and when they did, they simply wrapped their feet in animal skins. But those were precious and couldn't be wasted. When they were covering their tribe from being attacked, how could the females have time to wrap animal skins around their feet? Now their feet were frozen stiff, covered in blood and dirt, and just looking at them made Qi Xiaoxing feel pain. KL timidly said, "Sister Xiaoxing." Qi Xiaoxing looked at her in confusion, and KL continued, "We're going over there. Do you still have a place to sleep at night?" Qi Xiaoxing was stunned for a moment before realizing. This cave wasn't very large, nor very deep, with a diameter of about 6 or 7 meters and a width of only about 5 meters. In such a somewhat cramped cave, counting the bound sand, there were a total of 7 people. The width covered by the wall that Yil had made was only about 4 meters, and with a bonfire set up, the actual usable space was only about 3 meters. It didn't feel cramped during the day, but when lying down at night, the space felt very small. Previously, Qi Xiaoxing hadn't felt anything, but now she felt a bit sour in her heart. The members of the Yinhu tribe were really kind-hearted, generally. After suffering devastating blows in their own tribe, most people wouldn't care about such details. "It's okay, you can come over here. We can squeeze a bit to sleep at night. Squeezing together will keep us warmer," Qi Xiaoxing had to say dryly, with her eyes slightly reddened. The 2 middle-aged females exchanged glances, seeing a glimmer of understanding in each other's eyes. They seemed to understand why the elder had agreed without much thought. If they could really join such a kind and strong tribe, it would indeed be a good thing. They no longer hesitated, bringing the little females to the warm side of the wall. "Thank you, Sister Xiaoxing." KL shivered a bit, placing her frozen, purplish hands next to the bonfire to warm them up, feeling warmth spread throughout her body. Qi Xiaoxing smiled and walked inside the cave, where several large bundles of their luggage were placed. She wondered how much food and animal skins were left. Qi Xiaoxing calculated in her heart and began to rummage through the bundles. They had brought about 20 days' worth of dry food when they left. And since QNG Sage was a dual-element water and lightning ability user, they hadn't brought much water, but instead carried a pot and some utensils. The food mainly consisted of cured meat and jerky, which were quite heavy. Then there were the animal skins that Ling insisted on bringing, stuffing a big bag full, worrying that she might get sick on the way. At this moment, they had eaten about half the meat, and the animal skins were still enough. Qi Xiaoxing also carried some original crystals on her, originally thinking they might be useful, but it turned out to be unnecessary now. Come, KL, come on me a bit. Qi Xiaoxing turned around and called KL's name. She had a very good impression of this little female. Okay. KL bounced over. Sister Xiaoxing, what do you want me to do? Perhaps because she had escaped from danger. Or maybe because of the aura from Qi Xiaoxing that made her feel nostalgic, her lively nature began to show, although it was still somewhat restrained. Do you see the animal skins in this bundle? Qi Xiaoxing said. The one on top is the softer skin. Take it out first and distribute it to everyone. Once I lay down the thicker skins on the ground, you can cover yourselves with the skins to rest. KL's eyes were filled with tears. She sniffed hard and nodded vigorously, even waving to her little friends, asking them to come help. Qi Xiaoxing smiled and did not refuse. The animal skins were quickly distributed, and several females still had injuries. Qi Xiaoxing gave them simple treatment and added plenty of spiritual spring water to their lunch. Now, sitting on the soft animal skins, their hands and feet gradually warmed up. A faint smile appeared in Qi Xiaoxing's eyes as she glanced at the food and checked the vines used to bind sand. Drinking a couple of sips of water when Yil and TOS returned. They brought back quite a bit of firewood, at least enough for 2 days. As soon as TOS entered the cave, he couldn't help but exclaim, waking the females who were almost asleep. Why is it so warm? Qi Xiaoxing cast a faint glance at him, and TOS immediately shut his mouth. Yil had come in disguised, shaking off the water from his fur, then quickly changed into human form, putting on his clothes and running to warm himself by the bonfire. Although orcs weren't very sensitive to the cold, they could still feel it, and searching for firewood in the icy forest for so long was quite torturous for them. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at his feet and decided to wait until the females had rested for a day before teaching them how to weave shoes. In winter, they would weave delicate straw sandals and stuff them with skins. Although they weren't waterproof, they were much better than having no shoes at all. Chapter 274. Rescuing the Yinhu clan members. 6. While Qi Xiaoxing and the others rested in the cave, Ling and QNG along with others, began to act based on the clues provided by sand and some intelligence from TOS. Since the 3 of them were tough orcs, they moved quickly after transforming back into their original forms and had considerable strength. After about 2 hours, they arrived near the first team of the Sand Snake tribe. They transformed back into their original forms and hid in a place that the Sand Snake tribe had to pass through, waiting for the Sand Snake tribe to escort the Yinhu tribe members. Being in the forest and further north, with many evergreen, coniferous trees, it was relatively easy to hide. The trees were large, and Lancy hid not far from Ling. After waiting for a while, his gaze swept over Ling, and his eyes widened in shock. Ling was actually sneaking some jerky. When they had just left the cave, Lancy had asked Ling for some. At that time, Ling had just given him a faint glance, neither agreeing nor refusing. Lancy thought that after so many years of friendship, how could Ling not give him a few pieces of the fragrant jerky? He figured it was just inconvenient to eat on the way. And after rescuing the first batch of Yinhu tribe members, he would ask again. The jerky made by Qi Xiaoxing was truly delicious. Lancy never expected Ling would actually steal some. He couldn't help but glare at Ling with a look of accusation, his expression as aggrieved as could be. Ling ignored his accusatory gaze, elegantly finishing all the jerky, then threw Lancy a provocative look. Lancy, this person is really too much. Not only did he refuse to share, but he also provoked him. Did he really think he had no temper? Of course, he had a temper. So the Sand Snake tribe members passing by were out of luck. The second team of the Sand Snake tribe, responsible for escorting more than 10 Yinhu tribe members, had more than half dealt with by Lancy. His strength had already reached late stage, second rank, just a step away from perfection, making him quite formidable. Coupled with the training from Ling earlier, Lancy's strength was among the stronger ones in the QNGSH tribe. Naturally, the ordinary members of the Sand Snake tribe couldn't compete with him, and this time, QNGSH and Ling could be said to have achieved victory without breaking sweat. Thank you. Thank you. The number of people saved from the Yinhu tribe this time is significantly more than before. Among them, a prominent figure is an old female, her face adorned with the totem of the Yinhu tribe, likely their shaman. It was TOS who informed us that you would be escorted here. Ling communicated with the shaman, asking if they were waiting for another convoy escorting the Yinhu people. Qingsha untied around 20 or so orcs and females. The few slightly injured orcs immediately said, "Please let us go with you. We beg you." Let's go together. Ling looked at their gritted teeth expressions and scanned the orcs, asking, "Do you all have strength above second tier?" The orcs were momentarily stunned and then lowered their heads in shame. If they had second tier strength, they wouldn't be alive and escorted. They would have self-destructed and perished with the enemy before the battle ended. Lances patted Ling on the shoulder, smiling. "Ling, don't be so harsh." His gaze fell on the orcs, saying, "I have a task for you. Find a larger, shelter place that can accommodate 50 or 60 people. Remember to leave marks along the way, protect the females, and wait for us to return." The orcs perked up, looking at Lances and Ling with sincere eyes. A small orc couldn't help but break free from his mother's embrace and pounced at Lance's legs, tightly hugging them, his eyes filled with hatred and hope. "Uncle, you must kill all the bad guys and bring my sister back." Lance's gaze softened, his large hand resting on the small orc's furry head. "Okay, Uncle promises you. I will definitely bring your sister back." Ling's lips curved slightly, his eyes flickering. "Let's go." They didn't waste any time, bidding farewell to the Yinhu people and immediately heading toward the last convoy. Half a day later, they successfully rescued more than 30 Yinhu people from that convoy. Lances sustained minor injuries, while Qi Xiaoxing and Ling only consumed some original power. "Damn, you two are really freaks," Lances bit into a jerky angrily. "Not a scratch on you." Ling glanced at him indifferently. "Who told you to be so weak?" Although Qi Xiaoxing didn't speak, Lances felt he agreed with Ling's words. Feeling somewhat bitter, how was I to know that the ones I attacked happened to be mid-second tier? If it weren't for my recent breakthrough, this time would have been dangerous. Ling listened to him and glanced at the corpses of the Sand Snake tribe members lying in disarray on the ground, his brows slightly furrowing. This time, the number of people escorted from the Sand Snake tribe should not be all their manpower. They attacked a total of 3 escort teams. But the strongest was surprisingly that gravel they encountered for the first time. The other strongest were only late second tier, not enough for him to take on with one hand. Unexpectedly, the Sand Snake tribe is so weak, Qi Xiaoxing concluded, while the watching Yinhu tribe members were nearly wide-eyed. It's not that the Sand Snake tribe is too weak. It's you guys who are too strong. Okay. Chapter 275. Harboring affection, although the Yinhu people found it hard to believe that the Sand Snake tribe was too weak. They did not refute it, since the one saying it was their benefactor who had just saved them. The shaman of the Yinhu tribe, under the guidance of Lances and the others, began to head towards the previously rescued tribe members. "How many tribe members did your tribe originally have?" Lances asked, falling into the middle of the group and talking to the Yinhu shaman. There were originally more than 200. The Yinhu shaman revealed a look of deep sorrow and pain, but now there are probably less than 100 alive. Qi Xiaoxing listened quietly and said nothing. Having only 100 survivors is not many. So how utterly failed was the Snow Leopard tribe? Qi Xiaoxing felt a sense of sadness. Their tribe had always had one characteristic. They were stubborn to the end. Even when facing extinction, they had to maintain their pride. Qi Xiaoxing's heart stirred, and he interjected to ask the Yinhu shaman, "Why didn't you choose to kill all the survivors?" He asked very seriously, without a hint of joke in his tone. Lances couldn't help but give Qi Xiaoxing a strange look upon hearing this. Although the Yinhu shaman was from small tribe, she was well informed. After looking at Qi Xiaoxing for a moment, she understood he was a descendant of the Snow Leopard tribe. The events of the Snow Leopard tribe had spread widely, and the Yinhu tribe had also heard about it. The Yinhu shaman did not remain silent for long before giving her answer, forcing a smile. "In this cruel continent, our survival is extremely difficult." As she spoke, her gaze became somewhat distant. "But there are some things worth protecting forever, and that is our people." She let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Perhaps some tribes think we lack backbone like this. But we truly cannot bear to part with those tribe members who have no utilitarian value." Her voice trembled, her eyes filled with hatred. "They have long been killed by enemies. Look at those old, weak, and young ones who survive now. How can we bear to lay a hand on them?" After she finished speaking, she fell silent, as if recalling sorrowful past events. Qi Xiaoxing heard this expected answer and felt an indescribable mix of emotions. He understood that perhaps the Yinhu tribe's choice seemed very cowardly to some powerful tribes. Yet, he felt a deep envy even thinking, if the Snow Leopard tribe had chosen this way back then, would the outcome have been different? But now it was too late to say anything. Qi Xiaoxing stopped talking, and Lances, understanding his feelings, did not continue chatting with the shaman. The group fell into a momentary silence. Ling flew at the front, spreading his wings. Whenever he encountered some wild beasts along the way, he would effortlessly deal with them, allowing several orcs who had transformed into beast forms to carry them on their backs. They needed a considerable amount of time to come from the Qingstone tribe, and now, with so many females and young ones, their speed was definitely slower than before. So it was wise to prepare more provisions. After walking for about half a day, the sky was about to darken. The weather today was relatively good, with no strong sun to melt all the snow on the ground, and no rain or snow, making it suitable for travel. It's getting dark. Should we find a place? Lance's suggestion was interrupted by Ling. Let us walk a bit longer. We will soon meet up with the convoy ahead. Lances looked at his friend's cold demeanor, thinking, are you eager to meet up with the convoy ahead? Most likely. You can't wait to return to see Qi Xiaoxing, right? However, he only dared to think this in his heart. If he said it out loud, he would probably be beaten up by his friend. Lances shrugged, encouraging the orcs who were carrying many prey and females. Everyone, keep it up. We should be there in about half an hour. The rescued Yinhu tribe, orcs, issued a fierce beast roar, filled with spirit, and the females sitting on their backs were also infected, revealing long-lost smiles. Xiaomei sat on the back of an orc, and from her angle, she could clearly see Ling's figure. She stared blankly as Ling turned his head to speak to Lances, admiring his long eyelashes, narrow phoenix eyes, honey-colored pupils, and his almost perfectly handsome profile. Unable to help but blush. Just moments ago, it was this person who opened a pair of beautiful wings and severed the neck of the enemy, trying to violate her, rescuing her from the hands of demons. This person was her savior, and such a powerful orc. She touched her relatively smooth cheek, unable to resist, feeling a flutter in her heart. Xiaomei, being a top beauty in the Yinhu tribe, had skin whiter than the average female and was also good-looking. This time, it was because she desperately pleaded with the orcs of the Sand Snake tribe that her friend was protected. She had awakened her talent skill before reaching adulthood, and it was a rare plant-type talent skill, although it was only at the first level. She could already help grow some vegetables to help her family survive the harsh winter. In any case, she was an outstanding female. Previously in the tribe, almost half of the orcs liked her, but she had never met someone she liked. However, now looking at Ling in the distance, effortlessly using his talent skill to deal with a beast that had emerged, Xiaomei felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Such an outstanding orc, her hero, must be the perfect partner bestowed upon her by heaven. Xiaomei blinked her beautiful eyes. She couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 276. I'm a plant-type talent skill. Before it got completely dark, Ling finally led everyone to find the Yinhu tribe members they had rescued earlier. Those orcs had indeed found a decent shelter and had thoughtfully left marks along the way to ensure they could find them. Although the way they marked their path was rather amusing. The shelter they found was beneath a huge rock wall, a naturally formed slope that created a dry, wind-sheltered area. When Ling and the others arrived, the Yinhu tribe members who had arrived earlier had even started a fire. Lance walked in and saw a few orcs roasting a small sheep beast, laughing heartlessly. Well done. Not all. One orc said a bit nervously. It's just too hard to hunt food here. We only managed to find this one sheep beast. The orc looked at the nearly roasted sheep beast, swallowed hard, and said, Benefactor, you haven't had dinner yet, right? This sheep beast is for you. He said this while his gaze was glued to the sheep beast, nearly drooling. Come on now. Lance patted the orc on the shoulder. We brought our own prey. Who wants to eat such a tough sheep beast? The orc breathed a sigh of relief, but felt inexplicably embarrassed, lowering his head as if he wanted to bury himself in the ground. Ha ha, you're quite amusing, Lance laughed, while Ling crossed his arms and watched the commotion for a while. As a few of them chatted, over 30 Yinhu tribe members had gradually descended from the orcs who had transformed back. Xiaomei and Wu walked at the front, and when Wu saw the comical orc, tears immediately flowed down her face. Tony, the young orc named Tony, upon hearing Wu's voice, looked up in surprise, and their eyes met. He couldn't help but choke up. Mother. He rushed forward to hug Wu, but after a moment, he realized Xiaomei was standing beside Wu. Feeling a bit awkward, he let go of his mother, rubbed his nose, and looked at Xiaomei, whose face was glowing in the firelight, smiling. Xiaomei, it's so good to see you safe. Tony thought he might cry. Both of his favorite females were unharmed. Tony was Xiaomei's childhood friend, and seeing him safe made her very happy. She smiled back at him. It's great to see you safe too. This is the prey we caught on the way here. You orcs can take it to the river to process. It shouldn't be far from here, Ling said, pointing to the pile of prey that was almost stacked into a small mountain. With so many people needing food, let's roast it all tonight. Since they were standing on the ground, Xiaomei and Ling were closer together. She couldn't help but admire Ling's handsome face in the firelight, feeling a flutter in her heart, and softly said, I can make soup. Let me help with the cooking later. Ling glanced at her without speaking. Wu then reacted. I have some medicinal herb seeds with me. Xiaomei, can you help grow some? Everyone has suffered recently. It will be better for them to eat some herbs to recover. Xiaomei smiled brightly, looking like a beautiful painting. Okay. Ling was a bit surprised. You can grow plants? Xiaomei thought this was her chance to show off. Blushing, she nodded and humbly said, I have a plant-type talent skill. I can help grow some plants, but I'm still weak. I can't handle too many at once. Oh. Ling looked at Xiaomei with interest. It was the first time he had seen a female with the same talent skill as Xiaoxing, but he only found it novel and quickly shifted his attention elsewhere. Feeling Ling's gaze drift away, Xiaomei felt a bit disappointed but kept her spirits high. Everything was just beginning, and she still had many opportunities. That night, she was very proactive, working hard to grow plants and won a lot of praise. Ling, this is the meat soup with warming herbs. Do you want to have a bowl? Xiaomei tidied her hair and walked over to Ling, who was standing at the cave entrance, looking out at something, and gently asked. Ling turned around and took the bowl. Thank you. He was polite but distant, cold as a statue. Xiaomei bit her lip. Thank you for saving me today. Ling took a sip of the soup, subtly furrowing his brow, and said, It was just a small effort. Xiaomei smiled, her eyes sparkling like stars. To you, it may be a small effort, but to me, it's a life-saving grace. Ling said nothing, silently finishing the soup and then returning the bowl to her. It's nothing. Was it good? Do you want to have some more? Xiaomei couldn't help but ask, wanting Ling to affirm her cooking skills. After all, she was recognized as a good cook in the entire Yinhu tribe. No need. After saying this, Ling left with long strides, not bothering with Xiaomei again. Although this female also had a plant-type talent skill, her cooking was far inferior to Xiaoxing's and tasted bad. If it weren't for Xiaoxing telling him not to waste food, he wouldn't have drunk it at all. Sigh. Ling began to miss the jerky he devoured alone in the afternoon. If he had known, he would have held back and not eaten it all at once. Chapter 277. Will and Cooperation. Xiaomei held the bowl, feeling very unwilling, but a fierce fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. No orc had ever spoken to her in such a tone or manner. This not only made her feel a bit uncomfortable, but also seemed very challenging. If she could win over such an outstanding orc as Ling, it would definitely be a very fulfilling accomplishment. She would not give up, Xiaomei thought. But little did she know that her actions had long been noticed by Lance. Lance took a sip of the soup and grimaced. Oh my god, this soup is so awful. Only someone from the Yinhu tribe who has never eaten good food would think it's decent. It doesn't even compare to half of what Qi Xiaoxing makes. And it's even worse than what Ayrsha cooks. Even he found it unsatisfactory. So how could Ling, who was accustomed to gourmet food every day, stand it? Lance shook his head. Some people just didn't know their limits, and he couldn't be bothered with it. They rested here for the night, and the next day, around 9 in the morning, Ling woke the still sleeping Yinhu tribe members. Though he understood their previous ordeal, his desire to see Qi Xiaoxing was even more urgent. Ling couldn't wait another moment. If he couldn't see Qi Xiaoxing by noon, he felt his mental energy, which had just stabilized, would rebel again. Get up. Thinking of leaving a good impression on Ling, Xiaomei got up early and prepared a simple breakfast with the materials from last night. Unfortunately, there weren't many people to eat it. Upon hearing Ling say they needed to set off early, she felt her opportunity had come and gently called everyone up one by one. Ling looked at her appreciatively. This female was quite capable. With her help, he would surely see Qi Xiaoxing soon. But Xiaomei misunderstood the meaning of that glance, feeling that Ling had looked at her, which made her heart sweeter than honey. Lance, watching from the side, was utterly speechless and just wanted to roll his eyes. Even the usually silent Qing Sha noticed something was off. But he didn't care about such things, and couldn't even be bothered to roll his eyes. Once everyone was ready, the orcs transformed into their beast forms, and the group set off again, dusty and weary. Because they wanted to see Qi Xiaoxing as soon as possible, their pace was much faster than yesterday. The well-fed and rested Yinhu tribe members certainly dared not voice any objections and just followed closely behind, trying their best to keep up. At the same time, as Ling was rushing over with the others, Qi Xiaoxing was teaching a few female members of the Yinhu tribe how to weave grass sandals. The materials used were crafted from small vine seeds she had cultivated herself, which were quite resilient and perfect for weaving. Sister Xiaoxing, look at how well I'm weaving. Kali was nestled on a beast's skin, roasting by the fire, while comparing the rudimentary shape of a grass sandal she had woven to her own little feet. It was pretty, but it certainly had a shape. Qi Xiaoxing smiled, her eyes curving, as she reached out to pat Kali's little head, saying, not bad. Keep it up. Kali beamed with joy and, seeing Sun's clumsy attempts, cleared her throat and struck a little teacher's pose. Son, you're doing it wrong. It should be woven like this. Watch me, I'll demonstrate for you. Ah, I told you it's not like that. After teaching for a while, Kali Seeing Sun still clueless, got a bit annoyed. Humph, forget it, I won't teach you anymore. Sun looked at his hand, which was more than double the size of Kali's, then at the vine that was thinner than his pinky finger, and his face scrunched up. Why should an orc learn to weave such things? It was really helpless. Seeing him look so miserable, Kali suddenly stopped being angry. All right. I won't laugh at you anymore. I'll help you weave your grass sandals later. I don't need it. You just weave yours. Sun quickly waved his hands to indicate he was fine. Kali started to get angry again. Qi Xiaoxing and a few females watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh. These two kids were just too amusing. Come on, it's just grass sandals. What is the big deal? Shali mocked from side. He had already woken up, but he had been beaten badly by Ling before, sustaining serious injuries, and was tied up with the toughest vines by Qi Xiaoxing. With IL and TOS keeping a close watch, he couldn't even move, only able to make sarcastic remarks from the sidelines. Qi Xiaoxing put away her smile and slowly walked over to him, placing a hand on the vines that had been slightly yellowed after 2 days. In his astonished gaze, green shoots slowly emerged from her palm. Shali instantly cried out in pain, startling Il, who had been watching him closely. What the? Il opened his eyes wide, staring seriously at Shali, who was writhing in discomfort as if being pricked by needles. After a while, he noticed many small thorns had appeared on the smooth vines that had bound him. Qi Xiaoxing calmly withdrew her hand, revealing a seemingly harmless smile to the grimacing Shali. Still talking nonsense? Cold sweat streamed down Shali's face as he looked at Qi Xiaoxing's smile, feeling like he was staring at a devil. Il also felt a chill down his spine. Qi Xiaoxing had always seemed so gentle and harmless. He had almost forgotten that her innate skills had reached the second tier, comparable to his own. If a fight broke out, it was uncertain who would win. Il rubbed his arms and secretly vowed never to provoke Qi Xiaoxing again. Qi Xiaoxing retracted the smile in her eyes and turned to continue watching the kids weave. Just as she stood up, Ling's voice came from the cave entrance, Xiaoxing. He called her name warmly, and Qi Xiaoxing was momentarily stunned before her face lit up with joy. Ling and the others are back. Chapter 278, Targeting One Ling. Qi Xiaoxing hurriedly wrapped herself in a thick cloak and walked out of the cave, immediately spotting her lover descending in front of her. Ling was still dressed as he had been when he left, snowflakes dampening the strands of hair on his forehead, sticking to his handsome face and lessening his usual aloofness. At this moment, he was gazing at her earnestly, his warm pupils filled with the joy of reunion. Ling curled his lips, melting away the icy coldness, and stretched out his long arms to tightly embrace Qi Xiaoxing, whispering softly near her ear, "Xiaoxing, I'm back." The warmth of his breath brushed against her sensitive, cold ear, and Qi Xiaoxing's face flushed. For the first time, she felt such a fiery moment in the cold winter. However, she didn't push Ling away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her head in his embrace. The two displayed their affection openly, oblivious to the world around them. Lans and Qing Sha were used to it. Lans didn't look at the eye-catching couple, but directed the Yin, who tribe members behind them, to put their things down and gather some firewood and dry grass. Xiaomei sat on Tony's back, momentarily stunned and unresponsive. "Xiaomei, what is wrong? Are you frozen stiff? Do you want me to help you down?" A female member, seeing her pale face, thought she was suffering from the cold and hurried to Tony, who was lying obediently on the ground, reaching out her hand to Xiaomei. Xiaomei came back to her senses, her face pale, and smiled weakly at the female. "I'm fine, thank you." "Xiaomei, you don't need to say thank you." The female laughed a couple of times and helped Xiaomei slide down from Tony's back. Xiaomei smiled kindly at her, very gently, but her eyes were filled with deep unwillingness. She had always thought that Ling was also a single orc. After all, Ling didn't seem mature and was very aloof. Such a powerful orc wouldn't easily be allowed by an ordinary tribe to bond with an ordinary female. After all, the innate skills of ordinary females were merely purification. She naively believed that Ling was specifically crafted for her by the heavens. However, Xiaomei, with a smile on her face, tightly clenched her hand with great force. How could she see Ling embracing another female? No, perhaps she had just seen it wrong. Xiaomei was unwilling to accept this fact in her heart and could only comfort herself like this, forcing herself to celebrate their new lives with the remaining members of the tribe. After settling all the members of the Yanu tribe, Lans was about to collapse from exhaustion. The cave wasn't very big, but they were fortunate to find a natural windbreak nearby. Lans had pulled Il over to work, nearly draining all his energy, building several walls and constructing several large earthen stoves. Il, in his mimicry form, lay pitifully on the ground, occasionally letting out a few moans of despair. Why was he always the one to build wind-blocking walls? Lance patted IL's fluffy head, mercilessly teasing him. When I was forced by Ling to use my innate skill to start a fire and roast meat, I probably felt just like you do now. Lance chuckled a couple of times. Serves you right for laughing at me. Lance felt a sense of satisfaction after getting a little revenge on his friend and was about to call Ling, who was immersed in sweet romantic moments with Qi Xiaoxing, to go hunting together when he saw Qing Sha transformed into a massive snow leopard, dragging a very large boar dragon beast over. There were fierce bite marks on the dragon's neck, indicating it had likely been killed by a bite. Qing Sha dragged the boar dragon beast to one side, transformed into human form, expressionless as he put on his clothes, then said to the bewildered Lance, "Master sent me to hunt." Lance? MD Ling is really a beast, always making use of friends and little apprentices. Just as Ling was methodically reporting the itinerary of the past 2 days to Qi Xiaoxing, he suddenly sneezed. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at him and asked Ling, "Do you have a cold?" Ling shook his head, "No." "Huh." Qi Xiaoxing reached out and pinched Ling's nose. "Then you continue." Mr. Ling looked at her with doting eyes, took Qi Xiaoxing's somewhat cold hands, and tucked them into his clothes. "Actually, we didn't encounter anything big. They're all quite weak." Qi Xiaoxing twitched at the corner of her eye. She knew that in Ling's eyes, there probably weren't many who were truly strong. "Xiaoxing, the ingredients are ready. What should we do?" Lance walked over, interrupting their conversation. Before he could say much, he felt Ling's sharp gaze piercing into him. He was also quite helpless, okay? Although the female Mei from the Yinhu tribe said she could help prepare lunch, he didn't want to eat such terrible food again, okay? So despite the risk of being pierced by his brother's glare, Lance bravely stepped up because he felt that good food was a bit more important. Qi Xiaoxing pulled her hand out of Ling's clothes, feeling warm. Chapter 279, Target 2. She asked Lance, "What ingredients did you hunt?" Different things have different cooking methods, and many wild beasts shouldn't just be roasted or boiled into soup. Lance paused and said, "A boar dragon." Then Il went to dig out a few eggs and some tubers. Qi Xiaoxing nodded. They had eaten boar dragon beasts before, but there was still a big difference between juvenile and adult boar dragons. How big was the boar dragon? Lance said, "Pretty big, about 3 meters long." Qi Xiaoxing, "Let's roast it then." With such a large boar dragon, even if she wanted to cook it differently, it wouldn't be feasible. After all, it was too big. This boar dragon would probably just be the food for the beast people, so it was better to let them be self-sufficient. "Oh." Lance felt a bit disappointed, but didn't say anything. As he was about to leave, Qi Xiaoxing called him back, "Leave a piece of meat out. We'll have a little extra meal at noon." Lance suddenly perked up, nodding vigorously as he left. Qi Xiaoxing's eyes sparkled with a smile, and when she turned back to look at Ling, she found he was also looking at her, feeling a bit shy as she averted her gaze. So, the lunch for the Yinhu tribe was separated from the few people of the Qingshu tribe. She and Ling walked towards the place preparing lunch, where many roasting racks had already been set up. The people from the Yinhu tribe were gathered together, and the 70 or so of them seemed quite a lot. Qi Xiaoxing took a jar of salt from her backpack and handed it to the shaman of the Yinhu tribe. "This is salt. You should use some of the seasoning when roasting meat at noon. It should taste much better." The shaman of the Yinhu tribe's eyes widened slightly. She knew what salt was, but was surprised that the Qingshu tribe could afford it. Qi Xiaoxing understood the confusion in her eyes and just smiled without saying anything. She walked straight to Il and Qing Sha, who had already set up a stone pot, and Lance had kindly cut the boar dragon meat into pieces. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at him, thinking that this person would do anything for food. She didn't delay and instructed Lance to get a large piece of small stone slab with slightly raised edges and set it on the earthen stove. "Xiaoxing, what are we eating?" Ling asked expectantly from his side. "Stir-fried meat," Qi Xiaoxing said as she used a bone knife to cut the fatty meat from the boar dragon beast and tossed it into the pot to render fat. Once the oil was rendered, she took out a few chili seeds she had secretly placed in her bag, quickly sprouted a chili seedling, picked a few chilies from it, washed them after handing them to Qing Sha, cut open 2 and tossed them into the pot. Instantly, a spicy aroma accompanied by the sizzling sound of frying spread out. "What are they doing?" A female was choked by the smell and took a few steps back, frowning as she asked Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei stirred the meat soup she was cooking, feeling anxious as she also wanted to know what that annoying female next to Ling was doing. "What the hell is this smell?" Il couldn't stand it and sneezed several times before quickly running to the side. Qi Xiaoxing shot him a glance and continued pouring the boar dragon meat into the pot, starting to stir-fry. After about 3 or 4 minutes, a rich aroma gradually filled the air. Gu Xiaoxiao poured in quite a bit of water mixed in a few drops of spring water, added salt, and tossed in some previously made small tubers, all into the pot. After stir-frying for a while, she added some sauce she had made earlier. After frying for a bit longer, a pot of meat was finally ready. So fragrant. Lance swallowed hard, his eyes glued to the pot of meat. Qi Xiaoxing wiped the sweat from her forehead. Although it was winter now, cooking like this and stir-frying such a large pot of boar dragon meat was really tiring. Then I won't be polite. Il couldn't hold back anymore. Even before Qi Xiaoxing said they could eat, he reached out and swiftly stole a piece of meat, then eagerly put it in his mouth. Hiss! Hot! Il yelped and ran around the crowd, seeming to calm down only after a while. He spat out the bones and looked at the pot of meat with shining eyes. Delicious, delicious. Saying that, he reached out again to grab more meat. Ling slapped him on the forehead. No stealing. Qi Xiaoxing laughed. So? Il looked a bit confused, his eyes showing a puzzled expression. What is spicy? Qi Xiaoxing was a bit embarrassed when she realized that it seemed to be Il's first time eating her stir-fried dishes for the past few days. They had just made do with some dry rations. Asking him wouldn't yield anything, so she simply pulled Ling's arm. Can you go get some chopsticks? Ling nodded and signaled to the obedient Qing Sha waiting to eat meat. Qing Sha honestly made a few pairs of chopsticks and returned silently. A few of them started to eat. They were happily eating and didn't notice that the aroma from their side had already spread out, filling the entire hillside below with the scent of stir-fried meat. The Yinhu tribe's people, eating the roasted meat seasoned with salt, initially thought there was nothing more delicious in the world, but upon smelling the aroma wafting from Qi Xiaoxing's side, they felt that the roasted meat in their hands was utterly tasteless. Even the beastmen found the roasted meat so bland, while the females drinking soup and eating boiled meat found it even harder to bear. Chapter 280, Target 3, So Fragrant. A beastman sniffed the aroma in the air, then looked at the dry roasted meat in his hand and the bowl of seemingly tasteless meat soup, genuinely not wanting to eat anymore. However, they only felt envious and didn't dare to approach and chat with Ling and the others. After all, they were their saviors. Would it be appropriate to ask a savior for meat? Moreover, the meat they were eating was still obtained by those people. Many beastmen from the Yinhu tribe felt a surge of emotion, and some who knew about the Qingshi tribe inviting them to join were even more stirred up. Now, they were outdoors, and the food smelled so good. If they really joined the Qingshi tribe, wouldn't there be many delicious things to eat every day? If we say that adult orcs and females can still disguise their emotions and achieve a subtle envy, then those young cubs cannot hide their craving for food as well. Callie, having known Qi Xiaoxing the longest and having lived with her in the cave for a day or two, couldn't resist her cravings at this moment. She stepped closer to them. Sister Xiaoxing, what you're eating smells so good. Can I have a taste, just a little? Qi Xiaoxing laughed as she looked at the girl with a birthmark on her face, showing a smile, and picked up a small piece of meat. Come on, open your mouth. Callie let out a sound of delight as she ate the fragrant piece of meat. After a moment, she showed a surprised expression. This was the best food she had ever tasted in her memory. She felt that she was growing fonder of this Sister Xiaoxing. But Callie was a sensible little female and wouldn't linger here, asking for food. After expressing her gratitude to Qi Xiaoxing, she turned and went back to the Yinhu tribe to cook her own food. Is it delicious? Xin asked secretly. Callie whispered in his ear, so delicious. When I grow up, I'll make some for you. Xin immediately showed a smile, his eyes sparkling. Okay, I'll wait for you to make it for me. Lance and Il didn't notice this little interaction. They rarely got to eat Qi Xiaoxing's cooking. Lance was better off. At least Elsa occasionally added meals for him. Although Elsa's cooking wasn't as good as Qi Xiaoxing's, it was still decent. Il was in a worse situation. He was a single orc, and most of the elders in his family had perished in the previous beast tide and calamities. Normally, he was the only one eating enough to keep the family from starving. Strangely, even though Il was an orc, he somehow had a magical ability to make food taste terrible. It could be imagined what his previous life was like. It's so delicious. Il had oil all over his mouth, eating hurriedly yet slowly, eager to snatch meat from the hands of the other orcs, enjoying it immensely. When he finally felt half full, Illinois showed a confused yet happy expression. Ling, Lance, do you think this might be my last meal as an orc? Just now when I was eating meat, I saw beautiful flower fields. It seemed like the beast god was calling me. The usually calm Qing Sha couldn't stand Il's foolishness any longer and slapped his forehead. Shut up, just eat your meal without all this nonsense. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but laugh from the side, thinking these orcs were too easily satisfied. The meal she prepared would only be considered average takeout in modern times. Even considering the delicious ingredients of the orc continent and the enhancement from the spiritual spring, it was at most decent, far from top-tier delicacies. In fact, during this time, she had been craving hot pot and spicy skewers. If there were modern flavors and delicious natural ingredients, enhanced by the spiritual spring, it would surely be a wonderful experience. Unfortunately, she only had her own sauces, which were still far from modern recipes. However, hot pot and spicy skewers were not feasible for now, but she could still make a stew or something. If worst came to worst, she could make a simplified version of hot pot. The more Qi Xiaoxing thought about it, the more she felt the meat in front of her was a bit greasy, so she ate some tubers and drank some hot water, leaving all the meat for the orcs. She had cooked a lot of meat, and with the tubers it really filled a big pot. Imagine a pot about half a meter in diameter filled with meat. She thought there would be some leftovers, but Aiel nearly licked the pot clean. After eating, they waited for the Yinhu tribe to finish their simple preparations before setting off. Ling took the time to find a shaman and the elder to OS of the Yinhu tribe. These were the two most authoritative people still alive in the tribe. We should be leaving in about an hour. Ling's gaze fell onto his face. As we discussed earlier, the reason we're here to rescue you is partly due to Callie's request, and another reason is that we hope you can join the Qingshi tribe. After Ling finished speaking, Tu's expression changed. He asked, what if someone is unwilling to join the Qingshi tribe? TOS didn't finish his sentence, but Ling understood his meaning. He interrupted Tu's next words, we won't care about those who are unwilling to join the Qingshi tribe, nor will we provide protection. After all, our tribe has limited strength, and you should understand that. TOS forced a bitter smile and nodded, indicating that he understood. The shaman of the Yinhu tribe stood by, and, after hearing this, was more steadfast than TOS. I am willing and will do my best to persuade my people. We will give you a response in half an hour. Ling nodded, satisfied with this answer. Chapter 281. Targeting for what to say. Qi Xiaoxing sat on the side, packed and ready, watching Ling with broad shoulders, long legs, black hair, and golden eyes slowly walk over from a distance, revealing a gentle smile. Have you finished talking with the Yinhu tribe? Ling sat down beside her, naturally taking her hand and holding it in his embrace. Not yet, they might still be considering. Qi Xiaoxing frowned slightly. To be honest, she couldn't really understand the thoughts of those in the Yinhu tribe who were unwilling. In this world, when survival had become a luxurious challenge, how important was the persistence for a complete tribe? But after all, it was their choice, and she had no right to say anything. Qi Xiaoxing didn't continue discussing the Yinhu tribe with Ling, but instead talked about other things. Upon reflection, most of their conversations revolved around the tribe, construction, and cultivation. Sometimes, their private time together was quite limited. Qi Xiaoxing felt a little emotional as she looked at Ling's handsome profile. She thought of something. Ling, after we go back this time, can we rest for a few days before looking for people? Ling showed a hint of surprise, but quickly smiled. Sure. Qi Xiaoxing pinched her fingertips. This time when we go back, I want to eat hot pot. Do you know what hot pot is? Ling honestly shook his head. I like everything you make. They chatted back and forth, making the waiting time feel particularly relaxed. They felt at ease, but some were not so fortunate, like Lance and Xiaomei. Lance just felt like he was being tortured by the couple, and after so many days, he was starting to get used to it. Xiaomei's feelings were much more complicated. After lunch, she specifically found Callie to ask her whom she thought cooked better, herself or Qi Xiaoxing. To her surprise, Callie showed a very surprised expression. Sister Xiaomei, of course. It's Sister Qi Xiaoxing's cooking that is better. Both Callie's tone and expression made Xiaomei feel extremely insulted. She held her composure, pretending not to care, but deep down, she felt a twinge of jealousy and even some resentment. So she kept observing the situation between Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, only to see the two of them chatting without care and even hugging. How could this be? Ling was the one she liked. Only Ling was worthy of her. Xiaomei bit her lip tightly, her mind filled with the scene of Ling descending from the sky to save her from the filthy sand snake tribe's people. But that scene didn't last long. Xiaomei. Elder TOS looked displeased at the distracted female in front of him. Are you willing to join the Qingshi tribe? Xiaomei finally came to her senses and remembered that they were indeed discussing whether to join the Qingshi tribe. She lowered her eyelashes, thinking about the way Ling had looked at Qi Xiaoxing just now, and softly said, I'm willing. Tosi was taken aback, his face showing signs of aging. He looked around and found that most of the tribespeople who had heard about this proposal chose to join the Qingshi tribe, with only a little over 10 tribespeople opposing it. Tosi understood that from now on, the Yinhu tribe was likely to cease to exist. He looked at the tribespeople who had suffered a lot in the past few days, their faces lacking vitality, and he still tried to persuade those few who were unwilling to join, saying, although I don't really want to abandon our former territory, Nor do I wish to forsake the faith of Yanhu. The truth is they saved us, and we don't have enough strength to survive in the wild. Facing the attacks from the Shashi tribe and the covetous eyes of the Yanshi tribe. As Tosi spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Now that things had come to this point, it was a good thing that a tribe was willing to accept us. I hope you can walk with us. His heartfelt words truly moved people. Those unwilling to join the Qi Xiaoxing tribe were mostly middle-aged beastmen, who still had strength left, and with their families gone. They were thinking of seeking revenge on the Shashi tribe. But after hearing Tosi's words, they were unsure if they should stick to their ideas. Let's pack our things first. We'll set off in half an hour. If you really want to leave, you can sneak away from the back of the line. We won't stop you, Tosi said, appearing much older in that moment. In such an atmosphere, Xiaomei still couldn't let go of her jealousy towards Qi Xiaoxing. She felt that she had changed a bit. She wouldn't have been so jealous of others before. She bit her lip to hide her emotions and started packing with everyone. Half an hour later, the people of the Yanhu tribe had also finished packing. There were over 70 of them, with more than 30 beastmen and around 40 females. Most of the beastmen transformed into their beast forms, waiting for the females to climb onto their backs. Although typically only partners would ride on a beastman's back, in this special situation of travel and escape, most people wouldn't mind. Xiaomei, are you still going to ride on my back? Tony blinked and walked over to Xiaomei with a flattering expression. Xiaomei had very little luggage, just a leather bag. She had always ridden on Tony's back before, as he was her childhood friend, but now. Xiaomei's gaze shifted to Qi Xiaoxing and Ling ahead, and a thought slowly formed in her mind. She said to Tony, "Wait for me a moment. I'll go talk to my savior." Oh, Tony didn't suspect anything and took her leather bag, waiting dumbly in place. Chapter 282. Target 5. Xiaomei jogged to the two of them, her fair and beautiful cheeks flushed with a hint of red from the exercise, making her look very charming. Her bright eyes were fixed on Ling beside Qi Xiaoxing. Ling, thank you for saving me earlier. Ling, it's nothing. Qi Xiaoxing, with great interest, crossed her arms and watched what this female was up to. Ling's indifference was expected by Xiaomei. She didn't continue to mention how Ling had saved her, but changed the subject instead. When I told you my talent skill is plant-based, you seemed very surprised. Isn't plant-based talent skill quite rare? Ling raised an eyebrow, his phoenix eyes scanning Xiaomei's face critically before he discreetly observed Qi Xiaoxing's expression, slowly calculating how to explain this to his wife later. Qi Xiaoxing was indeed very surprised. She and expected that Xiaomei also had a plant-based talent skill. However, this didn't affect her. She could confidently say that there was absolutely no other female with the same talent skill as hers in the entire Beastman continent. Xiaomei continued, "It would be great if someone had the same talent skill as mine. Then we could exchange ideas together. Ling, don't you think so?" She paused for a moment. "If I join the Qi Xiaoxing tribe in the future, I'll need you to take care of me." Xiaomei gently blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering in the wind, endless spring colors rippling from her eyes. Ling instinctively took 2 steps back, a wave of unbearable disgust rising in his heart. He didn't give Xiaomei any face, pursing his lips. His voice is cold as a winter wind. "Many from a Yanhu tribe are joining the Qi Xiaoxing tribe. You can find them and take care of you. I have females I need to take care of." His meaning was very clear, his handsome face expressionless, causing Xiaomei to feel a chill in her heart. Xiaomei's expression stiffened, feeling very embarrassed. She had never expected Ling would speak so harshly. Feeling aggrieved, a hint of resentment unconsciously surfaced in her eyes. She glared at Ling fiercely and turned to run away, her back looking as fragile as a willow in the wind, making Qi Xiaoxing feel a bit sorry for her. Qi Xiaoxing held back a hint of displeasure in her heart and walked over to Ling, poking his waist. "That beautiful girl was being nice to you, and you were so unromantic." Ling naturally held Qi Xiaoxing's mischievous hand at his waist and brought it to his chest, staring into her eyes. After a long moment, he chuckled softly and bent down to place delicate kisses on her eyelashes. "What? Do you want me to take care of her?" Qi Xiaoxing's eyelashes fluttered. A tingling sensation on her eyelids made her feel a bit unwell. "You can take care of whoever you want. I want care." Qi Xiaoxing, having been soothed by Ling, lost her anger and simply made a firm statement. Ling kissed his way from her eyelashes to the side of her face, then landed on her somewhat cold lips. His eyes were filled with tenderness, making Qi Xiaoxing unable to resist sinking into it. She knew that Ling, this big pig trotter, was the best at making her happy. But why did it always seem like someone else was interested in her partner? Qi Xiaoxing caught a glimpse of Ling's narrow eyes and straight nose. Her face heated up, It was all this guy's fault for being so devilishly handsome, making other females so interested. Qi Xiaoxing felt unhappy and reached out to pinch Ling's face, pulling it to the sides. Ling let her pinch his face with indulgence, without any complaints. Seeing his somewhat deformed handsome face, Qi Xiaoxing's anger gradually dissipated. Xiaomei, you're back. Over there. Tony was still dumbfoundedly holding Xiaomei's luggage. Seeing her return with an unhappy expression, he couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong? Did that Ling bully you? If he dares to bully you, I'll be the first to duel him." Tony's face flushed with excitement. He had grown up with Xiaomei and had always regarded her as his future partner. He would do anything for her. Moreover, he liked Xiaomei very much in his heart, and if Ling really dared to bully her, he certainly wouldn't let Ling off easily, even if he might not be able to beat him. Xiaomei's eyes were still glistening with tears, and she had no mind to deal with the annoying Tony. She waved her hand, biting her lip. "No, Ling didn't bully me. I just feel a bit sad for those tribespeople who were killed. You're really kind." Tony lowered his eyes and sighed deeply. "I wish the people of the Qi Xiaoxing tribe could have come a bit earlier." After saying this, Tony couldn't help but slap himself. "Hey, what am I saying? They came to save us. How can I complain that they didn't come early enough? Xiaomei, don't worry. No matter which tribe we're in, I will take care of you wholeheartedly and won't let you go hungry for even a day." Tony's eyes were full of determination as he made his vow. Xiaomei felt no joy in her heart. She knew that Tony liked her, but right now, she loved Ling. Just now, being ruthlessly rejected by Ling, Xiaomei only felt embarrassed and indignant. At this moment, Tony wiped her face with his rough hand, and suddenly a wave of nausea surged in Xiaomei's heart, causing her to slap Tony's hand away. Tony stood there in a daze, his amber eyes filled with hurt. Xiaomei couldn't bear to see this, and hurriedly tried to remedy the situation. "Tony, I'm sorry. I felt like something flew in my just now, and it hurt when you touched me. I didn't mean it." Tony was a bit foolish. He believed whatever Xiaomei said. At this moment, he only looked at her with concern. "Xiaomei, did that thing hurt you a lot? How about I blow on it for you?" Xiaomei was unwilling to let him touch her again and shook her head repeatedly. It's fine. It seems to have flown out already. Let's hurry and go." Tony wanted to say something, but seeing Xiaomei's anxious expression, he decided against it. He transformed into his beast form and wrapped Xiaomei completely with his strong tail, placing her on his back. Chapter 283. Target 6. The biting cold wind whipped across the faces of the travelers through the gaps in the huge trees, bringing waves of chilling coldness. Qi Xiaoxing tightened the animal skin wrapped around her body and held onto Ling's fur tightly. Listening to the sound of the wind in her ears, Qi Xiaoxing blinked her eyes, which had been stung by the wind, since they rescued the Yinhu tribe members. 3 full days and nights had passed. They were getting closer to the territory of the Qi Xiaoxing tribe, and perhaps due to the presence of many beastmen, no reckless wild animals approached them, so they encountered no danger. Not wanting to waste time, they had been on the move for the past 3 days, only stopping occasionally to replenish food and water when passing by a water source. After 3 days of interacting with the Yinhu tribe members, Qi Xiaoxing also had a rough understanding of their temperament. The Yinhu tribe members were quite similar to those from the Qi Xiaoxing tribe, being very loyal and brave. If one had to point out a flaw, it might be their lack of experience and impulsiveness. There were over 70 Yinhu tribe members wanting to join the Qi Xiaoxing tribe. Among them, about 30 were adult beastmen, while there were over 40 females and cubs. Excluding the older females and cubs, there were about 10 females in the mating stage. Among the survivors of the Yinhu tribe, the highest-ranking individual was the great elder of the Yinhu tribe, Toss, the shaman of the Yinhu tribe, Yin, and the most favored, Xiaomei. Xiaomei had a particularly special status. She was the daughter of the deceased leader, a disciple of the shaman, and the most beautiful female of the Yinhu tribe. Xiaomei's hostility towards her had never been concealed from the beginning. Qi Xiaoxing recalled the sparkling gaze Xiaomei had when looking at Ling, frowning. If Xiaomei simply liked Ling and withdrew after being rejected, it wouldn't bother her so much. However, in the past few days, Xiaomei not only did not maintain distance from Ling, but often came over during their rest times. Either she brought some food or pretended to discuss the future development of the tribe. Although Ling never showed her a good face, Qi Xiaoxing still felt a blockage in her heart. Xiaomei had long black hair, beautiful black eyes, and indeed looked better than her. Although Xiaomei's skin condition wasn't great, it wasn't bad either. Moreover, they shared the same innate skill. Although she trusted Ling a lot, she still occasionally felt some inferiority. After all, in terms of appearance, she wasn't the most suitable for Ling. Qi Xiaoxing considered herself not a petty person, but in the face of love, She could never be magnanimous. She gripped the fur of the white tiger beneath her tightly, twisting it several times in frustration. Ling, who had transformed into a white tiger in an effort to block more wind for Qi Xiaoxing, felt somewhat wronged. He knew that Xiao Mei's presence had been bothering Qi Xiaoxing lately, but they were still in the wild. He couldn't just throw Xiao Mei out. Besides, Xiao Mei hadn't done anything excessively wrong apart from constantly trying to get close to him and please him. The white tiger Ling fell into distress, wondering how he could make that annoying woman, Xiao Mei, unable to approach him anymore. Although Xiao Mei's occasional jealousy was a little playful, if it truly made Xiaoxing sad, it would be his fault. The beastmen in their beast forms carried the females and galloped through the forest, finally finding a good place to rest for the night before the sun set. The white tiger Ling landed first with Qi Xiaoxing, wrapping his fluffy tail around her waist and gently placing her on ground. Ling carefully inspected the cave suitable for overnight stay, leaving his original energy aura around before transforming back in a human form and shaking off his large wings behind him. Ling hurriedly put on his animal skin clothes and took a couple steps forward, pulling the shivering Qi Xiaoxing into his arms, gently saying, "You've worked hard today." He softly kissed her icy little face, saying, "We should be back at the tribe in about a day and a half. When we get back, let's rest well at home for a few days." Qi Xiaoxing allowed Ling to hold her, snuggling into his warm embrace, gradually feeling a bit warmer. She looked back and happened to meet Xiao Mei's gaze as she directed others into the cave. Xiao Mei stared at her unflinchingly, her eyes filled with jealousy, envy, dissatisfaction, and unwillingness. Qi Xiaoxing felt flustered and simply buried her head in her lover's embrace, not wanting to look at her. Xiao Mei was in a bad mood. She was a strong-willed female, and once she set her sights on something, she would never give it up easily. She clenched her fists and silently encouraged herself. That woman was just momentarily pleased. Ling's embrace would eventually be her place. Everyone prepared the things needed for the night, while Qin Sha and Yi went out to hunt 2 wild beasts. After a simple dinner, Qi Xiaoxing quietly leaned against Ling's side, her eyelids growing heavy. This long-distance journey was very exhausting for her. During the day, it was already difficult to focus on not falling off Ling's back. Now, having eaten and warmed by the fire, Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit sleepy. However, while she wanted to sleep, some people didn't want her to. Xiao Mei, holding a small jar of ointment, hesitated as she walked over to Ling and Qi Xiaoxing, saying in a faltering voice, "Ling, this is ointment I made myself. I saw that your arm seemed to be injured today. If you don't mind, would you like to use it?" Chapter 284. Target 7. Qi Xiaoxing fully woke up, her eyelids lifting as she looked at the blushing Xiao Mei, feeling as displeased as she could be. Ling's arm wasn't injured at all. Ling was very annoyed. He only had this little time to be intimate with Qi Xiaoxing every day, and this Xiao Mei kept coming to interrupt. Ling could no longer be polite with her. He suddenly stood up, his height of over 1.9 meters, exuding an imposing presence. Ling looked down at Xiao Mei, his phoenix eyes filled with ice. "I don't need your concern and don't want to use your ointment. Please don't bring me anything in the future. It annoys me." His words were quite harsh. In the beastman continent, where females were generally respected, how could a beastman speak to a female like this? The commotion they caused was quite loud in the already quiet cave, and as soon as Ling spoke, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to them. Xiao Mei's face turned pale and flushed. She never expected Ling to treat her this way. Tony exploded. "Ling, even though you are our savior, it's fine if you don't accept Xiao Mei's ointment, but to say she annoys you? How can you be such a beastman?" Ling wore an impatient expression, defiantly looking at Tony with his phoenix eyes, as if saying, "So what if I find her annoying?" Tony exploded, shouting, "Duel. I want to duel with you." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't stand it anymore, stood up, walked between Ling and Tony, and restrained her emotions, smiling at Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei stiffly retracted the ointment, still looking pitiful, saying, "I just wanted to do something for my lifesaver. If you don't like it." Her voice was soft, and she appeared weak, causing the entire cave of the Flame Tiger tribe to feel pity for her. Before Ling could say anything, they started to persuade her to leave. "Xiao Mei, it's okay. If the lifesaver says it's not needed, then it's not needed. There's no other meaning." "Yeah, Xiao Mei. Don't overthink it." Xiao Mei revealed a shy smile, wanting to step down from the situation. But as she wanted to ease the tension, Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help herself. She grabbed Xiao Mei, showing her a bright smile. "Xiao Mei, you are a disciple of the witch, so the ointment you made must be very useful, right? Let me thank you on behalf of Ling." As Qi Xiaoxing spoke, she took the ointment from Xiao Mei's hands and casually asked, I heard you also have plant-based innate skills. How coincidental, me too. I wonder what level you're at now. She naturally transitioned the topic and raised her voice, intending for those around to hear. Sure enough, as soon as Qi Xiaoxing finished speaking, Tosi laughed heartily. What a coincidence. That's really too coincidental. Xiao Mei didn't understand her meaning, but she had an ominous feeling in her heart. However, since Qi Xiaoxing smiled at her, she couldn't not respond. Xiao Mei managed to force a shy smile and said bashfully, "My talent isn't very good. I've only just reached the late stage of the first level this year." Qi Xiaoxing pretended to be surprised. Late stage of the first level? Xiao Mei felt proud inside, thinking, I haven't even reached adulthood, and I've just reached this level. My talent can only be considered average. She feigned humility, wanting to see Ling's reaction, but when she caught a glimpse of Ling's face, she found he was expressionless and even a bit disdainful. Disdainful? For a female who hasn't reached adulthood. The late stage of the first level is already quite a good achievement. She is the most outstanding female of the Flame Tiger tribe. Qi Xiaoxing must be surprised by her. Xiao Mei discreetly observed Qi Xiaoxing, estimating that she looked like she was only at the early stage of the first level, not knowing how Ling found her appealing. But why would Ling disdain her? Xiao Mei felt a sense of foreboding. Qi Xiaoxing exclaimed in surprise. Then your talent really isn't that good. I'm already at the late stage of the second level. Qi Xiaoxing watched as Xiao Mei's face changed from green to pale, then from pale to red, and finally back to green. Inside, she felt secretly pleased, but on the surface, Qi Xiaoxing quickly added, I didn't mean to belittle your talent. I was just surprised that you're only at the late stage of the first level. Lanz watched with amusement. While the Flame Tiger tribe members felt a bit awkward, Qi Xiaoxing was already at the late stage of the second level, while Xiao Mei was only at the late stage of the first level, which was a whole big rank difference. In terms of strength, it was a world apart. Xiao Mei gritted her teeth, forcing out an ugly smile, feeling furious. Qi Xiaoxing, you're so amazing. Can you teach me next time? Qi Xiaoxing nodded and then shook her head. I unknowingly reached the late stage of the second level without much training. So I might not be able to teach you how to work hard. Xiao Mei's face became even uglier, but inside she felt secretly pleased. Qi Xiaoxing opened the ointment and smelled it. This ointment is okay. Does it contain blood-stopping grass? Chen hesitated but nodded. Qi Xiaoxing didn't continue to target Xiao Mei, only saying, the mixing ratio has some issues. The healing effect could be faster. The witch's eyes lit up, wanting to ask for advice, but seeing her disciple's ugly expression, she held back. Chapter 285, Ling's Intent. 1. Qi Xiaoxing let out a breath, stopped pretending, returned the ointment to Xiao Mei, and with a cold face and calm voice said, Ling is my future mate. His injury medicine is not something other females need to worry about. After saying this, Qi Xiaoxing meaningfully glanced at Xiao Mei a couple of times, then looked at the elder of the Flame Tiger tribe, who happened to be looking at her too. Their eyes met, and Tosi lowered his head in shame. Qi Xiaoxing understood and didn't intend to make things too awkward. In fact, during these days, Xiao Mei's various hostilities towards her, she didn't believe that Tosi, as the elder of the Flame Tiger tribe, was unaware. Xiao Mei had never hidden her intentions. Any seasoned beastman or female could see through at a glance. But Tosi not only did not stop it, but also allowed Xiao Mei to come and harass her repeatedly. Qi Xiaoxing had quite a few complaints about Tosi. Perhaps to him, if Xiao Mei could successfully be with Ling, they would have a very powerful warrior, and the Flame Tiger tribe would not suffer in the future. However, Qi Xiaoxing squinted her eyes. They shouldn't have their sights set on her man. Tosi's actions had already lowered his favorability in Qi Xiaoxing's heart to a negative number. It was impossible for her to trust such a person again. She just didn't know if Tosi, who would suffer from not being valued in the future, would regret it when he learned the truth. Ling sat aside watching the competition between Qi Xiaoxing and Xiao Mei, with a faint light flickering in his elongated phoenix eyes. His chest felt hot. It was the first time he realized that his heart could beat so rapidly. He knew Qi Xiaoxing loved him and had never doubted their love. However, this was still the first time Qi Xiaoxing had acted so out of character due to jealousy. Ling curled the corners of his lips, filled with tenderness. His handsome face also tinged with a hint of red, which made him especially charming in the dim cave. He felt that he seemed to love Qi Xiaoxing even more than before. What to do? Ling suddenly stood up in front of everyone's gaze, pulled Qi Xiaoxing into his arms, pinched her chin with one hand, and kissed her without hesitation. Saying kiss wasn't quite accurate. It was more like a beast declaring its territory, fiercely biting her lips. Qi Xiaoxing was taken aback by his kiss, filled with Ling's breath, which invaded her entire body. making it hard for her to breathe. Ling kissed her several times before reluctantly letting her go, calming his voice. Xiaoxing and I are future partners. I hope you all remember this. If anyone makes her unhappy, I can do anything. He released the bloodline suppression on his body, causing everyone in the cave to feel their hair stand on end. Even Tony, who had shouted to duel with Ling, was dripping with cold sweat, not daring to meet Ling's eyes. After finishing, Ling scoffed, not caring about everyone's reactions, and directly picked up the slightly dazed Qi Xiaoxing, spreading his wings behind him, and flew out of the cave. He simply couldn't hold back anymore. He had to find a place to be intimate with his little lover. The people left in the cave took a long time to break free from the bloodline suppression, looking at each other in silence. Tony secretly glanced at Xiao Mei, who seemed to want to merge with the darkness, feeling a trace of disappointment. Xiao Mei completely failed to notice that someone had just offended her. Tosi was immersed in Qi Xiaoxing's meaningful gaze, feeling an ominous premonition, while the witch sighed and said nothing. The other members of the Flame Tiger tribe also fell silent. They quickly tidied up the aftermath and left a small space for Ling and Qi Xiaoxing to rest when they returned, then occupied a corner of the cave and quietly rested. The journey was arduous, especially in the severe winter. It wasn't easy for most beastmen and females. So what happened at night was just a small episode, and everyone quickly fell asleep. Over there, Qi Xiaoxing was held by Ling and flew out. Since they were previously in a relatively warm cave, she had taken off her heavy cloak. Just after being kissed by Ling, Qi Xiaoxing was still in a daze. And when she came to her senses, her whole body protested. Just hold on a bit. Let's go to a place where no one is around, Ling said excitedly. Qi Xiaoxing. This was the first time she saw Ling so excited, but if they were going to a place with no one, wouldn't it be better to go to the space? Space. Qi Xiaoxing succinctly uttered the two words, feeling the cold wind rush in her open mouth, numbing half of her tongue. Ling seemed to suddenly realize something, and after a low chuckle, the two rolled onto the grass in the space. The comfortable temperature made Qi Xiaoxing shiver involuntarily as she awkwardly climbed out of Ling's embrace and breathed into her palms. Just as she was about to warm her arms, she felt a hand grab her. In an instant, the world spun. When she came to, she found herself pressed beneath Ling. His tall frame, over 1.90 meters, was pressing down on her petite body of just over 1.60 meters, with one of his legs resting on her knee, half kneeling on top of her. Chapter 286. Ling's Affection. Part 2. Ling's breathing was much more hurried than before, and even his handsome face had a faint blush. For someone who usually had great self-control. At this moment, even his honey-colored phoenix eyes changed color, turning a deep red that seemed to swallow Qi Xiaoxing whole. Pressed down by Ling, she could hear his low, deep breaths by her ear, making her ears burn, and her chest felt as if it had been seared by fire, with overwhelming emotions about to burst forth, leaving her head spinning. Qi Xiaoxing pushed Ling, "What's wrong with you?" But unlike his usual gentle response, Ling tightly held her hand and kissed her fingertips repeatedly. His voice trembled slightly. "I really like you. I really like you." Qi Xiaoxing. After being a couple for so long, why was he suddenly saying such cheesy things? But she quite liked it. Qi Xiaoxing was not a pretentious person. She had long known she was deeply in love with Ling and could never love anyone else. At this moment, facing her lover's heartfelt confession, staring closely at Ling's handsome face, she was not a saint, so how could she resist? Without hesitation, Qi Xiaoxing reached out, wrapped her arms around Ling's neck, and kissed him forcefully on the side of his face. Ling was taken aback, then leaned in tightly, kissing her lips intensely. Qi Xiaoxing shyly closed her eyes, missing the almost ferocious possessiveness in Ling's gaze. Their lips met, breaths intertwined. Ling held her tightly, as if she were the most precious treasure in his life. Memories of their first encounter surfaced in his mind. The enormous white tiger suffering in the forest and the girl with a calm expression, holding a military shovel. She wasn't the most beautiful, but she was his favorite. Every part of her, eyebrows, nose, mouth, eyes, each detail was what he adored most. How could there be someone in the world that he loved so much? It was as if she were a treasure tailor-made for him. Ling kissed her for a long time before finally letting go. Qi Xiaoxing lay breathlessly on the soft grass, turning her head to look at him. Ling happened to look over. His eyes had returned to gold, vibrant like the sun. He looked at her seriously and obsessively, his gaze like a flame. Qi Xiaoxing turned her head to look at the sky, stretched out her hand, and accurately grasped Ling's broad palm on the grass. "Why are you so cheesy today?" she asked, feeling Ling's fingers intertwined tightly with hers. Ling's deep, magnetic laughter filled the air, like a rhythmic drumbeat striking her heart. Because, Ling said, I noticed you were jealous. Qi Xiaoxing. She thought of that clingy female, Xiao Mei, feeling a bit annoyed. She really was quite bothersome. But I have to thank her. Ling said seriously, this is the first time you've shown that you care about me so much. I thought you preferred building the tribe. Qi Xiaoxing was taken aback, frowning slightly, feeling a bit guilty. She seemed to have gotten too accustomed to Ling's kindness. Sometimes she did prioritize tribal matters. Ling had always quietly supported her, doing what she wanted, while she seemed to have truly neglected him. Thinking of this, Qi Xiaoxing playfully squeezed Ling's fingers. I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't neglect your feelings anymore. Ling's eyes flickered, taking a deep breath. Then he let go of her hand, turned away, his voice a bit muffled. Qi Xiaoxing was puzzled. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly turn away? She shifted and hugged Ling from behind, but felt him tense up suddenly. Qi Xiaoxing stared in shock as ears suddenly popped up on Ling's head, quickly noticing his fluffy tail had also appeared. It had been a long time since she had seen Ling lose control like this. A few mischievous thoughts flashed through her mind, and Qi Xiaoxing playfully grabbed Ling's tail. A sensual groan came from his ear, and Qi Xiaoxing froze, suddenly realizing something. She hurriedly released her grip on Ling's tail, but her wrist was caught. Ling's handsome face was flushed with restraint, and he licked his slightly dry lips, smirking. I was going to hold back. Qi Xiaoxing thought this was bad and immediately tried to escape like a salted fish, but alas, she had been seen through by the top predator, the white tiger Ling, who pounced on her perfectly and pinned her beneath him. His strong hands brushed against her waist, and Qi Xiaoxing's legs went weak, leaving her with no choice but to yield to desire. After the two finished communicating and had a good sleep in the space, when they finally emerged, the sky was already brightening, and Qi Xiaoxing could only be held by Ling. She felt as if her legs were no longer her own. And this guy Ling always took so long. She wasn't completely without feelings. Cough. Qi Xiaoxing's face was very red as she buried her head in Ling's embrace. Fortunately, Ling had excellent night vision, even though it was still not fully bright. He could see the path clearly, and his powerful aura kept ordinary beasts at bay. They quickly found the gathering place, where some people had already woken up. Chapter 287. Rain and the Hat. Xiao Mei was one of the early risers. When Qi Xiaoxing was carried back by Ling, Xiao Mei had just finished washing up and was preparing breakfast with a few seeds. Although Qi Xiaoxing didn't hate her intensely, she also didn't want to have any interaction with her, so she didn't greet her. Ling completely ignored her as well, leaving Xiao Mei standing alone in the cold wind, watching as Ling carried Qi Xiaoxing inside. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as she crushed a seed in her hand. Xiao Mei bit her lip, expressionless as she tossed the ruined seed to the ground, not looking back. They hadn't been back long before the remaining sleepy people gradually woke up. Lance, who had guarded all night, woke up a bit late, and everyone dealt with the leftover prey from the night before, boiling a big pot of soup for a warm breakfast. It's safer for everyone to act together. Usually, when we go out alone, we wouldn't dare to make such a big fire. An orc from the Flame Tiger tribe side, genuinely feeling that the Qingstone tribe is truly powerful. Lance smiled but didn't say anything. After breakfast, everyone tidied up and continued on their journey. The rest of the journey was relatively harmonious, and Xiao Mei didn't continue to crowd around Ling. Qi Xiaoxing felt in a good mood. However, on the last afternoon before they reached the tribe, the weather turned bad and it started to rain. The rain came suddenly, and the orcs were carrying females while traveling, so they didn't have time to take cover. Everyone got drenched, including Qi Xiaoxing. By the time they arrived at the Qingstone tribe, everyone was soaked. Roar. This, just a mile away from the Qingstone tribe. They could see the rough but magnificent walls from afar. Elder Da Si couldn't help but let out a roar. As his voice fell, Qi Xiaoxing heard the sound of tiger roars echoing back. Even Lance let out a long roar in this atmosphere. After Lance's roar, a few low growls came from inside the Qingstone tribe, indicating that they could enter. Ling couldn't bear to let Qi Xiaoxing continue to get soaked outside, so he spread his wings and landed on the wall with her. Coincidentally, they landed next to an orc who was on patrol, and that patroller happened to be Mu Li. Qi Xiaoxing, held in Ling's arms, felt a bit awkward and quickly got down from Ling, greeting Mu Li. Mu Li nodded at her and handed her the large hat he was wearing. Gu Xiaoxiao touched her nose and declined his kindness. I'm almost there, and you still have to patrol, so you should keep wearing it. This hat was something she had taught Xiao Lu and the others to weave before, made from tough reeds, which worked well to block the rain. However, Elsa had said recently that it shouldn't rain, and since this thing was cumbersome to wear, she had only casually put two in her space. Since it started to rain suddenly, she couldn't take them out, so she had to get soaked with everyone else. Muli looked at her a few times and said, "There are more in the lounge." Only then did Qi Xiaoxing take the hat, blocking the heavy rain. The three of them went down from the wall. Muli and Ling let Qi Xiaoxing go to the lounge to wait while they went to open the door and let the people from the Flame Tiger tribe in. The two orcs walked side by side on the road, and Muli couldn't help but say in a harsh tone, "Although Xiaoxing is already your future partner, you still let her suffer." Ling pressed his lips tightly together, not refuting. Muli sighed. In such cold weather, getting rained on can easily lead to illness. What will you do if she gets sick? Orcs should take good care of their partners, not let them get soaked. Muli admitted that he had a hidden agenda to take this opportunity to teach Ling a lesson. This fortunate orc had obtained his favorite female, and he was also human, capable of jealousy. However, Ling did not refute. He felt guilty that Qi Xiaoxing had suffered a lot on this trip, and being scolded at this moment left him with nothing to argue. Muli said a few more things, but they weren't too excessive since they had already opened the door. After Ling had let all the people from the Flame Tiger tribe in and instructed Lance to take them to the shelter near the wall, he had to admit that Ling was indeed stronger than him and a worthy orc to rely on. "Ling, are you not done yet?" Just as Muli was deep in thought, a familiar voice rang out. He turned around and saw Qi Xiaoxing, wearing a large hat and holding two, running towards them. Muli silently watched as Qi Xiaoxing reached Ling's side, then was embraced by the tall and handsome orc, who happily put the large hat on her. "Muli, thank you for your hat." After a brief hug, they both ran towards him, and Qi Xiaoxing smiled as she returned Muli's hat. Muli felt a bit sour inside, but still showed a smile on his face. He whispered to himself, only audible to him, "Ling, you must not let her down. Otherwise, even if I can't beat you, I'll make you regret it with all my might." Chapter 288. The Defection of the Mountain Lion Tribe, Part 1. The rain was still falling, and the people from the Flame Tiger tribe were temporarily housed in the shelter. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling thought that since it was still early, they would go to the assembly hall to discuss the arrangement of the Flame Tiger tribe's members with Lon and Elsa. The door to the assembly hall was open, and when Qi Xiaoxing entered, she found that in addition to Lon and Elsa, there was also Zhendi Lai and an old orc with a face full of green tribal marks sitting inside. "Ling, Xiaoxing, you're back?" The originally serious atmosphere among the few people discussing something lightened up when they saw Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, and they all stood up. Elsa was very happy. She secretly glanced at the old man with green marks on his face and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Xiaoxing was back, and the conditions set by this orc would be easier to solve, increasing the chances of their tribe joining the Qingstone tribe. "My lord." Zhendi Lai also respectfully bowed to the two. The old orc with green markings looked surprised at this scene and unconsciously scrutinized the two a few more times. Qi Xiaoxing greeted everyone in turn, her gaze landing on the weathered old orc, revealing a friendly smile. "Who is this?" Lon stood beside them and introduced. "This is the chieftain of the Mountain Lion tribe, Chuandi. Chuandi, this is our tribe's elder, Qi Xiaoxing, and this is my brother, our tribe's most skilled warrior." "Ling, hello, Chuandi." Qi Xiaoxing greeted him, and Chuandi crossed his hands over his chest, leaning forward with a respectful gesture typical of the Mountain Lion tribe. Ling returned the greeting, and after some polite exchanges, everyone sat around the table. Lon smiled and said, "What a coincidence, the Mountain Lion tribe just arrived not long ago. And you guys are back. What did you say?" Zhendi Lai's eyes showed a hint of joy. "My lord's timing for returning this time is just perfect. Such fate." Lon replied, "Yes, yes, fate." Qi Xiaoxing and Ling exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Lon still wasn't very good at social niceties or warming up the atmosphere. Zhendi Lai took over the conversation, addressing Chuandi, "This is my lord, who has the ability to heal broken legs. I think those 10 or so injured members of your tribe can be saved." Upon hearing this, Chuandi's somewhat murky eyes brightened, and he hurriedly stood up from his chair, bowing to Qi Xiaoxing. If it weren't for Lon stopping him, he looked like he was about to kneel on the ground. Qi Xiaoxing was surprised. "What's going on?" Elsa added from the side, "The Mountain Lion tribe wants to surrender, but the prerequisite is that we must heal the 10 or so wounded orcs and some females in their tribe." After everyone explained, the two finally understood the background of the matter. The Mountain Lion tribe was located farther from the Qingstone tribe, in a small, unremarkable tribe south of the Twin-Tail Swallow tribe. Originally, there were about 300 members in the tribe, weaker than the Qingstone tribe. The Mountain Lion tribe's territory was not like the Qingstone tribe, which was surrounded by mountains on two sides and had a river, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Their territory was simply at the foot of a mountain, adjacent to a waterway area, which was not only impoverished but also not particularly safe. However, due to their weakness, they had no choice but to strive to survive. Additionally, because survival was difficult, the survival rate of females and children in the mountain lion tribe during winter was terrifyingly low. The mountain lion tribe consists mostly of earth-type beastmen, but recently disasters have been frequent, and the beast tide has been abnormal. Even the medium-sized tribe, the quaking ground mice, has suffered heavy casualties, let alone the mountain lion tribe. This winter, they lost more than 100 tribesmen. But this is not the end. Many of their tribesmen skilled in earth-type abilities have died, and recently there have been several heavy rains that caused landslides in the mountains where they live. Qi Xiaoxing. Ling. This tribe is too unfortunate. It seems like heaven doesn't want to give them a way to survive. Shandi forced a smile, saying, "Now, our tribe has only a little over 100 people left. Even if we are unwilling, we have no choice but to surrender." With Shandi's description, Qi Xiaoxing understood that they had recently been relocating as a whole tribe, trying to find a tribe to live with. But the tribes they passed, like the Flame Snake tribe, were very exclusive and looked down on the Mountain Lion tribe, making it impossible for them to be accepted. The Twin-Tailed Swallow tribe was willing to take them in, but demanded that all their females marry members of the Twin-Tailed Swallow tribe, which caused dissatisfaction among the surviving beastmen of the Mountain Lion tribe. Other small tribes and lesser tribes along the way were even worse. This winter has been so tough that many lesser tribes have perished, and they even rescued some small beastmen from tribes that have been wiped out along the way. Then, they arrived at my place. The quaking ground mice leader, Zhendi Lai, said calmly, "I immediately thought of your tribe." This old fox-like Zhendi Lai didn't forget to take credit while explaining the reasons, and Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but smile wryly at Shandi. Tribe leader Shandi, "I wonder where your tribesmen are now." Chapter 289, The Surrender of the Mountain Lion Tribe, Part 2. It seems they are not at the shelter. When they went there just now, they didn't see any members of the Mountain Lion tribe. Zhendi said that the members of the Mountain Lion tribe are temporarily at the Quaking Ground Mice tribe, with many injured who cannot move, and this time, I came with tribe leader Shandi to take a look. Qi Xiaoxing understood the implication of his words. Both sides are testing each other. Tribe leader Shandi probably wants to see if this lesser Qing Stone tribe has the strength to take in their entire tribe, while Zhendi Lai is more ruthless, directly leaving the members of the Mountain Lion tribe at the Quaking Ground Mice tribe. Qi Xiaoxing estimated that according to that old fox's nature, many of the Mountain Lion tribe's members are likely already under control. In that case, even if Shandi is not very satisfied with the Qing Stone tribe, he would have no choice but to agree to the entire tribe joining the Qing Stone tribe. Shandi said, "I believe you both have already understood the purpose of my visit today. Although our Mountain Lion tribe is not strong, we are not a tribe without combat capability. Now we wish to pledge allegiance to the Qing Stone tribe." He paused and said, "As long as you can treat our injured beastmen and females, provide us with food for 50 people for a month, and ensure that there's a position for one of our elders in the future Qing Stone tribe, we are willing to join the Qing Stone tribe completely." After he finished speaking, both Lon and Elsa had unpleasant expressions. Before Qi Xiaoxing and the others returned, Shandi had been playing Tai Chi with them, saying that as long as they could treat the beastmen, it would be fine, but now there are so many additional conditions. Qi Xiaoxing was also not very happy, but she could understand Shandi's thoughts. He merely hoped that the Qing Stone tribe could heal their beastmen and ensure the survival of the females and cubs, making their future life in the Qing Stone tribe not too difficult. However, understanding is one thing, and agreeing is another. Exchanging a glance with Ling and Lon, Qi Xiaoxing said, "Tribe leader Shandi, there's about a month left until winter ends. The snow is gradually melting, food is hard to find, and the temperature is getting lower. You mentioned that in this freezing weather, if the entire tribe is out and about, not only the injured beastmen, but also the females and cubs in the tribe might be in great danger." After Qi Xiaoxing finished speaking, the green patterns on Shandi's face almost wrinkled into a ball. After all, he had lived for so many years. How could he not understand the implication of Qi Xiaoxing's words? Yet he still wanted to fight for some power for his tribe. Although he said so, our Mountain Lion tribe has only a little over 100 people left joining the Qing Stone tribe, becoming a part of the Qing Stone tribe. My previous requests are not excessive. Ling, with his arms crossed, watched from the side and said, "You expect us to provide free treatment for your tribesmen and also demand food for the next month? What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with us now?" If Qi Xiaoxing's words were relatively mild and tactful, then Ling was much more direct, hitting the nail on the head. "If our Qing Stone tribe is unwilling to accept such a mess from you, then it won't be long before the lives of those 100 or so mountain lion tribesmen are lost. Understand that you are the ones asking us to accept you, not that we are compelled to demand you." After Ling's words, Shandi's expression had completely faded. Qi Xiaoxing silently gave Ling a thumbs up in her heart. She did not let down her partner's good intentions of deliberately playing the tough role. She pulled Elsa and Lan aside for a brief discussion before returning to Shandi and saying, "We can help you treat your tribesmen and provide food for your cubs. You can become one of our elders. As for anything else, there's nothing more. If you agree, we can send people now to treat your tribesmen." Shandi looked at the barely adult Qi Xiaoxing with a complex heart. As the leader of a weak tribe, he had been holding the administrative power of the entire tribe for over 100 years. In recent years, life for the mountain lion tribe had become increasingly difficult, and he felt guilty about it. Now, in order to keep the surviving tribesmen alive, it seems that heaven has blocked all the paths before him, leaving only this one road. Lan said from the side, "Tribe leader Shandi, you need not have too many doubts. After all, the mountain lion tribe no longer has anything worth our calculation. As the leader of the Qing Stone tribe, I am very much looking forward to your joining." Qi Xiaoxing also extended her hand to him, smiling as she said, "Tribe leader Shandi, you need not be too sad. Joining the Qing Stone tribe might be a new beginning. Perhaps in the future, you will be grateful for today's decision." Shandi forced a smile and extended his own thin, withered hand to grasp hers tightly. To survive, this old lion who had been in power for many years bowed his head and agreed. Qi Xiaoxing smiled and said, "Congratulations. You have become a member of the Qing Stone tribe, Shandi, elder. And on some future day, Shandi, now too old to do anything but bask in the sun at the door, would recall the first meeting with Queen Qi Xiaoxing and feel immensely grateful for having grasped her hand back then." Chapter 290, The Newborn Qing Stone Tribe, Part 1. The lives of the injured cannot be delayed. So Qi Xiaoxing and Ling hurriedly packed some things at home before immediately setting off for the quaking ground mice tribe. On the way, Qi Xiaoxing was clearly in a good mood. She even felt like singing, but considering Shandi's feelings, she refrained. Ling held her, feeling her excitement. In fact, he was also in a good mood. Earlier, they had specifically obtained information from the quaking ground mice tribe to bring enough people back to the Qing Stone tribe before the spring tribe promotion competition to secure a place to participate. However, they had not thought through the logistics of bringing so many people back. Therefore, after rescuing the Flame Tiger tribe, they decided to return. And regarding the shortage of manpower, Qi Xiaoxing even thought about whether they could buy some slaves from the Star Moon tribe to fill the gap. As a result, the Mountain Lion tribe actively came to join them, solving their major problem of insufficient numbers. This also meant that before the spring promotion matches arrived, Xi and Ling could both settle down in the tribe. Although it couldn't be said to be completely settled, as they still needed to prepare for the upcoming promotion matches, it was certainly better than a chaotic and rushed winter. This time, the companions included Xiao Lu and Elsa. Elsa was the tribe shaman with strong healing abilities, and Xiao Lu could now be considered a qualified nurse and assistant. With them along, Qi Xiaoxing's treatment would be much easier this time. Perhaps sensing Qi Xiaoxing's gaze, Xiao Lu turned to look at her and flashed a sweet smile, which was a greeting. Qi Xiaoxing suddenly felt a bit dazed. She had been in this world for quite a while and had experienced many things. Xiao Lu was the first friend she made, and a very fortunate one at that. Unlike Jia, if that incident hadn't happened and Jia were still in the tribe, she might have officially gotten together with Elvin by now, and she would definitely be an excellent nurse. What's wrong? Sensitive to her partner's low mood, Ling's large hand, much warmer than hers, covered Qi Xiaoxing's. Tightening his grip, "What's on your mind?" Qi Xiaoxing shook her head, pinched Ling's fingers, and turned her head to kiss his cheek, saying, "I just suddenly feel so much love for you." Ling's ears turned slightly red. Why was Qi Xiaoxing increasingly fond of saying such things lately? But he still happily nodded and replied softly, "I love you too." Qi Xiaoxing smiled as well. And they didn't let go of each other's hands until they arrived at the Zendili tribe and reached the place for receiving the injured. "Lord, the injured are inside." Zendili Lai pointed to a somewhat dilapidated small house. This house was built when he and Zendili Meng were injured before, and now it's used to accommodate the dozen or so injured orcs. Qi Xiaoxing nodded and asked, "What about the other members of the Mountain Lion tribe?" Zendili Lai replied, "They're in the cave we dug. It's dry and warm there." After speaking, he turned to Zendili Ming, who had come to greet them, and said, "Third brother, take the Lord to see those injured." "Okay, big brother." Zendili Ming agreed, and then smiled at Qi Xiaoxing. His attitude towards Qi Xiaoxing was now very different from the previous doubts, perhaps because Qi Xiaoxing and Ling had saved Zendili Lai and Zendili Ming. Zendili Ming was very respectful. Ling glanced at him, tightened his grip on Qi Xiaoxing's hand, and then released it, saying, "I'll go with Rance to count the survivors from the mountain lion tribe. You." Qi Xiaoxing waved her hand. "With the three of us females here, plus Il and Qing Sha as laborers, we can manage. You go ahead." Xiao Lu also chimed in. "Yes, Ling, you really underestimate us." Ling chuckled and left with Rance, following Zendili Lai, while the two laborers, Qing Sha and Il, had no choice but to obediently stand there, waiting to be instructed by the few females. After all, they were the youngest, and they were orcs. One was Qi Xiaoxing's apprentice, and the other was someone who looked forward to Qi Xiaoxing's cooking every day. The two laborers followed into the small house and pushed open the courtyard door. Inside the yard were three middle-aged females, who stood nervously at the door when they saw Zendili Ming bringing a few people in. One of the oldest females placed her hands in front of her chest and greeted Zendili Ming, saying, "Shaman, are you here to change their dressings?" Zendili Ming replied, "This is the shaman and elder from the Qing Stone tribe. Their shaman skills are better than mine, so you all help them." "This?" The female hesitated as she looked at Qi Xiaoxing's young face. Zendili Ming raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" "No." The female shook her head and stepped forward to open the door. A strong smell of blood immediately rushed out, which was quite unpleasant. Qi Xiaoxing glanced inside the small room, which housed 13 orcs. A few orcs with less severe injuries were lying on the ground, while those more seriously injured occupied the two not very large beds. Since the beds were not very large, they lay sideways, their feet overlapping and close to the ground. Chapter 291. The Newborn Qing Stone Tribe, Part 2. The smell of blood mixed with some herbal scents filled the entire room. Although Zendili Ming had asked the females to periodically open the door for ventilation, it was winter, so the time for airing out was limited, and keeping the door open for too long could easily make the orcs sick. Thus, the smell in the room was still quite strong. Qi Xiaoxing had already gotten used to it, and Xiao Lu and Elsa didn't seem unfamiliar with the smell either. None of them showed any signs of disgust, earning some goodwill from the mountain lion tribe females. These orcs were quite unfortunate, as they had their legs or bones broken by falling rocks during a landslide. Zendili Ming explained from the side, "I only dared to apply some hemostatic herbs. I didn't directly use healing magic." Qi Xiaoxing nodded to indicate she understood and stepped forward to check on the injured orcs' conditions. Those resting on the ground only had arms or legs broken, but were not severely injured. Those lying on the beds were the unfortunate ones who had their ribs crushed, and some even had all 4 limbs broken. These injuries were not difficult to treat, but they were time-consuming, and the conditions here were not very good, requiring a temporary operating table to be set up. Qi Xiaoxing discussed it with Qing Sha, who then took Il outside to find people to help set up the temporary operating table. Elsa and Xiao Lu also understood the situation. They had accompanied Qi Xiaoxing to do similar things many times and were already experienced. The temporary operating table was quickly set up. It was enclosed, just enough to block the curious gazes of the mountain lion tribe members. After laying clean animal skins on the wooden bed of the operating table, Qi Xiaoxing had the most severely injured orc moved onto it. During the landslide, he was the most unfortunate. Not only were several of his ribs broken by the falling rocks, but both of his legs were also crushed. Qi Xiaoxing fed him some spring water, then took out the surgical knife that had been with her for a long time, sterilized it, and cleaned the injured orc's legs before cutting them open to remove all the shattered bones inside. As she aligned the orc's bones, Elsa immediately cast a weak healing spell to accelerate the healing of the orc's injured leg. The three of them had clear divisions of labor and good cooperation. Despite the orc's severe injuries, they completed the surgery in about 2 hours. When Xiao Lu opened the curtain, Qing Sha and Il, who had been waiting outside, quickly moved the orc into the room and brought in the next one for surgery. The entire process lasted for quite a while, and it wasn't until it was dark enough that Qi Xiaoxing could hardly see that she finally stopped to rest. The surgeries lasted for a full 2 days, and when the last orc's bones were fixed, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Lu, while cleaning up the scattered herbs on the ground, said, "I'm really tired. I haven't been this tired in a long time." Elsa, having cast many healing spells, was also exhausted from using up her energy. She chimed in, "Yeah, but during this treatment, I noticed that the members of the mountain lion tribe seem a bit different from our tiger tribe." "What's different?" Not only Xiao Lu, but Qi Xiaoxing also became curious. She was the most familiar with the structure of bones and hadn't noticed any skeletal differences between the mountain lion orcs and the tiger orcs during the surgeries. The only difference was probably in size. Elsa smiled calmly, saying, "You're still too young." Qi Xiaoxing became excited and asked, "Come on, what's the difference?" Haven't you noticed that the fur of the mountain lion orcs is denser than that of the tiger orcs? And they look quite handsome too. Qi Xiaoxing was left speechless. In her eyes, those orcs, except for Ling, looked like pieces of fatty meat during surgery. Elsa actually had the time to notice which tribe's orcs had thicker fur. Over there, Xiao Lu thought for a moment and exclaimed, "It's true. I didn't notice before." Qi Xiaoxing. These two really are hopeless. After the three of them cleaned up the mess, Qi Xiaoxing stretched and caught a glimpse of several females standing not far in front of the temporary operating room, looking very nervous. They were holding a few small fruits that looked rather sour and kept glancing over. When they saw Qi Xiaoxing looking at them, one female mustered her courage and, pulling a few others along, walked up to Qi Xiaoxing and the others, bowing in a lion tribe gesture of respect. "Thank you for healing the orcs of our tribe." The leading female was the oldest one they had seen a couple of days ago, and her attitude had changed significantly. Her face was filled with gratitude. "Thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, the females behind her presented the fruits, saying it was a small token of appreciation and hoping they wouldn't be turned away. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the undernourished fruits, feeling both amused and helpless. But she accepted them. A green glow flashed across her hands, and the fruits visibly plumped up. "You can take these and give them to the injured orcs. It will be good for their health. We want to need them," Qi Xiaoxing said, stuffing the fruits back into the female's hands. Xiao Lu chuckled, saying, "We're all part of the same tribe now, so why be so polite?" The females hesitated with the fruits, and Elsa sighed. "It must have been hard for you to gather these fruits in such cold weather. The cubs and orcs need these fruits, so you really don't have to give them to us. If you really want to thank us, it would be better to send us some bone knives or hides after spring." Since she had said that, the females didn't insist any longer and expressed their gratitude several more times before leaving. Qi Xiaoxing looked at their retreating figures and felt somewhat emotional. If their tribe hadn't survived the beast tide, they might not have had such good luck. "Yeah," Xiao Lu nodded. Thinking of Judya, her expression dimmed. Qi Xiaoxing knew she was sad and didn't say anything, thinking of changing the topic, but Elsa was a step ahead, saying, "By the way, Xiaoxing, there's something you might not know." Qi Xiaoxing asked in confusion, "What is it? Didn't you go outside to recruit people for the Qingshi tribe?" "Just 2 days after you left, the Yanxi tribe came again," Elsa said. Qi Xiaoxing frowned. "The Yanxi tribe came again? Are they here to ask for divine water?" She remembered the previous conflict between the Yanxi tribe and the Qingshi tribe, and she had been thinking of dragging this out, trying to keep the Yanxi tribe from discovering that the Bai family, who had swallowed the 100-snake grass, was in the Qingshi tribe. But now the Yanxi tribe had already come once? "It's not a big deal," Elsa said. This time it wasn't that annoying woman named Manji. It was a few orcs who brought a lot of hides and said they wanted to trade for some salt. So we traded with them. "Oh," Qi Xiaoxing nodded, realizing it was a big deal. However, she still felt a bit uneasy, as if they were missing some important information. But after Elsa's interruption, Xiao Lu managed to shift her thoughts and started complaining about the orcs from the Yanxi tribe, saying they only brought a little bit of hides but wanted to trade for so much salt. It's like they're dreaming. Luckily, Lan listened to me and didn't give them that much. Otherwise, I would have been furious. Qi Xiaoxing found it amusing as she chatted casually with them. After a while, Zhen Daili approached with Il and Qin Sha. "Master, are you heading back to the Qingshi tribe now?" Zhen Daili asked. Qi Xiaoxing shook her head. "What about the injured mountain lion orcs and the females left to take care of them?" In the past 2 days, mountain lion orcs had been brought back to the Qingshi tribe one after another, and only a dozen injured orcs and a few females responsible for caring for them were left. If they left first, what would happen to those orcs who hadn't recovered yet? Zhen Daili smiled. "Master, you don't need to worry. These orcs can stay in our tribe to recover. Although my third brother isn't very skilled at surgery, he can manage their treatment and occasionally use healing spells." Qi Xiaoxing then felt relieved. Zhen Diminutive was actually quite a decent shaman, and it wouldn't be a problem for them to leave now. Moreover, orcs generally had tough skin and strong self-healing abilities, so they could manage. "Okay, then let us wait at the tribe entrance," Qi Xiaoxing said. "Wait for what?" Xiao Lu asked, puzzled. "Why don't we just have someone send us back?" Qi Xiaoxing shot her a glance. Wait for Ling? Is he coming to pick you up?" Xiao Lu exclaimed, then saw Qi Xiaoxing nodding. Xiao Lu instantly showed an expression of envy and jealousy. "How nice. Lan wouldn't he even come and pick me up?" Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit helpless. Although she said she didn't need Ling to pick her up, he insisted on coming. These past few days, she had been busy with surgeries, and the arrangement of the Yanhu tribe and Mountain Lion tribe members was handled by Ling and Lan. But Ling would always take time to come and check on her, and they had agreed to return to the Qi Xiaoxing tribe together today. Xiaolu looked at Qi Xiaoxing with envy and sighed. Ah, having a partner who can fly is just great. Elsa nodded in agreement. I envy that. Qi Xiaoxing silently listened, not revealing that Lon and Lancy would also come to pick them up today. Elsa said, but we can't blame them. After all, Ling is so fast. It only takes him 2 hours to go back and forth from the Qi Xiaoxing tribe, unlike my useless one, who takes 3 or 4 hours for a trip. Just as she rushed in, not having time to surprise her partner, she heard her partner, who was useless, Lancy. He really is slow on the road, but he still braved the cold wind and brought thick animal skins to pick up his wife. Yet he overheard her complaining about him. Lancy felt that life was unbearable. Chapter 293. The Newborn Qi Xiaoxing Tribe, Part 4. As soon as Elsa turned around, she met Lancy's aggrieved expression, and she showed a face that was a mix of surprise and embarrassment. Lancy stepped forward, pulling Elsa into his embrace. Did you just say I'm useless? His body was cold from the long journey, and he was quite stiff. Elsa felt her bones ache as he held her tightly. She poked Lancy's waist in annoyance. Let go of me. After holding her for a while longer, Lancy finally released her, maintaining his aggrieved expression, which made Elsa feel a little reluctant to hold back her laughter. Okay, I should have said you were useless just now. I'll cook you more meat tonight. All right? Lancy nodded happily, then suddenly remembered something and hurriedly rummaged through the animal skin backpack he had brought from behind, pulling out a very thick hide and draping it over Elsa. It's too cold. I'm afraid you'll freeze. Qi Xiaoxing watched in amazement. Although Lance, the orc, seemed to lack any sense of propriety when outside, he was as obedient as a little lamb in front of Aisha. It was truly unexpected. Stop looking at him. Ling draped a cloak over Qi Xiaoxing's shoulders. Yours is better. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at Ling, realizing her lover's eyelashes fluttered slightly, with a hint of unexplainable grievance on their face. The feeling of speechlessness in her heart turned into helplessness. Are all orcs this childish? She only thought Lance's earlier behavior was quite novel. The group bid farewell to the brothers Zhen Dili and Zhen Daiming, riding the big tigers transformed by their lovers, and returned to the Qi Xiaoxing tribe before it got completely dark. Aisha and Little Green went home, both exhausted after several busy days. Qi Xiaoxing also returned to her home in the Qi Xiaoxing tribe after a long time. The house seemed to have more warmth compared to when she last came back to sort things out. The most noticeable change was that the snow in front of the door and on the roof had been cleared away, and the yard had been tidied up. Qi Xiaoxing also saw a gugu beast tied under a simple shed. She jumped down from Ling's arms, stretched lazily, and laughed, finally back home. Ling looked at her gently, his voice carrying a hint of warmth. With the allegiance of the Mountain Lion tribe and the rescue of the Flame Tiger tribe, the integrated Qi Xiaoxing tribe now had over 500 members, enough to participate in next year's spring tribe promotion competition. Now, with over 2 months until spring, they could stay home and rest well. I'll go heat up the Kong in the house and then take care of the Gugu beast, Ling said. Qi Xiaoxing stopped him. Just take care of the Gugu beast. Let's sleep in space tonight. Ling felt a stir in his heart, bent down, and kissed her cheek. All right. Qi Xiaoxing's ears turned slightly red as she walked into the house, then quickly flashed into the space. The space maintained a constant temperature throughout the year, and the vegetables in the spirit field were thriving, unaffected by the harsh conditions outside. Qi Xiaoxing thought that since they would mainly eat Gugu beast for dinner, she would just stir-fry a vegetable and make a soup. She looked at the food store in the space. There was still quite a bit of previously cured bacon, so she decided to grow some cabbage to make bacon and cabbage soup. The vegetable dish would just be a stir-fry of some greens. The Gugu beast would be braised, and if Ling wanted some roasted meat, she could roast half of it. The Gugu beast was essentially a fat chicken 3 to 4 times larger. There was no way Qi Xiaoxing could finish it all alone, but with Ling, it would be different. She actually wanted to try making a beggar's Gugu beast, but she was a bit too tired to do it now. Xiaoxing, it's ready. Ling entered the space, damp from the outside, holding a large wicker basket with the processed Gugu beast inside, and she just needed to handle the stir-frying. Qi Xiaoxing, not minding the coldness on Ling, walked over and kissed him on the lips, taking the basket. Do you want it braised or roasted? Ling held her hand, deepening the kiss, and after a while, he finally released her lips. Either is fine. So Qi Xiaoxing braised half and roasted the other half, but even so, the braised portion filled a large pot. Let's send a bowl to Little Green in them. Qi Xiaoxing handed a wooden bowl to Ling. They live so close, and Lon is your brother, so we should be a bit closer. In fact, if Aisha's house were not quite far, she would have liked to send some to her as well. All right, as you wish. Ling took the small wooden bowl, knowing Qi Xiaoxing just wanted them to have a taste, so he only made this little bit. The majority would still go into his belly, and part of the reason for giving it to Lan was for himself as well. Thinking of this warmed Ling's heart. When he returned, Qi Xiaoxing's meal was ready. She first served herself a bowl of bacon and cabbage soup, and it tasted decent. She really missed vermicelli. Without it, the soup felt soulless. Chapter 294. The Newborn Qingshi Tribe. 5. I really want to eat vermicelli. Qi Xiaoxing didn't cook rice tonight. The tubers would suffice since she couldn't eat much anyway. In fact, Ling still preferred meat the most. What is vermicelli? Ling chewed on a piece of crispy bone and asked. It's a type of really delicious food, long and thin with elasticity. Qi Xiaoxing wasn't sure how to describe it, but it was just really tasty. Ling didn't ask further, his eyes smiling. All right. Qi Xiaoxing didn't eat much before feeling full, and she couldn't even eat a bite of the roasted meat. Ling, on the other hand, kept devouring everything on the table, still looking unsatisfied as he licked his lips. Are you full? Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but ask when she saw him like this. Ling nodded. Qi Xiaoxing walked over to him, reached out to touch Ling's flat abdomen, and exclaimed, "You swallowed so much. Why is it not bulging at all?" Ling pressed her hand down, feeling Qi Xiaoxing's soft little hand continuously exploring his abdomen, and his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat's paw. In the warm space, facing his beloved, Ling's mind wandered. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to thoughts of that, and Mr. Ling was just an ordinary man. However, Qi Xiaoxing was completely unaware of this. She was just shocked that Ling's abdomen was still flat despite him eating so much. As she touched, she found herself wanting to carefully admire her lover's well-defined abs and good physique. Ahem. When Qi Xiaoxing finally got enough of her hand's exploration and wanted to move her hands away from someone's waist, she found, I can't pull my hand out? Qi Xiaoxing looked down at Ling, let go. Mr. Ling's ears turned a bit red, and two fluffy ears suddenly popped out of his black hair. Qi Xiaoxing, oh. Do you want to touch them? Ling rasped, his fluffy ears swaying enticingly. Qi Xiaoxing felt a tickle in her heart, and ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the fluff, reaching out her wicked hands toward the two moving ears. A few minutes later, the person being pinned down and rubbed on the ground had transformed from the adorable Mr. Ling to our Xiaoxing. The next day, Qi Xiaoxing slept until nearly noon before getting up. After washing up, she rubbed her sore thighs, tears welling in her eyes. Ling was so cruel. She had begged him like that yesterday, yet he still refused to stop. Awake? Ling came to the bedside with a bowl of porridge. Have some porridge first. Qi Xiaoxing, her ears red, nodded. Ling's gentle gaze and the crazed possessiveness in his golden eyes from yesterday overlapped in her mind, forming her perfect lover. If it weren't for how handsome Ling was, she wouldn't forgive him so easily, even though she had felt quite comfortable yesterday. How are the people from the Mountain Lion tribe and the Flame Tiger tribe now? While drinking the porridge, Qi Xiaoxing asked. She had been busy treating the orcs from a Mountain Lion tribe these days and wasn't very clear about the tribe's affairs. They are currently divided into two groups. Ling said, the female elders and cubs are crowded in the shelter, while the orcs are living in the cellar we dug before. Qi Xiaoxing smiled. Digging such a big cellar back then was really a good idea. Ling patted her head. Lan plans to hold a small celebration after you all come back and appoint Shan Di, the chieftain of the Mountain Lion tribe, and Tua Si, the elder of the Flame Tiger tribe, as the elders of the newly formed Qingshi tribe. The snow is melting now, and there's about a month left of winter. Many animals have begun to emerge. Ling said that the tribe still has enough food to hold a small ceremony. Qi Xiaoxing nodded. But do you really want to appoint Toph as the new elder? Ling keenly noticed her reluctance. What's wrong? Qi Xiaoxing frowned and said, I don't think he can be trusted. Ling pondered for a moment, but now, besides Toph, there aren't many suitable candidates in the Flame Tiger tribe. Their shaman is not very suitable, and the only one with a bit of authority comparable to Toph is probably Xiao Mei. Qi Xiaoxing shivered and said irritably, forget it. It's better to appoint Toph. Ling looked at her with a smile. Then when do you want to choose? What time should I choose? This should be decided by the tribe leader. Qi Xiaoxing was a bit surprised. Lan said, it's up to you to choose. Ling smiled at her. Xiaoxing, you choose. Qi Xiaoxing put down the porridge in her mouth, thought for a moment, and ran to a small wooden house nearby to rummage through things. After a while, she took out an old yellow calendar. Ahem, when selecting a date, it should be a lucky one. She opened the yellow calendar and began to choose seriously. In Ling's eyes, it seemed like she was carefully selecting a date for them to hold a partner ceremony. In fact, there is no difference between whether they hold that partner ceremony or not now. They understand each other's feelings, and apart from not being able to have children, it seems there is nothing wrong. However, both he and Xiaoxing don't want children right now. It's too unsafe, so let us wait until everything stabilizes. He definitely wants Xiaoxing to bear him many children. Of course, if Xiaoxing doesn't want to, he can also not have them. Ling thought silently in his heart, watching Qi Xiaoxing's clear eyelashes and feeling a warmth rising in his heart. Chapter 295. The Ceremony 1. Time passed neither slowly nor quickly, and soon it was the day Qi Xiaoxing chose for the ceremony. The weather today is very nice, and the Qing Stone tribe has welcomed the long-lost sunshine. In the central square of the tribe, several hundred people have gathered, which is rare. However, the formation of the crowd is quite distinct. The members of the Qing Stone tribe stand in the center, with nearly 300 beastmen and females standing close to the front. The Flame Tiger tribe has the fewest people, mainly standing at the left rear, while the Mountain Lion tribe occupies the right rear position. Lan and Ayersha, as the leaders and shamans of the Qing Stone tribe, are responsible for presiding over this ceremony. Before winter ends, we welcome new members to the tribe. Lan was not as casual as usual. His stern face was painted with the totem of the Qing Stone tribe, and Ayersha held a staff representing the shaman. Looking even more imposing, Lan stood on the high platform, his voice resonating throughout the tribe. Today is the day of rebirth for the Qing Stone tribe. The beastmen and females below the platform looked at him seriously. Today is the day of the ceremony, Lan said, to join the Qing Stone tribe. One must follow the tribe's rules and forget the tribe they once belonged to. If anyone cannot do this, they should speak up now. We do not lack a single person in the Qing Stone tribe. He scanned the crowd below, and some members of the Mountain Lion tribe and Flame Tiger tribe lowered their heads, their faces slightly reddened. Indeed, there were some among them who harbored thoughts of using the Qing Stone tribe as a stepping stone and were still resentful about the reasons for their former tribe's demise. Now that Lan bluntly exposed their thoughts, it still embarrassed the beastmen. Lan did not want to indulge such thoughts and stated directly that the ceremony is not just a formality. This ceremony requires your names to be recorded in the Qing Stone tribe, and you must swear loyalty to the beast god, promising from today onward to be wholeheartedly loyal to the Qing Stone tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, a small wave of boos erupted uncontrollably from the crowd, and the members of the Flame Tiger tribe and Mountain Lion tribe exchanged shocked glances. The elder of the Flame Tiger tribe, Toth, stepped forward, his voice tinged with suppressed anger, saying that it had not been mentioned before that joining the Qing Stone tribe required such a ceremony. Qi Xiaoxing, standing below the high platform, felt a mix of anger and amusement upon hearing his furious words. She looked at Toth's flushed face and said, "Then do you think we should have ignored you? Can Toth not have a bit of dignity? What does it mean that it was not mentioned before that there was this rule?" She thought that in the Beastman continent, it was a natural rule to declare loyalty when joining a new tribe. When she first crossed over, she also underwent a similar ceremony. Was Toth foolish or just pretending? After hearing Qi Xiaoxing's words, Toth froze for a moment, then lowered his head and fell silent. Lan's mood was also quite poor. He looked at Toth and sneered. "I said, those who are unwilling to participate in this ceremony can leave immediately. We do not welcome you." Ling timely released his bloodline pressure. The ancestral suppression triggered from the Tiger King bloodline made almost all Tiger tribe beastmen feel fear, and the Lion tribe beastmen instinctively felt terror as well. Toth, just now awakening from a dream, realized that during these days in the Qing Stone tribe, he had been treated well and almost forgot how Ling had slaughtered the Sand Snake tribe members. And their Flame Tiger tribe might not even be able to defeat the Sand Snake tribe. Because of the intimidation and pressure from Ling and Lan, the ceremony was able to proceed normally. Ayersha had a rattan basket beside her, filled with many fire-red leaves that Qi Xiaoxing used when she first joined the tribe, each piece sparkling like a gem. "Let's begin," Ayersha said calmly. Perhaps due to taking over the shaman staff, she looked somewhat different from usual, starting with the leader of the Mountain Lion tribe and the elder of the Flame Tiger tribe. As her voice fell, Shandi handed a small lion cub in his arms to a nearby female and walked toward the high platform. His aged face was stiff due to the excessive twitching of his lips, but his steps did not stop. This old lion understood that from the moment he led his people to flee, the Mountain Lion tribe had almost ceased to exist. "Shandi, do you vow to the beast god to join our Qing Stone tribe and never betray the tribe from today onward?" Ayersha asked. Unlike the situation when Qi Xiaoxing joined, as Ayersha's words fell, a small group of golden light suddenly appeared, transforming into a sharp golden needle. "I do." Shandi spoke slowly but without any hesitation. Qi Xiaoxing watched as the golden needle pierced Shandi's brow, and a drop of bright red blood emerged from between his brows, dripping onto one of the fire-red leaves under Ayersha's guidance. Contract established, Ayrsha said lightly, then revealed a smile, congratulating him on becoming a member of the Qingstone tribe. Shandi nodded heavily and turned to walk down. Just as he was about to reach the Mountain Lion tribe's group, he caught sight of his partner, standing a bit closer, and couldn't help but shout angrily, "Kara, why are you crying?" Chapter 296. The Ceremony, 2. The female named Kara was originally just wiping her tears, but upon hearing his words, she couldn't help but start sobbing. And the small lion cub in her arms also began to cry sadly due to its mother's tears. In an instant, the members of the Mountain Lion tribe were all crying. The beastman men silently wiped their tears with their large hands, while the females cried loudly. They all understood in their hearts that from the moment Shandi established the contract, the Mountain Lion tribe would no longer exist. In this beastman continent, there would no longer be a lion tribe called the Mountain Lion tribe. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the weeping members of the Mountain Lion tribe, feeling a bit uneasy in her heart, but she did not show it. This world is cruel, no matter how many tears they shed today. It would not shake her determination to hold this ceremony. To survive, one must give up certain things. However, as Qi Xiaoxing's gaze swept over the adorable little Rose, who was sobbing, a wave of annoyance surged in her heart. The new tribe could no longer be managed solely based on some unwritten rules as before. As a modern person, she had a basic understanding of the law. Although it was unrealistic to follow the rules strictly in this brutal world of orcs with a strong prey on the weak, there still had to be some necessary regulations. While secretly planning what to do next, Qi Xiaoxing realized that the ceremony of the Mountain Lion tribe was nearing its end. The last one to ascend the high platform was a wobbly little lion, smaller than the cubs from the Shandy family, looking only a few months old, seemingly born before winter. He was thin, with sparse fur, wrapped in dirty animal skins, and was carried onto the platform by another frail little orc. Perhaps sensing Qi Xiaoxing's gaze, the lion tribe little orc wiped his dirty face and respectfully gestured toward her. "Elder, this is my brother Mu." Qi Xiaoxing looked at the little lion, nodded, and did not show any sympathy for the two little orcs in front of everyone. The little orc had always heard that Elder Qi Xiaoxing was very kind, and thought she was looking at him out of pity for him and his brother, hoping she would give him something, but she did not. He was clearly a bit disappointed, but remained very respectful, wading off to the side with a bowed waist. Elsa's attitude towards the cubs was noticeably gentler than towards adults, and her expression softened as she gently completed the entire ceremony while holding his paw. Next came the Fire Tiger tribe. Although they had fewer members than the Mountain Lion tribe, their tempers were generally much worse, and some genuinely felt grateful to join the Qingshi tribe. However, about 10 of them had very sour expressions, as if joining the Qingshi tribe was a great insult to them. Qi Xiaoxing secretly memorized the appearances of these 10 or so orcs. These insincere individuals were like ticking time bombs that needed constant supervision. The ceremony lasted for a long time, and Qi Xiaoxing glanced at her broken watch. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, meaning it had been nearly 5 hours since it started around 8 in the morning. Rubbing her slightly uncomfortable stomach, she couldn't help but dig into her pocket when Elsa announced the end of the ceremony. Under her wide cloak, she had specially sewn 2 slightly oversized pockets, filled with a lot of jerky, just in case the ceremony took too long. And indeed, it had been very long. Qi Xiaoxing secretly pinched a smaller piece of jerky, and, while the crowd was in disarray as Lan summarized the proceedings, she discreetly stuffed a piece into her mouth. She pretended to cover her face, but soon Ling discovered her. He looked at his partner, helplessly, only to have a piece of jerky stuffed into his hand the next moment. Qi Xiaoxing looked at him with encouraging and expectant eyes, and Ling had no choice but to mimic her and secretly stuff the jerky into his mouth. The two of them secretly ate 2 or 3 pieces of jerky, and Qi Xiaoxing felt her stomach was no longer as uncomfortable. Her eyes curved into a smile, looking very happy, making anyone unaware think she was delighted about the tribe welcoming new members. Ling felt as if his heart was scratched by a cat's paw. How could his partner be so adorable? After the ceremony, Qing Sha and Yi Er brought back the wild animals they hunted yesterday, while Lans carried 2 large wicker baskets filled with sharp-toothed fish from the riverbank. Xiao Lu and the 3 sisters from the Bai family also brought some females, carrying a good amount of animal fats and vegetables. What is this? Kara noticed the milk fruits in Bai Wei's hands, her eyes widening. Bai Wei smiled at her. "These are from the milk fruit trees around our tribe. I thought they looked pretty good, so I picked a lot," thinking the cubs in the tribe could drink them now that there are more of them. With food available and seeing how much the Qingshi tribe valued the cubs, Kara, who was holding the little lion, finally didn't feel as bad as when she lost her status as the Mountain Lion tribe's matriarch. A complex feeling rose in her heart, Though she was no longer the matriarch, she was still a long matriarch, and in this strong tribe with walls and warriors, even her children could enjoy fresh milk fruits. Perhaps staying in the Qingshi tribe was a good choice. Chapter 297, The Signs of Spring, Part 1, After the Ceremony. The Qingshi tribe entered a phase of prosperous development. With enough population, some tasks that were previously impossible to accomplish now had people to do them. For example, after discussing with Lan and Qi Xiaoxing, they decided to plan for a portion of people to go over every day to tidy up and build on the territory previously captured from the Blackstone tribe, transforming that resource-poor area into a training ground for the orcs. Houses also began to be constructed without pause. As the population of the Qingshi tribe increased, the previous houses were no longer sufficient. Considering the future development of the tribe, Lan divided the tribe into 3 main areas. Originally, the Qingshi tribe's members lived somewhat scattered but were generally concentrated together. This counted as one area, while he designated a section near the small hillside for the Mountain Lion tribe members and the remaining area near the riverside for the Fire Tiger tribe members. Everyone was quite satisfied with this arrangement, as they were all within the walls and had nothing to fight over. However, due to the inclusion of females from the Fire Tiger and Mountain Lion tribes, the remaining orcs from the original Qingshi tribe were extremely pleased. In just half a month since their joining, according to Qi Xiaoxing's knowledge, there had already been 3 pairs formed. Sigh, I really don't know what kind of love potion that little Rose gave them. Xiao Lu complained angrily to her 2 sisters while ruining the small green vegetables in Qi Xiaoxing's garden. Wow, more than half of the orcs who liked Bai Wei have been charmed away by her. Bai Wei looked at her speechlessly, and Qi Xiaoxing had the same expression. Don't you feel angry at all? Those orcs originally liked Bai Wei. Xiao Lu pinched a small vegetable and squeezed out water, really annoyed. And she loves to show off. Her innate skills aren't even half as good as Xiaoxing's, yet people outside praise her to the skies. Today, Bai Wei and I went out looking for some fruit, and spent a long time only finding a few sour wild fruits. I thought I'd bring them back for you to ripen. But she ripened the fruits we were holding right on the spot and pretended to give them to us. Xiao Lu was very angry. How shameless. They were originally our fruits. We didn't even ask her to help us ripen them. Bai Wei and Qi Xiaoxing exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Logically, it should have been Qi Xiaoxing and Bai Wei who were at odds with little Rose. Qi Xiaoxing had a conflict with her because Rose liked Ling and wanted to steal him away, while Bai Wei had lost all but one of her 6 pursuers due to little Rose's charm and should have been angry. However, the 2 of them remained indifferent to little Rose's provocations, while Xiao Lu was the one who got furious every time. All right, stop talking about her. Didn't you say we were going to pick some vegetables to cook soup for Lan? Qi Xiaoxing helplessly changed the subject. It was already this late, and Lan was probably starving. Exactly, Bai Wei chimed in. Let's hurry and gather the greens. Ling will be back soon. Hearing Lan's name, Xiao Lu reluctantly suppressed her anger and angrily took half a basket of greens along with Bai Wei. After they left, Qi Xiaoxing finally closed the courtyard gate with a sigh of relief, smiling as she shook her head. Over half a month had passed since the end of the ceremony, and the tribe was gradually getting back on track. Life in the Qingstone tribe is quite comfortable. Besides the occasional need for collective training and the weekly rotation for gathering outside, there isn't much else to do, and it's very safe. The newly joined tribe members have adapted well, except 4 more scheming females like Xiao Mei, who have captivated the hearts of many unmarried orcs. Sometimes, Qi Xiaoxing finds it strange why orcs are attracted to such delicate females that seem overly dramatic in the eyes of other females. She didn't think for long when a loud thud caught her attention. A not-so-large young sheep beast was tossed down, its neck bearing a clean cut, as if severed by a sharp blade. Qi Xiaoxing looked up at the sky and indeed saw a pair of large wings. Ling slowly descended, folding his wings and walking over to her. Are we having sheep beast for dinner? Qi Xiaoxing pointed to a small lamb nearby. Sure. Ling wrapped his arms around Qi Xiaoxing and leaned down to kiss her forehead. Actually, I don't really want to eat the sheep beast. Qi Xiaoxing pushed her tightly hugging partner away in exasperation. He said he didn't want to eat the sheep beast, but he only brought back this one prey. Clearly wanted to eat it. Go process the prey, roast half of it, and I'll make some lamb spine. Qi Xiaoxing examined the small sheep beast. Although it was a lamb, it looked about the size of an adult sheep in modern times, and its horns were quite sharp. This kind of sheep beast runs very fast, making it a challenge to hunt one at the end of winter. Ling responded affirmatively, but still leaned in to kiss her, eating a bit of tofu before leaving. Qi Xiaoxing had gotten used to his clinging nature, sighed helplessly, turned around, and quietly entered the house. She slipped into her space and took out a lot of seasonings, Making the lamb spine delicious wasn't easy, but she could only try her best. Chapter 298, Spring Vibes, Part 2. The spine of the sheep beast looked quite similar to that of modern sheep. Ling had already done some simple processing when he brought it back, and there wasn't much meat, but it looked pretty good. Qi Xiaoxing followed the cooking methods from her past life, soaking the sheep beast spine in water for a while before taking it out and placing it into a stone pot filled with boiling water to simmer. Once it boiled, she cleaned off the blood foam and set it aside for later. Due to limited resources and conditions in the beast world, she could only stir-fry some simple ingredients. Adding fat. After nearly 2 hours, she produced a pot of sheep beast version of lamb spine that smelled quite nice. "Come eat," Qi Xiaoxing called out to Ling, who had quickly roasted the meat. She laid out the lamb spine and the roasted meat on the table, ready to eat. Since arriving in the beast world, she had become more accustomed to eating meat. Ling could hardly wait to try the new dish. Upon hearing Qi Xiaoxing's words, he quickly tidied up the mess, obediently washed his hands, and sat at the table. The sky wasn't too dark yet, and they could clearly see the dishes on the table from inside the house. Ling first picked up a piece of spine that wasn't too big and brought it to his lips, slowly taking a bite under Qi Xiaoxing's expectant gaze. "How is it? Does it taste good?" Qi Xiaoxing asked while picking up a piece for herself. Ling's eyes lit up as he licked the sauce from his lips. "It's really delicious." Hearing this, Qi Xiaoxing felt relieved and took a smaller piece of lamb spine, biting into it. The sauce was well mixed, eliminating any fishy smell. The meat was fragrant. Though a bit oily, the tenderness and delicacy of the meat could be felt, carrying the unique taste of the spine meat. Overall, it was quite good. Qi Xiaoxing was satisfied with her cooking. She gnawed on 3 pieces in succession and then had a small piece of roasted sheep beast leg. Feeling content as she patted her slightly bulging belly, "The rest is all yours." Ling's eyes curved with a smile, completely agreeable to this. Qi Xiaoxing stood up, draped her cloak over her shoulders, and took a stroll around the yard. The weather was gradually warming up, winter was coming to an end, and the accumulated snow outside was gradually melting. The sky was no longer the gloomy gray it had been. A purple sun was emerging, and by the time evening came, it was about to set, leaving only a layer of faint golden twilight. The small green vegetables in the yard were growing as well as ever. To avoid drawing attention, Qi Xiaoxing didn't take out any other seeds from her space to plant. Glancing at a piece that Little Green had picked earlier in the afternoon, she scattered some seeds and casually watered them, using her plant-based talent skills. With her superpower nurturing, these small green vegetables should sprout by tomorrow. Several days passed, the temperature warmed up, and the previously quiet Qingstone tribe became lively. Although the orcs no longer had their primitive instincts and impulses, spring was, after all, a season that easily stirred restlessness. This was reflected in the orc young men of Qingstone tribe, who were starting to court more vigorously. Today the sun was nice, and by the river near the tribe, Xiaomei was preparing to wash some fruits with several other females. A few tall orcs had been waiting there early on, and it was clear they had groomed themselves. At least their hair looked neat. "Xiaomei, look." One female nudged Xiaomei's arm. "They're here looking for you again." Xiaomei shyly smiled in response. "No, they came looking for you too." The female laughed a couple of times, understanding that Xiaomei was trying to comfort her. It was completely normal for a talented and beautiful female like Xiaomei to attract many orcs, although she occasionally felt a bit jealous. Xiaomei had always been good at socializing. After joining the Qingstone tribe, she had helped them a lot with her plant-based talent skills, so she felt okay about it. That's why females in the beast world are often seen as simple. Most just want to live a stable and simple life and aren't very clear about some complicated matters. Listening to the conversation, Xiaomei smiled, tucked a few stray hairs behind her ear, and glanced at the orcs by the river, her beautiful eyes squinting as she revealed a sweet smile. But soon, as if shy, she turned her gaze away. The few orcs from the Qingstone tribe, who had no other thoughts, instantly blushed and their hearts raced. Xiaomei seemed to want to tease their feelings, slowly walking towards the river. The riverbank wasn't completely covered in snow. The approaching spring had melted a lot of it. After coming to the Qingstone tribe, many females had also dressed more fashionably. Wearing a pretty hat, draped in a fur cloak similar to Qi Xiaoxing's, and donning a pair of grass shoes adorned with fur, Xiaomei looked much better than before. She was well aware of her charm, slowly walking to the river, rolling up her sleeves to reveal a section of her fair arms. The orcs, who hadn't seen a female expose skin all winter, immediately became excited. A tall orc quickly walked toward Xiaomei, his bright black eyes filled with sincerity. "Xiaomei, the river water is very cold. Why don't I help you wash the fruits?" Xiaomei's cheeks flushed. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? As she hesitated, She caught a glimpse of Ling walking alongside Qi Xiaoxing not far away. Chapter 299, Spring Vibes, Part 3. After returning to the tribe, Ling was more meticulous than he had been outside. In fact, it should be Qi Xiaoxing who paid more attention to her man's appearance. She had made him some winter clothes and cloaks using modern tailoring techniques, and she would have him change outfits every so often. Ling actually preferred wearing the clothes Qi Xiaoxing made for him, so now, the Ling who appeared in front of Xiao Mei looked even more handsome than he had in the forest. A black and patterned inner lining with a bit of a leather texture, covered by a black and white leather jacket. His long black hair was neatly groomed, with some strands hanging by his ears. He looked at Qi Xiaoxing, his honey-like phoenix eyes filled with gentle smiles. Xiao Mei felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness and couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. He was even more handsome than before, but such an excellent beastman did not belong to her. Her gaze swept over the few beastmen in front of her who had just made her feel ecstatic. They were casually dressed, basically just wrapping a piece of leather around themselves, their hair messy, and their faces dirty. They were simply leagues apart from Ling. Xiao Mei didn't want to pay them any more attention, so she lowered her rolled-up sleeves and said lightly, "I want to wash by myself." The few beastmen had no idea what had suddenly happened to her, but beastmen were usually quite simple-minded. So they genuinely thought she wanted to wash by herself and didn't urge her further. However, the female who was walking beside Xiao Mei noticed something. She walked over to Xiao Mei, who was squatting by the river washing fruits, and softly said, "You're not still thinking about Ling, are you?" Xiao Mei was taken aback, then revealed a somewhat pale and weak smile. "No, don't talk nonsense." Her black eyes occasionally glanced over at Ling, as if hoping he would come over to help her. In fact, she regretted reaching into such cold water. Her fruits had always been washed by beastmen before. She had never endured such hardship. Unfortunately, Xiao Mei's hopeful glances did not catch Ling's attention, but successfully attracted Qi Xiaoxing's. Today, she had also suddenly wanted to go up the small mountain to see if there were any other plants, while secretly venting her frustration. Passing by this area was also an opportunity to see how the two tribes were developing here, only to encounter Xiao Mei and many beastmen. Initially, she wanted to take a detour since, with Xiao Mei's white lotus personality, she was likely to stir up some trouble. But then she saw that this person was still fixated on Ling, which made her feel extremely frustrated. Qi Xiaoxing simply pulled on Ling, who was continuing to walk forward, tugging at his arm. "Want to eat fruits?" Ling's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly said, "Then wait here, I'll go pick some for you." Qi Xiaoxing shook her head, took out a fruit pit from her bag, and a faint green glow passed over her palm. Soon, a beautifully shaped green fruit appeared in her hand. "You go wash this for me." Qi Xiaoxing shoved the green fruit into Ling's hand and pointed to the river not far away. She knew she was being childish, but sometimes she just couldn't help it. Ling took the green fruit, glanced at Xiao Mei, who was washing fruits by the river, and the beastmen surrounding her, and realized there was nothing unclear about the situation. However, he didn't feel any unhappiness. Instead, he felt sweet inside. Ling's lips curled up as he walked to the river, patiently pulled up his cloak to avoid getting it wet, and then extended his fair and slender fingers to wash the green fruit, which was several sizes larger than the one Xiao Mei had. Xiao Mei watched as Ling patiently washed the fruit for Qi Xiaoxing, and after finishing, he immediately walked back without saying a word to her. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth, especially with so many beastmen around. She had to maintain her image. Xiao Mei gently exhaled, constantly reminding herself to stay calm. Qi Xiaoxing was so infuriated by Xiao Mei that she felt a sense of relief. She didn't really want the green fruit. Just took a bite and handed it to Mr. Ling, who had washed for a long time, and even rewarded him with a peck on his cheek while standing on her tiptoes. Ling bit into the sweet fruit and glanced at Qi Xiaoxing, who was clearly in a good mood. Suddenly, he had a thought. If only they could meet Xiao Mei every time they went out. After releasing a breath, Qi Xiaoxing threw Xiao Mei, who was an unimportant person, out of her mind and went up the small mountain with Ling. Unlike the mountain path covered in snow during the harsh winter, the temperature had risen recently, and many small animals and beastmen were active. The paths had already been trampled down, and much of the snow had melted, making it easier for her to walk. The tall trees on both sides had lost most of their snow, and occasionally some water would drip down. Seeing no one around, Qi Xiaoxing took out 2 straw hats from her space and put one on Ling and herself. "Ling, where do you think the large beasts went after the beast tide?" After walking for a while, they had seen a few snow rabbits and some small animals, but hadn't encountered any fierce beasts. Probably deeper into the mountains? Ling was also a bit uncertain. Oh, Qi Xiaoxing didn't dwell on it, and, seeing the small green shoots starting to peek out of the ground, changed the subject. Last time, you said you were going to find someone to investigate the spiked iron crocodile issue? Ling reached out and brushed off a dead leaf that had fallen on her back. They had been on the road for a while, and results should be coming soon. Hearing this, Qi Xiaoxing was genuinely excited. If there really is iron, ore will be rich. Ling found it amusing and followed her lead. Then tell me, how do we get rich? Qi Xiaoxing looked at him with an expression of frustration. Iron is a great thing. Not only can it be used to make weapons, but it can also bring us great convenience in life. If there is a large amount of iron, we could replace all the walls with iron. So how would those beasts attack us? Plus, if we have iron, then I can finally have iron pots and iron spatulas. Qi Xiaoxing even said a bit excitedly. Right now, she was using a stone pot to cook, which heated up very slowly, and stir-frying was particularly exhausting. She was using a stone spatula, and every meal left her tired. If we have iron, that would be wonderful. When Ling heard iron pot and iron spatula, and realized that iron was related to food, he immediately became serious. And we need to urge them to hurry. Qi Xiaoxing almost wanted to roll her eyes at him. As soon as it was related to food, he got so enthusiastic. Ling, really? Ling obediently let her lecture him. And after a while, he said, Xiaoxing, how has your training going recently? Qi Xiaoxing replied, I've made a slight breakthrough. I'm probably at the late stage of the second tier now, and I can absorb a crystal in a week. Ling smiled as he pulled her into his arms, a hint of pride in his demeanor. I'm a bit faster than you. I've recently broken through to the late stage of the third tier. Xiaoxing was momentarily taken aback. No way. How did you progress so fast? It was only 5 months since the autumn gathering, and they had been severely beaten by the Rift Sky Song, who was only at the mid-stage of the fourth tier. Back then, she had just awakened her talent skill, and Ling was only at the second tier. Now, 5 months later, she thought she was progressing quickly to the late stage of the second tier, but Ling had surprisingly advanced to the late stage of the third tier. And Ling was a monster with dual talent skills, unlike her, who had only a bare plant-type talent skill. Even though she had some mutations in the late stage due to the beast tide, it could only be considered a mutated plant-type talent skill. While Ling had both dark and gravity-type talent skills, it was truly disheartening to compare oneself to others. Ling poked at Qi Xiaoxing's puffed cheeks with a smile, deliberately teasing her. What's wrong? Aren't you happy that I'm getting stronger? Qi Xiaoxing shook her head, angrily punching his chest. You're so strong. What if one day you don't like me anymore? I want to be able to fight you. It turned out she was considering a very realistic yet absurd question. Ling was both amused and exasperated. Do you think that day will ever come? Qi Xiaoxing shook her head and then nodded. In this world where strength is paramount, the more powerful a person is, the more choices they have. Don't be fooled by the orcs' one-to-one relationship appearance. Back in the Ice Emperor's Forbidden Land, she learned that many strong orcs often have more than one female partner. Perhaps they only have one mate, but the companions by their side are unlikely to be few. Now, Ling was just a bit stronger than before, and he had already attracted a little May's affection. In the future, there would be countless little mice. Although she wanted to believe in Ling, she couldn't help but think about the possibility of him cheating. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to fight him. It would be worse than swallowing a fly. Ling sighed softly, reached out to press her shoulder, bent slightly, and rested his forehead against hers. No matter what, you can hit me, but I won't hit back. If one day someone really forces me to, Ling couldn't help but laugh. I don't think my charm is that great. Otherwise, I could just ruin this face right now. As long as you don't mind, I wouldn't care. Saying this, he released Qi Xiaoxing, transformed one hand into a beast claw, and swiped at his own face. If Qi Xiaoxing hadn't reacted quickly, it wouldn't have just left a scratch on his face. Their hats fell to the ground, splashing into a puddle and wetting their pant legs. What are you doing? Just a moment ago, she was a little worried about the future, but now seeing Ling mercilessly swiping at his own face, Qi Xiaoxing felt no anger. Only a mixture of dissatisfaction and heartache towards herself, and Ling, don't do this anymore. Never do this again, Qi Xiaoxing said, heartbroken, as she hugged Ling's waist. Ling patted her head. I worry too. Worry that someone will take you away. Qi Xiaoxing listened to his heartbeat. I won't let that happen. Ling smiled and replied, neither will I. He said this while tightly embracing Qi Xiaoxing, lowering his head and kissing her lips. Qi Xiaoxing didn't expect him to kiss her directly. She didn't feel unhappy, but she and Ling had never used this method before. Ling had always been very gentle. Their kisses had never been like this. Qi Xiaoxing's soft eyelashes brushed against Ling's cheek, causing him to shiver. And he couldn't help but pinch Qi Xiaoxing's chin, forcing her mouth open as his soft tongue slipped inside. When the kiss ended, Qi Xiaoxing felt weak and limp. Chapter 301 Iron, Part 2. The purpose of wandering in the forest with Ling was achieved. But their goal of finding new plants completely failed, and she inadvertently ended up being carried back by Ling. Because her lips were quite swollen, when Xiao Lu came to deliver vegetables that night, he gave her an I understand expression, which made Qi Xiaoxing feel extremely frustrated, and she had no way to explain. However, because of their heart-to-heart talk in the forest, Qi Xiaoxing felt she could face Xiao Mei's envious and jealous gaze with ease. For several days, she encountered her without engaging in any banter. One day, after Ling and Qi Xiaoxing handled some tribal affairs as usual, they settled in their space to practice. Qi Xiaoxing was sitting cross-legged on the grass, holding a raw crystal in her hand, surrounded by a faint green ripple. Beads of sweat were forming on her forehead, but her breathing was steady, seemingly rhythmic. As she breathed in and out, the raw crystal in her hand became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, with a crack, the raw crystal in her hand completely shattered, turning into fine powder that dissipated into the air. Qi Xiaoxing let out a deep breath, slowly opening her eyes. After absorbing a considerable amount of raw power from the crystal, her bright black eyes flashed with a glint, looking more spirited than usual. Qi Xiaoxing stood up to stretch her legs, which were a bit sore from sitting for a long time, and looked up to see Ling sitting not far from her on grass. In the space, he wasn't wearing those heavy clothes, but was dressed simply in a beast skin jacket, sitting cross-legged on the ground, revealing something not very elegant. Qi Xiaoxing felt her face heat up and turned her head away. Glancing at the clock she had repaired, it was 3:30 in the afternoon, still early. She thought about absorbing the raw crystal a bit longer to increase her internal raw power storage, but as soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with the image she had just seen. Forget it, Qi Xiaoxing thought in despair. She had to hurry and finish Ling's underwear. Having been in the beast world for a while, many of the clothes she brought were damaged. Initially, there was a pack of underwear in the military backpack she brought. She had taken 3 pairs for herself and modified them. Qi Xiaoxing originally planned to give the remaining ones directly to Ling, but unfortunately, his size was a bit too large, and they simply wouldn't fit. So, Qi Xiaoxing decided to sew 2 pairs together for him to wear, which was something she only had time to do after they returned to the tribe and had some free time. When Ling finally finished his training and the second-tier raw crystal in his hand turned to powder, he saw Qi Xiaoxing sitting nearby, reading while eating jerky. With a helpless smile, Ling walked over to her. "Why aren't you practicing?" Qi Xiaoxing swallowed the jerky in her mouth. "I'm a bit tired. How do you feel? Did you break through?" Ling shook his head. "Not so fast. I just broke through not long ago. The bottleneck from 3rd tier to 4th tier isn't that easy." That was true. Qi Xiaoxing also felt that training was a challenging task. Firstly, it requires complete concentration without any distractions, since they were fortunate enough to have a space with enough raw crystals for them to practice. They didn't have to extract spiritual energy from the heavens and earth bit by bit to increase their internal raw power storage. They only needed to operate along the already unblocked meridians, gradually expanding the raw power capacity in their dantian. Moreover, it also relied on their own efforts. In the beast world, most orcs practice their innate skills instinctively. Very few were lucky enough to obtain techniques for mobility and attack. Not to mention the body refining technique that Ling was currently practicing. Qi Xiaoxing tossed another piece of jerky into her mouth. "Do you have any thoughts on it?" Ling shook his head. "I have 2 innate skills, so the difficulty of breaking through should be greater than others. I can clearly feel that the raw power capacity hasn't yet reached its limit." Ling said this a bit shyly, although his strength was very strong now. It all depended on Qi Xiaoxing. If it weren't for her, he would have died in the forest due to a mental breakdown long ago, not to mention now. After they got together, they also used the raw crystal stored in Qi Xiaoxing's little wooden house for training. It really was. Ling felt a bit frustrated. This wasn't because of the orc's pride, but simply because he felt a little embarrassed. He wanted to do better for Qi Xiaoxing, to be even better. Qi Xiaoxing didn't think there was anything wrong with this. She naturally stood up, took Ling's hand, and led him into the little wooden house, pointing at the raw crystals on the shelf. "We still have so many. You can use them as much as you want." As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh. This feeling really made her seem like a wealthy woman. Ling pinched her fingertip and gently hummed in agreement. She was so good to him. He couldn't let her down. From now on, he would listen to whatever she said. "Ah, Ling, I made you some underwear. Can you try it on and see if it fits?" Qi Xiaoxing walked to the side and handed him a modified pair of underwear. Ling glanced at the underwear with a twitch at the corner of his eye. He really didn't want to wear it. Orcs preferred simple clothing, as it could easily be damaged when they transformed into their beast forms. Moreover, he had worn this thing called underwear once before, and it was too tight, almost making him unable to breathe. Don't just stand there, hurry and try it on, Qi Xiaoxing urged. Ling didn't want to wear it, so he simply pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, "This is very precious cotton fabric. It's too wasteful for me to wear it. Besides, it can easily be damaged when I transform." Qi Xiaoxing felt his warm breath against her ear and thought for a moment. But if you don't wear it, it's easy to expose yourself. Ling chuckled softly. "It's fine, I only do this at home. I will wear proper pants when I go out." Qi Xiaoxing. What he said made so much sense that she found herself unable to refute him for a moment. "By the way, Lon said that the person looking for iron would probably be back today, and he invited us over for dinner tonight." Ling seized the opportunity to change the subject. Chapter 302. Iron 3, alright. Hearing him mention iron, Qi Xiaoxing decided not to continue the topic. In fact, she already knew what Ling was thinking, but she didn't expose his rare little thought. "So, is Xiao Lu cooking tonight?" "Yes," Ling nodded. "Lon said she must cook for you and let you taste her improved cooking skills." Haha. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Lu's cooking was indeed not bad, but not particularly good either. However, she might have improved recently. "Let's hurry up." Qi Xiaoxing glanced at the time. It was already 5 o'clock. Although it wasn't getting dark as early as before, it would still be pitch black after 7 o'clock, even though orcs were not affected by the night. And her physical abilities had improved enough for her to see somewhat in the dark. Qi Xiaoxing still wasn't keen on being outside at night. "Okay," Ling said. "I'll go change my clothes." Qi Xiaoxing nodded, while Ling went to change. She took a small bee skin bag and picked some common vegetables from the field to bring as a gift for Xiao Lu. It wouldn't be right to just go over and eat for free. When the two arrived at Xiao Lu's house, it was already quite dark. Even from outside the door, Qi Xiaoxing could smell the aroma of roasted meat wafting from Xiao Lu's yard. To be honest, although they had eaten roasted meat many times, the quality of the wild beast meat in the orc world was really good. After some time, it would feel delicious again. Both Qi Xiaoxing and Ling had cultivated for a long time and were indeed hungry. "Xiao Lu, we're here." Qi Xiaoxing knocked on the door and called out. Soon, the door opened. Xiao Lu appeared with a face that had been blackened by the charcoal fire. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but smile, which earned her an angry glare from Xiao Lu. "You're still laughing. If it weren't for making you roasted goo-goo beast, I wouldn't look like this." Xiao Lu was clearly venting long-standing grievances and started to complain like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Qi Xiaoxing was confused. "You've roasted meat before. How did it end up like this?" Xiao Lu replied irritably, "It's all Lan's fault. He caught a goo-goo beast, but didn't clean its fur properly. I wasn't paying attention, and it ended up like this." Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but laugh as she handed her the bee skin bag. "This is for you. Didn't you say you wanted to eat vegetables last time?" Xiao Lu took the bee skin bag, opened it, and revealed a cheerful smile. "Oomph. At least you have a conscience. Just in time. I was planning to make soup and was worried about where to get the vegetables." Qi Xiaoxing thought she had come over late enough, but who would have thought they waited for half an hour at Lan's house before they could have dinner? The sky had turned completely dark, and a fire pit was lit in the yard. The group sat around in the yard with wooden bowls, and luckily, the weather was nice today. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have been able to eat this meal. "Quick, try it. How does it taste?" Xiao Lu served Qi Xiaoxing a bowl of soup, looking at her expectantly. Qi Xiaoxing took a sip. The soup made from the vegetables in the space, combined with goo-goo beast bones, was indeed very delicious, somewhat like modern thick chicken soup, but even more flavorful. She didn't hold back on her praise. "Not bad. Not bad. There's been a significant improvement since before." Xiao Lu smiled happily. Lon sat beside Ling, looking at his partner with a smile in his eyes. The meal was very harmonious, and after everyone shared their opinions on Xiao Lu's cooking, Lon shifted the topic. "The orcs you sent to investigate last time have returned. There's a place near where the spiny iron crocodile lives that has a different color from other stones. It should be the mine you mentioned, Xiaoxing." As soon as Lon finished speaking, Qi Xiaoxing excitedly exclaimed, "Iron mine. Oh, iron mine," Lon chuckled. "No wonder that spiny iron crocodile built its nest there." Qi Xiaoxing hurriedly asked, "Where is that place? Is it far from us? Did those people bring back any stones? I want to see them first to confirm." After a series of questions, Qi Xiaoxing realized everyone was looking at her and belatedly understood she had asked too many questions. Her face turned a little red. "Haha," Lon said, "no rush. You can ask them yourself tomorrow morning. They came back quite late today, so I didn't ask them in detail." Qi Xiaoxing nodded, feeling a bit distracted during dinner. It was rare for her to look forward to getting up early the next day. Finally, the next day arrived. The two went to the shelter and found the several orcs who had gone to look for iron. The Wolf Clan orcs, Anua and Angus, were the main force this time and knew the most about it. When Qi Xiaoxing asked if they had brought back any, or Anua asked in confusion, Elder Xiaoxing, "What is or?" Qi Xiaoxing was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking about how to explain. Angus then chimed in, "Bro, it should be stone, right? Didn't Tiwi bring back a little?" Ever since Bai Wei went to find Qi Xiaoxing and confessed their family situation to the tribe, Qi Xiaoxing neither chased them away nor treated them differently, which made Angus have a much higher opinion of her. This time, he contributed the most to finding the iron mine. He had watched his sisters grow up and had very deep feelings for his family. Although he knew that if they didn't hand them over because they mistakenly ate the 100 snake grass, it would offend the Yin snake tribe. He didn't want to. Since Qi Xiaoxing and the Qing Stone tribe were protecting them, he also wanted to do more for Qi Xiaoxing and the Qing Stone tribe. Yes. Anu also remembered and walked to the side to pull out a dirty bee skin bag. He opened it and handed it to Qi Xiaoxing. "Elder Xiaoxing, take a look. Is this the thing you want?" Chapter 303. Iron 4. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the item Anua pulled out from the dirty bee skin bag and felt a bit delighted. It was a piece covered in some dust that couldn't be washed clean, but she could faintly see the gray-black metallic luster. She looked at the ore with some surprise and asked, "Where did you find this stone?" Anua honestly replied, "This time we diligently searched for the places where the spiny iron crocodile had been active. We searched for more than 10 days before we found a place where the spiny iron crocodile passed by. It was very strange. There were hardly any trees around, but based on our observations, the spiny iron crocodile often came to swallow some stones from the ground." Anua, still feeling a bit scared, said at that moment, "I thought that the stone you wanted, Elder Xiaoxing, was probably this kind, so I quietly picked one up." Well done. Qi Xiaoxing could now be certain that Anua had found the right place. The iron ore in her hand had the characteristics of iron ore produced from a volcanic rock, iron ore deposit, overall gray-black, with a visible metallic luster. But the surface was unable to be cleaned due to volcanic ash. This form of iron ore is due to the process of formation in volcanic rocks, which are rich in elements like iron and titanium. Those echinoderm iron crocodiles sometimes try to swallow small stones, presumably to supplement the iron elements in their bodies, making their armor tougher. However, it is uncertain how large the iron deposit is and how many echinoderm iron crocodiles are around. Thinking of this, Qi Xiaoxing asked in her new awe, "Do you remember if there were many stones like this in that place?" This time, Angus indeed answered, "There are some, but not particularly many." He remembered this clearly because he thought Qi Xiaoxing might need this information. Qi Xiaoxing frowned slightly. It seemed that the ore deposit was small, and there were many echinoderm iron crocodiles as natural guards, making mining difficult. "Elder, we still have some stones brought back from our courtyard," Ling Si said. "I'll give them to you." Qi Xiaoxing looked at him in surprise, but seeing his determined gaze, she said nothing more and just nodded. "All right. Once I make the finished product, I'll share some with you." The amount of iron or Ling Si and the others brought back was not much, but it wasn't small either. About a dozen pieces of iron ore, roughly half a meter long and half a meter wide, with quite a bit of bloodstains on them, indicating they had fought with the echinoderm iron crocodiles for these ores. They might have even gotten injured. She had just noticed that Ling Si's face looked a bit pale, but seeing him calm and composed, she felt reassured and didn't ask further. When they transported these ores back to their courtyard, Qi Xiaoxing looked at Ling's back and felt guilty, saying, "Once the iron is refined, I'll give them some." Ling noticed her low mood and stepped forward to wrap her in his arms. "Xiaoxing, you don't need to overthink it. Right now, the best way to repay them is to find a way to extract the iron." Ling understood his partner very well. She had always been a soft-hearted person, and seeing the blood on the ores probably made her feel distressed again. Qi Xiaoxing nodded gloomily and took a while to regain her spirits. They already had quite a few ores, but extracting iron was still a difficult process. According to modern methods, iron ore could be heated together with reducing agents like coke to undergo a reduction reaction to obtain iron. But this required a blast furnace and a large amount of coke, and they were already struggling to make charcoal. If they used ancient methods, although it would be much more troublesome, with so many beasts around, it might be feasible. After thinking for a moment, Qi Xiaoxing said to Ling, "Ling, I've thought of a way to refine iron, but it will be quite labor-intensive." "What?" Ling looked at her in confusion. "Blacksmithing." Qi Xiaoxing revealed a mischievous smile. "I remember that Lance seems to have fire-type talent skills." So the next day, Lance, blissfully unaware that he was about to become a firewood worker, happily brought another laborer, Illinois, to Ling's home. "Why did you call us here? Are you planning to treat us to a meal?" Lance draped his arm over Ling's shoulder, grinning. Qi Xiaoxing smiled from the side. Yes, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Tonight? But still morning. Naive Il voiced his confusion. Ling shot a glance at Lance. Just eating and not working? Do you think there's such a good deal in the world? Lance looked shocked at Ling, then at Qi Xiaoxing, who was smiling, and the pile of oars behind her, and an uneasy suspicion arose in his heart. He took 2 steps back. I just remembered Elsa asked me to do something. I asked you to do something? I didn't know that. As soon as Lance's words fell, Elsa's voice rang out from behind him, startling Lance into a shudder. Reflexively, he turned around, and the 2 locked eyes, with Lance letting out a cry of despair. He realized this was a trap set by his friends and lover. After howling for a while, Lance finally accepted reality. All right, Xiaoxing, what do you want me to do as a laborer? He didn't ask Ling or Elsa, as only Qi Xiaoxing could command his friends and partner. Qi Xiaoxing showed him a kind smile. It's nothing much, just use your fire-type talent skills to melt all these oars. Lance looked at the pile of oars behind her, and his vision darkened. Is this really nothing much? Chapter 304. Arrowhead. Following a relatively simple method of blacksmithing, it can generally be divided into 4 steps: smelting, heating, forging, and quenching. However, in the tool-deficient beast world, it was clearly unrealistic to follow the steps Qi Xiaoxing understood to forge iron. Fortunately, although the people of the beast world did not have advanced tools, they possessed talent skills that surpassed those of ancient and modern people, which could be considered a compensation in another state. I'm going to start now. After Qi Xiaoxing explained what she needed Lance to do, he smiled wryly. Qi Xiaoxing checked again the stone pot placed under the oar Lance was holding. All right, let's begin. As her voice fell, Lance activated the energy within him, and a ball of fire appeared in his palm, aimed at the oar. Elsa and Ling watched from the side, while Qi Xiaoxing felt anxious inside. She wasn't sure if Lance's flames could separate the different impurities with varying melting points in the ore. About 3 minutes later, the ore in Lance's hand began to change, with layers of volcanic ash falling off, revealing the metallic interior. It works. Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit excited and hurriedly nudged Ling. This method can really extract iron. Don't forget what I told you yesterday. Ling nodded, remembering. Yesterday, Qi Xiaoxing had described her envisioned steps for refining iron to him. Once Lance melted the iron, Ling would try to see if he could use his mental power to shape the iron into the form she imagined. And since it was the first time, it might not succeed, so he thought of making the simplest weapon, like an arrowhead. Ling smiled as he watched her excited expression, seeing Lance blushing as he used his talent skills. With the flickering flames, the ore gradually showed signs of melting, and soon the molten iron was about to drip down. Ling quickly walked to Lance's side, extending his mental power, attempting to wrap the dripping molten iron, imagining it as the arrowhead Qi Xiaoxing had made from wood, and using his mental power to knead it. After a moment, a small arrowhead was freshly made, and Ling moved the not yet fully formed arrowhead to the water Qi Xiaoxing had prepared, producing a sizzling sound and a lot of steam. Qi Xiaoxing watched as the water gradually calmed down, then reached out to fish out the somewhat petite arrowhead. The arrowhead was about the length of half a finger. Sharp enough, though it looked a bit fragile, it appeared acceptable overall. Ling, make it bigger. Just as Qi Xiaoxing finished shouting this to Ling, she saw him open his eyes and slowly shape a new arrowhead that was larger than the previous one, with more pronounced edges, looking much sharper. Qi Xiaoxing quickly moved away from the water's edge, but Ling still carefully placed the freshly made arrowhead into the water. This time, he had a bit more experience, and the product was much better than the previous arrowhead. Elsa watched the 2 of them working around the ore, one desperately using his talent skills to burn, the other sweating with closed eyes, a bit confused. Xiaoxing, what are you making them do? Is it this iron you're holding? Qi Xiaoxing, in a good mood, showcased the arrowhead to Elsa. This is an arrowhead that can be tied to a wooden stick. It's very sharp, so when we give it to the injured beasts, or some females, they won't be completely defenseless when facing wild beasts. Elsa was a bit curious when she heard this. She took the arrowhead from Qi Xiaoxing's hand and suddenly pressed it hard against her finger, causing bright red blood to flow out immediately. However, she seemed to feel no pain and was even more excited than Qi Xiaoxing. Really, it's so sharp. Qi Xiaoxing was startled by her actions and quickly took the arrowhead from her, rushing into the house to get some ointment. Looking at her bleeding finger, he said with concern, Elsa, why did you do that? You could have tried something else instead of hurting yourself. Elsa just shook her head and applied some ointment to herself, saying it was no big deal. She understood the importance of the iron arrowhead better than Qi Xiaoxing. While Qi Xiaoxing might see the arrowhead as merely providing some combat power for the females in the tribe, Elsa, having witnessed countless females being taken away by the four-winged beasts without any resistance, and seeing those who awakened their talent skills only to purify and filter out such weak females, as well as the tragic sight of starving females being killed by not-so-powerful beasts while trying to sneak up the mountains to pick fruits in winter, saw the arrowhead as a glimmer of hope for countless females to survive. That's why she couldn't wait to test the sharpness of the arrowhead. Their commotion attracted the attention of Lance and Ling, who checked to see if anything serious was happening and then continued their work. The first piece of ore was not large, and, after about an hour, was completely melted down. Lance was so exhausted that he could hardly lift his arms and plop down onto the ground. Just from one piece of ore, he was already this tired, and there were still so many more to go. Sure enough, the food at Xiaoxing's place was not that easy to earn. After finishing one piece of ore, Qi Xiaoxing was not so heartless and called for Lance and Ling to take a break. Lance sat on a stone bench, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "This stuff really isn't easy to work with. The small piece of ore I just melted consumed about 1/5 of my original power, with all this left. I doubt we can finish in a day." Ling nodded in agreement. "I think I used about 1/20 of my mental energy." As soon as he finished speaking, Lance shot him a look of indignation. "Dude, aren't you an orc?" Elsa, feeling embarrassed, covered her face and said, "Xiaoxing, let's ignore him." Qi Xiaoxing laughed at his antics and thought they would need to find a few more orcs with fire talent skills. "Lance, do you know anyone?" With Qi Xiaoxing's diversion, Lance put away his indignation and seriously searched for a moment. "There aren't many in our tribe, but there are quite a few in the Flame Tiger tribe, except..." Qi Xiaoxing nodded and sighed after a while. "Forget it. Let's just take more time." Elsa agreed, saying they couldn't bring too many people to help, or it would be hard to divide the spoils later. Although the Qingstone tribe had expanded and incorporated members from both the Qingstone tribe and the Mountain Lion tribe, the integration was still new, and there was considerable distrust among them. Not to mention, the Flame Tiger tribe still had some grievances. So everything was for the upcoming spring tribe promotion competition. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling discussed that after the promotion competition, they would implement some tribal regulations to establish a legal system in the orc world. Although it would certainly not be as comprehensive as modern law, it would still serve some degree of regulation. At that moment, they could not foresee how quickly things would go wrong. Throughout the day, Lance and Ling managed to finish 5 pieces of ore, producing over 300 arrowheads. In the end, Lance was dragged home by Ling, completely exhausted and out of original power. Although Elsa tried to refuse, Qi Xiaoxing still forced her to take a first-level original crystal, using the excuse that if she didn't accept it, Lance wouldn't be able to work tomorrow. After the two left, Qi Xiaoxing took the finished products and pulled the equally tired Ling into the space. Ling sat on the grass, breathing in the natural elements of the air and the space, feeling his slightly overused mental energy gradually recovering. "Here, have a fruit," Qi Xiaoxing said, running over to pick a fruit and handing it to him. This fruit grew on trees and was not abundant. They only picked one to eat when they were tired from training. Ling felt warmth in his heart as he accepted the fruit. Qi Xiaoxing sat beside him, looking at the slowly filling bag of arrowheads, and said with a smile, "Let's put these iron arrowheads in the space for now, and then distribute them to the tribe later." Ling turned his head and saw her slightly dry lips, suddenly leaning in to kiss her. Qi Xiaoxing was surprised, her face flushed with sweet fruit juice. "What are you doing?" Ling chuckled, his voice low and husky. "You looked thirsty." Qi Xiaoxing's face turned red from his actions, and she hesitated to discuss how to distribute the arrowheads. Ling smiled, slowly finishing the entire fruit, savoring its sweetness. Once the atmosphere calmed down a bit, Qi Xiaoxing shyly asked, "Ling, how do you think we should distribute these iron arrowheads appropriately?" This time, the mining was mainly done by the Qingstone tribe members, and no one from the Mountain Lion or Flame Tiger tribes participated. Strictly speaking, these arrowheads had nothing to do with them, but if they were given nothing, it would also easily attract criticism for being exclusive. Therefore, Qi Xiaoxing was somewhat conflicted. Ling pondered for a moment and suggested, "Let's keep them at Lan's place as a secret weapon for the tribe. That way, no one needs to be given any. As for those who participated in mining and forging, we can give each of them some as a reward, and no one can complain." Qi Xiaoxing nodded in agreement, and then said, "By the way, Ling, can you give me some small iron needles?" Ling looked at her curiously. "Don't you have bone needles? Are you going to sew clothes?" Qi Xiaoxing smirked. "Not at all. I want to use the iron needles as hidden weapons." Her plant talent skill was at the late 2nd level, and in extreme situations, she could trigger 16 long, thorny vines at once. Although these vines had thorns, their lethality was insufficient. They were practically useless against tough-skinned orcs, akin to just scratching them. Therefore, Qi Xiaoxing had been wanting to create some hidden weapons. If she could trigger the illusion rose flower, she would use the moment the enemy fell into an illusion to sprout the vines, using their tension to shoot out the sharp iron needles, ensuring that the enemy would be in excruciating pain. If she were to be even more ruthless, coating the needles with a strong anesthetic poison in advance could make them a one-hit kill secret weapon. Originally, Qi Xiaoxing wanted Ling to make a type of hidden arrow with a secret catch, but she hadn't figured out the blueprint yet and didn't know how to make it. So, she had to settle for making some iron needles first. After hearing Qi Xiaoxing's explanation, Ling hesitated for a moment, looking at her with a strange expression, making Qi Xiaoxing feel a bit uneasy. "Don't look at me like that." Ling raised an eyebrow and said, "I just think that during the tribe promotion competition, whoever encounters you will be unlucky." Chapter 306. Iron Pot. Although Ling teased that whoever encountered her during the tribe promotion competition would be unlucky, Qi Xiaoxing still felt her idea was quite good. After all, if she could really make hidden weapons, it would not only ensure her safety during the competition, but also in daily life. Besides those small iron needles, she also designed a hidden weapon resembling a boomerang dart for Ling to try making in the coming days. By the third day of iron refining, Ling had already perfected the process of solidifying the molten iron into arrowheads, having consumed a third of the ore. When the ice and snow on the ground had mostly melted, Lance and Ling finally finished melting all the ore, and Ling created the iron needles and darts according to Qi Xiaoxing's design. The completion of the darts was a bit different from what Qi Xiaoxing imagined. Ling made the darts very small, but with several sharp edges compared to iron needles. It was obvious that they would hurt a lot when they pierced someone, and they would dig in deeper the more the person struggled. After receiving the finished product, Qi Xiaoxing looked at the rows of iron needles and arrowheads glinting coldly and felt a bit uneasy. Just think about it. During the tribe's promotion competition, given their tribe's current low ranking, the opponents they would be matched with would likely be other low-ranking tribes. When the two sides clashed, the females could hide some iron needles and darts in their sleeves and play a dirty trick when the opponents weren't paying attention. Although it wouldn't kill anyone, it would certainly be disgusting. The same effect would apply to orcs. Xiaoxing. Actually, this thing is more useful for females. After everything was done, the liberated Lance crossed his arms and said from the side that orcs are too large. Unless they poke it into their eyes or mouths, it won't have much effect. Qi Xiaoxing nodded, knowing that what Lance said was true. The higher the level and strength of the orcs, the more their fur defense increases when they completely transform into beast form. Just like Mr. Ling from their family. His skin is so thick that he doesn't feel a thing even when pricked by a needle. Anyway, you just think females are always weaker than orcs. Elsa rolled her eyes at Lance. "You have no idea what we think." Lance felt a bit wronged after being scolded by his wife, but he obediently kept quiet, as he really didn't understand what use this thing called iron had. It seemed quite useless. "Nonsense." Xiaoxing said that cooking with an iron pot is delicious. After Elsa finished scolding Lance, a voice came from outside the yard. It was Little Green, who was carrying a basket filled with some tubers and wild fruits. Behind Little Green was Lon, who was holding two robust prey, smiling as he looked at the arrowheads in the yard, saying, "Finished?" "Finally done. I'm exhausted." Lance complained from the side, but he was smiling as he stepped forward to help Lon carry the prey. "Haha, come on. You'll realize the power of the iron pot soon." Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but laugh because today was a day to celebrate finishing work. They had informed Lan's family to let Lon, the only one who couldn't help, go fetch the prey. "Xiaoxing, is food really that delicious when cooked in an iron pot?" This time, Little Green couldn't help but feel curious, as Qi Xiaoxing had been saying that cooking in an iron pot was delicious, raising her expectations. "Yes." Qi Xiaoxing didn't delay, directing Ling and Lon to handle the prey, while she, Elsa, and Little Green began preparing some vegetables and seasonings. Since it was a meal for 3 families and there were 3 big appetites from orcs, they prepared a lot for dinner. There was still roasted meat, but this time it wasn't the main dish, because they saved enough iron to make a large iron pot. The 3 of them worked together to stir-fry a large bowl of braised meat. Unlike stone pots, iron pots don't stick easily, and the color of the food looks better. In addition to the main dish of meat, they also stir-fried vegetables for the first time and finally cooked a large pot of tuber soup. A group of people gathered around the table to eat meat. Lance only tasted a few pieces of meat cooked in the iron pot and had already changed his view on iron. "Xiaoxing, the food made in the iron pot is really delicious." Little Green, sipping the soup, wore a satisfied smile similar to Elsa's. Qi Xiaoxing also felt very satisfied. They had limited iron this time, just managed to make this one iron pot, which was already considered luxurious. After the meal, everyone was very satisfied and did not continue discussing the iron pot, but started talking about serious matters. How do you plan to distribute these iron arrowheads? Lang, as the tribe leader, couldn't avoid dealing with people from the other two tribes, and he spoke first. Elsa frowned. This iron ore was discovered and mined by our Qingshi tribe. It actually has nothing to do with the other two tribes. Although everyone is now part of the Qingshi tribe, it's impossible for us to be completely equal. Chapter 307. Distribution. Qi Xiaoxing nodded as well. This iron is now very rare, and it was entirely forged by us during this period. It is reasonable and fair that we should take the larger share. She thought for a moment and suggested giving a portion to the leaders' wives of the other two tribes and distributing the rest to our tribe's people. Ling nodded, saying that since they did not contribute to this mining, it was normal not to share with them. They could promise that if the people from the other two tribes mined iron, or they could pay a small price for us to help forge iron arrowheads. After listening to everyone's suggestions, Lon decided to hold a tribal meeting at noon tomorrow to announce this matter. I have one more thing to say. Lon looked at a few closest people and said, the tribe promotion competition is about to start. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but hold her breath. She and Ling had been waiting for this tribe promotion competition for a long time. Based on previous years, it was expected to be at the end of March. Lon said, now it's early January, but we need to start preparing. Ling's eyes had a hint of a smile. Let me lead the team this year. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at him in surprise, and Lance couldn't help but ask, Ling, are you going to participate today? Yes. Ling nodded, glancing at Qi Xiaoxing sitting beside him. Before Xiaoxing appeared, my mental power was in turmoil, and I couldn't participate, but this time is different. Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit shy under his direct gaze and quickly changed the subject. What I want to ask is, females can also participate in the tribe promotion competition, right? Elsa nodded, looking a bit troubled. They can, but Qi Xiaoxing asked, what's wrong? Lance sighed, Xiaoxing, females are very precious to the tribe. Especially for low-ranking tribes like ours. Females are even more valuable. Moreover, most females lack combat power, so, generally, there won't be arrangements for female duels and competitions between low-ranking tribes. This is an unwritten rule. Qi Xiaoxing fell silent. She had always thought she could represent the tribe in the promotion competition, but now she found out she could only watch. Ling noticed her disappointment and held her hand. As long as we can pass the first round of the promotion competition, you can represent our tribe in the second round. Qi Xiaoxing was first taken aback and then understood Ling's meaning. As long as the Qingshi tribe successfully stands out from the low-ranking tribes, they could upgrade to a small tribe and participate in competitions between small tribes, where there are competitions for females. Realizing this, Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit better. She believed that with Ling and the others around, she would definitely have the opportunity to participate in the competition. Lon added from the side, competitions between low-ranking tribes are generally divided into team matches and individual matches. In the past, team matches were chaotic battles between tribes, and individual matches were one-on-one duels between orcs. But I heard that the Xingyue tribe recently changed leaders, so we are not sure if the rules will change this time. We still need to prepare early and set off as soon as possible. The group discussed some matters regarding the promotion competition and planned to gather a few elders the next day to start preparations. The Spring Tribe Promotion Competition and the Autumn Harvest Festival are the two most important events in a tribe's year. No tribe would underestimate this promotion competition. They still had a distance to the Xingyue tribe, so they needed to prepare early. The next day at noon, Lon held a meeting with a portion of the iron arrowheads and announced their use in front of everyone, rewarding 10 iron arrowheads to the Bai Wei family, who were the main force in mining the ore. After the meeting, Arno, who received the reward, was surrounded by a group of orcs. Wow, this thing called iron looks really sharp. One orc stared eagerly at the iron arrowhead in Arno's hand. Can I touch it? You guys are so lucky. I should have gone with you. Another orc, not fully understanding the value of the iron arrowhead, still recognized its rarity and his eyes sparkled. Even if it was useless, it would still be good to have at home. Arno looked a bit speechless at these normally reliable patrolling guards and carefully took out one iron arrowhead. Let's take a look together. He selected a stone, held the iron arrowhead by its shaft, shouted loudly, and thrust it hard against the stone. Crack! The sound of the stone breaking resonated, and everyone stared blankly at the shattered pieces, their mouths agape. How is this thing similar to our claws? The orc who had previously said the iron arrowhead was useless was stunned, unable to believe what he saw in Arno's hand. Holy cow, if a female has this, she could kill someone. Yes, a female voice chimed in. A middle-aged female walked over to the orc with a smile. I'll ask the chief for one. Tie it to a stick, and next time you dare to argue with me, I'll stab you with this. Ha ha. The surrounding orcs smiled kindly, watching the lively couple. Feeling happy inside, this iron arrowhead's power was a good thing for the females in the tribe. Every year, many females lost their lives due to being targeted by four-winged beasts or other wild animals, or were assaulted by bad orcs from other tribes. And since females were generally weaker, they could not resist. But if they had iron arrowheads, perhaps they could have some self-defense capability. The joking female looked enviously at the iron arrowhead in Arno's hand. When she was very young, her sister was taken away by a four-winged beast from another tribe. And when they found her again, she was already dead, having killed herself piece by piece with a bone knife to avoid being defiled by those beasts. So, she thought, if her sister had had such a sharp thing back then, perhaps it could have changed that tragic fate. Even in death, it would have been much easier. Many females had similar thoughts, mostly older ones, who understood the importance of such sharper things after experiencing the brutality of the beast world. Chapter 308. Pre-registration for the promotion competition, the Iron Arrowhead, was a sensation in the tribe for several days, and the threshold of Arno's family, who received the reward, was almost broken down by the curious females. This family, which had originally been a roaming orc family, took advantage of this reward to make many kind-hearted acquaintances in the tribe, establishing their own place. However, forget it, you should keep this Iron Arrowhead. Arno was nearly driven crazy by the females these past few days. As a male orc, he didn't really know how to handle them. Every time he went hunting or patrolling, he was stopped, increasing his workload significantly. His partner, Bailon, smiled and took the skin bag containing the iron arrowheads from him, showing consideration without revealing that he was actually quite happy about it. Recently, Elder Xiaoxing said they are going to start selecting candidates for the promotion competition. Bailon stored the iron arrowheads and asked the orcs in the room, "Are you going?" "Of course. One of those 10 spots is definitely mine." Angus said loudly, "Big brother, you don't need to go. Just leave it to me and Ling Si. There are so many females at home, we can't all go." Since the last time people from the Yin Snake tribe came to them, Bai Wei and Qi Xiaoxing had confessed. Their family had been wanting to repay the Qing Shi tribe, but hadn't had the opportunity until now. So naturally, they couldn't let this chance slip by. Angus's words were filled with confidence. "Yeah." Ling Si nodded in agreement. "Just the two of us going is enough." Bai Wei watched her two uncles with a bit of helplessness. After all, the Qing Shi tribe was no longer the same as before. Now the tribe had newcomers from the Mountain Lion and Flame Tiger clans, who were also strong. With only 10 spots in total, how could they be so confident? However, she didn't point this out, instead resting her chin on her hand. "Mother, I want to go too." Bailon was a bit surprised, and Bai Chu stopped tidying up the housework. "Sister, why do you want to go? Isn't the promotion competition just for the males?" Bai Wei shook her head. "No. Xiao Lu told me that if our tribe can successfully become a small tribe during the promotion competition, we can participate in the next round of competition." She paused. "The second round will have a segment for females, and I want to give it a try." Bai Chu strongly disagreed. "Sister, what uses your first-level water ability? You shouldn't go." Bai Wei pinched her fingers. "I want to try." Bai Chu wanted to say more, but was stopped by Bailon, who shook her head at her eldest daughter, signaling her not to say anything else and to let Bai Wei give it a try. She knew her 3 daughters well. The eldest had a simple and honest character, more like her father. The youngest was similar to her, a bit timid, but the second daughter, Bai Wei, was very resilient. Her character not quite like that of a Fox tribe member. Similar scenes to Arno's family were unfolding in many households of the Qing Shi tribe. "Father, I want to participate in the tribe's promotion competition. This time, I will definitely work hard to secure a spot." A young orc knelt before his father's grave, swearing earnestly. "If you can secure a spot in the promotion competition this time, I will agree to your pursuit." By the fruit trees, a female said to one of her suitors, "If you want to go, then go. We will support you. Haha, just don't embarrass yourself. Losing too badly would be great." An old orc with a gray beard looked at the several young ones kneeling before him. "Go ahead." After the Iron Arrowhead became popular in the tribe for several days, another major event, the competition for candidates in the tribe's promotion competition, officially began. In Qi Xiaoxing's courtyard, Xiao Lu was doing Qi Xiaoxing's hair. She had been in this world for a while now, and her originally manageable mid-length hair had grown very long. She used to tie her hair up, but with good weather today, she let it down and washed it. Xiao Lu happened to come by and said she wanted to give her a new hairstyle. Unable to refuse, she simply let her do as she wished. All done, Xiao Lu finished braiding her hair and put on a headpiece. "Wow, Xiaoxing, you look really good like this." Qi Xiaoxing helplessly let her do it. "Now, can I move?" "Yes." Xiao Lu smiled cheerfully, looking in a good mood. Qi Xiaoxing stood up, feeling the weight of her hair. She usually didn't wear headpieces. Xiaoxing, the venue has been confirmed. Ling and Lan, having arranged the venue for tomorrow's competition, walked in and happened to see the two playing around. Qi Xiaoxing, with her new hairstyle, bumped right into Ling's honey-like gaze. By the time Mr. Ling came to his senses, he had already pulled her into his embrace. Ling. Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit embarrassed. Although the two of them would kiss and hug when no one was around, now that Lan and Xiao Lu were present, he couldn't help himself. Looks good. Ling kissed the top of her head. I really like it. Qi Xiaoxing. Fortunately, Ling still had some restraint. He only gave her a gentle hug and didn't do anything inappropriate. Qi Xiaoxing wriggled out of his arms and tidied her slightly messy clothes. What did you just say? Have you chosen a location? Ling, the usually quiet one, returned to his poker face and stopped talking. Haha, it's chosen. Lan walked in. There are quite a few participants. How many? Xiao Lu asked. 205 beastmen registered, and 23 females signed up. Lan's eyes sparkled with pride. Chapter 309. The finalists won. So many? Xiao Lu couldn't help but smile. Are they all from our original Qingshi tribe? Lan rolled her eyes at her. No. Our tribe probably has around 80 or 90. The rest are from the other two tribes. She initially thought that the newly joined Mountain Lion tribe and Flame Tiger tribe wouldn't have much enthusiasm, but unexpectedly, the two tribes combined also had over 100 people. Is the venue set up? Qi Xiaoxing asked. How will the competition be held? Will the tribal selection also follow the format of the Xingyue tribe's knockout rounds? Ling replied. In the past, we would first categorize the beastmen by their ranks, competing within the same rank, and then see how many remained in the end. He paused. Previously, there weren't many participants, so we could filter them out quickly, and the subsequent steps were also simplified. Lan added, this year, there are many participants, so we might need to prepare for cross-rank battles. Qi Xiaoxing frowned slightly, glancing worriedly at Ling. Will the females compete like this too? Lan smiled. The competition between females will be much gentler. You'll see when the time comes. Hearing this, Qi Xiaoxing became curious about the competition among the females. Time flew by, and on the day of the competition, the selection venue was a large open space near the back mountain of the tribe, spacious enough for the beastmen to transform into their original forms. The weather today wasn't great, but it wasn't snowing or raining, and the wind was mild, so the elderly and children wouldn't feel too cold outdoors. Almost everyone came to the competition site. Some were there because they registered, while others had just arrived at Qingshi tribe, wanting to see which beastmen made it into the top 10 to help their eligible females find future partners. For various reasons, around 300 to 400 people from a new Qingshi tribe gathered in front of the back mountain, putting immense pressure on the participating beastmen. The first round was for the beastman group, which was the most anticipated competition. Bull, I can't. Lan read out the last participant's name. After confirming that nearly all the registered beastmen were present, she began announcing the competition rules, similar to what they discussed the day before. Next, the beastmen were grouped based on their ranks, with 203 beastmen divided into 3 groups, from first to third rank. The first rank had the most participants, with a total of 132 beastmen. The second rank had 68, and the remaining registered third-rank beastmen were just Ling, Lan, and Lancy. In fact, the original chief of the Mountain Lion tribe and the elder of the Flame Tiger tribe were both strong, but they were too old to compete. Many first-rank beastmen understood that their chances of earning a spot were slim, or to put it bluntly, they were registering just to be cannon fodder. Yet they still signed up. Due to the large number of participants, the first and second ranks would compete in mixed matches. Qi Xiaoxing, as required, teamed up with Xiao Lu and Sha to draw a circle about 50 meters in diameter on the ground, using a thick red juice from a certain plant. 10 participants would fight within the circle, and if pushed out, they would lose their qualification to continue competing. Only one person from each group would have the qualification to continue. This simple selection rule was also a variation of the Xingyue tribe selection criteria, with the judges being the Flying Ling and Qi Xiaoxing. The crowd had no complaints about this. After all, the gap between third-rank powerhouses was significant. For example, when Lancy and Lan first joined, they were only second-rank powerhouses, although they were already recognized as warriors of the Qingshi tribe alongside Ling. Everyone knew they couldn't match Ling, who had issues with spiritual power back then. After months of training and the supply of original crystals, Lancy and Lan finally broke through the second-rank barrier and reached the third rank not long ago. For beastmen in their 30s, this was quite good. But compared to Ling, who reached the late third rank in his 20s with spiritual power comparable to a fourth-rank powerhouse, they probably wouldn't last 3 moves. The competition quickly began, and the first group of beastmen was clearly nervous, most of them quite young. As soon as they entered the circle, they immediately transformed into their beast forms and began charging wildly, with water and fire elemental skills flying around the arena. Luckily, their power was still weak, and they could only produce small water balls and fireballs, which wouldn't harm the spectators standing far away. The reckless nature of the competition led to a swift conclusion, with a lucky little beastman emerging victorious. The little beastman looked younger than Qi Xiaoxing, and his beast form was small. He started in the middle, but managed to survive until the end through sheer luck and agility. The subsequent matches weren't much better. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling watched the chaotic scene from the air, feeling a headache. Ling, if we really compete like this, our tribe won't just fail the place. We might get eliminated immediately. Ling was silent for a moment. Our tribe rarely has beastmen past the first round. Qi Xiaoxing. As she knew, the Xingyue tribe's first round also used a similar mechanism, but with 100 beastmen from 10 tribes competing in a large arena with a protective shield. Why had there been so few progressions in the Qingshi tribe before? In this kind of competition, besides raw strength, unity, and knowing when to make sacrifices were also crucial. It seemed that some necessary training was urgent to help the tribe advance. Chapter 310. The finalists, too. Soon, all the first-ranked beastmen were selected, and the 10 outstanding beastmen qualified to compete with second-ranked beastmen. The number of second-ranked beastmen wasn't too many, and if they faced off in pairs, along with the 10 who advanced from the first rank, there would only be 39 groups. Their arena was large enough to accommodate 10 groups of beastmen fighting simultaneously, making it quick to determine winners. Lan and Xiao Lu sorted these individuals into groups based on their strength and arranged the first group of beastmen into the arena. Qi Xiaoxing was held in Ling's arms as they flew in the air. Seeing this, she took out several vine seeds, and with a flash of green light in her palm, the seeds fell to the ground, rapidly growing and separating the 5 groups of beastmen, forming 5 relatively independent small arenas. Wow! A little beastman who had just transformed stood among the crowd, looking at the rapidly growing vines with admiration. Elder Xiaoxing is really amazing. His mother was from the mountain lion tribe, but hearing this, she didn't refute. She just patted the little beastman's head. Yes, Elder Xiaoxing is very powerful. Alu should also strive to become stronger. Elder Xiaoxing is truly impressive, despite being female. She possesses abilities stronger than many orcs and can heal people, which is really remarkable. She is genuinely admirable. Their words sounded particularly harsh in Xiaomei's ears. She looked up at Ling, who had his wings spread behind him, and then at the tall vines, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Xiaomei also had plant-type innate skills and was quite outstanding in her original tribe, but now, compared to Qi Xiaoxing, she felt completely overshadowed. Not to mention that her rank and status were inferior to hers. The orc she liked was still hers. Yet, she couldn't say anything. Xiaomei touched her relatively smooth face, secretly gritting her teeth. She couldn't believe Ling wouldn't like her, as long as she employed some tactics. Xiaomei thought, revealing a smile. This time, there were 3 female slots for the tribe's advancement competition, and she must secure one. The orc matches took nearly 3 hours, and the victorious orcs competed again. The ground was filled with dust and claw marks, and the vines were knocked askew by the orcs reverting to their true forms, barely managing to separate the arena. By the time it all ended, the sky had darkened. There were a total of 10 orc slots available for the tribe's advancement competition, besides the stable 3rd-tier orc Lan, and the others Ling and Lancy who hadn't been defeated. The 2nd-tier orcs included Yi-Er, Qing Sha, and the cat tribe orc Lingxi, along with 2 from the mountain lion tribe and 2 from the flame tiger tribe. The 1st-tier orcs did not succeed in challenging higher tiers, although Qi Xiaoxing could tell they had worked very hard. After the orc competition, it was time for the females to compete. There are not many females signed up, only 12 in total, among which Yi-Er Sha, Xiaolu, and Bai Wei had a good relationship with Qi Xiaoxing. Besides the 4 of them, 6 were originally from the Qingshi tribe. The mountain lion tribe and the flame tiger tribe had only Xiaomei and another slightly older female who signed up. Because it involved herself, Qi Xiaoxing felt it was inappropriate to continue with the grouping, so the task fell to the tribe leader Lan. Among the 12 females, only Qi Xiaoxing and Yi-Er Sha were 2nd tier, so they were grouped together, while the remaining 10 females were paired off. Yi-Er Sha faced Qi Xiaoxing and immediately chose to surrender. She was only at the early stage of 2nd tier, and her innate skill was countered by Qi Xiaoxing's water type, so surrendering was the wisest choice. The others, however, fought fiercely, and the battles among the females opened the eyes of the orcs present. They initially thought female fights would be limited to playful scratching, But the more than 10 females were much fiercer than they had expected. By the end, Xiaomei finished in 4th place, defeated. The only ones ahead of her were Qi Xiaoxing, Ayr Shah, and Bai Wei. She had wanted to embarrass Qi Xiaoxing in front of everyone, but in the end, she didn't even qualify to compete with her. After the battle, Xiaomei awkwardly wiped the blood from her cheek, looking at Qi Xiaoxing, who stood beside Ling, impeccably clean. And her beautiful eyes could not hide her jealousy. Qi Xiaoxing, who was making progress in strength with the nourishment of the spirit spring, immediately sensed Xiaomei's gaze. She glanced helplessly at her handsome partner, feeling annoyed as she pinched Ling's arm. It's all his fault for being so handsome. First Jin Man, now Xiaomei. If she didn't know Ling was wholeheartedly devoted to her, she would have been unable to suppress her jealousy. Xiaoxing, after pinching Ling a few times, realized he was tough and unbothered, instead pulling her hand and asking if she was tired, suggesting they go home. Qi Xiaoxing. With Ling's response, she felt embarrassed to continue pinching him. Once the competition results were announced, Lan discussed with the elders of the Mountain Lion and Flame Tiger tribes. And then the list was made public. Qi Xiaoxing wrote the names of the warriors on a prepared wooden board using simple pinyin. This was a method she had previously discussed with Ling. After the integration of the tribes, they aimed to bestow new writing to the newly formed Qingshi tribe. They had anticipated this action would cause a stir, but they did not expect such a strong reaction when she announced that the names of the warriors participating in the tribe's advancement competition would be inscribed on the board. Chapter 311. Departure. Elder Xiaoxing, is what you said true? An old orc, a member of the Mountain Lion tribe, asked with excitement. He had registered for the competition with his son, but he was weak and did not make the cut. However, his son Fala had been selected. If what Qi Xiaoxing said was true, then his son's name would be recorded. Nearly 90% of the tribes on the Orc continent do not have priests who understand their writing system, so very few orcs know how to write their names. The significance of writing is extraordinary for them. The Qingshi tribe members were somewhat better off, as they had their own priests and had some understanding of the orc world's writing, but the other 2 tribes that had just joined were very excited. Qi Xiaoxing nodded, confirming that she would inscribe the names of the warriors on the wooden board. She exchanged a glance with Ling, finding encouragement in his eyes. They had discussed this action a couple of days ago, deciding to write everyone's names using the local writing. The orc writing is quite difficult, but she had occasionally practiced, and with the sheepskin scrolls obtained from the old priest and the Blackstone tribe, she could manage writing names. The old orc tightly gripped his son's hand, his expression full of joy. Lan, observing the envious gazes from other orcs and females, took the opportunity to say, although only warriors currently have the privilege of having their names inscribed, as long as everyone works hard for the tribe, there will come a day when Elder Xiaoxing will inscribe your names as well. Lan's inspiring words completely motivated the members of the Qingshi tribe after Qi Xiaoxing inscribed the names of Yi and the other 12. They looked at the row of names, fantasizing about contributing enough to the tribe to also be written there. At that moment, the newly formed members of the Qingshi tribe understood the feeling of yearning for glory. After confirming the participants for the tribe's advancement competition, Qi Xiaoxing began training them alongside Ling. All 10 orcs were 2nd tier or higher and possessed some talent. With just a few pointers from Ling, they made some progress, especially in their coordination. The orc warriors worked hard to improve their synergy, while the other tribe members gradually welcomed a new life amidst the increasingly good weather and plentiful food. For orcs, spring is a very important season, not only for the tribe's advancement competition, but also for new births and the season of renewal. The cubs born in this season often have ample food, and the chances of death are significantly lower, filling the tribe with a joyful atmosphere. During this happy time, Qi Xiaoxing did not forget to arrange for the wheat and tuber seeds that Ling had brought back to be planted. Xiaolu, Bai Wei, and a few others, with Ayr Shah's help, caught quite a few Gugu beasts and Yemye beasts to race. Everything was falling into place, and time passed quickly. Before they knew it, it was already half a month before the tribe's advancement competition. Qi Xiaoxing contacted the Earthquake Mouse tribe, and this time the Qingshi tribe would go to the Xingyue tribe together, which provided some assurance. The day before departure, Qi Xiaoxing spent the entire day in the space preparing meals. The journey this time is quite far, and it's impossible to have meals like usual in the tribe. By the time they arrive, it will have been a long time since they had anything delicious, and she might feel that life is tough. The preservation of food in the space isn't particularly good, but during spring, when it's not too hot and occasionally experiences a cold snap, it can still last for a while. Qi Xiaoxing wrapped some salted meat in the cooled rice, added some vegetables from the space, and made a simple lazy rice ball. She saw Ling walking past her and waved at him. Ling stood beside her, his eyes filled with overflowing tenderness. Qi Xiaoxing held the rice ball up to his mouth and raised her eyebrows. Try it. Ling bit into the rice ball and squinted. It's delicious. Qi Xiaoxing also tasted it. The flavor was much better than roasted meat. When she first arrived in the Orc continent, she thought roasted meat tasted pretty good. But after such a long time, even the tastiest roasted meat was starting to become monotonous. The two simply tidied up their luggage, and Ling kissed her forehead while holding her in his arms, allowing her to sleep peacefully for the night. The next day, before dawn, everyone gathered at the tribal wall. In this promotion match, Elsa, who originally secured one of the female slots, stayed in the tribe, and the originally 4th-ranked Xiao Mei took her place, securing a spot, while Xiao Lu went along as a logistics staff member. Qi Xiaoxing, elder. Before they set off, Xiao Mei approached Qi Xiaoxing and said, "I'm still relatively weak, so please take care of me." Qi Xiaoxing had no expression. "If you know you're weak, it would be better to go back now. I don't have time to take care of you." Qi Xiaoxing had no mood to be kind to a female who coveted her partner. Hearing Qi Xiaoxing's words, Xiao Lu couldn't help but laugh, and it seemed that everyone else also caught on and laughed as well. Xiao Mei's face turned pale. She originally thought that Qi Xiaoxing wouldn't say such straightforward words in front of everyone. Clenching her fists, she thought to herself that she didn't expect her to be so shameless, but she didn't show any expression on her face, just pouting and looking at Ling with a wronged expression. However, Ling didn't react as she expected. Instead, he coldly glanced at her and said, "If you lack confidence in your strength, you might as well go back now and not drag our tribe down." Xiao Mei was truly a loss for words this time, feeling a wave of grievance in her heart, and biting her lip in humiliation, she said, "Ling, why do you have to say that? I'm just a little lacking in confidence." Qi Xiaoxing was almost disgusted by her White Lotus act, directly ignoring Xiao Mei's performance and said, "Let's go, you can come or not." In fact, Qi Xiaoxing had considered not bringing Xiao Mei. But since she did get 4th place in the competition and Elsa had to stay in the tribe to oversee things, not allowing Xiao Mei to go might make the recently integrated Yin Hu tribe and Mountain Lion tribe feel displeased. Let her go. What wave can she stir up? Qi Xiaoxing turned and walked directly towards the wall, and Lan and the others didn't mind her. They were no longer the simple orcs from the original Qingshi tribe. Having gone through so many hardships, they were already well aware of Xiao Mei's ulterior motives. She merely wanted them to think that Qi Xiaoxing was not accepting enough and not kind enough. However, when it came to the tribe's difficulties and various developments, Qi Xiaoxing had far surpassed her. They had experienced life and death together. Where could Xiao Mei's casual crying and acting replace that? Seeing that everyone truly had no intention of paying her any mind, Xiao Mei stopped crying and simply sniffled while shouldering her luggage, following behind everyone. Qi Xiaoxing's plan was to reach the Zindamushu tribe before noon. After meeting with the warriors of the Zindamushu tribe, they would head to the Xingyue tribe together. So they moved quickly. Once they left the tribe and arrived at a slightly more open area, the orcs transformed into their beast forms and prepared to set off. There were 4 females in total. Qi Xiaoxing and Xiao Lu naturally sat on Ling and Lan's backs, while Bai Wei sat on her Uncle Lingxi's back. Lingxi's beast form was a large black cat. Although not as big as Ling and the others, it was more than enough to carry Bai Wei. Only Xiao Mei, unfamiliar with everyone, awkwardly stood in place. Lans had a partner, so he naturally wasn't willing to let her ride on his back. And Il and Qing Sha were also reluctant. When had Xiao Mei ever been disliked by orcs? At this moment, the tears she had managed to hold back began to bubble up again. Finally, seeing her pitifully crying, a single orc from the Mountain Lion tribe, who was somewhat acquainted with her, stepped forward and offered her a ride on his back. The orcs participating in the tribal promotion match were all quite capable. So even though Ling led the way at a faster pace than usual, they still managed to keep up. They set off from the Qingshi tribe and reached the Zindamushu tribe well before noon. Upon arriving at the Zindamushu tribe, Qi Xiaoxing clearly sensed the changes there. The houses were much better built than before, and the outer perimeter was not just guarded by a few orcs, but had also imitated the Qingshi tribe to set up some defensive works. Qi Xiaoxing even saw some Zindamushu orcs moving stones, apparently preparing to build a wall. The orc continent was slowly progressing. Qi Xiaoxing got off Ling's back and sighed with emotion. They quickly spread the news of their arrival in the Zindamushu tribe, and after a while, Zindali, along with Zindiming and Zindiming, came to welcome them. Everyone had a simple lunch at the Zindamushu tribe and took a break, and, in the afternoon, they set off together with a total of 40 orcs and females from the Zindamushu tribe. During the journey, Qi Xiaoxing tugged at Ling's long neck fur, resting on his back while pondering some matters. The Qingshi tribe was a low-tier tribe, so they had fewer slots for the promotion match, with only 10 orcs and 3 females participating. Slightly larger small tribes had slots for 20 orcs and 5 females, while larger tribes like the Zendamushu tribe, which could be considered a decent-sized tribe, had slots for 30 orcs and 8 females. They brought along 2 logistics staff members, making a total of 40. However, due to the disaster last winter, the Zendamushu tribe suffered heavy casualties. Among the 30 orcs, only Zendali and Zendiming were the strongest. At the early stage of the 4th rank, among the other 28 orcs, 10 were above the 3rd rank, while the rest were 2nd rank orcs, which overall was still inferior to the Qingshi tribe's strength. Qi Xiaoxing clenched her fist. As long as the Qingshi tribe could become a small tribe this year, that would be good. The road ahead was long, and their lifespans were long. There was still a long way to go. The journey to the Xingyue tribe went smoothly. Since they were traveling with the Zendamushu tribe, they encountered very few wild beasts along the way, greatly increasing their safety. 5 days later, they arrived at the edge of the Xingyue tribe. Qi Xiaoxing lay on Ling's back, gripping his fur tightly, and saw that the number of people from different tribes around them gradually increased. Most of them were in beast form, carrying luggage or dressed as females, similar to the Qingshi tribe. Wolf tribe, Shadoka tribe, Porcupine tribe. Many orc tribes that they usually couldn't see all appeared in droves at the edge of the Xingyue tribe. Larger tribes appeared somewhat decent, encountering no danger along the way. However, some low-tier or small tribes had a much tougher time. Qi Xiaoxing's gaze briefly passed over a small group of buffalo tribe members behind the main force, consisting of only 7 or 8 people, most of whom were injured and appeared dejected. They must have encountered an attack on their way here. But unwilling to give up on the upcoming tribe promotion competition, they forced themselves to come. Many other lesser tribes were in similar situations. Perhaps some tribes suffered heavy casualties on the way, and only a couple of members arrived. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't bear to look any longer and turned her head to Ling, saying, "We must become stronger." They had already grown stronger than most orc warriors at their peak, but it was still far from enough. Roar the big cat sniffed, as if responding to her words. Qi Xiaoxing smiled. As long as she was with Ling, she wouldn't be afraid no matter what. The group soon arrived at the Xingyue tribe. Contrary to Qi Xiaoxing's understanding, the Xingyue tribe, as the central tribe, covered a large area. The outer circle was not completely unprotected, as there were orc patrols at intervals. The orcs' attire was much better than that of ordinary small tribes. At least they weren't just wearing a single animal skin skirt. Which tribe are you from? Did you participate in the promotion competition last time? A few fierce-looking orcs responsible for receiving the Qingstone tribe and the Zhendishi tribe asked while holding a long piece of sheepskin. "We are from the Zhendishi tribe." Zhen Daili transformed into human form and replied, "We participated in the medium-sized tribe promotion competition last year. We are from the Qingstone tribe." Lan also transformed into human form. Speaking somewhat shyly, "We participated in the lesser tribe promotion competition." "Oh." The orc looked Lan up and down. "Qingstone tribe, I remember." The orc pondered for a moment. "But it seems like you weren't the ones who came last year." His gaze swept over Qi Xiaoxing and the others, as if recalling a group of older individuals who had shared roasted meat with him. Hearing this, Lan's expression turned somewhat bitter. "That should be my father and the others." But in winter, he left his sentence half-finished, letting the orcs guess for themselves. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the orc didn't continue to ask, instead showing a hint of sympathy. "I see, what a pity." Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit uncomfortable seeing the fleeting regret and superiority on his face. After all, it was normal for these larger tribe orcs to feel a bit proud and look down on them. "Then I'll arrange your accommodation," the orc said, taking out 2 tokens, one made of stone and the other of wood. He handed the wooden one to Zhen Daili. "The medium-sized tribe's accommodation is a bit further inside. Your tribe has 3 large houses." Then he gave the stone one to Qi Xiaoxing and the others. "The lesser tribe has only 1 large house. If you go a bit further in, you'll see it." The orc added, "However, for 10 people, you need to pay 1 original crystal per day for accommodation." This was already known beforehand, as it was the rule of the Xingyue tribe, so Qi Xiaoxing and the others weren't surprised. After paying the fee, the orc's expression seemed to improve a bit. As for cooking and toilet facilities, there will be a female orc to guide you once you get there. After bidding farewell to the reception orc, Qi Xiaoxing and the Zhendishi tribe members also said their goodbyes. "Master, I believe in you." Before leaving, Zhen Daili bowed to Ling and Qi Xiaoxing, showing no concern about being outside. He smiled heartily. "I'll wait for your good news." "Okay." Ling bumped fists with him, her tone full of confidence. This time at the tribe promotion competition, everyone in the Qingstone tribe was fully confident, hoping to leap to become a medium-sized tribe. At the very least, they wouldn't remain a lesser tribe. The group walked inside and soon arrived at their designated accommodation. When the orc previously mentioned a large house, Qi Xiaoxing believed it, but upon arrival, she found it was more akin to a large shed. Chapter 314, Narrow Paths of Enemies, Part 1, Seeing the Large Shed. Qi Xiaoxing and the others fell silent. At first glance, it looked like a relatively large shed, but upon closer inspection, the thatch on top wasn't fully laid, and there were drafts coming through. The walls were simply made of wood and were basically open, and although it was spring, the chilly wind blowing from all directions was not a pleasant experience. In fact, this kind of shed was the norm for most lesser tribes. Qi Xiaoxing looked around at several nearby lesser tribes, such as the Porcupine tribe and the Wild Dog tribe, where the orcs and females seemed to have adapted well. Sigh. Little Green sighed, looking at Qi Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing, do we really have to live here? She wasn't exactly complaining, but she hoped for some improvement in living conditions. Qi Xiaoxing thought the same way. If they were just coming here to trade or visit, it wouldn't matter much to stay in a poor place, as they were used to roughing it on the road. However, since they were here to participate in the tribe promotion competition and after a tough journey, poor accommodations might affect their performance. Let's see what the responsible female orc says later. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at Ling and exchanged a look with him. The responsible female orc didn't make them wait long and soon approached, accompanied by a smaller female orc carrying things. Additionally, there were a few tall orcs, each exuding a strong presence, holding iron weapons. Just standing there, they possessed considerable deterrence. Qingstone tribe? The female orc walked up to Qi Xiaoxing and the others, managing her expression better than the guards at the entrance of the Xinyue tribe, at least not showing any disdain. After confirming that this was indeed the Qingstone tribe, she directly addressed Qi Xiaoxing and the others. The promotion competition for lesser tribes will begin in 2 days. The rules will be explained the day before the competition. The Xinyue tribe is not responsible for your meals. The patrol team will patrol irregularly every day, and any fighting between tribes is strictly prohibited. If a fight occurs, after judgment, the Xinyue tribe has the right to directly kill the instigator. As her voice fell, the orc behind her slammed their iron weapon down hard, creating a loud noise that brought an extraordinary sense of intimidation. Qi Xiaoxing and the others maintained their composure. But Little May and a few orcs who had joined the Qingstone tribe later looked noticeably pale from the shock, perhaps dissatisfied with the intimidation effect. The female orc merely nodded at Lon and was about to leave without any pleasantries. Wait. Qi Xiaoxing stopped her, smiling at the puzzled female orc. Excuse me. Can we change our accommodation? If needed, we can add some original crystals. The female orc was taken aback. You want to change your accommodation? No, that's not allowed. Even if you have original crystals, it's against the rules. Lesser tribes should stay with lesser tribes for easier management. After hearing her response, Qi Xiaoxing felt somewhat disappointed, but accepted the outcome. After bidding farewell to the female orc, she resignedly began to tidy up the living area with Ling and the others. Although the shed was shabby, it was still quite spacious. Qingsha used her abilities to conjure some water, and with a few orcs, they cleaned the floor. Chapter 315, Narrow Paths of Enemies, Part 2. While they were cleaning the large shed, Qi Xiaoxing took a few females outside to gather information, mainly to find out the locations of female-exclusive toilets and cooking facilities. Ling, along with the swift Lon, went hunting and to collect some usable wood. Everyone had clear roles, but only Xiao Mei didn't know what to do, so she had to clean the greenhouse with the orcs. After about an hour, Qi Xiaoxing returned with Xiao Lu and Bai Wei, holding firestones they had exchanged for some plants. 2 hours later, Ling and Lon came back with 2 wild boars. Since they had just experienced winter, and spring hadn't lasted long, these 2 wild boars weren't very large, just barely enough for the people of the Qingstone tribe to eat. A huge tiger carried a lot of firewood on its back and unloaded it at the entrance of the greenhouse using its claws. Ling, did you bring back so much firewood? Did you bring back some dry grass? Qi Xiaoxing asked upon seeing it. Ling smiled at her, his phoenix eyes falling on a strand of hair she had kicked to the side of her ear, and he reached out to tuck it behind her ear. Then, looking at her slightly flushed cheeks, he opened his other palm, revealing a handful of vine seeds. We got back a bit late, and there wasn't much dry grass outside the Xinyue tribe, so I could only collect some seeds, Ling said casually, as if gathering these seeds was an easy task. TSK, TSK. Lon made a vague sound, casting a disdainful glance at his younger brother. After all, he hadn't spoken so lightly while he was outside searching for seeds one by one. Ling shot him a glare, silently warning Lon not to say anything inappropriate, or he'd be ready for a duel. Lan wisely shut his mouth, but Qi Xiaoxing understood, gripping Ling's hand and showing a bright smile. Ling, thank you. Ling blinked his long eyelashes and replied, Once lands and the others blocked the greenhouse with firewood, Qi Xiaoxing used the seeds to grow many vines, filling the gaps around to the point where it wouldn't leak wind anymore. How are we going to sleep tonight? Xiao Mei suddenly said after everything was settled. She stood next to an orphan of the mountain lion tribe, looking a bit frightened and excited. Ling glanced at her indifferently. Females sleep inside, or sleep outside. Keep your distance. Xiao Xing and I will patrol tonight. Everyone had no objections to this arrangement, but Xiao Mei was very disappointed. She had hoped to see Ling's beast form tonight, or maybe even try to seduce him, but it seemed she was thinking too much. With Ling being so unyielding, was it possible that she would never have him in this lifetime? But she was really unwilling to give up. She clearly thought she was much prettier than Qi Xiaoxing, and Ling should be the brave warrior who saved her from the sky. If Ling hadn't known Qi Xiaoxing beforehand, he would definitely have fallen in love with her. She couldn't just give up like this. Xiao Mei thought to herself and made up her mind. If her thoughts were known to Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, they would surely laugh. Without Qi Xiaoxing's presence, let alone saving people, it was uncertain whether Ling could survive the increasingly intense mental disturbances. But no one would care about Xiao Mei's thoughts. The people of the Qing Stone tribe spent an afternoon turning the once uninhabitable greenhouse into a shelter against the wind and rain, attracting quite a few onlookers, most of whom were from the surrounding lesser tribes, like the Wild Dog tribe and the Porcupine tribe. However, they just watched and didn't attempt to approach to inquire or ask for help, which was within Qi Xiaoxing's expectations. Although most orcs on the Orc continent were simple and honest and didn't understand much, being honest didn't mean they were clueless. When going out, especially to participate in tribal promotion competitions that had competitive relationships with other tribes, everyone would be very cautious. However, Qi Xiaoxing glanced at the two processed wild boars marinating in the greenhouse, curling her lips slightly, wondering if they would still be so resolute about just watching tonight. The sun slowly set, the evening sun casting its rays over a large area of the Xingyue tribe's land. In a public area where fires could be made for cooking, most tribes planned to use grills, while a few tribes like the Qing Stone tribe used stone pots. The aroma of the meat gradually spread, and the people from the Porcupine tribe, who were closer to Qi Xiaoxing and the others, couldn't hold back. The reason was simple. The meat stir-fried by Qi Xiaoxing and Xiao Lu was just too fragrant, right? Speaking of the Porcupine tribe, their beast form was a greatly enlarged porcupine, but they didn't find it strange that other tribes were roasting wild boar, as they would eat it themselves. So, they had no psychological burden watching others stir-fry pork. Chapter 3:16. Enemies on a Narrow Road. 3. A few orcs from the Porcupine tribe couldn't help but swallow their saliva and asked Qing Stone tribe's little female, "How did you make the meat so fragrant?" Xiao Lu smiled and replied, "It's stir-fried with fat." She didn't hide it and told the Porcupine tribe about the method of stir-frying meat, surprising them. A burly female named Zhu said in astonishment, "You just told us the method of stir-frying meat? No reward needed." Qi Xiaoxing, who was beside them, smiled slightly and said, "No need. It's rare for everyone to meet, and besides, this stir-frying method isn't a secret. It's just that the fat is a bit hard to refine. Remember to choose beasts from tribes that are relatively fat. Then thank you." Zhu earnestly noted everything she said. The people of the Porcupine tribe were quite straightforward. After thanking her, they immediately relayed the news to the orcs waiting in the tribe, and they also got a stone pot to start stir-frying meat. Because they shared the stir-frying method for free, the impression of the Qing Stone tribe among the onlookers improved significantly. This also achieved Qi Xiaoxing's goal. As in the upcoming period, their relationship with the surrounding lesser tribes was not just a simple competitive one. If they were to be promoted simultaneously, it could also serve as a boost in the subsequent competitions. Even if they couldn't help each other during the competition, having more helpers to build the tribe after the tribal promotion competition would also be good. After simply finishing dinner, Ling transformed into his white tiger form and secretly took Qi Xiaoxing out of the Xingyue tribe. They went to wash up in a nearby place and spent the night in the space. When they left, Xiao Mei hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Everyone is going to participate in the tribal promotion competition representing the Qing Stone tribe. What if you two go out and get caught? And it leaves a bad impression on our tribe?" Lan glanced at her and replied, "Is there a rule that says we must sleep here at night? No, right?" Xiao Lu smiled and said, "If you want to go out and stay, that is fine. You can find someone to take you out. It's dangerous at night. I just need to be with Lan." "You." Xiao Mei's face flushed with anger. She glanced at the two orcs beside her, who shook their heads in tacit agreement. indicating that she shouldn't cause trouble at this moment. The night forest was very dangerous, and they didn't have Ling's strength to take a female out alone for the night. The group had traveled a long way, and after finally cleaning up the resting place, they had no time to pay attention to her and went to sleep. Xiaomei wrapped herself in her animal skin, and even though she was unwilling, she ultimately had to choose a corner to sleep in. That night, it rained lightly outside, and the ground felt a bit chilly. Xiao Lu was better off sleeping in Lan's arms, while Xiaomei, being a single female with no confirmed suitor, could only endure silently alone. She didn't sleep well all night, and when she got up the next day, she encountered Qi Xiaoxing, who had rested well in the space and was beaming with joy, forming a stark contrast between the two. Xiaomei suppressed her jealousy, secretly blaming Ling for all the reasons why Qi Xiaoxing was doing well. Qi Xiaoxing didn't pay attention to her. In fact, Xiaomei, this female, was really annoying. No matter how Ling rejected her, she clung to him like a fly, but she hadn't done anything wrong. She was just simply disgusting. They had hunted 2 plump mountain goats from outside as breakfast for everyone. For the next period of time, the people from a Qingshi tribe found a less populated area and practiced the tactics they had simulated in the tribe. When there were only half a day left until the promotion match, they finally received news from the female messenger. Starting tomorrow, the lesser tribes would begin the tribal promotion matches. Here is the grouping, and I will read it twice. The female messenger sat on a beautiful snow bear orc, using some method to project her voice far away so that everyone around could hear. Ling held Qi Xiaoxing's hand, and the few of them listened attentively. Group 1, Ice Lizard Tribe, Neo Mountain Tribe, Grass Swallow Tribe. Group 7, Night Owl Tribe, Grazing Dog Tribe, Coyote Tribe. Sand Snake Tribe, Qingshi Tribe. Upon hearing the Sand Snake Tribe, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling's pupils constricted in surprise, seeing each other's astonishment in their eyes. Sand Snake Tribe, the enemy of the Yinhu tribe, had suffered greatly at their hands last time, creating a grudge. This truly was a narrow road for enemies. They hadn't seen any members of the Sand Snake Tribe in the past few days and thought they had been severely weakened and wouldn't participate in the promotion matches. However, since they hadn't left any survivors, there shouldn't be anyone to alert them. Qi Xiaoxing withdrew her gaze. This time, only Xiaomei and another orc from the Yinhu tribe came to participate in the promotion matches. As long as they slightly concealed their appearances, they should not be recognized. Chapter 317. Xiaomei's self-destruction. After the female messenger finished reading the group list, she gave each tribe leader a corresponding grouping list and venue description. The thick animal skin paper was quite sincere. Instead of using words, it depicted each tribe's corresponding position and venue arrangements with something like charcoal. Qi Xiaoxing took the animal skin paper and looked at the planned position of the Qingshi tribe, frowning slightly. This position was very close to the Sand Snake tribe. They would need to be more vigilant tomorrow. However, while Qi Xiaoxing thought this way, some people had different thoughts. Upon hearing the name of the Sand Snake tribe, Xiaomei felt as if she was standing on the edge of a cliff, terrified. She had almost been killed back then, and it was Ling who saved her, right? Xiaomei looked at Ling, hoping he would comfort her like he did when he saved her. But when her gaze fell on the hands that Ling and Qi Xiaoxing were holding, all her fear twisted into a sinister jealousy. Why? She was clearly more beautiful than Qi Xiaoxing, and she also had wood-type abilities, yet she was always overshadowed by her. Xiaomei lowered her eyes, a dangerous thought flickering through her mind. From her efforts these days, it was clear that Ling would not look at her even once. He only had eyes for Qi Xiaoxing. But what if Qi Xiaoxing died? The Ling who loved her so much would surely not be able to handle it. And she, coincidentally also having wood-type abilities, would want to take Qi Xiaoxing's place, even if it meant being a substitute. Xiaomei had a vague premonition that based on Qi Xiaoxing's talent, if she didn't act this time, she might never have another opportunity. The people from the Yinhu tribe knew more about the Sand Snake tribe than Qi Xiaoxing and her group. She was aware that the Sand Snake tribe actually had the Yin Snake tribe backing them. Although the Yin Snake tribe was a small tribe, their combat strength was quite formidable. Perhaps this time, she could pretend a defect. Although it would be unfair to the orcs in her tribe, ultimately, her own interests came first. As for whether it would harm Ling, she was not worried. Ling was the most outstanding orc she had ever seen, and they would not be willing to kill him. After the messenger left, everyone returned to the tent. Lon pointed at the map and called for an urgent meeting. Everyone knew that we had conflicts with the Sand Snake tribe, and I originally thought they would not participate in the promotion matches this time. But unexpectedly, they came. Lon sighed, his gaze falling on Xiaomei and the others' faces. The Sand Snake tribe had killed so many in your original tribe, showing how vicious they were. In tomorrow's competition, everyone must be careful. Although we really left no incriminating evidence, it would be bad if your appearances were discovered. Xiao Mei had something on her mind, her expression cold, only giving a perfunctory nod, her eyes darting around, not knowing what she was plotting. Qi Xiaoxing noticed her odd behavior. Since coming to the Orc continent, she had encountered many things and was no longer as naive as before. She always felt that Xiao Mei was up to something. After Lan finished the meeting, Xiao Mei casually found an excuse to leave. Lancy said he would take Il and the others to train, while the ones not participating in a match tomorrow, like Xiao Lu and Bai Wei, went out to gather food for the evening meal. Qi Xiaoxing stopped Qing Sha, asking him to keep an eye on Xiao Mei. Qing Sha nodded and quickly left. Qi Xiaoxing sighed and walked over to Ling, gently patting his shoulder. Ling. He turned around, bending down slightly to kiss her lips. A smile in his eyes. Nervous? Qi Xiaoxing rolled her eyes and lightly hit his arm. I'm not nervous. What about you? We're going to participate in the promotion matches tomorrow. Ling smiled, his expression full of affection. I'm not nervous either. If it were the old him, whose mental strength was prone to fluctuations, he might have been a little nervous, but now his strength was already very formidable. Qi Xiaoxing glanced outside. After the promotion matches, what are your plans? Are you going to the Ice Emperor's Forbidden Land again? Previously, they had obtained the Ice Emperor's inheritance, and Ling had also changed to a new pair of wings. Ling touched her hair. Anywhere is fine, as long as I'm with you. Qi Xiaoxing pounced into his arms, unable to help but say, then you must be careful tomorrow. You mustn't get hurt, okay? Ling held her close. Held in Ling's embrace. Qi Xiaoxing thought of Xiao Mei and said, we really shouldn't have brought her. I always feel like she's going to cause trouble. Ling kissed her hair. With Qing Sha watching, there shouldn't be any issues. Qi Xiaoxing nodded, barely suppressing her worries. But she hadn't relaxed for long. More than half an hour later, Qing Sha returned, pressing Xiao Mei down with a face full of anger. She had a handprint on her face, likely from Qing Sha. Qi Xiaoxing felt a vague sense of unease. What happened? Qing Sha's eyes were cold. She secretly ran to the Sand Snake tribe's territory and tried to talk to an orc. If I hadn't acted quickly, our past might have been exposed. Chapter 318. The organizers of the promotion matches, upon hearing Qing Sha's words, everyone's expressions changed immediately. Xiao Mei had a handprint on her face, tears welling in her eyes, looking very pitiful. But this time, even the orcs from the Yinhu tribe, who usually stood by Xiao Mei's side, could no longer tolerate it. Xiao Mei, how could you do such a thing? If it gets exposed, it will be endless trouble. One orc from the Yinhu tribe said in shock. You weren't like this before. The Xiao Mei he knew was clearly a kind and lovely female who always put the tribe first. Now, she was actually doing such things. Xiao Mei bit her lip, crying as she said, I just happened to pass by. I never had the idea of reporting. Even at this moment, she was still pretending. Xiao Lu couldn't stand it anymore. Are you done? All you do is cry. What's the use? We're not blind. Can't we tell the truth from a fake? I can see you've never liked us and wanted to take the opportunity to harm us. We shouldn't have saved you in the first place. She angrily linked arms with Lan. Let's kick this female out of the tribe. Hearing Xiao Lu say she wanted to drive her away, Xiao Mei finally panicked a bit. She didn't expect her actions to be exposed so quickly, let alone that Xiao Lu would want to directly kick her out after the exposure. Forget it. Qi Xiaoxing forced herself to calm down and said, tomorrow is the tribe's promotion match. Everyone should rest well tonight. Tonight, I, Xiao Lu, and Bai Wei, the three females who won't participate in tomorrow's match. We'll keep an eye on her. We will talk about other things after the first round of the promotion match tomorrow. Although everyone was still very dissatisfied, they gradually calmed down after hearing Qi Xiaoxing's words. After all, the most important thing for the Qing Stone tribe right now was tomorrow's promotion match. Lanz rolled his eyes at Xiao Mei, and Qing Sha and Yi also gave her a cold look. Although Qi Xiaoxing had calmed down, she could no longer be as gentle with the traitorous Xiao Mei as before. She simply sprouted some seeds and directly tied her to a stone pillar on the side. Naturally, she was not included in dinner that night. Because of Xiao Mei, everyone was even more nervous about the upcoming promotion match. And several orcs didn't sleep well that night. Early the next morning, as soon as there was any commotion outside, everyone got up. Qi Xiaoxing and the other two females, who took turns watching Xiao Mei last night, were in a rather poor mental state. After discussion, they decided that Xiao Lu and Bai Wei would stay behind to continue monitoring Xiao Mei, while the others would participate in the tribe's promotion match as usual. Before setting off, Qi Xiaoxing exchanged glances with Ling, then took out 10 first-level origin crystals from the small animal skin bag she always carried with her. The competition is about to start. To avoid any temporary inability to use talents during the promotion match, everyone should have one origin crystal, Qi Xiaoxing said. Lan also nodded. You all know the current situation of our tribe. Origin crystals are very precious. Everyone must stay focused and follow the formations we've practiced many times. Understood. Lan smiled and stepped forward to take an origin crystal from Qi Xiaoxing's hand. The other orcs exchanged glances and also stepped forward to take their respective origin crystals. Once everything was ready, the newly formed Qing Stone tribe set off. On the way, they encountered the Wild Boar tribe's team. Since they were not in the same group, everyone greeted each other relatively amicably. Good luck, shouted the leader of the Wild Boar tribe, a very honest-looking orc. You too. Hope to see you at the next competition, Lan replied with a smile. Ha, good. The leader of the Wild Boar tribe responded. During the conversation, everyone had already arrived at the competition venue, a very large platform that could barely be seen from a distance. The platform was surrounded by a rare type of vine grass, about 5 or 6 meters high. Besides the competition platform, not far in front of the vine grass, there was also a spectator stand made of piled-up stones. This was the largest spectator stand Qi Xiaoxing had ever seen. In front of the huge vine grass competition area stood a row of Star Moon Tribe orc warriors and females responsible for checking entry. The orc warriors had strong auras, and their strength was not inferior to that of the Earthquake Tribe. Most of them were also handsome, likely members of the Star Moon Tribe. In the center of the spectator stand, more than a dozen orcs and females dressed in silk garments were already seated. Most had proud expressions and serious looks. According to what Qi Xiaoxing and the others had learned, these arrogant orcs and females sitting on the high platform were the organizers of this tribal promotion match. Chapter 319. The promotion match officially begins. This was the third time Qi Xiaoxing had seen such silk clothing. She had only seen these obviously expensive outfits at the autumn gathering near the Ice Emperor's Forbidden Land before. However, the Star Moon Tribe was a large tribe, and just their status was several levels higher than that of the Qing Stone Tribe. The females and orcs responsible for organizing the tribal promotion match were all people of high status in the Star Moon Tribe, so it was not surprising that they wore expensive clothing. In the future, when she had money and channels, she would buy some good materials to make clothes for herself and Ling. Qi Xiaoxing thought this as she withdrew her gaze from the organizers. It had been a long time since she came to the orc world. The clothes she had brought with her when she suddenly crossed over had long been turned into underwear, but even so, they were still not enough to replace. Qi Xiaoxing and the people from the Qing Stone Tribe remained relatively calm, but the two newly joined orcs from the Qing Stone Tribe were a bit excited, staring wide-eyed at the clothing of the organizers on the spectator stand. Many other lesser tribes were equally excited. It was embarrassing. Let's get started. The orc in charge of hosting today's competition said in a deep voice as he sat on the high platform. He was tall and sturdy, with a rugged face, and there was a hint of impatience in his brow. I am Lang Yu, the organizer responsible for this year's tribal promotion match. The orc Lang Yu said loudly. I believe all tribes have prepared for today's promotion match, so we won't waste time. The venue in front of you is where you will compete next. Lang Yu frowned, having already divided the groups beforehand, and now he would start with the first group of lesser tribes. As he finished speaking, he waved to several orcs who looked like attendants beside him. Soon, Qi Xiaoxing saw a member of the Grass Swallow tribe, not far in front of them, being called over by an attendant-like orc. 1 minute later, the first group of 10 tribes, a total of 100 orcs, had gathered in the competition area. Watching the group of serious-looking orcs, the venue gradually quieted down, and Qi Xiaoxing and the others felt a hint of tension. Although everyone should be very clear about the rules of the first promotion match after all these years, I will repeat them just in case someone can't hear clearly, Lang Yu said in a deep voice. The first promotion match is a team match, starting with the lesser tribes. Each group consists of 10 tribes, and each tribe sends out 10 people. They will fight within the designated area on the ground, and anyone who leaves the designated area will be eliminated. The match continues until only 10 orcs remain on the field. Lang Yu smiled. If a tribe has all 10 orcs eliminated, then unfortunately, that tribe will lose its qualification for the tribal promotion match and will remain at its original level. As he finished speaking, Qi Xiaoxing clearly noticed that the expressions of the lesser tribe participants around them had become serious. Even Lan's, who usually seemed very steady and always joked around, had a slightly serious expression. Qi Xiaoxing tightened her grip on Ling's hand. He slightly turned to her and gently said in her ear, "Don't be afraid." Ling looked up at her, his phoenix-like eyes filled with subtle confidence, as if to say, "We will definitely win." His breath brushed against her ear, warm and different from the cold wind, creating ripples in her heart. Yes, they would definitely win. She had always believed in this. Chapter 320. Promotion. At the moment the organizing orc announced the start of the promotion match, the participating orcs from various tribes erupted with excitement. The initial matches were for lesser tribes to advance to smaller tribes, and they proceeded even faster than Qi Xiaoxing and the others had anticipated. Many of the lesser tribes are weak, and some have not received any training at all, getting scattered and expelled from the competition area as soon as they enter. Consequently, a qualifying match involving 10 lesser tribes takes less than half an hour. Although the qualifying matches occur only once a year, many lesser tribes find it hard to survive until winter, so they fight desperately for the chance to gain more resources. However, since everyone thinks this way, there is hardly any orc safety. Casualties occur in every match. Injured orcs are quickly dragged away, and the next match follows immediately. The officials present show no sympathy. In this survival of the fittest world, the weak are not worthy of pity. Such a bloody scene no longer frightens the members of the Qingstone tribe, as they have witnessed many events far more brutal than this. Qi Xiaoxing and the others did not wait long before it was time for the Qingstone tribe to compete. Encouraging Ling with her eyes to do her best, Qi Xiaoxing silently clenched her fists and quietly stood aside to watch. Start, with the official's command. The orcs transformed into their beast forms, and the orcs fighting in the vast qualifying arena no longer held back, eager to make their tribe stand out. In such a savage clash, even though the orcs from the Qingstone tribe had trained, 2 of the weaker orcs were still pushed out of the arena. Fortunately, Linglan and Rands remained. Moreover, during the fight, the orcs from the Sand Snake tribe did not notice them, which was a good thing. By the end of the entire morning and afternoon, all the lesser tribes had completed their matches. A female from a Xingyue tribe informed them to come tomorrow for the second round of matches for lesser tribes, jotting down the names of a few who made it to the end before leaving. I didn't. Lamented a mountain lion tribe orc who had been eliminated, relieved he wasn't injured, his voice sounding very dejected, as if he had made a grave mistake. It's okay. Lon smiled to comfort him. We still have so many people left, right? So, the meal task for the next period will be up to you guys. Qi Xiaoxing chuckled to herself, thinking that the chieftain really knew how to comfort others. The group returned to their temporary residence, where they found a nervous and anxious Xiao Lu and Bai Wei peering outside. How is it, Xiaoxing? Xiao Lu asked anxiously. She had been waiting there, seeing many orcs from the lesser tribes carrying injured kin and leaving with their belongings, making her genuinely nervous. Although she knew the strength of her tribe members, she couldn't help but worry before the results came out. Qi Xiaoxing smiled at her and winked. Basically, we all made it. That's great. Xiao Lu's face lit up with surprise, unable to contain her laughter, proudly declaring, I knew everyone would definitely qualify. Seeing Bai Wei also looking happy, Qi Xiaoxing reminded her, there are still matches to come. Don't be too early to celebrate. The most important thing was that most of the lesser tribes residing in their area had been eliminated. If they were too happy, it would attract hatred. Okay. Xiao Lu quickly reined in her smile, pulling Qi Xiaoxing into their living space, whispering, Xiaoxing, that little Mei tried to sneak out again today, but we knocked her out. She's such a hassle. Qi Xiaoxing's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. She exchanged a glance with Ling, both seeing a mix of helplessness and determination in each other's eyes. After dinner, little Mei indeed looked displeased, shouting, when will you let me go? I'm also a member of the Qingstone tribe. I wouldn't want everyone to die. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she became more agitated, eventually crying like a rain-soaked pear flower. The mountain lion tribe orc could only warn her with his gaze. Little Mei used to act tough and never displayed such hysteria. This time, it was quite eye-opening for him. As a minor punishment, Qi Xiaoxing and the others did not give little Mei any food that night. After cursing for a while, she eventually grew tired and stopped talking. The next morning, the group left the 2 eliminated orcs to watch over the house, while the rest went to participate in today's matches. The second round of the qualifying matches was a one-on-one contest. The 2 tribes would pit their orcs from the first round against each other, and whichever tribe fought to the end would gain a spot as a small tribe. Qi Xiaoxing and the others were quite confident about this. After all, with Ling around, even the orcs from a medium-sized tribes might not be able to defeat them. Chapter 321. The one-on-one contest begins. When the Qingstone tribe members arrived at the competition venue, other qualifying tribes had also gathered. However, unlike their relaxed and healthy state, the lesser tribes that had barely qualified yesterday looked quite miserable. Lacking the strength of the Qingstone tribe, most were battered and bruised. Qi Xiaoxing also saw the Firehound clan, where many orcs bore injuries, helping each other despite their serious wounds, their eyes filled with determination. After all, the annual tribal selection was related to resource allocation. If they missed it, the tribe members would have to endure another year of hardship. Therefore, even if they were severely injured, they still sought one last chance. The qualifying lesser tribes, except for the Qingstone tribe, had fighters who were more or less injured. In the one-on-one qualifying matches, as long as one didn't encounter a particularly fortunate tribe, a group of injured orcs might still be able to carve out a path for themselves. Qi Xiaoxing felt a bit sad about their choice. Weak tribes could face extermination at any moment. She had witnessed this many times. Ling stood beside her, gently holding her hand, his golden eyes shining with warmth, speaking softly. Xiaoxing, don't worry. Qi Xiaoxing looked up at him, seeing him gazing directly at her, and couldn't help but blush. In truth, she wasn't worried at all. The match time quickly arrived, and the officiating referee orc walked to the center of the arena with a large wooden bucket. His voice was loud now. Please have each tribe send one person up to draw lots. Whichever tribe they draw will be their opponent for today. It was a simple and straightforward rule, but very efficient. As the referee's words fell, a murmur arose among the crowd, clearly discussing who to send up to draw lots. At this moment, luck was also a crucial part. The Qingstone tribe discussed this as well. Xiaoxing, you go, Bai Wei suggested from the side. How's your luck? Qi Xiaoxing shook her head when she saw everyone looking at her. I'm not lucky. Her luck was indeed average, not particularly good. After saying this, Qi Xiaoxing glanced at Lan, who was standing next to Xiao Lu. How about let Lan go, the chieftain? Lan scratched his head. Let Rans go. This guy has slightly better luck than I do. Every time we went hunting together, he always had good luck and encountered tall, strong prey. This remark made everyone laugh uncontrollably, and Rans's expression turned sour. What the hell? Was that a compliment or an insult? Although everyone claimed to have bad luck, Rans was widely recognized in the Qingstone tribe as the unluckiest. Every time he went hunting with someone, he would easily encounter danger, and over time, only Ling was still willing to hunt with him. Rans was straightforward. I'll go, just don't regret it. After saying this, he walked straight to the center of the competition venue, looking as if he was ready to risk it all. Everyone wasn't paying much attention. Among the tribes present, there truly wasn't anyone who could defeat them. Soon, Lance returned from the drawing. Qi Xiaoxing stepped forward to see that he was holding a sign that read Ice Turtle Tribe, and couldn't help but gasp. Lance's luck was really bad. It was truly terrible. Out of so many tribes, he had drawn one ranked in the top 3 for strength. If the Qingshi tribe were still the same as before, they would likely have been beaten badly by the Ice Turtle Tribe. The Ice Turtle Tribe was few in number and lived in a very peculiar place, not like the usual turtle tribes that live by the water, but instead resided on high mountains that were covered in ice and snow year-round. The snow-capped mountains were their home. They were extremely cold-resistant, had very strong defenses, and all their innate skills were ice-based. Battling them could be a bit troublesome. At this moment, the small turtle from the Ice Turtle Tribe that was drawn against the Qingshi tribe couldn't help but sit on the ground and cry loudly, leaving the referee stunned. The little turtle felt wronged. Usually, it had good luck in the tribe, so how could it draw the strongest contender this time? An old turtle behind it was also helpless and speechless. There was nothing to be done. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to advance this year, and they could only hope that the orcs from the Qingshi tribe would go easy on them. Qi Xiaoxing was also a bit sentimental upon seeing this. It seemed that Lance's bad luck was stronger than that little turtle's good fortune. The drawing ended quickly, and the remaining 36 low-tier tribes were divided into 18 groups. Starting from the first group, the tribes that succeeded in the competition would smoothly advance to become small tribes. The Qingshi tribe was assigned to the 7th group, with 6 groups ahead of them. Since it was uncertain how long the competition would last, everyone had brought some items when they left home and sat to the side waiting. Ling sat slightly behind Qi Xiaoxing, unobtrusively shielding her from the cold wind. Qi Xiaoxing didn't notice, focusing intently on the competitions in the arena. The first group to compete was made up of 2 tribes that were both quite tragic, the Earth Rabbit tribe and the Windcat tribe. One side had 3 orcs still able to fight, while the other side was even worse off, with only 2 orcs still able to fight. However, the orcs from the Earth Rabbit tribe were more severely injured, so it was still roughly even. After the referee announced the start, the 2 sides clashed. In the end, the Earth Rabbit tribe won the qualification for advancement at the cost of 1 orc's life. The orc who died was quite young and looked very tender, but he chose to self-detonate slightly to hold back the strongest orc from the Windcat tribe. The orc from the Windcat tribe was caught off guard and lost the match. After this match, everyone felt heavy-hearted. The intensity of the following matches was similarly harsh, with all orcs fighting for their lives. The outcome was often decided in a split second. Soon, it was time for the Qingshi tribe to battle against the Ice Turtle tribe. This match was also one that many tribes were waiting for. Lance was the first to compete. Chapter 322. The Qi Xiaoxing Tribe Advances. Lance stood on the competition field, rubbing his fists together, grinning as he looked at the ice turtle orc across from him. The opponent looked quite honest, older in age, with a friendly expression. "Little friend, please go easy on me later. Otherwise, it won't be good if we both get hurt." The ice turtle orc's tone was somewhat mocking, and it was unclear whether he genuinely wanted Lance to hold back or was provoking him. Lance didn't waste time talking and charged forward as soon as the referee called for the start, activating his innate skill. A burst of fire shot up and slammed against the thick, light blue shell of the ice turtle orc, releasing a cloud of dense steam. Qi Xiaoxing felt as if the entire competition field was almost completely obscured by this steam. She squinted slightly and could only see two large shadows within the mist. Soon, the steam dissipated, and in the now much warmer arena, everyone could see the outcome of the match. The ice covering the ice turtle tribe orc's shell had almost completely melted, with singed edges, while Lance appeared to be panting, seemingly quite exhausted. Both Qi Xiaoxing and Ling were a bit surprised. After all, Lance's strength wasn't considered weak, but they hadn't expected him to expend so much energy. Lance seemed a bit annoyed and gathered another round of fireballs in his fists, looking ready to continue. Just then, the orc, who had been hidden in its shell, muttered, I concede. Lance was taken aback, almost losing control of the fireballs in his hands. "What the hell? You concede?" He doubted his ears. Not just him. Even Qi Xiaoxing was surprised. This was a concession? She blinked and exchanged a glance with Ling behind her, unable to suppress a laugh. This was the first tribe she had seen concede during this period. Clearly, there were several older ice turtles behind that one, and yet they didn't want to fight? Even the referee orc was a bit dazed, staring for several seconds before hesitantly asking, "Is it you conceding, or is your entire ice turtle tribe conceding?" As his words fell, an old turtle standing behind the ice turtle coughed, its voice a bit frail. "Our tribe concedes. We can't win, so we won fight." The referee was speechless. He had never seen a tribe concede so readily. But if they were willing to concede, he had nothing to say. Lance was quite frustrated. He hadn't fully showcased his strength before the opponent conceded, and this fight was not satisfying at all. Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but chuckle. However, she thought that for the ice turtle tribe, conceding was indeed a good choice. Their tribe was small in number, and although they had limited training resources, they had long lifespans. If they allowed their orcs to be severely injured just for this year's competition, it would be a loss. As for advancing from a low-tier tribe to a small tribe, they could always try again next year. Other tribes that had fought fiercely felt their situation was quite harmonious compared to the ice turtle tribe, and they also had mixed feelings. If they could, they would not want their orcs to fight desperately. But not every tribe was like the ice turtle tribe. Therefore, in a one-on-one competition, without Ling participating, the Qi Xiaoxing tribe easily advanced. Aside from a somewhat frustrated Lance, everyone else was in good spirits. Now, they were officially a small tribe. Little Green danced with joy on the side, almost hanging herself on Lance. Lance wasn't angry, clearly in a good mood as well. The two of them kissed in front of everyone. After all, they were outside. Could they not pay attention to the tribe's image? This thought crossed her mind, and when she turned back, she saw Ling looking at her with a somewhat jealous expression in his phoenix eyes. Qi Xiaoxing. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she had to tiptoe to plant a kiss on Ling's handsome cheek. Then she began to enjoy watching the tips of Ling's ears gradually turn red. After advancing from a low-tier tribe to a small tribe, the Qi Xiaoxing tribe was notified that they would participate in the third round of matches 3 days later. As a newly promoted small tribe, they had one opportunity to challenge a mid-tier tribe, with the competition format divided into two types. One was direct combat between orcs, still in a one-on-one format. The other type was related to the females, a team battle among females. Qi Xiaoxing initially wondered what females would compete in, only to find out that it was a free-for-all. After returning to their temporary residence, Lance began preparing dinner with several other orcs. Bai Wei entered the tent and looked at Xiao Mei. She was still sitting in that position, but the rope binding her was slightly loosened. Bai Wei walked outside and saw Qi Xiaoxing waiting there, her tone somewhat serious. The rope around her was a bit loose, likely having been secretly rubbed while they were away. Qi Xiaoxing fell silent for a moment, sighed a little, and decided to give her one last chance. They decided to reveal some news to Xiao Mei during dinner tonight and loosen her rope a bit more. If she chose to betray them, they would not tolerate her again and again. Chapter 323. Conflict 1. To test whether Xiao Mei would betray them after a lively celebration dinner. Qi Xiaoxing and Bai Wei exchanged glances, picked up some specially reserved roasted meat, and slowly made their way to where Xiao Mei was held captive. Xiao Mei's acting was quite good. On the surface, she seemed no different from before, her once clean face now showing some sorrow. She looked up at Qi Xiaoxing, a forced smile barely forming on her lips. Xiaoxing, by way, I just heard you discussing next year's crystal distribution. Did our Qingshi tribe pass the promotion match? Qi Xiaoxing frowned slightly, and before she could respond, Xiao Lu, who was impatient, couldn't help but get angry at Xiao Mei's demeanor and sneered. Oh, is that so? You actually still care about our Qingshi tribe? Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Xiao Mei's eyes, and her hands bound to the wooden post moved slightly as she lowered her head, looking aggrieved. Qi Xiaoxing didn't want to continue watching her act. As before, she expressionlessly placed the wooden tray with food beside her and walked around the post to untie the hemp rope. The roasted meat will cool down soon. Xiao Mei didn't expect Qi Xiaoxing to give her no opportunity to speak, clearly feeling choked up. She pursed her lips and stopped talking, obediently starting to eat. But her eyelashes drooped as she chewed the roasted meat tastelessly, her mind racing. Qi Xiaoxing's status in the Qingshi tribe was already far above hers, and tomorrow was the competition among females. With Qi Xiaoxing's strength, she would surely lead the Qingshi tribe into the ranks of intermediate tribes. At that time, it would be even more impossible for her to bring her down, and moreover, Ling. Thinking of the orc who had saved her life, Xiao Mei felt a pang in her nose. He loved Qi Xiaoxing so deeply. No matter what she did, she could never replace her in his heart. They hadn't stayed overnight at the distribution place of the Xingyue tribe for days. Perhaps they had already privately formed a partnership. Even if she could safely return to the Qingshi tribe this time, her future days would likely not be easy. Since that was the case, it was better to gamble. Xiao Mei looked down at her wrist, chafed by the hemp rope, then glanced outside at the nearly pitch-black night, where occasional flashes of vertical pupils resembling the glow of a fireplace appeared. Remembering what the orc from the Shashi tribe had said before he captured her, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She had to make sure Qi Xiaoxing died. She recalled the information she had received from an orc in the Shashi tribe a few days ago. After this promotion match, the Yanxi tribe would visit the Xingyue tribe along with the elders of the Zhouxi tribe. As far as she knew, the Yanxi tribe and the Qingshi tribe had always been at odds, and the Zhouxi tribe was one of the overlords of the southern territories. Such a large tribe had elders whose strength level was at least level 5. Once the elders of the Zhouxi tribe arrived, it would be difficult to take Qi Xiaoxing's life. While eating the jerky, Xiao Mei worked hard to hide all her thoughts. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at her slightly swollen wrist, frowning lightly, then looked at Xiao Lu, who was watching closely without any clue, and said, Xiao Lu, I'll step out for a bit. Remember to secure Xiao Mei well later. Okay. Xiao Lu didn't ask where Qi Xiaoxing was going. Responding crisply while keeping a vigilant eye on Xiao Mei to prevent her from escaping. Qi Xiaoxing walked straight out of the Qingshi tribe's residence, and, taking advantage of the dim moonlight, entered the Lingquan space in a corner where no one was paying attention. Ling, dressed in simple animal skin clothing, was reclining slightly on the bamboo bed in front of the small wooden house, his long, narrow eyes slightly squinting. His long hair and a pair of half-round furry ears still had some moisture on them, clearly just having bathed and waiting for her. Qi Xiaoxing's gaze lingered on the attractive lips of the orc for a moment, but she restrained herself from the urge to pinch Ling's ears and tail, telling him about Xiao Mei's somewhat unusual behavior that night. Perhaps it was related to the Zhouxi tribe. Ling furrowed his brows slightly, his voice low. Zhouxi tribe? Upon hearing Ling's words, Qi Xiaoxing also had some thoughts. The Zhouxi tribe was a large tribe similar to the Xingyue tribe, having high prestige in the southern region and, like the Xingyue tribe, possessing a spatial passageway leading to the holy city. However, it was rumored that the passage had been affected during the Divine War 1,000 years ago, causing partial damage, and the time required to open it had been increasing. It was said that the Zhouxi tribe had not received resource support from the holy city for nearly 100 years. Without the support of resources from the holy city, the Zhouxi tribe's prestige in the southern region would inevitably decline. This time, they sent envoys to various large tribes, likely to borrow the spatial passageway. But how would the Zhouxi tribe sending envoys be related to Xiao Mei's unusual actions? Qi Xiaoxing furrowed her brows, looking into Ling's deep eyes, and quickly realized the Shashi tribe relied on the Yanxi tribe. And the Yanxi tribe had always been at odds with the Qingshi tribe. The Yanxi tribe was also a branch of the Zhouxi tribe. It could be said that if the envoys from the Zhouxi tribe came to the Xingyue tribe, they would definitely meet with the patriarch of the Yanxi tribe. At that time, if Xiao Mei exposed by Wei and the others, the envoys from the Zhouxi tribe would likely not hesitate to help their juniors from the Yanxi tribe wipe out the Qingshi tribe. Thinking of this, Qi Xiaoxing couldn't help but shudder. Although Ling was currently strong and not afraid of the elders of the Zhoshi tribe, if they were completely unprepared for Xiao Mei's plan, they might truly be caught off guard. Even if Xi and Ling were fine, Xiao Lu and the others might not be able to retreat unscathed. Xiao Mei truly hated the Qingshi tribe to the bone. Chapter 324, Conflict 2. The first ray of sunlight on a winter morning shone on the frost-covered ground, as sounds of bustling activity came from outside the drafty wooden shed. Some mixed smoke carrying the scent of roasted meat drifted in through the window cracks. In this area where the small tribe was located, orcs and females from various major clans began a brand new day. Xiao Lu and Bai Wei prepared breakfast and ran into Qi Xiaoxing, who was half leaning on Ling's shoulder and still somewhat sleepy. They all broke into teasing smiles. Xiaoxing, did you and Ling go to your secret base again last night? Xiao Lu winked at Qi Xiaoxing, her tone suggestive, deliberately emphasizing the word secret base. Qi Xiaoxing struggled to open her eyes and glanced at her, having no energy to explain that she and Ling hadn't done anything last night. They had merely discussed how to avoid this risk until late at night. Ling gently brushed Qi Xiaoxing's hair that was tousled by the cold wind with his large palm, and upon hearing Xiao Lu's words, he only chuckled softly. His ears slightly red, but he didn't refute. He still needed to learn about that aspect. He thought that once he had learned enough and held the partnership ceremony, he would officially be with Xiaoxing. According to Lanz and Lan, natural females like Xiaoxing, even after enhancing their physical flexibility through training, would still find it difficult to accept purebred orcs like them. It had to be a gradual process. Ling's thoughts drifted further away, but his body temperature gradually rose, making Qi Xiaoxing, who leaned on his shoulder, feel something unusual. Ling. Just as Qi Xiaoxing was about to ask him what was wrong, she noticed Ling's cheeks were flushed and quickly changed the subject, chatting with Xiao Lu and the others about the distribution of original crystals for the promotion of tribes. I've heard that all the tribe promotion matches will end tomorrow, and in 3 days, there will be a simple bonfire ceremony to redistribute the resources each tribe can obtain. Lance was sitting at the wooden table, legs crossed in a carefree manner. This time, we were promoted to a medium-sized tribe, and according to past allocations, we should receive about 5 third-tier original crystals, 20 second-tier original crystals, and 100 first-tier original crystals. Lance squinted his eyes, calculating the resources the Qingstone tribe could gain after this promotion match. Although it wasn't as much as what Xiaoxing and the others brought back last time, it was still a decent amount. With so many warriors in the tribe now, how to distribute the resources would be a problem. Qi Xiaoxing listened to the numbers of original crystals they could obtain and thought of the pile of original crystals stacked in the small wooden house in the Spirit Spring space. And she consciously kept silent. Last time, Xi and Ling lied that they had discovered a hidden small original crystal vein and provided the tribe with a considerable amount of original crystals. However, to avoid attracting attention, they only took out some first-tier and second-tier ones, but the total exceeded the amount allocated to medium-sized tribes by the Xingyue tribe each year. Haha, then you can think about it slowly. Chief, Lance patted Lance's shoulder lightly, teasing him, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps because the promotion match ended early and they only needed to wait for resource allocation, everyone's mood was quite good, seeing that the atmosphere was pleasant. Qi Xiaoxing was just considering how to suggest that Xiao Lu and the others bring Xiao Mei back to the tribe early when she heard a series of knocks at the wooden door. Who is it? Lance was the first to stand up, sniffing the air that was almost cold enough to freeze, his gaze sharpening. Qi Xiaoxing also frowned at the sudden smell of blood, looking towards the shadow that was obviously pressing down outside the wooden door. The orcs in the room became alert, ready to attack. But before Qi Xiaoxing's first-level blood vine could fully bloom, an intermittent coughing sound came from outside. Cough. Is this the temporary residence of the Qingstone tribe? A hoarse voice, like it was filled with gravel, spoke up. I am the chief of the Ice Wolf tribe. Cough. I don't know if you can let me in. Lance frowned, about to say something when the usually silent Qing Sha suddenly spoke up. Let him in. Lance glanced at Qing Sha, didn't ask any more questions, and directly opened the door. A cold wind blew in fiercely, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. In the dim sunlight, Qi Xiaoxing could see the appearance of a newcomer, a heavily injured old orc with a thick beard, a deep knife scar over his right eye, pale yet sharp gray eyes, draped in a heavy gray rat fur stained with dried blood, and an empty right pant leg, supporting himself with a black wolf-headed cane. Hello, I am Lance, the chief of the Qingstone tribe. Lance stood up, his tone softening a bit as he looked at the old orc. I ask what you need? The old orc's murky left, I turned, his gaze landing on Qi Xiaoxing, and without further words, he knelt down on his left leg towards her. A relatively clean beast skin bag fell from his arms, spilling out a dozen original crystals stained with dried blood. This female, can you please help save the warriors of our tribe? The old orc spoke anxiously, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion. He pointed to the original crystals on the ground, as if using his last bit of strength. This is the reward. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the blood-stained original crystals and the old orc's pleading gaze, a bit surprised. She had only used ordinary wood-type abilities in the female competition and didn't know how this old orc knew she had healing abilities. The old man has a friend from the Mountain Lion tribe, and I heard that there is a female in the Qingstone tribe who can reset bones. To dispel Qi Xiaoxing's doubts, the chief of the Ice Wolf tribe quickly explained, his voice full of pleading. That is the only third-tier orc in our tribe. We can't let his leg be broken. Qi Xiaoxing looked at the blood-stained original crystals on the ground and nodded gently. Okay. Without exposing the spirit spring, she didn't mind helping another tribe. She remembered the Ice Wolf tribe. It was not far from the Qingstone tribe and was a small tribe that wasn't very strong, suffering greatly every winter. This promotion match was likely their all-or-nothing attempt. Thank you. The chief of the Ice Wolf tribe seemed taken aback that Qi Xiaoxing agreed so readily, a bit flustered. Instead, it was Qi Xiaoxing who spoke first. But resetting bones doesn't require that many original crystals. Just 2 will do. She picked up 2 first-tier original crystals from the ground, gathered the rest to return to the old orc. Take me there. Qi Xiaoxing exchanged a glance with Ling, receiving a confirming nod, then took out a seed from her bee skin bag, catalyzing it into a large movable leaf, placing the old orc on top. The old orc seemed surprised that Qi Xiaoxing could do this, staring blankly at the large leaf beneath him. A complex emotion flashing in his eyes as he looked at Qi Xiaoxing, wanting to say something but hesitating. What's wrong? Ling directly asked, his low voice hiding a hint of warning. The old orc sighed, clenched his fist, and without further hesitation, gritted his teeth. Actually, I came representing several tribes. Qi Xiaoxing was a bit surprised, hearing the old orc continue. In addition to the third-tier orc from our tribe, cough cough, there are orcs from several other tribes, some of whom have lost more than one leg. Qi Xiaoxing. She sighed helplessly, glancing at Xiaolu and Bai Wei, then asked the old orc, can I bring them along? They can reset bones. Cough, cough, of course you can, the old orc quickly responded. After a brief discussion, everyone except Qingsha, who stayed behind to help look after the injured orcs, and Xiao Mei, followed the old orc to the temporary residence of the Ice Wolf tribe. Chapter 325, Conflict 3. The Ice Wolf tribe was just an insignificant tribe and had not been allocated a good residence in this promotion match. The location was also quite remote. Qi Xiaoxing and the others followed the old orc for about 10 minutes before finally reaching the temporary residence he mentioned. It was a shelter that couldn't even be called a grass hut, with wind seeping through all sides, and there was even unmelted snow on the ground. Qi Xiaoxing saw some females wearing fur coats stained with snowmelt, using their meager fire-type abilities to boil water. Around these females, the ground was piled with blood-stained beast skins. Head of the house. From a corner, a faint sobbing sound drifted over, and Qi Xiaoxing looked in the direction of the sound, realizing that besides the third-tier orc the old orc described lying on the ground, there were several other orcs with twisted limbs lying in a darker corner, and judging by the color and shape of their ears and fur, not all of them were orcs from the Ice Wolf tribe. Noticing Qi Xiaoxing's gaze, the old orc quickly coughed twice and explained, in this promotion match, many orcs were severely injured. These few are from smaller tribes that participated in the competition with our Ice Wolf tribe, and everyone knows them. Their living conditions are even worse than this. Sighing deeply, the old orc looked towards the corner where the sobbing sound came from, where a leopard-type orc lay with a grotesque, broken left leg, and his limbs were starting to show signs of festering. Luckily, it was winter now, or the leopard might not have made it this far. The old orc's words trailed off, and the other females in the shelter, who could still move, mostly stopped their actions, looking towards Qi Xiaoxing and the others. Qi Xiaoxing sighed softly in her heart, no longer wasting time. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Lu and the others behind her and began to prepare for the rescue in unison. For such wounds, the bone knife must first be disinfected and then the rotting parts cleaned up. As Qi Xiaoxing started the treatment, she began explaining, and soon cleaned up the severed limb of an orc and started setting the bones. Xiao Lu and the others were not new to this work either. Aside from the crucial bone-setting part that required Qi Xiaoxing's hands-on involvement, they didn't need her to say much about the rest. After a flurry of activity, The sky gradually darkened, and most of the critically injured orcs in the wooden shed had been bandaged. Qi Xiaoxing held a soft, glowing wood-type, mutated ability in her hand to perform the final treatment on the bandaged orcs. As long as they're taken care of properly afterward, these anti-inflammatory herbs should ensure there's no more life-threatening danger. After finishing the last wound on a wolf tribe orc, Qi Xiaoxing packed her herbal pouch and gave a few instructions to the grateful old chief, not lingering any longer as she stepped back. Thank you so much. The old orc and some females held the herbs Qi Xiaoxing had left behind, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. We have received our payment. Lan smiled at this, tidying up the tools Xiao Lu had just used, and followed behind Qi Xiaoxing and the others. The old orc watched the gradually receding group, then turned back to glance at the orcs lying on the ground. Gritting his teeth, his voice became a bit hoarse. I wonder if the Qingshi tribe can still accommodate more clansmen? Lan stopped in his tracks, looking at the old orc, who seemed to have made up his mind, and said firmly, Chief Lan, our Ice Wolf clan wishes to join the Qingshi tribe. I wonder if you could give us a chance. Lan was somewhat surprised, yet also expected this. He glanced at Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, who were walking at the front and had now stopped, chuckling. Let us talk about it later. The Qingshi tribe is different from when it was nearly annihilated before. It has absorbed the mountain lion tribe, and orc mouths are not scarce. Although resources are not lacking, joining the Qingshi tribe for protection is not as simple as just verbally expressing a desire to submit. Especially after what happened with Xiao Mei, he, as the chief, had to tighten the reins on this matter. The old chief's gaze flickered for a moment, and the hesitation completely faded as he said firmly, our Ice Wolf clan will definitely show Chief Lan our sincerity. He wasn't foolish. Having been in the beast world for so many years, he understood Lan's meaning just by hearing his words. In this world, it's survival of the fittest. There is no way to gain protection without paying a price. Hearing the old orc's firm response, Lan turned back to smile at him, but still did not make a direct statement. Sincerity is something that cannot be counted on mere words. On the way back to their temporary residence, Qi Xiaoxing felt that something was off. The orcs of the Ice Wolf tribe were truly pitiful. Xiao Lu occasionally looked at the blood-stained beast skin on himself and sighed. Bai Wei responded a couple of times. Then, as if suddenly thinking of something, she pursed her lips and said softly, Xiaoxing, Chief, I don't know why, but I've been feeling a bit of palpitations lately, as if something bad is about to happen. Before Bai Wei could finish her words, a strong smell of blood wafted through the air. Several dark shadows flashed by, and the cold wind carried with it blood blades, accompanied by explosions, instantly tearing through the beast skin Bai Wei was wearing. A piercing scream rang out, and Xiao Lu, who was walking at the front, fell to the ground with a thud, his right leg pierced by a blood blade. What is going on? Lan rushed forward, blocking in front of Xiao Lu, his handsome face filled with anger. His eerie laughter echoed around them as the dust raised by the wind and snow settled, revealing tall figures with either red or green eyes gradually emerging. A voice rang out from the fog. Xiao Mei, is this what you call the immensely powerful Qingshi tribe? This female can't possibly be Qi Xiaoxing, right? Completely unguarded. Her strength is so weak that even a second-level wind blade can pierce her leg bone. Xiao Mei's somewhat flattering voice also rang out. Lord Yanlin. This female is not Qi Xiaoxing. She is the chief's mate, Xiao Lu. All right. The leading orc responded disinterestedly, stepping out from the fog with a leisurely gait. He was a young man dressed in light golden robes. His features were not particularly refined, even somewhat rugged, but his vertical pupils revealed an inherent confidence and nobility. Besides Xiao Mei, there were more than a dozen tall orcs standing beside him, their faces covered in scales of various colors, all possessing similar vertical pupils, with signs of sand and flames on those scales. Sand Snake and Flame Snake Tribes. Chapter 326. Conflict 4. Qi Xiaoxing was protected by Ling at her side, her eyes scanning the surroundings, her brows slightly furrowed. Seeing her gaze, Xiao Mei revealed a hint of a smug smile, her voice hoarse yet sharp. Qi Xiaoxing. Didn't he expect this, did you? Didn't he expect me to bring the noble prince down to attack you? Qi Xiaoxing looked at her solemnly, remaining silent. It was Xiao Mei, however, noticing her silence, fixed her gaze on Ling beside her with a complex hatred. Ling, I really don't understand why such an outstanding orc would fall for that bitch Qi Xiaoxing, since you refused to repent. Then today you and that bitch will be buried here together. Xiao Mei kept provoking Ling with her words, but Ling merely looked at her indifferently. There was not even a ripple in his beautiful phoenix eyes at her words. His indifference was like a sharp knife, almost driving Xiao Mei to madness with hatred. She half-kneeled on the ground, gently tugging at the leading orc's robe. "Your Highness, please, kill them, kill them." The leading young orc looked at Xiao Mei with disgust, impatiently waving his sleeve, directly knocking Xiao Mei down to the ground, causing her to spit blood. Annoying. "Cough. Your Highness." The middle-aged snake tribe orc Zhao Yu cleared his throat lightly and said, "Xiao Mei is naturally a worthless life, but we still need her to lead us to the Qingshi tribe to plunder treasures." His implication was that it was fine to injure her, but they shouldn't kill her out of momentary anger. Otherwise, without a guide, it would be somewhat troublesome for them to take over the Qingshi tribe. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The golden-robed young orc's gaze was sharp, making Zhao Yu feel a chill run down his spine. He couldn't tell whether it was due to bloodline suppression or sheer power. His hands and feet trembled, and he had no thoughts of resistance at all. Damn it! This seventh prince from the Zhou snake tribe has a bad temper and is not to be trifled with. A large tribe is indeed impressive. All right, it's indeed impressive. At least he is not someone I can provoke. Zhao Yu cursed inwardly, still maintaining a respectful demeanor, not daring to plead for Xiao Mei any further. If she dies, she dies. After all, she was just a female who betrayed the tribe. He had only thought Xiao Mei had some talent before. The golden-robed young man, Zhou Chuan, noticed the middle-aged orc from the sand snake tribe looking terrified and slightly raised his eyebrows, his gaze fixed on Bai Wei, who had just gotten up from the ground, her beast skin stained with blood. Zhou Chuan saw that her features were delicate, her cheeks stained with blood, and there was an inexplicable scent that was very attractive to him. He smirked and said playfully, "Hey, that female over there, how about following me and becoming my concubine? I guarantee you won't die." Bai Wei was momentarily stunned by his words, and a slight flush appeared on her previously pale cheeks due to blood loss. Not from shyness or being swayed, but from anger. Qi Xiaoxing, standing beside her, also darkened her expression at Zhou Chuan's words, glaring at him with a heart full of rage. Even in the beastly world of survival of the fittest, being a concubine is an extremely low status and highly insulting identity. Especially the golden-robed youth in front of him was merely expressing interest due to his looks, or perhaps he sensed the bloodline power within Bai Wei, which is why he said that. "Don't glare at me." Zhou Chuan glanced at Qi Xiaoxing, exuding a roguish vibe, and with a wicked smile said, "Looking at me like that, do you also want to be my—" Before he could finish the word concubine, the snake's expression changed, and before it could resist, a plume of black flames rose from its feet, burning through its calf, causing it to cry out in pain and reluctantly transform into its half-beast form. A massive python, nearly 50 meters long and over 10 meters high, appeared in midair, directly collapsing the few remaining wooden shanties in this wasteland. Hissed, the giant snake swung its tail, continuously striking the surrounding snow and frozen ground, struggling for over 10 seconds before finally extinguishing the black flames clinging to its tail. "You dare!" Zhou Chuan roared, his vertical pupils filled with rage. He was tired of talking and directly swung his tail towards Qi Xiaoxing and the others. Bang! 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 The giant tail, accompanied by a fierce wind, carried a force equivalent to the mid-stage of the fourth tier, directly charging towards Qi Xiaoxing and the others. This is bad. As the giant tail was about to come down, Qi Xiaoxing couldn't hide any longer. She shouted, her whole body emanating a brilliant green light. And countless early-stage fourth-tier vines suddenly burst from the ground, twisting together like steel to form a massive dome, enveloping herself, Lan, Xiaolu, Bai Wei, and the others within. Meanwhile, Ling raised his hand, casting a black flame. The black flame soared into the air, transforming into a fierce tiger mid-flight, crashing into the multicolored snake tail. Creak! An unbearable grinding noise rang out, accompanied by dazzling sparks and mist. Amid Zhou Chuan's furious roar, the fiery tiger blocked his furious strike. Boom! A powerful shockwave rippled out. Countless steel-like vines shattered and regenerated, and with the explosive efforts of Lan, Lanci, and Lingxi, they barely sheltered those hiding beneath the vines. Qi Xiaoxing used protective plants to cover her mouth and nose, gasping heavily due to the loss of her abilities, yet her expression remained calm. She looked across and noticed that the Sand Snake tribe and Xiao Mei had sustained some injuries during the recent conflict, giving her a deeper understanding of Zhou Chuan from the snake tribe. His temper was erratic, and he was not someone who would hold back just because they were on the same side. Qi Xiaoxing's eyes flickered as she constantly calculated in her heart how to deal with Zhou Chuan. Neither Xi Ling nor Lan were surprised by Xiao Mei's sudden attack and betrayal today. Rewinding 2 days. When the news of the snake tribe secretly participating in this tribal promotion match reached the Qing stone tribe, Qi Xiaoxing and Lan had already discussed it privately. They could not passively take hits. They had to take the initiative, eliminate some risks, and collect resources. And Xiao Mei was the breakthrough point of this plan. She was also their main bait. In the past few days, Ling and Qing Sha had been absent from the tribe's temporary residence except during the matches. It wasn't that they didn't want to be with everyone, but they were secretly gathering intelligence under Qi Xiaoxing's instructions. Even the increasingly loosened ropes around Xiao Mei and the third-tier original crystal she secretly dug out from beneath the wooden shed, which used up most of her energy, were buried there by Qi Xiaoxing's order. Even today, when Qing Sha got drunk on fruit wine during his watch and Xiao Mei managed to sneak out, it was all part of the plan. In the entire plan, apart from the sudden arrival of the Ice Wolf tribe, which was outside Qi Xiaoxing's calculations, everything else unfolded almost entirely according to Qi Xiaoxing and Ling's plans. However, Qi Xiaoxing pressed her lips together. They had erupted into such a huge battle on the edge of the Star Moon tribe. There was no reason the people of the Star Moon tribe wouldn't notice. After all, according to the rules of the Star Moon tribe, fighting was strictly prohibited during the tribal promotion match. Could it be that, just as Ling guessed, this battle would see significant changes? Chapter 3:27. Sincerity. Qi Xiaoxing's mind was racing with these thoughts as she glanced at Xiao Lu, who was holding her knee in pain, and Bai Wei, who looked pale, feeling a twinge of guilt. Sorry, Xiao Lu, it's not that we didn't inform you in advance. It's just that your acting is a bit lacking, and I was afraid someone would catch on. Qi Xiaoxing quickly withdrew her gaze, drawing on some mutated powers to stop the bleeding from Xiao Lu and Bai Wei's wounds. Xiaoxing, I'm fine, you go help Ling, Bai Wei said with a pale face, yet it seemed she felt no pain. That S from the Zhou snake clan. She bit her lip, blood surging within her, her eyes filled with fear, but more so with hatred. She still couldn't forget why her family was left with no way out. All of this was thanks to the snake clan. However, Qi Xiaoxing didn't listen to her. She mixed 2 drops of spirit spring water into the herbs and pulled out several original crystals, handing them to Lancy and the others who were still able to fight. If your abilities run low later, just break these original crystals and absorb them, Qi Xiaoxing quickly instructed. While outside the iron-like vine perimeter, the battle intensified. Zhou Chuan continuously swung his snake tail to attack, while Ling, following the plan, always counterattacked with energy slightly weaker than Zhou Chuan's. Each exchange sent shockwaves slamming into the vines. After about 5 or 6 exchanges, in less than a minute, the protective barrier of vines Qi Xiaoxing had erected was covered in cracks, on the verge of collapse. Bang! After another clash, a corner of the protective barrier completely tore open. The barrier is about to break. Hurry, kill them for this prince. Zhou Chuan shouted excitedly, his voice filled with anger. Yes, Your Highness. Zhao Yu and the other beastmen roared in response, their leather clothes swelling as they transformed into their beast forms and charged towards Qi Xiaoxing and the others. Lan Si, Ging Sha, Lan, and other beastmen also transformed into their beast forms, displaying various gifted skills, illuminating the already dark wasteland as bright as day. The situation was tense. Aside from the ongoing battle between Zhou Chuan and Ling, both sides tacitly refrained from making immediate moves. I advise you not to struggle anymore. We have a total of 17 powerful fighters on our side, the weakest among them at the peak of the 2nd tier. But what about you? Although your overall strength seems to surpass ours, the number disparity is too great. Transformed into a giant sand snake, Zhao Yu flicked its tongue, its enormous vertical pupils vaguely emanating a seductive aura. Why not give up? Give in, endure. Endurance. Life and death hinge on a moment. If you endure this moment, you can escape. Hearing Zhao Yu's voice, which seemed to come from afar, Qi Xiaoxing nearly felt momentarily dazed. She quickly snapped back to her senses and shouted, "Wake up!" Lan and Qing Sha's slightly dazed eyes quickly regained clarity, their furry faces showing signs of shock. It was their first time encountering a gifted skill that could mix temptation with mere banter, and they nearly fell for it. Just as the two felt a sense of dread, a swift figure burst out from beneath the nearly shattered vines, flames shooting up into the sky, hitting Zhao Yu's massive body hard. "You dog snake, what nonsense are you spouting? If you have the guts, take a punch from me." Lancy cursed, lacking any decorum but reacting the quickest, unleashing a fiery fist that made Zhao Yu stagger back repeatedly. "Don't fight. Let's talk things out. Don't resort to violence," Zhao Yu shouted, retreating while increasing the output of his gifted skill. As the strongest leader of the Sand Snake tribe, he was now at the peak of the 3rd tier, even slightly stronger than Lancy. His most proud gifted skill was seduction, which caused opponents to hesitate during battle. Using this skill, combined with his not weak offensive means, he was nearly invincible. However, this time Zhao Yu made a miscalculation. No matter how much he enhanced his gifted skill, Lancy, the Mad Lion, seemed not to hear him at all, charging forward recklessly and landing punch after punch, causing Zhao Yu unbearable pain. Damn it. This shouldn't be happening. Why is my seduction skill ineffective against him? Zhao Yu was almost beaten to the point of vomiting blood. His defense was not strong, and seeing that his talent skill was ineffective against Lance, he had no choice but to withdraw his talent skill and start to retreat and defend. He wanted to attack others, but Lance simply would not give him that opportunity. Zhao Yu's unusual behavior was noticed by Qi Xiaoxing and others, and Qin Sha couldn't help but ask, how did he do it? Normally, Lance's combat power was not strong. He couldn't even defeat Zhao Yu and Lan. So how could he ignore the peak third-tier talent skill this time? Qi Xiaoxing was silent for a moment, and, for some reason, she thought of what Elsa had mentioned before. My family member is no different from a stupid lion. He just loves to fight. When he fights, he won't care about anything else, and it's impossible for him to listen to you. Xiaoxing, if there's a plan that requires patience this time, make sure he doesn't T-act as your backup. Qi Xiaoxing's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, he really was a stupid lion. You dare to lose focus while fighting me? Zhou Chuan looked at the faint smile on Ling Juanmei's face, his massive body trembling with anger. He shouted, you idiots! Surround them. Do I need to tell you? When did the Snake Clan produce a bunch of fools like you? Upon hearing Zhou Chuan's words, the surrounding dazed orcs of the Snake Clan no longer hesitated, pairing up in 3s and 5s, charging towards Qin Sha and the others. Qi Xiaoxing by way, and Xiao Lu were in the center of the encirclement, occasionally releasing some skills to assist in repelling the attacking Snake Clan members. Although the orcs on the opposite side were not very strong, Bai Wei, Xiao Lu, and the others were not much better in terms of strength. Produce. With almost 2 or 3 Snake Clan orcs attacking them at once, it didn't take long before Qi Xiaoxing and their side found themselves at a disadvantage. This won't do, Xiaoxing. If this continues, everyone will be killed. Xiao Lu, whose legs had just been treated and could barely move, turned almost as green as her name. Her face filled with anxiety. Think of a way. Bai Wei was also a tough person. She usually didn't talk much and was diligent in her work. But at this moment, she gritted her teeth and said, why don't we, as a family, hold them off while you guys escape first? The family she referred to naturally meant there by family and Ling Shi. In terms of combat power, 3 third-tier and 1 peak second-tier could indeed buy some time by holding the rear. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at her and said, no need. She understood Bai Wei's intention, which was to feel that this crisis was brought by family, so she wanted to make amends. But the fishing plan had just begun, and killing a Zhou Chuan might not yield many cultivation resources. Qi Xiaoxing felt that there were likely people behind Zhou Chuan, possibly even from the Xingyue tribe. Otherwise, there would be no reason to explain why there was such a big commotion in this battle. Yet no orcs from the Xingyue tribe came to suppress it. Bai Wei bit her lip, her gaze dimming for a moment before quickly returning to determination. If you treat me with sincerity, I will repay you as a national hero. Even if Bai Wei was not a strong person, she would never let down the Qingshi tribe that had taken care of them. Bai Wei shouted, locking eyes with the blood-soaked Ling Shi, and they both began to burn their blood, fighting as if they were risking their lives. Boom, boom. Under their fierce struggle, 2 resounding booms echoed as 2 slightly weaker Sand Snake Clan orcs were actually beaten to death. Bai Wei gasped heavily but did not hesitate, shattering the original crystal Qi Xiaoxing had previously given her, absorbing it while fighting, leaving Xiao Lu stunned. She truly had not expected that Bai Wei, who was usually gentle, would not hold back when it came to fighting for her life. Xiao Lu hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and thought, why not? Why not she also fight desperately and die gloriously in battle? Qi Xiaoxing looked at her speechlessly, saying forget it. Although Bai Wei was not particularly strong, she at least had a talent skill focused on attack, while Xiao Lu's talent skill had an explosively low lethality. Even if she burned her blood, it probably wouldn't yield much, and she might end up burning herself out instead of taking down any enemies. Just as Xiao Lu was hesitating, a change occurred on the battlefield. Several large, sturdy silver wolves, resembling small mountains, roared and charged from a distance. Their fur gleamed like silver moonlight, with fine ice crystals at the tips, like the kings of ice and snow. Their low growls were accompanied by condensed ice swords that pierced toward the members of the Yen Snake tribe. The Ice Wolf tribe is here to support. Chapter 328. Who said he was weak? Bang, bang, bang. The ice swords were as fast as lightning, and the sound of metal scraping against scales rang out. Zhao Yu didn't even have time to warn his tribe members before 3 ice swords pinned 3 Sand Snake clan members to the ground. Zhou Chuan, who was engaged with Ling, saw this and shouted angrily. Damn it. He discovered that the people from the Sand Snake tribe and the Yin Snake tribe were all useless. Not a single one was capable of fighting. What kind of strength can orcs with below 3rd-tier capabilities possibly have? For heaven's sake, they couldn't even handle 3-1 and ended up waiting for the reinforcements to turn the tide, losing 5 or 6 of their own in the process. They were all a bunch of freeloaders. Zhou Chuan realized that the boastful claims of Zhao Yu, the leader of the Sand Snake tribe, about how their tribe was formidable and that their snake clan members had battle experience and potential were all lies. He had truly bought into his nonsense. In just a few minutes, they were almost beaten to a pulp, and he questioned whether they had any potential for survival at all. Zhou Chuan was furious, but when he saw himself, a 5th-tier early-stage snake clan member, struggling to fight against a tiger clan member who seemed to be only a peak 4th tier, he couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. He, Zhou Chuan, was quite a famous genius in the tribe, although not as monstrous as his older brother. Yet, at only 37 years old, he had already attained 5th-tier strength, which ranked him among the top geniuses across the entire orc continent. But now, not only was he entangled with Ling, but many of his subordinates had also died. He could no longer care about hiding. His vertical pupils turned cold, flashing a deep crimson light that was starkly different from before. He took 2 steps back and roared, "Those little tribes that have come to join us. What are you waiting for? Surround them quickly." At his command, Qi Xiaoxing frowned, and she noticed that the fog that had been gradually dissipating during the repeated battles revealed dozens, if not nearly 100, shadows that were either large or formidable. Those were orcs from the insignificant tribes and some small tribes that originally lived near the temporary residence of the Qingshi tribe. There were even a few powerful orcs from medium-sized tribes. No wonder, Qi Xiaoxing murmured. It was no surprise that she had been puzzled earlier. The residence of the Qingshi tribe was not located too far from the Xingyue tribe. Even if the small and medium-sized tribes had finished their promotion matches, it was impossible for all their neighbors to leave in just one day. It turned out they had secretly joined the Zhou Snake clan. It was just unclear whether they had joined today or had done so previously, knowing that the Zhou Snake clan was coming to the Xingyue tribe. Qi Xiaoxing scanned the area, roughly counting that not all their neighbors had joined Zhou Chuan. Only about 60% had. Still, that was quite a lot. Xiao Lu's face truly turned green this time, and she couldn't help but sigh frantically. Alas, the heavens want to destroy me. She had just been delighted, thinking that she hadn't expected the Ice Wolf clan to be so sincere. They had just saved their tribe's orcs in the afternoon, and now the old chief had brought many orcs to join the battle in the evening. With their numbers, the gap would be erased, and since they were all powerful fighters, wouldn't that turn the tide? Little did she know, she was still too naive. Zhou Chuan scoffed, no longer saying much, and attacked fiercely at the handsome Ling. If he didn't kill this Tiger Clan orc right in front of him, he would truly lose face as a prince. Meanwhile, Xiao Mei, who was hiding in the crowd, couldn't help but feel ecstatic upon witnessing this scene. She is currently having bad luck. The boulder she was hiding behind was affected by the shockwaves of the battle, injuring her severely. Originally, Xiao Mei was in despair because of the involvement of the Ice Wolf clan, but at this moment, seeing the small orcs rushing in from all directions, a thrill of mutual destruction flickered in her eyes. Even if she died here today, Qi Xiaoxing was destined to die as well. Zhao Yu, noticing Xiao Mei's unusual state, quickly shouted, "Xiao Mei, retreat to the back immediately. Don't get in the way here." Besides, the defensive fortifications of the Qingshi tribe are a big problem. He needs someone to distract the guards to reduce the losses of the Sand Snake tribe, which is bound to be on the front lines. The 7th prince, Zhou Chuan, didn't care about the lives of the Sand Snake tribe orcs, but he did care about his own people. However, at this moment, perhaps the desire for revenge ruled her thoughts, or perhaps anger surged in her heart. Xiao Mei ignored Zhao Yu's advice and made an incredibly reckless decision. Xiao Mei gripped a 3rd-tier short-blade bone knife, a weapon she had used for many years, her blood boiling. Burn. She was even more insane than the burning blooded by Wei, directly igniting her essence blood. And essence blood, whether for orcs or females, was an extremely precious resource, second only to heart blood. An orc might only have 5 or 6 drops of essence blood in total. For females, it was even less. All their blood could probably only yield 3 drops at most. But Xiao Mei couldn't care about that at this moment. to cross the nearly 1,000-meter battlefield and break through so many residual shockwaves of talent skills to deliver a fatal blow to Qi Xiaoxing. The only method she had was to burn her essence blood. One drop to hasten her journey, one drop attached to the bone knife, and one drop for the explosion. Today, she would ensure Qi Xiaoxing's death. At the same time that Xiao Mei made this incredibly reckless decision, about 100 meters behind her, a turtle head peeked out from under a protruding rock. If Lancy were here, he would recognize at a glance that it was the little turtle from the Ice Turtle clan that had conceded after only one move during their previous competition. The little turtle, sneaky as it was, stared at the quickly withering Xiao Mei with its round, shiny eyes, its head swaying as if it were in deep conflict. That female over there has such a strong killing intent. It looks like the pretty female they watched in the competition is in trouble. Should he go help her? But a bone knife with burning essence blood hitting its shell would hurt a lot. The little turtle shook its head, a bit hesitant. Grandpa said the Qingshi tribe had great potential, and he heard they even built defensive fortifications, with a good geographical location and a strong leader, making it a suitable place for the sparse Ice Turtle clan to seek refuge. So, during this time, all the little turtles that only slept were assigned to gather intelligence. While the other turtles had marked their territories while he was asleep, he had been forced to stay near the Qingshi tribe's residence. We woke up. He found the Qingshi tribe and the Snake tribe were fighting. It was quite fierce, and both sides looked formidable. Grandpa said that the big tiger fighting the giant snake was very strong and must be hiding its power, but he knew that behind that giant snake, there wasn't too much left, and there was an even bigger giant snake, looking even stronger. It could very well be the giant snake's trump card. If it weren't for his talent skill having a hidden aura effect, the turtle would have been dragged out and killed. It was really scary. But if he didn't save that pretty female, it seemed she was the mate of a formidable big tiger. Wouldn't he also be killed afterward? The little turtle's mind was torn, and at the moment Xiao Mei's bone knife shot out, it reluctantly shook its little head and charged forward with its shell. Save her! The big tiger's attacks can burn through turtle shells, much scarier than the giant snake. There was no choice. Who told him he was weak? Chapter 329, Soul Destruction Technique. Now that he had made a decision, the little ice turtle was no longer hesitant, as Xiao Mei's entire body turned into white bones. Her essence blood intertwined with her wood-type talent skill as she attacked Qi Xiaoxing. The little ice turtle showed a pained expression, its heavy ice shell quickly separating from its body, circling the battlefield from another angle and swiftly heading towards Qi Xiaoxing. As the bone knife came towards her, Qi Xiaoxing suddenly felt something was off. She instinctively glanced in Xiao Mei's direction and was taken aback to find that the latter had almost shrunk into a pile of bones. This is burning essence blood? Qi Xiaoxing's heart sank, and without caring about anything else, her expression turned serious as she raised her hand, biting her fingertip, her gaze flickering as she quietly summoned the bone dragon she had obtained from the Ice Emperor's forbidden land, ready to use it for self-preservation at any moment. This time, she and Ling had agreed to fish, so how could she be unprepared? The bone dragon was just one of many preparations. But Qi Xiaoxing didn't expect Xiao Mei's intent to kill her to be so strong. Whoosh! A mournful voice accompanied by the sound of breaking air came, and in the blink of an eye, it was already close to Qi Xiaoxing's eyes. Xiao Mei's desperate strike was aimed not at her heart, but at her head. In the Orc continent, being pierced through the heart might still leave a chance for survival, but a shattered head was certain death. Oh no! Xiaoxing, Xiao Lu and Lan and the others also noticed the changes here, all with drastically changed expressions. They didn't expect Xiao Mei to burn her essence blood just before dying. Now Xiaoxing was in danger. Ling wanted to rush to help, but Zhou Chuan sneered, crazily attacking and blocking his path. What a joke. With him here, this big tiger still wanted to save his mate. What was he thinking? Zhou Chuan scoffed. Don't be in a hurry. Soon, this prince will send you to your end, letting you be a pair of tragic mandarin ducks. Ling's slender brows were filled with killing intent as he glanced in Qi Xiaoxing's direction, his face dark as frost, continuing to fend off Zhou Chuan's attacks. Even knowing that his little partner's strength was beyond this, and that Xiao Mei's attack wouldn't harm her, Ling still felt a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoxing's eyes moved, and the bone dragon faintly appeared in her palm, while surrounding vines constructed walls. The bone knife infused with Xiao Mei's essence blood was remarkably tough, cutting through the damaged vines that Zhou Chuan had attacked as if they were tofu, heading straight towards Qi Xiaoxing's eyes. Just as Qi Xiaoxing was about to take out the bone dragon, a clear yet somewhat childish sigh came. Sigh, really? Why fight and kill? Isn't it better for everyone to bask in the sun and sleep? This slightly childish voice arrived simultaneously with the bone knife. And just as Xiao Mei's bone knife was about to strike Qi Xiaoxing's eyes, a massive turtle shell blocked in front of her like a wall of iron. A faint sound of impact and cracking rang out, and Xiao Lu by way, and the others hurriedly looked towards Qi Xiaoxing, only to see the turtle shell standing firm and unmoving, while the bone knife infused with Xiao Mei's essence blood had cracked open with long fissures from end to end, and after several more unwilling impacts, it completely shattered. No! In midair, a semi-transparent pale figure emerged, crying out in anguish. The little ice turtle saw she no longer had any offensive power, stealthily jumped up from the ground by Qi Xiaoxing's feet, retracted the turtle shell, and quickly transformed into a palm-sized little ice turtle. The little ice turtle lay on a broken vine in front of Qi Xiaoxing, cursing at the dissipating spirit of Xiao Mei in midair. Really, you female is so stubborn. Insisting on killing the big tiger's companion, forcing this turtle to step in. Do you know how much it hurts when your bone knife hits my shell? My shell almost cracked. How are you going to compensate me? Seriously. He spoke quickly, leaving Lancy and Zhao Yu, who were still fighting, stunned. Zhao Yu's expression was grave. He had a bad feeling in his heart. What the hell? What's up with this little turtle? From the looks of its shell, it seems to belong to the ice turtle clan, which has been neutral for years. Why is it suddenly here? Little Green, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Reinforcements? The little ice turtle said nothing and ignored Little Green, instead using its two claws to leap onto Bai Wei's shoulder. The little ice turtle said in a deep voice, "Hey, little female, let me rest on your shoulder." Bai Wei's face was pale as she frowned and glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Seeing that the crisis on Qi Xiaoxing's side had been resolved, she relaxed slightly. Qi Xiaoxing, however, looked at Xiao Mei, filled with hatred, with a helpless expression. To be honest, she really didn't understand why Xiao Mei hated her so much. Was it just because she couldn't have Ling? That didn't seem likely. Perhaps it was more about her overlapping with Xiao Mei's role, and the dissatisfaction of the tribe's members valuing her more than Xiao Mei. Everyone experiences jealousy, and Qi Xiaoxing could understand why Xiao Mei was displeased with her, but she really couldn't comprehend the extent of Xiao Mei's hatred, which had transcended race. Even betraying her original mountain lion tribe, she still wanted to kill her. But at this point, it was too late to say anything. Qi Xiaoxing turned her head, avoiding the remaining fragment of Xiao Mei's soul, her blood burning. Xiao Mei could no longer survive, and at most 30 seconds, she would dissipate from this world, and she couldn't be bothered to attack Xiao Mei's remaining soul. But while Qi Xiaoxing thought this way, others did not. Little Green and Qing Sha, filled with fear and anger, launched attacks at Xiao Mei, but they merely penetrated her consciousness. Xiao Mei gradually regained her senses from the massive blow of failing to kill Qi Xiaoxing. She grinned maniacally, mocking everyone with sharp laughter, continuously venting her rage through curses and insults, but her voice was laced with deep fear of death. Ling furrowed his beautiful brow, quickly retreating after another clash with Zhou Chuan. A brilliant golden flame erupted, soaring like a phoenix towards the dissipating part of Xiao Mei's soul. Ah! A scream sharper than her curses rang out, and Xiao Mei's entire remaining consciousness was engulfed in the golden flame, becoming increasingly solid before suddenly shattering after reaching a certain density. But the flame acted like a sturdy cage, imprisoning Xiao Mei within it, breaking and reshaping her repeatedly, nearly 100 times, until her feet finally disappeared. The sudden change stunned everyone in the battlefield. Even a massive Zhou Chuan stopped his attacks in horror, looking towards Xiao Mei with a hint of fear, muttering, soul extinguishing technique. He didn't know what the flame Ling had just used was called, but he recalled a technique passed down from the upper realm, the soul extinguishing technique. It was a move only extremely powerful beastmen could use. Zhou Chuan didn't know what level this spell was, but he knew the consequences for those who had been subjected to it according to legend. This spell would burn the soul of the cursed person clean, utterly destroying them. More ruthless than turning bones to ashes, they would be dead beyond hope. Each burning was more painful than 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, a true technique feared by both the upper and lower realms. After all, there are some secret arts in the upper realm that can bring the dead back as long as the soul remains. But if the soul is destroyed, that truly means death with no hope left. At this moment, looking at Ling, who had only revealed half-beast form and was strikingly handsome, Zhou Chuan was genuinely terrified. Was this beastman really only at the peak of the 4th level? He could even use the soul extinguishing technique. Although Xiao Mei was weak, and in a dying state. What if Ling could not only attack a dying soul, but also directly cross over to attack the soul? If so, that would be terrifying. In the current beastman continent, soul attacks could almost be considered invincible because there were no defensive means. Yes, none. Even in the upper realm, only a very few powerful emperors possessed such means, and there were none in the lower realm. Zhou Chuan looked at Ling again, feeling an overwhelming fear. Every attack of his seemed to penetrate his defensive scales, directly scorching his soul. Zhou Chuan shivered all over, no longer caring about anything else. Fear made him regret participating in this mission, losing even the courage to negotiate. Chapter 3:30. The most hated fence-sitter in the short span of 1,000 meters, the not-so-large battlefield was now filled with turmoil and unpredictability. Amidst Xiao Mei's deathly screams, the Ice Wolf clan, coming to assist, suddenly found a glimmer of hope in this dire situation. They were weak and did not know what Ling's technique was called or how severe the consequences were, but they had eyes and could see Xiao Mei in immense pain. They also had ears and could hear the fear in Zhou Chuan's tone. The Qing Stone tribe was impressive, and that was enough. Not just the Ice Wolf clan's beastmen thought so. Zhao Yu, the leader of the Sand Snake tribe, was also filled with trepidation. If it weren't for knowing that His Highness Zhou Chuan had a backup plan, he wouldn't want to continue fighting. Who knew Ling could even use a technique to extinguish souls? Didn't he hear how miserable Xiao Mei was screaming? She was about to be burned to nothing in just a few seconds. Ling was really ruthless. Was it necessary to be so petty just because Xiao Mei attacked your companion? Well, from a certain perspective, Ling's actions weren't actually excessive. Just as Zhao Yu and Zhou Chuan were shocked by Ling's sudden display of power, the little ice turtle perched on Bai Wei's shoulder was also wide-eyed. The little ice turtle's round eyes darted around as its small head quickly processed thoughts. This big tiger was surprisingly strong. It seemed this battle might not end in defeat. Perhaps the Ice Turtle clan could increase their investment? Although the little ice turtle didn't know what investment meant. Grandpa said that once he felt the big tiger was particularly powerful, strong enough to possibly defeat Grandpa, he should immediately relay this information to him through their bloodline power. It might even penetrate his shell and directly reach Grandpa's soul, which should be very impressive, right? The little ice turtle no longer hesitated, rubbed its two front paws together, and quickly mumbled something. Just as Xiao Mei was about to be completely burned away, it conveyed this message to Grandpa. Sizzle. The golden flames continued to burn, making a faint sound. The battlefield was so quiet that even this small sound was clearly audible. Xiao Mei's soul was almost reduced to just her eyes. She looked towards the direction of Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, filled with resentment, unwillingness, and regret. Finally, she transformed into a breeze that couldn't even stir the fur of the beastmen, completely dissipating into the world. The entire battlefield fell into utter silence until a somewhat cheerful laugh broke the stillness. Grandpa Little Ice Turtle, who is also the leader of the Ice Turtle clan, Wang Ming, laughed heartily. Everyone, am I not too late? It seems the battle isn't over yet. Wang Ming smiled, not directly looking at Ling, but instead turned to the current leader of the Qing Stone tribe, Lan, and nodded amicably. Young friend Lan, I apologize for arriving late with my clan to offer support. Lan, not being foolish, immediately understood that the old ice turtle was giving him a way out, and laughed loudly. Of course not. He glanced around and declared loudly, if there are other tribes willing to assist after the battle, the Qing Stone tribe will surely repay their kindness. Wang Ming, being an old hand at this, chimed in, I believe in the credibility of the Qing Stone tribe. Lan wasted no time, seizing the opportunity, and caught a glimpse of the still-dazed Zhou Chuan in midair. He shouted, the victory of this battle will surely belong to our Qing Stone tribe. As a tribe leader, even though his combat power was not as strong as Ling's, he still had the ability to assess the situation. Go! The gloomy-tempered Qing Sha also shouted and charged forward. With Lan's command, the previously quiet battlefield erupted into fierce combat once more. The little turtle lay on Bai Wei's shoulder, spitting ice arrows, knocking down a small tribal orc that tried a sneak attack, murmuring, are we going to win? Don't celebrate too early. Bai Wei frowned at this. What did this little ice turtle mean? Although there was still a slight disparity in numbers, with the addition of the ice wolves and ice turtles, it was no longer so lopsided. Plus, Ling and Xiaoxing had yet to unleash their full power. Could Yin Shi and Zhou Chuan really turn the tide? It seemed unlikely. Not just Bai Wei felt this way. Zhao Yu also thought he was done for. He glanced at the ecstatic ice wolves and silver lions due to the appearance of the ice turtle clan, feeling a chill inside. He realized he had been caught off guard. He knew that there was animosity between the Sand Snake tribe and the Qi Stone tribe, but he had initially planned to ignore it. After all, the Sand Snakes that were eliminated by the Qi Stone tribe were not the core of his tribe. They were just fools who had opposed him since he became the chief, so their deaths didn't matter. As for the 100 Snakes fruit in by Wei's bloodline, that had nothing to do with him. He lacked the strength and ambition to fight for it. Now, however, with Zhou Chuan's arrival, he couldn't suppress the ambitious Sand Snakes below, nor could he defeat Zhou Chuan and the Yanqi tribe, making him nothing more than cannon fodder. Zhao Yu felt bitter inside, but he couldn't show it on his face, only secretly signaling his trusted followers. Fools don't attack so fiercely. While the Qi Stone tribe is still alive, and there is no blood feud, hurry up and slack off. If Zhou Chuan loses, we can still escape. Zhao Yu always had a bad premonition. Even if the Qi Stone tribe appeared weak, he knew there was a more powerful Zhou snake behind Zhou Chuan. On Zhao Yu's side, his eyes flickered, while on the other side, Lance, who was fighting him, also felt something was off. This sand snake was acting strangely. Why was it getting weaker as they fought? Not in the sense of a drop in strength, but it was clearly avoiding his vital points. Was it afraid? Cowardly? Good. Take advantage of your cowardice. Lance, unlike Zhao Yu, didn't have so many calculations and concerns. Seeing Zhao Yu seemingly hesitant to fight back, he immediately shouted excitedly and attacked Zhao Yu with even more ferocity, making Zhao Yu suffer greatly. Damn it, is this tiger really stupid? In this situation? Shouldn't he realize I have no intention of being their enemy, and just play along? After taking another explosive punch from Lance, Zhao Yu couldn't help but speak up. But before he could finish, Lan, who was beside Lance, took down a yin snake without saying a word and helped Lance, forcing Zhao Yu to retreat and spit blood. Seeing his brother come to help, Lance understood the situation was turning in their favor and excitedly said, Lan, you're here. Let's take down this old snake today. Stop babbling. He wasn't really stupid. He could see through Zhao Yu's intentions. Wasn't this just because the Ice Turtle clan had come to help, and Xiaoxing's combat power had surged, making him worry they had more tricks up their sleeves? So, he began to waver. But he hated this kind of fence-sitters the most. Seeing one, he would kill one. Not wanting to waste time talking to them at all. Zhao Yu was almost cursing. Surrounded by several powerful orcs, he realized that if he continued to hide, he would surely die. He could no longer conceal himself, and with a furious roar, he unleashed a powerful sand and stone force, breaking through the encirclement formed by Lan and Lance. Zhao Yu fled, forcing himself to fly to the area below Zhou Chuan. Seeing Zhou Chuan still staring blankly, he was instantly furious and shouted, Your Highness! Your Highness! I request immediate support. What is going on? This seventh prince is really unreliable. The battle had reignited, and he was still in a daze. If he didn't seek help soon, they would truly be dead. And Zhou Chuan, perhaps shocked, suddenly snapped to attention upon hearing Zhao Yu's voice. Yes, yes. Request for support. Support. He wasn't just a snake from the Star Moon tribe this time. He had his uncle. His uncle was much stronger than him. He had just entered the 5th level, and his realm wasn't even stable. But his uncle was a mid-level, 6th-tier veteran powerhouse. His uncle had always favored him since he was young. If he asked for help, his uncle would definitely not ignore him. However, his uncle might not be able to withstand the soul attack secret technique. And his uncle was also their trump card for this trip to the Star Moon tribe. Would calling his uncle out now put him in danger? Zhou Chuan had some hesitation and rationality at first, but when he saw the handsome orc floating less than 100 meters away from him, with a pair of phoenix eyes looking at him with a half-smile, playing with a ball of dazzling golden flame, he was instantly scared out of his wits. Forget it. I don't know if my uncle will die, but if he doesn't come, I'll die. Zhou Chuan stopped hesitating and immediately shook the ring on his wrist, calling out as if grasping at the last straw, Uncle, save me. Chapter 331. The position of the Star Moon tribe. Upon hearing Zhou Chuan shout, the battlefield, which had gradually stabilized, once again fell into turmoil. The already dark sky began to gather dark clouds, with silvery flashes of lightning flickering within, accompanied by an unstoppable, thunderous momentum, threatening to strike down everyone below. Old Ice Turtle Wang Ming sighed, his expression grave as he looked at the thunderclouds. This is bad. It was indeed bad. He had always known that Zhou Chuan wasn't just a snake, and he was aware that the Zhou snake lurking near the battlefield had mid-level 5th-tier strength. Wang Ming initially thought that this was the Zhou snake clan's trump card, but from the looks of his thundercloud, Zhou Chuan's uncle should not be that mid-level 5th-tier Zhou snake, but someone else entirely. This situation drastically worsened the battle, as the gap in top-tier combat power was too great, and it seemed like his bet was going to result in a heavy loss. Wang Ming sighed inwardly, while Qi Xiaoxing, who was rebuilding the shelter using her mutated wood-based talent skill, also paused momentarily. She rubbed her forehead and let out a barely perceptible sigh. This time, the fish she and Ling were trying to catch seemed a bit too big. Originally, she thought they could only catch a mid-level 6-tier powerhouse at most. But looking at the dense thunderclouds, it seemed this would be difficult. Qi Xiaoxing felt a headache coming on, while the other orcs had already fallen into unprecedented panic. A little ice wolf from the Ice Wolf clan looked utterly dejected. It's over, this time we definitely can't win. Beside him, a fire-type crocodile spoke in human language. Sigh. I thought this time our fire crocodile clan finally found a solid backing, but who would have thought this backing is formidable? Just too good at attracting enemies. Look at that Zhou Chuan in midair. I can't see through him. And that sneaky snake that came out from behind him is even stronger than Zhou Chuan. And that thundercloud, I don't even dare to look at it directly. One bolt of lightning could kill me. I'm just a peak level 3 fire crocodile. Am I that weak? The fire crocodile wore a face of sorrow, watching the massive creature slowly emerge from the thundercloud, unable to utter a single word. Ling also seemed serious and retreated 100 meters, raising his eyes to the giant Zhou snake in the sky. Its size was several times larger than Zhou Chuan, yet it was not in a fully beastly form. With a bald head, brown-green vertical pupils, a serious expression, and deep nasolabial folds. Its snake tail had split at the base, seemingly about to grow a new tail. Lightning swirled faintly around its scales, and with a casual wave of its hand, it ripped through the thunderclouds. Ling's pupils constricted. This time, he was genuinely serious. Zhou Chuan's uncle was very strong, seemingly even stronger than him now, faintly hinting at a trend of entering level 7. In the beastman continent, beings of level 7 and above are regarded as beast emperors in some backward tribes. Even in larger tribes, they are considered half-emperors. For example, the beast god revered by the Earthshaker Mice tribe. The Earthshaker is merely at the peak of level 7, and this Zhou snake was already extremely close to that half-emperor level. Uncle Hai. Zhou Chuan was overjoyed to see his uncle appear, immediately rushing towards the massive Zhou snake, disregarding everything else, accompanied by a mid-level 5 Zhou snake guard. Ling's eyes glinted sharply, seeing Zhou Chuan daring to turn his back on him. He didn't care whether Zhou Chuan was stunned or just wanted to distance himself. He immediately hesitated not, slightly loosening his power, drawing out a bone sword from his side, and slashed towards Zhou Chuan. Boom! A formidable sword energy, accompanied by several stronger golden flames than those that hit Xiao Mei before, instantly slashed out. The sword light like a brilliant warm sunlight, directly cleaving towards Zhou Chuan's back. Bold! Zuhai about like, He had been discussing the matter of opening the upper realm passage with the senior members of the Xingyue tribe when he received Zhou Chuan's distress signal and rushed over. Zhou Hai had specifically set up such a grand formation to protect his nephew. Yet he never expected that this beastman would be so audacious as to attack his nephew right in front of him, showing no regard for him at all. Zhou Hai's massive snake mouth opened, intending to swallow the golden sword light in one bite. But as it approached the sword light, he felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Below, Qi Xiaoxing noticed that the Zhou snake had stubbornly changed direction, opting to unleash several bolts of thunder at the sword light instead, raising an eyebrow, slightly disappointed. This Zhou snake seemed quite reckless. Why not go all out? Just now, Ling's strike, although not using full power, still had the strength of levels 4 to 5. Combined with the soul-devouring secret method, it shouldn't have been too difficult to severely injure Zhou Hai. But who knew? Zhou Hai was not fooled. While Qi Xiaoxing was lamenting, a massive explosion sounded from midair, followed by Zhou Chuan's painful howl. No. The sword light penetrated his formidable defense and exploded above his soul. His guard was also affected. Though not fatal, he fell to the ground heavily injured. Zhou Chuan wore an expression of disbelief, shock, and pain. He had never realized more clearly than now that he was going to die. He was still young. He wanted to become the strongest Zhou snake in history. Why, just for attacking a small, newly established Qing stone tribe, did he have to die? Zhou Chuan couldn't understand. He also didn't have the time to think, because this golden flame, more violent than the one that slowly tormented Xiao Mei, instantly shredded his soul and consciousness, leaving not even a last word behind. Chuaner. In midair, Zhou Hai saw this scene and his eyes widened in rage, heartbroken. He never expected that even after he acted, his nephew would still die, even though his sister had more than a dozen children. Not all of them were close to him as their uncle. Those with too strong a talent, like Zhou Ling, would disdain to listen to a close to half-emperor level uncle. The weaker ones would definitely not be of much help to him in the future. Only Zhou Chuan. Not only was his talent and strength formidable, but he had also been close to him since childhood. The old and the young were kindred spirits. His sister usually didn't care much for this son, often leaving Zhou Chuan to him to raise. Many people outside believed that Zhou Chuan was Zhou Hai's son, but now, his most beloved little nephew was dead. Zhou Hai was furious to the extreme, heartbroken to the extreme. He mournfully gathered some of the remaining scales of Zhou Chuan into his embrace and cried out, "My nephew is dead. Elders of the Xingyue tribe, do you still want to continue watching the joke at this moment?" Zhou Hai's voice was hoarse. This beast from the Qing Stone tribe not only knows the secret method to obliterate souls, but also has the blood of the winged tiger royal family flowing through its veins. Don't you feel anything? My nephew is strong, already at the early stage of level 5, yet he was still killed by him with a single sword. Do you want to watch me be killed by him before you act? Zhou Hai angrily said. Is it that the agreement we just reached to open the upper realm passage and assist each other is all just nonsense? If you don't show up now, I will make the news public. At this point, Zhou Hai's words were interrupted by several somewhat awkward laughs from midair. What is my brother Zhou Hai talking about? We have formed an alliance. How can we not help you? Yes, brother Zhou Hai. Please don't misunderstand us. Just now, we were only arranging some small clans in the Xingyue tribe that hadn't left yet. It wasn't intentional that we didn't come. A somewhat flattering voice rang out. This should be the beastman Ling from the Qing Stone tribe, right? The recorded strength is peak level 3. Looks like he is hiding his strength. I knew the Winged Tiger clan would definitely rise from the ashes. When I said I would turn the entire beastman continent upside down and eliminate all Winged Tiger tribes. You all insisted on being soft-hearted, and now look what has happened. The threat has indeed appeared, hasn't it? A voice came coldly. Not long ago. Was it because of this Qing Stone tribe that the Hanqiang clan was annihilated? This Qing Stone tribe seems to have some connection with the Ice Emperor's Forbidden Land. One voice after another came, mixed with surprising news that quickly spread throughout the entire area. Meanwhile, Lancy and other beastmen, in shock, saw the newcomers in midair. Besides Zhou Hai and the dying Zhou Snake, there were a total of 13 figures, 5 of whom bore a half-bright, half-dark crescent mark on their foreheads. They were the direct heirs of the Xingyue tribe. The old Ice Turtle King Ming stood in front of Qi Xiaoxing, seeing this scene and lamenting. It's over. This time it's really the end. The 5 direct bloodlines of the Xingyue tribe, and the remaining 9, each flashing different marks on their foreheads. Having lived for hundreds of years and seen much, he naturally knew that those 9 were from the upper echelons of the other major tribes. To be able to call Zhou Hai brother, the weakest among them was at least peak level 5. This was not 1, but a full 13. Adding Zhou Hai, that made 14. What is there to fight about? The Qing Stone tribe is bound to lose. He might as well take the Ice Turtle clan and run now. Chapter 332. Ice Emperor's Forbidden Land. Messengers come to aid. Not only was the old Ice Turtle feeling restless, believing that the Qing Stone tribe was doomed, but even the orcs of the Qing Stone tribe themselves felt that this time it was likely over. Xiaolu and Baiwei were already speechless, while Lan and Qingsha looked extremely worried. They knew they had to fish tonight. However, Qingsha looked at the dozen or so orcs and females floating in midair. Even if he was not willing to admit defeat, his expression was far from good. There was no denying it, they were too strong. Just the energy fluctuations emanating from any one of these powerful orcs from major tribes were comparable to the earlier cosmic sea. The gap in strength between him and them was like a clearly visible chasm. No words were needed. Lan discreetly glanced towards Qi Xiaoxing's direction, feeling a bit anxious. Xiaoxing and Ling said they would fish. They should have a trump card, right? They needed to quickly take advantage of the moment while those powerful orcs were chatting to bring out their trump card, especially Qi Xiaoxing, who had confidently stated that she also had a trump card besides Ling. But now, with the situation nearly turning into a total defeat, why was Xiaoxing still not making a move? Qi Xiaoxing met Lan's anxious gaze and glanced at the leisurely and composed orcs and females in midair, and immediately felt an overwhelming headache. Lan's guess was correct. She and Ling indeed had not disclosed their backup plan. However, that backup plan seemed insufficient now. Several days ago, due to Ling's guidance and ample time, Qi Xiaoxing fortuitously broke through to the peak of the 4th tier. This breakthrough coincidentally opened the 4th layer of space in the small wooden house. In the 4th layer of space, she and Ling each obtained a secret technique. The technique Ling acquired was the golden flame that could burn souls, which he had just used. The technique she obtained was a powerful group healing skill. Both Qi Xiaoxing and Ling were not short-sighted individuals. They quickly realized the preciousness of these two secret techniques and thus formulated some plans for this tribal promotion competition. Over the past few days, they had been practicing frantically, not even taking a break during the competition. One person and one tiger complemented each other, and within this short time, their strengths had greatly improved. She had broken through to the early 5th tier, with faint signs of advancing towards the mid-5th tier. Ling, on the other hand, had reached the peak of the 6th tier, and his combat power had risen to a terrifying level with the help of the secret technique. Not only the two of them, Qi Xiaoxing also chose several secret techniques that could be taught externally and passed them on to Qing Xia, Lan, and Lingxi. The strength of these orcs had also seen some breakthroughs. As for why she didn't pass it on to Lancy, one reason was that there were no suitable techniques for him. The second was the concern that Lancy's impulsive nature could lead to trouble if his strength improved too quickly. And the third was that Ixia did not want Lancy's strength to progress too quickly, worrying that she couldn't control this big tiger. Qi Xiaoxing frowned. Quietly using her wood-type innate skill to catalyze the blood rose seeds she had buried underground in the chaos, while quickly recalling the plan she had made with Ling earlier. After the tribal promotion competition began, Ling discovered the whereabouts of the cosmic snake tribe. That night, everyone gathered together to discuss whether to fish and catch the cosmic snake tribe that had come to the Xingyue tribe in one go. At that time, Lan suggested that if only they improved their strength, it would not be enough to take such a big risk to fish in the territory of the Xingyue tribe. Qi Xiaoxing had said at the time not to worry, as she and Ling both had trump cards. Qi Xiaoxing's eyes flickered as she continuously infused a large amount of mutated wood-type abilities into the 5-tier blood rose seeds buried in the soil. She was not lying. It was just that it was not yet time to use her trump card. The reason was simple. Her trump card was not as ferocious as Ling's soul-destroying golden flame. Her newly born innate skill was a group healing skill. Using it once required consuming nearly 10 high-tier innate skill crystals of the 5th tier. According to her and Ling's attempts, after using this innate skill, she could instantly restore the combat power of severely injured orcs and females on the brink of death through the intermediary blood rose. The recovery extent varied depending on the level of the orcs and females. As long as they were below the 4th tier, they could almost regain 100 of their combat power and abilities. Such a powerful innate skill came with an astonishing cost. Besides the fact that the more people treated, the more crystals consumed, Qi Xiaoxing herself would also suffer severe damage. She would lose 90 of her combat power within 5 days. And the higher the tier of the orcs she healed, the more her strength would drop. When the number of people healed exceeded 1,000, Qi Xiaoxing would directly lose all her cultivation up to that point, becoming a 0-tier wood-type ability user. However, Qi Xiaoxing's gaze was fervent as she looked at the orcs and females above like deities looking down on them, and a mad thought gradually arose in her heart. If this time she could catch them all and completely annihilate them, then even if she really lost all the abilities she had accumulated so far, it would still be worth it. Just wait a little longer. Even though Ling had the means to destroy souls, those orcs and females from major tribes might not necessarily lack countermeasures. It was just that the situation was not clear yet, and they hadn't used them. Qi Xiaoxing's speculation was not wrong. Among the orcs floating in midair, there indeed existed orcs that could counter the golden flame. Moreover, these orcs were not from other large tribes, but from the Xingyue tribe. In the crowd, a young orc dressed in a snow-white robe chuckled softly, his voice gentle. "Brother Zhuhai, do you want to capture this tiger clan to avenge your nephew?" Zhuhai's face showed a fierce light. Of course. The massive cosmic snake swayed its body. Not only that, I want all the orcs and females of the Qingstone tribe to accompany my nephew to the grave. The young man in the white robe slightly nodded, his gaze sweeping over Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, hesitating for a moment before saying, "The others can be killed, but I wonder if Brother Zhuhai can spare that wood-type female for my sake?" As soon as the young man said this, a rough laughter echoed through the crowd. What? His Highness Xingyu also wants to learn from the previous Shouchuan and show some extra mercy to a beauty? The one who spoke was a lizard-like orc, with copper-colored pupils glancing at Qi Xiaoxing a couple of times. The teasing intent was unmistakable. Qi Xiaoxing frowned, while the young man in the white robe, known as His Highness Xingyu, chuckled helplessly, his gaze sweeping over the gloomy-faced Ling. How could it be? I just feel that the female has a familiar aura. Devouring her could help me break through. His Highness Xingyu said, "It's better to devour her while she's alive. Of course, if she dies, it won't matter too much, just the effect will be slightly diminished." In that case, I will take it that everyone agrees to help me annihilate the Qingstone tribe. Zhuhai hissed, and amidst the serious expressions of Lancy and others, he flicked his snake tail and sneered. What about those small tribes that haven't had time to retreat from Xingyue? Shall we kill them all to accompany my nephew to the grave? After all, we need to open. Upon hearing this, Xingyu frowned immediately. Zhuhai, be cautious with your words. This old snake seemed to be blinded by hatred, saying everything that should and shouldn't be said. The 5 major tribes gathered in Xingyue this time to open the passage to the upper realm, heading to a relic provided by the cosmic snake tribe. Opening a passage that could accommodate so many near-emperor level powerhouses required a massive amount of energy. Relying solely on innate crystals was uncertain how much would be consumed. They could only rely on slaughtering the orcs and females that were still left in the Xingyue tribe to provide the vitality needed to open the passage. This was the plan they had just devised in the secret meeting hall. Although the means were somewhat cruel, using the lives of unrelated weak individuals to exchange for an opportunity to strengthen themselves was something that basically no strong person would refuse. However, this method was rather sinister. If it were known, it would damage the reputation of the Xingyue tribe. Zhuhai, you must not let hatred blind your eyes. This time, the several major tribes have come here not just to play with you. In the team, a female with an icy expression spoke up, be cautious. How can such things be said directly? Don't let those strong tribe members hiding not far away hear anything and run away. That would be ridiculous. The cold-faced female glanced at Qi Xiaoxing, her indifferent gaze carrying a hint of subtle inquiry. She didn't know what Xingyu wanted with this female as bloodline, but it was likely related to the ruins that would soon open in the upper realm. To say that devouring it would help him break through was clearly just an excuse. Only Zhuhai and a few martial ones would believe it. The cold-faced female's eyes flickered for a moment. Then she suddenly transmitted a message to another female in the team. Qing, be careful later. Let us see if we can take down that female together. Xingyu values her so much. It might be related to the ruins that will soon open in the upper realm. Okay, Sister Z, the green-clad female, Yingqing replied, agreeing with Yingzi's words. Xingyu seemed gentle and refined, but in reality, he was cunning and scheming. In other words, he was a sly one, always liking to keep a hand hidden. If he sensed the uniqueness of Qi Xiaoxing's bloodline, there was no way he would share information with them. Yingqing glanced at the powerful individuals floating around, stuck out her tongue. Among them, only she and Sister Yingzi were the weakest. If a fight broke out later, she had to be cautious to avoid being easily dealt with by others. With vigilance in her heart, Zhuhai realized after being reprimanded by Xingyu that he had been somewhat indiscreet. He no longer spoke, glaring angrily at Ling, who had rushed to protect Qi Xiaoxing. Everyone, lend me a hand. I will deal with that beast that burns souls. After Zhuhai finished speaking, he dove down first, his scales shining brightly, and a small mirror suddenly appeared beneath his head, flashing with a dazzling light. Kill! The giant serpent lunged forward, and Qi Xiaoxing, seeing that she could no longer hold it back, changed her expression to one of seriousness. Without hesitation, she used a bone knife to cut her right hand, shouting, Ice Empress, named disciple, requesting aid from a messenger of the Forbidden Land. As her voice fell, the unstoppable force of Zhuhai diving down seemed to be cast in a freeze spell, his movements slowing down until the entire snake was completely frozen in midair. Crack! A faint sound of something breaking echoed through the air. The lizard man orc that had been following Zhuhai to attack changed color dramatically and retreated frantically. But it was too late. The old ice turtle felt a low explosive sound in the air, accompanied by ice shards and cold winds that could freeze a person's bones. Both Zhuhai and the lizard man orc, who had been pressing forward, were pinned in midair, gradually turning into icy sculptures from their scales. Zhuhai's face was filled with terror, yet he had no strength to resist. Amidst the expressions of surprise, shock, fear, and joy from the crowd, the messenger of the Forbidden Land, whom Qi Xiaoxing had mentioned, descended. Chapter 333. The Great Battle Begins. Blood dripped down from Qi Xiaoxing's right wrist, and as the blood flowed, the hazy figure that had frozen Zhuhai and the lizard man orc became clearer. A towering aura slowly emerged, and the old ice turtle raised its head to see the appearance of a newcomer, a bear. A small, yellow bear. Although its form was somewhat blurry, one could still see its distinct fur and semicircular ears. The little bear had short limbs and a pair of round, shiny eyes. At this moment, the little bear was rolling its eyes, glancing at Qi Xiaoxing and then at the terrified Zhuhai and the others. revealing a human-like expression of helplessness on its furry face. How did you get me here?" A somewhat ethereal voice rang out. The little bear looked around and felt a bit annoyed. "Last time, I said you could summon me once when you were in danger. But I never said I would help you fight so many people. I can't fight against this many strong ones." While the little bear spoke, a large hammer appeared in its chubby paw. Under the silent gazes of everyone, it swung the hammer towards Zhuhai's frozen tail. Crack, crack, boom. Zhuhai's massive, hard tail shattered into pieces. The little bear, however, was quite dissatisfied. "Look, this guy's tail is so hard. I can't break it." As soon as it said this, not only did Qi Xiaoxing look at it strangely, but even the major clan's powerful members, who had been confident and planned to help Zhuhai take revenge, instinctively retreated hundreds of meters, showing expressions of shock. "Can't fight against this?" One blow had turned Zhuhai's tail, which was comparable in strength to theirs, into rubble. How could this be called not being able to fight? It should be noted that the Zhuhai tribe, apart from their powerful innate skills, also had the advantage of an indestructible defense. Yet this little bear, which seemed like a spirit, had shattered Zhuhai's defense with one hammer and still claimed it couldn't fight. What a joke. A hint of surprise also appeared in Ling's eyes. He knew the little bear was powerful, but did not expect that without using soul attacks, it could inflict such significant damage purely physically. Without the techniques obtained from the small wooden house earlier, he probably wouldn't be a match for the little bear either. Qi Xiaoxing lightly tugged at Ling's clothes, intending to use her powers to stop the bleeding from her wrist, but Ling did not give her the chance to act. A gentle white light overflowed from Ling's large palm, gradually seeping into the wound on Qi Xiaoxing's wrist, bringing with it a slightly tingling pain. Meanwhile, the large tiger shook its semicircular ears and lowered its long black eyelashes, gently kissing her fading scars in the midst of the fiery battlefield. "I can't. I'm speechless, showing off your love in the middle of a fight." Not far away, Zhao Yu and the others couldn't help but curse under their breath. Damn it, they're fighting for their lives here, and these two are just showing off their affection. His mentality was crumbling. Not only was the enemy orc's mentality collapsing, but even Lance and Qing Sha were struggling to cope. Qing Sha watched as Qi Xiaoxing's ears turned as red as clouds, silently distancing himself from them. Although one was his actual master, and the other resembled an elder sister and his master's wife, Qing Sha still found it hard to bear. In their tribe, no matter how good the relationships were, they never displayed such affection, and although the Orc continent was relatively open, it wasn't too common to be on the battlefield and still have the thought of showing affection. Qi Xiaoxing felt somewhat uncomfortable as well. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Ling lifting his head very seriously, looking at her with clear eyes, lightly licking the corner of his lips, seemingly genuinely just wanting to help her heal and having no other thoughts. Qi Xiaoxing was at a loss for words, while the little bear noticed this scene and glanced at them for a moment, speaking with some regret. "How nice. It's a pity there are no female spirit bears in the world." Zhao Yu rolled his eyes so hard they nearly reached the sky. What is this bear thinking? Spirit bears are already rare, and female ones? Dream on. Zhao Yu was almost speechless, but in reality, he was too frightened to say a word. He was very clear about the strength of Zhou Chuan and Zhou Hai, one at the early stage of the 5th rank and the other at the peak of the 6th rank, yet both were easily dealt with. That little bear, even if not at the 8th rank, was likely at the mid to late stage of the 7th rank. His own strength at the 4th rank was truly not enough to withstand a single blow from them. Should he run away? Zhao Yu's gaze flickered, and the thought of avoiding battle wildly swayed. Meanwhile, Xingyu also took a deep breath at the appearance of the little bear. So strong. Zhou Hai was at the peak of the 6th rank, but his defense was comparable to that of the early stage of the 7th rank. Essentially the defense of a semi-emperor. This weapon spirit could break through Zhou Hai's defense with a single strike, and its explosive power might even reach the peak of the 7th rank. It was unlikely to be at the 8th rank. He currently seemed to be at the peak of the 7th rank, and did not feel that the little bear's attack was stronger than his. Fighting against such a little bear, he could certainly hold on for now, but if Ling launched a sneak attack, he would probably suffer great losses. As for the others, their strength was inferior to his, and if they faced the little bear, they would likely meet the same fate as Zhou Hai, being crushed. Xingyu's eyes flickered. Over there, Xiao Mei had completely turned to ashes, not even able to cast a jealous glance at Qi Xiaoxing in the end. Zhou Hai's eyes revealed terror, and as the little bear's next hammer fell, his scales flared and his breastplate shattered, suddenly escaping from the little bear's frozen domain. "Everyone, save me!" Zhou Hai's body was severely injured, but he couldn't care about that, yelling while fleeing. Xingyu did not refuse. After thinking for a moment, he stepped forward, and a folding fan emerged from his palm, blocking the little bear's hammer. He said loudly, "Everyone, since there's been a change, why not start the plan now? It will also give us some assistance." As soon as Xingyu said this, Zhou Hai immediately became a bit angry, thinking how could they start now when the direct bloodline of the Zhou Shi clan hadn't arrived yet. But the others didn't care about him, and they all echoed, "Brother Xingyu is right, our Pekong Tang Niu clan supports it. Indeed, our Ying clan also supports starting the plan now." Ying Zi also responded. Zhou Hai, this snake, seemed to have become muddled with grief over the death of his nephew. Their current enemies were not just the Qing Shi clan, but also included Ling, who could instantly kill those at the early stage of the 5th rank, and a little bear whose strength might be at the peak of the 7th rank. Although Xingyu could match the little bear, it wouldn't be beneficial. How could Xingyu help him block such a formidable opponent? As for the other few, aside from 3 or 4 whose strength had broken through to semi-emperor, the rest were at the peak of the 6th rank, just like Zhou Hai. Such strength, when facing Ling and the little bear, while they wouldn't necessarily lose, they would likely see a few casualties. Who would be willing to die to avenge Zhou Hai? A long sword appeared in Ying Zi's hand. Taking advantage of this moment, she could fish in troubled waters, opening the upper realm passage to request assistance, while conveniently exterminating everyone here with blood sacrifices to activate the ruins. Originally, they said that the Zhou Shi clan needed to occupy 20 of the ruins quota. If they started early and the Zhou Shi clan members hadn't arrived, they would certainly benefit greatly. Ying Zi was not the only one thinking this. Other major clan direct descendants shared the same view. Zhou Hai was not truly foolish. He quickly understood their intentions. His expression turned ugly, but he had no other choice. After all, the little bear's previous strike had severely injured him, and his only protective treasure had shattered. If he did not agree now, he would likely be the first to die. Qi Xiaoxing understood the meaning behind their words and stepped forward, saying loudly, "Everyone has no grudges against my Qin Shi clan. We will not disrupt your plans. How about we reach a truce?" "Dream on," Zhou Hai immediately shouted, but as his gaze fell on the little bear, he shrank back a step. Xingyu smiled upon hearing this. "Oh, a truce? Sure." Qi Xiaoxing was a bit surprised and somewhat pleased. If a truce could be reached at this moment, it would be perfect. The little bear's appearance was not without cost. It could only appear for a maximum of 3 hours, and each time it attacked, it would consume a large amount of Qi Xiaoxing's origin crystals. If the situation hadn't been so dire today, Qi Xiaoxing wouldn't have planned to summon it at all. As long as you let your partner beast leave behind that soul-attacking technique. Xingyu gently waved his fan. "If you leave behind 3 drops of your blood, I will let them all retreat. How about that?" Xingyu smiled, looking like a dashing young master, but his words made Qi Xiaoxing's expression change. She had guessed that the request would involve techniques, but to additionally demand 3 drops of blood was asking for her life. Qi Xiaoxing's face grew serious. Must it be so? Indeed, Xingyu smiled, clapping his hands. Suddenly, in the darkness, a clear, bright barrier slowly rose. In less than a second, it completely enveloped the entire Xingyue clan. The crescent-white barrier sparkled with starlight, looking very beautiful, like a galaxy filled with stars hanging in the black sky, confirming the name of the Xingyue clan. However, Qi Xiaoxing had no mind to appreciate such beauty. The reason was simple. At the moment the barrier rose, the little bear exclaimed in surprise, "7th rank, peak, Xingyue formation?" Just hearing this name gave Qi Xiaoxing an ominous premonition. Not to mention that as soon as the little bear's voice fell, continuous screams echoed from all directions of the Xingyue clan. Qi Xiaoxing was just about to turn to look in that direction when she saw a rich blood color suddenly appear on the shield in the southwest, amplifying the cries. "Tribe leader, how could this happen? Why is there a killing boundary at the Xingyue clan's border? Help! Help! Who will save us? The Porcupine clan? Everyone be careful. Don't leave the Xingyue clan for now. Quickly, tend to the injured first, and others go check what the situation is." Not good. It seems the barrier is shrinking. Everyone, hurry and gather towards the center of the Xingyue clan. This barrier will kill. It hurts. Tribe leader, my foot feels like it's broken. What is the Xingyue clan doing? Didn't the clan advancement competition already end? We just want to leave. Must we die to satisfy you? The sounds of wailing, anger, resentment, and cries for help echoed throughout the heavens and the earth in an instant. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling's faces turned ugly, while Xingyu seemed to enjoy it immensely, looking very pleased. What a wonderful sound. In at most half an hour, the formation would converge towards us. By then, the Xingyue formation would grow to the 8th rank, and you would be unable to resist it at all. After Xingyu finished speaking, another female with star and crescent markings on her forehead spoke up. Qi Xiaoxing, I know your name. I suggest you agree to your brother's request. The speaking female had a gentle and beautiful face, and her voice was also very pleasant, subtly mixed with a hint of charm that made one instinctively want to follow her words. Qi Xiaoxing also momentarily felt dazed, hearing the female continue. Listen to me, Xiaoxing. I have seen your competition and know that your ability is not an ordinary wood-type ability, but an extremely life-filled innate skill. For ordinary females, 3 drops of blood might cost them their lives, but you are different. Just 3 drops of blood won't take your life. On the contrary, as long as you agree to your brother's request, I will persuade him to lift the Xingyue formation and let him spare everyone who hasn't been able to leave the Xingyue clan. Xing Shui said softly, Do you know how many people are still in the clan? Besides you, there's still over 1,000 beastmen and females. As long as you agree, after you give your blood essence, we will unlock the formation, and you will be able to save many innocent lives. If you don't agree, they will die because of your decision. Xing Shui kept persuading, but Qi Xiaoxing became more and more clear-headed as she listened. What a joke. Once she gave her blood essence, and they unlocked the formation, was Xing Shui treating her like a fool? If she gave her blood essence, she would be severely injured or even die, and the people of the Qingshi tribe she supported would also suffer heavy casualties. Can such a light promise ensure the safety of others in the Qingshi tribe? As for Xing Shui's claim that others would die because of her decision, that was even more ridiculous. This was pure moral coercion. It wasn't her, Qi Xiaoxing, who was killing them. Why didn't these executioners stop, but instead forced her to pay the price of her life to save others? Qi Xiaoxing had a completely modern mindset, and with her considerable strength, she was not swayed by Xing Shui's words. Instead, she watched as some weaker beastmen and females fell victim, including Bai Wei and Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, with a compassionate expression, grasped Qi Xiaoxing's hand and said sadly, Xiaoxing, just agree, this is a good thing that can save everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, voices from others who had been misled echoed around. Agree. Just a drop of blood essence, you want to die. Ling's gaze was sharp as he tightly held Qi Xiaoxing's hand. He, who usually let Qi Xiaoxing make decisions, now spoke in a chilling tone. I refuse. He refused. He was unwilling to let Qi Xiaoxing use her blood essence to exchange for their temporary comfort. Not to mention that he was no longer the same as before, having gained the strength to protect her. Even if he was weak, he could not allow others to threaten his partner, even if it meant dying in battle. Qi Xiaoxing looked at Ling in surprise, and before she could speak, she noticed the beastmen around them suddenly engulfed in brilliant golden flames, transforming into a majestic winged tiger that she hadn't seen in a long time. Fight! A loud roar shattered Xing Shui's coercive power and awakened those who were forcing Qi Xiaoxing. Boom! The faces of Xiao Lu and Lance, who had just regained their senses, changed abruptly, and they looked at Qi Xiaoxing apologetically before they all roared and transformed into their original forms. Since the other side did not intend to spare the Qingshi tribe or Qi Xiaoxing, then they would fight. The old ice turtle and other beastmen who had come to help also smiled wryly as they looked at the high-ranking members of the large tribes above, their expressions serious. It turned out that whether they helped the Qingshi tribe or not, these people had no intention of letting them live. The old ice turtle, having seen much, understood that the formation set up by Xingyu was likely designed to annihilate all living beings in the Xingyue tribe, providing energy to open a stable upper realm passage. This was probably their plan. As for how he knew, it was because he had experienced something similar before. When he was just a small turtle, his grandfather took him to participate in a tribal promotion competition. At that time, although the Xingyue tribe was also a large tribe, it was far from the powerful force it was today. Back then, although other tribes were weak, they still had quite a few strong ones at levels 5 and 6. The Ice Turtle clan had hoped to achieve a good ranking in that promotion competition, but unfortunately, he fell ill on the way, and it took them 2 or 3 days to find a shaman for him. By the time they arrived at the outskirts of the Xingyue tribe, they happened to see the beautiful protective formation rising like starlight. It was the same scene as today. The old ice turtle still remembered how his grandfather hurriedly led them to escape, and how those trapped in the formation died tragically. Afterwards, the Xingyue tribe became the largest tribe in the north, its power gradually growing stronger, likely due to the opening of the upper realm passage. Externally, they only claimed that many people died because of the winter beast tide. Thus, for many years, the Ice Turtle clan had rarely participated in tribal promotion competitions. If it weren't for the recent hardships, he wouldn't have taken the risk. But unexpectedly, he was so unlucky. But since they were in this situation, they would fight. They were not afraid of death. Chapter 334 End within the formation, shimmering with starlight. A great battle erupted. After Xingyu and Xingxue demanded Qi Xiaoxing leave 3 drops of blood essence, the members of the Qingshi tribe lost all hope. As time passed and the formation advanced, those trapped within began to realize the crisis. Qi Xiaoxing heard someone desperately scream, "Masters of the Xingyu tribe, we just want to return to our original tribe. If a price must be paid, please say so. Can you spare our clan?" Some tribes discovered that the battle in the center was fierce and rushed over, hoping to join the Xingyu tribe to eliminate the Qingshi tribe as a token of loyalty to request mercy from Xingyu. But the only response was a cold attack from Xingyu. Boom! The blood splattered, and the elephant tribe beastman who had held onto a glimmer of hope was killed on the spot. Ugh! In the distance, the old elephant tribe leader and others from the smaller tribes were filled with grief. They realized that things had reached a point of no return. The rulers of the Xingyu tribe wanted all of them dead. The snow elephant tribe came to assist the Qingshi tribe. The old elephant swallowed his blood and tears, leading the charge toward Xingyu and the others. His actions acted like a fuse, igniting the fighting spirit of other small tribe beastmen. They were also sentient beings with emotions. They were not fools. Since their enemies were coming to kill them, pleading for mercy was futile. They could only pick up their weapons and fight back. Xingxue shook her head with a pitying expression. Foolish, so foolish. Isn't it better to die obediently? Why must you fight and suffer before dying? Lance was disgusted by her demeanor and charged at her first. The little bear, not having time to complain about the trouble Qi Xiaoxing and Ling had caused, stepped forward to block Xingyu and Xingxue. This was the limit of what it could do. Although it was quite powerful, it had no energy left to hold back more. At this moment, Ling no longer concealed himself, unleashing his power at the peak of level 6. Truly strong. Zhou Hai was secretly shocked. His nephew had not died in vain. Golden flames erupted from Ling's hands, and the members of the Xingyu tribe, who had been charging aggressively, suddenly became wary. They were truly a bit afraid of that soul-destroying technique. Don't hesitate. Half of them are already dead. The passage is almost open, Xingyu said with a dark expression. Roaring as an object flew from his palm, connecting with the formation. Qi Xiaoxing felt a flash before her eyes, and when she came to her senses again, a bright tunnel crashed down, linking to the Xingyu tribe. The upper realm passage was opened. I implore the elders guarding the upper realm passage to take action and kill the descendants of the winged tiger tribe to obtain the soul attack technique. As soon as these words were spoken, several voices came from above the clouds. Is it true? Qi Xiaoxing felt something was wrong and thought it was over. But she heard the people in the clouds continue. Unfortunately, we cannot descend to the lower realm. Xingyu, you should know this. Xingyu quickly replied. No need for the elders to descend. As long as you promise to take action, this kid will force them to the passage soon. Good. The people from the upper realm quickly agreed. It was no trouble to strike once at the passage. Qi Xiaoxing was anxious now. Seeing many beastmen who had come to help were severely injured, she no longer cared about anything else and directly burned her blood essence, unleashing her recently awakened talent skill. A hazy green light flickered and instantly spread across the entire battlefield. The orc, who was on the brink of death, felt a gentle warmth continuously seeping into his body, revitalizing his withered form. Qi Xiaoxing's lips were stained with blood, and she quickly became weak. Ling looked at her with concern, but knew this was the perfect moment to act. Without hesitation, he quickly burned his blood essence and swiftly took down several members of the major clans who had surrounded them. Little Bear also fought fiercely without regard for himself. However, even with their efforts, the Qingstone tribe was retreating steadily. Before long, Lance had a leg broken, Little Green nearly lost his life, and Bai Wei was also severely injured. The old lion and his companions, who had come to assist, were also coughing up blood with every step. As everyone was being forced towards the passageway with no escape in sight, Xingyu chuckled lightly, accepting their fate. Qi Xiaoxing bit her lip, her face pale. But at that moment, several screams suddenly came from above the clouds. A uniform sound of footsteps followed, accompanied by a mechanical voice. The spirit spring air has appeared, and the armor guards are dispatched. That voice, devoid of any emotion, quickly slaughtered the powerful beings guarding the passageway from the upper realm. The sudden change took Xingyu by surprise. One moment he was proud, and the next his expression changed drastically. Armor guards? What armor guards? In the spirit's spring air, could it be Qi Xiaoxing? He had sensed something special about her bloodline power earlier, but never expected it to be related to the spirit spring. What exactly was the spirit spring? He didn't know the specifics, but he felt a deep terror. Just as Xingyu opened his mouth to plead for mercy, Ling did not give him the chance. Fireballs surged into the sky, forcing Xingyu to retreat repeatedly. Xingxue also lost her previous demeanor of pitying everything, her expression even becoming somewhat ferocious. Quick, activate the formation. She couldn't afford to think about anything else. If they didn't run now, the entire Xingyue tribe would be doomed. But when the formation disappeared, something shocking happened just as she was about to flee. Those armored figures actually descended directly from the upper realm passage, their golden armor gleaming as they raised their swords. With one swing, they directly cleaved her in half. Peak 7th tier strength. At that moment, there was not just one armored figure, but a full 7. It's over. Xingyu's face turned pale as he saw the leading armored guard shatter the upper realm passage, realizing that he had truly capsized in the gutter this time. Who could have predicted that a Qing stone tribe would have such a powerful backing? After this battle, there would no longer be a Xingyue tribe on the Orc continent. Despair showed on Xingyu's face, but he was also a ruthless character. He immediately expanded his blood essence and crushed a jade talisman in his hand. Xingyu grew larger and larger, almost transforming into a massive ball of light. Even if I have to die, you all will accompany me to the grave. Haha. Not just him at that moment. The entire Xingyue tribe seemed to ignite, like a flame about to explode. Ling's expression changed, and he quickly shielded Qi Xiaoxing in front of him. The armored guards also rushed to protect the semi-unconscious Qi Xiaoxing, forming a formation to intercept this fatal blow. Boom! With a deafening explosion that felt like the heavens were being torn apart, Qi Xiaoxing completely lost consciousness. Her whole body was in excruciating pain, but her consciousness gradually cleared. Qi Xiaoxing slowly opened her eyes, meeting Ling's worried gaze. Ling. Qi Xiaoxing's lips were dry as she noticed a trace of blood on his handsome cheek. Memories flooded back, recalling the fierce battle they had fought earlier. She hurriedly asked, Ling, how did the battle with the Xingyue tribe turn out? She only remembered that Xingyu seemed to have detonated the tribe, but she was unaware of the casualties. Ling's voice was gentle as he raised his hand to smooth her slightly disheveled hair. Madam, it's already over. Little Green, who was almost wrapped up like a mummy, still had plenty of energy and said, Xiaoxing, you've been asleep for 3 days. Ling was almost worried to death. 3 days? Qi Xiaoxing muttered, hearing Little Green continue. That Xingyu went crazy and detonated the entire Xingyue tribe. Fortunately, those armored guards and that little bear were strong enough to protect you. And then you, surprisingly, at the moment when everyone was about to be blown to pieces, a strong light suddenly erupted from you, pulling us all into a pitch-black place. Little Green said, Is that the so-called spirit spring space mentioned by the armor guards? But I didn't see any spirit spring. Lon also spoke up at that time. All the surviving members of the Xingyue tribe were probably pulled into that space by you, including Zhao Yu and the others. Zhao Yu and his people were quite sensible. Seeing they were outmatched, they didn't resist and surrendered directly. Lon smiled. By the time we came out, the Xingyue tribe had been blown to the point of not even having remnants left. Qi Xiaoxing wanted to ask something else, but Lon continued, Xiaoxing, don't worry. Besides us, everyone else is still in that slightly dark space. It seems only you and Ling can control that space. The news hasn't leaked yet. We've already returned to the Qing Stone tribe, gathered the remaining clansmen, and are just waiting for you to wake up to see what we should do next. Now that the Xingyue tribe was gone, if there were no surprises, the entire Orc continent would soon be thrown into chaos. If they stayed in the Qing Stone tribe, passively waiting was not a good choice. Qi Xiaoxing processed all this information and felt a bit dazed, seeing that she hadn't recovered yet. The others left the room quite consciously. Ling, however, gently kissed Qi Xiaoxing's brow and then pressed his lips against hers. Xiaoxing, we must have entered the negative first layer of the spirit spring space, a refuge. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at him, burying her head in Ling's embrace. Her voice muffled. I didn't expect this fishing trip to turn out like this. Ling, I feel a bit tired. What do you think we should do next? Ling lightly wrapped his arms around Qi Xiaoxing's waist, saying, Wherever you go, I will go with you. Although Ling's words were a bit cheesy, there was no denying they greatly comforted Qi Xiaoxing. After pondering for a long time and checking the changes in the spirit spring space, she discovered something unusual A very concealed passage had appeared in their little wooden house. The edges of that passage glimmered with golden light. Qi Xiaoxing and Ling entered it and found a small inscription. Future generations, if opportunities arise, you may go to the upper realm to my old palace. Located in a remote area of the lower realm. Only those with the spirit spring may enter for refuge. The formation of the old palace remains. Anyone below the 9th tier will be killed upon entry. Qi Xiaoxing's eyes suddenly lit up. A refuge. That's great. What they lacked most now was time. If the spirit spring space could indeed provide a place for them to train well, they would soon see a significant improvement in their strength. But Qi Xiaoxing quickly calmed down, contemplating whether the owner of the spirit spring space could pose a threat to them. However, they were already in a perilous situation. Not going could also lead to being hunted down. After all, although the Xingyue tribe was gone, the tribe leader and elders were still alive. And that was a mid-tier 8th tier powerhouse. Qi Xiaoxing glanced at Ling, who was also gazing at her. As they locked eyes, the decision was made. They would leave here and head to the old palace. Several hours later, Qi Xiaoxing gathered all the members and resources of the Qing Stone tribe into the negative first layer of the spirit spring space and entered the passage next to the little wooden house with Ling. Before going in, Qi Xiaoxing stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed Ling's thin lips, feeling somewhat nervous. Wait, are you willing to accompany me on this adventure? Ling chuckled softly, tightening his grip on her hand. It's my utmost honor. With their fingers interlocked, the man and the tiger slowly entered the passage. A soft white light illuminated, engulfing their figures. A few minutes later, Qi Xiaoxing and Ling reappeared on a vast land. Here, the ground was covered in white snow, and the air was filled with a sense of coldness. In front of her stood a huge palace, resembling a dilapidated city. Behind her were clouds floating halfway, and below them was a turbulent sea. In front of Qi Xiaoxing and Ling, a massive wooden board appeared, on which some remnants of text were left. Qi Xiaoxing softly read out loud, "The old palace has been destroyed. Future generations, build a home. Return my ninefold heaven, avenge me." In just a few dozen words, it seemed to unveil a huge mystery and world. The upper realm was not the top of the sky, and the master of the spiritual spring space had even more powerful enemies. Qi Xiaoxing took a deep breath. Her life of building in the beast world was just beginning. Synopsis: Little Dr. Qi Xiaoxing unexpectedly travels to the primitive beastman world, with no land, no house, and no food. Fortunately, she has space and medical skills, allowing her to thrive. Watch how the little doctor leads a non-mainstream primitive tribe to make a comeback, slap faces, and conquer the beastman world.